The alloy floor of cabin C7 is splattered with flowing nanite cores while the broken metal limbs of the infected bodies are piled into a small hill. Lin Yuxi kneels on one knee. The right arm of his Shadow 1 powered armor is bent backward at the elbow, the bionic scales torn into pieces revealing the bloody broken bone beneath. Through the shattered faceplate his right eye is stained with blood, but the pupil glows with an unusual pale gold, staring intently at the giant creature slowly approaching. The three-turtle shipbreaker Type I infected entity drags a tumter-long giant cleavage blade. Each step shakes the alloy floor slightly. The heavy punch just now not only broke his arm, but also exhausted the last bit of energy of the shadow armor. The biological core inside the armor is completely dark and lifeless. Extreme fatigue floods his limbs like a tide, but his consciousness is unprecedentedly clear. The pain of each lethal battle over the past days and the suffocating sensation of near-death flash through his mind. Something inside him is coming loose, so layer upon layer of shackles creak and groan, just one last push away from complete shattering. Xingshu's anxious voice explodes in his mind. Quickly authorize. Let me take over and save you. No need. Lin Yuxi smiles with a bloody corner of his mouth. I'll do it myself. The shipbreaker raises its giant blade high, the cold light reflecting in his golden pupils. In the life and death instant of the blade slashing down with a sharp wind sound, the genetic shackles inside Lin Yuxi shatter violently. Vast bioenergy surges from every limb and bone. Pain and fatigue vanish instantly. The depleted core is reignited by the raging energy, and the shadow armor rides with a mixture of metal and flesh. The center of the faceplate splits open like a living creature, revealing layered, coldly glowing bionic jaw structure beneath. It is a mouth of a killing weapon never shown by the armor before. A beastly roar not belonging to a human erupts from the armor's mouth, causing the entire cabin to resonate, and even the charging ordinary infected bodies to freeze in place. The originally twisted and broken right arm realigns and regenerates at visible speed. The damaged armor recovers the new flesh. Within a single breath, the entire arm is restored as before. The cleavage blade slams down. Lin Yuxi raises his hand and firmly grasps the multi-ton blade with one hand. A loud clang of metal explodes. The alloy floor beneath his feet is dented with two deep impressions. His knuckles tighten. A pale golden bioenergy surges from his fingertips. With a crack, the specially alloyed blade edge is crushed to pieces. Did you have fun hitting me? Now it's my turn. Lin Yuxi's voice comes from the shadow armor's mouth, hoarse with a metallic. The black mechanical leg moves so fast it leaves afterimages heavily, kicking the shipbreaker's huge head. The massive body flies like a cannonball into the alloy bulkhead behind. Lin Yuxi flashes close to the shipbreaker, grabs its arms with both hands, steps 1 foot on its chest armor, and with a sudden burst of strength tears off both mechanical arms from the roots. Heavy thuds sound one after another as Lin Yuxi punches the shipbreaker's head armor again and again. His fists coated with pale golden bioenergy glow strike repeatedly. The head armor of the shipbreaker Type I has become a crushed mess. The dense white nanocluster core inside begins to dim. A group of players hiding behind the bulkhead who thought they would have to restart the server watch in stunned disbelief. Seeing their faction boss burst out in battle, his performance like a raging war god, their eyes are full of excitement. No one would have thought that this war god who tore apart a heavy mech with his bare hands was not long ago trapped in a cryopod with only 30 days of oxygen left, barely surviving. Cryopod life support alert: oxygen regeneration module, remaining life 30 days, 23 hours, 17 minutes, emergency power remaining 47. The cold electronic voice pierces into his consciousness like needles. Lin Yuxi opens his eyes abruptly. In his chest is a long-lost smooth breath, without the chest tightness and shortness of breath of the past 6 months of illness, without the numbness of limbs from neuronal apoptosis, only a light feeling of every cell full of vitality. He instinctively raises a hand to touch his face. His fingertips meet smooth, firm skin, completely unlike the thin, sickly contour in his memory. Only then does he notice that the reflection on the cryopod glass is a completely unfamiliar face. Damn, does hibernation come with free plastic surgery? Lin Yuxi mentally rants wildly, his mind racing. Lin Yuxi, 20 years old, sophomore at Aerospace Engineering University. His parents are chief scientists of the Deep Space Exploration Bureau who lost contact during a Kuiper Belt mission a year ago. Officially declared dead. Diagnosed with a rare neurodegenerative disease half a year ago, doctors said he would become a vegetable in at most half a year. The nation, considering his parents' contribution to the country's aerospace development, gave him a cryosleep slot on the Tiangong space station. The plan was to awaken him when future medicine has breakthroughs, giving him a hope to live. Then I end up here. But this is not the Tiangong space station at all. His fingertips touch the biometallic inner wall of the cryopod, then he looks around. The cabin walls are covered with strange patterns. Exposed cables wind along the ceiling. Only the emergency lights in the corner emit a faint blue glow. He stumbles up and rushes to the panoramic window that occupies the entire wall, his breath catching suddenly. Outside the window there is no earth, no sun. In the infinite deep space, a red giant, so vast it takes one's breath away, occupies a small half of the view. Orange-red and deep crimson plasma turbulence churns in the photosphere, coating the entire orbit with a bloody halo. Beneath the halo lies a dead, gray-red rocky planet. Countless metal debris forms a wide debris ring around the planet like a torn shroud. Lin Yuxi's fingertips press hard against the cold window, cold sweat seeping from his back. Damn, how long have I been asleep? Has the sun become a red giant? Am I now a popsicle that's at least 5 billion years old? Lin Yuxi instinctively reached for his chest. The pendant, which should have been stored in the hibernation bay's storage compartment, now transmitted a familiar warmth through his undergarment. His fingertips traced the Star Trek pattern on the pendant's surface. The weight and texture were exactly the same. It was the metal pendant his parents had made him wear since childhood. The moment his fingertips brushed the pendant's strange pattern, the entire cabin jolted violently. All the darkened screens lit up simultaneously, and a pale blue data stream cascaded down like a waterfall over the central console. A soft, formless ball of light slowly coalesced, and a calm, steady voice echoed in the enclosed space, carrying the weight of ages yet tinged with a mechanical coldness. Consciousness anchoring stable. Key compatibility 100. Detected abnormal vital signs in host. Remaining natural lifespan of the original body 178 days. Lin Yuxi. Who are you? What original body? What remaining lifespan? Wasn't I in hibernation in the Heavenly Palace? I am the Ember Project Guardian AI of the Xinghe civilization. You can call me Xingshu. The light orb's voice was flat. You are currently in the Orion Arm BD 48740 stellar system No. 2 Ember satellite 980 light-years from the solar system. Your original body is still in the hibernation pod of the Heavenly Palace space station. Your current consciousness is anchored into this gene-adapted clone via the quantum entanglement of the pendant key. Quantum entanglement. Clone. Lin Yuxi's mind buzzed. Can I go back? Like disconnect immediately? Forcibly disconnecting the consciousness link would cause irreversible neuronal damage to the original body, reducing remaining lifespan to less than 7 days. Xingshu's voice remained cold. Not recommended unless you want to die early. Lin Yuxi. So he was trapped 980 light-years away on an alien satellite, unable to return or die. He pointed at the red giant star burning outside the viewport, his voice trembling. What about this satellite? How long can I live here? No. 2 Ember satellite has been in silent orbit for 1,200 years. Main structure has 31 non-fatal damages. Multiple non-core systems are shut down. Current oxygen regeneration module core components have irreversible aging, can only maintain oxygen supply for 30 Earth days. Xingshu paused, then added a sentence. Beyond the time limit, you will fully experience suffocation death in this clone, while your consciousness forcibly returns to the original body, continuing your shortened 7-day frozen life. The cold mechanical voice had no emotional fluctuation, yet it felt as if there was a living person hidden behind it. A strange feeling. Lin Yuxi's heart sank. 30 days. Either suffocate on this alien satellite or go back to being a frozen popsicle. Either way, other people go into hibernation and then travel through time to live the high life. But he didn't. He just woke up 980 light-years away and was about to suffocate. What kind of mess was this? He leaned against the cold viewport, staring at the dead starry sea outside, his mind a mess. His parents' disappearance, his own terminal illness, the inexplicable quantum anchoring the extinct alien civilization, and the oxygen that would run out in 30 days. Wait. Quantum anchoring. He could come here via this technology. What about other Earthlings? A crazy, bold idea exploded like a spark in his heart. Lin Yuxi was naturally free-spirited and a man of action. Having made up his mind to seize this chance for a new life, he didn't hesitate and directly asked Xingshu, can this consciousness quantum anchoring technology achieve simultaneous multi-person access? Can the consciousness of other Earthlings also be projected into adapted clones on Astalaxing? During the connection and disconnection process, will their bodies and minds suffer irreversible damage? Technically, it is fully achievable. Xingshu's voice was steady and flat. A clear parameter panel appeared synchronously on the screen. You are the sole adapter of the key. You can activate the secondary consciousness projection system. You are using deep-level consciousness full anchoring. Your consciousness source is fully projected into the clone via quantum entanglement, deeply coupled with the key, the system, and the neural center. Secondary projection only opens the lowest level, shallow anchoring. The user's consciousness stays entirely in the original body on Earth, only receiving sensory signals and sending operational commands. It's like an extremely immersive VR remote control, completely untouching the core consciousness. This mechanism is a safe access mode preset by the Ember Project with a complete neural protection protocol. Normal connection and disconnection will only cause mild mental fatigue, which can be fully recovered after rest with no permanent damage. Current key permissions allow simultaneous access for up to 10 consciousness bodies. Unlocking more permissions requires unlocking more Ember Project facilities. After obtaining corresponding permissions, capacity can be expanded to achieve up to 10 billion consciousness bodies simultaneously. Additionally, 90 of the components of the satellite clone cultivation pods are irreversibly aged. Only 5 usable cultivation units remain, and repairs cannot be done on the satellite. The production line must be restarted by unlocking the technical permissions of the surface outpost. Lin Yuxi breathed a sigh of relief. 5 slots were fewer than expected, but should be enough for now. But the candidates must be carefully selected. The preparatory work on the Ember satellite must be done first. Once the game starts, the original 30-day oxygen reserve would be shortened by the increase in personnel. Thinking of this, he spoke again. If I package this secondary consciousness projection system as a fully immersive space exploration VR game, making Earth players think they are playing a game while actually controlling clones via consciousness anchoring. Help me complete the landing capsule inspection, route planning, and surface outpost activation. Is the plan feasible? Plan feasibility 92. 7. Xingshu gave the analysis result almost instantly. Consciousness anchoring technology can achieve 105 cents synchronous mapping. The immersion far exceeds current Earth VR technology and will be absolutely attractive to players. Under secondary access permissions, players cannot access core technology, nor can they distinguish the authenticity of the scene. All operations can be issued as game tasks. You have absolute control over the system. Player behavior can be constrained through game rules. The only uncontrollable variable is the unpredictability of the player group itself. Lin Yuxi's eyes lit up instantly. He had always been a hardcore gamer. Being a GM, a game designer using game rules to drive players to help him survive and explore, just the thought of it was thrilling. Excitement soon gave way to calm as he quickly realized the stark reality: a game that appeared out of thin air with technology far surpassing the current era would inevitably attract regulatory scrutiny and a technical trace. He needed a visible white glove to take charge of the game's distribution, operation, and compliance filing, perfectly concealing his role as the mastermind behind the scene. Initially, he even considered contacting the official authorities of the Dragon Nation. As a well-bred scion of a prestigious aerospace academy, he held an inherent trust in the government. If he could reveal even a hint of the Star Core civilization's technological details, it would surely secure national resources and support, making his return to Earth significantly easier. However, when he inquired with the Star Hub about sending encrypted communications to the Dragon Nation's Deep Space Exploration Bureau, the Star Hub promptly delivered a negative response. I do not recommend you do this. Based on modeling and analysis of publicly available data from Earth national behavioral patterns and nearly a century of international conflict history, there is an 87.3 probability of triggering global technological competition and military conflict. There is a 92.1 probability that your original body will be forcibly controlled by national forces with keys and technology confiscated. Once your connection with the keys is forcibly severed, the protection mechanism will erase all traces of contact with Earth civilization, and you will succumb to an irreversible neurodegenerative disease. The probability of achieving an equal partnership is merely 4.8. The voice of the Star Hub paused momentarily, the neutral electronic tone resonating with an even deeper sense of foreboding. An additional warning: Earth civilization is only 893 away from the threshold of a level civilization. Once a formal contact is made with the Star Core civilization, there is a 79.6 probability of triggering a cosmic level unknown threats, full domain monitoring. The annihilation of the Star Core civilization serves as a cautionary tale. Lin Yuxi felt a layer of cold sweat break out on his back. What kind of threat could lead to the complete obliteration of an interstellar civilization spanning star systems? He pressed for more details, but was met only with the response: insufficient permissions, unable to answer. He could only suppress the chill in his heart, temporarily setting aside this unknown threat. The most important thing now was to survive. On June 20th, 2068, in Nanhai City of the Dragon Nation at Lu Ran's personal game studio. At 3 in the morning, the holographic projection of the code interface continued to scroll. Lu Ran lightly tapped the virtual control panel, his brainwaves synchronizing in real time through a custom VR headset. He repeatedly debugged the space gravity simulation module in Stardust Voyage, but no matter how he adjusted the parameters, he could not replicate the authentic microgravity sensation found on a space station. At 26, Lu Ran was a top graduate with dual degrees in computer science and aerospace engineering from a prestigious domestic university, recognized as a technical genius in the independent game circle. 3 years prior, his re-engineered space VR demo Stardust Voyage, based on the Tianshu AI physics engine, burst onto the scene, hailed by players as a technical marvel of the independent realm, attracting countless investors. Even major companies in M Nation offered him seven-figure annual salaries, hoping to recruit him into the Eden metaverse, yet he flatly rejected them all as Stardust Voyage was a labor of love, not a mere tool for creating pay-to-win games. By this year, human civilization had already stood at the threshold of the fusion interstellar era. Commercialization of controllable nuclear fusion had made exploration within the solar system unprecedentedly convenient. Round trips to the moon could be completed in as little as 36 hours, and the construction of the lunar base at Change Palace and the Mars base at Jurong was progressing steadily. In contrast to the booming deep space exploration spearheaded by the Dragon Nation, M Nation led the global sweep of the Eden, with daily active users surpassing 2 billion. Non-invasive brain-machine interfaces became household staples, and countless individuals became immersed in the digital world, gradually losing interest in the real starry sky above. Lu Ran removed his VR headset, rubbing his throbbing temples as he sighed softly. Even the top-tier physics engine of Tianshu AI can't achieve true realism of the cosmic environment. Just then a pure black pop-up window suddenly appeared in the center of the holographic code interface. There were no flashy special effects, only 4 characters gleaming with a cold blue metallic sheen. Starcore Restart, followed by a line of small text, the world's first 105-cent fully immersive space pioneering VR game. Lu Ran raised an eyebrow, casually clicking the close button in the upper right corner, scoffing. What era are we in, still showing this kind of pop-up garbage ads? Yet within 2 seconds the exact same pop-up appeared again in the original position, and Lu Ran dismissed it once more. 2 seconds later the pop-up appeared for the 3rd time, and he impatiently paused his hand, which was reaching for the close button on the touchscreen. Something was off. He was currently in offline development mode, and the device was not connected to any public network. How could it possibly receive ads? Lu Ran's expression suddenly turned serious as he inexplicably clicked on the Enter Official Website button in the center of the pop-up. The page instantly transitioned to a minimalist interface with a black background and blue light devoid of promotional CGs or celebrity endorsements, only displaying dynamic porthole visuals from a first-person perspective, a shattered gray-red rocky planet, metal debris scattered across space, and a distant dark red star, with the game's title Starcore Restart prominently displayed. Below it was a label stating 105 cents fully immersive synchronization Zeralatency consciousness level immersion experience, with only a client download button at the very bottom. Next to it the installation package size was marked 387 megabytes. 387 megabytes. Not even capable of holding a high-definition space texture, let alone achieving 100 realism. But the unexplainable pop-up piqued his curiosity, and he ultimately clicked the download button. At the moment of clicking, the installation package completed the download, and the terminal's full scan results popped up. No risks. I want to see what you're all about. Lu Ran synchronized the client to the VR headset, donned the headset, settled onto the sofa, and activated Starcore Restart with his consciousness. In an instant, a swirling vortex appeared in the center of his vision, rapidly expanding to encompass his entire field of view. It felt as though his consciousness was being pulled into a wormhole of leaps, traversing through endless star seas and darkness. The sensation of weightlessness and the pressure of a vacuum environment followed closely, then abruptly settled. By the time he stabilized his consciousness again, he found himself lying in a strange incubation pod. The first sense to recover was touch. His back pressed against the cool, strangely textured wall of the pod, and liquid nutrient solution trickled down his hair, forming tiny droplets that floated beside him in the microgravity. The air circulating in his nostrils was crisp, mixed with the scents of ozone and metal. With each breath, the rise and fall of his chest felt incredibly vivid. The fullness of oxygen filling his lungs was terrifyingly real. Lu Ran glanced around, finding no common game interface, only tiny droplets condensed on the pod cover and the soft, cool blue light from above. He tried to move his fingers. The chilly touch of the wall, the subtle texture of the material, and the faint resistance from the droplets were all vivid. With a soft hiss, the lid of the culture pod slid open along its rails, the pneumatic release echoing crisply through the silent chamber. Lu Ran sat up, his expression dazed, still deeply immersed in an overwhelming shock from which he could not extricate himself. This absolute dominion over his own body, the tactile sensations, the scent, the rhythm of his breath and heartbeat, was something he had never experienced in any hyperrealistic VR game. As a developer who had spent 3 years immersed in crafting space simulation games, he had never even dared to imagine that technology could have Welcome back to Astro 120 years later, fellow citizens of the stellar core civilization. A clear, steady male voice came from the front of the culture pod. Lu Ran looked up sharply and saw standing before the control console, not far away, a young man clad in a silver-gray uniform jumpsuit. The suit was made of space-grade functional fabric with matte silver wear-resistant panels stitched into the shoulders, elbows, waist, and abdomen, areas prone to friction. On the chest was embossed a faint gold-gleaming emblem of an orbital fire seed, and the cuffs and hems were designed with microgravity-specific locking closures. The overall look was sleek and austere with no superfluous ornamentation. His features were clean, his demeanor composed a faint smile on his face, and none of the stiffness typical of in-game NPCs. Even the subtle fluctuations in his breath as he spoke were indistinguishable from a real person. I am the executor and guardian of the Stellar Core Ember Plan, codenamed Xingyan. The man gave a slight nod, his gaze settling on Lu Ran as he continued. Beneath your feet is Astra's homeworld near-Earth orbit Ember satellite No. 2, one of only 3 intact Ember facilities remaining after the fall of civilization. 120,000 years ago, a cataclysm swept through the entire star system. The homeworld's ecology collapsed completely, and the orbital spaceport's fleets and space elevators were all reduced to wreckage. 99% of our fellow citizens perished in the disaster. Only your consciousnesses were preserved, sealed within the quantum database of the Ember satellites, entering semi-permanent stasis. Now the conditions for restarting civilization have been met. You are the pioneers selected from billions of dormant consciousnesses. The body you now occupy is a gene-adapted clone cultivated by the Ember satellite with a 100 neural lock to your consciousness. It is your only vessel for survival in this star system. The satellite has been operating silently in orbit for 120,000 years. Its life support, propulsion, and navigation systems have all suffered. The oxygen regeneration module can maintain stable operation for only an extremely short period. The landing capsule is locked due to a malfunction, trapping us in the homeworld's near-Earth orbit. He raised his hand, pointing toward the panoramic window beside him, his tone carrying a trace of barely perceptible gravity, yet unwavering determination. Our core mission is singular: to restart the stellar core civilization and to once again bathe our beautiful homeworld Astra in the light of civilization. After he finished, the chamber fell into a brief silence. Lu Ran opened his mouth, his mind churning with countless questions crowding his throat. What finally slipped out, however, was an instinctive exclamation. Holy crap. No way, man, is this really 100 simulation? This is insane. He steadied himself against the edge of the culture pod, his body still unsteady, feeling light in the microgravity. It took several adjustments to find his balance, but his rambling complaints couldn't stop. 100 neural lock. Full 5-cent simulation. With just a 387 megabytes client. I spent 3 years making space sims. I tore apart the physics engine of Tianshu AI. Even getting the 3 cents latency down to 5 milliseconds was a nightmare. You guys have zero latency. The research teams at Eden Metaverse who blew billions on this would have to jump off a building in shame. After his rapid-fire outburst, the man opposite him gave no response. He still stood before the console, his expression calm and unruffled. It was as if the words game client and research team that Lu Ran had uttered were completely non-existent to him, as if he had never heard this irrelevant noise. Once Lu Ran finished, Xing Yan raised his hand slightly, and the holographic panel on the console instantly displayed 3 lines of coldly glowing text. His steady voice resonated through the chamber once more, as if the interruption had never occurred. Pioneer, you must abide by the iron laws of survival. These are the core rules you must follow in the Astra star system. First, this satellite and the surface of Astra contain numerous technological relics left behind by the stellar core civilization. The Pioneer may, guided by the smart terminal worn by the clone, proceed to recover, repair, and reuse them. Please operate strictly in accordance with the smart terminal's protocols. Unknown consequences resulting from operational errors may cause loss of precious civilization heritage or even irreversible damage to the clone. Second, proceed with caution on exploration missions. Once the clone is destroyed, your consciousness will be forcibly withdrawn into the Ember satellite's stasis database. After a new gene-adapted clone is cultivated, neural lock and awakening can be performed again. If you frequently engage in meaningless destruction or maliciously damage Ember facilities during missions after evaluation by the Guardian, you will be permanently stripped of your Pioneer status. Your consciousness will return to the database for semi-permanent stasis with no possibility of future awakening. Third, until the Stellar Core Civilization's Ember Plan reaches a predetermined stage, all resources are in a state of scarcity. The Pioneer must fully comply with the Executor's directives, gradually completing the Ember Plan and restarting the Stellar Core Civilization. Pioneers who refuse to execute directives may choose to voluntarily return to the consciousness database and interstasis. Lu Ran's eyes grew wider and wider, and he couldn't help blurting out, "What? No tutorial. Die once and wait for a new clone. Frequent deaths and get banned outright. That's way too hardcore. Who plays like that nowadays?" As before, this complaint fell on deaf ears. Xing Yan simply looked at him calmly, then tapped lightly on the holographic panel. The panel instantly displayed a 3-dimensional structural diagram of Ember Satellite No. 2, clearly marking the precise locations of the life support system, oxygen regeneration module, and landing capsule storage area. He did not respond to any of Lu Ran's remarks about gameplay or bans. Lu Ran's words died in his throat, but the shock inside him deepened. On the market, hardcore games, so-called death penalties were at most item loss or level drop. No game had ever dared to implement a destroyed, means wait for cultivation cycle malicious behavior, leads to permanent ban rule. Not to mention the rule disobey NPC orders and be forced into stasis. This was no longer just absurd. It fundamentally violated the entire design logic of the gaming industry. But on the flip side, this game was marketed as a hardcore space exploration and colonization experience. With extremely limited resources at the start, players couldn't be allowed to run wild as they pleased. Otherwise, they'd cause a satellite decompression or orbital crash in no time. Moreover, they possessed this epic-making full simulation technology, so they certainly had the right to be willful. Lu Ran leaned against the cabin wall, taking slow steps toward the panoramic viewport. With each lift of his foot, he meticulously controlled his muscle movements, mirroring the true sensation of weightlessness he had experienced in the Aerospace Agency's zero-gravity training chamber, even capturing the subtle impact of air resistance with astonishing precision. As he reached the viewport and caught sight of the outside world, his breath quickened once more. The fleeting glimpse Head had upon arriving was nothing compared to the awe he felt standing before this vast sea of starry ruins. The Astra star dominated most of his view, resembling a colossal skeleton that had long since lost its vitality. The lifeless reddish-gray surface was crisscrossed with deep chasms plunging thousands of meters, while the solidified lava plains resembled grotesque scars stretching from the equator to the poles, separated by a pale green ocean. The thin atmosphere stirred by the stellar winds pulled a faint blue trail of fragmented light, like the last sigh of a dying mother planet. The debris ring surrounding the planet sprawled before the viewport, seemingly endless. The wreckage of the broken space station twisted into bizarre arcs. The remains of a starship over 10 kilometers long were severed in half, its hull riddled with gaping wounds from asteroid impacts. There was also that towering structure, a pillar that pierced the heavens with robust trusses rising from the equator of Astra, its midsection violently shattered. The upper half of the wreckage hung askew in synchronous orbit, while the lower half remained deeply entrenched in the atmosphere of the mother planet. Even in its broken state, it still conveyed a magnificent aura of connection between heaven and earth. In the distance, the red giant star churned with an orange-red corona, casting a chilling blood-red halo over the entire debris ring, bestowing a layer of melancholy yet grandeur upon this desolate cosmic wasteland. Lu Ran stared blankly at the scene before him. He had recreated interstellar wreckage, extraterrestrial planets, and space elevators countless times in Stardust Voyage using code and modeling. Yet the visuals he had painstakingly crafted over 3 years paled in comparison to this terrifyingly real vista, not even deserving to be called a child's doodle. He could even see the jagged openings on the starship wreckage floating nearby, and the frozen liquid water ice crystals reflecting fragmented light under the star's glow within the gaps of the debris. What level of computational power was required to render such details? It must be an astronomical figure. Not to mention the fact that it was being transmitted in real time to his VR headset through a 387 megabytes client. A wild thought uncontrollably burrowed into his mind. Is this really a game? Could it be that I've crossed over? Lu Ran suddenly turned around, his gaze locking intensely on the figure at the console, Xing Yan. His demeanor, movements, tone, and even the subtle changes in his eyes while speaking, as well as the natural swaying of his body while walking and the slight rise and fall of his chest while breathing, seemed indistinguishable from a real person. Lu Ran swallowed hard, his heart racing uncontrollably. He wanted to verify this chilling suspicion. He stepped forward toward Xing Yan, reaching out his hand to pat the other's shoulder. Just as his hand was about to touch the fabric of Xing Yan's outfit, a cold, emotionless system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind, warning the pioneer is unauthorized to make contact with a seed project executor. Please cease the violation immediately. Lu Ran's movement paused momentarily, but did not stop. Come on, not even a touch is allowed. Your interactivity is really lacking. Lu Ran chuckled, yet continued his stride, still reaching for Xing Yan's arm, eager to see whether this Xing Yan was truly a real person or an NPC. At the moment his fingertips brushed against Xing Yan, the system prompt became sharper, and the scene before him began to flicker violently. Second warning: violation continues. Consciousness anchor safety protocol has been triggered. Forced disconnection of consciousness link. Pioneer privileges temporarily suspended. Before the cold prompt finished, Lu Ran felt a sudden wave of intense dizziness crash over him. Then everything went black, and amidst the spinning chaos, all his senses were abruptly stripped away. What the hell? A curse slipped out, and Lu Ran suddenly opened his eyes, forcefully removing the VR headset from his head, sitting up abruptly from the sofa. He gasped for air, hurriedly glancing at the time on his wrist smart terminal. It was 3:25 a.m. He estimated he had been in the game for just over 10 minutes, and the timeline matched perfectly. It shouldn't be a crossover. Damn it, why can't such a good thing happen to me? Lu Ran thought reluctantly. He wondered how Lin Yuxi, who was now 980 light-years away on Astra, would react if she knew what he was thinking at this moment. Shaking his head to clear the dizziness from the sudden disconnection, the grand yet desolate scene of the Astra star system's wreckage remained firmly etched in his mind. What kind of nonsense is this? Who does this? A mere touch of an NPC gets you forcibly kicked offline. Lu Ran plopped down into his computer chair, cursing at the Star Core Restart client on his screen, yet despite the cursing, the shock in his eyes remained undiminished. He opened the underlying files of the client, wanting to dissect what kind of black technology was hidden in this 387 megabytes installation package. But what made his scalp tingle was that the entire client contained nothing but a basic startup program, utterly empty. There were no texture files, no code packages, no rendering engines, just a simple encrypted information transmission protocol. And on the other end of the transmission protocol, he couldn't trace back any information, let alone an IP address. Lu Ran slumped back against the chair, muttering to himself, what the hell is this black technology? He rubbed his throbbing temples, his mind a chaotic mess. After 3 years of game development, he had seen his fair share of black technology. He had seriously played and dissected most of the top VR titles on the market. But compared to Star Core Restart, forget it, it wasn't worth comparing. It was too damaging to his pride. Just then his wrist star message terminal vibrated. Suddenly the screen lit up, and a brand new, unread message notification popped up. Lu Ran frowned and swiped the screen. In his friend list, a stranger contact he had never seen before appeared out of nowhere with an ID consisting of just 2 characters, Lin Han. This person had not sent any friend requests, nor had he received any consent from Lu Ran, as if they had materialized from thin air, directly appearing in his friend list. And the unread message that had caused the vibration was sent by this person named Lin Han. Lu Ran's pupils constricted sharply. He was utterly sure he had never added such a friend. This was his private star message account, separate from his work account, containing only a few friends, family, university mentors, and a handful of close friends. His fingers flew across the screen, opening Lin Han's profile page, which displayed entirely blank personal information. Only that avatar, which looked increasingly familiar. Wasn't it the game icon of Star Core Restart? A layer of cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Lu Ran's heart raced, his fingertips trembling slightly as he opened the chat box with Lin Han. The other party did not indulge in small talk. The message content was straightforward. Mr. Lu Ran, hello. I am Lin Han, the head of the development team for Star Core Restart. We have reviewed the demo you developed for Stardust Voyage, and we are familiar with your background. What do you think of the game Star Core Restart? Incredible. Please forgive my lack of vocabulary. There are just so many shocking things. The amount of information is overwhelming. Lu Ran quickly replied, so what is your intention? You can't be so bored as to show off to a novice like me, can you? Lu Ran's remark was actually quite humble. In the eyes of many game design professionals, he was undoubtedly a master-level figure. But in the face of such a groundbreaking work as Star Core Restart, he truly felt like nothing more than a novice. We do not need to flaunt. We chose you because you are one of the few in the entire industry who truly understands space-realistic simulation games and refuses to bow to commercialization. In Stardust Voyage, you spent 8 months debugging the physics engine to replicate the authentic microgravity sensation of a space station, and even self-funded 3 zero-gravity training sessions at the Tiangong space station. Eden Metaverse offered you a 7-figure annual salary to poach you, yet you chose to cling to an unprofitable demo rather than twist your work into a Reskin-Patoan piece of trash. This obsession with hardcore realism aligns perfectly with our team's philosophy. Lu Ran stared at the words on the screen, his fingers freezing midair. These matters were known to no one except his closest friends. He had never publicly disclosed the self-funded zero-gravity training at the space station. This Lin Han, who appeared out of nowhere, had somehow uncovered every detail of his background. His fingertips flew across the screen, suppressing the shock and suspicion in his heart as he typed a line. Who exactly are you? First you hacked into my offline development terminal and forced me to download Star Core Reboot. Then you directly hacked into my private messaging account, and you seem to know everything about me. What exactly are you trying to do? This time Lin Han's reply came a few seconds slower, and the content was longer. Our team is a group of anonymous researchers focused on brain-computer interaction and quantum immersive technology. Over 6 years, we have achieved a cross-generational breakthrough in the realm of consciousness-level, full simulation. Star Core Reboot is the prototype product built on this technology. At present, the game has only completed the core underlying architecture and the foundational world building. The gameplay system's quest logic and player adaptability are all blank slates. We need a large number of real players to enter testing, gather feedback, and gradually polish everything. But our team is solely focused on underlying technology development. We know nothing about game marketing, player operations, and we lack the energy to deal with regulatory filings, capital predation, or public relations. More importantly, the nature of our team is special. It is inconvenient for us to step into the spotlight, and we absolutely cannot be exposed to public view. So we need a partner, Someone who understands technology players' hardcore space games, someone trustworthy and aligned with our philosophy. And you, after a long period of observation, are one of the qualified candidates. Lu Ran's heartbeat grew faster, and the fingertips holding the messaging terminal felt slightly hot. He had been an indie game developer for 3 years, always aspiring to create a true full simulation space game. But the ceiling of technology pressed down on him, relentlessly preventing him from even touching the threshold. And now a group of people wielding epic-defining technology had placed a ready-made product capable of overturning the entire industry before him. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and quickly replied, "What do I need to do? What are your terms?" "The division of work is very clear." Lin Han's reply was still crisp and direct. "Our team responsible for all core technology iterations of Star Core reboot, game content development, server maintenance, underlying engine updates, ensuring the stable operation of the game's full simulation experience. All subsequent version content updates will also be handled by us. In short, everything related to technology and content in the game is left to us. You don't need to worry about a thing. You have 2 responsibilities. First, under the name of your personal studio, complete all official procedures, such as game license application and compliance filings, and assume the role of the game developer externally. Second, be responsible for all market-related work, including cross-platform promotion, player recruitment, closed beta qualification screening, and community management. Third, based on player test feedback, complete the planning and optimization of gameplay logic and quest systems, packaging our technical content into a game product that players can accept and enjoy." After only a few seconds pause, the next message popped up. "Regarding the revenue sharing in the later stage after the game is commercialized, our team takes 70 of all revenue, and you take 30. We have no interest or time to participate in the early promotion operations and filings. The related expenses will be covered by you up front. Of course, this amount can be deducted from your future share in advance." At this moment, 980 light years away, the Lin Han, who was essentially pulling a rabbit out of a hat, namely Lin Yuxi, was screaming inwardly, "It's not that I don't have time or interest. It's that I have no money at all." Lu Ran looked at the words on the screen, and he did not find it at all excessive that he should bear the early operational and promotional costs. In his view, these big shots were entirely devoted to technical research. How could they have time to bother with such trivial matters? In truth, he himself disliked early promotion and operations. Previously, he would focus on game development, and a crowd of people would scramble to handle promotion and operations for him. Now that it was his turn to take on that role, the only thought in his mind was, "Let me do it." With a work of such epic-making significance, once it was polished and released, the profits, even if he took only 30, let alone 5, would be enough for him to retire and live comfortably. Such terms were nothing short of supremely generous. This wasn't a collaboration, it was like shoving a gold-laying hen into his arms. But there is no free lunch in the world. He understood this better than anyone. He steadied himself and typed a line. "Are there any other conditions?" "Only 2 core conditions, which are also the bottom line of the cooperation. There is no room for negotiation. First, absolute confidentiality. You must publicly declare that Star Core Reboot was independently developed by your personal studio. The existence of our team, our technology, and our collaboration must not be disclosed to any third party, not even a single word, including your relatives, friends, team members, or industry partners. If any information leak occurs, the cooperation will be terminated immediately without condition. All revenue and technology authorizations will be revoked. We will immediately shut down the game server and assume no subsequent liability. Second, the final screening authority for closed beta players rests with us. You can submit a list of players and qualification reviews, but the final decision on who can enter the game is subject to our final review. Beyond that, we will not intervene in the game's early operations or promotion. It's entirely up to you. Lu Ran looked at these 2 conditions, and the cloud of doubt in his heart largely dissipated. The first condition perfectly matched the other party's statement that they were inconvenient to appear publicly, and the second condition was also in line with the development team's logic of controlling core test users, reasonable and even much more lenient than the oppressive terms he had anticipated. But what he cared about most was never money. He stared at the screen, his fingers hovering for a long time before finally typing out the question that concerned him most. That big shot. Can we negotiate? They'll take only 5 of the revenue share. All the grunt work like operations and promotion can be left to me. I have just one small request. After the core version iteration of the game is completed and the gameplay system is polished, could you open the underlying authorization of your full simulation consciousness anchoring technology to me? Even if it's just the basic technical framework, that would be fine. He knew too well the weight of this technology. This was not merely a game engine update. It was a cross-generational technology capable of revolutionizing the entire brain-computer interaction and virtual industry, a ceiling he had exhausted 3 years of effort to reach, but could never touch. If he could even touch the threshold of this technology, he would be willing to give up not just 30 of revenue, but but even to go bankrupt and pay out of his own pocket. After the message was sent, the dialogue box fell silent for nearly half a minute. Just as Lu Ran's heart was sinking, thinking his request was too excessive, Lin Han's message finally popped up. It was only a short sentence, but it sent Lu Ran's blood rushing straight to his head. Agreed. You still take the 30 share. As for technology, sharing it will be after the complete development of StarCore Reboot. The underlying framework of the core technology can be shared with you, of course limited to your personal use. Lu Ran suddenly stood up from his chair, his hands trembling slightly. He looked at the words on the screen, then turned back to the StarCore Reboot icon with the star trail pattern on his computer desktop. Once again, the magnificent sea of stars in the Astra galaxy surfaced in his mind. Money Industry Status, a game that would redefine the industry, the full simulation technology he had pursued for so long. Everything he had ever dreamed of was now laid out before him, requiring only a single nod. He took a deep breath, his fingertips pressing heavily on the screen, and sent his final reply, "I accept the cooperation." Almost at the same moment, the Lin Han, pulling a rabbit out of a hat on Astra Star, and Lu Ran, who had found a golden egg in Nanhai City Earth, both pumped their fists and shouted yes. Lin Han's reply came quickly, still in a calm and assured tone, as if he had long anticipated the answer. "The cooperation agreement is already in your personal email." Then Lu Ran, "Welcome to the StarCore Reboot project. From today onward, together, let us show the entire world the true sea of stars." On the Arc Astra's Fireseed satellite 980 light-years away, Lin Yuxi set down his operational terminal, leaned back in the control seat, and let out a long, relieved breath. The cold blue emergency light fell upon his profile, reflecting the boy's barely concealed smile. Through the porthole, the crimson glow of the red giant pierced the observation glass, coating the entire No. 2 Fireseed satellite in a hazy warmth. The Astra Star below remained deathly still, but in Lin Yuxi's heart a spark of hope had already ignited. The first step of the plan was complete. Lu Ran agreed after all. He murmured softly, his fingers unconsciously stroking the dark gold key pinned in on his chest, Lu Ran's image floating in his... In truth, his choice of Lu Ran was not entirely based on data screening, as he had claimed. When he first saw Lu Ran's name among the 72 suitable agent candidates listed by Stellar Pivot, he was somewhat surprised. The Lu and Lin families had been close friends for decades. Both fathers were core researchers at the Long Country Deep Space Exploration Administration, living in the same aerospace compound, where they saw each other constantly. Lu Ran, 6 years older than him, was the compound's renowned model child. With dual degrees in computer science and aerospace engineering from a top-tier domestic university, he had been fast-tracked all the way, the most promising junior in the eyes of all the elders. When young Lin Yuxi always followed Lu Ran, listening to him explain astronomy and watching him tinker with homemade rocket models in the yard. He regarded this gentle and brilliant older brother as his first role model on the path to space. Until 6 years ago, when Lu Ran graduated, turning down olive branches from major aerospace institutes and rejecting the direct invitation from the Deep Space Exploration Administration. He dove headfirst into the world of immersive virtual game development, becoming the wayward rascal in the elders' chatter. During that time, whenever the compound's elders mentioned Lu Ran, they would shake their heads, sigh, and fume in frustration. But Lin Yuxi remembered clearly the day Lu Ran packed his bags to move out of the compound to his game studio. He grabbed the corner of Lu Ran's shirt, blocking him from getting into the car, and with red-rimmed eyes asked the question he had held back for so long. "Brother Lu Ran, you clearly love aerospace so much. Why are you giving up?" Lu Ran put down his luggage. He crouched down to level with the young Lin Yuxi, gently patted his head, and spoke with unprecedented seriousness void of any jest. "Little Yuxi, keep working hard in your studies. You have more talent in aerospace than I do, and a more focused temperament. You will surely go farther than anyone else on the path of deep space exploration." In truth, Long Country has never lacked talent in aerospace aviation and deep space exploration. From Earth-Moon round-trip flights to the Mars-Jerome base, our investment, technical reserves, and talent pipeline have been steadily advancing. My presence adds little and my absence subtracts little. But now the virtual digital wave is sweeping the globe, a track we cannot bypass. M Country's Eden Metaverse has already expanded its global market, with over 2 billion daily active users firmly holding the discourse power in the virtual community. Although Long Country has built the Star Han Metaverse virtual community, based on the Stellar Pivot large model, the core full immersion technology, and underlying brain-computer interaction algorithms still lag significantly behind, constantly bottlenecked. He paused, his voice still steady. "Many think I'm wasting my talent on game development, but they don't know that full immersion technology was never meant solely for games. Games are merely its most accessible initial application scenario. Think about it, current deep space exploration often requires hundreds of millions in funding for extreme environment experiments carrying enormous risks, and many scenarios simply cannot allow real human trial and error. But with mature 1-1 full immersion technology, we can build a fully replicated space environment in the digital world. Many attempts and experiments that are prohibitively costly and highly risky in the real world can be easily completed in the virtual realm. This applies not only to aerospace, but also to precision operation simulations in high-end industries, tactical wargaming, in the military, and high-difficulty surgical training in medicine. Full immersion technology has countless applications, and it can drive the entire society's digital upgrade with immense future impact. Lu Ran shifted his gaze back to Lin Yuxi's face, smiled, and gently tapped his chest. Aerospace people go upward, touching the real starry sea, leaving human footprints across the universe. What I want to do is to go deep into the digital world, building a digital foundation that can lift the real world higher. Few are willing to tread this path, and few believe it can be done, but someone has to do these things. So when Lin Yuxi saw Lu Ran's information in the data provided by Stellar Pivot, he chose Lu Ran without hesitation. He knew Lu Ran's nature too well. A deep-rooted passion for space, an extreme obsession with immersive technology, and the rigor of an aerospace engineer ingrained in his bones. More importantly, he knew his background and trusted Lu Ran's integrity. With the full immersion technology he desperately craved as bait, Lu Ran would never easily reveal the secret behind it. You haven't changed at all, have you? Seeing you with your mouth wide enough to swallow a duck egg when you first woke up, touching everything randomly. I almost burst out laughing. But I really need to draft a player manual first. That guy Lu Ran already tried to touch me, the faction boss, within minutes. If players flood in, he'll be completely worn out. Thinking this, Lin Yuxi's forehead beaded with cold sweat. He curled his lips, stood up from the seat, and stretched his stiff shoulders and neck. The cooperation was settled. Lu Ran would handle everything on Earth. Now what he had to do was to fully construct the game stage, 980 light-years away. Stellar Pivot, pull up the complete structural blueprint of the No. 2 Fireseed satellite, and the basic technical database of the Stellar Nucleus Civilizations ARC project. Expand everything within my authority. Understood. Retrieving relevant data. As Stellar Pivot's voice fell, the holographic projection on the console, countless star trail patterns glowing with faint blue light spread before him, converging into the complete three-dimensional structure of the No. 2 Fireseed satellite. From the material parameters of a single fixing screw to the orbital operation parameters of the satellite's main body and the operational principles of the core energy module, all data was displayed in minute detail, densely arranged on the holographic panel. What first caught Lin Yuxi's attention were the completely unfamiliar script symbols on the panel. They resembled no language system on Earth. No letters, no square characters. Each symbol was composed of flowing star trail lines, as if the trajectories of the entire starry sky were compressed into individual characters, eerie, yet full of order. These were the native script of the Stellar Nucleus Civilization. Logically, he should not have been able to read a single character. Yet when his eyes swept over these symbols, his brain seamlessly understood every symbol's meaning. He could even instinctively grasp the logic behind complex engineering parameters and technical formulas, as if the script were his mother tongue. Stellar Pivot, these should be the script of the Stellar Nucleus Civilization, right? Why can I read them? Lin Yuxi frowned and asked. When your consciousness completed deep anchoring with the key, the neural implantation of the Stellar Nucleus Civilization's basic language library was simultaneously performed. This is a foundational function preset for key adapters in the ARC project. Stellar Pivot's voice continued steadily. Your auditory and visual neural centers have undergone language adaptation, enabling barrier-free recognition, reading, writing, and use of the Stellar Nucleus Civilization's full language system, requiring no additional learning. Simultaneously, this function is exclusive to you. Pioneers with secondary consciousness access cannot access the native language system of the Stellar Nucleus Civilization. All related content will be automatically translated into the corresponding Earth language by the system. Lin Yuxi nodded in understanding, gaining a new appreciation for the civilization's technology. Just a basic language implantation far exceeded Earth's current brain-computer interface capabilities. He had previously only known that this consciousness anchoring technology could achieve full 5-sense immersion. Now he realized that the Stellar Nucleus Civilization's technology was far more profound than he had imagined. How terrifying must the cosmic threat be that could completely annihilate a level civilization spanning a star system? A chill passed through his heart, but Lin Yuxi quickly gathered his thoughts and refocused on the satellite blueprint. He spent a full 4 hours meticulously organizing every detail of the No. 2 seed satellite. Previously, he had only grasped the most basic life support systems and the remaining oxygen duration. Now he truly understood the entire structure of this seed satellite. In addition to the main control cabin and the clone cultivation chamber, he was in the satellite also housed a data chamber storing fundamental industrial data of the star core civilization, a machining chamber capable of 3D printing small parts, and a dormant energy core chamber. However, due to 120 years of aging and the erosion of interstellar dust apart from the main control cabin and the cultivation chamber, all other chambers were in a state of pressurization lock. To unlock and restart them, he must first repair the central control system of the main cabin. The 5 remaining usable clone cultivation units had already completed pre-start checks, as long as the list of pioneers was confirmed. The cultivation of gene-compatible clones could be completed within 24 hours and ready to connect consciousness at any time. He even found a replacement repair plan for the oxygen regeneration module in the technical database. There was no need to land on the surface. By dismantling the wreckage of small starships in orbit and retrieving the filtering core components inside, he could replace the aging parts of the satellite, extending the oxygen supply period from 30 days to over 280 days. Lin Yuxi gently tapped the holographic panel, enlarging the 3D annotated map of the starship wreckage, and wrapped his fingers on the console. It seems the first main quest for internal testers has emerged: spacewalking, exploring near-orbit abandoned small starship wreckage, dismantling and recovering oxygen filtering core components to complete the repair of the satellite's life support system. Very good, hardcore, and thrilling. He tilted his head and looked at the pale blue light cluster coalescing in the center of the console, asking, "StarHub, please calculate the feasibility of this plan and draft a workable scheme for me." Understood. Executing comprehensive calculations and scheme simulations now. The cold, steady electronic voice of StarHub responded. A torrent of data streams instantly popped up on the holographic panel. In the 3D star map, the No. 2 Seed satellite and the surrounding wreckage of starships were precisely marked with countless simulated flight paths unfurling in the starry sky. In less than 2 seconds, StarHub's voice echoed again. Calculation complete. The overall feasibility of the repair plan is 94.2, with a remaining 5.8 risk variables, primarily arising from potential operator errors by the pioneers and uncontrollable risks, which can be mitigated through pre-task training and operational protocol constraints. The complete execution plan is divided into 4 core stages. The first stage is preparatory. I will retrieve 3 sets of standard space suits from the star core civilization stored in the Seed satellite's backup chamber for inspection and recharging. These space suits can be adapted for pioneers' clones equipped with basic collision protection, radiation, shielding, and microgravity posture adjustment features, along with a small dismantling toolkit and a storage compartment for supplies. Simultaneously, accurate scanning of the target starship wreckage will be conducted to lock in the exact location of the oxygen filtering core components, avoiding high-risk areas with unstable wreckage structures and generating the optimal exploration paths and dismantling routes. The second stage involves issuing tasks and pre-task training, where the main quest can be released to the pioneers through the game task system. Simultaneously pushing basic instructional content from microgravity, spacewalking, dismantling starship wreckage, and operating spacesuits. In the third stage, the pioneers will exit the cabin through the satellite's transition chamber, following the preset route to the target starship wreckage and entering the starship's power compartment, dismantling and recovering the complete oxygen filtering core components, while simultaneously recovering reusable basic parts and energy modules from the starship to serve as backup supplies for the satellite's repair. The fourth stage involves recovery and replacement. The pioneers will return to the satellite with the recovered components, completing disinfection and parameter adaptation of the components, replacing the aging parts within the oxygen regeneration module, and restarting and debugging the life support system. Lin Yuxi looked at the clearly outlined execution plan on the panel, which was very detailed and hardcore, believing that my little players would not be disappointed. Lin Yuxi glanced again at the starship wreckage floating in orbit outside the window, his smile becoming more pronounced. He could already imagine the expressions of the Earth players when they received this thrilling beginner task. 8 hours later, Lin Yuxi was interrupted from his engrossed study of the fundamental technologies of the star core civilization by the rumbling of his stomach, standing up to go to the storage chamber. He selected a can of purple nutrient solution, pulled out a straw, and began to gulp it down. This was the life support nutrient liquid provided on the Seed satellite, tasting somewhat like orange juice with sea salt with a bit of fizz. It seems the star core civilization's appreciation for food flavor is not much different from that of Earthlings. Sitting back down in front of the terminal, he suddenly recalled that when finalizing the collaboration with Lu Ran, he had asked StarHub to grant Lu Ran full editing permissions for the Star Core Reboot official website. Calculating the time, it should already be afternoon on Earth. They had stayed up so late last night. He wondered if Lu Ran had... Thinking this, he switched the operation terminal to the Earth network and opened the Earth official site for Star Core Reboot. The blueprint on the holographic panel instantly faded, replaced by the official website interface for Star Core Reboot. When he saw the page before him, Lin Yuxi was directly stunned. The official website, he remembered, was still that extremely simplistic page with a black background and blue glow, just a line of game name and a download button, lacking even the framework of a proper game website. But now what appeared before his eyes was a highly completed design-rich hardcore sci-fi game website. The entire page featured deep space black as the background color paired with cold blue star trail light effects, with a full-screen background on the homepage. It was the panoramic view of Astra that he could see every day, the shattered wreckage ring, the swirling red giant star, the broken space elevator, all unfolding in the visuals, delivering a direct visual impact. At the top of the page, the navigation bar included the homepage worldview, core gameplay, developer logs, and internal testing reservation channel covering all 5 major. He clicked into the worldview section and found that Lu Ran had completely and logically packaged the background he previously shared with Lu Ran in the game into the gameplay. The fall of the Star Core civilization 100 years ago, the legacy of the seed plan, the awakening mission of the pioneers, and even a lot of details were added, giving the entire story a more epic feel with no signs of flaws. In the core gameplay section, Lu Ran had accurately distilled the game's core selling points. 100 sensory immersive consciousness level simulation, fully realistic hardcore alien exploration and pioneering, and 100 sensory immersive consciousness level simulation was specially highlighted in a bold font. What surprised Lin Yuxi even more was that the most prominent position on the page had already hosted the channel for internal testing application. Below the channel, it was noted this internal test is a limited closed test. Only 5 slots are available, requiring submission of personal qualifications, and only those approved will obtain testing eligibility. At the very bottom of the page in the developer section, it was prominently written, Stardust Game Studio. Lu Ran had even updated the first piece of content in the developer log, speaking in the tone of a game developer. He recounted the 3-year journey of polishing this fully realistic space pioneering game, with his obsession for hardcore space simulation evident in every word. Lin Yuxi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This log was so heartfelt that even he almost believed it. Does this guy Lu Ran not need to sleep? This efficiency is outrageous. Lin Yuxi couldn't help but comment. From the time he finalized the collaboration with Lu Ran until now, it had been barely 8 hours of Earth time. Lu Ran not only revamped the entire official website inside and out, improving all game packaging content, but even set up the internal test reservation channel. He casually clicked into the appointment channel and found that within just a few hours the number of pre-applicants had already reached 2,000. This achievement is quite remarkable. Many games have explored similar themes, and there aren't too many game development teams with innovative ideas. The most significant selling point is the 100 immersive experience that simulates all 5 senses. To be honest, those small companies' virtual advertisements are unrestrained in their claims. It's not like no one has ever boasted about 100 realism. However, all of this is mere false advertising. People have become somewhat desensitized to it. The real big companies never dare to claim 100 sensory realism, fearing backlash and the wrath of angry players. Lu Ran, a well-known game developer in the industry, focuses on technical prowess and realism, never shying away from critical areas of game technology or resorting to false advertising. Otherwise, he wouldn't have garnered 2,000 clicks for appointments under the banner of 100 sensory realism. These are all Lu Ran's diehard fans, true supporters, and the comment section has exploded. Top comment likes 1523. Wow. It's Lu God. 3-year veteran fan of Stardust Voyage is ready. When others say 100 realism, I think it's nonsense. But when Lu God says it, I don't doubt a word. Who would have thought that an independent demo could simulate microgravity more realistically than AAA titles from big companies? Only Lu God could achieve this. Second top comment likes 1376. Aren't people raving about the background visuals on the official website? The debris belt of Astra, the broken space elevator, and the swirling red giant. I zoomed in, and the details of the starship wreckage and the refraction of the ice crystals were crystal clear. The rendering precision left me it hit me perfectly. I must dive in. Third comment likes 1241. I agree with the person above. The world building is just too The interstellar civilization that perished 120 years ago, the seed satellite, the civilization reboot plan. It's not just a generic space monster fighting template, it's genuinely hardcore exploration and civilization reconstruction. Lu God truly understands what we space science fiction enthusiasts desire. Fourth top comment likes 1189. Wait a minute. Only 5 slots for internal testing. Are you serious, Lu God? There are already nearly 3,000 appointments, and 3,000 people are competing for 5 spots. The odds are worse than when I tried to grab a slot for the weightless experience at the Heavenly Palace space station. Fifth top comment likes 1027. To be honest, in the current industry, Lu God is the only one who dares to clearly state 100 sensory realism on the homepage of the official website. The Eden metaverse in M country has poured hundreds of billions, yet they only dare to claim 85 sensory realism, which has been criticized by players as false advertising. Those small studios claiming full realism are just filled with low-quality textures. Only Lu God dares to say this, and only he can say it. No one in the industry would dare to directly challenge him, as he is truly capable of dissecting the Tianshu physics engine and playing around with it. 6th top comment likes 974 Lu God, I've been your fan for 8 years ever since you released your first space simulation demo in college. Honestly, claiming 100 sensory realism is a risky flag to raise. It's not that I don't trust your technology, it's just that even the world's top brain machine labs can't achieve zero delay, fully synchronized sensory input, let alone 100 realism. The limitations of the Tian Shu model's physics engine are evident. How did you manage to break through? I'm genuinely worried that if you fail to meet expectations, those haters and competitors will come at you fiercely. 7th comment likes 852, is there really someone who believes in 100 full realism? With current technology, it seems impossible to achieve, right? This must be another marketing gimmick. What if it turns out to be no different from other VR games, just hyping up the visuals? And what's with this Civilization reboot background? Isn't it just a Reskin space survival game? 8th comment replying to 7th likes 947, brother, you should first understand who Lu Ran is before you challenge him. When he made Stardust Voyage, all the parameters of the space stations in the demo were aligned 1-1 with the publicly available data from the deep space. The microgravity simulation has even been praised by engineers from the space agency. He never boasts about his technology, and if he claims he can do it, it's highly likely he has touched the industry's ceiling. 9th comment replying to 6th likes 786, as a longtime fan, I am both excited and worried. Lu God has never faltered in technology, but claiming 100 sensory realism exceeds the current civilian technology's scope. He can't be secretly collaborating with the Deep Space Administration to obtain military-grade brain machine technology, can he? 10th comment likes 654, can someone knowledgeable clarify if the celestial parameters of Astra on the official website are real? The orbital radius and atmospheric parameters of the red giant and rocky planets don't seem fabricated at all. Could Lu God have really assembled a complete stellar system setting with a team from the astronomy department? This is incredibly detailed. 11th comment likes 589, laughing, a bunch of people are still hyping it up. Setting aside whether 100 realism can be achieved, just these 5 internal testing slots. It's clearly a case of hunger marketing, right? If the technology were genuinely that impressive, they wouldn't limit it to just 5 slots. Perhaps the demo isn't even finished yet, and they're just releasing a promotional video to generate hype. 12th comment likes 612, hunger marketing. If Lu God wanted to play this game, he would have gone to Eden Metaverse when they offered him a 7-figure salary back then, right? Why would he stick to an independent studio with fewer than 10 people for 3 years? When he was working on Stardust Voyage, there were only 20 slots for internal testing, all of which were reserved for hardcore space enthusiasts. He wasn't creating a game for those who follow trends and play casual games. 13th comment likes 563, I just finished reading the developer's log, and it made me cry. Lu God said, I want to create a game that allows ordinary people to truly touch the starry sea, so that those of us who never had the chance to fly into space can also feel the edges of the starry sea. 14th comment likes 498, is there a possibility that Lu God secretly collaborated with the Deep Space Administration? The parameters of the starships and satellites in this game can't possibly be all real space data. I'm signing up in advance. I'm a junior aerospace engineering student, can calculate orbital parameters, can repair basic equipment in space stations, and am hardworking and not reckless. Please, Lu God, consider giving me a slot for internal testing. 15th comment replying to 14th likes 412, laughing, are we getting competitive? They'll sign up too. I'm a retired Air Force member with 3 experiences in weightlessness training capable of emergency fault handling. Prioritizing my admission wouldn't be excessive, right? 16th comment replying to 14th likes 327, master's degree in mechanical engineering reporting in. My specialization is precision equipment disassembly and repair with 3 years of 3D printing modeling experience. I'm not boasting, I can definitely understand the engineering blueprints of alien civilizations. Lu God, take a look at me. 17th comment likes 387, rational discussion, even if Lu God really achieves over 90 realism, I would consider it a miracle. Currently, the VR games on the market can at most achieve realism in vision and hearing, touch, smell, and proprioception are entirely blank, let alone zero latency. If he can truly achieve 100 sensory realism, it would not merely be a game, it would directly reshape the entire virtual industry landscape. 18th comment likes 376, the official website has been inundated, the developer's log needs to be updated. When will the internal testing qualifications be announced? Lu God, hurry up. I have already wiped my top-tier Tian Shu star ring 8 times. 19th comment likes 274, am I the only one who noticed that the developer is Stardust Studio? My youth has returned. I'm waiting for a public test. Even if I can't grab an internal testing slot, I want to be among the first batch of public players. Lu God is forever a god. The comments section has already filled hundreds of floors. Lin Yuxi roughly scanned through, noticing that most of Lu Ran's diehard fans are both excited and worried for him, fearing that his claim of 100 sensory realism may not meet players' expectations, leading to a collapse of his persona. There are also many casual onlookers who have switched to sarcasm mode with comments like, "Dare you give me an internal testing slot? If it's really 100 sensory realism, I'll live stream doing a handstand while having diarrhea." And other comments from those who enjoy watching the drama. Of course, some hardcore players are analyzing the feasibility of 100 sensory realism. Many longtime fans familiar with Lu Ran's background have even speculated, could it be that Lu Ran has joined the Dragon Kingdom's space administration to develop some black technology? I have to say, gamers have incredible imaginations. Black technology does exist, and is indeed associated with the Dragon Kingdom's space administration, as the originator of this technology is currently being kept in cold storage at the Tiangong space station, looking like a wooden block. Lin Yuxi lightly swiped his fingertip across the holographic panel, instantly collapsing the comment section of several hundred floors, and opened the complete backend data for the closed beta reservation of StarCore Reboot. The reservation form designed by Lu Ran was not only professional, but also meticulous. The entire form, aside from the mandatory ID, real name, age, and contact information, was divided into 5 core sections: professional background, relevant practical experience, space knowledge, reserved gaming experience, and application reason. It even included a set of 20 questions for a basic theoretical test on space science. Upon seeing the content, Lin Yuxi realized that this was the same introductory question bank the old man of the Lu family had prepared for the new students at their institute. This guy randomly selected 12 questions from each application form, and looking at these familiar questions, Lin Yuxi couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, if Grandpa Lu knew that the introductory question bank he had prepared was being used by Lu Ran for screening game reservations, would he chase after him with a stick? His fingertip glided over the statistical data on the panel. Less than 10 hours had passed since the reservation channel opened, and the number of pre-applicants had already increased from the 2,000 he had just seen to nearly 3,000, but the growth had slowed down. It seemed that not many people believed in the hype of a 100 sensory simulation. Most were drawn by Lu Ran's reputation. Luckily, with Lu Ran's endorsement, otherwise, if he had rashly advertised a game claiming 100 sensory simulation, he probably wouldn't have gotten a single applicant, only attracting ridicule. Yes, the first batch of closed beta players needed not only to really understand space knowledge, but also to have influence in the gaming community so that high-quality participants could continuously come forth. Lin Yuxi thought silently. Xingshu helped me sort the application list by professional, matching degree and practical experience in descending order, filtering out applicants with a test score below 80. Lin Yuxi put away his smile, his tone becoming serious. Okay, the filtering is complete, and there are 32 remaining applicants who meet the criteria. Indeed, although that was what we called the introductory question bank, even ordinary people who had some interest and knowledge of space could answer some of them. Out of nearly 3,000, only 32 had a correct rate above 80. However, that was sufficient for the current situation. Once the issue with the oxygen supply module was resolved, and they found a way to repair and unlock the core control chamber of the ignition satellite, allowing access to the main chamber housing the clone cultivation facilities, they could recruit more players into Astra, thus having a hope of landing on the surface. Lin Yuxi's attention shifted back to the list of these 32 qualified personnel, with dense application information neatly arranged by priority. Xingshu not only listed the information filled out by these 32 applicants, but also supplemented it with a large amount of actual information about the applicants, noting any discrepancies between the actual information and what was filled in the application form. Xingshu's capabilities are quite impressive. It's as if the citizen information database of the Dragon Kingdom has been turned into a public library. But then again, with Shu in its name, it's not surprising that Xingshu could achieve this, considering its role compared to the Dragon Kingdom's Tianshu. Lin Yuxi silently thought, his fingertip first pointing to the name at the top of the list, Lu Ran. Without a doubt, the first closed beta slot had to go to Lu Ran. He was not only the agent for the game, but also the most knowledgeable about space in this game apart from Lin Yuxi himself. Lin Yuxi's gaze continued to scroll down, and was soon attracted by an application document. Applicant ID, I want to go up and move bricks. Our real name, Suja, age 24, educational background, master's student in space station engineering at the Jinghua Aerospace University of the Dragon Kingdom. During his time at school, he participated in the ground simulation and maintenance project for the Tiangong No. 4 space station expansion module. He completed a total of 1,200 hours of practical training in a weightless environment and holds a qualification certificate for operating aerospace special equipment. Application reason, having played Stardust Odyssey for 3 years, I believe in Lucian's technology. If the parameters in the game truly align with real aerospace standards, you will know what true technology is. The application was accompanied by 2 dog emojis. While the specialty really matches, but this ID and slightly childish expression, oh my, is it really reliable. The first task involves retrieving the core component of the oxygen filter, which will inevitably involve disassembling the pipelines of the starship wreckage and equipment maintenance. Suja's professional skills will definitely be of great use. It's you. Lin Yuxi pointed, noting that Suja's professional grades in the information collected by Xing Shu were quite impressive. But what's wrong with being a bit childish? Lin Yuxi couldn't help but tease himself, directly marking Suja's application in red. The 2 core personnel matching the specialties had already been confirmed. For the 3rd slot, Lin Yuxi opened the list sorted by influence. The application at the very top of the list instantly caught his attention. Applicant ID Jiang Wan, no slacking, real name Jiang Wan, age 23, identity, signed streamer on the Dragon Kingdom's top gaming live broadcast platform 6, star, live a hardcore game strategy author across all categories with over 8 million fans online. Although often referred to as the goddess of gaming by fans, she never used her looks as a gimmick, focusing on rapid gameplay, in-depth strategy breakdowns, and sharp industry critiques. She has repeatedly ignited interest in niche hardcore games by herself, has extremely strong fan engagement, and has a special fondness for space-themed games, having achieved all accomplishments in Stardust Odyssey. Application reason: after reviewing the worldview and gameplay introduction on the official website, I dare to bet that those who claim to have 100 sensory simulation are either madmen or genuinely capable. Lucian, I am your diehard fan. Please let me in, okay? Let me test the goods for you, accompanied by 2 mischievous, smiling emojis. Lin Yuxi, who was sipping Astra's specially made space beverage, almost sprayed the drink onto the terminal. He had seen Jiang Wan's videos before, and how should he? She was indeed a hardcore gamer with high looks, but she never sold herself short. However, her speed in driving always caught people off guard. Suppressing a laugh and swallowing the drink, he was troubled about how to attract more high-quality participants to the game, when as if in a dream a pillow was delivered to him. A streamer like Jiang Wan, who comes with her own traffic and understands hardcore gaming mechanics, is simply a free promotional tool. Not to mention her strengths in rapid gameplay and strategy breakdown, which can quickly grasp the game rules and provide a model for subsequent players entering, effectively lowering the threshold for newcomers. The 3rd slot is for you. Lin Yuxi pointed down, marking Jiang Wan's application in red as well. Lin Yuxi paused for a moment, choosing not to continue screening the remaining 2 closed beta players. He recalled that the upcoming task of retrieving the oxygen filtering core component involved significant risks. Microgravity environments, unstable wreck structures, and unknown equipment failures. Any issue could lead to clone destruction. For now, only 3 clones would execute the task, with the remaining 2 as backups. Even if unexpected losses occurred during the task, there would be ample room for replacements, avoiding the bug of dead players being unable to respawn right after the game launch. After all, the cultivation chambers on the satellite couldn't be repaired, a losing one would mean one less, so they had to leave themselves some leeway. After making the decision, Lin Yuxi thought of a crucial point. Xing Shu, can we implement a live streaming function for Earth in the secondary consciousness projection system? No problem. The secondary consciousness anchoring system can synchronize and extract the sensory signals of the pioneers, which can be transformed into a universally compatible audio and video live stream for Earth after desensitization by the system, with a transmission delay of less than 0.1 millisecond, ensuring that it won't affect the stability of consciousness anchoring. Just 2 seconds later, Xing Shu provided the answer Lin Yuxi was looking for. Great, with that, the necessary preparations are basically complete. I opened the Star Communication terminal, selected my only friend in the friend list, Lu Ran, and quickly edited a message to send. Efficiency is quite high. Lin Shun, you are finally online. I stayed up all night and finished 3 cans of coffee. I can't let down your trust. Are you satisfied with the official website of StarCore Reboot? Not bad, it's even better than I imagined. Also, you don't need to call me Lin Shun, you can just call me by my name. Lin Yuxi could almost picture Lu Ran's fawning demeanor. Is this really the Lu Ran I know? If he ever finds out that the one he is desperately flattering is the former little follower who used to run behind him, the image is too beautiful for Lin Yuxi. Regaining his composure, Lin Yuxi continued to send a message. I have done a preliminary selection for the internal testing candidates. Besides you, I need to confirm 2 more people, with a total of 3 spots available for the first batch of internal testing. After sending the message, there was no reply for a full half-minute, followed by a series of messages popping up. 3 spots. Lin Shin, I clearly stated on the official website that there are 5 spots open for this internal test. You just halved it. There are almost 3,000 applicants in the background right now, and everyone's enthusiasm is high. With 5 spots being fought over by 3,000 people, it's already intense. If we only offer 3 now, I won't be able to explain it to the players who made reservations. The 5 spots were an initial estimate. Now, based on the actual carrying capacity of the engine, adjustments have been made. After calculations, having 3 people online simultaneously will achieve the best operational stability and sensory synchronization effect. Overloading the number of participants will increase the risk of delays and data packet loss, thus affecting the testing outcomes. Once the preliminary tests of the main storyline tasks are completed and the engine adapts to the environment, the number of participants will be rapidly expanded and subsequent spots will gradually be released. Additionally, in the initial game settings, the cloning unit available for the Fire Seed satellite is limited to 5. If one is damaged, that is one less, and it cannot be repaired at this stage. Activate 3.0 and reserve the remaining 2 as backups to avoid logical bugs where players cannot respawn due to cloning body damage during tasks. No problem. 3 it is. They'll issue an announcement right away stating that the first batch of internal test spots has been adjusted based on the engine development progress, and more spots will gradually be released as the main storyline unfolds. It shouldn't be a major issue. Also, do you have candidates for the other 2 internal test spots? I was just about to discuss this with you. I already have preliminary candidates. One ID is I want to go to heaven and move bricks, and the other is Jiangwan doesn't paddle. Lu Ren opened the reservation information list for retrieval. He knew Jiangwan doesn't paddle. She was a somewhat famous game streamer and a veteran player of Stardust Voyage, having published quite a few game guides about it. She has looks, influence, and rich experience in space games, making her a good choice. As for the other ID, I want to go to heaven and move bricks, it was a bit unfamiliar to him. He found out that I want to go to heaven and move bricks filled out the application form with information from the Longhua Jinghua University, majoring in space station engineering as a master's student, which fits quite well with the initial space exploration tasks of StarCore Reboot. Absolutely perfect. 2 professional technical positions and 1 publicity strategy position. This configuration is quite perfect. I have no objections to the candidates. Lin Shun is brilliant. Lu Ran continued to flatter. Lin Yuxi didn't correct Lu Ran's constant calling of him Lin Shun. He understood Lu Ran very well. Once they got familiar, Lin Shun would gradually be downgraded to Lin Boss, then Lin Gidge, and perhaps eventually Lin Xiong, or even Lin Laudi. Then it's settled. You go notify them that at 8 p.m. tomorrow the internal testing of StarCore Reboot will officially begin. Remember to log in on time. Also remember to choose a different ID in the game. If players find out you're playing with the developer, you'll definitely become a universal wish machine. Got it, Lin Shen, I understand. I will definitely play the role of the newbie well. They'll finish the announcement about the internal test spots, contact the 2 internal test players we've selected, and then catch up on some sleep to recharge for a big day tomorrow, Lu Ran said excitedly. He was not just a planner, but also an internal test player. To him, the mysterious StarCore Reboot and the unknown Astra were incredibly enticing. The feeling of being a planner mingling among players excited him. Closing the chat window with Lu Ran, Lin Yuxi leaned back in his seat and looked out the porthole. The debris ring of Astra slowly flowed under the glow of the red giant star, and the small starship wreckage marked as the target floated quietly in an orbit less than 10 kilometers from the satellite. Through the porthole, he could faintly see the mechanical structure within the small starship's gaping wounds. Lin Yuxi felt excited as well. Just how far could he and his players go? What secrets does Astra hold? Everything would begin at 8 p.m. tomorrow. He was looking forward to it. Meanwhile, 980 light-years away on Earth, outside the teaching building of Jinghua University, the evening wind rustled the phoenix tree leaves as Suja had just finished an afternoon of specialized classes and was walking back to the dormitory with a few good buddies, their arms slung over each other's shoulders. While chatting about the game content of Stardust Voyage, his star communication terminal in his pocket suddenly vibrated, popping up an unread message marked with the official logo of StarCore Reboot. Suja casually swiped open the screen and glanced at the beginning of the words internal test qualification notification. What the heck? Did I actually win? He jumped up over a meter high, clutching the terminal and letting out a loud shout. The few boys accompanying him were startled, crowding over to see. Upon realizing the official internal test notification on the screen, they erupted into a chorus of envious wails. No way, Suga. 3,000 people are fighting for 5 spots, and you actually won. StarCore Reboot, that internal test. Lucian's new game. What kind of luck do you have? We agreed to be the denominator together, and you secretly hit the jackpot. No way, you must treat us to hot pot in the dorm tonight. Treat. You must treat. Suja laughed heartily as he tucked the terminal back into his pocket, feeling buoyant. The internal test starts at 8 p.m. tomorrow. I'll go in first and scout the way for you guys to see if Lucian's 100 realism is really true. At the same time, in a high-rise seaside apartment in Nanhai City, Longhua Jiangwan's live streaming room was bustling with activity. The viewership on the screen hovered around 5,000. The comments were flooding in, all discussing StarCore Reboot. Jiangwan leaned back in her esports chair, her fingers scrolling through the reservation page on the official website, smiling as she chatted with her fans. Let me tell you, the only one brave enough to put 100 sensory realism on the homepage of the official website is Lucian, no one else. I have already submitted my reservation. If Lucian dares to let me in, I'll help you verify it. The comments instantly erupted even further, with some saying, Sister One, don't give Lucian a discount. Just then the private message notification sound from the backend suddenly rang, the exclusive official logo, particularly Jiangwan casually clicked on it and paused when she saw the title internal test qualification notification. Then she showed a little devilish grin to the screen. Hee family, no need to wait for destiny anymore. I got the internal test qualification. Instantly the live streaming room exploded with gift effects flooding the entire screen. Wow. 3,000 people vying for 5 spots, and I submitted my application too. Why didn't I get in? I suspect there was a shady deal. So it turns out Lu Shun likes this type. What? Sister Wan and Lu Shun already have a child. Jiang Wan laughed and pressed down her hands, ignoring the fans' wild comments. There was no helping it. The streamer's style usually influenced the fan styles. She was already used to these cute little ones who only knew how to hype things up. Of course, it'll definitely stream for you guys, but I don't even know if this game supports streaming yet, considering its 100 consciousness level immersion. He'll email the official team shortly to check if streaming is possible. As Jiang Wan and her fans were passionately discussing, the official homepage of StarCore Reboot quietly updated with a pinned announcement. Announcement of the first round closed beta test quota for StarCore Reboot. Dear players, thank you for your attention and support to StarCore Reboot. Considering the actual capacity of the game engine and the core objectives of the first test, this closed beta has finally determined a total of 3 Pioneer slots. The list is now announced as follows. 1. Star Dust Traveler 2. I want to move bricks to the sky. 3. Jiang Wan's not slacking off. This internal test will officially start at 2000 Earth time tomorrow. Subsequent expansion plans for the test will be announced gradually as the main storyline of the game progresses. Stay tuned. Star Dust Game Studio. As soon as the announcement was released, the official website's comment section once again set off a new wave of enthusiasm. Comments of envy, lament, and those waiting for the live stream instantly piled up over 1,000 floors. The 3 chosen pioneers each began their final preparations before the test. The next day at 1955 on Luoyang Live, Jiang Wan's live stream room was already bustling. The number of online viewers had exceeded 65000 and was still skyrocketing by hundreds per second. Although Jiang Wan had been streaming for a few years, her content was mostly hardcore gaming, so her best concurrent online viewer count was around 8000. There had been entertainment stream agents who approached her saying that with her looks and fan base, switching to entertainment streaming could multiply her followers several times in a year. But Jiang Wan firmly refused. What she loved most was exploring the unknown and thrilling worlds unreachable in reality together with her like-minded fans who had always supported her. Jiang Wan sat in front of a camera. On the holographic screen before her, the game icon of StarCore Reboot, a star orbit encircling a star, was displayed. Folks, there are 5 minutes left until 8. I've already downloaded the client. Let me show you this ridiculously small installation package size. Jiang Wan switched the camera to the client details page, pointing at the number with a mix of laughter and exasperation. 387 megabytes. Really, just 387 megabytes. A size that can't even fit an 8K space texture map, yet it claims to be a 100 full sensory immersion game. What's even more ridiculous is that this client has nothing but a launch icon. No registration interface, no account login portal. I still have no idea how. The barrage was filled with fans joining in the mockery, with many playing along with memes like "Scam Confirmed" and "Sis Run." Jiang Wan smiled as she put on the VR headband, adjusted the live stream settings, and took a deep breath. All right, 1 minute. Whether this game is a donkey or a horse, we'll see it with our own eyes tonight. If Lu Shen dares to release this, I believe it must have something. As the seconds ticked by, the moment the time in the bottom right corner jumped to 20, Jiang Wan made no extra moves. She simply issued the command "Start Game" in her mind. In an instant, a swirling vortex appeared in the center of the VR headband's field of view, rapidly expanding to encompass the entire vision. A powerful sense of weightlessness swept over her. Her consciousness seemed to be yanked out of her body by an invisible hand and thrown into the endlessly rotating vortex of the star sea. Endless darkness receded at breakneck speed before her eyes. Countless stars transformed into streaks of light flashing past her. The subtle pressure of the vacuum, the extreme silence of the cosmos, even the delicate sensation of space dust brushing past her ears, all were terrifyingly clear. No loading screen, no opening cinematic, no login pop-up. All sensory impacts settled abruptly in that instant. When Jiang Wan regained her composure, she was lying in a slightly cool cultivation pod. The surrounding air was crisp, carrying a faint scent of ozone, and the inner wall of the pod beneath her back had a strange biological texture. As her fingertips brushed across the wall, the fine grain of the frosted material, the weak resistance of liquid sliding, and even the weightlessness of nutrient fluid droplets slowly floating beside her in the microgravity environment, all were vividly reproduced. She moved her fingers, then tried to lift her arms. The exertion of every muscle, the rise and fall of her chest with each breath, all were indistinguishable from the real world. There was none of the lag, stuttering, or clipping common in VR games, no rigid movement restrictions. The sense of control over this body was so real, it made her scalp tingle. Creak. The soft sound of pressure release echoed in the quiet chamber. The transparent lid of the cultivation pod slid open along its track. Jiang Wan supported herself against the pod wall, still a bit unsteady as she sat up. Before she could fully recover from the extreme realism, she heard two equally awed gasps from nearby. She looked up and saw that the other two cultivation pods had also opened simultaneously. A young man with a tall, straight figure and delicate features stood leaning against the pod wall, his face full of disbelief. He was Lu Ran, whose ID was Stardust Traveler. The other, a slightly rugged-looking, sturdy young man, was dazedly reaching out to touch the nutrient fluid droplets floating in the air, muttering over and over, "Holy crap, microgravity, it's really microgravity." He was naturally Suja, whose ID was, "I want to move bricks to the sky." Just as the three were immersed in the extreme shock, a man in a silver-gray uniform overalls slowly turned around at the control console. He was Xing Yin, portrayed by Lin Yuxi. His gaze swept over the three of them, and a clear, steady voice slowly echoed in the chamber. "Welcome to the Astra Galaxy, pioneers of the Star Core civilization. Beneath your feet is the No. 2 seed satellite in low orbit of Astra, the homeworld of the Star Core civilization. It is also one of only 3 intact seed facilities left after the fall of the civilization. 120,000 years ago, a cataclysm swept through the entire star system. The homeworld's ecology completely collapsed. Orbital space stations, fleets, and space elevators were all reduced to wreckage. 99 of our people perished in the disaster. Now the conditions for civilization restart have been met. You are the first batch of pioneers selected from billions of sealed consciousnesses. The bodies you now control are gene-adapted clones cultivated by the seed satellite 100, neurally anchored to your consciousness. They are your only carriers for survival in this star system." He raised his hand and pointed to the panoramic window beside him. Outside, the bloody glow of a red giant filled the entire view. The dead Astra and the endless ring of debris hung silently in the void. The satellite has been in silent orbit for 120,000 years. Life support, propulsion, and navigation systems all show irreversible aging. The oxygen regeneration module can only maintain stable operation for a very short time. The landing capsule is locked due to a malfunction, and we are trapped in the low orbit of the homeworld. Your core mission is only one: restart the Star Core civilization and let the homeworld Astra once again bask in the brilliance of civilization. As the words fell, the silver-gray wristband terminal on their hands, which fit snugly against their skin, sent a metallic sensation. The microscreen lit up, emitting a faint blue light. This is the Pioneer Intelligent Terminal, your core tool for survival in the Astra Galaxy. Lin Yuxi's voice continued. Point the terminal at any facility, device, or unknown object, and it will automatically scan and display corresponding parameters, safety levels, access permissions, and standardized operation guides. The terminal will simultaneously issue all main and side quests and record your exploration progress and resource recovery. Your first main mission has been synchronized to the terminal stellar scavenging. Proceed to the abandoned small starship wreckage in near orbit, dismantle and recover intact oxygen filtration core components and other recyclable materials. Complete the repair of the oxygen regeneration module of the Spark satellite and extend the operational time of the life support module of the Spark satellite. The mission-related data has been synchronized to your smart terminals. Before executing the mission, you have 2 hours to familiarize yourselves with the main control cabin environment, the operating procedures of the extravehicular spacesuit, and the usage of the terminals. Lin Yuxi, playing the role of Xing Yen, finished speaking and lightly tapped the control panel. The storage compartment beside the console slowly opened, revealing 3 uniquely styled extravehicular spacesuits and 6 well-sealed cans of purple-silver nutrient solution neatly arranged inside. At the top of each can was a retractable sealed straw. These are your spacesuits and the standard-issue nutrient solution of the Star Core civilization. It can replenish all the energy required by your clones and serve as the basic survival supplies on the satellite. After explaining everything, he turned and left the cabin, leaving behind 3 players who had not yet recovered from the overwhelming amount of information, exchanging bewildered glances. The cabin was silent for a few seconds. It was Lu Ran who reacted first, extending his hand, putting on a rookie's reserved demeanor, and smiling as he spoke. "Hello everyone, I am Xingxin Luren. You can call me Lu Nan. I'm just an ordinary space game enthusiast who has played Stardust Voyage for several years. Please take care of me from now on. My ID is with Xiangshang Tian Banjuan. Call me Suja. I study space station engineering at Jinghua Aerospace University," Suja said with an excitement that hadn't faded. Seriously, the microgravity simulation and environmental realism of this game are even more authentic than our laboratory's weightlessness training module. It's almost exactly the same as the sensation I felt during my internship on the space station. Lu, the god's technology is truly incredible. Jiangwan Bu Huashui. Just call me Jiangwan. I'm a game streamer on Hexagram Live. Jiangwan smiled while fiddling with the smart terminal on her wrist, her hands continuously touching her body and face as she spoke. Why doesn't this game have an operation interface? And why didn't it let us customize our faces properly before entering the game? Fortunately, this clone of mine is also female, and the figure is quite nice. As she spoke, she secretly turned around, pinched her chest fullness, and muttered quietly, "Oh my god, it's 2 sizes bigger than mine. I'm actually experiencing 36D in the game." As soon as she finished, her expression suddenly changed. She slapped her forehead and roared inwardly. "I seem to be my god, what have I done? No, the official hasn't replied whether I can stream or not. Maybe streaming is not allowed. Oh my god. It must not be streaming, otherwise I'll have to go to Mars. I can't live on Earth anymore." Thinking this, she glanced at the smart terminal on her wrist. The moment her eyes swept across the upper right corner of the screen, she froze. A small hexagram live icon was glowing with a clear label beside it, streaming. However, there was no bullet chat interaction box, no GIF notifications, and no streaming settings options. Only a status display showing streaming. No way. Even this can be streamed. Jiang Wan muttered to herself, completely stunned. Having played games for so many years, she had never seen a conscious immersion game that could directly synchronize streaming footage from the consciousness level automatically, starting the stream upon entering the game. At that moment on Earth, Jiang Wan's hexagram live stream room had already exploded in chaos. From the moment Jiang Wan's consciousness was pulled into the star, the stream had not lagged for a second, perfectly synchronizing with her first-person perspective. The streaks of light during the warp, the nutrient solution droplets floating in microgravity in the cultivation pod, the clear texture of the material when her fingertips brushed against the pod wall, and then the breathtaking expanse of the Astra Galaxy wreckage outside the porthole. Every detail was vividly presented, not at all like a real-time rendered game image, but more like someone carrying a camera and actually standing in space. The number of live viewers had skyrocketed from 6,500 before the stream to 9,000, and the number was still climbing at a terrifying rate. The bullet comments were so dense that they covered the entire screen, almost completely obscuring the view. "Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. This picture. Can a 387 megabytes game produce this? My 8K Blu-ray movie doesn't even have this clarity. Help." When that droplet floated by just now, I could even see the light reflecting on it. Is this realism insane? Who said earlier that 387 megabytes was a scam? Come out and take the beating. This thing, let alone 387 megabytes, even 380 TB, couldn't contain it right. What kind of black technology is this, Lu the God? That opening speech by Xing Yin gave me goosebumps. A 120000-year-old interstellar civilization wreckage. This world setting just knocked me out. Detail freaks are crying. Even the pipeline layout in the cabin and the glow of the emergency lights are perfectly executed. This is not a game, it's practically live-action filming. When playing other VR games before turning around had lag. This game directly does consciousness warp. Even the sensation of weightlessness can be synchronized. I'm dumbfounded. The bullet comments were still frantically scrolling about the game's black technology. In the stream, Jiang Wan smiled as she finished her self-introduction, fiddling with the terminal while touching her clone's body, casually complaining about the lack of a facet customization system. Immediately after, she secretly turned around, pinched her chest fullness, and muttered quietly, "Oh my god, it's 2 sizes bigger than mine. I'm actually experiencing 36D in the game." The words were clearly transmitted through the stream's audio into every viewer's ears. The bullet comments in the live stream paused for a fraction of a second. The next moment, they exploded with 10 times the density. What did I hear? 36D. Ha 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 ha. Help. Sister One, what are you doing? Holy crap. Classic moment. Epic social death moment. Clip it. Quick clip it. This segment must be permanently saved. Heirloom level material. Already recorded. High definition watermark-free version of Sister One's social death scene. Message me if you want it. About my experience of 36D in a fully immersive game, I've already thought of the title for Sister One. I can't stop laughing. One second she was a cool and hardcore gaming goddess, the next, she's secretly touching her chest and muttering about size. Sister One, your persona is shattered. Sister One, as long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment is for the millions of viewers in the stream. A room on Mars has already been booked for Sister One. Can't stay on Earth anymore, ha 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 ha. Official auto start streaming, didn't expect that, huh? JPG. Damn it, first-person view, can't see Sister One's face. Is there a perspective of the other two? By the way, the clones of these two handsome guys are also very handsome. I originally came to watch the game, but now I can't remember the game. He'll remember 36D for a whole year. Can male players choose female clones? Is it possible? Official, I'm willing to spend money. Holy crap, I'm willing to spend until I'm broke. I really want to experience 36D. Call the police, there's a The bullet comments had already gone off the rails. The clip of Jiang Wan touching her chest had spread rapidly, and the live stream's popularity instantly surged, breaking through the 1 million mark. The bullet comments had already gone off the rails. The clip of Jiang Wan touching her chest had spread rapidly, and the live stream's popularity instantly surged, breaking through the 1 million mark. Jiang Wan stared at the glowing live indicator on the terminal, her entire being frozen in place, her toes almost digging a 3-room 1-hall apartment into the alloy floor beneath her. It's over. This thought was the only one left in her mind. The high-cold hardcore tech female streamer persona she had maintained for so many years was now shattered into pieces. She could already imagine the ridiculous names her fans would give to the livestream clips about my experience of 36D in a fully immersive game. As her mind was filled with chaotic thoughts considering whether she should rush back and relocate to Mars with a rocket, a bright wow suddenly erupted from the control panel direction, instantly pulling her back into the game. Jiang Wan abruptly looked up to see a man with the ID Stardust Traveler leaning against the control panel, holding a half-empty can of purple-silver nutrient solution, his knuckles turning white from the force of his grip, a shocked expression frozen on his face. Lu Ran was genuinely stunned. The last time he was pulled into the game by Lin Han, he had only spent a brief 10 minutes in the cabin and was forcibly kicked offline for violating rules by touching the star flame. He hadn't even had the chance to explore the main control cabin, let alone try the nutrient solution from this star core civilization. Even though he was psychologically prepared for the fully immersive sensory experience of StarCore Reboot, he had never imagined that even the act of eating could be replicated to such an extreme level. He casually picked up a can of nutrient solution from the storage compartment, pressed the buckle on the can, and the embedded sealing straw popped out with a snap. He had noticed the detail about not being able to drink openly in a microgravity environment and was still marveling at the meticulousness of Lin Han's team's attention to detail. However, when he took the straw into his mouth and gently sucked, he froze. A refreshing orange fragrance immediately spread in his nasal cavity, mingling with a hint of salty sea air, and the sweet, yet not cloying liquid slid down his throat. His tongue could clearly capture the sensation of fine bubbles bursting in his mouth. Every nuance of flavor landed precisely on his taste buds, resembling the sea salt sparkling water he had drunk in reality, perhaps even with a clearer and purer taste. What shocked him even more followed after just a few seconds. As the liquid slid into his stomach, a gentle warmth began to spread from his abdomen, flowing through his veins to his limbs. The slight fatigue that had come from the clone waking from the cultivation chamber vanished instantly in this warmth, replaced by a satisfying fullness throughout his body, as if he had just enjoyed a hearty, energy-packed meal in reality. Lu Ran had lived for 26 years and played VR games for nearly 10 years, never had a game perfectly replicated the act of eating within it. Let alone the ordinary VR games on the market, even the hundreds of billions spent on the Eden metaverse in M Country could at most achieve visual and auditory realism, and could not even get the basic touch sensation right, let alone taste, smell, or the changes in satiety and physical condition after eating. What kind of black technology has Lin's team developed? Lu Ran roared in his heart. Wait, this thing actually is, and it can also provide a genuine feeling of fullness. Lu Ran held the nutrient can in his hand, looking at Jiang Wan, unable to help but take another sip, the shock in his tone unmistakable. After playing games for so many years, this is the first time I've actually eaten something in a game, and I feel full. His words were half true, half false. The shock was genuine, and he inadvertently portrayed the persona of a novice player perfectly. Jiang Wan, who was still digging her toes into the ground over the matter of social death, was now completely distracted by the nutrient solution. All thoughts of collapsing personas and relocating to Mars were thrown out the window. She quickly walked to the control panel, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the remaining cans of nutrient solution in the storage compartment, muttering, "Is this for real? Can even taste be replicated?" 1-1. As she spoke, she quickly grabbed a can of nutrient solution, imitating Lu Ran's actions, to press the buckle and release the sealing straw, eagerly sucking in a sip. In the next second, Jiang Wan's eyes widened in shock. The sweet and salty flavors exploded on her tongue, the refreshing fruit scent mingling with the tingling sensation of bubbles so clear that it left no doubt. She could even feel the warmth of the liquid sliding down her throat. She was stunned for quite a while before instinctively taking another big sip, murmuring, "My goodness. It really has flavor. Orange, sea salt flavor. And there's the sensation of bubbles. It's even better than soda in reality." A few seconds later, a gentle warmth spread from her abdomen, just like what Lu Ran had experienced, and the slight heaviness from her newly awakened clone vanished in an instant, leaving her with a relaxing feeling of fullness. Jiang Wan's shock grew even more intense. No way. They even managed to simulate satiety. I just felt a bit weak earlier, but now I don't feel any fatigue at all. The realism of this is simply outrageous. The two shocked individuals exchanged glances, only then realizing someone was missing. Turning their heads, they saw Su Zhou with the ID, "I want to move bricks to the sky," standing motionless in front of the special storage cabinet for the spacesuit, as if nailed in place. His gaze was fixated on the faint blue three-dimensional holographic image projected from his wrist terminal, not even noticing the movement of the two behind him. "Hey buddy, are you in deep meditation here?" Lu Ran quickly walked over and patted his arm. "What are you looking at? So focused." Jiang Wan added beside him. Suja jolted at her touch, finally snapping back to reality, but his gaze remained glued to the holographic projection, his finger pointing at the silver gray spacesuit's three-dimensional disassembly model suspended in the light and shadow, speechless for quite a while. What's wrong? Is there something special about this spacesuit? Jiangwan asked. Not just special. Suja's fingers flew across the terminal, disassembling the holographic model down to the smallest parts, speaking at a speed like a machine gun. First, look at the basic parameters. This spacesuit, equipped with a complete life support system, full-dimensional radiation protection, and emergency posture control, has a total weight of only 10 kilograms. Jiangwan leaned in to glance at the numbers on the screen, raising an eyebrow, not taking it too seriously. 10 kilograms. That's fine, but it's just a sci-fi setting in a game. How heavy can it be in a virtual world? They can't really make a 100-kilogram metalkin for players to struggle with, right? What's so surprising about it? This isn't just a simple game setting. The problem isn't at all with this 10-kilogram weight. Jiang, when you haven't interacted with real aerospace equipment, so you don't understand the craftsmanship of real extravehicular spacesuits. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and pointed at the core structure of the disassembled model. A total weight of 10 kilograms is indeed purely a sci-fi setting. In reality, it's impossible to achieve. After all, with our current material capabilities, we can't support such a light weight, while also ensuring multiple functions like protection, airtightness, and life support. This part, one admit, is a sci-fi optimization made by the game for the experience. Nothing to say about it. But aside from the fact that the Stardust alloy material is purely sci-fi, every design element, structural logic, and detail layout in this spacesuit is almost completely consistent with the extravehicular spacesuits we use in reality. And it's not just surface-level information that you can casually find online. Oh, it's even matched in many details. He pointed to the helmet part of the model. Look at this helmet visor with a 4-layer composite structure. The innermost layer prevents fogging, the middle 2 layers are impact-resistant and radiation-proof, while the outer layer is wear-resistant and scratch-proof. You can find the general idea of this structure online. But look at the design of the sealing groove between the visor and the helmet body. Dual redundant seals, the angle of the groove opening, and the compression ratio of the sealing ring. These are core design details of extravehicular suits, classified information about special equipment that you can't find specific parameters and design logic online. This game is actually replicated at 1-1. Suja's fingers moved to the shoulder, elbow, waist, and knee areas of the model. In reality, the biggest issue with extravehicular suits is the contradiction between airtightness and flexibility. To ensure no air leaks in a vacuum environment, the joints must be rigid, which limits movement. To be flexible, it easily leads to sealing issues. Look at this biomimetic fold sealing structure. The number of folds, the angle of bending, and the limiting design. This kind of design we have long thought of, but we simply can't produce such biomimetic materials. He took a deep breath and continued. If every item in this game has such meticulous and realistic design, I can't even imagine how massive the engineering effort would be. In the adjacent cabin, Lin Yuxi watched the astonished expressions of the 3 players who had just arrived at Astra through the holographic image, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Star pivot, adjust the information scale in the smart terminal. Don't scare our players. No problem, adjustments have been made according to game-related settings and Earth technology levels. This is just the beginning. When you encounter antimatter reactors, cation furnaces, magnetic confinement plasma cores, gravitational energy storage matrices, and even true Dyson spheres on a galactic scale, please protect your jaw and don't let it drop to the ground. As Suja's words fell, the cabin fell silent for a few seconds. Lu Ran was the first to regain his senses, realizing that as a game planner, it was not the time for alarm. Advancing the main storyline and testing the game content were his primary responsibilities. He tapped on the metal surface of the console and cleared his throat, saying, "Everyone, we can delve deeper into the details of the equipment later. Our immediate task is to study the main quest, which is a key focus in the official settings." StarCore Reboot is strictly based on the main storyline of the StarCore civilization as a hardcore interstellar pioneering game. The subsequent game content is closely related to our internal testers' progress on the main quest. Everyone has received internal testing qualifications and experienced the 100 immersive realism, so I'm sure you can't wait to explore the mysterious Astra beneath your feet. If the main quest fails and the game is halted and restarted, I feel that the 3 of us will surely be scorned by the countless players anxiously waiting outside. Lu Nan is right. The first to respond was Jiang Wan, who had gradually pulled herself together from her earlier disarray and was slowly entering her most familiar state of game exploration. After experiencing the hardcore 100 immersive realism technology of StarCore Reboot, she was truly filled with anticipation for the game's subsequent content. If the mission fails and the game restarts, I won't be able to continue as a hardcore game streamer. I might as well go home and grow potatoes, Jiang Wan said, her eyes sparkling. Absolutely agree. I will definitely be the first space engineer of StarCore Reboot. The settings even include mechas. I absolutely want to get one. Sujo excitedly echoed. Xingyan only gave us 2 hours of preparation time. We can't waste any more time. Let's try on the spacesuits first since we will need them for spacewalk soon. Suja opened the storage cabinet for the spacesuits and took out a Min spacesuit to start studying it. As the only player present with aerospace expertise, he took the initiative to begin examining the most crucial tool for their mission. His fingertips brushed over the special material of the matte-finished outer spacesuit. The texture was not metallic nor fabric-like, but rather resembled biological leather. What a unique material, Suju exclaimed. Following the prompts from the smart terminal, he traced his finger along the spine to find the main lock at the back. A gentle press caused the spacesuit to smoothly unfold along its biomimetic structure. The integrated design had miniaturized all core modules to perfection, simplifying the wearing process to an extreme. In reality, putting on an extravehicular spacesuit requires at least 2 assistants and involves a tedious process starting at 30 minutes. Any slight mishap could affect the airtightness, making it a crucial preliminary step for extravehicular missions. This spacesuit from the Star Core civilization completely reshaped Suja's understanding of spacesuits. He stepped and secured the lock and donned the helmet, completing the entire sequence fluidly. By the time the terminal displayed the prompt full system self-check, completed airtightness 100, only 1 minute and 47 seconds had passed, not even reaching 2 minutes. He completed basic physical movement tests on the spot. The biomimetic fabric and joint fold structure perfectly conformed to his movement trajectory, lacking any of the heaviness and clumsiness of real extravehicular suits. He immediately communicated through the channel to the two, saying, "This spacesuit can be quickly donned by one person. The key is the airtight seal of the main lock at the back. Let me show you how to wear it." Under Suja's guidance, Lu Ran and Jiang Wan successfully donned their suits, and the system self-check passed. Without any further delay, after the 3 of them had finished putting on their suits, Suja initiated a practical test of the miniature propulsion engine and smart attitude controller in the cabin. The core control logic of this spacesuit completely overturned Suja's understanding of aerospace equipment. All systems were directly connected to the wearer's consciousness through a neural interface built into the helmet, eliminating the need for manual operation of terminals. All commands could be completed with mere thoughts. The 12 groups of micromagnetic fluid propulsion engines distributed across the shoulders, waist, and limbs differed from traditional Earth's extravehicular suits' compressed gas designs. They relied solely on the core energy of the suit, eliminating the risk of propellant exhaustion. As soon as the thought of moving forward flashed in Suja's mind, the corresponding nozzle instantly output precise thrust. His body glided smoothly in the microgravity environment without any delay or wobble, with response accuracy far exceeding the limits of human operation. The accompanying smart attitude controller further showcased the technological advantages of the Star Core civilization. It could not only follow conscious commands to complete rotations, turns, and hover adjustments, but also anticipate the wearer's movement trends, correcting any body imbalances in microgravity in advance. Suja merely thought about stabilizing his posture, and the controller had already synchronized to adjust the corresponding nozzles for fine-tuning. The entire process was smooth and fluid, unlike the cumbersome and tedious manual corrections astronauts needed to make in reality. In just over 10 minutes, Suja had fully mastered the operational logic of this system. Even Jiang Wan, who had no practical aerospace experience, could navigate smoothly within the cabin using conscious control. Have you guys noticed that this body feels a bit different? I feel more powerful and agile than my real body. Jiang Wan spoke with excitement in her tone. And experiencing such a 1-1 replicated space environment for the first time, I actually find it quite uncomfortable psychologically. However, this body seems to have a natural adaptability to such environments, quickly alleviating my discomfort. As Jiang Wan adapted to the spacesuit's conscious control system, she spoke to her 2 companions. Hearing Jiang Wan's words, Lu Ran and Suja felt the same way. Although they had real experiences in microgravity space environments, they still felt a significant gap compared to professional astronauts. However, in this body, their sensations were similar to those they had on the Earth's surface. It seems they have already noticed, Lin Yuxi from the adjacent cabin murmured to himself. Do we need to add annotations to the status of the clone body in the smart terminal to align with the game settings? The neutral electronic voice of the Star Hub timely responded with less of the initial mechanical tone and more vividness and familiarity. Looking at the specific data of the clone body on the 3D projection, Lin Yuxi stroked his chin. Core parameters of the Pioneer clone body 1. Genetic foundation. The core is based on the space-adaptive genetic sequence of the Star Core civilization's ancestors, fused with Earth's human physical traits, possessing the finest genes of the Star Core civilization's ancestors. Physical qualities such as strength, agility, and reaction speed are approximately 13 times that of an average adult on Earth, naturally adapted to zero-gravity microgravity space environments with high spatial orientation capabilities and tolerance for extreme environments. 2. Current state and growth logic. The clone body is currently in an initial awakening and preliminary linking state, with physical qualities exceeding that of adult Earthlings by 2030. This margin will increase with the player's adaptation time and compatibility with the clone body, with an upper limit of 13 times that of ordinary adult Earthlings. No rush. The upper limit of clone body growth can be packaged into the early form of the player character enhancement system later. This still needs further refinement. Once they complete the first mission and repair the oxygen module of the space station, we can conduct the first update on the official website. We can include the character enhancement system in the first update. Inside the decompression chamber of the No. 2 Fireseed Satellite 8 independent decompression airlocks were symmetrically arranged on both sides of the chamber, and the thick alloy hatch was illuminated by a steadily flashing green readiness indicator. Lu Ran, Suzhou, and Jiang Wan had already donned their full set of standard space suits from the Star Core civilization, their faces brimming with excitement and anticipation beneath their helmet visors. They were fully prepared for departure, waiting only for the command to exit the chamber. Xingyan stood before the hatch, the youthful lines of his face devoid of a smile, replaced by a serious demeanor. He slowly surveyed the 3 internal testers and solemnly reminded them, as pioneers of the Star Core civilization, before you take your first step into the revival of this civilization, I would like to remind you of 2 points. First, strictly adhere to the planned route as per the terminal's specifications. Do not deviate from the formation or enter unscanned high-risk areas. The coverage range of the Fireseed satellite's guiding beam is limited, and exceeding this range will jeopardize the stability of the intelligent terminal's signal. Second, make good use of your Pioneer intelligent terminal. It is your only lifeline in space. It can dynamically plan and adjust your return route in real time, avoiding risks from orbital debris flows and structural collapses. Point it at any Star Core civilization facility, wreckage, or unknown object to perform a deep scan, analyzing its structural parameters, operational protocols, and risk levels. The built-in high-risk early warning system will issue alerts for fatal risks such as impacts, radiation, and pressure loss in advance. As his words fell, he tapped on the projected control interface in the void, and the inner doors of the 3 decompression airlocks slid open simultaneously, emitting a smooth mechanical sound. The pre-decompression preparations inside the airlocks are complete. Once you enter, the final pressure balance will be automatically achieved. Pioneers, I wish you a successful mission and a safe return. The 3 nodded in unison and stepped into the independent decompression airlocks. The heavy inner doors slowly closed behind them, and the sound of the airtight locked ceiling resonated through their space suits, clearly audible in their ears. The pressure inside the chamber gradually decreased at a steady rate, and within a dozen seconds the terminal on Jiang Wan's wrist displayed a green notification indicating pressure balance between the chamber and the external space environment. Completed conditions for exiting the chamber met. Jiang Wan took a deep breath, suppressing the surging excitement and nervousness in her chest, and issued the command to open the outer hatch in her mind. Hiss. After an extremely faint sound of air leakage, the outer hatch of the airlock slowly opened towards the void outside, revealing the boundless universe unobstructed before her eyes. It was a breathtaking spectacle that no image or ground simulation system could replicate. The profound darkness akin to the deepest velvet ink enveloped her entire field of vision. There was no wind, no sound transmitted through any medium. The entire universe fell into absolute silence, the only sounds being her steady breathing within the helmet and her gradually accelerating heartbeat. A red giant star radiating a crimson glow occupied a substantial portion of her view, its scarlet light spilling over the floating debris, casting a layer of poignant warmth on the cold metal. Slowly coming into view was the boundless debris ring, a remnant of the catastrophe that had befallen the Star Core civilization. Broken starship hulls, twisted space elevator cables, shattered space station segments, and half-destroyed Dyson sphere energy nodes. Countless steel remnants floated like the bones of a colossal beast, drifting silently in low Earth orbit for 12,000 years, forming a steel graveyard spanning thousands of kilometers. Jiang Wan floated in space, forgetting to breathe or move, struck dumb by the overwhelming reality before her. My God! Suzhou's voice rang out in the communication channel, trembling with barely suppressed emotion. He too stood at the airlock, gazing at the sprawling debris ring before him. Is this really a virtual game? This is undoubtedly the real universe, isn't it? Having seen many space images in the simulation chamber of the training base, and even completed a short-term stay at the space station, he felt that this starry sky was more real and shocking than the actual space experience. Lu Ran was the last to drift out of the airlock. He had already seen the full view of this sea of stars from Lin Yuxi, but when he stood in true vacuum as a pioneer again, gazing at the debris ring before him, an indescribable wave surged within him. He steadied himself and activated the micro-thrusters of his space suit first, as faint blue plasma flowed gently from the nozzle, smoothly propelling him along the preset route. Let's set off. The energy of the outer space suits is limited, and the target starship is 6 kilometers away. Oh, we must hurry. This statement snapped his two teammates out of their shock, and Suja and Jiang Wan immediately activated their thrusters following Lu Ran in a triangular formation as they glided smoothly through the empty areas of the debris ring. The consciousness-controlled propulsion system was surprisingly smooth. Merely conjuring a thought of moving or turning in their minds allowed the intelligent posture adjusters of the space suits to automatically complete thrust distribution and posture correction, eliminating the need for cumbersome manual operations. Jiang Wan attempted a small radius, turn her movements fluid like a fish swimming in water, and she couldn't help but exclaim in the communication channel, "This consciousness control is so smooth. Am I playing a brain-machine interactive game in a virtual game?" Suja's gaze, however, remained fixed on the real-time scanning display on the terminal, constantly alert to the surrounding orbital debris flows. "Our current speed is 8 meters per second. At this rate, we should reach the target starship in about 20 minutes. Everyone stay alert. The density of debris in this ring is very high. Even a millimeter-sized metal fragment can puncture the protective layer of the spacesuit at high speeds in space." As they advanced, the scenes along the way grew increasingly shocking. Broken, unknown structural remnants floated like mountains, gliding slowly past them, the grotesque impact scars and charred energy burn marks silently narrating the catastrophe that swept across the entire star system. Occasionally, they could see several carbonized remains of the ancestors of the star core civilization still holding their last postures before the disaster, drifting silently in orbit along with various debris for 12,000 years. 20 minutes later, the target starship finally came fully into view. Though it was merely a small starship of the star core civilization, facing it up close felt like confronting an enormous steel city suspended in space. Compared to other fragments that had been shattered into pieces, the remains of this small starship were relatively intact. It had a blunt head dart shape overall with bold and heavy lines on its hull, multiple docking bays, and weapon mounting points symmetrically arranged on both sides. Even though the midsection was severed, the broken armor plates and twisted keel still curled outward, failing to diminish the oppressive aura it was meant to exude. The crimson glow of the red giant spread over the silver-gray hull armor, making the grotesque impact scars and the charred marks of self-detonation even more glaring. The 1.5-kilometer-long hull loomed in the void like the carcass of a broken giant beast quietly suspended in the debris ring. As the three approached the small starship within 500 meters, the Pioneer Smart Terminal on their wrists initiated a deep scan. A faint blue beam swept over the entire massive vessel, refreshing rows of parameters instantly on the shared interface of the three. Scan complete. Star Core Civilization, standard Hummingbird-class military combat supply ship. Basic parameters: total length of the ship is 1,500 meters, maximum width is 320 meters, depth is 180 meters, standard crew capacity is 120 people, expandable to 260 people, in wartime support status, design service life of 800 years. Core purpose: standard combat supply ship of the Star Core Civilization Deep Space Fleet, used for fleet support across star systems, capable of independently delivering military supplies across star systems, emergency repairs for damaged ships at the front lines, and replenishing fleet ammunition and energy. It also provides close-range fire support and temporary frontline command functions compatible with curvature navigation and Stargate superluminal jumps, making it the core logistics support unit of the Star Core Civilization Deep Space Fleet. Power system: the main power system consists of two medium-sized antimatter annihilation engines with auxiliary propulsion provided by 8 sets of ion vector thrusters, standard cruising speed of 0.35 times the third cosmic speed, maximum jump speed of 1.2 times the speed of light, capable of completing short-distance interstellar jumps outside Stargate navigation. Defense system: the entire ship is covered by a composite gravitational deflection shield, paired with multi-layered nanocrystal alloy armor capable of withstanding a single strike from the main cannon of a capital ship. Armament system: equipped with 12 sets of twin-mounted neutron rapid-fire close-in guns and 4 sets of lightweight plasma main cannons. 8 mecha mounting bays are reserved on both sides of the ship, capable of carrying standard combat mechas for area clearing and maintenance operations. The objective of this mission is the oxygen filtration core component, located within the auxiliary life support control module at the rear of the ship, with a 92% probability of being intact. Risk warning: there are numerous high-speed floating debris at the ship's hull breach, with unstable structures in the midsection that may collapse again at any time. The main cargo hold area contains unexploded onboard ammunition and high-energy radiation zones, classified as an absolute high-risk area. A few closing gun systems have residual energy, posing a risk of accidental triggering. Unknown energy leaks and structural blind spots exist within the ship, risk rating high. Suja stared at the parameters refreshing on the terminal excitedly, exclaiming, "It's actually a military combat supply ship. No wonder it's so massive. This must be the main logistics vessel of the Deep Space Fleet." Jiang had already gotten into character, saying over the communication channel, according to the original plan, we will enter from the right side of the stable structure at the hull breach, following the maintenance passage along the edge of the ship towards the auxiliary life support cabin, avoiding the martyrdom explosion zone of the main cargo hold. No problem. The two excited replies came from the eager Lu Ran and Su Zhe. The three formed a triangular formation, slowly approaching the hull breach in the midsection. The 5-kilometer-long steel giant loomed in the void with the metal keel at the break resembling the ribs of a giant beast. The metal at the edge of the breach had already become brittle from 120 years in the space environment, turning to fine metallic dust with the slightest touch, slowly floating in microgravity. Slow down, follow my course. The edge structure of the breach is extremely unstable. Absolutely do not touch it. Jiang Wan's voice resonated in the communication channel. She had completely entered a focused gaming state, taking the initiative to lead due to her rich experience in exploration-type virtual games. She controlled the miniature thrusters of her spacesuit, sliding first into the breach along the marked stable structure area. The faint blue plasma jet was minimal, careful not to disturb the sharp floating debris around. Lu Ran and Su Zhe followed closely behind. The three passed through the nearly 100-meter-wide rupture, officially entering the interior of this military combat supply ship that had been silent for millennia. Upon entering the ship, an extreme silence overwhelmed them. Unlike the vastness of outer space, the interior of the ship was a closed, oppressive darkness. The only source of illumination was the miniature searchlights on their spacesuit helmets, the cold white light weaving through floating metal debris, broken pipes, and scattered equipment parts, casting mottled and flickering shadows. This was the maintenance passage in the midsection of the ship. The originally orderly metal passage had long twisted and deformed in the explosion, with large areas of the top armor plate collapsed, the ground cracked wide open, and countless pipes of varying sizes pulled out from the walls, floating slowly in microgravity like blood vessels in the carcass of a giant beast. My God! Jiang Wan lowered her voice. Even she, who often played horror puzzle games, couldn't help but feel a tightness in her chest at this moment. The passage was terrifyingly quiet, with only the sounds of the three breathing clearly audible in the communication channel. Each slight jet from their thrusters stirred countless fragments to slowly drift, casting ghostly shadows in the searchlight's beam. Stay alert, the structural integrity here is below 30, with a risk of collapse at any moment. Lu Ran's voice was steady, occasionally glancing at the real-time scanning data on the smart terminal, where red warning indicators flickered continuously on both sides of the passage. There is a structural fault 30 meters ahead. Oh, we need to detour through the right maintenance sidetrack, Jiang Wan said, while observing the real-time scanning information from inside the ship on the smart terminal. The three slowed down, proceeding cautiously along the narrow maintenance sidetrack. Occasionally they could see equipment cabinets torn apart by shockwaves, now shattered, with precise internal parts scattered everywhere, quietly suspended in microgravity. As the three turned a corner in the passage, a floating shadow suddenly intruded into their view without warning. Jiang Wan, leading the team, froze at the sight of the humanoid shadow suddenly appearing, instinctively letting out a high-decibel scream, "Ah!" Then she quickly retreated, her back slamming hard against the protruding broken metal keel behind her. After a dull thud came the sound of pain out. The sharp metal edge scraped harshly across the armor on her back, and the terminal immediately popped up a red warning message. The protective layer of the back of the spacesuit has been impacted. Durability decreased by 7. Airtightness normal. No risk of decompression. Jiang Wan, are you okay? Su Zhe and Lu Ran instantly tensed, quickly changing direction to surround her. I'm fine, but it hurts a bit. This game's pain simulation is so realistic. Jiang Wan's voice came through the communicator. When Lu Ran and Su Zhe floated over and shone their searchlights, the shadow finally came into clear view. It was the remains of a Star Core civilization ancestor. It was evident that he was male, wearing a standard work uniform that had long been tattered. His body floated curled in microgravity, arms still positioned to protect his head, clearly having met his fate in the instant of the explosion. The vacuum environment of 120 years had completely carbonized the remains. The skin color was no longer discernible, but the complete humanoid outline was still visible. He was significantly taller than an average Earthling, with a more robust skeletal structure, and his facial features were deeper and more defined. Most notably, his ears had a distinctly pointed contour, longer and more pointed than human ears, slightly raised upwards. The silver sheen remaining in the hair of the remains was still faintly discernible, contrasting sharply with the carbonized body. I was scared to death. Jiang Wan patted the full chest of the clone body, breathlessly recovering from the shock. Looking at the durability prompt on the terminal, she anxiously patted her spacesuit. Fortunately, the material of this spacesuit is tough enough. If this were an actual spacesuit, that impact might have torn it apart. Su Zhe stopped beside the remains, quickly scanning them with the terminal, his tone filled with awe. Is this the ancestor of the Star Core civilization? The overall physiological structure is highly similar to that of Earth humans with only distinct differences in skeletal contours and ear features. Judging by the work attire he wore, he must have been a maintenance engineer on the ship, still working in the maintenance corridor when the disaster struck. White pointed ears. White hair. This is a perfect element. Suju, a quintessential tech-savvy guy and a staunch materialist, was observing the details of the remains of the Star Core civilization with great interest. Lu Ran gazed at the remains and thought, damn it, Lin Shun, was it really necessary to make it this realistic in a place like this? What if players with weak hearts get scared? He steadied himself and said over the communication channel, don't linger here. The target location is still 800 meters away. Let's move forward and complete the mission as soon as possible. Jiangwan nodded. Before leaving, she couldn't help but take another look at the overly realistic remains, muttering quietly, I originally thought I was here to play a space exploration game, but it feels like I've stepped into a horror game. This 12,000-year-old spaceship wreck is too terrifying. The three continued advancing along the maintenance corridor. The further they went toward the ship's stern, the higher the structural integrity of the hull became, and the surrounding explosion marks gradually diminished. Passing by a chamber marked with the armory sign, the spotlight occasionally swept across the shattered glass partition structures on both sides of the corridor, illuminating the scene inside the chamber. The three stopped in their tracks, simultaneously directing their spotlights into the armory. Inside was a scene of chaos. The fixed racks floated in disarray, the ground littered with charred scars from explosions, and among the scattered parts and armor fragments, several broken mech remains floated silently. Though most of them had been blown to pieces in the explosion, with only broken torsos, limbs, and damaged weapon modules remaining, the original sturdy shape and intricate design could still be discerned. Damn, it's a mech. There really are mechs. Suju became instantly excited, floating to the window, his eyes wide open as he scanned the remains frantically with his terminal. Standard single-soldier combat mech. It's exactly like what was written in the settings. Jiang Wan's eyes also sparkled. Although she was a girl, she was a die-hard fan of the Gundam series. Oh my god, if we can repair it and take it out, it would be so cool. Once we complete the main mission, we definitely need to come back and study this thing. Lu Ran looked at the mech remains, a wave of excitement rising in his heart. He knew that the Star Core civilization had mech technology, but he never expected to see a real one on this damaged supply ship. First things first. After we bring back the oxygen filtration core, we'll have plenty of time to study it. The target is just 200 meters ahead in the backup life support control cabin. Let's hurry up. Suju and Jiang Wan also redirected their focus back to the mission, secretly resolving to explore again if they had the chance. They quickly arrived at the destination of this mission, the backup life support control cabin. The door of the backup life support control cabin was not fully closed, with a gap wide enough for two people, likely opened by the shockwave from the explosion. The three of them slid through the gap, one by one, discovering that the structural integrity here far exceeded that of the other chambers. Inside the huge life support chamber, rows of cabinets were neatly arranged. Most of the equipment retained a complete appearance, with only a few wires torn apart by the shockwave, and scattered parts slowly floated within the chamber. At the center of the chamber stood a massive cylindrical life support core unit. Countless pipes extended from the unit, connecting to the cabinets surrounding the chamber and the target of their mission. The oxygen filtration core component was installed at the core position of the life support unit. We've finally arrived. Suju breathed a sigh of relief, immediately floating to the life support unit's front, the smart terminal, completing a deep scan of the unit. Soon he revealed a smile. The component is well preserved with a structural integrity of 82 and can be recovered for use without any issues. Lunan lent a hand. Let's follow the terminal's operational guidelines to depressurize the life support system before dismantling the core component. No problem. Lu Ran immediately stepped forward, and the two quickly entered work mode. Suju was responsible for verifying the dismantling process and operating the core valves, while Lu Ran assisted him in completing the pipeline separation. The two worked in perfect harmony, executing their tasks in an orderly manner. Although guided by the terminal's operational instructions, their swift and skilled actions displayed a solid foundation in aerospace mechanical engineering. Jiang Wan had no knowledge of dismantling life support systems, so she took it upon herself to keep watch, slowly exploring the vast life support chamber. The chamber was much larger than she had imagined. Apart from the central life support core unit, there were also many independent sealed compartments around, mostly equipment maintenance rooms and spare parts storage. She glided along the chamber wall, occasionally scanning the surrounding equipment with her terminal. When she reached the deepest part of the life support chamber, she discovered a uniquely sealed hatch. Compared to other facilities, the hatch was well preserved. On the left side of the hatch's metal wall, a blue key-like metal was inserted into a sealed mechanism, and directly below it a mechanical structure button with a protective cover was already opened. What is this? Driven by her instinct from adventure games, Jiang Wan noticed the anomaly of this structure, resembling a half-turned key and an activated button. Could there be a hidden item? Jiangwan couldn't help but feel excited. She maneuvered her spacesuit floating to the blue metal key. She twisted it to the left, but there was no response, so she twisted it to the right. With a click, the blue metal key turned half a circle and a hissing sound of the pressure release from the airtight structure followed, but the hatch still remained motionless. Jiangwan decisively pressed the button under the protective cover beneath the key. Click, click. The sound was especially pronounced in the silent chamber as the tightly closed hatch slowly opened. Inside, a cold blue light gradually seeped out, as if unlocking a heavy shackle that had been sealed for 12,000 years, revealing the brilliance of the star core civilization in a breathtaking manner to Jiangwan. It was a gold and blue mech quietly standing on a fixed stand resembling a star warrior that had slept for 1,200,000 years, exuding the ultimate technology and overwhelming power in the cold light unreservedly striking her vision. The mech was primarily colored in deep sea blue and starlit gold, with the edges of the armor outlined by delicate silver blue light patterns, standing nearly 20 meters tall. The lines of the mech's body were sharp and fluid. Every edge and curve was crafted with utmost precision, embodying both the elegance of flowing clouds and the oppressive sharpness that struck with force, radiating a brilliance capable of slicing through the starry sea even when standing still. The head of the mech featured a sharply contoured streamlined design, with a full-cover faceplate above, which were a pair of gem-like eyes somewhat dim, yet glimmering with a faint blue crystalline luster. The torso armor was predominantly deep-sea blue, with starlit gold embellishments, and the shoulder armor fanned out like wings rising symmetrically. Within this design, several tube-like structures in a retracted state were embedded, seamlessly integrated with the surface of the armor, showing no signs of protrusion. At the center of the mech's chest was a circular device containing a double-layered nested ring structure resembling a swirling galaxy vortex. At its center there seemed to remain a hint of golden photon particles, as if following a trajectory from 1,200,000 years ago, slowly surging within the circular structure, seemingly on the verge of unleashing a colossal energy that could engulf the starry sea. The limbs of the mech were designed with explosive power in mind. The outer sides of the forearms were fitted with streamlined blade-like armor, while the knee and elbow joints featured reinforced anti-collision structures. The joints were adorned with pale golden metal buckles, adding a touch of elegance and nobility to its formidable strength. On the back of the mech, 8 groups of blue wing-like flight devices were arranged in layered formations resembling folded metallic wings extending diagonally backward along the line of the back. Each unit was connected to the main energy structure of the mech, with the tips emitting a faint blue halo. The entire mech was intact, its armor surface free of any scratches or damage, covered only by a thin layer of cosmic dust, as if it had merely taken a brief slumber here rather than being silent for 1,200,000 years amid a catastrophe. The cold blue light fell upon the blue and white armor, refracting a delicate sheen. 1,200,000 years of time had not dulled its brilliance. Rather, it made this legacy of star core civilization, transcending time and space, even more dazzling. My heavens! Jiangwan recovered from her daze and instinctively raised her wrist, pointing her smart terminal at the mech, activating the scanning function. However, the terminal screen displayed a red prompt window: insufficient permissions, unable to recognize. Insufficient permissions. Jiangwan furrowed her brows tightly, attempting several more times, yet the terminal continued to show the same message. She immediately opened the communication channel, her voice filled with shock and excitement. Lunan. Suja. Come quickly. I found something big in the innermost part of the life pod. A complete mech. But my terminal can't scan it, showing insufficient permissions. Hearing this, Lu Ran and Suja, who were disassembling components, instantly halted their actions. They exchanged glances, seeing mutual shock in each other's eyes, and immediately controlled their thrusters to glide toward Jiangwan's position. Meanwhile, in the monitoring chamber of the No. 2-seed satellite, Lin Yuxi was leaning back in his chair, closely monitoring the mission's progress from the first-person perspective of the three. When Jiangwan opened the sealed gate and saw the mech, he suddenly sat up straight, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. During his time overseeing the seed satellite, he had roughly browsed through the star core civilization data in the satellite database, gaining some understanding of the standard equipment, ship models, and mech parameters of the star core civilization. However, this mech was unlike any common mech styles found in the database. Lin Yuxi looked somewhat puzzled at the blue light orb beside him, his fingers swiftly gliding over the holographic panel to retrieve the scanning image from earlier. Xingshu, didn't you already conduct a comprehensive scan of that small starship? How could a complete mech appear, and what kind of mech is this? Why is there no relevant information in the database? Why does the Pioneer terminal show insufficient permissions? His words fell, and the chamber fell silent for a few seconds. Usually quick to respond, Xingshu remained unusually silent for a few seconds this time. Then a voice completely different from the usual neutral electronic tone, rich with magnetism and an unmistakable hint of shock, suddenly echoed in the chamber. How is this possible? How could it be here? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. The moment her voice fell, it abruptly vanished, reverting to the usual calm, rational, emotionless, neutral electronic tone, as if the previous outburst had never occurred. Target image comparison completed. The target is the 7th-generation individual combat mech of the Star Core Civilization's Elite Guard designated Starfall. It is an individual combat mech that the Star Core Civilization has yet to fully develop. Other core data service records, deployment information, and the reason for its appearance here exceed current access permissions and cannot be queried. Lin Yuxi's brows furrowed instantly, his gaze fixated on the dark silver mech displayed on the holographic screen, a tumult of emotions rising within him. His shock stemmed not from the unexpected appearance of the mech, but from Xing Shu's remarkably human-like brief utterance. After gaining some understanding of the technological level during the peak of the Star Core Civilization, Lin Yuxi began to question the mechanical rigidity of Xing Shu. Even their Longwo's Tian Shu AI had reached a level of personification indistinguishable from a real human, so how could this AI, which had guarded the Star Core Civilization for tens of thousands of years, possess only basic intelligence? However, Lin Yuxi was well aware that no matter how he questioned, he would receive no answers. Though he was naturally carefree, it did not mean he was foolish. He had inexplicably arrived here in the form of consciousness projection, becoming the inheritor of the Star Core Civilization's seed plan. Moreover, the metallic pendant his parents had given him since childhood was the key to this ancient interstellar civilization's revival plan. Although not spoken of, he had long harbored suspicions about whether all of this was related to his parents. In his impression, his parents were talented, yet diligent aerospace professionals. Although they were among the first pioneers of deep space exploration today, their lifestyle was low-key, fully focused on the development of Longwo's deep space exploration. The exploration mission in the Kuiper Belt a year ago was theoretically without any risks, yet their research ship vanished into thin air. Longwo's Aerospace Administration, in conjunction with other international rescue fleets, mobilized vast human and material resources to conduct a comprehensive search for 3 months. But there were no discoveries. It was as if his parents' research ship had never existed. Where did they go? And why did I suddenly fall ill with that strange disease only to inexplicably arrive here? This was the question that had been lingering in Lin Yuxi's mind for days. However, it was evident from Xing Shu's behavior that it harbored secrets, and it did not seem to deliberately hide them. Lin Yuxi understood that asking now was futile. All he would get in return was the answer: insufficient permissions. What he could do now was to rely on the nascent form of the game, Star Core Reboot, in his hands, utilizing this 4th disaster from Earth civilization to gradually uncover the secrets hidden beneath the fog of the Starry Sea by Xing Shu and the Star Core Civilization. The cold blue emergency lights poured out from the gate, casting a faint ethereal blue hue upon the spacesuits of the 3 players. Lu Ran and Su Zhe followed Jiang Wan's gaze, and as the blue and white mech stood majestically on its fixed stand, both froze in place, instinctively halting the thrusters, fine-tuning, allowing their bodies to drift slowly into the gate in the microgravity. For a full 10-second silence enveloped them, with only the increasingly rapid breaths of the 3 echoing in the communication channel. Even Lu Ran, who was already aware of the mech technology from the Star Core Civilization, was rendered speechless by the sight before him. He had seen the specifications of the standard mech from the Star Core Civilization in the basic database of the Star Core Reboot game that Lin Han had opened for him, but those cold numbers and lines seemed so pale in comparison to the mech before him, which radiated brilliance even after spanning over 1,200 years. With its streamlined body, wing-like shoulder and back armor, and the ring-shaped energy core at its chest emanating a soft golden glow, every detail fused industrial aesthetics with a sense of violence to the utmost degree. Even standing still, it exuded an aura powerful enough to tear through the starry sea. My heavens, is this thing a truly complete mech? Su Zhe's voice trembled in the communication channel as he controlled his spacesuit to slowly drift forward. His fingertips glided through the void along the mech's armored torso to the ring-shaped power device at its chest, his eyes widening in astonishment, his voice growing more excited. Is this the power furnace? The double-layer nested ring constraint structure, the center, must be the plasma energy confinement field. Wow. This is way too... Jiang Wan stared at the ring-shaped energy core at the mech's chest, where golden photon particles flowed slowly, unable to hold back her awe. This is just too awesome. There really is such a treasure hidden in the game. And it's a hidden version. Lu Xun has truly brought out his best stuff. Meanwhile, Lu Ran, who was disguised as the Traveler of Stars, rolled his eyes, secretly, inwardly complaining, "Thank you, but you really think too highly of me, who I don't have that ability." As Jiang Wan spoke, she instinctively controlled her spacesuit to drift forward, reaching out to touch the armor on the mech's lower leg. Just as she was 10 meters away from the mech, the 3 of their wrist-mounted Pioneer smart terminals vibrated slightly in unison, and Xing Yan's serious voice echoed in the communication channel. "Stop. Do not approach any further." "Xing Yan, is that you?" Lu Ran was the first to speak, suppressing his surprise. What is the origin of this mech? Why can't our terminals scan or identify it? This is the Starfall Model 7th Generation all-domain combat mech specifically for the Star Core Civilization's Royal Guard. It is one of the most powerful single-soldier combat mechs that the Star Core Civilization has yet to complete its final adjustments for. Xing Yin continued in a steady voice. The reason this mech is appearing on this small starship remains unknown. Related deployment record service data and core technical parameters exceed your current permission levels, and I cannot disclose any further information. At this moment, Lin Yuxi, who was playing Xing Yin, was internally cursing. What level do you think you are at trying to know about Starfall? Even I, the behind-the-scenes GM, don't have permission to know. Given our current situation, we are completely incapable of recovering or activating this mech. Do not approach any further, or any consequences arising from unauthorized actions will be borne by the pioneers themselves. The three reluctantly retreated with Jiang Wan muttering, "How stingy. Such a cool mech, and we can't even touch it. How far into the storyline do we have to go before we can take it away? Come on, haven't you heard that this is one of the most powerful single-soldier combat mechs that wasn't even finished during the peak period of the Star Core Civilization? Is this something players can pilot? It definitely seems to be the exclusive mech of our boss Xing Yin, the faction's BOSS. Lu Ran couldn't help but retorted Jiang Wan. Fair point, I just need a complete standard mech from the armory outside. I want to push the main storyline. Ooh, I want to pilot a mech. Suja said, his eyes still fixated on the Starfall mech, reluctant to look away, filled with stars in his eyes. At this moment, the smart terminal on their wrists lit up again, and a new task prompt was added to their task list. Detected that the Pioneer discovered a hidden chamber in the starship, now issuing side mission resource recovery. From hidden chamber mission objective, thoroughly explore the sealed chamber, where the Starfall mech is located. Scan and recover all reusable Star Core Civilization equipment parts and energy materials. The task completion will be linked to the final reward. Task prompt: this chamber is a high-security confidential chamber of the starship unaffected by the explosion shockwave, with a high level of equipment integrity. Please be careful to identify recoverable materials and avoid damaging high-value civilization heritage. With the new side mission updated, the exploration range of the sealed chamber instantly lit up on the terminals of the three. Well, it looks like touching the mech is out of the question. Let's get down to business first. Lu Ran patted the shoulders of the two and quickly entered the role of the story guide. Suji, you are responsible for scanning and identifying recoverable devices and materials, marking their priority. Jiang Wan, you continue to be on guard, checking for potential risks in the chamber. Who knows, we might find some hidden big guy. He'll assist Su Zhu in dismantling and securing high-value equipment. That should be fine, right? No problem, the two replied in unison. With the experience of dismantling the oxygen module, just now the three worked together with increasing synergy. Jiang Wan controlled her spacesuit, slowly gliding along the chamber walls, scanning the other chambers with the spotlight on her helmet, while the terminal maintained a scanning state. After completing a round, she found no new discoveries. Suja had dived into the cabinets on both sides of the chamber, scanning each piece of equipment, with the terminal occasionally gasping in awe, quickly marking the priority of recoverable materials on the shared interface. Lu Ran followed behind Suja, performing preliminary disassemblies of the high-value equipment he had marked, securing them together with the restraints found in the chamber. The integrity of this sealed chamber far exceeded that of other areas of the starship. Besides the main space where the Starfall mech was located, there were 3 independent equipment rooms on either side, 2 of which were in a locked state, likely containing the accompanying components for the Starfall mech. They did not have permission to unlock them. The last room was a precision machining chamber, which housed a miniaturized multifunctional 3D metal printer and a complete set of Star Core Civilization standard repair tools, all core structures intact and ready for simple adjustments to function normally. What excited Suja the most was that he found a complete energy core calibration module in the energy reserve cabinet, along with precision transmission components suitable for the core energy chamber of the Fireseed satellite. Found it. Lu Ran, look. Suja's voice in the communication channel was nearly jumping. With these 2 components, we can directly unlock the core energy chamber of the Fireseed satellite. The previously shut down clone pod maintenance module can all be restarted. Lu Ran came over holding 2 boxes-sized structures and added excitedly, I have something too. 2 mini antimatter batteries. The energy reserves inside are enough to run the Fireseed satellite at full power for at least 50 years. We hit the jackpot this time. Lu Ran and Suja exchanged glances, smiling at the parameters of the components scanned by the terminal. Originally, they were worried that repairing the satellite's energy chamber would require disassembling a large amount of debris to find compatible parts. Unexpectedly, after all that effort, they effortlessly found a complete set of compatible components in this hidden chamber. Don't get too excited yet. No matter how good the things are, we have to get them back to the satellite first, Lu Ran said, steadying himself and making quick arrangements. The oxygen filtration core module has been disassembled and secured. Well, make 2 trips. On the first trip, well, send back the high-priority precision components like the oxygen core module, the energy calibration unit, and the transmission assembly. On the second trip, well, bring the 3D printing equipment and the rest of the spare parts. The starship structure is unstable, we shouldn't linger. We need to move quickly and come back fast. The other 2 had no objections and immediately set to work. The 3 of them divided the tasks, securing the disassembled oxygen filtration core module with straps and placing the precision components into the storage pouches on their spacesuit legs. Following the route they had taken earlier, they moved steadily through the starship's maintenance corridors, exited through the breach, and flew toward the No. 2 Spark satellite 10 kilometers away. With the experience from the first trip, the return journey went exceptionally smoothly. 20 minutes later, the 3 passed through the satellite's transition chamber and, carrying the core mission objectives, re-entered the main control cabin of the Spark satellite. After unloading the precision components, they didn't linger long. They each drank a nutrient pack to replenish their energy. The second transport was more challenging. The complete 3D printing equipment was bulky, and the 3 of them spent considerable effort securing all the supplies. They carefully avoided orbital debris flows and took nearly 40 minutes to transport all the recovered materials intact to the Spark satellite. As the last spare part was moved into the storage area of the main control cabin and the transition chambers, hatch slowly closed, the smart terminals on the 3 wrists lit up with a soft green glow. Xing Yin also walked unhurriedly into the main control cabin. You have done well. You have completed the first step of restarting the Star Core civilization. The countless ancestors of the Star Core civilization will be proud of you. It is our honor. Lu Ran was the first to respond, raising his hand and saluting Xing Yin, the faction's boss, with the Star Core civilization military salute he had learned from the database. Suja and Jiang Wan followed suit, echoing, "It is our honor," and awkwardly imitating Lu Ran's posture. Lin Yuxi's facial muscles twitched slightly. He was almost amused by the 3 players' clumsy performance. Suppressing his smile, he put on a gratified expression. The mission evaluation and reward information have been synced to your smart terminals. First, move these recovered equipment to the cabin where your hibernation pods are located, sort them out, and perform preliminary maintenance. After that, you can rest well. Having said that, Lin Yuxi gave the 3 players an encouraging glance, then turned and left the main control cabin. After Xing Yin left, the 3 relaxed their rigid standing posture, slung their arms around each other's shoulders to celebrate, and then eagerly checked the mission evaluation and reward information on their smart terminals. Main mission Star Salvage completed. Completion 100. Rating A. Side mission Hidden Cabin Resource Recovery completed. Completion 100. Rating S. Main mission Star Salvage, adding exclusive core reward Clone Consciousness, anchoring link level 10. A detailed note appeared below the panel. The current initial Clone Consciousness anchoring link level of the Pioneers is 20, corresponding to a 20 increase in all basic physical attributes of the clone compared to the average adult human on Earth. After this reward, the linking level of the 3 simultaneously increased to 30, and the basic physical attribute boost rose accordingly. This reward is exclusive to the Star Core Restart main mission for adding and above, with scarce opportunities for acquisition throughout the entire cycle. It is the core growth path for the Pioneers. The current theoretical maximum of the Clone Consciousness anchoring link level is 300, which can unlock the full potential of the Star Core Civilization Ancestors gene sequence. Note the reward will be formally implemented after the Pioneer completes 1 hibernation in the pod. Damn, is this the character upgrade system? Jiang Wan was the most sensitive to various game mechanics. No wonder I felt that this boat's physical abilities were significantly higher than my real body. So it's 20 higher than the average adult human on Earth from the start. But why does it feel like it's more than just 20? That's because your original physical fitness is below the average adult human level, right? Lu Ran teased. Ugh, you're mean. I'm a girl, you know, Jiang Wan replied, slightly embarrassed, but putting on a sweet voice. Yuck. Lu Ran and Suja made gagging sounds simultaneously. Enough joking around. So the current level cap is 300. That's 3 times the physical ability of an adult. Wow, I've experienced superhuman stats countless times in games, but 3 times the actual physical ability in this 100 full immersion technology. That's like experiencing being a real Superman. That's why it's marked as a rare reward, right? It's not that easy to level up to max. We're just newbies who just entered the game. Lu Ran added with a smile. A 10 increase at once. Wow, we scored big. Suja said excitedly. Players who come in later will probably have a chance to get this reward too, but I guess the increment won't be as big as ours. After all, we're the veterans who started from scratch and explored alongside the faction boss. Jiang Wan couldn't help but say smugly. The system reward information continued to refresh. Dual mission completion general reward Star Core Points 250. The panel also annotated the core rules of Star Core Points. Star Core Points are the universal hard currency for the entire server of Star Core Restart, and are the basic reward for regular missions. They can be used in the Pioneer's Smart Terminal Exchange store to redeem resources such as spacesuit spare parts, survival supplies, maintenance tools, and basic technical information of the StarCore civilization. Future versions will open peer-to-peer exchange channels among players. When the cumulative number of StarCore points of a Pioneer reaches a certain threshold, higher-level game permissions, hidden missions, and access to the StarCore civilization database will be automatically unlocked. 250 StarCore points. Jiangwan immediately opened the exchange store in her terminal. The previously empty store now displayed some exchangeable items. They even have limited spacesuit skins. The Starry Sky Blue is only 5 StarCore points. That sci-fi design is just too tempting. But I have to hold back, it's still the early exploration phase, not the time to spend on cosmetics. 3D printing equipment usage permission, basic universal maintenance toolkit, single-use 10 StarCore points, precision transmission adapter parts, single specification 8 StarCore points, high-precision instrument calibration module, single-use 40 StarCore points. Holy crap, that's hardcore. With a 3D printer and complete design blueprints, I feel like I could build a space station myself. What's happening? My DNA is tingling. Suja said excitedly. Save your breath. First, you'd need an endless supply of StarCore points. Lu Ran poured cold water on him. He continued scrolling through the exchange options in the store. StarCore Civilization Standard High Energy Nutrient Pack. 10 cans, 5 StarCore points. Each can meets the full energy needs of a clone for 24 hours, available in sea salt, orange, and lime soda flavors. It supplements all the essential nutrients and trace elements for the clone's basic metabolism with no metabolic residue. Spacesuit Life Support System Emergency Recharge Pack, single 10 StarCore points. It can urgently replenish 30 of the spacesuit's life support system energy reserve. Essential for extravehicular exploration. Plug-and-play single use. Oh my god, the store even sells nutrient packs. Will we have to pay for meals later? Lu Ran lamented. But in his mind, he thought, Lin, god, you're something. You charge for tools, you charge for food, and you've got cosmetic skins too. You're really skilled at milking the players. First server-wide main mission completion launch limited permanent title star, Sea Explorer title quality, limited rare acquisition condition complete the first main mission of the StarCore restart initial closed beta. This is a server-wide exclusive limited title no longer obtainable after the official release. Title effect Pioneer Smart Terminal Scanning Range 10, Clone Consciousness Anchoring Link Level 1. Displays a unique limited badge on the personal info page when equipped. Damn. An exclusive limited title. Jiangwan immediately equipped it on the personal info page of her smart terminal. Seeing the golden Star Sea Explorer badge light up on her personal info page, she grinned from ear to ear. This is the first limited title on the entire server. When the official release comes, I'll wear it on my head, and everyone will know I'm one of the first batch of veterans. And it adds extra attributes. Even though the boost is small, the increased scanning range is quite useful. The 1 link level increase is also nice. Every bit counts. Suja chimed in. That's enough. If it gave both an exclusive title and overpowered stats, it would ruin the game balance. This is just right. Lu Ran added. Check out my personal info. Jiangwan suddenly burst out laughing, her mouth almost reaching her ears. Lu Ran and Suja quickly scanned her with their smart terminals. On Jiangwan's personal info page, besides the golden Star Sea Explorer title, there was also a silver-white Exploration Expert title. Checking its attributes, Clone Consciousness Anchoring Link Level 1. The annotation read: the first player to discover the core hidden facility during the StarCore restart internal test, the discoverer of the Starfall mech. You deserve the title of Exploration Expert. While Suzhou and Lu Ran were grumbling about Jiangwan's luck in obtaining an additional exclusive title far away 980 light-years away on the Dragon Kingdom's hexagram live streaming platform, Jiangwan's live stream had already exploded. Although Jiangwan had fully entered the mode of focused pioneering and had completely forgotten about the live stream, the viewers in the chat were experiencing the first main and side quests of StellarCore Reboot, immersively through her first-person perspective. From the moment the three stepped out of the seed satellite and faced the star, see the live stream's online count soared from an initial 1 million to 8 million. The barrage of comments refreshed so fast that the screen was almost unreadable, and gift effects never stopped from start to finish. Holy crap, is this space? The visuals made me cry. Humans are so insignificant before the universe. The visual impact of the spacewalk in the debris belt is off the charts. Is this really a game? It feels like an 8K space blockbuster. Is this really the Tianshu physics engine? Can detail rendering reach this level? Deep space phobia and megaphobia combined, double the thrill. Watching them float in space, I felt my breath stop. An 8-meter per second spacewalk with mind-controlled thrusters. So smooth. Is this a brain-computer interface game within a fully immersive game? This experience is so unique. Great Jiangwan, please give us a 10,000-word experience report. A 1.5 kilometer long military supply ship. My god. Is this a starship of an interstellar civilization? Even broken in two, it's so imposing. Antimatter annihilation engines, cation vector thrusters, gravity deflection shields. The tech setting of the stellar core civilization is so cool. Isn't anyone wondering, if the stellar core civilization was already so terrifying, what destroyed it? Oh, I'm so curious. Please advance the main story quickly. Holy crap. This enclosed dark passage, floating pipes, and debris, the dead silence. Emma, it's giving me claustrophobia. Help. This isn't a space pioneering game, it's a space horror game. I watched the whole thing with my eyes covered, afraid a facehugger would pop out any second. OMG. Sister Juan's scream made me drop my phone. If I were in that environment and saw a dark figure suddenly floating over, I'd probably have passed out. Help. The full sensory simulation in this game is insane. It even simulates pain. Bumping into something makes you cry out. What would it feel like to die in there? Sister Juan, why don't you die for us once? A ghost ship from 1200 years ago. The atmosphere is off the charts, more thrilling than any horror game, because it's truly cosmic-level silence. 20 years. White hair. The ancestors of the stellar core civilization are so appealing. Is the stellar core civilization an elven race? No, does it have to be this realistic? A zombie drifting for 1200 years, and the modeling is this detailed. Those with weak nerves better not explore ruins in the future. Point-eared, white-haired, interstellar handsome guy. I'm calling him husband. Can the devs release a clone with the ancestors' appearance? They'll spend all my money. Holy crap. There's a mech. There really is a mech. I knew it. There must be a big treasure hidden in the starship. This mech is so cool. Blue and gold color scheme. Streamlined body. Wing-like back wings. Ring energy core on the chest. Starfall mech. Exclusive to the Praetorian Legion. The unfinished strongest personal mech. My god. This setting is so inspiring. Sister Juan is forever the god. She actually found a hidden item. And it's a top-tier mech. Her treasure hunting talent is unmatched. I jumped out of my chair. The scene of the mech's appearance made my blood boil. A 1200 slumber waiting for this moment to be awakened. Can't touch it. Only look. Devs, be human. Let them take the mech away. I want to see a mech battle. Holy crap. The disassembly procedure and parameter analysis are so hardcore. Is Suja really here to play a game? Isn't he just taking a practical class somewhere else? In previous space games, picking up items was just pressing F. This game actually requires you to disassemble pipes, depressurize, secure, and transport. So hardcore. If you want to play, do you need to first cram aerospace engineering basics? Congratulations to the 3 pioneers. Perfect mission completion. This spacewalk was legendary. Holy crap. The rewards are so generous. Gene linkage enhancement, body attribute liberation, exclusive titles, and permissions. This game's growth system is so interesting. Stellar Sea Explorer. This exclusive title is so cool. I'm crying with envy. What? Sister Juan has an additional exclusive title, Exploration Expert. Boo-hoo. So envious. So when will more beta slots open? 3,000 people competing for 3 slots is bad enough, but now watching them play makes my hands itch. I want to go pioneering in space too. I want to find a mech too. 3,000. That was hours ago. Holy crap, I just refreshed the beta registration count. It's already 8000. And the registration form is so detailed, you even have to answer questions. My god. Devs, hurry up. Open beta. I want to spend money. I want to go to Astrostar. Even if the monthly card is 198, I'll max it out. According to the game's setting guide, the later beta player count and content are directly related to the main quest of the Stellar Core Civilization reboot. Holy crap, the game slot cap has to be unlocked by players themselves. So capricious. Sister Juan is awesome. And a rank on the first main quest. That should unlock hundreds of beta slots, right? I feel like I might have a chance to join in the live stream. The audience discussion was fervent, with barges scrolling densely. Their views and perspectives were increasingly unique and sharp. At this moment, in the exclusive hidden cabin next to the main control room, Lin Yuxi, who was leaning back in his seat, secretly peeking at the screen through his terminal, couldn't help but reveal a maternal, gratified smile. Not bad. The popularity of Jiang Wan's live stream is even better than I expected. Lin Yuxi's finger traced the peak online count of 197 million on the terminal, and the smile on his lips deepened. Come to think of it, Stellar Core Reboot currently only has a simple official website with no proper marketing campaign yet. It relies entirely on Lu Ran's reputation in the community and the niche spread of the hardcore simulation theme. Within less than 2 days of launch, the first pioneering live stream has already reached nearly 2 million concurrent viewers. That's a very good result. He swiped his finger, switching to the beta registration backend. The blinking registration count on the screen had steadily settled at 800. Stellar Hub has done preliminary qualification screening. There are indeed quite a few solid high-quality leaks hidden. By the way, this time we owe it to Jiang Wan's excellent game exploration experience. Most people wouldn't think of hidden mechanisms when seeing that extra structure. Thanks to her accidentally unlocking that unknown cabin on the starship, our gains are much richer than expected. Originally, he had planned to wait until the oxygen module was repaired, then slowly sweep the surrounding debris with the players to gather the key materials for repairing the seed satellites, core energy cabin, and clone culture pod maintenance modules. Unexpectedly, this single mission directly yielded a complete set of matching components. This way, the beta player slots can be expanded to 10, directly reaching the limit of my current key permissions. If I want to bring in more leaks to help me work, they'll have to land at the Astra surface outpost. He turned to look at the dead gray-red mother planet outside the porthole, a burning determination rising in his heart along with the thought of that Starfall mech hidden in the supply ship. Lin Yuxi's gaze fell back on the mech image captured on the terminal. His fingertips gently traced the blue and gold mech silhouette on the screen, his eyes surging with undisguised longing. He wondered what level of permission would be needed to access its complete technical data, or even to pilot it himself galloping freely through this sea of stars. However, what Lin Yuxi didn't expect was that this opportunity to pilot the Starfall mech, which he had been so eagerly anticipating, would arrive so thrillingly and suddenly. Inside the secondary control chamber where the cloning tanks are stored, bright white lights illuminate the environment. On the central control console, the energy calibration module and transmission components recently recovered from the wreckage of the starship are securely fixed on an anti-static stand, their silver-gray metallic surfaces glinting with intricate technological patterns under the bright white light. These two core components are crucial for repairing the main energy chamber of the Fireseed satellite. They integrate the most precise power calibration structures of the star core civilization. Any slight mistake during the disassembly process could result in component damage. Therefore, I will handle the disassembly while you assist me from the side. Lin Yuxi slowly surveyed the three people around him as he spoke. Although he said this, Lin Yuxi's background in aerospace engineering was not superior to that of Lu Ran or Suja. However, he had an advantage. The blue orb of the star pivot floated beside him, invisible to the other three players. The voice of the star pivot resonated within Lin Yuxi's consciousness, providing detailed guidance for each of his steps. Step 1. Unlock the 3 sealed locks on the outer layer of the component. The security code for the lock core is 4589687. Turn it half a circle counterclockwise to unlock. Be cautious, as there is a tamper triggering mechanism inside the lock core. The rotation deviation must not exceed 0.5 degrees. Step 2. Strip away the outer protective armor. There are 12 sets of flexible wiring connections between the armor and the main body. There is a weak standby current in the wiring, so you must first release static with a terminal before using specialized clips to secure both ends of the wiring. The star pivot meticulously directed Lin Yuxi's actions within his consciousness. Even so, the disassembly process was quite slow, and Lin Yuxi occasionally consulted the star pivot for operational points, not daring to be careless. Suddenly, the lights in the entire space station went out. Apart from the smart terminals in the players' hands, all other facilities ceased operation. The three players, who were intensely focused, looked up in confusion at Lin Yuxi. At that moment, Lin Yuxi's perspective was filled with flashing red alerts. Warning coordinates: Alpha 268. Beta 168. Gamma 954 detected that the roamer unit is approaching at high speed, 105 kilometers away. Estimated contact time 268 seconds. The Fireseed satellite entered the highest state of silence, calculating the potential for hiding. Probability 0. A sharp alarm blared in his consciousness, and Lin Yuxi's heart sank as if all the blood in his body had frozen instantly. He was astonished to find that the originally stable light blue orb beside him was now fluctuating violently, as if experiencing intense emotional turmoil. In the next moment, that familiar magnetic female voice echoed in his consciousness again, filled with tension. How is this impossible? This star area is not even on the roamer's patrol route. For 12000 years, there has never been a trace of the roamer here. Is it the secret chamber that was just opened? The hidden beacon of the Starfall mecha has been activated. It must have drawn the roamer here. I clearly conducted a thorough scan. Why didn't I detect the hidden beacon on the Starfall mecha? The light blue orb, which had been quietly floating beside Lin Yuxi, slowly transformed into a hazy female figure amid its violent fluctuation. Her form was enveloped in a pale blue halo, her features indistinct, but her eyes shone like a dazzling starry sea, deep and bright, now filled with tension. Star pivot. What's happening? Why did the satellite suddenly lose power, and what is this roamer? Lin Yuxi urgently questioned in his consciousness, his fingers tightening nervously. There is no time to explain. The female form of the star pivot suddenly raised her eyes, her starry gaze fixated on Lin Yuxi, asking each word with intensity. Lin Yuxi, do you trust me? Looking at the pure and clean starry eyes of the star pivot, Lin Yuxi felt an inexplicable thrill and involuntarily blurted out, I trust you. A prompt appeared in Lin Yuxi's mind. The star pivot requests your highest temporary subkey usage permission. Do you agree? Without hesitation, Lin Yuxi directly chose to agree in his consciousness. The moment he agreed, the hazy female figure of the star pivot transformed into a faint blue stream of light rapidly rushing towards Lin Yuxi. He instinctively closed his eyes, feeling a gentle warmth suddenly strike his source of consciousness, as if his entire soul was immersed in a warm sea of stars. Though his eyes were closed, everything around him surged into his mind like a torrent of information. The slight movement of air in the chamber, the minute stress changes in the metal components, Lu Ran's suddenly accelerated heartbeat, and breathing beside him. All the information vividly presented in his consciousness, as if he had completely merged with this starry sea that had been silent for 1,000 years. At the same time, Lin Yuxi realized that he had lost control of his body. As he slowly opened his eyes, the color of Lin Yuxi's pupils changed from black to pale gold, glowing faintly in the dark environment. He swiftly turned around. The previously closed hatch in the distance had quietly opened. Lin Yuxi felt a slight force in his toes, then pushed off the ground, propelling his body at great speed toward the now open hatch in this microgravity environment. Just as he thought he was about to make intimate contact with the wall of the passage, his right hand quickly pushed against the wall for leverage, and his figure shot down the passage towards the depressurization chamber. From the perspective of the three players, however, it was a completely different scene. Originally, Xing Yin was leading them in disassembling the power module when suddenly the satellite's lights went out. Just as they were about to question their leader Xing Yin about what was happening, they saw him close his eyes, and then open them, his pupils transforming into a pale gold color, after which the door behind him opened automatically, and he flew out of the chamber at a speed they could hardly comprehend. Yes, even though Lin Yuxi was using the strength of this cloning body to move rapidly in the microgravity environment, to the three players it felt as if he had suddenly flown out of the chamber. Immediately after, the smart terminals on the wrists of the three illuminated with glaring red lights, and a cold system prompt echoed simultaneously, warning. Unknown high-risk danger source detected approaching at high speed. The Fireseed satellite has entered the highest level of silence. All pioneers must remain on standby in the current chamber. No random movements. No touching any chamber doors. As they stared in astonishment at the bright red warning on the smart terminal, wondering what kind of plot this was, the Sharpied Suja caught sight of a figure through the window. "Look over there. What is that?" Suja exclaimed in surprise, and the three of them forgot to look at their flashing smart terminals, collectively leaning toward the window to gaze outside. They saw a silver-gray figure float out from the nearby depressurization chamber, then push off the metal outer wall outside the depressurization chamber, with its feet soaring away from the Fireseed satellite at great speed, landing on a nearby wreckage, and continuing to propel itself toward the distance, heading straight for the location of a small military supply ship. Isn't that the boss, Xing Yin?" Jiang Wan exclaimed in surprise, realizing that she and Suja had unconsciously started calling Lu Ran their boss Xing Yin, feeling more immersed in the experience. Why did the boss Xing Yin just go out dressed in the satellite's operational uniform? Don't the faction bosses need space suits? Suja's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a duck egg. Without a spacesuit's micropropulsion system and navigation system, how can he fly through space at such speed using only physical strength? Where is the upper limit of the Star Core civilization's physical capabilities? Lu Ran quickly added, "Wow, did you just see the boss Xing Yan's pupils? They turned pale gold. Plus his silhouette flying through space looks so cool. The boss Xing Yan is magnificent." Jiang Wan had already transformed into a little fan of Xing Yan. However, compared to the novelty and relaxation of the player's perspective, Lin Yuxi, the so-called boss Xing Yan, was not having such a pleasant experience. After the star pivot took over his body, without any hesitation, he headed straight for the depressurization chamber of the Fireseed satellite. As Lin Yuxi wondered why he was running directly to the depressurization chamber instead of getting the space suit from the central control room, the star pivot controlled his body and entered the separate depressurization chamber. Without any hesitation, initiating the depressurization, and then the door opened, he was directly outside in space. Wow, what is this cloning body made of? I can move freely in space without a space suit, and I feel no discomfort at all. Lin Yuxi had expected that the physical attributes of this cloning body would be superior to those used by the players, but he never imagined it would be to such an outrageous. Moreover, he was certain that if he were operating the body himself, he would not achieve the same intensity as the star pivot was currently demonstrating. When the star pivot took over his body, it felt as if chains within him were being unlocked, and the sensations of his body were completely different. In the microgravity vacuum, Lin Yuxi's body transformed into a silver-gray afterimage, weaving through the tangled ring of debris with frenzied speed. Xingshu's control over this clone body was already precise to the extreme. Each time the tip of the foot touched a floating piece of metal wreckage, the leg muscles exerted force with exact precision, and the leaping figure shot toward the next most suitable debris for leverage. Lin Yuxi's consciousness was enveloped in a warm stream of information. He watched helplessly as his own body performed movements beyond human limits while his heart pounded uncontrollably. He could clearly sense that within this clone body layer after layer of shackles were being unlocked. The space-adaptive genes of the star core civilization's ancient ancestors were fully activated. The cosmic radiation, extreme cold, and weightlessness-induced vertigo of the vacuum environment seemed completely non-existent to this body. Could this be the legendary feeling of unlocking the gene lock? The thought suddenly surfaced in Lin Yuxi's mind. Distance to target starship remaining 2 kilometers, estimated arrival time 18 seconds. Xingshu's magnetic female voice echoed in his mind, as if speaking to herself or explaining to Lin Yuxi. Indeed, she's going to activate the Starfall mech. From the moment Lin Yuxi relinquished control of his body to when Xingshu manipulated his body and stood before the Starfall mech in the wreckage of a small starship 10 kilometers away, only 83 seconds had passed. The cold blue emergency lights in the chamber housing the Starfall mech were still lit. The blue and gold mechanical suit stood silently on its fixed mount, like a sleeping war god awaiting only a command to descend once more upon the sea of stars. Xingshu, controlling Lin Yuxi's body, floated to the Starfall mech and slowly raised a hand. The fingertip gently pressed beneath the annular energy core at the mech's chest. In an instant, countless data streams spread from his fingertip, racing along the mech's armor surface. Pale blue light currents surged like a tide, engulfing the entire mech. Gene sequence match complete. Consciousness anchor verification passed. Driving authority activated. A cold mechanical prompt echoed in the chamber. Above the mech's power reactor, a previously invisible analysis hatch opened, revealing a futuristic cockpit within. Xingshu, controlling Lin Yuxi's body, leaped upward and landed steadily inside the cockpit. The form-fitting bionic seat instantly enveloped his figure. Countless neural connection filaments extended from the cockpit walls, precisely attaching to the back of his neck, spine, and limbs. Xingshu manipulated his hand to remove the metal pendant his parents had made him wear since childhood. The familiar patterns and texture were still there, but now faint golden light emanated from the peculiar metal grooves. He inserted it precisely into the key slot at the center of the cockpit. Click! The key and slot fit perfectly together, as if they had always been one. The Starfall mech, dormant for 120,000 years, finally awakened once more. Final key verification complete. Gene sequence scan passed. Authority confirmed. Entering wake-up sequence. Pre-start mode activated. The moment the prompt fell, the entire mech shook violently. The dual-ear and nested energy core at the chest abruptly erupted with a golden light stream that swept through the entire chamber. The originally sparse golden photon particles, like ignited nebulae, surged, swirled, and collided within the annular structure, forming a continuously rotating golden vortex. Like a miniature star awakened, it illuminated the once dim chamber as bright as day. Golden light patterns raced along the mech's torso, shoulder, armor, and limbs, flickering and vanishing. The cosmic dust that had covered the armor was instantly scattered. The deep-sea blue and stellar gold armor regained its dazzling luster. The 8 sets of folded wing-like power units on the back vibrated slightly, emitting a low hum. The mechanical eyes of the crystal blue glowed with faint golden light. Meanwhile, inside the secondary control pod of the No. 2-seat satellite, 3 players crowded at the panoramic viewport, their eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching black silhouette outside. Their faces held no fear of being reduced to interstellar dust, only the excitement of witnessing a living mech. The wanderer rushing toward them was a blackened mech, presumably comparable in height to the Starfall mech. From a distance, they could only see that its head had no conventional optical observation window, only a single blood-red eye. In the dark void of space, it glowed with an eerie red light. Behind it, 4 sets of heavy thrusters emitted a faint purple glow, charging straight toward the seed satellite at terrifying speed. Holy crap! The unknown threat is also a mech. That pitch-black design screams standard villain. Its aesthetic is leagues behind. Suju's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. His eyes were wide, as if he wanted to press his face against the viewport. We're almost in attack range. Where's Ba Xingyan? We're unarmed here with 0 resistance, Jiang Wan said, craning her neck to look toward the distant Hummingbird-class supply ship, yet a hint of barely suppressed anticipation flickered in her eyes. Just then, the rampaging wanderer mech abruptly halted. Its black mechanical arm transformed into an integrated dark purple energy cannon. At the muzzle, a dark red energy beam condensed, warping and devouring the surrounding light. Whoa, it's about to fire. It's over, it's over. This is a scripted kill, no escape. Did we trigger something when we opened that hidden compartment? Did we lure the final boss? Jiang Wan's shriek, Suju's wail, and Lu Ran's complaints mixed together. There was no trace of fear of death. Instead, they exuded the excitement of spectators eager for a show. They had even prepared to experience the novelty of being vaporized by a laser weapon in this world, with 100 full sensory immersion. The 3 watched helplessly as the dark red energy beam erupted from the cannon, carrying a world-destroying momentum, hurtling straight toward the seed satellite. Far from closing their eyes, they stared wide-eyed, awaiting the ultimate thrill of an immersive experience. But the anticipated explosion and impact never came. A pale golden streak of light suddenly cut through the darkness, bursting out from the debris field. It moved at incredible speed, trailing golden exhaust across the sea of stars, instantly appearing in front of the seed satellite. Boom! In the vacuum, there was no deafening roar, only the silent detonation of two extreme energies colliding. The golden and black energy torrents crashed together, expanding into a shockwave that flung nearby metal debris into the distance, vaporizing it. Lu Ranjiangwan and Suge's eyes were wide as saucers' mouths agape like they could swallow an egg. They stared dumbfounded at the viewport where the blue and gold Starfall mech hovered silently in front of the seed satellite. Its left arm had deployed an antiparticle shield with a faint blue halo enduring the terrifying energy attack. The light patterns on the shield's surface rippled slightly, but showed no damage. The 8 sets of wing-like power units on the Starfall mech's back slowly unfolded, spreading pale blue light wings across the sea of stars. The broad wings resembled angelic pinions. Golden photon particles slowly swirled between the light wings. The blood-red halo of the red giant fell upon the wings, complementing the blue and gold armor. The dual-ear nested annular energy core at the chest was wrapped in pale golden particle streams, surging, swirling, and colliding within the annular structure like a miniature sun, painting a scene of breathtaking grandeur. It hovered there silent, using its own body to shield the seed satellite behind it, and the seed of the star core civilization's rebirth. 3 synchronized holy crap burst out simultaneously. The 3 players' eyes were filled with sparkling stars. Is this the mech combat in Star Core reboot? This is so thrilling. A boss fight right at the start of the server. Lu Ran's excitement was not an act, he was genuinely fired up by the scene before him. At this moment within the cockpit of the Starfall mecha, Lin Yuxi's consciousness was immersed in an unprecedented shock. He still could not control his body, yet the neural interface system transmitted all the mecha's sensory inputs unreservedly into his mind. He could clearly feel the stress changes in every piece of armor on the mecha, hear the humming of golden particles flowing within the power furnace, and sense the utmost coldness and vastness of the vacuum. It was as if he had merged with the Starfall mecha. With every breath, he resonated with the vibrations of the power furnace, and with every heartbeat, he synchronized with the pulse of the star sea. The exhilarating feeling of racing through the universe, wielding immense power, left him entranced. The voice of the star pivot echoed in his consciousness, pulling Lin Yuxi back to reality. Through the mecha's optical observation system, he finally saw the full figure of the Black Roamer mecha. Constructed entirely from an unknown black-red dense alloy, the mecha was covered with menacing, piercing structures devoid of any superfluous decorative patterns, only bearing cold, destructive mechanical structures. Its chest also housed a power core radiating a dead gray-black glow, while a solitary observation module locked onto the Starfall mecha. 26 seconds. Only 26 seconds left. Lin Yuxi's consciousness was linked to the control core of the Starfall mecha, fully aware of its current state. Due to the roamer's rapid arrival, the Starfall mecha had only completed a simple pre-start procedure and had no time to unlock the accessory compartment. The only combat components available were the antiparticle shield on the left arm and the ion palm cannon mounted on the right arm. The star pivot controlled Lin Yuxi's clone body and slowly closed its eyes. In the next moment, the eyes suddenly, the pupils which had originally glimmered with a faint golden hue were now completely filled with brilliant golden light devoid of sclera or iris, leaving only a hazy pale gold. In Lin Yuxi's mind, it felt as though a brilliant stellar core had exploded. Endless streams of information surged through his consciousness like a tsunami, instantly embedding combat data from the stellar core civilization mecha control logic and star sea battle techniques into his mind. The entire world within his perception became remarkably clear. The subtle spray of the roamer mecha's thrusters, the slow charging of the energy cannons, and the preheating of the floating cannons were all infinitely slowed down, as if the flow of time had been stretched dozens of times in that moment. Wow, is this what it feels like to explode with power? The flow of time seems to have slowed down. Lin Yuxi roared internally as he experienced it all from a spectator's perspective. The highest level of genetic potential explosion from the stellar core civilization was fully activated at this moment. The Starfall mecha instantly transformed into a streak of golden light charging directly towards the roamer mecha. Instead of advancing, the roamer mecha retreated, and 8 black floating cannons suddenly popped out from behind, fanning out in a spread. Simultaneously, its left arm's energy cannon, right arm's laser gun, and the vector main cannon on its chest all began charging. 3 black-red beams combined with the 8 purple rays fired from the floating cannons, forming an impenetrable firepower net that descended upon the Starfall mecha. It seemed to know that the Starfall mecha had limited energy and aimed to drag out the time with long-range firepower, forever burying this awakened war god within the debris belt. But what it faced was the star pivot in explosive state, the strongest mecha of the stellar core civilization. The starfall mecha nimbly weaved through the dense firepower net, each turn and roll executed with pinpoint precision. In Lin Yuxi's first-person perspective, countless energy beams grazed past the mecha's armor, with the closest barely a centimeter away, yet none managed to harm the starfall mecha. With several agile maneuvers, the antiparticle shield on the starfall mecha's left arm accurately swung out, consecutively blocking several unavoidable laser beams, while the ion palm cannon on the right arm smashed 6 black floating cannons. Remaining combat time 8 seconds, distance to target 47 meters. Accurate combat information clearly appeared in Lin Yuxi's mind. At that moment, Lin Yuxi felt his body jolt violently, as if a massive physical and mental force was being drawn from him, pouring frantically into the starfall mecha. The circular power furnace in the chest of the starfall mecha began vibrating at high frequency. The previously thin golden particles suddenly thickened like liquid, and the golden light flowed wildly along the wings, while the 8 groups of wings behind expanded to their utmost, as if wanting to encompass the entire star sea. Space seemed to fold at that moment. The starfall mecha darted, crossing a distance of 50 meters in an instant, appearing directly above the roamer mecha at an angle, with its right arm fully spread open, brilliant and dazzling golden light rapidly converging at its palm. The energy of the ion palm cannon was compressed to its utmost. Without any hesitation, the right arm of the starfall mecha, wielding the might to destroy worlds, slammed down heavily onto the head module of the roamer mecha. Boom! The moment the golden energy made contact with the roamer mecha, it exploded completely. The black head burst apart, scattering into countless fragments, and the body of the roamer mecha suddenly went rigid. All the thrusters instantly shut down. The power core in its chest dimmed completely, and the remaining 2 floating cannons lost control, silently floating in the vacuum, no longer making a sound. The black-red roamer mecha transformed into a headless wreck, slowly drifting along the trajectory into the surrounding debris belt, becoming part of this interstellar tombstone. The battle was over. Just as the countdown for the last active time hit 0, the pale golden particles in the power core of the starfall mecha began to dissipate. The extended wings retracted and drooped, and the glowing body dimmed. It seemed to return to the state when Jiang Wan first discovered it, quietly floating in the slightly crimson space, with only the scattered debris of the roamer mecha around it proving the existence of the recent fierce battle. Meanwhile, from the perspective of the 3 players on the Fireseed satellite, another shocking scene unfolded. Just as Lu Ran and the others were still immersed in the beautiful, yet powerful silhouette of the Xingyan mecha, the starfall mecha transformed into a streak of light, rushing into the firepower net set up by the roamer, dazzlingly dodging, blocking, and attacking. And in no time, the majority of the roamer's floating cannons had been destroyed by the starfall mecha, ultimately closing in at an astonishing speed and delivering a head-pack kill that crushed the roamer's head. Just a second ago, Su Zhou was still shouting, "Wow, that black mecha actually has floating cannons." The next second, he heard Jiang Wan exclaim, "What is this? A headpack kill? This black mecha is way too fragile. Is this the strength of our faction's boss? Xingyan is truly formidable and majestic." Lu Ran had already begun to flatter Xingyan. At this moment, Lin Yuxi in the cockpit of the starfall mecha was panting heavily. The control of his body had returned to him, but he truly couldn't move a single finger. An overwhelming fatigue began to sweep over his consciousness, and his eyelids kept sliding down. "I'm so tired. I just want to sleep," Lin Yuxi thought vaguely. "Just sleep peacefully, I'll leave the rest to me." A magnetic female voice echoed in his mind, allowing Lin Yuxi's last thread of tension to dissolve, and he sank into a deep sleep, feeling warm in his consciousness despite the fatigue, as if in a mother's embrace. Alert lifted, unknown threat eliminated. Fireseed silent state lifted. The first round of game testing concluded. Clone consciousness will soon disconnect. All internal test players, please return to the sleep chamber to store game data. Countdown 60 seconds, 59, 58, 57. Meanwhile, the 3 of Lu Ran in the secondary control chamber were still celebrating their victory for Xingyan when their wrist-mounted smart terminals began to vibrate simultaneously. First round of internal testing concluded. Clone consciousness disconnect. Wow, is this going to kick us offline? There's a countdown. Su Zhou was the first to see the notification on the smart terminal. "No, I haven't had enough fun yet. I want to touch the mecha of Xingyan, please. Just let me touch it once, just once." Jiang Wan entered a clumsily cute mode. "We should quickly return to the sleep chamber. We should return to the sleep chamber to archive the development progress of the clones. The clones can only redeem our rewards after resting in the chamber." Lu Ran guided them appropriately and took the lead towards his sleep chamber. At this moment, though Lu Ran appeared calm, he was immensely excited. The first round of internal testing for Stellar Core Reboot was incredibly successful and thrilling. When he returns, he must discuss the plan for the next round of internal testing of Stellar Core Reboot with Lin Han. At 7 o'clock the next morning, a new post quietly appeared on the most authoritative hardcore gaming forum in the Dragon Kingdom, Aurora, quickly soaring to the top of the trending list within just an hour. The title of the post was Exclusive In-Depth Breakdown StarCore Reboot, a revolutionary realistic technology that will reshape the gaming industry. The poster ID Lin Yuxi is a recognized top industry analyst in the Dragon Kingdom's gaming circle, having specialized in digital realism technology for over a decade. Having accurately predicted 3 technological iterations in the gaming industry, his analytical posts have always served as a barometer for industry practitioners rarely commenting on an unreleased beta game. The main body of the post went as follows: after watching the entire live broadcast of the first round of internal testing for StarCore Reboot last night, my technical team and I spent a full 6 hours analyzing the live recording frame by frame, ultimately concluding that despite having no actual data and only live footage for reference, this obscure new game has already broken through the current ceiling of realistic technology in the global gaming industry. While everyone was amazed by the 26-second annihilation of the blue and white mech, I must tell you that the truly terrifying aspect has never been the flashy mech battles, but rather the 100% sensation-free, all-realistic neural interaction technology that this game is equipped with. Currently, commercial all-realistic technology worldwide generally faces 3 insurmountable barriers. First, the neural connection delay cannot be less than 15 milliseconds, which inevitably causes players to experience dizziness. Second, it can only achieve visual and auditory simulations and cannot fully replicate tactile, olfactory, and spatial perception feedback. Third, it cannot achieve native realistic rendering of large-scale scenes and must rely on preloaded textures. However, based on the live reactions of the streamer Jiang, on the first-person footage and her genuine experiences shared before she went offline, we may tentatively assume that Jiang Wan's description was not exaggerated. Thus, StarCore Reboot has completely broken through these 3 barriers. It has achieved true zero-delay neural synchronization, fully replicating the 5 senses in realism, and can even accurately transmit spatial perception in a vacuum environment to players. This is not optimization, but a fundamental technological disruption. In the middle of the post, Lin Yuxi shifted his tone and provided a rational analysis from an industry perspective, instantly igniting discussions among practitioners. Such a level of technological breakthrough should not be something a small independent studio can achieve on its own. Of course, I am quite certain of Lu Xin's capabilities, and I was fortunate enough to have interviewed him about Stardust Voyage before. However, as far as I know, currently in the Dragon Kingdom, there are only 2 teams in the field of all-realistic neural interaction that have the corresponding technological foundation and research capabilities. One is the Xiantian Realism Technology Research Institute, and the other is the Star Path Intelligent Technology. The former is backed by a national-level digital laboratory with core RD personnel who have deeply participated in building the underlying physics engine for Tianshu AI, making it the undisputed leader in the field of realism technology in the Dragon Kingdom. The latter is the earliest private team in the country to lay out commercial all-realistic technology, holding hundreds of relevant technology patents. Considering that the publisher of StarCore Reboot is Stardust Studio, I dare to make a bold assumption, though this is merely a personal hypothesis. Could Stardust Studio have possibly obtained technical support from one of these 2 companies? I personally believe that this is more reasonable, and as for the truth, we will have to wait for my brother Lu Ran to clarify it for everyone. The latter half of the post is precisely what players across the internet are most concerned about, that 26-second annihilation in the Sea of Stars. Lin Yuxi attached TeamSlowed 10x frame-by-frame screenshots of the breakdown, each marked with precise technical analysis. I know that many players like me felt that this battle was so fast that it was impossible to capture with the naked eye when watching the live broadcast, even suspecting it was pre-rendered CG animation or comic-style compositing. However, after we slowed down Jiang Wan's first-person live footage to 10x and analyzed it frame by frame, we discovered that in this 26-second battle, not a single frame was pre-rendered content. The entire process was calculated in real time by the game's built-in physics engine, achieving a 1:1 replication of real physical rules. In the slow-motion footage, one can clearly see each dodge of the Starfall mech, the angle of the mech's body, the direction and thrust of the thruster, the trajectory of every laser beam shot by the Black-Red mech, the energy scattering range and decay speed when it hits the antiparticle shield, and even the movement trajectory and inertia decay of the metal fragments in the vacuum environment after the Starfall mech shatters the floating cannon. Although we do not have the specific data from the game, and cannot be completely certain based on these visuals analyzed with the physics engine, every action of the 2 mechs in battle theoretically complies with the dynamics rules in a vacuum environment. Having worked in the industry for more than a decade, I have never seen such a terrifying precision in a game's physics engine. Its underlying logic has completely departed from the category of game engines, and is closer to a military-grade space simulation calculation system. Of course, I am not familiar with the extent of military-grade technology. This is merely personal speculation. Star Core Reboot's development team has given the entire gaming industry a lesson with the most extreme hardcore detail. At the end of the post, Lin Yuxi left a concluding statement: the launch of this game will undoubtedly completely rewrite the landscape of the gaming industry in the Dragon Kingdom and even globally. We may be witnessing the dawn of a new era. After the post was published, it was like a giant stone thrown into a lake, instantly creating a massive wave. Not only did it dominate the Aurora forum, but it was also rapidly shared across major social platforms, gaming communities, and industry chat groups, with countless players and practitioners flocking to the official reservation site for Star Core Reboot, resulting in a surge of hundreds of thousands in reservations in just 3 hours. At 11 o'clock noon in Nanhai City, Dragon Kingdom, in the Creative Industrial Park, where Stardust Studio is located, Liu Ran was awakened by the constant vibrations of the Star News notifications by his bedside. He sat up abruptly. The shocking hardcore internal testing from last night was still fresh in his mind. He immediately grabbed the tablet by his pillow, unlocked it, and opened Star News, where the chat box with Lin Han at the top displayed the message he sent at around 3 in the morning, still marked as unread. Wow, this is an all-nighter, huh? Liu Ran rubbed his face, unable to suppress a murmur. He knew all too well how enormous the data flow from the first round of internal testing was. Player neural connection adaptability, scene rendering, stress test feedback from the mech combat physics engine. Each item required an overnight review and optimization, and Lin Han and his team probably did not even have time to blink. He refrained from sending more messages to disturb them and casually opened the Aurora Gaming Forum, where the pinned post analyzing Star Core Reboot immediately caught his eye. Liu Ran raised an eyebrow, clicked in, and read through it completely. His fingertips paused on the screen as he silently gave the post a thumbs up. Xiantian Research Institute, Star Path Intelligent. Ha, he sneered, leaning back against the headboard, shaking his head. Internally, these two companies indeed have top-notch technology in the industry, but compared to what Lin Shen's team has, they are simply not on the same level. To say they are technical partners is really overestimating them. After laughing, a hint of anxiety welled up. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the edge of the tablet, and his brows gradually furrowed. Liang's CES post had too much influence. Overnight, Star Core Reboot transformed from an obscure beta game into the focal point of the entire industry. Everyone was watching Stardust Studio, focusing on the realistic technology behind this game. Yet only he knew that his Stardust Studio was, to put it bluntly, just a shell, merely a publishing entity. The core technology, underlying engine, and world-building narrative were all crafted by Lin Han and his team. Previously, he had gained a bit of fame in the gaming circle as a technical independent producer, and with that credibility, he managed to uphold the reputation of Stardust Studio. But now Star Core Reboot was showcasing a revolutionary technological advancement. In the face of such a level of technological breakthrough, his studio's credibility simply fell short. What was even more troublesome was that Lin Han had made it clear from the start that he and his team would never appear in public. All external communications and industry engagements had to be shouldered by Liu Ran and Stardust Studio. This is really a headache. Liu Ran scratched his hair, letting out a long sigh. Lin Shen, you are putting me on the hot seat here. Just as he was feeling overwhelmed, a Star News message alert popped up at the top of his tablet from an unknown account that he had never added, with a note reading: Zhou Hao, External Affairs Director of the Xiantian Realism Technology Research Institute. Liu Ran was taken aback. Was this saying that the moment he thought of Cao Cao had arrived? He clicked into the application page and confirmed the corporate certification account of the other party with the blue V mark, clearly indicating the official certification of the Xiantian Virtual Technology Research Institute, definitely not a counterfeit. He clicked approve, and the next second a message from the other party came through, polite yet professional in tone. Zhou Hao, hello Mr. Liu Ran, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Zhou Hao, the External Affairs Director of the Xiantian Virtual Technology Research Institute. Our team has been closely following the commercial implementation of full virtual technology in the gaming field. The technical strength showcased during the first round of internal testing of Star Core Reboot last night left our entire team in awe, and we hold a high regard for the development capabilities of the Stardust Studio. Zhou Hao, our research institute hopes to establish a deep strategic partnership with Stardust Studio, signing a joint development agreement for virtual technology, with us providing industry resources and supporting technical assistance. Stardust Studio would become one of our officially certified technical partners, jointly advancing the implementation of full virtual technology in the commercial sector. I wonder if Mr. Liu Ran would be interested in discussing the cooperation details in depth. Liu Ran stared at the screen, his eyes widening, completely bewildered. Xiantian Virtual Technology Research Institute. They are proactively reaching out to this obscure little studio of his to sign a joint development agreement and make him a certified technical partner. He had encountered top teams in the industry before, but what level was the Xiantian Institute? That is the absolute leader in the field of virtual technology in Longwa, even having official backing. Core RD personnel have even participated in the development of the underlying physics engine for Tianshu AI. Let alone him, a small independent studio, even the leading game companies in the country would find it extremely difficult to connect with Xianshu. Why would they suddenly reach out to him? Lu Ran's finger paused on the screen. Could it be that what they were eyeing was not his Stardust studio, but the groundbreaking full virtual technology in StarCore Reboot? However, as he scrolled down the cooperative agreement framework sent by Zhou Hao, he was stunned. The agreement did not mention sensitive topics such as technology, sharing source code openness, or underlying parameter connections. The entire document was filled with strategic cooperation content. Xiantian Institute grants Stardust Studio the title of official technical partner, providing industry resources and technical support, while Stardust Studio can also label Xianshu Institute as a strategic partner with no compulsory technical delivery requirements. In simple terms, it was Xiantian actively offering him an official endorsement, allowing his Stardust Studio to transform from an obscure little studio into a rising industry star backed by a national research institute. This was simply a stroke of luck. Lu Ran's heart raced a few beats faster. What did he lack the most right now? Credibility. The Lin Shin team refused to step forward, and as a small studio, he could not bear the attention and scrutiny of the entire industry. However, once he bore the title of strategic partner with Xiantian Institute, all doubts would vanish. With Xiantian providing such a strong endorsement, not to mention the industry doubts, even when the game goes live facing official qualification reviews and industry supervision, everything would proceed smoothly, benefiting him without any harm. He had no reason to refuse. Lu Ran took a deep breath, his fingers quickly tapping the screen as he politely replied. Lu Ran, hello Director Zhou, thank you very much for the recognition from Xianshu Institute towards our studio. We at Stardust Studio are very interested in the proposal for strategic cooperation. We can arrange a time to discuss the cooperation details at your convenience. Less than half a minute after sending the message, Zhou Hao's reply came back, still maintaining an efficient and polite tone, scheduling an online meeting for the following afternoon to discuss the agreement details without any unnecessary probing or mention of any technical content regarding StarCore Reboot. After ending the conversation, Lu Ran put down the tablet, leaned against the headboard, still feeling a sense of unreality. Just a moment ago, he was still troubled by a lack of credibility, and the next moment, the top-tier Xiantian Institute in the industry had proactively delivered an endorsement to him. This development was simply more outrageous than the plot of a novel. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Longwuoxian City, in the core CBD's top-level headquarters of the Xiantian Virtual Technology Research Institute. In the innermost director's office, Zhou Hao was slightly bowed as he respectfully reported to the man sitting in the leather office chair. Director Chen, according to your instructions, we have reached a preliminary strategic cooperation intention with Lu Ran from Stardust Studio and have scheduled a detailed discussion of the agreement for tomorrow. The man sitting in the office chair was none other than the core RD director of the Xiantian Virtual Technology Research Institute and a renowned expert in the field of virtual technology in Longhua, Chen Yinsong. Wearing a neatly pressed white shirt, he held a pen between his fingers, his gaze fixed on the computer screen before him, which was filled with dense code parameters for neural interaction technology. Upon hearing Zhou Hao's words, he did not lift his head, only giving a faint hm. Zhou Hao hesitated for a moment, but could not help but speak, his tone filled with confusion. Director Chen, forgive my intrusion. I truly do not understand why we are taking the initiative to sign a strategic cooperation agreement with a little-known studio. Stardust Studio has no remarkable achievements in the industry, and Lu Ran is merely an independent producer with little background. This cooperation brings no substantial benefit to our research institute, and instead allows him to benefit at our expense. Chen Yinsong finally lifted his head and glanced at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. Just follow my instructions, and do not ask too many questions. I have my own arrangements. Understood, Director Chen. Zhou Hao quickly nodded. All right, you may go about your business. Zhou Hao dared not ask further, bowed, and left, gently closing the office door behind him. It was only after he was alone in the office that Chen Yinsong set down the pen in his hand, leaned back in his chair, and furrowed his brow, slightly muttering to himself. Stardust Studio. Lu Ran. What exactly is their background? I have been in the industry for so many years and have never heard of this person. He opened the encrypted email on his private terminal where that person actually personally instructed our team to give this studio a strategic cooperation title. Forget it, these are all trivial matters. Chen Yinsong quickly refocused his gaze, returning to the computer screen, his expression sharpening once again. The development of the Guoishu Full Virtual Neural Interaction Project has reached the most critical stage of breakthrough. As long as we break through the barrier of deep neural feedback, we will have taken a significant step toward achieving true 100 full virtual. The sunlight outside streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, falling upon the densely packed code on the screen, reflecting a cold light. Meanwhile, far away in the vacuum next to the Astra Star Seed satellite, the Starfall Mecha quietly floated in the starry sea, with thin golden particles gently swirling on its chest's power furnace. Inside the cockpit, the sleeping Lin Yuxi's fingers twitched slightly, and a faint blue light gently brushed over Lin Yuxi's sleeping face. The voice of Star Pivot softly echoed in the empty cockpit, gentle as a breeze. This little kid has grown up, hasn't he? 36 hours had passed since the conclusion of the first closed beta test of StarCore Reboot. Throughout those 36 hours, the entire gaming community of Dragon Country was awash with discussions surrounding the game. Lin Yuxi's in-depth analysis post still held the top spot on the Aurora forum, with reposts already exceeding. Zhang Wan's beta test livestream recordings have been clipped into countless short videos spreading wildly across various platforms. The 26-second mecha finishing move clip became a viral sensation, endlessly looped by mecha enthusiasts and gamers alike, propelling the forward StarCore Reboot directly onto the trending list of social media platforms. In stark contrast, the official website of StarCore Reboot remained utterly silent. Since the end of the beta test, the website had not updated a single piece of content, still stuck on the first closed beta registration page, without even a summary announcement of the test's conclusion. More and more players and industry professionals flooded the official website, and the comment section was overwhelmed. In just 2 days, the number of comments exceeded 500,000, forming two sharply divided camps. One camp consisted of players completely captivated by the beta content, spamming the comments with urgent, "Please official, say something. When does the second round begin? I've already clicked the registration button to death. Beg for open beta. Beg for spots. Am willing to pay for beta access. As long as I can play this game, I'll pay any price. Is there anyone in charge?" You drop a bombshell and then go silent. The kids are going crazy waiting. After watching Zhang Wan's first-person livestream, I'm truly drooling with envy. Official, give us a definite answer. The other camp consisted of more rational industry professionals and hardcore players who actually understood the official silent stop urging. Put yourself in their shoes. A game showcasing such technology in its first closed beta must have its development team working overnight to review data, optimize servers, and fine-tune the physics engine. Exactly. This era-defining full immersion technology, with only 3 players in the first beta, already put considerable strain on the servers. To expand the number of spots, extensive optimization work is necessary. It can't be rushed. A development team capable of creating a physics engine of this precision must be extremely hardcore. They won't hastily release a second beta. They'll definitely resolve all the issues exposed in the first round. Everyone just needs to be patient. Just as the anticipation across the internet reached its peak, with players refreshing the official website every few minutes at exactly noon, the official website of StarCore Reboot suddenly updated simultaneously. 2 pinned announcements appeared prominently in the most visible positions of the website, both signed by Lu Ran, the head of Star. The first announcement bore a concise and powerful title: Official Announcement regarding the strategic cooperation between Stardust Studio and Mystic Sky Immersive Technology Research Institute. Respected players and industry colleagues, Stardust Studio has officially signed a strategic cooperation agreement on joint immersive technology research and development with the Mystic Sky Immersive Technology Research Institute of Dragon Country, becoming the institute's officially certified technical partner. Moving forward, both parties will engage in in-depth collaboration in areas such as full immersion neural interaction technology and virtual space physics engine development, working together to advance the commercial application of full immersion technology in the gaming industry, delivering an even more extreme and realistic gaming experience to players. Thank you for your attention and support for StarCore Reboot. Lu Ran, Stardust Studio, June 23, 2068. What exactly is the Mystic Sky Immersive Technology Research Institute? It is the absolute leader in the field of immersive technology within Dragon Country, backed by a national-level digital laboratory. Its core RD personnel participated in the construction of the underlying physics engine of the Tianshu AI, making it a mecca for professionals in the industry. Previously, Lin Yuxi's post only speculated boldly that Stardust Studio might have received technical support from Mystic Sky or Starway. Now, with the official announcement of strategic cooperation, the cross-era technology of StarCore Reboot has been stamped with an authoritative seal of approval. All previous voices questioning technical fraud or staged live streams dissipated instantly in the face of this announcement. The second announcement, however, ignited the frenzy of all players. Announcement regarding the second closed beta of StarCore Reboot and the launch of the Star Sea Survival expansion. Respected players, after the conclusion of the first closed beta, our development team, based on the full data from the beta, completed comprehensive optimization and upgrades to server capacity, the full immersion neural interface adaptation system, and the underlying physics engine, significantly enhancing system stability and scene capacity limits. We now officially announce the second closed beta Plan 1. The number of spots for this round will be expanded from 3 to 10, adding 7 new beta testers. The list is detailed in the appendix at the end of this announcement. 2. The expansion for this round is titled Star Sea Survival, with the core main quest being repair the core facilities of the No. 2 Spark satellite in the Astra orbit and complete the preliminary survey and preparation for surface landing. 3. The official start time of the second closed beta is 1800 tomorrow evening. Players who have obtained beta access are advised to arrange their schedules in advance. More game content and mechanics will be gradually unlocked during the beta. Thank you for your love and patience. The Star Sea is vast, and we embark on this journey together. Lu Ran Stardust Studio, June 23, 2068. At the end of the announcement, the IDs of the 7 new beta testers were listed. These 7 IDs were all relatively unfamiliar. At first glance, there were no well-known names like Zhongwan. Could the spots really have been randomly selected? Thinking of this, the players' enthusiasm surged even higher, and the number of registrations grew by a small margin. At the same time the 2 announcements were released, the first official CG trailer for StarCore Reboot went live on the website. The CG opened with an endless expanse of stars, the camera slowly advancing from the depths of the cosmos. In the dead vacuum, countless twisted metal wrecks floated silently, forming a debris ring encircling the planet like a colossal interstellar tombstone. The camera passed through the debris belt, finally revealing the full view of a battered rocky planet, Astra Prime. Desolate, magnificent, silent, yet brimming with boundless mystery. A steady, profound male voice, deep and resonant, slowly rose in the background music, as if crossing vast stretches of time, whispering into the player's ears. 12,000 years ago, a cataclysm swept through the Star Sea. The peak beta-class Star Core civilization fell. Now, the opportunity for civilization's rebirth has arrived. The Spark project is initiated. The consciousness of the Star Core survivors, dormant for 12,000 years, is awakened. As pioneers, we shall inherit the will of countless martyrs from the Star Core civilization and embark on this arduous, yet sacred path of civilization's revival. As the narration ended, the scene abruptly shifted. 3 clones clad in space suits advanced slowly through the vacuum, exploring the derelict starship wreckage. The visors of their helmets reflected the cold metallic ruins around them. The next moment, the camera pushed inward through a porthole, revealing a blue and white starfall mecha standing silently outside, its brilliant light wings trailing gracefully. The power furnace at its chest emitted faint golden particles like an awakened Star Sea war god. Immediately, the pace of the visuals accelerated and the background music swelled with intensity. A blackened mecha deployed floating cannons, unleashing a dense web of firepower that filled the entire screen. Golden streams of light wove nimbly through the beams. In slow motion, every dodge and shield block of the Starfall mecha exuded an elegant sense of power. Finally, a golden palm imbued with earth-shattering energy slammed down. After the golden hand filled the entire screen, the image flashed, and the silver logo of StarCore Reboot slowly emerged with a line of small text below. Star Sea Survival Expansion officially launches tomorrow at 1800. After a brief pause in the debris-filled void, the Starfall mecha slowly turned its 8 light wings, gently unfurling, backdropped by Astra Prime, tinged with a faint crimson glow under the rays of a red giant star. The camera gradually pulled back, merging the mecha's silhouette with the boundless Star Sea. In the exclusive cabin of Seed Satellite No. 2, Lin Yuxi's terminal screen emitted a cold blue glow. Leaning back in the seat before the console, he traced his fingertip across the screen, revealing the Starcom chat log with Lu Ran, a full page of unread messages marked in red. Lin Yuxi had awakened yesterday, finding himself already in his own hibernation pod, while the Xingyun mecha stood silently outside the Seed Satellite. Although the interior of the Seed Satellite could barely accommodate the Xingyun mecha, the entrance designed for personal and micro devices on Seed Satellite No. 2 made it impossible for the mecha to enter. During the day he had slept, Lu Ran could not resist leaving dozens of messages on Starcom, mainly asking about the situation here and when the next round of internal testing could begin, as he was being overwhelmed by eager players. Finally, there was a crucial piece of information. The Xiantian Research Institute, the leader in virtual reality system research in Dragon Country, had proactively proposed that the Stardust Studio become their strategic partner. Given such a beneficial condition, Lu Ran naturally agreed. In his messages, Lu Ran even probed Lin Han, hinting and fishing for information about whether their team was connected to the Xiantian Research Institute, for why else would the institute offer such generous terms? No technology sharing required, only the name. Lin Yuxi naturally evaded this with ambiguous and cryptic answers, but he himself was full of doubts. He had originally thought that when Xinghe Chongqi gained fame and Lu Ran could no longer handle the pressure, he would suggest that Lu Ran register in M Country, where regulations were looser, to bypass Dragon Country's strict review mechanisms. Such a situation was not uncommon, as long as one was willing to spend money there was room for maneuver. However, the sudden intervention of the Xiantian Research Institute had saved them a great deal of trouble. With the Institute's endorsement, the path for Xinghechongxi and Dragon Country would be much smoother. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the pale blue virtual projection beside him. It was no longer the vague blurry light orb from before. Now floating in the cabin was a tall female projection. Yes, female, a white-haired elven female, was also female. The figure appeared to be about 25 or 26 with clear sharp features, a straight nose, defined lips, and a silver-gray star core uniform robe clinging to her form surrounded by fine pale blue light particles. The most distinctive feature was her sapphire-like eyes, and beneath her hair were pointed ears bearing the hallmarks of the star core civilization. Her waist-length white hair was loosely draped with light particles scattering from the tips into the surrounding air. Though it was a virtual projection, it possessed an almost tangible cool texture. This was the first thing he saw when he woke from hibernation yesterday. Xing Shu. Not only had her appearance become fully concrete, but her voice had also changed. No longer the mechanical, emotionless, neutral tone of before, it was now a magnetic, mature female voice, steady in pace with a cool, aloof cadence at the end, the very image of a high-cold elder sister. At first, faced with this version of Xing Shu, he had to be cautious in his speech. After all, just the day before he had been discussing plans with a cold AI, and the next day the AI had transformed into a vibrant, sharp-eared elven senior sister. Anyone would need time to adjust. After half a day of interaction, he barely managed to get used to Xing Shu's new form. Xing Shu. Was it you who did the Xiantian Research Institute? Lin Yuxi asked cautiously. The owner of the ice blue eyes raised an eyebrow, slightly crossed her arms, and said in a magnetic female voice, "Don't look at me. It has nothing to do with me." Having been rebuffed, Lin Yuxi touched his nose and muttered to himself in frustration, "That's strange. What does the Xiantian Research Institute want? Forget it, it's a good thing anyway." He shook his head to suppress the distractions and looked back at Xing Shu, his expression growing serious. "Forget about that. Tell me, how feasible is the plan you mentioned earlier?" At the mention of business, the playful look on Xing Shu's face instantly vanished. The light particles around her condensed, and a glimmer of data streams flickered in her ice blue eyes, her entire demeanor becoming rigorous. She raised her hand and waved, and a full three-dimensional star map instantly unfolded between them, clearly marking the orbital parameters of the Astra Galaxy. The position of Seed Satellite No. 2 was highlighted in red. At the Lagrange point between it and the star Astra, the wreckage of a massive ring-shaped space station was marked with a prominent golden, surrounded by dense structural parameters and status assessments. Her fingertip landed on the golden dot, and ice blue data streams flowed into the star map. The originally static space station model instantly rotated and disassembled from the main ring structure to the internal core compartments, layer by layer, clearly displayed before Lin Yuxi. The golden coordinate marked on the star map is the Xingju Space Station, the core's central control facility of the Star Core Civilization Seed Project in Astra's near-Earth orbit. It is also the only hub in the entire Seed system capable of achieving data, energy, and physical docking for all 12 Seed satellites. Xing Shu's magnetic female voice carried a serious tone as she slid her fingertip across the star map, and the construction timeline and basic parameters of the space station appeared simultaneously. It was built in the last 30 years before the fall of the Star Core civilization. Its original design purpose was to serve as the one-orbit home port for the 12 Seed satellites and the first space headquarters after the civilization's restart. It contains a complete main control core, antimatter energy reactor, various weapon and equipment production lines, clone cultivation center, and global surface communication base stations. Most importantly, if we can access its central core authority, the capacity of the secondary consciousness projection system can be increased from 10 to 1000. Of course, fully reviving the Xingju main control core is beyond our current capability, but even a preliminary activation can raise the consciousness capacity from 10 to 100. During the final catastrophe 100 years ago, under the sacrificial cover of the Star Core Civilization's third space fleet, which fought to the last, most of the Xingju space station's facilities survived. The main structure's integrity exceeds 52, and all core functional modules are in a reparable and activatable state. She looked up at Lin Yuxi, her ice blue eyes reflecting the star map's faint light, explaining the core logic of the plan. Change the previous plan to directly land on the surface was the only option under desperate circumstances. At that time, you had just completed consciousness anchoring, and the oxygen reserve on Seed Satellite No. 2 was only 30 days. The satellite itself is merely an emergency escape unit of the Seed project with limited computational power detection capability and energy reserves. A more fundamental hardware flaw is that it was never designed with an orbital main propulsion unit. Xing Shu's fingertip tapped the model of Seed Satellite No. 2 on the star map, and the few microthrusters on both sides of the satellite were highlighted in red, with corresponding parameter panels popping up. This satellite was designed as an emergency consciousness anchoring and escape vehicle during civilization's fall. It is only equipped with microthrusters for attitude adjustment, with a maximum thrust insufficient to perform translagrangian orbital maneuvers, let alone achieve millimeter-level precision physical docking with the Xingju space station. Therefore, we had no possibility of docking with the station before. She swept her fingertip across the wide debris ring orbiting Astra with large areas marked in red. Among them, a vast red region lay between seed satellite No. 2 and the Xingju space station. These red-marked areas are zones of unknown dangers, and the red region separating seed satellite No. 2 from the Xingju space station is exactly the patrolling area of the Wanderer you defeated earlier. Any large-scale orbital maneuver or energy fluctuation exceeding safety thresholds could attract the patrolling units. However, now that the dangerous units in this blocking area have been eliminated, it gives us the possibility to dock with the Xingju space station. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yuxi seized the key information, furrowed his brow, and pressed on in a deep voice, "What exactly are the unknown dangers you keep mentioning? And what are the Wanderer mechas we fought? Are they related to the catastrophe that destroyed the Star Core civilization 1,200 years ago?" Xing Shu's ice blue eyes flickered slightly, and the star map under her fingertip momentarily froze. In the end, she gave the same answer: insufficient authority. Cannot unlock the corresponding information. Xing Shu and Lin Yuxi tacitly agreed not to dwell on that topic, redirecting their focus to the Xingju docking plan. On the three-dimensional holographic star map, before them a dynamic simulation of the Xingyun mech completing a docking maneuver with No. 2 Ember satellite unfolded. The original red zone vanished, replaced by a clear green trajectory for orbital transfer. Now that all constraints have been eliminated, the docking plan has a 100 theoretical foundation for implementation. Xing Shu's tone returned to its utmost precision as her fingertip landed on the power core parameter panel of the Xingyun mech. During the first round of internal testing, a player accidentally discovered the sealed Xingyun mech. You interfaced with it via deep consciousness, defeated the patrolling Wanderer mechs attracted by the energy fluctuations, and brought about two decisive changes. First, the hazardous zone between us and the Xingju space station has disappeared. We now have a safe route to reach the second. Although the remaining energy reserve of the Xingyun mech is insufficient to activate its combat mode, the residual power output is just enough to serve as the temporary main propulsion unit for No. 2 Ember satellite. Towing the satellite through a cross-orbital transfer, it will precisely dock into the dedicated berth of the Xingju space station. I have completed the full dynamic simulation and orbital calculation. Theoretical feasibility is 100. Don't say that. I did nothing. Just watched for a few minutes, and then took a nap. Lin Yuxi said with a hint of grief. Xing Shu pretended not to hear. She looked up at Lin Yuxi, her ice blue irises reflecting the green route to the Xingju space station on the star map, and added, "Even if we only complete the initial activation of the Xingju space station, without reviving the main control core, we can expand the capacity limit of the secondary consciousness projection system from the current 10 to 100. We can recruit more players, accelerate the space station repair and surface exploration plan, fully escape the current manpower shortage, and also solve the problem of too few internal test slots for the game's Stellar Core reboot." As Xing Shu finished speaking, her fingertip lightly tapped the holographic star map. The disassembled model of the Xingju space station zoomed in again. From the outer ring structure to the inner core cabins, every intact functional module was marked with a striking pale gold label, and the corresponding functional parameters scrolled synchronously beside the model. Currently, the condition of the Xingju space station is more optimistic than we initially estimated. Xing Shu's magnetic female voice was steady and unruffled as her fingertip glided over the marked functional modules one by one. Under the desperate cover of the Third Cosmic Fleet, aside from irreversible aging damage to the peripheral corridors and non-core energy lines, all core functional areas of the Xingju space station are in a state that can be repaired and activated. After docking, besides gaining more capacity for the secondary consciousness projection system, we will not only acquire many urgently needed facilities and equipment, but also obtain detailed surface information. Her fingertip first landed on the production module in the middle of the space station, and the parameter panel instantly popped up. These are 3 modular small-scale mass production lines covering the full process for space infrastructure components, surface construction equipment, and individual combat protective gear. Currently, No. 2 satellite is only equipped with an emergency repair 3D printing unit capable of only minor fixes. It can't even replicate a complete landing pod. But the Xingju production lines, once basic energy supply is unlocked, can mass-produce standardized landing pods, surface exploration vehicles, explosion-proof protective armor, basic exploration tools, and even low-tier external mechanical exoskeletons. Subsequently, whether for space station repair or surface colonization, we will no longer rely on the remaining emergency supplies in the satellite, completely escaping the plight of material scarcity. Her fingertip slid, and the holographic model switched to the observation and communication array at the top of the space station. Xing Shu continued, This is the Global Delay-Free Communication System and Deep Space Observation Array of Astra. Currently no. 2 satellites' communication signals can only cover a narrow range in low Earth orbit. Once a player lands on the surface, they face signal delays or even complete loss of contact. But the Xingjis Global Delay-Free Communication System can achieve real-time zero-latency communication across the entire planet, ensuring seamless connectivity between all facilities and operational units. At the same time, its Deep Space Observation Array can perform high-precision terrain scanning of the entire surface, atmospheric environment monitoring, and biological distribution mapping, helping us precisely calculate the optimal landing location with the lowest risk and richest resources rather than blindly selecting a landing point and gambling on a descent as originally planned. Additionally, the full-power clone cultivation pod can shorten the incubation period of player clones from 24 hours to 4 hours, providing a safety net for the mass loss of clones during high-energy hazardous missions. The accompanying closed-loop life support system allows us to survive in space for over 50 years. Xingqiu withdrew her fingertip, her ice-blue eyes fixed on Lin Yuxi. In simple terms, completing the Xingqiu docking transforms us from survivors trapped in escape pods into possessors of the prototype of our first space headquarters. Lin Yuxi raised an eyebrow and tapped lightly on the edge of the console. He was well aware of the gap between the two plans. The previous direct landing plan, constrained by various conditions, involved a blind descent to the surface with no supplies, no communication, and no backup. After 1,200 years, they knew nothing about the surface conditions. It was essentially a desperate gamble. In contrast, the current Xingqiu docking plan first secured a stable space base, then landed with full equipment, a complete support chain, and comprehensive surface intelligence. The risks and rewards were on entirely different scales. Jiang Wan is truly our lucky star. Without her treasure-hunting constitution to discover the hidden Xingyun mech, we would have had to gamble on a blind landing. Lin Yuxi shook his head with a smile. It's settled. We abandoned the previous direct surface landing plan and switch entirely to the Xingqiu space station docking plan. All main quests for the second round of internal testing will revolve around this core. Having settled the core plan, Lin Yuxi shifted the topic. Speaking of internal testing, there are a few key adjustments we need. First, the game access mode. In the first round, we used limited time access, forcing players to log in and out on a fixed schedule. It was too inefficient. Now the preparatory work for the Xingqiu docking, satellite orbit calibration, No. 2 or satellite facility repairs are all painstaking, time-consuming basic tasks. I plan to fully delegate the login and logout permissions to the second round internal test players, opening a 247 access mode. They can enter the game and advance tasks whenever they want. Indeed, a 247 access mode can improve overall task advancement efficiency while reducing players' waiting anxiety, which has a positive effect on long-term game hype. Xingqiu's manner of speaking was also becoming more human-like rather than the cold mechanical style of before. Lin Yuxi nodded and smoothly proposed the second core adjustment. As for the selection of new testers, we need to adjust our screening criteria. Previously, we placed high weight on knowledge of aerospace or mechanical engineering, thinking only professionals could handle these space operations. But the first round has validated that with step-by-step assistance from the intelligent terminal, even without deep foundational knowledge, most technical operations can be completed. So professional expertise is no longer the core screening threshold. We need to shift our focus. He typed 3 criteria on the terminal. First, personality stability. No hot-headed fools who act recklessly. We're repairing a space station that's 1,200 years old. One foolish move could cause cabin depressurization, energy overload, and total failure. Steadiness and obedience to orders are paramount. Second, free time availability. They must be able to invest long, stable hours in the game. A lot of basic repair work requires continuous on-site progress. Sporadic players won't cut it. Third, execution ability. They must follow the main quest framework without exceeding authority with unauthorized actions. Of course, we don't restrict reasonable creative input. After all, players' ingenuity is sometimes more effective than our plans. Based on these 3 core criteria, I have completed a full data screening from the 5,600 players who pre-registered for the first round. A total of 102 candidates perfectly matching the requirements were identified. The list, along with corresponding user profiles and historical behavior data, has been synced to your terminal. Xingqiu tapped her fingertip lightly, and the terminal screen instantly displayed a clear player list. Each person's time availability, personality stability assessment, and in-game behavior habits were clearly annotated. Lin Yuxi quickly scanned the list, looked up at Xingqiu, and gave an okay gesture. No problem. Well, pick the 7 most suitable ones from these, plus Lu Ran, Zhongwan, and Suzhou from the first round. That makes exactly 10 slots. After finalizing these core matters, he contacted Lu Ran again, instructing him to update the official website with the announcement of the collaboration with Xiantian Research Institute and the new expansion Starsea Survival. He also provided him with a CG animation that Xing Shu had briefly produced for the first expansion pack. Having done all this, Lin Yuxi stretched his arms. He felt that the strength of this body, along with his perception of the external world and his adaptation to the space environment, had all significantly improved after the experience of unlocking the genetic lock and bursting into power. Feeling the healthy body, he couldn't help but think of his original body lying dormant in the Dragon Kingdom's Tiangong space station and of his parents who had vanished into the vastness of the stars. His left hand unconsciously touched the pendant he had worn since childhood. Was the origin of this star core civilization's fireseed key, which had changed his destiny, really as his father had said, "I just bought it from a street stall because the pattern looked nice, so I gave it to you"? Were his parents somehow connected to the reason he had come here? Had they really gone missing during an exploration mission in the... Lin Yuxi's thoughts drifted as he gazed at the red giant star glowing with a faint red halo outside the porthole, sinking into deep contemplation. Inside the secondary control room of the Astra Star's second fireseed satellite, which houses the cloning pods, the once empty chamber, illuminated brightly, has undergone a transformation. 7 brand new silver-gray cloning pods were neatly arranged along the walls facing the original 3 in pairs, occupying nearly half of the chamber, with faint blue energy patterns flowing across the surface of each pod. At precisely 6 o'clock in Long Kingdom time, as the countdown reached 0, the hydraulic locks of the 10 pods emitted a soft click simultaneously, and the transparent lids slowly ascended along the tracks, cold mist spilling over the edges before being swiftly evacuated by the life support systems inside. The first to set up were Lu Ran, Su Zhe, and Zhang Wan. With the experience gained from the first round of internal testing, the 3 had already mastered control over their clones, sitting up as soon as the lids fully opened, flexing their limbs and necks to adapt to this familiar yet fresh body. In contrast, the 7 new players entering the game for the first time presented a completely different scene. Some nearly toppled out of their pods upon sitting up, frantically grabbing the edges to steady themselves. 8 others widened their eyes, repeatedly stroking the cold metal interior of the pods, gasping for air. Some even jumped out of their pods and bounced twice on the alloy floor of the control room, exhilarated by the tangible sensations beneath their feet, excitedly exploring the control panels and observation windows, resembling a group of Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Wow, this sensation, this gravity, it feels exactly like the real world. This is insane. The realism is off the charts. It's not exaggerated at all compared to what I saw in Zhang Wan's livestream. Stop touching everything, quick look outside. Is that space? Hey. Someone shouted, pointing at the panoramic observation window on one side of the control room, drawing everyone's gaze. Outside the observation window was an endless expanse of the starry sea, with the crimson glow of a red giant star casting its light into the dark vacuum. Countless twisted metal wrecks silently floated in orbit, forming a debris ring that encircled the entire planet, a desolate, yet magnificent sight that struck every new player's eyes, quieting the previously noisy control room. Lu Ran cleared his throat, his voice filled with warmth as he said, "Welcome everyone to Star Core Reboot. My name is Lu Nan, my game ID is Stardust Traveler, and I'm one of the players from the first round of internal testing. Just call me Lu Nan." Standing in the middle of the 10 pods, wearing the same silver-gray standard combat uniform as the others, he glanced over at the 7 new players, smiling as he raised his hand slightly. "I can see everyone is quite excited. We were just as amazed when we first entered the game. From now on we will be comrades, fighting side by side. Since we haven't started the main quest, yet let's all briefly introduce ourselves to get familiar with one another, as we will rely on teamwork for future satellite repairs and tasks." The first to speak was a tall man standing at the edge, his posture upright, and his tone crisp and efficient. "ID is Night Falcon, just call me Night Falcon. I have played tactical shooting games for a long time, familiar with tactical planning and team coordination, so I follow commands and don't mess around." The second to speak was a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor. He tapped his wrist where his newly activated smart terminal glowed, speaking in a steady tone. "ID is Old Ghost. I have played survival and construction games for over a decade, and I have some experience in apocalypse infrastructure and resource planning. I am capable with Hansen tasks and can help with repairs." The third to introduce herself was the only woman among the 7. With her hair tied in a high ponytail and sparkling eyes, she was curiously peering out of the observation window. Upon hearing the introductions, she turned around and waved cheerfully, "Hello, everyone. My ID is Ali Bumi Lu, a former aerial survey engineer from the Survey Institute, now a freelancer. I have played hardcore open-world exploration games for 10 years and hold speedrun records for 3 top survival games. I specialize in 3-dimensional spatial surveying, navigation, path planning, and risk point prediction. I can quickly mark optimal routes and hidden hazards in complex chambers and debris fields. For future exploration, surveying, and task breakdown, you can find me. By the way, just call me Ali." Next to Ali was a burly man who looked kind-hearted. He scratched his head and spoke in a booming voice, "My ID is when in doubt, squat down first. I used to be on the provincial Sanda team, and now I run a gym. I have plenty of time and strength for heavy tasks, and I follow commands without rushing in recklessly. ID is Broken Blade, a former Special Forces officer. I am proficient in wilderness survival, emergency response, and close combat, and my vigilance is decent. The man spoke little but stood tall, exuding a sense of security from years of experience, which provided everyone with a strong reassurance. My ID is Demolition, always slow half a beat. I was in the shooting team for the gas rifle project in South China, and I am now a shooting instructor. I have steady hands and am skilled in precision operations and detail control, so you can come to me for any precise repairs or calibrations. The last young man waved with a smile. My ID is Steady O Rest First. I'm a mixed martial arts enthusiast and a part-time fitness coach. My physical condition is decent, I learn quickly, and team coordination will be no problem. Everyone please show me the ropes. After the 7 newcomers finished their introductions, the remaining 2 veteran players chimed in, "Welcome to all of you." Suja instinctively pushed up his non-existent glasses and smiled. My ID is I want to reach for the sky and move bricks. Just call me Suja. I study space station engineering at Jinghua Aerospace University. I don't slack off, just call me Jiangwan, a game streamer from Lumang Livestream. I'm the chief treasure hunter in our game. If it weren't for me finding that super cool mech, we wouldn't even have access to this expansion pack. After a round of introductions, the new and old players became quite familiar with each other. The newcomers were still gathering around Jiang, one discussing the iconic moments of the mech kills in the first round of internal testing, continuously marveling at the game's incredible realism. Honestly, I've played so many fully immersive games, and none of them can compare to this one. Old Ghost pinched the fabric of his combat suit, feeling the texture and quality with awe. The tactile sensation, the sense of gravity, even the airflow inside the pod can be felt. It feels like I've stepped into another world. You know it. When in doubt, Squat Down First clenched his fist, feeling the clear feedback from his muscles, his eyes wide with astonishment. I can even feel the joints in my fist moving. The realism is simply outrageous. As they discussed the physical qualities of the clones, Lu Ran, Suja, and Jiangwan couldn't help but move their hands and feet again, experimenting with their clones. They felt stronger and more agile than during the last internal test. Suja looked down at the smart terminal on his wrist, scrolling through it, until he found his attributes panel, which clearly displayed the physical attributes of his clone. Compared to the first round of internal testing, the panel showed a 15 increase in the 4 basic attributes: strength, agility, neural response speed, and space environment adaptability, with a note at the bottom reading, "First round internal tester pioneer rewards have been implemented." Wow! Suja exclaimed, shaking his wrist. No wonder I feel so much lighter and quicker. The rewards from the first round have already been implemented. Hearing Suja's words, when in doubt, Squat Down First and Broken Blade's eyes lit up. Both had worked hard on their bodies in reality, and they were thrilled to experience the feeling of becoming stronger in the game, raising their expectations for future task rewards. At this moment, Jiangwan, sensitive to game elements, remarked, "Half of the newcomers here have game or life experiences related to combat. Could it be? Could it be that the game is starting to test the combat system for players?" The mech battles in the first round of internal testing were thrilling, but they were all battles led by the boss of the Xingyan faction. They were already itching to try it out themselves. Even the tech-savvy Suja felt the urge to give it a shot. Who could resist the exhilarating combat experience of a 100 realistic game that reality could never offer? At that moment, the alloy hatch of the control room suddenly emitted a faint hiss of air, sliding open soundlessly to both sides. All eyes instantly snapped toward it, the bustling control room falling into a silence so profound that even a pin drop would be heard. A tall, slender young man strode in, clad in a sharply tailored silver-gray star-core uniform robe that hugged his broad shoulders and narrow waist, with subtle golden patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs. He appeared no more than 20, with chiseled features, sharp brow bones, a high bridge of the nose, and a clean, angular jawline. Despite the youthful clarity in his eyes, when he swept his gaze across the room, a faint, commanding pressure emanated from those dark orbs, blending 2 distinct temperaments into a seamless whole. Boss Xingyan. Jiangwan was the first to wave her hand excitedly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The 26-second decisive kill during the first closed beta had already made her Xingyan's #1 fan. Lu Ran and Suja immediately straightened up, their faces etched with reverence. The new players fell silent. Even those seeing Xingyan for the first time felt overwhelmed by his formidable aura, instinctively holding their breath. They had already witnessed this faction leader through livestream replays. Now, standing before him in person, they could feel the bloodline suppression transmitted through their current bodies, an oppression far more intense than what they had sensed through the screen. Lin Yuxi's gaze swept over the crowd as his clear, steady voice resonated through the control room, each word landing distinctly in the players' ears. "Welcome, pioneers of the Star Core civilization. 120,000 years ago, the calamity struck, the Star Core civilization fell, and the Ember Project was launched. You are the first batch of pioneers to cross the Sea of Stars. In your last mission, you successfully awakened the Starfall mech, eliminated the threats in low orbit, and tore open the first ray of dawn for the civilization's revival. He raised his hand and waved, and a full holographic three-dimensional star map instantly unfolded in the center of the control room. The complete view of the Astra debris ring, the location of Ember Satellite No. 2, and the ruins of the golden ring-shaped space station at the Lagrange point, all clearly presented before everyone. Based on the promising results of the first mission, we will officially abandon the original surface landing plan and initiate a new mainline plan, the Star Torch docking plan. His fingertip landed on the golden point of light on the star map as Lin Yuxi's tone remained steady, yet carried an unyielding force. This is the Star Torch space station, the core control hub of the Ember Project, and the most critical facility of the Star Core Civilization's Ember Project in Astra's low orbit. During the Cataclysm 120,000 years ago, it was preserved under the desperate cover of the Third Cosmic Fleet. Its main structure integrity exceeds 52, and all core functional modules are reparable and activatable. Previously, we devised the surface landing plan as our only option in dire straits. He tapped the model of Ember Satellite No. 2, and the microthrusters on both sides of the satellite were highlighted in red. Ember Satellite No. 2, where we currently reside, is merely an emergency escape unit of the Ember Project. It lacks a main orbital propulsion unit, and its computing power, energy, and life support are all limited. Given our initial objective conditions, docking with the Star Torch space station was entirely impossible. Now 2 core limitations have been broken through. First, the dangerous patrol zone that separated us from the Star Torch space station has been completely cleared. We now have a safe route to reach it. Second, the remaining power of the Starfall mech is sufficient to serve as the satellite's temporary main propulsion unit, towing us through an orbital transfer and precisely docking with the Star Torch space station. On the holographic star map, a clear green transfer trajectory slowly unfolded, extending from Ember Satellite No. 2 all the way to the ring-shaped space station that had lain dormant for 120,000 years. Lin Yuxi withdrew his fingertip and turned his gaze back to the crowd. Once we complete the docking with the Star Torch space station, we will gain production lines for basic equipment, planet-wide low-latency communication systems, deep space observation arrays, and higher-spec clone cultivation chambers. The capacity of the secondary consciousness projection system will also be upgraded from 10 to 100 users. We will awaken more companions. In simple terms, this will be our first true stronghold in the Sea of Stars. As his words fell, the control room erupted in a burst of uncontrollable exclamations. The new players were awestruck, never expecting that the first closed beta would unlock such a major mainline progression. They had not imagined the game's scope would leap from satellite survival to the level of space station infrastructure. As for Lu Ran and his 2 companions, their hearts surged with excitement. It was their efforts that had tangibly altered the game's main storyline. Every action they took was changing the fate of the ancient interstellar civilization of Star Core, and this was not mere rhetoric. The game team had intricately woven it into the mainline, making the game's depth far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Next, our first step is to complete the comprehensive maintenance and upgrade of Ember Satellite No. 2. As Lin Yuxi finished speaking, the smart terminals on everyone's wrists vibrated simultaneously, and a brand new mainline task list refreshed on the screen. Satellite life support system overhaul, attitude control, thruster calibration, energy line inspection, and repair, flight data calibration. The 4 core tasks were clearly listed, each with detailed step-by-step instructions, personnel requirements, and completion rewards. Tasks have been synchronized to your smart terminals. You may form teams freely to complete them. The terminals will provide full operational assistance. Please strictly follow the terminal's guidance. Lin Yuxi's tone softened slightly. The Sea of Stars is vast, and the path ahead is unknown. The revival of civilization is a journey we must walk together. With that, he turned and left the control room, leaving behind a room full of players still processing what had just happened. The moment Xing Yan's figure disappeared from view, the control room exploded into a frenzy. Holy crap! Space infrastructure. This game is incredible. What are we waiting for? Form up. Let's take the life support system task. Old Ghost, aren't you good at construction? Let's team up. The players excitedly gathered together, discussing team formations based on the task list on their smart terminals, the entire control room buzzing with fervent activity. Meanwhile, Jiangwan was scrolling through her smart terminal, her fingers swiping rapidly across the screen, when suddenly she let out an "ah" that instantly drew everyone's attention. Look, there's a new logout option on the smart terminal. She raised her wrist, and the screen clearly displayed a logout button. Below it was a note: players can initiate a logout request in safe zones or inside a hibernation pod. After logout, the clone will enter a safe dormant state and can be logged back in at any time. Jiangwan jumped with excitement, her eyes sparkling like stars. Yes. Finally we can log in and out normally. No more being forced to log out at scheduled times. Play whenever we want, log out whenever we want. For the players, the freedom to log in and out-mint the game was truly open around the clock, no longer bound by limited time access regulations. Several freelancers and players with ample time were especially thrilled. This meant they could stay immersed in the game at any time and push forward with tasks. Let's get started, everyone. I can't wait to see the Star Torch space station. Seeing that the crowd was about to dive into another round of heated discussion, Lu Ran tapped into his hidden talent for guiding players as a planner and raised his voice to address everyone in the control room. Everyone quiet down. The 4 preliminary tasks released by Boss Xing Yin are the core prerequisites for our docking plan. We must complete them as quickly as possible to enter the central space station of the Xinghe civilization. Let's first divide the work according to each person's expertise. As soon as he finished speaking, Ali Bumilu, one of the new players, was the first to speak up. He'll take on the navigation data calibration task. I've worked in aerial surveying for 8 years. I'm familiar with tasks like near-Earth orbit, 3-dimensional mapping, risk point prediction, and optimal route planning. With the help of the smart terminal, it should be no problem at all. They'll team up with Ali. Lu Ran immediately chimed in. Count me in too. Jiang Wan raised her hand. The navigation team's division was settled. Yi Sun then spoke up. Leave the attitude control thruster calibration to me and Duan Run. While dismantle, inspect, calibrate, and troubleshoot the 12 sets of microthrusters one by one. We're also looking forward to experiencing a spacewalk. Comprehensive life support system inspection. Old Ghost, and I will handle it. Old Ghost raised his hand and said, Old Ghost, and when Zhu was Xianxia, we seem to hit it off quite well. With years of experience in hardcore sandbox survival simulation games, Old Ghost should have no trouble guiding when Zhu was Xianxia Hui as his assistant. The last remaining task was the most critical and challenging of the 4: energy circuit inspection and repair. Suja, being a tech enthusiast and veteran player, took the lead without hesitation. The energy core is the heart of the entire satellite and the foundation of the docking plan. He'll take on this crucial task. When it came to his area of expertise, Suja's eyes lit up as he spoke. He'll lend a hand. Chai Dan Yong Yuan Man Ban Pai immediately chimed in. I've practiced air rifle shooting for over a decade, so my hands are steady. Millimeter-level precision welding and component disassembly and assembly. Leave it to me, I guarantee no shaking. He'll help too, and I promise not to mess around. He'll follow your lead. The remaining player, Yushi Bu Zhu Xian Dunxia, added. Thus the division of tasks for all 4 groups was complete. The 10 players, each taking on their respective roles, began the novel and intricate work of repairing the space station under the detailed guidance of the smart terminal. The 4 groups headed off to their designated areas, and the once empty secondary control room fell silent in an instant. Deep within the Spark 2 satellite, inside Lin Yuxi's exclusive main control cabin, blue holographic light flooded the entire enclosed space. 2 floating main screens were positioned on the left and right. The left secondary screen was divided into 10 small windows, each displaying the real-time first-person perspective of the 10 players. Lin Yuxi nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, we'll be ready for the next phase of the orbital docking plan in at most 2 days. Lin Yuxi leaned back in his chair, his fingertips lightly tapping the metal surface, a faint smile still lingering on his face as he watched the players' enthusiastic efforts. But when his gaze shifted to the main screen on the right, a somber expression crept into his brows. On the main screen was a 1-1 3-dimensional structural diagram of the Xingzhou space station. This space hub, spanning 30 kilometers, once the core nexus of the Xinghe civilization's Ember project, now appeared in the holographic projection like a steel behemoth that had slumbered for 1,200 years. The outline of its main structure remained imposing and grand, but the dense array of damaged gaps, severed docking bridges, and depressurized sealed compartments silently told the tale of the catastrophic annihilation that had occurred 1,200 years ago. However, at the station's most critical sectors, the central control room and the fully automated equipment production line, 2 large areas were covered by a pale red light curtain. Even the main passage connecting these 2 core zones was marked with intermittent red warning indicators. Throughout the station's crisscrossing network of corridors, pinprick-sized red dots would occasionally flare up, flickering for less than half a second before vanishing instantly. This is a real-time scanning image of the Xingzhou space station captured by the ultra-long-range quantum detection radar mounted on the Xingyun mech, said a cool female voice behind him. Xingzhou, clad in a light blue robe, still had the appearance of an elegant elven lady. She walked slowly to Lin Yuxi's side and lightly tapped her fingertip. The holographic structural diagram instantly zoomed in, and the trajectories of those flickering red dots were marked as light gray dashed lines. The remaining Xingjin crystal core energy in the Xingyun mech is no longer sufficient to support it entering combat mode. A hint of helplessness crept into Xingzhu's voice. The Xingjin crystal core is an annihilation-class energy source refined from the core matter of a red giant star during the peak of the Xinghe civilization. Even at the height of the civilization, it was an extremely scarce resource. After the last battle, the Xingyun mech's Xingjin crystal core has only 0.12 energy reserve left. She paused, tracing her fingertip across the structural diagram to the docking bay of the Xingyun mech, and added, "This amount of energy is only enough to support the radar for ultra-long-range detection, provide temporary orbital thrust for the Spark satellite, and complete the docking with the Xingju space station. To restart its combat systems, we would need to find a new Xingjin crystal core." Lin Yuxi's fingertip landed on the two pale red areas on the structural diagram, regions even the quantum radar couldn't penetrate, and his brow furrowed deeper. What's the situation with these two areas, eh? And these red dots that keep appearing and disappearing, what are they, eh? This time Xing Shu did not evade the question with insufficient authority. Instead, her light blue pupils contracted slightly. She raised her hand, and in the holographic display instantly pulled up the biosignature of the Wanderer mech they had previously defeated, overlaying it with the waveform of those red dots. The overlap between the two waveforms exceeded 83. With a serious and solemn tone, Xing Shu said, "As for these two large, unexplored red areas, and the occasional red dots appearing on the radar, we cannot be 100% certain of their exact nature. But there is a high probability that they are threat units of the same origin as the Wanderer." Xing Shu's voice dropped even lower. 1200 years ago, the Xingju space station was a key target of the attack. Although the main structure was preserved under the cover of the Third Fleet, no one can predict what exactly happened inside the Xingju space station during the final catastrophe, or what dangers were left behind. Lin Yuxi, you must prepare for the worst in advance. Looking at Lin Yuxi's still somber profile, she added softly, as if making a promise or offering comfort. "Once you complete the authority handshake with the Xingju space station's main brain using the key, and once I confirm that matter, I will tell you the answers you seek. The truth about the fall of the Xinghe civilization." Lin Yuxi gazed into Xing Shu's icy blue eyes, which clearly held a deep sorrow, and felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. If she truly had the full range of emotions like us, then she had been waiting silently in this cold, dead ruin for 1200 years. He couldn't imagine the loneliness of waiting in the darkness for 1200 years. He did not press further, only nodded silently, and replied softly, "I will wait for your answer." Lin Yuxi had originally assumed that docking with the Xingju space station meant moving from the humble Ember satellite into a space bastion that could provide shelter from the elements. Yet now he realized that their destination was not a safe haven, but an ancient battlefield sealed for 12,000 years. He turned and walked to the sealed storage rack on the other side of the cabin, raised his hand, and pressed the unlock button on the side panel. The heavy alloy protective door slid open silently to both sides, and cold blue emergency lights illuminated 4 metal structures, each 2.3 meters tall, resting on the shelves. The 3 outermost suits were the Xingwei 3 standard space individual combat power armor. Crafted entirely from the matte silver-gray superconducting alloy exclusive to the Xinghe civilization, its lines were sharp and imposing. The shoulder armor bore the etched star-orbit insignia of the Xinghe Civilization Guard Corps, and embedded in the chest was a palm-sized compact fusion energy core exuding a cold metallic texture. This core also served as the power hub for all directed weapon systems of the entire suit. The outer side of the arms featured fully modular weapon interfaces compatible with all standard individual weapons, from energy rifles to high-frequency oscillating blades. Alongside the main interface on the right arm, a compact energy laser emitter directly linked to the fusion core was embedded, enabling self-powered operation without an additional energy module, with freely switchable single-shot and burst-fire modes. The legs were equipped with anti-gravity buffer units and micro-thrusters, while the helmet was constructed with an integrated design. 2 micro-electromagnetic kinetic machine guns were symmetrically embedded on both sides of the panoramic visor near the edges of the eye area. The barrels were fully retracted into the armor's inner layer, using superconducting rail acceleration to fire millimeter-scale, high-density tungsten steel projectiles capable of generating dense barges at close range. They could intercept incoming space debris micro-reconnaissance units and provide effective suppression of unarmored or lightly armored targets. The magazine and auto-loading mechanism were integrated into the rear of the helmet, and due to the extremely small size of the projectiles, the power armor's original magazine held tens of thousands of rounds. Equipped with an internal ballistic calibration chip perfectly suited for vacuum and zero-gravity environments, this was a core configuration of the Xinghe Civilization Guard Corps individual Closian defense system. The fully sealed panoramic visor could adapt to most extreme environments, including vacuum, intense radiation, high pressure, and high temperature, making it the primary space individual combat equipment deployed across the entire Xinghe civilization military. The inner suit, however, was a completely different style, the Yuying 1 bioadaptive symbiotic armor. Without a cold metal shell, it was composed of a deep black biomimetic structure, its surface covered with fine environment-adaptive biosimulated scales that shifted color with ambient light. The overall contours flowed smoothly, conforming to the human body with no visible external energy interfaces or mechanical structures. Only at the wrist joints, finger joints, ankle joints, and knee joints were bioproliferative cavities hidden, originating from the same source as the armor itself, designed as dedicated weapon units for close-quarters combat. It relied on an internal biocrystalline core and deep neural linkage with the clone body for power, synchronously amplifying the host's physical capabilities and neural reaction speed by over 3 times. The host's combat consciousness could be directly transmitted to every biofiber of the armor, enabling zero latency control. At the wrist joints and the second and third finger joints, carbonized biobone spikes up to 15 centimeters could instantly protrude at the host, while at the front of the knee joints and the Achilles tendon of the ankle joints, conical bone spikes 8 centimeters long could simultaneously extend. The biosimulated scales could withstand direct fire from most light weapons and possessed exceptional self-healing capabilities. Even if the bone spike shattered or broke during combat, they could complete bioproliferative repair within tens of seconds. It was the exclusive equipment of the Xinghe civilization's special reconnaissance units, most suitable for close-quarters combat, infiltration, and stealth operations within the complex cabin environments of the space station. These 4 sets of equipment were found by him in 2 sealed warehouses within the cabin where the Xingyun mech was discovered. One warehouse contained combat accessories for the Xingyun mech, which were currently unusable. The other warehouse stored some standard individual equipment. Before the second round of internal testing began, he had moved those standard individual items back. On the layered shelves of the storage rack, besides the 4 core armors, the top weapon compartment held 8 Xingmong 7 standard energy rifles of the Xinghe Civilization Guard Corps. Its overall design was comparable to Earth's modified lightweight short-barreled assault rifle, with a total length of 68 centimeters, more compact than current mainstream short-barreled rifles. The integrated design avoided the risk of snagging on spacesuits, and the receiver incorporated a holographic sight module. The muzzle adopted a directional emission and optimized specifically for combat in enclosed space cabins. Its core lethal principle was not physical impact, but the release of adjustable power, high-frequency, oscillating energy beams. It could precisely disintegrate the aggregate structure of enemy units, penetrating light mechanical armor in a single shot, while also allowing power locking to prevent the energy beam from piercing the space station's cabin walls and causing catastrophic decompression, perfectly suited for indoor combat in enclosed space environments. Next to the rifles in the shockproof compartment were 4 plasma armor-piercing battle blades resembling Earth's military tactical straight knives, with a total length of 35 centimeters, more compact than current standard combat knives. The blade could activate a high-frequency particle layer, balancing armor penetration and lethality, optimized for combat in enclosed space cabins. For focused laser swords designed to resemble lightweight, single-handed fencing swords with an anti-slip grip of 18 centimeters, could freely adjust the length of the focused laser blade from 0.5 to 1.2 meters. Using directional containment technology, they eliminated the risk of penetrating cabin walls, serving as standard close-quarters combat equipment for engaging heavily armored targets at medium to short range. In the innermost explosion-proof lock compartment of the storage rack, the most conspicuous items were 10 Fengyao omnidirectional biological signal detectors, each only palm-sized, capable of being worn directly on the wrist and seamlessly linked with the player's smart terminal. Equipped with a quantum detection module, it could penetrate alloy cabin walls up to 3 meters thick, precisely locking onto all biological signals within a radius of 500 meters, making it the perfect equipment for urban combat target acquisition. Neatly arranged beside the detectors were 6 Xinghe standard nanobarrier generators, each no larger than a thermos cup. When deployed, they could form a spherical rigid barrier with a radius of 5 meters. It could not only withstand direct energy weapon fire and physical fragmentation impact, but also form an absolute isolation layer. In extreme situations, such as cabin decompression due to damage, the barrier could temporarily maintain an airtight environment, buying enough time for the team to evacuate and perform emergency repairs. It was the core reliance for team operations and emergency risk avoidance. On the bottom shelf were 2 sets of military-grade high-frequency structural demolition tools, incomparable to the civilian tools players used for satellite repairs. They could easily cut through the high-strength alloy cabin walls of the Xingju space station, jammed blast doors, and dismantle scrapped mech remains to recover usable parts. They could both open a path in collapsed passages and support emergency repairs and maintenance work. Lin Yuxi raised his hand and brushed across the cold equipment shelves on the storage rack, feeling the weight of the Xinghe civilization's military technology through his fingertips. These pieces of equipment, preserved under sealed vacuum storage technology, had traversed 12,000 years of time to reach his hands, becoming the foundation for him and the players to restart the Xinghe civilization. After seeing the radar scan results from the Xingyun mech, he had felt that the mission to dock with the Xingju space station would not be peaceful. Therefore, during the final screening of the list of new internal test players, he had deliberately included a certain proportion of players with combat aptitude. He wondered how excited they would be upon seeing these pieces of equipment. This is for the main quest. If they want such equipment in the future, they'll have to earn Star Core coins by working hard. These 3 sets of power armor are only lent to them. They must be returned after the mission. The Xingyun mech is no longer usable, and I don't know if we can find another Xingjin crystal core. These 4 suits are the last of my reserves. Lin Yuxi thought to himself, once the equipment production line of the Xingju space station is unlocked, high-quality gear will be abundant, and the in-game store's inventory will become plentiful. 10 hours later, in the secondary control room of the Huazhong 2 satellite, the soft clatter of alloy doors opening and closing echoed continuously. Players who had completed the first phase of the mission gradually returned from various cabins of the satellite. Although those 10 hours were filled with monotonous maintenance and repair work, everyone's eye sparkled. The realistic vacuum environment, microgravity experience, novel game mechanics, and even the chance to personally experience a spacewalk were all exhilarating new experiences for ordinary players. Thinking about the upcoming space navigation station exploration, and even the opportunity to fight with futuristic weapons, they were so eager that they would have turned screws. Everyone back. Report the progress of each group first. Lu Ran leaned against the console and spoke first. Navigation group, go ahead. The navigation group has successfully completed the first phase. Alibumi Lu raised her hand, and a holographic panel instantly displayed the corrected full route 3D map. We have completed the initial full route survey from the Huazhong satellite to the Xingju space station, corrected 3 high-risk points with dense debris in the original route, and optimized the Hohmann transfer orbit parameters. The fine measurement and calibration will be finished once the satellite's attitude adjustment is complete. As for the attitude control group, we have completed disassembly, inspection, seal replacement, and parameter calibration for 3 of the 12 micro-attitude thrusters. Yi Sun took over, speaking crisply. The remaining 9 will take about 36 hours to finish. The safety check for the transfer chamber's extravehicular activity is also done, ensuring the safety of subsequent spacewalks. Lao Guo patted Wenju with Xian Xia on the shoulder and said with a smile, the life support group didn't let us down. We've completed airtightness tests on all life support pipes throughout the satellite, replaced 17 aging or damaged sealing rings, and finished most of the maintenance on the oxygen circulation module and temperature control system. The satellite's life support system stability has improved by 40. Finally, Suja spoke, his tone carrying the satisfaction of a techie. The first phase of the energy core compartment inspection is complete. We've found 34 line fault points, repaired 19 of them. The remaining ones require precision welding, and Chai Dan Yong Yuan Man Ban Pai has marked all the spots. It will take about 30 more hours. As his words faded, everyone's smart terminals lit up with a pale blue glow, and a mission completion prompt sounded. Detected completion of the first phase of the 4 prerequisite tasks. Mission completion rating excellent. Phase rewards distributed player consciousness anchoring linkage 1 O-star core points 100. The moment the reward notification sound ended, a low cheer erupted in the control room. Jiang Wan shook her terminal and said excitedly, nice work, everyone. Just 10 hours and we've done so much. At this rate, in less than 2 days we can finish all the repair and maintenance tasks for the Huazhong satellite. While everyone was excitedly reviewing the reward panel, Yushi Buju Xian Dunxia suddenly let out an ah and frowned, pointing at his terminal screen. Did you all notice a new attribute on the panel? And my clone's operation precision and reaction speed have dropped by 5. I thought I was just off. As soon as he said this, everyone immediately looked down at their own smart terminals. Sure enough, in the attribute panel that originally only had consciousness anchoring linkage and star core points, a new item, clone body fatigue value. Everyone's fatigue value was between 25 and 35. Correspondingly, the clone's physical strength, operation precision, and reaction speed all showed a slight decrease of 3 to 5. The drop was so small that it was imperceptible without deliberate comparison of data. Lu Ran opened the annotation for clone body fatigue value on his smart terminal. Clones are standard biological cultivation bodies of the Star Core civilization, equipped with complete biological neural and musculoskeletal systems. Continuous high-intensity precision work or combat missions will cause biological muscle and nerve fatigue, which accumulates into the fatigue value. Fatigue value 030 is normal state, no negative effects. 3060 is mild fatigue with a slight decrease in clone basic attributes and a minor increase in consciousness synchronization delay. Above 60 triggers severe fatigue negative effects, and above 90 triggers forced disconnection protection. Supplement resting the Earth body can only alleviate the mental load of conscious control, but cannot eliminate the biological fatigue of the clone itself. Fatigue value can only be cleared and recovered by placing the clone in a hibernation pod for rest. After Lu Ran finished reading the annotation, the control room fell silent for a few seconds, then a buzz of discussion arose. No wonder I felt a bit off when welding earlier. It was the fatigue debuff. Chai Dan Yong Yuan Man Ban Pai suddenly realized, shaking his wrist. So this game even simulates physical fatigue 1-1. That's too hardcore. It's only a small drop, so it's not a big deal, Lao Gui said, rubbing his chin. But if we keep grinding continuously, the fatigue value will stack up, and it will definitely cause problems with precision operations later. Yi Sun nodded solemnly. We must establish a shift duty plan. Not everyone can grind together. We need to ensure that at any time those on duty are in normal state and clones are sent to hibernation pods in batches to clear fatigue. This also ensures the satellite is monitored 247 to handle emergencies. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Ran gathered the information, considered everyone's real-life schedules and work characteristics, and took the lead in finalizing the shift schedule. The day shift is set from 8:00 a.m. to 8:00 p.m., Longwa time, handled by Misu, Ilibumi, Lu Chai, Dan Yong Yuan Man Ban Pai, and Yu Shibu, Ju, Xian Dun Xia. The night shift is set from 8:00 p.m. Beijing time to 8:00 a.m. the next day, handled by Yi Sun, Duan Run Laoge Jiang Wanbu Huashui, and Wenju with Xian Xiahui. Try not to let your fatigue value reach 40. Maintain a good state for the more important docking mission ahead. Lu Ran added. The plan was finalized and no one objected. Everyone understood that this was not ordinary game pioneering, it was real space operations. One wrong step could lead to irreversible consequences. Jiang Wan looked at the shift schedule, her eyes suddenly lighting up. She leaned on the console and calculated, we've already finished the first phase. For the remaining tasks, with 2 shifts running 247, at most 2 more days are needed to complete all 4 prerequisite tasks and finish the full system basic repair of the Huazhong satellite. Her words were like a spark, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the control room. 2 days. That fast. When Zhu with Xian Xia Hu's eyes lit up. Does that mean we can start the docking plan for the Xingzhou space station the day after tomorrow? I've been dying to see what the Xingzhou space station looks like. An alien civilization space motherport from 1200 years ago. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Yu Shibu Ju Xian Dun Xia waved his fist excitedly. It was currently 4 a.m. in the Dragon Country, and the fans in Jiang Wan's live streaming channel had grown accustomed to her streaming style. Jiang Wan rarely took the initiative to manage the live chat. She was always completely immersed in the game's content, deeply engrossed in the rhythm of space operations. Since she couldn't see the bullet comments, she rarely interacted with the audience. The live camera provided a first-person view of Jiang Wan's clone, fully leading her fans into an immersive experience of screwing bolts. It was precisely this uninterrupted, purely immersive streaming mode that heightened the viewer's sense of involvement. Compared to those streamers who deliberately sought interaction and read bullet comments, this approach offered a more authentic experience of interstellar survival, becoming the core reason countless viewers remained glued to the stream. Since the next day was a work day, many viewers who had to go to work were already unable to resist their drowsiness and logged off to rest. However, Jiang Wan's live stream still maintained a steady 1.2 million viewers online. Although the speed of the bullet comments rolling on the screen was not as high as during the daytime peak, it had never stopped, filled with hardcore loyal fans who stayed up late in front of their screens. Even sporadic gift effects occasionally flashed on the screen, showing no sign of the typical quietness expected at such an hour. The first comments to flood the screen were fans teasing Jiang Wan about her immersive streaming. Wan Jia has completely forgotten she's live. She hasn't spoken a word to us since the stream started, fully immersed in screwing bolts. I'm used to it. This stream focuses on interstellar documentary live streaming. The streamer only works we just watch, and the sense of involvement is even stronger than playing myself. My mom got up in the middle of the night and saw me still watching, asking if I was watching a live stream from the National Space Agency. I didn't even know how to explain. Laughing to death, other streamers beg viewers to follow, but Wan Jia begs viewers not to disturb her while she screws bolts. Wan Jia, what bullet comments? I only see screws and the space station. This is what a real game streamer is. No flashy nonsense, just pure content delivery. Has anyone counted how many words Wan Jia has said to the audience since the stream started? I bet it's not more than 10 sentences. Don't disturb Wan Jia while she's welding pipes. If she welds them crooked, we'll all take the blame. Suddenly, the launch of the fatigue system ignited the bullet comments, filled with relatable rants and astonishment from the night owls. Whoa, they even simulated the biological fatigue of clones. How has the realism reached this level? I originally thought 1-1 neural synchronization was the ceiling, but they even replicated physical fatigue 1-1. What kind of divine technology is Stardust Studio? Before, there were people arguing that this game was scripted, that it was CG. Oh, which script can achieve such meticulous detail? It's over now. Even grinding isn't possible. The official team is forcing me to sleep right. I suggest other games learn from this. Don't do anything with infinite stamina. It has no sense of realism. Has anyone calculated how long one could grind with full fatigue? I want to challenge the limit. You want to challenge? First, you need to qualify for the internal testing. That's heartbreaking. Old Iron. Officials. When will it go public? With my luck, I don't expect to draw an internal test. Seeing players say they could dock at the Star Torch space station in 2 days, the bullet comments instantly erupted into a frenzy of various expectations and speculations. Docking at the Star Torch space station in 2 days. I'm setting an alarm. I'll take a day off just to watch the entire live stream. The alien civilization space mothership from 1200 years ago. Is it finally going to be unveiled? I have goosebumps. If the docking is successful, will new maps be unlocked? I can't wait to explore. The fourth disaster is going to rush into the alien mothership for infrastructure. Just thinking about it is thrilling. I've been following since the first day of the stream, just waiting for this iconic docking scene. Can someone knowledgeable tell me if there will be dangers in the Star Torch space station? It feels like something big is about to happen. I bet 5 dimes. The Star Torch space station definitely hides the truth of the Star Core civilization's The main storyline is going to explode. I've already started imagining players rush into the space station and then discover ancient wreckage everywhere. I hope it's not too smooth. I want some thrilling and exciting plots, otherwise it'll be boring. Is it possible that the Star Torch space station has an automatic defense system? If that's the case, it'll be a direct battle. I've already taken my annual leave. I'm just waiting for this big event. No one is allowed to disturb me while I watch the live stream. The smart terminal's live camera remained faithfully aligned with Jiang Wan's line of sight, occasionally scanning over the task progress bar that pulsed in the center of the control panel, while several internal testers were still working fervently in the middle of the night. Even though the streamer had not interacted at all throughout the stream, the heat in the live room continued to rise steadily, with many night owls just waking up, flooding into the stream. Upon seeing the news about the docking at Star Torch in 2 days, they instantly joined the frenzy. At this moment, on the other side of the earth in Los Angeles M country, at the top floor of the most upscale CBD building Hall Technology headquarters, it was noon at 11 a.m. in a spacious and bright conference room. A large screen covering an entire wall was displaying Jiang Wan's live stream. More than 20 blonde-haired, blue-eyed researchers were fixated on the screen, while the right side of the screen was filled with dense parameter analysis charts, with data updating in real time. Standing at the forefront of the screen, a middle-aged researcher pointed at the parameters on the screen, speaking with gravity. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the live stream footage of the game, Star Core Reboot, from the Dragon Country. We have invoked Odin to analyze the 172860 effective frames from the live stream, conducting a frame-by-frame breakdown and multidimensional analysis. The Odin he referred to is one of the most powerful AI models in the world, developed by Hall Technology in collaboration with the Federation's cutting-edge National Defense Strategic Bureau, consuming 15 years and over hundreds of billions in research funding. It is also the benchmark for realism technology globally, with almost all civilian and military realism systems built upon Odin AI's technological foundation. Our analysis dimensions include 4 major sections. The middle-aged researcher took a deep breath and continued. First, the accuracy of rigid body motion and fluid dynamic simulation in a microgravity environment matches the actual data from space stations at 100, with no gaming-related fitting deviations. Second, the calculation of neural signal synchronization delay based on the linkage data between character movements and vestibular balance shows that this system's neural synchronization delay is below 1 millisecond, far lower than the current global industry minimum threshold of 20 milliseconds. Third, the degree of multisensory realism based on character operation feedback and environmental interaction details achieves 100 full realism in visual, tactile, and vestibular balance dimensions. Fourth, the calculation of real-time rendering computing power indicates that the number of polygons rendered per frame exceeds 270 million, with no preloading or texture reuse traces, far surpassing all current civilian rendering engines worldwide. The conference room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a burst of discussions. The middle-aged researcher looked at the report in his hand and stated the final conclusion word by word based on all the analysis data. Odin gives a confidence level of 87. 2. We have over an 85% certainty that Star Core Reboot indeed achieves 100 sensory neural level realism, far from being CG production, real-life shooting, or scripted performance. These words struck like a thunderclap, shattering the atmosphere in the meeting room. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. An elderly researcher with graying hair suddenly stood up, his face flushed. Our Odin system's civilian simulation products have only achieved a maximum of 82 audiovisual realism, and the tactile feedback barely reaches 30. The limit for military-grade cockpits is only 18 milliseconds. How could they possibly achieve a 1 millisecond delay and 100 full realism? The simulation technology of the Dragon Kingdom has always lagged behind us by at least 5 years. Last year, the latest technology released by the Xiantian Research Institute had a realism of only 78. How could they possibly break through the technological barriers that we have not crossed in 15 years within a year? If this is true, then our absolute leading position in the field of full realism is completely gone. This is not just a matter for the gaming industry, it will directly impact all core areas of aerospace, simulation, military training, and telemedicine. A nameless small studio, how could it possess such technological prowess? There must be a problem here. If such a technological breakthrough really exists, there must also be other top-tier teams behind them. Amidst the clamor, the young man sitting at the head of the meeting table gently tapped the surface. With that single sound, the previously noisy meeting room fell into an instant silence. Everyone closed their mouths and looked at the man at the head of the table, their eyes filled with awe and trepidation. His name was Iwan Hall, only 28 years old, the sole heir of Hall Technology Group, and recognized as a genius of the younger generation in the entire Western tech circle. At the age of 15, he completed all undergraduate master's and doctoral courses in quantum computing and artificial intelligence at the National Polytechnic University of M-Country, with a perfect score, earning dual doctoral degrees. At 16, he spearheaded the research and development project for the Odin AI large model, becoming its undisputed founder and core architect. Hall Technology has collaborated with the Federal Frontier Defense Strategy Bureau for 15 years, with over $300 billion invested in research and development, all centered around the foundational technological framework he built. Without him, there would be no Odin, standing at the pinnacle of global simulation technology today. At 22, he entered deeply into the Prometheus multidimensional simulation defense project as a technical advisor, leading the foundational architecture development of military-grade neural interaction systems. This system remains the core technology for M-Country's fighter jet simulation cockpits and individual combat simulation training systems. At 25, he officially took over the core business of Hall Technology Group, and in just 3 years he increased the group's global market share in full simulation technology from 18 to 31. Iwan Hall wore a tailored black suit, his silver-gray hair meticulously styled, and the deep brown of his eyes radiated an air of aloof arrogance, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. He raised his gaze, his cold eyes sweeping across the room, before finally landing on the large screen. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable pressure. Odin, pull up all the information regarding the development team of Star Core Reboot. Command received, searching. The deep masculine voice of Odin echoed in the meeting room as the large screen instantly refreshed with a plethora of data from the studio's registration information, past products, legal representatives' history, to partners' funding flow, and personnel configuration, all information retrievable from public networks, and even the dark web was laid bare. A few seconds later, the Odin AI provided the final conclusion. Target entity, Stardust Games Studio, registered in South China Sea City, Dragon Kingdom, registered in November 2065. Registered capital of 2 million, Dragon Kingdom currency. Legal representative Lu ran no financing records, no core RD team. Registered, previously released only one single-player space simulation game, Stardust Voyage, with global sales of less than 1,000 copies, and no significant technological research. Achievements. Partners, Xiantian Simulation Technology Research Institute of Dragon Kingdom only signed a brand cooperation agreement, no records of technology, sharing, or joint research. Core technology source unknown. Iwan stared at the glaring word unknown on the screen, his deep brown pupils suddenly constricting, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the steel pen in his hand, falling into a brief contemplation. A small studio with a registered capital of 2 million, an obscure independent game developer, without a top-tier RD team, without massive RD funding, and even the collaboration with the Xiantian Institute was merely a brand endorsement. How could they possibly create a full simulation system that even Odin AI could not analyze? What exactly is the Dragon Kingdom hiding? Half a minute later, Iwan stood up, holding the encrypted star communication terminal, silently walking out of the meeting room. The researchers inside exchanged glances, no one daring to speak, only watching his figure disappear at the door. In the corridor, as the encrypted star communication connected, Iwan Hall's voice carried a rare hint of respect. Father, there is a company in the Dragon Kingdom that piques my interest. I would like to apply for access to the Hell Group's permissions. Oh, what company in the Dragon Kingdom could possibly interest you? Is it Xiantian or Xingtu? No, you already know them well. The voice on the other end of the phone belonged to a middle-aged man, somewhat indifferent. No, it's a new company that has produced something I find intriguing. I want to verify it. Permissions have been granted to your terminal. Regarding companies from the Dragon Kingdom, you must be cautious. In recent years, their focus has been on the deep space above us, and their development in strong artificial intelligence has mainly been practical and aimed at supporting their space infrastructure, but that does not mean their technology in this area is weak. They are different from us, never caring about others' opinions, possessing their own unified will and long-term development direction. No matter how you try to guide public opinion or exert pressure attempting to influence or interfere with them, it is futile, because they have always done what they believe is right. Outside a luxurious standalone villa hidden within dense forests in Luoshire, M-Country, security guards armed to the teeth patrol every 3 minutes with bomb-sniffing dogs. Layers of infrared surveillance vibration sensors and bulletproof barriers encase the place like an impenetrable fortress. In stark contrast to the cold, oppressive security atmosphere outside the workspace on the second floor of the villa is in a state of complete chaos. Heavy blackout curtains block the midday sun, leaving the room illuminated only by the cold light of a dozen screens. The air is thick with the sweet, cloying mist of electronic cigarettes and the sour stench of empty coffee cans. A few trendy young people are huddled in gaming chairs, their fingers flying over keyboards as lines of incomprehensible code scroll across the screens. The glass door to the terrace swings open, revealing a tall and slender young man leaning against the doorframe. He sports a wolf-tail hairstyle dyed silver-white with skin that is an unhealthy pale from lack of sunlight. His arms are covered in tattoos that extend from his shoulders to his wrists, filled with obscure runes and terrifying skull patterns. His name is John, the leader of the Hell Group, also a notorious hacker in the underground hacking community known by the codename Phantom. At this moment, he is staring down at an encrypted message that just popped up on his screen containing a simple command to infiltrate the server of Longwo's Stardust Studio and the official website of StarCore Reboot to acquire all core data. A wicked smile instantly crept onto John's lips as he projected the message onto the largest screen in the room. He whistled loudly and called out to his teammates who were deep in coding. "Brothers, we have a job to do. Let's have some fun together." The others in the room immediately looked up and upon seeing the command on the screen burst into laughter. They are the Hell Group mentioned by Ivan, an elite hacking team that Hall Technology has invested heavily in gathering top hackers from around the world specializing in gray tasks such as sensitive data theft, infiltration of overseas critical network facilities, and breaking through technological barriers of commercial competitors. Established for 8 years, they have infiltrated the defense intranet of 3 countries, hacked into the core database of the EU Space Agency, and even silently paralyzed the entire power system of a small country in the Southern Hemisphere. Their technical prowess firmly places them in the top tier of the global underground hacking community. Meanwhile, in the office of Longwo's Stardust Studio in Nanhai City, Lu Ran has just logged off from StarCore Reboot and completed the shift handover with his night shift colleagues. After a whole night of high-intensity precision welding work, his physical body is in a deep sleep mode, so he feels no fatigue from staying up late, only a hint of drowsiness as he leans back in his gaming chair and stretches luxuriously. He casually opened his personal terminal, pondering whether to upgrade to a top-spec immersive gaming pod. The gaming headgear he was using was convenient, but after a long time it couldn't compare to the comfort of a professional-grade gaming pod. Just as he clicked on a shopping website, the terminal screen flickered momentarily before returning to normal, with a small red, unread notification appearing on the firewall icon in the bottom right corner. Lu Ran raised an eyebrow, puzzled. This firewall was personally coded by him, and its security performance is definitely top-notch among civilian-grade systems. It has been online for so long, and this is the first time a breach alert has popped up. He casually clicked on the notification, and the screen displayed a single line of light text: detected a mouse named Hell. Lu Ran's face was filled with confusion as he stared at the screen for several seconds. Hell, a mouse. He read the notification several times, but couldn't. Since when did his firewall have such a playful feature? Could it be that he accidentally added some strange Easter egg while coding late at night when his mind wasn't clear? What nonsense is this? Lu Ran chuckled and shook his head, casually closing the notification box, not taking it to heart. There have been too many bizarre occurrences lately, from the ultra-realistic system of StarCore Reboot falling from the sky to the extraterrestrial black technology in the game that far exceeds Earth's technological level to the civilization of StarCore that perished 1 oozes of Israel years ago. This minor incident didn't even register as a ripple in his eyes as he flipped the shopping website to full screen and eagerly began comparing the specifications of top-tier gaming pods from various brands. Far away in the near-Earth orbit of Astra 980 light-years away, the elven lady Xing Shu, now dressed in a green star-patterned long dress, is floating in front of the main control console. Bored, she watched the split-screen footage of players engrossed in their work, delicately covering her mouth with her slender fingers as she feigned a non-existent yawn. In a barely audible whisper, she mused, "Interesting, with such a level of skill they dare to invade my territory." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Hell Group in M Country, the Hell Mice that had been eliminated by Lu Ran's firewall are now in complete chaos. All the curtains in the standalone villa are tightly closed, but through the gaps that aren't fully shut one can still see the red lights flashing inside, and faintly hear the angry curses of young men and the piercing alarms of the systems. Originally, John had followed the order and started an intrusion on the Stardust Studio and the official website of StarCore Reboot, thinking it would be an easy task. However, when they casually deployed the first Trojan program on the local network of Stardust Studio, this elite group of hackers never imagined that this seemingly simple intrusion would turn into the most desperate nightmare of their careers. Warning: TCP session unexpectedly interrupted. Trojan process forcibly terminated. Packet loss rate 100. Alert: The target server did not return any SYNAC packets. All port scan requests were completely intercepted. The cold system notification echoed in the room, and 2 glaring red error messages popped up on the main screen. Huh. The blue-haired hacker Poison Fong leaned forward, his fingers flying over the keyboard in disbelief as he refreshed the logs. Impossible. I am using the Odin low-level reconstruction evasion framework. The signature codes are fully split, and scattered civilian-grade firewalls shouldn't be able to detect it. How could it be eliminated instantly? Beside him, the tank with a buzz cut paused mid-breath, frowning. Check the TTL hop count of the target IP to see if a hardware WAF is in front. He'll send a SYN flood to probe its defense threshold and scan for all port 0-day vulnerabilities. Poison Fong immediately entered the command, but the next second a more jarring alarm sounded. Alert! All port scanning traffic has been redirected. Abnormal traffic overflow detected on the local network card. Alert! Scanning process has been forcibly terminated. The opponent has detected 3 open internal ports on our machine. Damn! Poison Fong slammed the table, cold sweat immediately beading on his forehead. All my scanning packets have been consumed. They even reverse probed into our internal network boundary. This is not the logic of a civilian firewall. The laughter in the room instantly ceased. Everyone in the Hell Group is among the elite of the underground hacking community, and they understand all too well what this means. Not only did the opponent intercept the attack, but they also completed reverse tracing and boundary penetration in milliseconds. This level of technical skill is far beyond their understanding of independent game developers. John, with a grim expression, pushed aside Poison Fong and sat down in the main operating position, the mockery in his gaze completely dissipating. His fingers danced over the keyboard, first severing all current links, then switching to a military-grade, encrypted VPN tunnel, laying down 9 layers of anonymous proxies routing from M country to the EU, then weaving into Middle Eastern darknet nodes, completely erasing the traceable path. Next, he directly called up the Hell Group's Asynthahole, the Prometheus military-grade intrusion system developed based on the Odin AI core architecture. This system is a core tool specifically supplied to the Federal Strategic Defense Bureau by Hall Technology, containing 127 undisclosed 0-day vulnerabilities capable of breaching over 90 of global military protection systems. It is also their greatest reliance in dominating the underground hacking community for 8 years. A bunch of provincial fools. Are you scared by the firewall of a small studio in Longhua? John snorted coldly, his fingers slamming down on the enter key. Connect all nodes, initiate kernel-level overflow attack, combined with Odin AI dynamic evasion injection. I want to see how long this wall can hold up. Dozens of attack commands optimized by Odin AI encryption surged towards the servers of Stardust Studio and the official website of StarCore Reboot. Buffer overflow attacks, SQL injection, privilege escalation, kernel-level rootkit implants, distributed denial of service attacks. Nearly all the top hacking techniques were unleashed simultaneously, reaching their peak. Everyone in the room held their breath, staring intently at the progress bar on the main screen. They were well aware that this attack combination could pierce through even the national-level cybersecurity defenses of the Dragon Nation. But just as the attack traffic reached the target's boundary, all the screens in the room suddenly froze for half a second. Not due to network latency or system frame drops, but because every connected device experienced a synchronized half-second pause. In the next second, a prominent system notification lit up the screen. Full analysis of attack traffic completed. Reverse annihilation in progress. Source tracing completed. Attack source IP XXX. Internal network topology has been fully mapped. Malicious attack behavior detected. Countermeasure program initiated. 3 lines of pale blue text popped up in the center of the main screen, and then the several screens in front of them were instantly filled with a complete internal network topology map. From the host they were operating on to the backup server in the villa, and even the surveillance terminals in the security room. The MAC addresses, hardware serial numbers, open ports, and system vulnerabilities of all devices were clearly marked. Even the paths to encrypted files hidden in their offline hard drives were fully listed. My God! The hacker in the corner trembled. He stripped us bare. Our internal network is physically isolated. How could he possibly do this? This is a warning to us. John's face went pale as he lunged to unplug the server, shouting, "Cut the network. Shut it all down. Unplug the power. Hurry." But it was already too late. His fingertip hadn't even touched the power button when all the screens suddenly went black. The original code interface, attack tools, and monitoring panels vanished. In their place was a vast, deep cosmic starry background with pale blue star trails slowly swirling across the screen like an emotionless eye, coldly watching them through the monitor. Then a line of mocking text slowly appeared. A few noisy mice, behave yourselves. I don't believe it. John's eyes reddened as he shoved the person next to him aside, frantically typing commands on the backup host. Activate the distributed computing cluster. Give it all you've got. I don't believe a mere game server can withstand the traffic surge from global nodes. He staked everything the Hell Group had, activating hundreds of bot nodes distributed globally, pushing the attack traffic to its peak. But just as the command was issued, a piercing electrical overload sound suddenly erupted from the server cabinet. Zzz. Blinding white light burst from the server cabinet as dozens of high-end servers simultaneously belched out thick black smoke. Motherboards, hard drives, and graphics cards were instantly fried by the high-voltage current, the acrid smell filling the entire room. Warning. System kernel remotely tampered with, power management module out of control, hardware overload burned out. Warning. All data on storage devices fully formatted unrecoverable. The red lights in the room flashed wildly, and the piercing sound of the fire alarm was deafening. As everyone stood frozen in fear at the scene before them, the fire sprinklers on the ceiling suddenly activated, drenching them in a deluge of cold water instantly, turning the once formidable hackers into drowned rats. Waterlogged keyboards crackled from short-circuiting the screens, went completely black. Coffee cans, e-cigarettes, and scattered documents were soaked into a mess, and the once intimidating hacker fortress became a chaotic watery mire. It's over. It's all over. The hacker known as Poison Tooth slumped on the wet floor, staring at the still spraying sprinklers, his face ashen. All our tools, all our data, all our records are gone. Before he finished speaking, another hacker suddenly let out a desperate scream, holding up his offline backup phone, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Boss, look. We've lost everything. At the very moment their devices were being destroyed and drenched, the world's most renowned cybersecurity forums, underground dark webs, the official reporting emails of various national cybersecurity regulatory agencies, and even the International Criminal Police Organization's public tip submission channels, all simultaneously received an anonymous compressed file. Inside the compressed file were the complete, irrefutable evidence of all hacker activities by the Hell Group over the past 8 years, operation logs from penetrating the defense intranets of 3 countries, raw data from hacking into the core database of the EU Space Agency, command records that disabled the entire power system of a small country in the Southern Hemisphere, and all secret cooperation agreements signed with Hull Technologies. Every detail of illicit financial transactions, even their gray correspondence emails with the Federal Advanced Defense Strategy Bureau, were meticulously organized, leaving not a single byte unaccounted for. In just 10 minutes, this compressed file caused a sensation in the global cybersecurity community. Alarms from various national cybersecurity departments rang out one after another, and the Interpol's red notice was already in the final stages of issuance. Soaked to the skin, John's arm tattoos wrinkled from the water, he stared at the rapidly refreshing posts on his phone screen, his encrypted communication device vibrating wildly with an incoming call from Avon Hall. He trembled as he pressed the answer key. Before he could say anything, Avon's cold, furious roar erupted from the other end. John, where's the core data I asked for? The entire internet is buzzing with news about the Hell Group's scandals. Hull Technologies' stock price has already started to plummet. You'd better give me an explanation. Young Master Avon, we failed. John's voice cracked, entirely devoid of the arrogance he once had. The enemy's technology is like that of aliens. All our attacks were cracked in an instant, all our devices were burned out, and all our records were exposed. We didn't even figure out their defense logic. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Avon's roar nearly shattered the earpiece. I spent over 100 million funding you, and you can't even handle a small studio in the Dragon Nation. And you ended up getting yourselves caught. Giving you the Odin system is already a waste. Just as Avon's fury peaked, another encrypted line phone suddenly rang. Seeing the name on the caller ID, Avon's rage momentarily stalled, and he coldly said to John on the other end, just wait for the consequences, before he hung up and answered the secure line. On the other end of the line was his father, the current chairman of the Hull Group, Old Hull. Without waiting for Avon to speak, Old Hull's authoritative voice, laced with suppressed anger, came through. Avon, what kind of mess are you causing in Los City? The disaster caused by the Hell Group has already reached Capitol Hill. Avon's brow furrowed instantly. Father, it was just a routine business technology investigation, and there was a little accident. Accident? Old Hull interrupted him directly, his tone becoming increasingly severe. Do you know that just now Congressman Wilson personally called me, sternly warning me to stop all current cyber attacks against targets within the Dragon Nation, or else all defense collaborations of the Hull Group and M Country will be affected? Avon was taken aback for a moment, then a hint of disdain appeared on his face. Wilson. He's just an ordinary congressman. What right does he have to warn you? Can the Hull Group's defense collaborations be influenced by a mere congressman? What do you know? Old Hull's voice suddenly rose, filled with exasperation. Do you think he's just a congressman? He's a peripheral member of the Guan Yu Fund. Even I have to give him some face. Guan Yu Fund. Avon's disdain froze on his face, his pupils contracting sharply. At his level, he had naturally heard this name. This secretive force that had quietly risen over the past decade had tentacles spanning the political and business worlds of various countries, wielding wealth connections and influence that surpassed ordinary imagination. Yet the founder and controller of this colossal entity had remained a mystery unknown to anyone for over a decade. The Hall Group was considered a giant in M country, but before the Guan Yu Fund it was insignificant. Becoming a peripheral member of this organization gave Congressman Wilson enough confidence to warn Avon's father. I don't care what curiosity you have about this Stardust studio, or what makes it unique. From now on, immediately cease all actions against them, clean up the mess of the Hell Group, and obediently return to your AI research center to lay low for a few months. Old Hall's tone left no room for negotiation. The waters of this matter run deeper than you think. Don't get me into trouble. The call was abruptly disconnected, leaving only the busy signal in his ear. Avon stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, still holding his phone completely. Outside was the bustling urban nightscape of Low City, but in his mind the words Guan Yu Fund echoed repeatedly along with the obscure Stardust Studio. A game studio with a registered capital of only 2 million, a standalone game, with no identifiable development team. Why could it attract a member of the Guan Yu Fund to personally issue a warning? How could it possess technology far superior to the Odin system? What exactly is this Stardust Studio? Meanwhile, the owner of Stardust Studio, Lu Ran, was happily unboxing the top-tier R9 gaming case he had purchased on Taodong, marveling at the high efficiency of online shopping. It had only been a little over an hour since he placed the order, and he was contemplating whether to have spicy or pickled cabbage-flavored instant noodles for lunch. Unaware that his Stardust Studio had once again made a significant impression in the upper echelons of various countries. In the capital of Longhua, inside the office building of the Deep Space Exploration Department of the National Space Administration, a simply designed, yet technologically impressive office, the afternoon sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting a patchwork of light and shadow on the floor. Secretary Xiao Zhou stood before the desk, holding an ultra-thin terminal, and reported in a crisp tone. Director Lu, the itinerary for this afternoon's Deep Space Exploration Project promotion meeting along with the meeting summary have been synced to your terminal. Please check if there are any adjustments needed. I've seen it, no problem. We'll set off after the lunch break. Lu Tianzi leaned back in his office chair, casually turning off the terminal screen. Leave me half an hour to take a nap. Xiao Zhou quickly nodded in agreement, took a couple of steps toward the door, but then stopped, his face showing hesitation as he looked at Lu Tianzi on the verge of speaking. Lu Tianzi glanced at him and couldn't help but chuckle, his tone carrying the easygoing manner of an elder. Just say what you want to say, kid. What's with all this hesitation? Xiao Zhou's young face instantly flushed. He scratched his head and decided to speak out. It's about brother Lu Ran. He recently developed a new game that has caused quite a stir online. That good-for-nothing brat, what's he up to now? Lu Tianzi raised an eyebrow, speaking with exasperation. He made that single-player space game before, sold less than 10,000 copies, and now he's tinkering with something else. This time it's different. Xiao Zhou quickly explained. I heard it's a 100 full 5-cents immersive space exploration game called StarCore Restart. The industry is in an uproar. Even the Xintian Simulation Technology Research Institute has signed a strategic cooperation agreement with his Stardust Studio. Also, this morning the server of brother Lu Ran's studio was hacked by a top-tier hacker organization from country M. Lu Tianzi's expression turned serious as he leaned forward slightly. Oh, a hacker organization. What happened? Was the server breached? No, quite the opposite. Xiao Zhou's tone carried a hint of disbelief. The invading hacker organization was directly counterattacked. Not only were all attacks blocked, but all the dirty work the hacker organization had done over the past 8 years was completely exposed and anonymously leaked to global cybersecurity platforms. Now Interpol has issued red notices. Our colleagues at the National Cybersecurity Administration have been in an uproar all morning. No one knows who did it, and the technical level completely exceeds current civilian, even military-grade capabilities. 100 full sensory immersion. Xintian Research Institute. Top hacker organization from country M. Lu Tianzi repeated these keywords, his brow furrowing deeper. He couldn't help muttering, is this little rascal really capable of such things? Don't I know his abilities as his father? Can he really create this level of full immersion system, and then counterattack the top hacker group from country M? Director Lu, brother Lu Ran, is truly outstanding. Xiao Zhou couldn't help defending Lu Ran. Back when he was in the aerospace engineering department, he ranked first in the entire department every year. If he hadn't insisted on making games back then, he would definitely be a technical backbone of our department now. Alright, don't I know his true caliber? Lu Tianzi waved his hand, but a slight smile involuntarily tugged at the corner of his mouth before he returned to a serious expression. Later compile all the relevant information about StarCore Restart and a complete report on this hacking incident for me. When I have time, I want to see what this little brat is really up to behind the scenes. Yes, Director Lu. Please rest now, we'll come fetch you when it's time. Xiaozhou quickly agreed, tiptoed out of the office, and closed the door behind him. The office returned to silence. Lu Tianzi did not close his eyes to rest. His gaze fell on a photo frame on the corner of the desk. In the frame were two photographs placed side by side. One was an old photo from many years ago showing two young couples standing shoulder to shoulder at the entrance of a satellite launch center beaming with smiles. The other was of two half-grown boys. The older one had a defiant look, his hand resting on the shoulder of the younger boy beside him, who had delicate features, but a shy. The older one was his son Lu Ran, and the younger one was Lin Yuxi. Lu Tianzi reached out, picked up the frame, and gazed at it absent-mindedly. Then he sighed softly, his tone full of regret. This child Yuxi, he should still be in the hibernation pod of the Tiangong space station, now right? The old Lin couple were his classmates who grew up together, and also the most brilliant couple in the domestic aerospace field. A year ago they led a deep space exploration mission, and their spacecraft completely lost contact with the ground near the Kuiper Belt. There has been no news since, leaving only Lin Yuxi as their child. The child inherited his parents' talents, showing astonishing brilliance in aerospace, engineering, and quantum physics at a young age. However, he suffered from a globally rare neurodegenerative disease that modern medicine could not cure. He could only be placed in the medical hibernation pod of the Tiangong space station to slow the disease progression, awaiting future treatment. Old Lin and his wife devoted their entire lives to the nation's deep space, cause only to end up missing. And this child Yuxi, he's also a pitiful one. Lu Tianzi put down the frame, leaned back in his chair, and gazed at the skyline of Jingdu outside the window, murmuring softly, "Lu Ran, you little rascal, if you had even half of Yuxi's steadiness and reliability, I would be grateful. But this full immersion technology, is it really something you could have created?" What he didn't know was that the Lin Yuxi he thought was hibernating in the Tiangong space station was actually in the Astra galaxy, 980 light-years away, sneezing heavily. "Strange, can a clone catch a cold?" Lin Yuxi muttered. He was currently in a debris field of an asteroid belt near the Spark 2 satellite, wearing the Shadow 1 bioadaptive exoskeleton armor, completely unaware of Uncle Lu's thoughts on Earth, and the shock of high-level officials from various countries about the recent hacking incident. The deep black bionic scales under the starlight reflected by the debris field emitted a fine matte luster, perfectly conforming to his body contours, without any sense of burden. The scales on his shoulders and neck slightly opened and closed to adjust his center of gravity, with his movements allowing him to navigate through the irregularly floating asteroid debris, as if on level ground. "What are you muttering about? Focus. 30 meters ahead, left, debris approaching at high speed. Make your evasive maneuvers smaller. The posture adjustment unit of the scales is not for show." Zingshu's cold voice came through the helmet's built-in earpiece. Lin Yuxi immediately snapped back to attention. He exerted slight force in his waist and abdomen, and the neural link inside the armor instantly synchronized with his movements. The bionic muscle fibers in his legs contracted abruptly, carrying him into a near-zero radius lateral drift, barely brushing past a rapidly approaching alloy debris. With a flip of his palm, the Starin Type 2 particle armor-piercing blade mounted on his waist instantly deployed. The high-frequency annihilation particle layer activated on the blade emitted a cold pale blue arc in the vacuum. Leveraging the inertia of the drift, he swung the blade in a backhand motion, precisely cleaving another small piece of incoming debris into the movement, clean and decisive. Not bad. 0.7 seconds faster than the previous set of movements, and the neural synchronization delay is controlled within 0.3 milliseconds. Zingshu's tone finally carried a hint of approval. This was already the third hour of Lin Yuxi's training in the debris belt. The radar scan results of the Starfall mecha displayed a hidden threat within the Xingzhou space station, an unknown unit originating from the same source as the Romer mecha. Although 12,000 years had passed, it was a terrifying existence capable of annihilating the entire star core civilization. At present, the Starfall mecha's star ember crystal core had only 0.12 of its energy left, rendering it completely unusable for combat. He never worried about the enthusiasm and morale of the players. The fourth calamity was never afraid of death. Even if a clone was destroyed, it could be brought back online in 4 hours, ready to fight again. But he couldn't afford to lose. If anything happened to him and the consciousness link was completely severed, all that awaited him was a return to the cryostasis pod in the Heavenly Palace space station, becoming a motionless wooden man. The spark of the star core civilization that had crossed 12,000 years would extinguish completely. Moreover, he couldn't rely on the Xingzhou to take control of his body every time he encountered danger. The last time he fought against the Romer mecha, Xingzhou had taken over his body. He vividly remembered the devastating combat power, but he also understood that such a situation was unavoidable and must come with strict limitations and costs he was unaware of. Furthermore, as a grown man, he couldn't always hide behind a girl in battles. His male pride would not allow such a thing to happen repeatedly. So he instructed Xing to retrieve the complete set of space combat training procedures for the Special Reconnaissance Unit of the Royal Guard from the Star Core Civilizations database. Wearing the Shadow 1 type genetic armor, he trained his combat abilities in this debris belt. He chose the only Shadow 1 type bioadaptive genetic armor instead of the more powerful Star Guard 3 type standard space power armor. This was because he noticed that since the last time Xing took over his body for combat, his clone's physical attributes had significantly improved. He wondered if it was a leftover benefit from unlocking the gene lock. After Xing assessment, his current physical attributes were about 2.5 times that of an average adult on Earth. Coupled with the enhancement from the genetic armor, it reached a terrifying 7.5 times the level of an ordinary adult. This not only represented strength, but also manifested in reaction speed and agility. After donning the Shadow, Lin Yuxi could be called a little Superman on Earth. Moreover, the defensive and restorative capabilities of the genetic armor far exceeded that of the power armor, which was crucial for a player with only one life. Survival was the most important thing. After all, he couldn't afford to get up again after 4 hours. Oh my, I thought I was here to repair satellites, but now I've ended up piloting a mecha and wearing genetic armor. I should have chosen a combat specialization back on Earth. Lin Yuxi internally complained. Take a 5-minute break and recharge your energy, the voice of Xing echoed again. Lin Yuxi floated over to a relatively stable piece of asteroid debris and leaned against the rock wall. The ethereal figure of Xing dressed in a green long skirt seemed to float in the void like a green sprite that brought a touch of life to the desolate debris. Earlier you asked me what the limitations of taking control of your body for combat are. Xing voice softened, no longer as strict as during training. Now I can tell you that there are 2 limitations. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to hide behind you every time there's a fight. I was just casually asking. I know that such a state with immense power must come with limitations. I understand that. Lin Yuxi raised his head and quickly defended himself. Xing shot him a glance with her ice blue eyes and continued, I know no need to explain. First, I am not complete right now. I am merely a fragment relying on the No. 2 Spark main control system, and the computational power and permissions I can utilize are very limited. The last time I took control of your body, it exhausted nearly 70 of the backup energy. If I do it again, this fragment will directly crash. At that point, don't expect me to help you. I won't even be able to maintain the basic operations of the satellite. Moreover, forcibly connecting my consciousness to your clone's neural network will damage your original consciousness. Once or twice is fine, but if it happens too many times, your consciousness anchoring link may permanently decrease, or worse, your consciousness could disperse. Even if you return to Earth, your original self could become a vegetable. Lin Yuxi had suspected there might be energy limitations, but he hadn't expected there would also be damage to his own consciousness. No wonder he felt a moment of disorientation after the last battle. It was not just an illusion. I understand now. Lin Yuxi fell silent for a few seconds, stood up again, tightened his grip on the particle blade in his hand, and spoke with determination. From now on, you don't need to take action during battles. I will handle it myself. With that, he leaped again and began to swiftly maneuver through the debris belt, continuing the complete set of space combat training procedures for the Special Reconnaissance Unit of the Royal Guard. He gradually became familiar with the performance of the Shadow 1 type genetic armor. The enhancement brought by the deep neural link accelerated his reaction speed, and the originally awkward maneuvers became increasingly proficient. 2 days later at 7:50 p.m. on the Liuxiang Live platform, Jiang Wan's live broadcast room had surpassed her career peak in viewer engagement, securely holding the top position on the overall leaderboard with over 4.5 million viewers online, rapidly increasing by thousands every second. The platform even specially allocated the highest bandwidth server for the live room, ensuring that this unprecedented interstellar exploration would not experience any lag during the broadcast. Beside the originally pink esports desk in Jiang Wan's live room, which had a youthful vibe, there was a fully silver and streamlined top-tier immersive gaming pod with StarCore Reboot printed in laser lettering on its side. The warm white ambient lights flowed along the pod's streamlined form, maximizing the sci-fi aesthetic. Jiang Wan, sporting a refreshing high ponytail, could not hide her excitement as she leaned towards the camera and waved her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Good evening, everyone. I have some good news to share. After our entire team worked tirelessly for 2 days and nights, almost burning out the screws of Astra, the 4 major pre-maintenance tasks for the No. 2 Spark satellite have been 100 completed. I am about to enter the gaming pod to join my teammates and officially launch the connection plan for the Xingju space station. I will be live streaming the entire process, bringing you a first-hand look at what this extraterrestrial civilization space motherport, which has been dormant for 12,000 years, really looks like. This statement was like a spark thrown into a pot of oil, instantly causing the already boiling live room to explode with excitement. The barrage of comments flooded the entire screen, almost completely covering the live footage. Wow. I've finally waited. I skipped work on my night shift, stocked up on snacks and drinks, and am just waiting for tonight's grand connection with the space station. From the midnight 2 million viewers waiting to tighten screws to now 5 million waiting for the connection 1. Yeah, this live room is truly one of a kind in the entire network. Family members who understands. My dad, an old engineer at an aerospace institute, is sitting next to me with a small stool, saying he wants to watch the live stream with me and take notes on the parameters. After tightening screws for 2 whole days, the fourth calamity's infrastructure capabilities are truly impressive. The Spark satellite has been repaired, and it's time to charge toward the extraterrestrial motherport. The crowd-funded gaming pod has finally been put to use. Go for it, Wanjia. We are your strongest backup. 12,000 years of waiting. The spark of the star core civilization is about to reignite tonight. I have goosebumps. I have a question. During the connection, will we encounter those black mechas again? Why do I feel a bit anxious yet excited? What are you worried about? The fourth calamity is the least afraid of death. At worst, we'll be back online as good as new in 4 hours. Please carefully read the official settings. Failing the main quest means restarting the server, and we don't know how long the game progress will be delayed. What about our public test? Xingju Space Station. Equipment production line. Mechas. I can't wait to see what's next. Wan Jie, get into the pod quickly. Jiang Wan looked at the barrage of comments filling the screen, smiled, and gave an okay gesture to the camera, lightly tapping on the door of the gaming pod. Don't worry, family members, it'll handle the main quest. The subsequent public test will definitely be stable. I'm going in now. The live stream will maintain a direct signal to the first-person perspective in the game, and tonight we will witness this interstellar docking that has crossed 12,000 years together. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and opened the door to the gaming pod lying down inside. The transparent door slowly closed, and the warm white ambient lights flowed around the pod, finally settling on the 4-character star core reboot on the front of the pod. The moment the live stream screen completed a seamless transition, Jiang Wan's consciousness fully anchored itself into the clone body. The familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped her entire being. She flexed her limbs and directly looked at the Pioneer's intelligent terminal. A real-time mission completion panel popped up on the interface. Every subtask of the 4 main prerequisite quests had been marked with a green checkmark indicating 100 completion by her teammates. Sister One, you're finally online. We've been waiting for you. Lu Ran's voice came through the comm channel, brimming with unconcealed excitement. We've been working around the clock for 2 days and 2 nights, and we've finally managed to repair this Huazhong satellite from the inside out. Jiang Wan walked to the center of the team, looking at the 9 fully equipped teammates before her. Of course, our fourth calamity infrastructure capabilities are engraved in our DNA. The 10 of them pressed the final task submission button on their intelligent terminals simultaneously. The next second, a crisp system notification sound rang simultaneously in the ears of the 10. The terminal screens suddenly blazed with dazzling golden light, and a bold system announcement slowly unfolded. Congratulations to all pioneers for completing the main quest of Phase 1 comprehensive repair of the Huazhong satellite life support and power system. Total mission completion 100. Rating A. Subtask rewards will be distributed uniformly after the main quest is completed. Please proceed immediately to the central control room of the Huazhong satellite to receive the core main quest of Phase 2. A rating. Yusher Buju's Yin Duanxiao pumped his fist, exclaiming excitedly. I told you these 2 days of screwing weren't wasted. Finally, on to the next phase. I've been wanting to see what this satellite's control room looks like. Jiang Wan rubbed her chin, her eyes full of anticipation. Phase 2 mission couldn't still be about screwing and welding wires, could it? I have a feeling something exciting is coming. The 10 chatted and laughed as they advanced along the path marked by navigation. The livestream chat had already exploded with comments. A rating. I told you this round was solid. 2 days and nights of non-stop work weren't for nothing. Finally, we're entering the control room. Finally, well, meet Senior Xingyan. I've already got my little stool ready. Phase 1 is over. Does that mean we're going to the Xingju Space Station? My mecha, my production line. We've been screwing for almost 2 days. Shouldn't we get to see some combat? The kid is starving for it. The 10 of them soon arrived at the alloy hatch of the central control room. This hatch was completely different from the others on the satellite. It was made entirely of dark gold alloy, its surface engraved with intricate and strange patterns. Lu Ran took a deep breath and raised his hand to press the recognition panel on the hatch. Pioneer authorization verified. Central control room hatch opening. The cold mechanical prompt sound faded, and the heavy alloy hatch slid slowly open along the tracks on both sides, emitting a low air pressure release sound. The moment the hatch fully opened, the smiles on the 10 faces instantly froze. Their steps halted simultaneously, muscles tensed, and they instinctively assumed a defensive posture. What appeared before them was not the complex equipment and Ba Xing Yin they had expected, but a black figure over 2 meters tall. The deep black biomimetic scales shimmered with a matte metallic luster under the cold light of the control room, each scale rising and falling slightly, with each breath exuding a vitality like that of a living creature. From the shoulders, elbows, and knees of the armor, carbonized biological bone spikes about an inch long protruded, their lines sharp and aggressive. Along the spine at the back, a row of retractable biomimetic spines lined the vertebral column. Just looking at them, one could feel the terrifying power hidden beneath the restrained design, a power capable of tearing everything apart. On the left chest of the armor, a silver blue star, Core Civilization Star Track badge, was faintly glowing. It was the exclusive insignia of the Star Core Civilization Guard Legion, strikingly conspicuous against the pure black armor. What the hell? What is this thing? Yi Sun assumed a defensive stance, his voice full of vigilance. Has the Huazhong satellite been invaded? Where did this biowarrior come from? The system didn't give any alarm. Duan Ren had already sidestepped to the front of the team, his eyes locked onto the black figure, every muscle tensed. Jiang Wan suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. Wait. Everyone, don't panic. It's an ally. She pointed at the left chest of the armor, speaking rapidly. Look at that badge. It's the Star Track badge of the Star Core Civilization. It's exactly the same as the insignia of the Guard Legion in the world-building materials released on the game's official website. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on that badge. Their tense bodies relaxed a little, but they still dared not completely let down their guard. Just then the face armor of the black bioarmor suddenly moved. Layer upon layer of biomimetic scales retracted automatically like a tide along the path from forehead to jaw, emitting a faint clicking sound, and finally fully withdrew into the sides of the helmet, revealing the sharply defined face that players were already familiar with. It was Xing Yan. Damn, it's Senior Xing Yan. I'm stunned. I almost thought we were about to start a fight. Oh my god, this armor is way too cool. Senior Xing Yan looks absolutely badass in this. The chat in Jiang Wan's live stream exploded. Holy shit. This armor is so cool that I jumped straight out of my chair. Help! What kind of interstellar war god is descending? Senior Xing Yan's outfit is way too epic. Biomimetic scales. Biological bone spikes. The texture. The details. I'm completely dumbfounded. Holy cow, doesn't this look a bit like the Guyver armor? Old school anime fans are having their DNA triggered. Don't go earlier, commenter. I was about to say that too. The texture and structure of this bioarmor are exactly like the Guyver. Nostalgia overload. Who gets it, family? I thought it was hardcore infrastructure sci-fi, but then they throw in classic bioarmor. This wave is a double delight for fans of both. Senior Xing Yan previously flew in space with bare hands, piloted a mecha to one-shot the Wanderer, and now he's got a top-tier enhanced bioarmor. Is this the power of our faction's boss? Quick, Sister One, ask him. Can players unlock this armor later? Forget grinding. It'll pay through the nose. Earlier people were saying screwing was boring, but now they're giving us top-tier individual equipment. This game's content density is insane. Standing there in that gear, I can already imagine a 100,000-word interstellar special ops novel. Too cool for words. Fellow Guyver fan, give me a handshake. The design of the biological spines and retractable face armor is taking the classic to a new level. This is so on point. Look at Senior Xing Yan's new skin. Is he going to lead us into the Xingzhou space station? Sister One, get closer. Let us see the details of this enhanced bioarmor. The kid is drooling. Lin Yuxi's solemn gaze swept over the 10 people before him. His voice, carrying the low magnetic resonance of the armor, reached each of them clearly. First of all, congratulations to all of you for successfully completing the Phase 1 Huazhong satellite repair mission. Your execution and completion rate have far exceeded my expectations. He raised his hand and waved it. The holographic projection device at the center of the control room instantly activated, and a massive three-dimensional star map slowly unfolded, showing the full view of Astra's low orbit. In the center of the star map was the No. 2 Huazhong satellite, where they were currently located, while on the other side of the map a massive space station model dozens of times larger than the Huazhong satellite floated silently. The Xingzhou space station. Lin Yuxi tapped a point on the star map, and the three-dimensional model of the Xingzhou space station instantly enlarged. Unlike the simplified three-dimensional projection they had seen before, this time in the detailed 3D structural diagram of the Xingzhou space station, they could clearly see dozens of flickering red dots scattered across various compartments of the station, as well as 2 large areas of deep red light screens that completely blocked off the 2 core areas, the central control room and the fully automated equipment production line. This is the ultra-distance quantum radar mounted on the Xingyue mecha, providing a comprehensive scan result of the Xingzhou space station. Lin Yuxi's voice remained steady as he continued. The structural integrity of the main body of the Xingzhou space station is at 52, but according to the radar scan results, there are numerous unknown threat units in certain internal areas that share the same origin as the previous roamer mechas, with specific models and combat parameters unknown. The central control room and the equipment production line are completely shielded by an unknown force field, rendering the radar unable to penetrate, leaving the internal situation unclear. He paused for a moment, glancing over the 10 players before him, and added, "The core mainline task of the second phase is to complete the precise docking between the Fireseed satellite and the Xingju space station, enter the station, eliminate internal threats, and gradually unlock and repair the core functional modules of the space station." As soon as he finished speaking, the control room fell into a brief silence, and the next moment cheers erupted. "Damn! Finally! It's time to fight!" Not knowing what to do, someone jumped up in excitement, floating half a meter away in the zero-gravity environment. "I've been tightening screws for 2 days since I logged on. Finally able to wield weapons and engage in combat. I told you, there must be monsters in the Xingju space station." The excitement gleamed in Yihuan's eyes as he clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. "I've gone over the tactical plans in my mind 800 times. I've been waiting for this day. Dangerous units that share the same origin as the roamer mechas. Things that can annihilate the star core civilization. Now this is the kind of hardcore sci-fi plot we should have." Duan Zhu's face also revealed a rare smile, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Lin Yuxi looked at this group of players who were not only unafraid, but also excited to the point of jumping up, and the smile in his eyes deepened. He had already anticipated this. During the fourth catastrophe, they were never afraid of death. They were afraid of not having the opportunity to die, of not having fresh content to play with. He stepped aside, revealing the storage rack behind him. On the rack lay 3 complete sets of the Xingwei 3 type standard space infantry power armor, with accompanying Xingmong 7 type energy rifles, particle-penetrating blades, hummingbird biosignal detectors, nano-protective barrier generators, and several sets of lightweight protective armor and weapon spare parts, all neatly arranged, gleaming with a sharp luster under the cold light. These are the standard equipment prepared for this docking exploration mission. 3 complete sets of Xingwei 3 power armor, along with accompanying individual combat equipment, with detailed parameters, usage specifications, and weapon operation tutorials, have all been synchronized to your smart terminals for your independent study. The core mainline task of the second phase has been synchronized and published to your terminals. Tactical planning, personnel division, and equipment allocation are all to be discussed and decided by you. He lifted his gaze to scan the crowd, his tone calm, yet imbued with a firm strength. You have 1 hour to prepare. 1 hour later, the docking and exploration task of the Xingju space station will officially commence. As he finished speaking, he did not say another word, his facial armor recovering him, as he slowly exited the control room, the alloy hatch closing behind him, leaving 10 players on the verge of losing control with excitement, and a room full of top-tier individual equipment. Lin Yuxi, having exited the control room, walked down the corridor toward the decompression chamber, gently exhaling a breath. The green virtual image of Xingqiu slowly appeared beside him, a hint of a smile in its icy blue eyes. "Are you really giving them all the authority? Aren't you afraid they'll mess it up?" "No." Lin Yuxi shook his head, his tone resolute. Firstly, the subsequent exploration of the space station, surface landing, and confrontation with unknown threats all require them to have sufficient team synergy and independent decision-making abilities. Letting go now is the best opportunity for them to bond. Secondly, behavior logic mapping was the core screening criterion when selecting internal testers. He glanced toward the control room, where excited exclamations from the players could be heard. The 7 players coming in later were carefully evaluated in terms of character, teamwork, ability, and behavioral logic. We have thoroughly reviewed them together, so there shouldn't be any internal conflicts or division of labor issues during the initial task. I believe they can handle reasonable equipment distribution and tactical planning according to the plan. Our time is limited. We need to quickly select 90 players from the current reservation list who have experience in virtual space combat games, or whose profession is related to combat. However, the main admission criterion still remains the behavioral logic mapping standard. This is a red line. We cannot afford players who do not follow orders or understand cooperation. Once the list is finalized, we will directly confirm through the official website's backend whether they can log into the game on time in 36 hours. If not, we will have to replace them. This is key to implementing that plan. A hint of worry flashed in Xingqiu's icy blue eyes. "Are you sure you want to implement that plan? If there's any mistake along the way, you all might be wiped out. Haven't we calculated the feasibility? It's at 62. Moreover, even if we take a step back, should the plan fail, with my current ability to wear the shadow, the probability of retreating back to the Fireseed satellite alone is almost 100. The players are just waiting for a revival. Well, I don't think they would mind. Alright, since you are the inheritor of the Fireseed plan, I will follow your lead. I will start the preliminary selection of personnel and confirm the final." Xingqiu pouted, replying while in the control room the excitement had completely erupted. The 10 players rushed to the storage rack, crowding around to look at the equipment, their exclamations of awe never ceasing. "Oh my god! The Xingwei 3 power armor. I only saw broken pieces in the starship wreckage before, but this complete set is just too cool. Suja gently touched the superconducting alloy shell of the armor, his eyes filled with obsession. This material. This structure. The parameters I saw in the data were already absurd, but the real thing exceeds my imagination. Damn. This Xingmong 7 energy rifle. It can adjust power. Designed for combat in sealed cabins, it won't penetrate the walls. This design is just too thoughtful. The always slow bomb disposal picked up an energy rifle, his fingers gliding over the gun body, his eyes filled with affection. Hummingbird detector. Nano barrier generator. With these items, enemy detection and emergency evasion are directly maxed out. Alalai, who never gets lost, held the palm's eyes detector, flipping it over and over in excitement. Lu Ran looked at the excited crowd and smiled, patting them. All right, we can study the equipment while changing orbits. Let's first decide on them. In 1 hour, we need to finalize the division of labor and equipment allocation. We cannot delay the task's initiation. Everyone immediately fell silent, turning to look at Lu Ran. Through the collaboration over the past 2 days and nights, Lu Ran's organizational skills and clear logical thinking had gained everyone's. Lu Ran opened his smart terminal and pulled up the scan map of the Xingju space station, clearing his throat to speak. First, let's clarify the core objectives of this mission. The control of the Fireseed satellite and the docking operation with the Xingju space station will be carried out by Captain Xingyan piloting the Xingyue mecha, so we don't need to worry about that part for now. Our main task is to enter the space station, gradually eliminate the unknown threats along the way, ascertain the internal situation, prioritize unlocking communication and life support systems, create a stable channel between the Fireseed satellite and the Xingju space station, and establish defensive fortifications within the Xingju space station to secure a foothold. He paused for a moment, opened his smart terminal, and projected the action plan released by Captain Xingyan in front of everyone. The holographic light curtain instantly unfurled before the 10 individuals, with blue lines outlining the complete structure of the Xingju space station and a segment of text. The Phase 1 action plan for the docking mission at Xingju space station synchronized to everyone's smart terminals. Core objective: establish a permanent, stable, and secure passage between the Fireseed satellite and the Xingju space station, creating a defensible forward transfer hub within the station, solidifying an initial foothold to lay an absolute foundation for subsequent comprehensive exploration, threat elimination, and core function unlocking. Subtask 1A: absolute control of the docking port. Mission requirements: after the Fireseed satellite completes precise docking with the Xingju 7 Universal Emergency Docking Module, eliminate all unknown threat units within the entire docking chamber and connecting passage immediately to ensure the absolute safety of the docking airlock and cross-chamber connect. Subtask 2: secure advancement passage and comprehensive situation reconnaissance. Mission requirements: 1. Starting from the Xingju 7 docking port, advance along the preset optimal route to the C7 equipment parts storage and emergency life support module, eliminating all unknown threat units in the surrounding chambers, thus establishing a permanent safe advancement passage without interruptions. 2. Use the Hummingbird detector to mark all risk points, resource nodes, access control points, and potential counterattack routes, creating a complete chamber structure and threat distribution heat map. Completion criteria: no residual hostile targets in the advancement passage, 100 synchronization of comprehensive reconnaissance intelligence to the team terminals, and all high-risk points marked and risk-graded. Subtask 3: establish a forward transfer hub. Mission requirements: 1. Comprehensively occupy the C7 equipment parts storage and emergency life support module, activate the independent fusion energy pile within the chamber, and unlock all usable functions within the chamber. 2. Using the C7 chamber as the core, construct standardized defensive fortifications, establish a security perimeter and emergency withdrawal route, forming a stable forward position that supports long-term operations, personnel rest, and equipment maintenance and resupply. Completion criteria: all functional systems of the C7 chamber activated, defensive fortifications completed, a 100-meter radius security perimeter established capable of autonomous safe operation independent from the main system of the space station. Note: all equipment required for the mission has been issued. Please form a team of 10 internal testers and independently devise a plan for equipment allocation and personnel assignments based on mission requirements, then synchronize to the smart terminal for backup. Lu Ran took a half step forward, his tone calm, yet sincere. I won't be polite with everyone. The primary goal is to complete the docking mission at the Xingju space station. Equipment will be allocated based on our strengths as resources are limited and the mission is quite challenging. I will propose a distribution plan for everyone's reference, and feel free to raise any differing opinions. We can discuss and finalize it. Jiang Wan immediately smiled and chimed in, patting his arm. Lu, then just say it directly. We are all comrades in life and death now. Our goals are completely aligned. In the past 2 days of repairing the satellite, everyone has seen your organizational skills and clear thought process. Your proposed plan? Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Ran slightly inclined his head, his gaze sweeping over the full set of equipment on the rack, skipping pleasantries and getting straight to the point. Alright, I'll say it directly. Our strongest equipment is undoubtedly these 3 sets of Xingwei 3 standard space power armor. This is the backbone of our combat strength. Its drive relies entirely on a core microfusion battery, and maximizing its combat power is not directly related to the physical capabilities of our clones. Rather, it depends more on whether the user has relevant combat experience to effectively utilize its defensive and offensive advantages, endure damage, and provide fire support for the team. He paused, looking at the 3, his tone determined. I suggest the 3 sets of power armor be allocated to Duan Ren Demolition and Jiang Wan. Brother Duan Ren is a retired Special Forces officer from the police, adept in close combat and tactical command. You are most suited to take the lead in clearing the docking port. Jiang Wan, you are an experienced gaming streamer familiar with combat shooting games, and given the sensitive nature of the game content, Brother Demolition is also from the provincial shooting team. In terms of precision operations and long-range fire suppression, he should be the strongest among our 10, able to maximize the shooting advantages with the power armor's high defense and strong firepower. As he finished speaking, Duan Ren Demolition and Jiang Wan's eyes instantly lit up, their faces filled with excitement as they stepped forward. Duan Ren clenched his fist, his tone steady and powerful. I will definitely take the lead at the front, guarding the docking port. Anyone trying to break through must first step over my corpse. Demolition patted his chest. I am confident in my shooting skills. Leave it to me. Jiang Wan also waved her fist excitedly. Let's show them what we, the 4th Calamity, are capable of regardless of what's inside the space station. Seeing the 3 filled with fighting spirit, no one objected, and Lu Ran continued. The 3 sets of power armor are our combat strength pillars. They inherently possess considerable firepower, but we must also equip ourselves with close combat dual weapons, each with 1 particle armor-piercing blade, 1 energy laser sword to deal with close combat situations where heat weapons are not suitable for suppression. The remaining particle armor-piercing blades and energy laser swords should be given to those with combat experience. If unsure, just crouch down and stabilize. I'll take a break first. 8 Xingmong 7 standard energy rifles for the 7 teammates not wearing power armor. Each will have 1 for self-defense and long-range support. The remaining 1 will be allocated to demolition, maximizing your shooting specialty for long-range precise suppression of enemies. 10 Hummingbird biological signal detectors. Each of us will have 1 worn on our wrists and linked to the terminal, penetrating 3 meters of alloy chamber walls to locate enemies, with the whole team collaboratively marking risks. 6 nanoprotective barrier generators. Duan Ren, Jiang Wan, and Demolition each take 1, while Lao Gui, Suzhu, and I each take 1 to deploy barriers for protection whenever facing chamber depressurization or ambushes. 2 sets of military-grade high-frequency structural demolition tools, 1 set for Duan Ren, who will lead the charge in power armor for demolition of obstacles while advancing, and another for Suzhu for subsequent breaching of the space station's deadlocking gates, repairing the chamber, and recovering usable equipment. After the allocation was completed, Lu Ran looked at everyone again. This is the plan that combines equipment and our individual strengths. If anyone has better suggestions, feel free to bring them up. Suzhu patted the demolition tools, grinning no objections. Demolition and maintenance are my specialties. The energy rifle is sufficient for self-defense, and I will ensure there are no issues during the engineering phase. Lao Gui smiled and nodded. I will follow Suzhu. It will calibrate communication and life support links. The equipment allocation is very reasonable. Everyone unanimously approved, finalizing the equipment allocation and division of labor for the 10-member team, uploading a copy for record keeping to the smart terminal, and everyone eagerly took their allocated equipment from the rack to study it. Jiang Wan eagerly approached the rack, her fingertips lightly touching the matte, silver-gray, superconducting alloy shell of the Xingwei 3 power armor, a cool metallic texture, transmitting through her fingertips. Following the prompts from the smart terminal, she stood still as the armor quickly molded and conformed to her, the crisp sound of metallic structure clips locking in sequence. Within 10 seconds, she was fully equipped. The silver-gray armor snugly enveloped her clone body, its lines sharp, yet neat, with the embedded microfusion energy core in her chest emanating a faint blue glow, becoming the most striking feature on the entire matte gray surface. The energy laser emitter module on the outer side of her right arm slightly protruded, while the anti-gravity cushioning unit and microthrusters fit seamlessly along her leg lines without any sense of heaviness. The integrated helmet automatically closed. The panoramic visor slowly descended, completely covering her cheeks. The mini electromagnetic kinetic energy guns at the visor's sides quietly emerged halfway, glinting with a cold metallic sheen, while the ammunition module at the back of the helmet gently vibrated, indicating that the ammo chamber was fully loaded. The fully enclosed visor instantly activated the environmental adaptation system, projecting the scenes of the control room in holographic form into her view, completely unifying the perspective of the power armor with her own. As she moved her thoughts, various parameters of the facilities and equipment in the control room automatically surfaced. Jiang instinctively raised her arm, then gently bent her knees and turned around. She originally thought the movements would be heavy and clumsy, but they were surprisingly agile, with the movements of all metal joints being exceptionally smooth, each command responding swiftly, without any sluggishness. She clenched her fist, feeling an overwhelming power within the armor capable of tearing through steel. The excitement in her eyes was nearly overflowing, and her clear voice resonated through the armor's built-in speaker with a metallic tone. My goodness. This is so cool. Is this the feeling of the energy armor from the Star Core civilization? I feel terrifyingly powerful. In the live streaming room of Jiang, viewers experienced the entire process of trying on the power armor from her perspective, as she exclaimed with a metallic tone, I feel terrifyingly strong now. The barrage of comments exploded. Here it comes. Starting to distribute equipment. Is this a test for entering the combat system? What? Isn't this an interstellar exploration game? Isn't it a sandbox construction? Why are they starting to distribute power armor? Let go of that Xingwei 3. It's so cool. Sob. That's mine. Wow, I just finished watching the strong colonization armor, and now they are going straight to the power armor. Can someone analyze which armor is stronger? Strength isn't the main point. Coolness is the key. Yuing 1 strong colonization armor is everlasting. Didn't you see the camp boss wearing the strong colonization armor? The boss's equipment must be stronger. Wow, I just checked the official website setting collection, and there are so many updated equipment settings. The strong colonization armor is powered by biological crystal cores, and the physical strength of the wearer, the stronger the user, the greater the combat ability, while the power armor is entirely driven by micro-fusion batteries. Wow, a 35-centimeter particle-piercing blade. It resembles a military tactical knife, activating a high-frequency particle layer to directly cut through heavy armor. A melee artifact confirmed. The sword handle is only 18 centimeters, and the blade length can be adjusted from 0.5 to 1.2 meters. At will one-handed swordplay design maximizes aesthetics, especially with the directional constraint technology. The laser sword surprisingly doesn't penetrate the cabin wall, completely suitable for the confined environment of space stations. The official details are astonishing. Xingmong 7 standard rifle. An ultra-compact size of 68 centimeters, specifically designed to prevent snagging on spacesuits. Lightweight modifications compared to Earth. Short rifles equipped with a holographic sight and high-frequency oscillating energy beams. It can also adjust power, capable of penetrating light outer armor without breaching the cabin wall and causing depressurization. This is truly a specialized artifact for close combat in space. Oh my, it's power armor. It really is power armor. Coming out with power armor, please, just let the kids touch it once. My goodness. The modular armor automatically conforms so smoothly. The crisp sound of the buckle closing gives me goosebumps. Wow. A micro-fusion core in the chest with hidden mini electromagnetic guns on either side of the mask, a laser launcher on the right arm, and a gravity-defying thruster on the legs, combined with a particle-piercing blade and a directed energy laser sword. This configuration is unbeatable. Starting with god-tier equipment, is anyone at 110? Someone's cheating in the game. Did no one notice Jia's perspective? The holographic projection field directly synchronizes with the mecha's perspective. With just a thought, all equipment parameters can pop up. This neural link is simply extraordinary. Why? Others are showing off in the game with Xingwei 3, and here I am drooling over the screen. It's making me If the testing doesn't start soon, I'll be crying at the official's door. Please let me touch the armor in the game. Come on, Jia, go kill through the Xingju space station. Hurry up and announce the closed beta spots for the brothers. The barrage continued to scroll frantically, with some obsessed with the sci-fi aesthetics of the power armor, others discussing the rationality of equipment distribution, while many were urging for more follow-up connection missions. As the live stream's excitement continued to rise with Jiangwan's actions. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the main control room within the cockpit of the Xingyun mecha docked outside the No. 2 Spark satellite, Lin Yuxi sat relaxedly in the control seat with his eyes half closed. It was so quiet that one could hear the subtle hum of the mecha's core. Faint silver neural link patterns covered his body, resonating with the blue light strips on the cockpit's walls, forming a complete energy loop. This was his second time entering the cockpit of the Xingyun mecha, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The connection with the mecha seemed to penetrate his soul, a warm feeling spreading through the neural links, dispelling the cold of interstellar space and soothing his inner restlessness. He felt as if he had merged with the Xingyun mecha, perceiving beyond the heavy walls of the mecha, extending into the boundless starry sky. The dark curtain, tinged with a faint crimson hue, was adorned with countless twinkling stars, distant and lonely like silent witnesses. He could clearly feel the pulsation of the starry sky, sensing the mournful cries of the debris surrounding him. An indescribable desolation and grandeur surged into his spiritual world through the mecha's core. It was the echo of 1,200 years ago. The glory and downfall of the Star Core civilization, the cataclysmic, or the fall of countless warships, and the loss of innumerable lives. Those fragmented images and desperate cries, though unclear, carried a piercing heaviness that tightened his heart, as if he had personally experienced that civilization's swan song. He suddenly understood that the Xingyun mecha was never just a weapon of destruction. It resembled the last vessel of the Star Core civilization left in the world, silently preserving the glorious past of an ancient race, while also bearing the solitude and desolation of drifting through the star sea for 1,200 years. Lin Yuxi, the virtual projection of Xingzhu, called softly, breaking the silence of the cockpit and pulling him back from that special feeling. This time Xing's projection did not appear, and her voice came directly through the mecha's built-in speakers. Lin Yuxi slowly opened his eyes, the neural link patterns on his body gradually fading. The lingering wistfulness in his gaze had yet to fully dissipate, and his tone was still somewhat confused. Did I fall asleep? This is only my second time piloting the Xingyun mecha. Why do I feel such a strong sense of familiarity? Staying here always makes me feel warm and relaxed. The warmth it gives you may be the resonance that transcends time, and this bond was perhaps destined to be in a time long past. A soft female voice whispered in the cockpit, not so much answering a question as it was Xing's soliloquy. 10 internal test players have completed equipment distribution and personnel assignments. The specific plan has been synchronized to the smart terminal. Now is not the time for idle thoughts, Lin Yuxi. Lin Yuxi rubbed his face with both hands, and after a couple of moments he opened his eyes. No longer confused him, and their plan is fine. The distribution logic basically aligns with the task requirements, adequately integrating each player's strengths. No adjustments needed. Additionally, the selection work for 90 new internal test players has been initially completed. A detailed list and scoring metrics appeared on the terminal's display. I have selected 120 people as alternates based on their comprehensive scores. Please check if there are any issues. After confirmation, I will contact these players one by one via the official website's backend to confirm their availability to go online for the mission. 36 hours later, if any players cannot log in on time, the next alternate will be automatically contacted. Okay, no problem. Go ahead and confirm them one by one. Finalize the selections, and we should set off. The Xingyun mecha looked towards the northeast, the location of the Xingzhou space station, its gaze seemingly crossing through layers of debris, spotting the towering ruins of the space mothership along with the lurking dangers inside. Come on, no matter what secrets you hide, I will uncover them myself. The official forum of Star Core Restart has become one of the hottest gaming communities online due to the recent surge in popularity. At the same time, the heat in Jiangwan's live stream was soaring. A new post surged to the top of the forum's hot list at an astonishing speed, titled, "Holy cow. I received the third batch of internal testing notifications from the official team. Is there anyone else like me? This can't be a scam, right? Poster ID Lemon Not Sour. Help me. I just received a private message from the official backend saying I won a spot in the third batch of internal testing, asking if I could enter the game at 3 p.m. on the 24th of this month and ensure over 8 hours of online time. I immediately replied no problem, but as I calmed down I felt increasingly anxious. This can't be a scam, right? The first 2 batches only had 10 people, and now suddenly there are spots available. Is there anyone else who received the notification? Speak up. Within 3 minutes of the post being published, the comment section exploded, refreshing at a rate of dozens per second. First floor sofa. Holy cow. Is this real? The third batch of internal testing is starting. I've been refreshing the backend for 3 days and found nothing. Are you just here to stir up jealousy? Second floor. Wow. I received the same notification. They asked if I could go online at 3 p.m. on the 24th and ensure 8 hours online. My hands were shaking and I replied immediately no problem. I thought I was dreaming. Third floor. Why didn't I get it? I filled out a 3-page survey for the reservation, ranked in the top 1,000 for the internal testing. Official team, look at me. I can be online for 24 hours. I can play without eating or sleeping. Don't talk about 8 hours, I can handle 80 hours. Fourth floor. I'm coming. I finally waited for this. I also received it. I was just watching Jiangwan's live stream in a power suit, feeling so jealous, and then I received the notification. I literally took off on the spot. Fifth floor. Can someone who understands tell me how many spots are available in this batch? The first 2 batches only had 10 people. This one seems to have quite a few. Sixth floor. Wow. My mindset just collapsed. I also received the notification. But the 24th is my girlfriend's birthday. I promised to spend it with her, and after hesitating for 3 minutes I replied that I had no time. The official team immediately replied that my internal testing spot would be postponed and I would have priority in the next batch. Now I want to ask, is it too late to regret? This comment caused the thread to derail, and the meme users instantly switched to mockery mode. 7th floor. Ha ha ha. Sorry, original poster, I have to laugh first. What's more important than a girlfriend's birthday? Think bigger, brother. 8th floor. Laughing to death. A girlfriend's birthday happens every year, but if you miss the internal testing spot, it's gone for real. Priority in the next batch. Do you really believe the official promises? 9th floor. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Break up right now. Can you still save that spot? Doghead 10th floor. If I were you, I'd tell my girlfriend to celebrate her birthday. Next year's space exploration waits for no one. Civilization ruins from 1200 years ago are waiting for us to explore, and you actually want to spend your girlfriend's birthday. You're hopeless. 11th floor. Stop scolding, stop scolding. The child is already crying in the toilet. 12th floor. Can't deny it, the official team knows how to filter. Even the online time is strictly monitored. They must be planning something big. 13th floor. I received it too. The official team also sent a group chat QR code asking all confirmed players to join the group, where subsequent task requirements and precautions will be discussed. Brothers who received spots, hurry and join the group chat. Stop lingering on the forum. After this comment was posted, the dozens of players who had just been frantically spamming the forum suddenly disappeared. Only a screen full of users who did not receive notifications remained frantically lamenting, complaining, and spamming the sourness almost spilling out of the screen. 14th floor. Where is everyone? Did they all join the group? Leaving us a bunch of people without spots here, staring blankly. 15th floor. Official team, you have no heart. I've been waiting for half a month. Refreshing the backend 8 times a day. Why haven't I received a notification yet? 16th floor. It's over. It feels like I've missed out on a fortune. They can get power armor, particle blades, and laser swords while we're still here being sour. 17th floor. Does anyone know how many spots were actually released in this batch? From the looks of it, there must be at least dozens, right? 18th floor. Don't ask, because we're not getting any. Now I can only wait for Jiangwan's live stream to watch them explore the space station. Sob, sob, sob. Official team, please look at me in the next batch. I can really put in the effort. The clamor in the forum continues to ferment while 980 light-years away in the orbit of Astrostar, the Star Torch docking project officially commenced. Inside the cockpit of the Starfall mecha, Lin Yuxi's eyes were fixated on the holographic orbital projection on the control panel, with faint silver neural link patterns covering his arms, deeply integrating with the mecha control system, accurately transmitting his operational commands to the docking end of the No. 2-seed satellite. Star Pivot confirmed the initial parameters of the orbit and target orbit and locked the optimal trajectory change plan. Lin Yuxi's voice was steady. Parameters confirmed. Star Pivot's voice synchronized and a clear orbital schematic immediately appeared on the holographic projection. Green represented the satellite's current near-Earth parking orbit, red indicated the high-orbit operating route of the Star Torch space station, and the yellow elliptical arc in between represented the planned transfer path. We will use the Universal Hohmann Transfer Scheme for interstellar navigation, which is currently the most stable and fuel-efficient trajectory change method. It only requires 2 critical pulse firings to complete the transition from low orbit to the high orbit of the space station, with a total operation time estimated at 3 hours. Let's get started. As Lin Yuxi's command was given, the main thruster on the back of the Starfall mecha ignited with a blue-white plasma tail flame, and the massive and stable thrust was evenly transmitted through the rigid docking structure to the entire No. 2-seed satellite, slowly pushing the satellite away from its original trajectory. Executing the first phase, accelerate into orbit, enter the transfer path. Star Pivot's prompt sounded. This was the first critical ignition for the trajectory change, focusing on speeding up the satellite, raising the orbital height, and entering the elliptical transfer path connecting the 2 orbits. After the thruster completed the ignition as per the preset plan, Star Pivot's real-time report immediately followed. First ignition completed successfully, entered the transfer orbit, and the orbital status is stable. The full-area debris scanning radar has been activated, continuously monitoring the debris field ahead. Lin Yuxi was highly focused, maintaining absolute control over the trajectory of the No. 2-seed satellite through the Starfall mecha, instructing Star Pivot, maintain orbit monitoring throughout, proactively avoiding large space debris, and you handle attitude control. For the next 2 hours, the seed satellite flew steadily along the preset elliptical transfer orbit towards the orbital height of the Star Torch space station. During the flight, Star Pivot continuously monitored the orbital status, making periodic minor adjustments while relying on the debris scanning radar to adjust the satellite's attitude multiple times, perfectly avoiding several large fragments of broken ship bodies in the debris field. After 2 hours and 19 minutes, the satellite precisely reached the highest point of the elliptical transfer orbit, perfectly aligning with the Star Torch space station's relative position according to the planned rendezvous scheme. Executing the second phase, decelerate into docking, precise accompanying flight, reach the orbital rendezvous point, and prepare for the second ignition. Lin Yuxi's voice was calm. Main thruster reverse ignition, execute circular orbit docking. This was the second critical ignition for the trajectory change, focusing on decelerating the satellite, allowing it to precisely hit the brakes and perfectly fit into the operational orbit of the Star Torch space station, forming a stable accompanying flight. The blue-white plasma tail flame ignited again in the dark starry sea, and the thruster completed the ignition as per the plan. On the holographic orbital projection, the blue light point representing the seed satellite perfectly coincided with the red light point representing the Star Torch space station on the same orbit. Trajectory change operation successfully completed. Star Pivot's voice was filled with excitement. Currently, it has entered the stable accompanying flight orbit of the Star Torch space station, and the relative position and speed fully meet the docking requirements. Lin Yuxi slowly breathed a sigh of relief, leaning back in the control seat, while the 10 players inside the seed satellite, after 3 hours of tense waiting, finally caught a glimpse of the Star Torch space station outside the porthole. At this very moment, the colossal space mother port that had drifted through the star sea for 120,000 years, the Xingju space station, unfolded itself without reservation before the eyes of Lin Yuxi and the players. Beyond the porthole lay a gargantuan debris belt stretching nearly 100,000 kilometers, while within the region of the Xingju space station, the inner circle was a relatively clean vacuum zone, and the density of debris in the outer ring was several times higher than that of other orbital sectors. This was the final martyrdom of the third cosmic fleet of the Star Core civilization. 120,000 years ago, this fleet, to cover the ceiling of the Xingju space station and block the pursuit of most enemies, held its ground here until the last soldier and the last ship. As far as the eye could see, there were only twisted and shattered remnants of combat units. Capital ships broken into several sections, escort vessels with torn armor, standard mech reduced to half-torsos, shattered turrets, and energy shield generators, all densely packed into this expanse of space resembling a forest of steel consumed by war flames. Countless wrecks still bore the scorched black marks of energy weapon burns, frozen in their final poses within the vacuum, silently narrating the devastatingly brutal battle of that bygone era. The crimson light of the star pierced through the gaps in the debris, casting fragmented shadows upon the cold metal, imbuing the entire void with a sense of desolation and stillness. At the very center of this steel graveyard, the main body of the Xingju space station floated in stillness. Its scale surpassed all human imagination of space architecture, with a total structural length of 38.7 kilometers, a maximum diameter of 7.6 kilometers, and an overall cruciform layout identical to the contour previously scanned and modeled by the Huazhong satellite. At its core lay a spherical main control section with a diameter of 3.8 kilometers, its surface clad in the silver-gray superconducting alloy armor characteristic of the Star Core civilization. 120,000 years of interstellar dust and war scars had left indelible mottled marks upon the armor, yet a few exposed energy pipeline areas still glowed, with a faint silver-blue luminescence proving that this spaceport had not entirely died. Of the 4 massive main arms extending from the cross-shaped structure, 2 had been brutally severed during the cataclysm 120,000 years ago, their fractured ends twisted and hideous, with exposed giant trusses, energy pipelines, and internal cabin structures resembling torn bones. The remaining 2 relatively intact arms housed the universal docking port and the equipment storage complex. Along both sides of the arms, 144 standard circular docking hatches were neatly arranged, each capable of accommodating an entire No.2 Huazhong satellite for a complete dock. Their primary mission objective, the No.7 Universal Emergency Docking Port, was located on the docking arm near the core control section, directly facing the direction of the Huazhong satellite at this moment. Thousands of defensive turrets, missile silos, and Closian interception systems were densely distributed across the station's armored shell, but the vast majority had been utterly destroyed in the war long ago, leaving only hollow muzzles like countless silent eyes quietly watching their arrival. 120,000 years had eroded its former prosperity and glory, yet they could not diminish its majesty and grandeur. It was once the most central spaceport of the Star Core civilization in the Astra Galaxy, the starting point and homecoming for countless ancestors traveling across the star sea, and the most bustling interstellar hub of the entire galaxy. Now it had become a steel solitary tomb drifting through the stars, silent and desolate, while the tip of the iceberg that had caused that catastrophe lurked within. We will complete the docking operation in 15 minutes. All pioneers, please assemble in the docking bay and make final preparations. Before entering the Xingju space station, I will rendezvous with you and enter the No.7 emergency docking port together. Lin Yuxi's voice transmitted clearly through the pioneers' smart terminals to every player's ear. Roger. 10 replies, not perfectly synchronized, rang out in the communication channel, their voices brimming with excitement. At this moment, the main control room was in complete uproar. Everyone stared in exhilaration at the colossal structure beyond the porthole. My heavens! I previously thought the scan model's numbers were just exaggerations, but seeing it with my own eyes, I realize how utterly absurd this thing truly is. Jiang Wan's voice trembled. 38 kilometers long. When I look at it with my naked eyes, both ends of the space station almost stretch beyond my field of vision. Back in the Huazhong satellite, looking at the 3D projection, I thought it was just a parameter. Now I understand what the craftsmanship of an interstellar civilization truly means. Lu Ran's voice also lost its usual calm laden with shock. 4 main arms too broken off, and it's still this enormous. What must it have looked like at its peak? Amid the chorus of exclamations, Suju's voice suddenly cut in. Do you realize what this thing would mean if it were placed on Earth? He paused as if forcing down his surging emotions. Last year we completed the parallel assembly of the 8th core module of the Tiangong space station. Led by the Dragon Nation, jointly built by 16 spacefaring nations, the largest space structure ever created by human civilization. Do you know its volume? 8 core modules in parallel plus 37 extended experiment modules and cargo modules, total length barely exceeding 6 kilometers, maximum width of 380 meters, inner bit, total mass of 26,800 tons. This is already a milestone for humanity, knocking on the door of interstellar space. His words instantly quieted the channel. And the Xingzhou space station before us, with a main body length of 38.7 kilometers, is over 10 times the size of our entire Tiangong, maximum diameter of 7.6 kilometers, and the spherical main control section alone has a diameter of 3.8 kilometers. This single control module alone has a volume more than twice that of the entire Tiangong space station in the game. We humans, pooling global efforts for over half a century, managed to build a kilometer-scale space station. They already mass-produce 30-kilometer-class interstellar ports. It's like we're still paddling a dugout canoe across a river while they're sailing a nuclear-powered interstellar carrier. Damn. Brother Su, don't calculate it like that. The more you do, the more mind-boggling it gets. I used to think our Tiangong was incredible, but now compared to this, it's just a miniature toy model in the eyes of the Star Core civilization. Come on, Tiangong was built by our Dragon Nation step by step over decades. It's real. This is a game setting. How can you directly compare it to real-world technology? That's not fair. In the midst of the lively discussion, Jiang Wan's voice suddenly dropped, tinged with unease, pulling everyone's scattered thoughts back. Wait. Have you ever thought about one thing? She swallowed, staring at the modeled majestic space station beyond the porthole, her voice tight. The Star Core civilization's technology is already terrifying to this extent. Then the force that could destroy their entire civilization. How powerful must it be? If there is something inside the Xingzhou space station that could annihilate an entire interstellar civilization, with only the equipment they left behind, how could we possibly stand against it? These words silenced the channel gradually, the earlier excitement doused by a bucket of cold water. After all, anyone could understand that against an existence capable of casually crushing a max-level powerhouse, holding the equipment dropped by that powerhouse offered no chance of victory. Then Lu Ran's steady voice broke the silence, dissecting the situation with clarity. Don't scare yourselves. I've repeatedly studied all the official game settings released on the website, combined with the debris belt situation we've observed along the way. I have a basic hypothesis. He paused before continuing. First, the unknown force that could completely annihilate a civilization of the Star Core's level must have possessed devastating, world-shattering power. But after achieving their objective, they should have left entirely, otherwise this star region wouldn't be so deathly silent as it is now. And another thing, have you noticed? For 120,000 years, whatever remains inside the Xingzhou space station have stayed quietly within it with no signs of activity around. This suggests that they likely lack the consciousness for autonomous planning and development. They are probably remnants left behind for unknown reasons. Entities without self-awareness acting only on instinct. Jiang Wan, after listening weakly, added, no self-awareness. You mean something like zombies? She couldn't help shivering, recalling the remains of the Xinghe civilization ancestors she encountered in the wreckage of a small starship during her first mission. That scene had nearly traumatized her. Lu Ran let out a helpless laugh and quickly corrected, it shouldn't be anything like that. I'm just talking about a threat form similar to this, lacking self-awareness and acting on instinct. I'm not saying there are actual zombies. Don't scare yourself. Thanks to Jiang Wan's interruption, the channel returned to its previous clamor. Several players' boisterous voices immediately chimed in, full of the fourth calamity's fearless attitude. Hey, I thought it was something serious. It's just brainless mobs, right? What's there to fear? I thought it was something serious. It's just brainless mobs, right? What's there to fear? Exactly. What's the fourth calamity most unafraid of? That's just death. If we die, we just wait 4 hours. Whatever's in there, we just go for it. What the Xinghe civilization didn't finish, well, finish. It's just a space station, right? We'll plow through it today. No matter what ghosts or monsters with power armor on, particle knife in the left hand, laser sword in the right, we'll cut down one if one comes, and a pair if two come. Lu Ran listened to the commotion in the channel without stopping them. When the shouting died down, he continued, all right, let's cool down the enthusiasm. We have 12 minutes to dock. Everyone check your equipment now. Power armor, energy, weapon charge. Don't screw up at the space. Roger. The laughter in the channel faded, replaced by tense fighting spirit. Everyone immediately lowered their heads to check equipment parameters on their terminals, inspecting their gear for the final preparations before battle. 12 minutes later, the harsh screech of metal meshing traveled through the entire Huazhong satellite via the cabin structure, accompanied by a steady announcement from the smart terminal. Docking procedure initiated. Relative velocity calibration complete. Error 0.03 meters second. No. 7 emergency docking port airlock aligned. Mechanical docking arm locked. Primary air seal complete. Secondary locking structure engaged. Pressure equalization program initiated. Lin Yuxi stood in the cockpit of the Xingyun mecha, his fingertips precisely controlling every subtle movement of the docking system. Pale silver neural link patterns spread along his arms, forming a perfect closed loop with the mecha's control system and the satellite's docking port. On the holographic panel before him, the blue dot representing the Huazhong satellite aligned perfectly with the red anchor point of the Xingju space station's docking port. The Xingju space station, silent for 100 years, had finally received visitors from the other side of the Star Sea. Pressure equalization complete. Docking channel stable. Docking successful. As the final announcement faded, an extremely slight tremor ran through the entire satellite. Then it settled completely. Lin Yuxi raised his hand to sever the neural link with the Xingyun mecha, and the patterns on his body slowly faded. He quickly entered Huazhong satellite No. 2 and went into the decompression chamber. Lin Yuxi slightly raised his hand and grasped empty air. The Shadow 1 armor placed at the cabin door instantly disassembled into countless bionic structural units that surged toward his body like a tidal wave. Fine scales layered onto his torso and limbs, carbonized biological bone spikes silently extended from his shoulders and elbows, and bionic spines along his vertebrae formed in place. In just 3 seconds, the complete bioarmor assembly was complete. The facial scales slowly closed, leaving only a pair of ice blue eye windows. He clenched his fist, feeling the power boost from the deep neural link with the armor, then turned and stepped into the passage leading to the docking cabin. Inside the docking cabin, 10 players were already fully equipped. Duan Rin Jiangwan and Chai Dan Yong Yuan Man Ban Pai wore Starguard 3 power armor with the miniature fusion cores on their chests, emitting a faint blue glow. The other 7 had also donned lightweight protective armor gripping Starlight 7 energy rifles steadily with hummingbird detectors all in place. Their eyes held irrepressible excitement. Lin Yuxi, clad in the Shadow 1 bioarmor, appeared before the group. The armor gleamed with a matte black under the white light, forming a stark contrast with the silver-gray standard power armor. Though it had no exposed guns or heavy plating, it exuded a pressure that instinctively made people hold their breath. Boss Xingyan. The group instinctively straightened up, and the originally loose formation instantly tightened. Lin Yuxi nodded slightly, his blue eye windows scanning the crowd. His low voice came through the armor's speaker, clearly reaching everyone. Docking is complete. Next, he'll lead the assault. Duan Ren and Chai Dan will guard the left and right flanks. Jiang Wan will provide fire support from the center. The rest will follow in a triangular formation. Support each other if danger arises, and you can open fire immediately if attacked. Understood. The 10 answered in unison. Lin Yuxi turned and raised his hand to press the door recognition panel of the cabin leading to the Xingju space station. Huazhong authority verification passed. Emergency hatch opening. The cold mechanical prompt faded, and the heavy alloy door emitted a dull sound of pressure release, then slowly slid open to both sides. A rush of cold air carrying the scent of metal rust and interstellar dust instantly surged in, bringing with it the desolation and bleakness of 100 years of drifting through the Star Sea. Inside the hatch was a completely dark emergency docking cabin. 3 dark figures were leaning against the open hatch opening. Under the faint light from the Huazhong satellite No. 2 docking cabin, their silhouettes were as ferocious as lurking monsters. Off. Jiang Wan stiffened and instinctively raised her arm. The laser emitter on her power armor's right arm instantly deployed, and the scope automatically locked onto the 3 dark figures already in a firing state. Don't fire. Lin Yuxi's voice suddenly rang out. He raised his hand and pressed down on Jiang Wan's armored forearm, steadily lowering her raised arm. They're just 3 corpses. No threat. With that, he took the lead and stepped into the No. 7 emergency docking cabin. Duan Rin Chai Dan, follow me. Roger. The 2 followed, one on the left and one on the right, flanking Lin Yuxi in a triangular formation, their eyes fixed on the 3 floating corpses ready to respond to any sudden situation. The 3 approached slowly. The light from the emergency lamps finally illuminated the full appearance of the 3 figures. They were the remains of 3 Xinghe civilization ancestors, 2 men and 1 woman, still wearing standard Xinghe civilization spacesuits. The Star Trek insignia on their left chests had long faded, but the original patterns were still discernible. Their bodies were extremely well preserved in the vacuum environment with no signs of decay, but their facial expressions were forever frozen in extreme pain and distortion. Their mouths were wide open as if they had let out a desperate roar before death, and their limbs remained in struggling postures. Duan Ren crouched down and carefully examined the torso and limbs of the remains, saying in a deep voice, "Boss, there are no external injuries at all. No bullet holes, no blade wounds, no traces of energy weapon burns, and no signs of bone fractures. The cause of death is unclear." Chidan also finished examining the other two remains and added with a furrowed brow, "The female and the other male are the same. No external injuries, uniforms intact, and emergency equipment still on them. It doesn't look like decompression death." Lin Yuxi nodded slightly. What exactly happened here back then? What did these three ancestors experience in the final moment before this space station was completely sealed? What could cause them to die in such a painful posture under the protection of complete life support equipment without leaving even a trace of resistance? Loon and deploy the hummingbird detectors. Scan the entire docking cabin. Lin Yuxi did not turn around, his voice steady and without any Roger. Loon and responded by raising his hand. 6 palm-sized micro-detectors instantly ejected from the hummingbird omnidirectional biological signal detector on his wrist, flapping their ultra-thin bionic wings and silently dispersing into the dark docking cabin. Pale blue scanning beams swept every corner of the cabin and real-time data synchronized to everyone's terminal panels. Everyone's eyes fell on the holographic scan, finally seeing the full view of No. 7 emergency docking cabin. It was a standard emergency transition cabin about 30 meters long and 20 meters wide, rectangular in shape, serving as a buffer zone between the Huazhong satellite and the main passage of the space station. On both sides of the cabin, 12 emergency life support pods were neatly arranged, but most were damaged with twisted and deformed doors, leaving only empty frames. The floor and ceiling were covered with fallen wires and shattered panels. At the other end of the cabin was the blast door leading to the main passage of the space station, with a gap of about 2 meters between the two heavy metal doors that had not closed. Beyond was the dark main passage. The blast door was covered with scorched marks from energy weapon burns, and there was a ferocious gash half a meter deep, as if something had torn it open, but failed to completely breach the door. Scan complete. No active biological signals in the docking cabin. No abnormal energy reactions. Blast door is locked. Unlock authority synced to terminal. The terminal's prompt sounded in the communication channel, and everyone's hearts eased a little. Good, nothing unusual. Zhang Wan let out a long sigh of relief. Looks like Lu Nan was right. Those things left long ago, leaving just a little. Before she could finish, Lu Nan's face suddenly changed. The hummingbird detection diagram on the terminal panel flashed red with an alarm. He raised his voice sharply and shouted, "Everyone on alert. 2 humanoid high-speed moving targets approaching from the main passage outside the cabin. Distance 30 meters. Estimated contact time 3 seconds." The moment his words fell, a harsh metallic scraping sound came from the blast door at the end of the cabin. A pitch-black shadow had already appeared at the unclosed door gap. A broken mechanical structure with a twisted arm wrapped inside violently grabbed the side of the door. A head completely covered by a metal mask mechanically peered into the cabin. On the exposed mechanical surface of its torso and head, white light particles flowed like mobile mechanical compound eyes, scanning the group with a pale, cold, emotionless gaze that made one's scalp tingle. Time seemed to stand still for a moment as the mechanical monstrosity suddenly intruded into the vision of everyone. The surface of its head and torso shimmered with white light particles resembling countless cold eyes, slowly scanning each person in the cabin. After a brief silence, a sharp and fragmented electronic whine erupted from its chest, akin to a beast awakening from slumber. Its twisted right arm abruptly withdrew a glimmering cold alloy military dagger from the tactical hook. At its waist, the triangular blade scattered with white light particles. It pushed off the metallic floor with its foot, charging towards the crowd like a cannonball. The first to move was Lin Yuxi, the Yinying 1 genetic armor, moving so swiftly that it seemed to meld into the darkness of the cabin. In that instant, he dashed forward. Biological bone spurs erupted from the elbow joint of his left arm, extending instantly to a length of 30 centimeters, with a faint blue bioluminescent flow coursing along the spurs, tracing a cold arc. With a sharp metallic snap, the monster's left arm wielding the blade was severed at the elbow, with faint white light particles swirling at the cut. Before it could react, Lin Yuxi swiftly raised his leg, the sole of the Yinying armor crashing against its chest plate. The dull thud reverberated in the confined cabin as the metal monster was struck as if by a speeding train, sent flying back to crash heavily against another monster that was just about to enter the docking cabin. The 2 heavy metal bodies tumbled together, sliding for over 10 meters, and with a tremendous crash they slammed into the far wall of the main corridor, causing a slight tremor throughout the entire cabin. This loud crash acted like a key, completely awakening the slumbering monster nest that had been dormant for over 120,000 years. On everyone's terminal displays, the previously blank radar images from the hummingbird detectors suddenly erupted with over a dozen red dots rapidly approaching from every corner of the main corridor. In the depths of the dimly lit corridor, the piercing sounds of metal dragging walls scraping against machinery and intermittent electronic beeping were exceptionally clear in the deathly silence filling everyone's ears. Yet the two monsters that had been knocked together did not cease their movements. Their initially rigid mechanical actions became surprisingly agile after adapting. The monster that had been kicked away by Lin Yuxi was now using its remaining right hand to push against the ground, trying to rise. The other monster that had been thrown back was still on the ground, leaning against the wall of the cabin, its left hand reaching for a tactical attachment on its left leg, pulling out a peculiarly shaped energy pistol. The gun body was made of gray superconducting alloy, originally smooth, but now scattered with white light particles, the barrel twisted in a spiral shape, lacking the conventional trigger structure, only featuring a biomechanical grip that fits snugly in the palm. Its muzzle instantly aimed at the crowd inside the cabin, the white light particles on the gun body abruptly illuminating. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two crisp and precise laser shots tore through the air. The first shot accurately shattered its raised left arm, the severed mechanical limb along with the energy pistol crashing to the ground. The second shot hit squarely on its metal face. The shooter was none other than the Everlate demolitions expert, his Star Guardian 3 power armor's right arm laser emitter still emitting faint wisps of smoke. Damn it, what are these metallic lumps radiating white light? On the other side, Duan Ren had already charged forward in his Star Guardian 3 power armor. The high-frequency particle armor-piercing blade activated in his left arm emitted a dazzling blue-white light arc as it surged towards the re-emerging severed arm infection, using the momentum of the charge to drive the blade deep into the gap of its shoulder armor, penetrating to the hilt. The monster emitted a sharp electronic screech, its remaining right hand gripping the alloy military dagger, thrusting violently at Duan Ren's helmet, but was firmly blocked by Duan Ren's raised left arm, sending sparks flying. Don't just stand there. Spread out according to battle formations. Lin Yuxi's voice, amplified by the genetic armor's speaker, echoed directly in the ears of the 10 players. Duan Ren Demolitions Jiang Wan Suja, hold the left side of the main corridor. Crouch down, old Ghost Knight Falcon, guard the right side with me. Lu Ran Ali, use your terminals to connect to the docking system. Permissions have already been synced to your devices. Quickly gain control of the docking door. The players, startled by the earlier attack, quickly came to their senses. The frenzy of the fourth day calamity reignited their astonishment, replaced by exhilaration. At this moment, the two monsters that had already been severely battered, and even had broken limbs, continued to stubbornly rise, being forced back into the corridor by Lin Yuxi and Duan Ren, one on the left and the other on the right. Can they still move? Jiang Wan exclaimed softly, her fingertips already gripping the activation trigger of the laser cannon. Its useless aim for the areas where the white light particles are most concentrated on its body. As Lin Yuxi's voice fell, he sprang forward to the side of the headless infection. The biological bone spurs from his right arm erupted, precisely piercing into the core, where the light particles were most concentrated in its chest, causing a burst of faint blue biological energy that shredded the white light particles within. The other scattered white light particles on the metal monster's body quickly dimmed at a visibly rapid pace, and the still struggling body suddenly stiffened, crashing heavily to the ground, never to move again. On the other side, taking advantage of the precise shooting cover from demolitions, Duan Ren swiftly retracted the particle blade and spun around the blue-white light arc, severing the infection's remaining right arm. He then kicked hard against its chest, and with the powerful propulsion of the Star Guardian 3 power armor, Duan Ren sent the monster flying over 10 meters before it rolled to a stop. Other players followed suit, entering the sides of the corridor, raising their Starbright 7 energy rifles, aiming at the corners of the dimly lit. The dark corridor was illuminated a bit more brightly by the headlights worn on the power and lightweight protective armors. Within the corridor, aside from the heavy breathing of the players, there were sounds of metal clashing, growing ever closer. Beside the explosion-proof gate inside the docking cabin, Lu Ran and Ali were crouched in front of the emergency control terminal, their fingertips rapidly working across the panel. The predecessor permissions that Lin Yuxi had synced allowed them to begin preliminary connection with the docking cabin system, but many commands in the terminal system had been tampered with, the unlocking progress advancing haltingly, with each segment needing to first clear out a portion of the infected code. In the channel, Lu Ran's tense yet steady voice rang out, his fingers never stopping, even lifting his head, his gaze locked onto the frantically jumping progress bar, sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking the mask. Boss, the underlying subsystem has been locked out by an unknown infected code. Li and I are hard clearing the tampered program. We need 3 minutes and 25 seconds to fully gain control of the docking cabin subsystem. On the other side of the wall in the main corridor, illuminated by the headlight, several figures resembling the two newly emerged monsters appeared at the corners of the side passages, while more red dots emerged from even further down the corridor on the smart terminal's radar holographic screen, rapidly approaching them. You all hold tight. Leave the outside to us. Lin Yuxi's voice was steady, his left arm bent at the elbow, the bone blade having already ejected and in his right hand, he held a high-frequency particle blade, its surface glowing with a blue-white light arc. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the Xingmong 7 energy rifle instantly merged into a continuous barrage as pale blue high-frequency energy beams densely shot towards the corner of the passage. The three monsters at the forefront barely revealed half of their bodies before being interrupted by the concentrated gunfire, their torsos and limbs shattered, falling to the ground and struggling, while clusters of flowing white light particles stretched and extended between the broken metal components, attempting to reassemble the fractured structure. More metal monsters surged forward, stepping over the remains of their companions. They felt no pain, no fear. Even with broken arms and legs, they continued to crawl on the ground and lunge forward. The twisted metal bodies shimmered with a cold luster under the illumination of the player's headlamp, while white light particles surged wildly beneath their damaged armor. The third one on the left. Aim for the core. The place with the densest white light particles is the core. The bomb disposal expert, always a step behind, precisely fired with the Xingmong 7 rifle. Simultaneously, he activated the built-in energy laser emitter of the Xingwei 3 on his right arm. Each time the pale blue laser beam lit up, even if it couldn't hit the flowing core of the metal monsters, it could accurately strike their joints, temporarily immobilizing them. His Xingwei 3 armor already bore several deep scratches made by the metal monsters, yet the special carbon fiber armor of the powered suit had excellent defensive capabilities and remained unbroken by the monsters' physical attacks. As long as the scratches did not exceed the armor's threshold, they would slowly recover. Jiang Wan stood beside him, switching the laser emitter of her Xingwei 3 powered armor to continuous fire mode. The fierce blue beams swept through the passage like long whips, penetrating the three metal monsters huddled together. Awesome! This laser is more exhilarating than any weapon in the game, she shouted excitedly as many electromagnetic kinetic machine guns popped out from both sides of her helmet, firing dense barrages of tungsten steel projectiles, turning a metal monster that lunged forward into a sieve. Beautiful! The broken blade sliced through a metal monster that charged past the line of fire. The high-frequency particle layer on the particle armor blade crackled and sizzled, neatly cutting the metal body in half. He wiped the metal debris splattered on his visor and laughed. Jiang Wan, your firepower is impressive. Leave the left. Lin Yuxi stood at the forefront of the right passage, his Shadow 1 power armor weaving through the crowd of metal monsters like a ghost. The deep black bionic scale armor shimmered with a faint glow. His movements were so swift that they left afterimages, and the carbonized biological bone spurs at the elbow of his left arm precisely pierced the core of each metal monster with each thrust. As he swung the high-frequency particle blade with his right hand, the sound of metal breaking filled the air. The pale blue bioluminescence flowed around him, and the monster's attacks could hardly touch his armor, instead being harvested by his counterattacks. In just a minute, more than 10 metal monsters had fallen at his feet. But at that moment, a heavy metallic sound echoed from deep within the passage, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, even drowning out the gunfire and roars. What is that? Not wanting to hesitate, I crouched down and quickly raised my Xingmong 7 rifle towards the source of the sound. Under the beam of the headlamp, a tall metal figure slowly emerged. It was half a meter taller than the ordinary metal monsters, completely covered in thick rust-colored armor, with its surface riddled with scratches and dents. On the chest of the armor was imprinted a blurred emblem of the Star Core civilization. I could faintly recognize that it was the standard powered armor model Iron Guard Type 1 deployed by the Star Core civilization in its early days. 2 generations behind the Xingwei 3 worn by the players, I had been particularly interested in the data on powered armor, diligently studying various models of the Star Core civilization in the database. This powered armor had thick plating but poor mobility, and its weaponry was also relatively outdated. However, at this moment, clusters of dense white light particles surged from its chest, and beneath the hollow metal mask a pair of electronic eyes glowed with white light, locking onto the players in the passage. Damn, it's powered armor. How has this thing also been infected? Old Ghost cursed, raising his Xingmong 7 rifle and unleashing a barrage. The energy projectile struck the Iron Guard Type 1 armor, only sparking small flames, not even leaving a scratch. Useless. Aim for its flowing core. Lin Yuxi shouted sternly, suddenly pushing off the ground and charging towards the Iron Guard Type 1. The Iron Guard Type 1 swung its sturdy left arm, slamming it down towards the charging shadow armor, while Lin Yuxi simultaneously raised his right arm. The bionic muscles on his right arm expanded, forming a fist that met the Iron Guard Type 1's punch. Bang! With a loud crash, Lin Yuxi, clad in shadow armor, was knocked back 2 steps, while the Iron Guard Type 1 staggered back 4 or 5 steps, crashing into the wall behind it before stopping. Under the enhancement of the shadow armor, Lin Yuxi's explosive power turned out to be stronger than that of the powered armor. The Iron Guard Type 1 leaned against the wall, emitting a raspy electronic screech. Its right arm suddenly lifted, and a 6-barrel Gatling gun extended from within the armor, its barrels spinning rapidly, producing a buzzing sound. Watch out. Deploy the shield. Before Lin Yuxi could finish speaking, a torrent of bullets poured out like a steel flood. Old Ghost reacted swiftly, quickly pressing the button on his wrist to activate the nanotech protective shield generator. A spherical pale blue shield with a radius of 5 meters instantly expanded, protecting him and the crouching player inside. However, the firepower of the Iron Guard Type 1 was fierce. The bullets struck the shield, creating ripples. The shield's transparency decreased at a visible rate, and in just 3 seconds, with a crisp cracking sound, the nanotech shield shattered completely. Old Ghost couldn't dodge in time, and a barrage of bullets swept across his legs, tearing apart the lightweight protective armor. His thighs were shattered by the fired projectiles, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Old Ghost, not wanting to leave him behind, the crouching player shouted, rushing forward to try to help him while drawing out the energy laser sword from his waist. He slashed down at the gun barrel of the Iron Guard Type 1, but only created a series of sparks, leaving a deep mark on the thick barrel without severing it. Don't come over. Old Ghost pushed him away, raising his energy rifle and shooting furiously at the cockpit of the Iron Guard Type 1. Get back. We can't handle this thing. The Iron Guard Type 1 seemed enraged, suddenly lifting its left foot and stomping down heavily on the fallen Old Ghost. Bang! The heavy metallic foot came crashing down. At the last moment, Old Ghost threw his energy rifle towards the crouching player, while he himself was heavily stomped under the Iron Guard Type 1's foot. The lightweight protective armor emitted a sound of unbearable cracking, and half of his body was reduced to a mushy paste. Lao Gui, Yi Sun, and Yoshibujuexi and Dengxia beside him glared with fury, while the other players converged their firepower on the Iron Guard Type 1. Chaidan Jiang maxed out the power of his Xingwei 3 laser emitter, while Jiang Wan's electromagnetic kinetic machine gun swept in full force. Countless energy rounds and physical projectiles struck its armor, blasting a crack in its chest from which white light particles surged wildly. Lin Yuxi seized this opportunity, explosively exerting force from his feet, and his figure shot like an arrow from the bowstring to the front of the Iron Guard Type 1. The bone spur growing from his left elbow suddenly elongated, and the pale blue biological fluid radiance grew denser. He deftly dodged the projectiles fired by the Iron Guard Type 1 and viciously stamped his right foot onto the left ankle joint of the Iron Guard Type 1. A crisp crack rang out, and the left ankle joint of the Iron Guard Type 1 deformed, causing its body to tilt left. Lin Yuxi's left elbow bone spur swept upward violently. Under the enhancement of the pale blue biological fluid, the sharp bone blade cut through steel like mud, directly severing the Iron Guard Type 1's right arm, the one holding its gun, cleanly at the root. Then he leaped up, landed on its shoulder, and viciously drove the high-frequency particle blade in his right hand into its cockpit, which was filled with white light particles. A crackling electrical sound rang out, and the Iron Guard Type 1's movements abruptly froze. Its Gatling gun ceased spinning. Lin Yuxi twisted his wrist, savagely churning the blade inside the cockpit, completely shredding the white light particle core within. The massive body of the Iron Guard Type 1 swayed, then crashed heavily to the ground, falling silent. But from deeper within the corridor, more footsteps came. On the radar screen of the intelligent terminal, red dots were densely packed, surging toward them like a tide. At least 30 more metal monsters were approaching. Boss, the progress bar is almost full. Lu Ran's voice came through the communication channel, tinged with urgency. He and Ali were crouched in front of the emergency control terminal, their fingers flying across the panel. Only 15 seconds left. Lin Yuxi shouted. Everyone withdraw to the docking bay. Hurry. He sliced apart a metal monster that lunged close, covering the players' retreat. The players fought as they retreated, quickly reaching the entrance of the docking bay. Only 5 seconds. The hatch is about to close. Lu Ran's voice rang out again. The blast-proof gate of the docking bay slowly descended, emitting a heavy mechanical sound. No good. The infected behind are catching up. Yi Sun glanced back, gritting his teeth. Brother Duanxia, stay with me to cover the rear. Otherwise none of us can escape. All right. Yoshibujuexi and Dengxia agreed, without hesitation, quickly stripping off his Starlight 7 rifle and the focused laser sword from his waist, tossing them to Jiang Wan beside him. These are for you. We'll meet in 4 hours. Are you crazy? Get in. Jiang Wan urged, reaching out to pull them. Stop wasting time. Yi Sun pushed her, and together with Duanxia, turned to charge at the pursuing metal monsters. He spread his arms wide, using his own body to block the corridor entrance. Bang! Bang! Countless metal monsters pounced, instantly engulfing the two. This also drew the monsters' attention, buying time for their companions to retreat into the docking bay. Just as the gate was about to fully close, Lin Yuxi spun around, grabbing a common metal monster corpse with one hand and dragging the half-torso of the Iron Guard Type 1 with the other sidling into the docking bay. Clang! The blast-proof gate slammed shut, sealing off all the roars and gunfire outside. The cabin fell into a brief silence broken only by the heavy breathing of the players. Everyone leaned against the walls, gasping for breath. The previous battle had been so intense that every suit of armor was covered in scratches and bullet holes, sweat dripping down their visors. After a full half-minute, Jiang Wan unlashed her power armor, helmet, shook her hair, and yelled excitedly, "Holy shit. That was damn awesome. Is this what real space urban combat is like? I took down at least 5 by myself in that laser burst." Her words instantly broke the silence. "You bet. Those iron lumps are really tough, so exhilarating." Duanren also unlashed his power armor, helmet, wiped the sweat from his face, picked up the particle armor-piercing blade he had thrown earlier, and chuckled. "Too bad Lao Gui Yi-sun and brother Duanxiao are gone. Otherwise they'd be even more hyped than us. No worries, it's only 4 hours. When they respawn, we'll fight our way back to avenge them." Suja said with a smile, his face showing no sadness, only excitement. "Exactly. In 4 hours they'll be back in the game." The others chimed in, their tone relaxed and thrilled. For them, this was just an incredibly realistic game, allowing them to escape the tedium of their real-life grind in their spare time and experience the thrill of space combat. Death was merely a respawn timer of a few hours. How could the fourth calamity feel sorrow or fear? It didn't exist. The more intense the battle, the more exhilarated they became. Lin Yuxi leaned against the gate, watching the energetic players before him, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He had finally completed the first step of docking with the Star Torch space station. The cost was entirely within acceptable limits. He tossed the 2 metal bodies onto the floor. Removing his Shadow 1 visor, he asked Lu Ran, "What's the status of the docking bay?" Lu Ran, still sweating, pointed to the console beside him and said, "We've gained preliminary control. Most of the underlying infection code has been cleared. This is Star Torch Space Station's emergency general docking bay No. 7, mainly used for transferring personnel and supplies between the Spark satellite and the station." He walked to the console and pulled up a 3D structural diagram of the docking bay. "There's an independent backup fusion reactor inside. Over there is a small emergency armory, which should still have some spare Starlight 7 energy rifles and ammunition. Additionally, the docking bay connects to 3 corridors. One is the main corridor we came through, and the other 2 lead to the station's power compartment and the C7 equipment spare parts compartment." Lu Ran paused, then continued, "However, all corridors are currently locked by the infection code. To open the other corridors, we need to further crack the system. Moreover, according to the scanning data from the Hummingbird probe, there are still at least several hundred metal monsters throughout the station. Although we've secured the docking corridor between the station and the Spark satellite, we are also trapped here by the monsters outside. By the way, what exactly are these metal lumps?" "They look like standard exoskeletons from the database. Some are combat types, some are engineering types. Some contain corpses inside, while others are empty, with nothing at all." Suja had already started examining the metal monster corpses that Lin Yuxi had brought in. "There's a corpse inside this exoskeleton." Ali, who hadn't experienced the battle, curiously leaned in to look, but saw a horrifying sight. This Iron Guard Type 1 power armor is empty inside. There's only some fluid metal of unknown substance. Jiang Wan, now completely fearless after the battle, began poking and examining the half-torso of the Iron Guard Type 1 power armor on the ground. "What are these things? Why do they move and attack us?" Lu Ran stroked his chin, then, as if remembering something, tried to scan the 2 wreckages on the ground with his intelligent terminal. The blue scanning beams swept back and forth over the 2 wrecks, and the intelligent terminal emitted a successful recognition beep. "Unknown mechanical unit detected, scanning analysis complete. Name creation successful, Infector RL-1. Prototype RL-1 type engineering exoskeleton of the Starlight Space Station. Status infested by the Black Mist nanoswarm, completely out of control. Danger assessment level D. Basic information: a mechanical unit equipped with the lost main control terminal of the original Starlight Space Station transformed into a rogue entity after being parasitized by the roaming Black Mist nanoswarm. The nanoswarm takes over all control systems of the mechanical unit, rewriting the underlying commands to make it a combat unit governed solely by the will of the swarm. Behavior pattern: instinctively attacks all organic life, and non-similar mechanical units, possesses basic tactical coordination ability, and adjusts its attack methods based on the battlefield environment. Core characteristics: possesses self-repairability, with the nanoswarm reorganizing damaged mechanical structures. Unless the core is completely destroyed, it can regenerate indefinitely. Weakness: the flowing white light particles on the surface are the aggregation core of the nanoswarm. Concentrating all energy weapons on the core can directly damage the control link of the nanoswarm, rendering it completely inactive. When the number of nanocores within a single unit falls below a critical value, the infector will permanently lose its ability. Unknown mechanical unit detected, scanning analysis complete. Name creation successful, Infector Iron Guard 1. Prototype first generation military power armor Iron Guard, one of the Star Core civilization. Status: deeply infested by the black mist nanoswarm, completely out of control and rampaging. Danger assessment: level C. Basic information: a mass-produced defensive power armor that was deployed by the Starlight Space Station's Guard Corps early on, and after losing contact with the main control terminal, it was invaded by the roaming black mist nanoswarm, whose native combat program was entirely rewritten and reconstructed, transforming it into a heavy assault-type infector combat unit. Behavior pattern: retains the basic tactical logic of the original armor, prioritizing the locking of high-threat fire output units. Excels in frontal hard-hitting advancement, close-range heavy strikes, and mid-range heavy fire suppression, using its armor advantage to cover regular infectors. In charge: possessing basic tactical cooperation awareness. Core characteristics: the original composite armor has extremely strong physical defense, immune to most direct assaults from light weapons, relying on the black mist nanoswarm. It possesses advanced self-repair capabilities, able to rapidly repair armor cracks, reorganize damaged joints, and weapon modules. Power output has been enhanced by the nanoswarm, with melee impact greatly surpassing the original design limits. Weakness: the high brightness white light particles gathered at the intersection of the cockpit and chest energy chamber are the only main core of the entire armor's nanoswarm. High-power energy weapons must precisely penetrate or melee, piercing the core area to completely dismantle the control of the nanoswarm. When the core nanolight particles fall below a critical threshold, the infector will permanently lose its ability to move. Important note: all mechanical equipment connected to the main control system of the Fireseed satellite are protected by the highest level of system firewall, making it impossible for the black mist nanoswarm to infiltrate. The words on the screen scroll line by line, and everyone is transfixed. Infectors. Is this the official name for these monsters by the game? I remember there was no description of infectors in the previous official setting collection, and what about the black mist? What is that? It seems incredibly powerful. Is it the culprit that destroyed the Star Core civilization? Lu Ran murmured. Beside him, Suja quickly searched for relevant information on the intelligent terminal. Insufficient permissions, unable to retrieve. Damn it, insufficient permissions again, I hate this. Hey, it's still the early stage of the game, the main storyline hasn't progressed enough. Isn't it basic gameplay that key information can't be unlocked? By the way, isn't anyone curious why some infectors have corpses of Star Core people inside, while others are just empty exoskeletons? That's because the main body of the Starlight Space Station was preserved under the protection of the Third Fleet, but in the end it was still hit by a void pulse bomb. Lin Yuxi, who had been silent, spoke heavily, and all eyes instantly focused on him. The players who had been enthusiastically discussing fell silent. It is a large-scale weapon of mass destruction, specifically targeting carbon-based organic life. By releasing ultra-low-frequency neural resonance pulses, it can penetrate all substances except specialized shielding materials, targeting the neural synapses of carbon-based organisms, instantaneously blocking the transmission of all nervous signals throughout the body, while overloading the pain center with a million-fold intensity, ultimately stopping the target's breathing heartbeat and causing brain death within 35 seconds. All of the people from the Star Core civilization on the Starlight Space Station were instantly killed, and subsequently, for unknown reasons, the black mist nanoswarm infiltrated, gradually taking control of all the exoskeleton's power armors and some mechanical units of the deceased that had not been stored properly. For 1200 years, they have been lurking here, relying on the backup fusion core of the Starlight Space Station, operating at minimal power. No orders, no consciousness, only the killing orders etched into the nanoswarm's underlying programming. Eliminate all invading organic life. Until our docking pod successfully connected the life signal, awakened this tomb that had been dormant for 1200 years. The scene was quiet for a few seconds, everyone digesting the massive amount of information from the sudden explanation by the leader of Xingyan, and finally Jiang Wan cautiously spoke. So, what exactly is this black mist? Is it the culprit that destroyed the Star Core civilization? Although she knew it was unlikely she'd get an answer, she couldn't help but ask. What is this black mist? I also want to know. Lin Yuxi thought crazily in his heart. The information he had just explained was still fresh in his mind. What the infector was, what the black mist was, he was also at a loss, but he had promised before that once they completely took control of the Starlight Space Station, she would tell him all the answers. Though he completely didn't know, he still put on a serious face. Now is not the time. Oh, once we fully take control of the Starlight Space Station, and once I confirm some things, then I can tell you the answers. Duanren suddenly slapped his thigh excitedly, saying, "Who cares what it is? Anyway, our equipment has firewall protection, it can't infest us. As long as we hit the core accurately, these iron lumps are all experience packages." Suzhou immediately perked up, pointing at the Iron Guard 1 wreck on the ground. Look how thick the armor of this power armor is. If we disassemble it and modify it into a shield, it will definitely be useful. And that Gatling gun, if we can fix it, the next time we encounter a wave of infectors, we can directly cover them with fire. Lin Yuxi looked at the players who had suddenly regained their vigor, revealing a hint of a helpless smile. Indeed, for the fourth catastrophe, no matter how cruel the history, no matter how terrifying the enemy, in the end they all become resource pools and monster-grinding spots in their eyes. On Earth in the Dragon Kingdom, the city of Baichuan. In a bachelor apartment cluttered with gaming peripherals, Chunqing abruptly ripped off the VR headset and sprang from the bed like a coiled spring. He frantically patted himself all over, from his chest to his thighs, then pinched his arms, to confirm every limb was intact, not missing a single part nor crushed into pulp. Only then did he collapse back onto the bed, gasping for breath. Holy cow! Scared me to death. He patted his chest, still trembling, muttering to himself. Even though most of the pain must have been filtered out, the sensation of my entire ribcage being flattened and every bone splintering into fragments was way too real. I seriously thought I was a goner. That metal monster stomped down, and I didn't even have time to react. After the hair-raising moment, Chunqing's eyes lit up instantly. He bounced off the bed with excitement and paced back and forth across the room. Holy crap! This game is freaking awesome. That alien front-end country just released claiming to have preliminary 5-sense simulation. It can't even hold a candle to Stellar Core Reboot. The feel of that power armor, the recoil of the laser rifle, the pressure of those metal monsters charging at me. It's exactly like fighting in space for real. He rubbed his hands together and eagerly put the VR headset back on, desperate to return to the Stellar Torch space station and continue wreaking havoc. But instead of the familiar login screen, a cold blue countdown floated in the pitch-black void. Player, Lao Gui, status deceased, respawn, countdown 035842, damn it. So there's really no observer mode. Chunqing tore off the headset and wailed. How am I supposed to survive 4 hours? I'm dying to know what's happening to them. Did the docking mission succeed? Did those metal monsters break in and wipe them out? Panicking, Chunqing suddenly remembered something. He grabbed his phone and opened Xingsun, where a group chat named Stellar Core Reboot Beta Death Squad appeared on the screen. A group of 10 beta testers they'd created a few days ago, and currently only those 10 members were in it. His fingers flew across the screen as he typed the message. Lao Gui, anyone here? Any brothers already down here with me? I got crushed by that iron turtle. Now I'm stuck at the respawn point. The message was barely sent when someone replied instantly. Yi Sun, am here, and Yu Shi Buju is down too. Yu Shi Buju Xian Dun Xiaowan. We were the last to cover the corridor and got swarmed by those iron monsters. Died miserably. Yi Sun, but don't worry, we covered them in time. They all made it back to the docking pod. Lunan has secured preliminary control. The hatch is closed. It's safe for now. Chunqing's anxious heart finally eased, but then he groaned again. Lao Gui, so we just have to wait for 4 hours. We don't even know what they're doing in there. It's torture. Yi Sun, are you stupid? You forgot Jiangwan's livestream. Yu Shi Buju, Xian Dun Xia, oh right. How could I forget that? Let's go observe. Holy crap. I almost forgot about that. Chunqing's eyes widened. He quickly opened the Hexagram Live app, searched for Jiangwan, and the first result was a stream titled Stellar Core Reboot, First Test Space, Alley Combat Live. The viewer count had already exceeded 5 million, with barrage comments flooding the screen. Chunqing clicked into the stream and was instantly drowned by the frenzied barrage. Holy crap. I jumped out of my chair when Lao Gui got stomped. That was terrifying. This realism is so insane it should be illegal. I feel like my ribs are aching just watching. Yi Sun and Yu Shi Buju are real men. They literally blocked the corridor with their bodies. That's what teammates are. When that Iron Guard Type 1 appeared, I got goosebumps all over. The pressure was off the charts. Where are the people who were hyping Alien Front? Come out and face the music. This is a next-gen sci-fi game. I'm begging for a beta key. I'll pay 20000. Anyone willing to sell? Jiangwan's rapid laser fire is so cool. When a woman is awesome, there's no room for men. Does anyone understand that scan result? What are those white light particles? Just then, 3 golden system notifications popped up in the top right corner of the stream. These were the exclusive entrance effects Jiangwan had set for her 9 beta teammates, triggering a channel-wide announcement whenever they entered the stream. Beta player, Lao Gui, entered the stream. Beta player, Yi Sun, entered the stream. Beta player, Yu Shi Buju Xian Dun Xia, entered the stream. Instantly, the barrage exploded. Holy crap. The fallen trio has arrived. Welcome, Lao Gui, the first martyr of Stellar Core Reboot. Lao Gui, tell us, what does it feel like to be crushed by an iron monster? Yi Sun is a legend. That rearguard move made me cry. Dun Xia bro, that last swing of the saber at the Gatling gun barrel was so brave. Too bad it didn't cut through. Salute to the 3 fallen heroes. Tell us about the situation inside. What are those infestors really about? Chunqing, seeing the barrage of teasing and curiosity, sighed, and quickly typed a comment. Lao Gui, stop asking, stop asking. I never want to experience being flattened again. My back is still cold. Yi Sun, getting mobbed by a bunch of iron monsters isn't pleasant either, but it's seriously addictive. More addictive than any game. Yu Shi Buju Xian Dun Xiaowan. Totally worth the death. The simulation system in this game is incredible. I'm already having withdrawal symptoms, damn it. The moment the 3 beta players spoke, the barrage grew even crazier with countless questions flooding in. Lao Guei didn't Xing Yin explain just now. Those things are called infestors. They're the result of the Stellar Torch space station crew being wiped out by a weapon called the Silence Pulse, and then the Black Mist nanoclusters took control of their armor and machinery. Yi Sun, that pulse only kills living things, not damaging any machinery, so the armor is all intact. Yu Shi Buju, Xian Dun Xia, and those nanoclusters can't directly kill people, they only control machines. Our equipment is protected by the Spark satellite's firewall, so they can't infect us. Just hit the white light particle core, and you'll destroy them. The barrage instantly filled with comments. Holy crap. This setting is so epic. A civilization relic from 12000 years ago. Sleeping mechanical undead. That's got the vibe. Silence Pulse. Sounds like an ultimate weapon from a sci-fi movie. What is that black mist? Is it the cause of the stellar core civilization's destruction? Please push the main quest, I beg you. I'm dying to know. This story is so captivating. I want to know what happens next right now. Lao Guei in 4 hours, well, charge back in. Brothers in the stream wait for us. Well, push the main quest as fast as we unlock more beta slots. The number of viewers in Jiang Wan's live stream continued to rise after 3 fallen players parachuted in, ultimately surpassing the peak of 10 million. Without any prior hype or platform promotion, purely relying on spontaneous sharing and discussions across the internet, it surged to the top of the entire Hexagram livestream platform, also dominating the trending topics on Star News and the Aurora Hot List. The reading volume of the topic "How real is the full realism of Star Core reboot?" skyrocketed by 1 billion within an hour. The barrage comments were no longer just simple expressions of excitement or requests for beta testing qualifications. An increasing number of digital bloggers and tech professionals flooded into the live stream, beginning to dissect the technical details of the live broadcast frame by frame. Look at Jiang Wan's action of raising his hand to fire the laser cannon, the inertial feedback from the power armor, the recoil of the arm, and even the vibrations of the airflow in the helmet are all rendered 1:1. This is not animation rendering, it's the result of real-time calculations from the physics engine. Just now during the segment where Lao Guei was stepped on, he mentioned the pain of the chest cavity being crushed. Current VR technology can at most provide vibration feedback. It is simply impossible to simulate such a level of neural sensation. I work with game engines, and I can responsibly say that none of the publicly available engine technologies can achieve this level of full realism. The direction of the discussion was quietly shifting. Everyone realized that this was no longer just a conventional game. This represents a technology for virtual networks of full realism that has never appeared in human civilization before. The first to be impacted by this technological storm is the global VR industry at the Longwa Securities Exchange at 1030 a.m. The stock price of Xianyao VR plummeted without warning, dropping by 7.2 an hour, marking the largest single-day decline in nearly 3 months. Starry Intelligence, another established VR hardware manufacturer, also saw its stock price fall by 5.8. In the trading hall, numerous traders stared at the green curves on the screen, exchanging glances. They all knew that the source of it all was the suddenly popular Star Core reboot. At the headquarters of Xianyao VR in the top-floor conference room, all executives and technical leads were present, and a huge projection screen was continuously playing Jiang Wan's livestream recording. The entire conference room was silent, with only the occasional gunfire and player shouts coming from the live broadcast. The technical director pushed up his glasses, his voice dry. "We have analyzed all the live stream segments we could find, and the conclusion is, their technology is at least 12 years ahead of us. It's not a lead in a single aspect, but a comprehensive dimensionality reduction attack on the entire underlying architecture, neural interaction, and physics engine." No one spoke. No one suggested we can do it too, nor did anyone call to benchmark against competitors. Everyone understood that this gap could not be closed through mere investment or manpower. The CEO remained silent for a long time, finally saying just one sentence: "Pause the mass production plan for the next generation headset, and all RD personnel will shift to the direction of virtual realism. Additionally, let the public relations department remain silent and refrain from commenting on the topic of Star Core reboot." Meanwhile, several startup tech companies focusing on neural interaction and realism algorithms saw their stock prices rise against the trend. The stock price of Xianyao Technology surged by 19 within an hour, and the founder's phone was bombarded by investors. The market proved through the most genuine vote that the path of full realism has been validated. Although it was not their achievement, it at least proved that this path exists and the real storm is just beginning to brew. At the Longwa Academy of Sciences Aerospace Materials Research Institute, in the underground, third-level confidential conference room. Amidst swirling smoke, the gray-haired academician Wang Zhengwo extinguished his third cigarette, looking at the glaring red data on the projection screen, his voice weary. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the situation. The third group of experiments concluded yesterday morning, and the results were the same as the previous two groups. The tensile strength of the carbon nanotubes was only 47 of the theoretical value, with a margin of error of 17. The conference room fell into a dead silence. What they were tackling was the ultra-high-strength carbon nanotube material for the core cable of the This is the core technical bottleneck of the Manhwa Sky Ladder project, which has been stalled for 3 whole years. Academician Wang's fingers heavily tapped on the table. We are currently facing 3 deadlocks. First, the cost of a single physical experiment is 16 million, and our remaining budget is only enough to conduct 3 more experiments. Second, we cannot replicate the microgravity of space, the extreme temperature difference of minus 270 degrees, or the ultra-high-strength continuous stretching environment on the ground. Third, even if we are lucky enough to produce a sample that meets the requirements, we cannot perform a 1-1 fatigue test. After all, we can't really hang a cable several tens of thousands of kilometers long in the sky. He paused, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness. The higher-ups have already issued a final ultimatum. If we cannot make breakthrough progress within 3 months, the project will be temporarily shelved. A suppressed sigh echoed in the conference room. Everyone present was a top materials science expert in the country, fully aware of the significance of this project. Once the space elevator is completed, the cost for humanity to enter space will be reduced to 1,000th of what it is now. A technology that truly alters the course of human civilization. But now they were stuck on the most basic material experiments with costs too high, environments impossible to replicate, and data error. This was an almost unsolvable deadlock. In the far corner of the conference room, Lin Yuxi unconsciously rubbed the edge of his laptop. At 26 years old, he was the youngest researcher in the research group and a seasoned hardcore sci-fi fan. Since last night, he had been scrolling through technical analysis posts about StarCore Reboot, becoming increasingly alarmed. When academician Wang mentioned unable to replicate extreme environments and experiment costs too high, a crazy thought emerged in his mind. The post he saved last night was a technical analysis post by the senior algorithm engineer Old Zhou from the Tianshu AI lab, which is the most advanced general AI engine in Manhwa in the world, with its physical simulation module being a core tool for key national research projects. In the post, Old Zhou dissected the physical performance of StarCore Reboot frame by frame using the benchmark parameters of the Tianshu engine, and the conclusions caused quite a stir in the realm of virtual realism technology. He took a deep breath, raised his hand, and all eyes turned to him. Academician Wang frowned. Shaolin, do you have something to say? Lin Zhou's palms were a bit sweaty. He knew that what he was about to say might affect his image in the minds of his seniors, and could even impact his future development. But he still gathered his courage, and said, Academician Wang, esteemed teacher's eye, I have an idea, and I think it's worth a try. Lin Zhou projected the PDF document he had prepared earlier onto the screen. The first page displayed the title and author certification of Lao Zhou's technical analysis post. Tianshu Engine Benchmark Test. The physical accuracy of Stellar Reboot has reached industrial grade, far exceeding existing civilian simulation systems. This is an analysis post about a newly emerged, fully immersive virtual games physics engine published last night by academician Zhou, a senior algorithm engineer from the Tianshu AI lab. When the audience heard that it was a post about a game physics engine, they frowned one after another. Lin Zhou spoke rapidly, his voice urgent yet resolute. Attached is a technical analysis report generated using our nation's most authoritative Tianshu AI engine. He turned to the second page, which displayed a dense table of parameter comparisons. Academician Zhou used the physical simulation module of the Tianshu engine to conduct benchmark tests on 17 key scenarios in the game, including the motion of objects in a vacuum, stress and deformation of metal materials, thermal conduction of energy weapons, and even the propagation patterns of explosion shock waves. The test result is the physical performance of all scenarios compared to the theoretical values calculated by the Tianshu engine has an error rate below 0. 3. The moment these words were spoken, the conference room fell silent instantly, and everyone's expressions changed. They knew too well what an error rate of 0. The most advanced physical simulation system currently used in their lab had an error rate above 35, and for some complex experiments the error rate even exceeded 50, rendering the results completely worthless. That was precisely why physical experiments were indispensable. Yet a game engine's physics simulation had an error rate of only 0. This was no longer a game engine, it was the holy grail their cutting-edge scientific research had been dreaming of. Lin Zhou continued flipping pages, his speech accelerating, afraid that the professors might interrupt with questions. Academician Zhou expressed his view in the post. This is entirely different from traditional game engines. Traditional game engines are about looking like. Due to computational constraints and other factors, they prioritize performance while completely ignoring physical accuracy. But Stellar Reboot uses underlying replication, writing the physical laws of the real world into the engine at a 1:1 ratio. including microgravity and space extreme temperature differences, material fatigue characteristics, and molecular level stress changes, all calculated in real time according to the physical laws of the real world. He looked up at the astonished professors in the room, his voice trembling yet crystal clear. Academician Wang, respected teachers, I know this sounds unbelievable. Using a game engine for a national-level research project, but we have no other choice. What if Academician Zhou's judgment is entirely correct? We only have funding for 3 more experiments and 3 months of time. Even if this engine's accuracy is not 0. 3. Even if it's only 10 accurate, even if it can only provide us with a rough direction, that's still better than blindly groping in the dark. We can import the molecular model of carbon nanotubes into it and run 10,000 or 100,000 simulation experiments, 0 cost, 0 risk. We can quickly screen out the most promising molecular structures and then only perform physical verification on those few. In this way, we can save at least 90 of our funding and advance the schedule by at least 2 years. The entire conference room fell completely silent. Everyone stared at the glaring 0.3 error rate data on the screen, their eyes filled with disbelief. Using a game engine to conduct experiments on the core material of a space elevator. It was sheer fantasy, yet that set of test data from the Tianshu engine was clearly displayed there. Tianshu would not deceive. Academician Wang stared at the parameter table on the screen, his brow deeply furrowed, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the He had devoted all his energy to material science for over 40 years, and to be honest, he had some reservations about young people who constantly focused on external chaotic information. He felt it was a distraction from real work. All scientific achievements came from painstaking research and step-by-step experiments in the lab. But perhaps he was truly getting old, his thinking too rigid. The agile minds and creative inspirations of today's youth might bring a different path to their cause. He looked at the 0.3 error rate in the report, then at the 17 error rate in his own experimental data, and something deep inside him began to waver. They had no retreat. In 3 months the project would be shelved, and the path they had painstakingly traveled for years might have to be started over. They had nothing left to lose. After a full 5 minutes, Academician Wang finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Shaolin. Here. They'll give you 3 days to complete this analysis report. Organize all of Lao Zhou's test data, test methods, and comparison samples. In addition, take the Institute's letter of assistance and personally visit Lao Zhou to confirm the authenticity of these data in detail. He paused, his gaze complex as he looked at the 4 characters, Stellar Reboot, on the projection screen. Once you submit the complete report, I will personally take it to the Academy and approach the director. Lin Zhou abruptly straightened his body, his eyes blazing with intensity. Yes, I will complete the task. The meeting ended, and everyone left the conference room with heavy thoughts. Lin Zhou stayed behind to pack up his computer. He looked at the game screen of Stellar Reboot and the 0.3 error rate data report, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No one knew that a seed destined to change the course of Earth's technology had been quietly planted today in this inconspicuous underground conference room. Meanwhile, discussions on the internet continued to brew. More and more doctors, engineers, aerospace professionals, and material scientists began discussing the application prospects of full immersion technology across various platforms. If this technology could be used for surgical simulation, the difficulty of training talent would drop by several orders of magnitude. Our wind tunnel experiments are too expensive. If we could use full immersion simulation, we could at least shorten the R&D cycle by a decade. Please open commercial licensing. We are willing to pay any price. And the true identity of the Stellar Reboot Technology R&D team became a common mystery for billions of netizens, relevant professionals, and tech giants alike. No matter how hard people tried to dig, the information they could obtain so far was minimal. They only knew that the Stardust Work publisher was clearly an agent backed by the Shintian Research Institute, but it was also likely not the Institute's own team. No one knew where the technology behind this game came from, but everyone understood that a new era had already begun. The cold blue light flowed across the floor of the docking chamber as the lids of 3 cloning cultivation pods simultaneously lifted. The old ghost suddenly opened his eyes, his first reaction being to touch his chest to confirm there were no signs of being crushed by the Iron Guard Type 1, and only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. Damn it, I finally came back to life. Those 4 hours were more unbearable than being in prison. I didn't even dare to watch Jiang Wan's live stream for fear that you all would be wiped out. Oh, come on. Yi Huan patted his shoulder, stretching his recently synchronized limbs. Who was bombarding the group chat with messages, and who was sitting in the live stream room, sending 10 rockets just to get a close-up of Jiang Wan. Isn't that showing concern for a comrade? The old ghost's face flushed as he stubbornly retorted. Huh, so you all were peeking in the live stream room the whole time. Oh no, I almost forgot about the live stream. This game doesn't even have a bullet screen interaction feature. When will the planners improve this? Jiang Wan held her forehead, realizing that her nickname as a documentary host might stick for a while. Beside them, the indecisive one squatted down and picked up the Starfire 7 energy rifle from the ground, deftly chambering around his eyes filled with excitement. Stop chatting and get ready. This time we must take down those infected beings and avenge the humiliation of being torn apart earlier. Suzhou and Duan Rin walked over with smiles, tossing them 3 tactical backpacks filled with energy magazines. In the past 3 hours, everyone had completed all post-battle cleanup tasks. The deep scanning of the infected remains, the complete repair of damaged armor, the inspection of the docking chamber subsystems, and the use of the hummingbird detector to probe the blind spots of the entire space station. Lu Ran stood in front of the holographic sand table, lightly tapping the virtual panel with his fingertips, and dense red light spots instantly filled the 3-dimensional model of the entire Starfire space station. Everyone gathered around, their smiles gradually fading to reveal serious expressions. Let me first explain our current situation. Lu Ran's voice was steady as his fingertips traced the sand table, marking the green emergency docking station numbers. First, we are currently trapped here. This is the only safe node connecting to the seed satellite, and there are no other detour routes. In the direction of the main passage, 127 ordinary infected beings have been detected, along with at least 2 unknown heavy units blocking the exit. He pointed his finger downwards, landing on a constantly flickering red number at the edge of the sand table. Secondly, the structural stress of the blast door is currently at 62, and it will increase by 1.3 per hour due to the continuous impact from the infected beings. This means that in a maximum of 30 hours, the stress will exceed 100, and the door will completely collapse with no possibility of reinforcement. This is the physical limit of the door's alloy. Next, his fingertips stopped at 2 pure black areas in the center of the sand table, where there were no light spots or terrain details, as if 2 chunks had been forcibly excavated. Finally, and most crucially, the hummingbird has detected the presence of 2 absolute shielded areas within the space station, the core control zone and the main production line area. No signals or detectors can detect the information inside. We have no idea what's in there. But it is certain that all signals from the infected beings emanate from these 2 areas. As if echoing Lu Ran's words, everyone's terminal simultaneously popped up a system notification. Detected increased activity of the black mist nanocluster surrounding infected beings are gathering towards the docking chamber with a gathering speed increase of 11. Lin Yuxi slowly walked to the sand table, scanning everyone and saying, "The internal shielded area is an entirely infected command unit by the black mist. It is the control core of all infected beings in the space station. Our life signals, energy weapon firing, and any form of mechanical activity will increase our activity within the command unit, thus continuously activating the black mist signal and summoning more distant infected beings towards us. The longer we wait, the more infected beings will come and the stronger they will be. In 30 hours, when the door collapses, we will all be submerged by endless infected beings. The connection to the seed satellite will be forcibly interrupted, and the entire plan will completely fail." The docking chamber fell into a brief silence. Just that last wave of attack, consisting of only a dozen ordinary infected beings and 1 Iron Guard Type 1, had already cost them 3 lives. Without the door's protection, they would have faced over 100 infected beings blocking the entrance, and they would have been torn to shreds by the rampaging infected beings, unable to last even 10 minutes. After a slight pause, Lin Yuxi's fingertip heavily pointed at a flickering yellow light node on the holographic sand table. "Fellow pioneers," his voice suddenly rose with undeniable authority. "As the guardian and executor of the Star Core Seed Plan, I hereby issue the first-class combat order to commence the Seed Plan." Everyone instantly straightened their bodies, all eyes fixed on him. "Our target is here, the C7 sub-control room." Lin Yuxi lightly tapped the node, and the 3-dimensional structure of the C7 area immediately enlarged, clearly displayed before everyone. This is the only secondary node that can connect to the main control system on the outer perimeter of the space station, as well as an important node for storing cloning cultivation pods and equipment. By capturing it, we can activate the quantum signal shielding system in the C7 sub-control chamber, temporarily blocking the black mist sensing signals and cutting off the summoning link to the surrounding infected beings. We will control all access and defense facilities in the C7 area, establishing a solid first line of defense, and we will be able to activate the consciousness anchoring program of 90 sleeping pioneers whose clones will awaken in the cloning pods stored in the C7 sub-control room. He paused, his fingertip tracing a thin blue line on the sand table, which represented the emergency ventilation duct running through the entire space station. Charging heat in through the main passage is a certain death. Our only route is this emergency ventilation duct. The duct has a diameter of 1.2 meters, preventing large infected beings from entering, and the metal layer of the duct can shield most signals, making it the only stealth passage. As long as we march silently, the black mist detection system will most likely not scan us. We can stealthily move from the ventilation duct to the nearest exit of the C7 sub-control room. Lin Yuxi brought up the structural diagram of the C7 control room, pointing at the narrow passageway that was only 3 meters wide and 5 meters deep. After reaching the exit, we will split into 2 teams. The first team is the assault team, led by me, responsible for breaching the C7 chamber door, clearing out the few guards inside, and then holding this narrow passage against all incoming infected beings. The second team is the hacking team, led by Lu Nan, who will connect to the main control system under the cover of the assault team and hack into the access permissions of the Starfire space station. Quickly unlock the secondary permissions of the Starfire space station, unlocking the awakening quotas for 90 pioneers, and finally awaken the 90 pioneer companions to jointly complete the battle for the C7 sub-control room, establishing our first forward base in the Starfire space station. This plan is extremely risky, and everyone could be overwhelmed by the tide of infected beings, but this is our only chance. For the continuation of the Star Core civilization, are you willing to sacrifice your lives? We are willing. 10 voices echoed in unison, shaking the metallic walls of the docking chamber. Under Lin Yuxi's solemn words, imbued with a sense of destiny, the 10 players, in addition to the madness and fearlessness inherent to their roles, felt an added sense of immersion. Facing this sensorially real world, they even had the illusion that they were in a genuine world, reviving their destroyed civilization. Lin Yuxi raised his hand to steady the surging battle intent of the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "Very well. In the previous battle, I have already witnessed your tenacious will and heroic combat. Currently, the infected entities at the space station have entered a highly active state. Any fluctuations in our energy will be continuously sensed by the Black Mist Control Unit, accelerating the gathering of nearby units. All personnel execute an 8th-hour rotation for the clone bodies to rest. 3 people will guard the docking cabin, while the others return to the cultivation chamber for consciousness dormancy, recovering stamina, and minimizing life signals and energy consumption to the lowest threshold. After 12 hours, we will depart on time." After the initial battle against the infected entities at the docking cabin, the players understood that any reckless actions in the face of absolute numerical disparity would only lead to a complete failure of the plan. The crowd quickly divided into 3 groups. The first batch of 3 guards took their positions immediately, while the others sequentially entered the temporary cultivation pods in the corner of the docking cabin for rest, their consciousness going offline and returning to Earth 980 light-years away. Before going offline in the cultivation chamber, Lu Ran opened the information query interface on his smart terminal, his fingertips tapping rapidly on the virtual panel. The information has indeed been updated. He quickly browsed and memorized the content. The three-dimensional projection cast by the smart terminal displayed the layout of the C7 subcontrol cabin, the locations of the clone cultivation pods, and detailed information about all stored military equipment. Currently, the Star Core reboot does not have data replication capabilities. He could only rely on his photographic memory to memorize all key information one by one. After confirming there were no omissions, he closed the terminal and entered the cultivation pod, going offline to return to Earth. After exiting the newly purchased gaming pod, Lu Ran quickly opened the Star Communication Terminal to start recording the data from the C7 subcontrol cabin that he had just memorized during the Star Core reboot. On the other side, Jiang Wan had just exited the gaming pod, took off her VR headset, sipped from the cup of water on the table, and casually clicked into the Star Communication Group, named Star Core Reboot Internal Test Suicide Squad, with only 10 members. Upon seeing 99 unread messages, she choked and started coughing. Jiang Wan rubbed her eyes and repeatedly confirmed the group name and member count. Originally, the small group had only 10 internal test players, yet it now displayed 100 members. It seems I didn't give anyone permission to add members. How did the 10-person group suddenly become 100? Jiang Wan looked confused as she scrolled through the member list filled with unfamiliar avatars and IDs. Wait, didn't Xingyan just say that after seizing the C7 subcontrol cabin, he would synchronize and awaken the consciousness of 90 pioneers? She slapped her thighs, suddenly her mind clearing up in an instant. I was so immersed in the game that I didn't realize. Isn't this just opening up 90 new internal test slots? Before Jiang Wan could figure out who had secretly added people to the group, messages in the group started flooding in like a waterfall. Overnight gaming causing sudden death. What kind of group is this? Weren't we just in the official 3rd batch of internal test player group? Why did the group name change and the member count become 100 in the next second? Mechas are a man's romance. Same question. Can anyone explain the situation? I've been waiting for half a month for my internal test qualification, just got the email, and entered the group without any official notice. 30 years of moving bricks on construction sites. Didn't the email say there were 90 slots in the 3rd batch of internal tests? Why did it suddenly become 100? It can't be a scam group, right? Clumsy player seeking guidance. Is there anyone who can send a game guide? It's my first time playing full VR, and I'm a bit nervous. Before Jiang Wan could type anything, the old players had already started reacting. Broken blade, oh my. I just went offline and was confused too. So what Xingyan said about awakening 90 pioneers is actually opening new internal test. Old Ghost incredible. This planner is too clever. Even releasing internal test qualifications has to follow the main storyline. There wasn't even an official announcement, just used NPC dialogue to inform us. If unsure, squat down first. I said, how come 90 pioneers suddenly appeared? So our struggles in the game are just to unlock internal test qualifications for new players. Suja, this immersion level is off the charts. I was just wondering where the 90 pioneers came from. Turns out they are players from Earth. The planner truly knows how to enhance immersion. Looking at the familiar IDs of the first batch of internal test players in Jiang Wan's livestream, the newcomers in the group finally reacted and became even more excited. Romance of a science student. Oh wow. Is it really that amazing? The distribution of internal test qualifications is tied to the main storyline. This game is so thoughtful. Clumsy players seeking guidance. Can any old players tell me what the game is like? Watching Jiang Wan's livestream makes it feel so old. Ghost, how do I put this? When I was just stomped to death by the Iron Guardian Type 1, I really felt like my chest was crushed. It took me a while to recover from the pain. Broken Blade, just a reminder for the newcomers, this game has no health bars, no crosshairs, no damage numbers. The nanocore of the infected moves rapidly within the body, making long-range shooting very difficult. You can only fight up close. If unsure, squat down first. Also, if you die, you have to wait 4 hours to respawn, without any shortcuts. Don't think about rushing. Rushing means death. Overnight, gaming causing sudden death. Is it really that hardcore? Is there an official guide? Jiang Wan guide. Don't even think about it. The official site doesn't even have anything but a download link, and I can't find a single customer service representative. Everything has to be explored on, but that's exactly what makes it fun. You never know what you'll encounter around the next corner, nor what surprises the main storyline will bring you. Just like this time, who would have thought that by completing a main quest we could unlock 90 new internal test slots? Just as the group was buzzing with excitement, Lu Nan's avatar finally lit up. He had just finished organizing all the data. Upon entering the group, he was momentarily stunned by the lively scene, quickly scrolled up to see what was going on, and then directly activated the administrator speaking mode with his admin privileges. Instantly, the flood of messages stopped. Everyone quieted down, waiting for Lu Nan to speak. The old players knew that whenever Lu Nan opened his mouth, it was bound to be something serious. Lu Ran did not waste words, swiftly typing on the keyboard as he sent the military equipment list for the C7 control pod, organized from his memory, to the group. Everyone quiet. I just logged off from the game and brought first-hand information about the C7 control pod. Here is the military equipment list stored internally in the C7. Model Xingwei 2 powered armor, 8 sets equipment characteristics, equipped with a fusion energy core, long-lasting endurance, robust overall defense capability. The left arm features a universal weapon interface that can connect various individual combat equipment with no built-in attack weapons. The right arm is equipped with a particle shield generation system capable of forming a defensive barrier to withstand various assaults, highly adaptable to environments, stable in movement, and excels in defensive deployments, mission escorts, and regional security tasks. Model Fomrin 1 combat exoskeleton, 19 sets equipment characteristics, equipped with a small high-energy fusion battery, strong power output, made from lightweight high-strength alloy, protective layers, balancing protection and mobility. It features multiple tactical attachment points compatible with various lightweight combat equipment, outstanding in close combat and team cooperative operations. Model Changhongsha 2 engineering exoskeleton, 26 sets equipment characteristics, equipped with a long-lasting hydrogen energy power unit, steady and durable endurance, constructed with thickened wear-resistant, hard alloy, impact-resistant, and durable. It is equipped with multifunctional operational modules and device connection ports with maximum load-bearing capacity, emphasizing practical operational attributes, excelling in material transportation, equipment maintenance, and emergency battlefield construction. Model Xuanlia 3 Recon Tactical Suit, 32 sets equipment characteristics, equipped with a microstellar energy storage crystal core, lightweight and burden-free endurance, made from elastic composite anti-stab fabric, paired with lightweight protective armor plates. It possesses basic optical attenuation effects, allowing silent and lightweight movement, adaptable to various complex terrains, excelling in frontline reconnaissance, covert infiltration, and battlefield intelligence gathering. Model Pajia Standard Individual Energy Rifle, 57 units, equipment characteristics, made from superconducting alloy with a unified gun body, equipped with a detachable fusion energy magazine, fast charging speed, stable fire output. It has excellent penetration ability, capable of piercing through medium to light armor protection, suitable for mid-range combat, and serves as a general-purpose standard firearm for frontline operations. Model Ruebwa 2 High-Frequency Oscillating Short Blade, 44 units, equipment characteristics. The blade is forged from precision superconducting alloy, hard and not easily damaged, capable of triggering high-frequency oscillation tearing effects, easily slicing through light armor and obstacles, suitable for close-range ambushes, breaching, and hand-to-hand combat. Model Finfeng 1 Thermal Alloy War Blade 36 units. Equipment characteristics. The blade is coated with a high temperature resistant alloy layer, wear resistant and impact resistant, capable of continuously releasing high temperature thermal energy, effectively melting mechanical structures and exotic armors, excelling in siege breaking, area clearing, and close combat suppression. Model Pantsir 3 Lightweight Composite Chest Armor 82 pieces. Equipment characteristics. Made from multi-layer composite pressure-resistant alloy material, thin and does not affect tactical mobility, primarily reinforcing core protection for the torso, capable of withstanding live ammunition impacts, explosive fragments, and close combat, slashing damage, suitable for basic soldier protection in all scenarios. Model Yujia 1 Portable Handheld Energy Shield 12 units. Equipment characteristics. Equipped with a small replaceable fusion energy cell, stable and long-lasting power supply. The shield body is made from a lightweight superconducting alloy frame, portable without burden. It can be manually expanded into a large area, energy barrier balancing both live ammunition defense and energy dissipation effects, capable of intercepting firearm fire, explosive fragments, and melee impacts, suitable for individual sieges, team advances, and temporary defense operations. The moment the list was sent, the group fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into chaos. Duanja, damn. This armory is too rich. Does the Xingwei 2 also have a particle shield? Many of our first batch of internal testers are still running around half-naked, and there's a warehouse of regular military equipment next door. Lao Gui, am crying. If I had a Yujia shield, would I have to die for 4 hours? You sure be you, Ju, Xian, Dunxia, 8 sets of powered armor. Almost 100 pieces of weapons and gear. Finally, no more scavenging. Zhang Wan, I was just worried that new players would come in empty-handed and struggle, but now everyone is armed to the teeth. It seems the planners have invested heavily for this first-level task upon launching. Mecha is the romance of manhwa. Powered armor. No one takes Xingwei 2 from me. Lixisheng de Langman Fusion Energy Superconducting Alloy High-Frequency Oscillating Blades. This setting is too meticulous, it's making my DNA resonate. Shotsan Dang Xiu Dai Fei, is there anyone to help me? I'll wear the reconnaissance suit to scout, I definitely won't hold anyone back. Lu Ran looked at the flood of messages on the screen, quickly typing again to mute everyone. Lu Ran, first let's pause. According to tactical arrangements, our first batch of 10 must firmly defend the key points of the docking pod and C7 entrance. This batch of equipment can only be equipped by new players who log in synchronously in the C7 control pod. The infestation has already reached a high activity state, and if we leave our positions to retrieve equipment from the armory, the defense line will be instantly breached and everyone will perish. Lu Ran, after you log in, you will wake up directly in the backup cultivation pod of the C7 control pod, and the storage room for sealed equipment is right next to your pod. While we unlock your login permissions, we will also simultaneously unlock the permissions for the equipment storage room. Lu Ran, your first task is to enter the armory as quickly as possible to collect equipment and then rapidly resource support our defensive position. Lu Ran, our 10 will hold off the main force of the infestation with the current weapons while you enter the main passage from another hatch of the equipment storage room, fully equipped with standard gear, and flank the main force of the infestation, attacking the C7 control pod from the side and back. He paused and sent the pre-prepared information collection form to the group. Lu Ran, now everyone please fill out this information collection form as quickly as possible. I will group you into tactical squads based on your information, 10 people per squad, a total of 9 squads. This way coordination will be easier and more efficient. Lu Ran, regarding the equipment distribution for this mission, I need to clarify it with everyone in advance. Before I log off, I check the permissions regarding the equipment. This mission only grants usage rights. After the mission ends, all standard equipment will be uniformly returned to the Fireseed Armory, and Master Xingyan will ultimately arrange it. Upon lifting the mute, everyone resumed discussions about the division of labor and combat arrangements. The atmosphere was exceptionally heated. Soon Lu Ran collected relevant information from all 90 players. Indeed, all newcomers had some experience with virtual combat games or had good real combat experience like Duanja. It seems that Lin Shun and their team are quite diligent. However, the popularity of Stellar Core Restart has reached its peak in the gaming community, and even the entire internet, sparking widespread discussion in various industries related to virtual reality technology. Many industry leaders and technical experts have started expressing their views and analyses on Stellar Core Restart online. Recently, Lu Ran's father, who usually lets him be, surprisingly left a message asking him to come home for a meal whenever he has time. This made Lu Ran feel like something significant was about to happen in the technology sector of Dragon Country. Within the satellite designated as Fireseed No. 2, in Lin Yuxi's private cabin, pale blue cryogenic mist seeped slowly through the seams of the cloning chamber. As the hatch slid upward, Lin Yuxi stepped barefoot onto the cold alloy floor, instinctively clenching and unclenching his fists. His joints emitted a crisp cracking sound, and a condensed surge of power coursed through his limbs and trunk. After orchestrating the player's combat strategy, he had returned to his private cabin on the Fireseed No. 2 satellite for hibernation. Over 10 consecutive hours of intense mecha piloting and fierce battles had left even his formidable physique fatigued, so he had entered a deep hibernation for 5 hours. Why does it feel like my strength has increased again? Lin Yuxi murmured softly, and my control over this body feels much more refined. The unfamiliar sensation of power excited him, and during the recent battle he had clearly noticed that many combat maneuvers came instinctively from the Bodhi's ingrained reflexes. Xingshu, generate a current physical examination report for me. You're getting Bozier and Bozier. Clone body data, report clone body name Xingyan. Clone body enhancement level 252, 291. Gene lock layers 0. Clone body linkage degree 1519. Clone body talent affinity combat control dual affinity. After this battle the enhancement level jumped from 252 to 291. That means I'm only 8 away from unlocking the first gene lock. Lin Yuxi vividly recalled the exhilaration when Xingshu had taken control of his body to pilot the Starfall mecha and annihilate the Wanderer mecha. The exhilarating sensation of unlocking the gene lock. Now he was finally about to reach that milestone himself. Lin Yuxi opened the detailed documentation on the Stellar Core Civilization's clone body that Xingshu had unlocked for him. Fireseed Plan Clone Body Growth System Standards, I. System Overview. This system is a standardized clone body growth mechanism preset by the Stellar Core Civilization's Fireseed Plan applicable to all consciousness-embedded clone bodies. The growth dimensions are divided into 2 modules: hardware clone body enhancement level and software consciousness linkage degree. Both can be improved through combat tempering and sustained consciousness linkage. 2. Hardware module clone body enhancement level baseline. The comprehensive physical fitness of an average adult Earth human is 100 unified calculation of strength, speed, reaction, endurance, and damage resistance. Initial value 120. Upper limit before unlocking the first gene lock 300. Gene lock unlocking rule. Gene locks are built-in safety limiters within the clone Bodhi's genetic chain. They automatically unlock only when the physical body has been tempered to its current limit. Upon unlocking, growth caps are lifted. 1. Clone body enhancement level reaches 300. Unlock gene lock layer 1. Growth cap opens to 600. 2. Clone body enhancement level reaches 600. Unlock gene lock layer 2. Growth cap opens to 1200. 3. Clone body enhancement level reaches 1200. Unlock gene lock layer 3. Growth cap opens to 2000. 4. Clone body enhancement level reaches 2000. Unlock gene lock layer 4, reaching the clone gene intensity limit. 3. Software module neural linkage degree. System core definition: the neural synchronization rate between the consciousness body and the clone body ranging from 0 to 100. It determines the precision of consciousness control over the physique and the degree of talent manifestation. Standard rules. 1. All consciousness bodies start with a uniform linkage degree of 10, sufficient for basic clone body control without limb stiffness or reaction delay. 2. Combat power boost: for every 10-point increase in linkage degree, the clone Bodhi's full attribute combat power increases by an additional 5. 3. Talent activation: when linkage degree reaches 30, the clone Bodhi's built-in genetic talent affinity is automatically activated. 4. Upper limit restriction: mass-produced clone bodies have a theoretical upper limit of 80, inherito-reclusive clone bodies have an upper limit of 100. 4. Gene talent affinity system: mass-produced clone bodies only one of 2 randomly assigned. 1. Combat talent affinity 20. Efficiency in close quarters combat, firearm shooting, and individual exoskeleton armor adaptation. Optimal compatibility: Starguard 3 power armor, blade 1 exoskeleton, and various individual weapons. 2. Control talent affinity 20. Efficiency in mecha piloting, vehicle operation, and stellar core equipment debugging and repair. Optimal compatibility: standard mechas, engineering, exoskeletons, fighter jets, and starships. Inherito-reclusive clone bodies have no single affinity restriction. They are all-round, possessing both the combat and control talent affinities. I wonder if unlocking the gene lock grants a sort of burst talent, a state where combat intuition and sensory perception become a divine asset for battle. That is the exclusive ability of your inheritor clone body. Among mass-produced clone bodies, there is only a tiny probability of awakening a special talent when breaking through a gene lock. Warriors who awakened talents were the threshold for elite soldiers and high-ranking officers during the peak of the Stellar Core Civilization. Xingshu's cool voice came through her pale blue eyes, seeming slightly distant, as if recalling something. Ahem. Has the C7 sub-control room's clone cultivation pods completed pre-startup? Have any of the players discovered the updated detailed information of the C7 sub-control room in the system? Lin Yuxi coughed lightly, steering the conversation back to the current plan. All 90 clone bodies in the C7 sub-control room have completed pre-startup. Using your highest authority key, I bypassed the secondary authorization lock of the stellar torch space station and injected basic consciousness anchors in advance. All cultivation pods are now in standby activation status. As soon as you formally access the secondary authority in the C7 subcontrol room with the key and complete the preliminary interface with the stellar torch space station's central control system, the 90 secondary consciousness projection slots will unlock automatically. Returning to business, Xingshu resumed her composed tone. Before going offline, Lu Ran checked and recorded all the updated C7 subcontrol room information. I also merged the discussion group for the 93rd phase beta test players with the group of 10 veteran players. Lu Ran has already synchronized the information to all players. He did an excellent job, clear thinking, strong coordination skills, quickly gathering newcomers' data, and completing a basic equipment allocation plan and grouping. That Lu Ran of yours is really impressive. Of course. Lin Yuxi smiled. He had anticipated that given Lu Ran's meticulous style and thoroughness, he would discover the back-end updates and complete the integration and arrangement of the new players on Earth. Now everything was ready. They only needed to wait for the appointed time when they would together embark on the first class combat mission of the Stellar Core's reawakening, taking their first step toward establishing a foothold in Astra. The 12-hour rotation rest ended with 93rd batch beta players having 50 minutes left in the 36-hour countdown. In the No. 7 emergency docking bay of the Star Torch space station, the last batch of players on rotation rest also logged in on time and entered the game. Duan Rin climbed out of the hibernation pod and stretched his limbs. Damn it, after sleeping in the pod, I feel like the strength of this body. Everyone can check the clone data on their smart terminals. It seems after the first wave of battle, everyone's clone attributes have increased. To actually implement this increase, you need to undergo a deep hibernation in the cultivation pod for more than 3 hours. Lu Ran stared at his smart terminal screen, which clearly displayed the data of his clone. He remembered that after the first mission, the character panel only had the clone consciousness anchor link degree. After the first team battle, the system seemed to have silently updated and added many new things. Clone details: character name Lu Nan of clone enhancement 142, gene lock layer 0, clone link degree 13, clone talent type unlocked. Damn it, the clone consciousness anchor link degree has changed to clone enhancement degree. I actually have 141. And 3 new attributes: gene lock layers, clone link degree, and clone talent type. The annotation for gene lock says that when clone enhancement reaches 300, the first layer of gene lock is unlocked. And what about clone talent type? Why is mine unlocked? Damn, isn't treasure hunting a talent? Jiang Wan, who was nearby, was the first to get excited after reading the information on the smart terminal. Lao Guei, who was beside him, chimed in. Damn, why is my clone enhancement only 130? What about the others? I'm 131. I'm 129. I'm also 130. After checking around, the second batch of beta players generally had around 130, while Jiangwan, Suzhou, and Lu Nan as first batch beta players had the foundation of first mission rewards with clone enhancement around 140. Has anyone unlocked this clone talent type? I just checked the annotation. It says that the clone talent system will be unlocked only after clone link degree reaches 30. Haha, I wonder if during the beta the talent system hasn't been finished by the game team yet. This gene lock is so cool. 300 enhancement means 3 times the physical fitness of an ordinary adult on Earth, right? Damn it, that's basically a little superhuman. And this is only the first layer of gene lock. There must be more later. Oh my god, how do we quickly increase clone enhancement? I'm getting fired up. Lao Guei said excitedly. Die more often, and it should increase quickly. Ha ha ha, Duan Rin teased from the side. I don't want to sit in the respawn point like a dark room. The withdrawal symptoms of this game are too unbearable. Lao Guei grumbled. It seemed that this player's achievement of being the first to die would be mocked by these guys for a long time. With a hiss, the hatch connecting the docking bay to the No. 2-seat satellite opened. Xing Yin, clad in the Shadow 1X armor, walked in. The noise in the docking bay immediately ceased. The players spontaneously lined up in 2 rows before Xing Yin, with Lu Ran in the front row giving a military salute of the Star Core civilization. Reporting executor. All 10 pioneers have rested and assembled awaiting your orders. Good. The Black Mist global control units in the space station are continuously increasing their assessment of our activity. Gradually, the infected in other areas of the Star Torch space station will gather toward us. We can't delay the plan any longer. We will now execute the mission to raid and seize the C7 subcontrol room. Received. 10 voices answered, suppressing excitement. Well, execute according to the original plan. First, we march silently through the space station's ventilation ducts. After reaching the designated exit, I will quickly clear the scattered infected units near the exit, then advance swiftly toward the C7 subcontrol room, hatch with minimal noise. Suzhou, Lao Guei, you two carry the breaching equipment. After reaching the hatch, quickly complete the breaching operation. Once the breaching operation starts, the noise will definitely attract a large number of infected to gather toward us. The rest of you, and I will hold the bottleneck at the hatch. Received. We guarantee to complete the mission. Su Zhe and Lao Gui replied in unison. Lu Nane Li, after the hatch is breached, you quickly enter the C7 subcontrol room, start the system docking preparation, and clear the infected code within the subcontrol system. Finally, I will personally insert the key to formally initiate the preliminary docking with the Star Torch space station's main control system, complete the permission unlock, and awaken the remaining 90 pioneers. No problem. We will clear the infected code as fast as possible. Lu Ran replied excitedly, while Ali beside him also gave a standard military salute of the Star Core civilization. Lin Yuxi swept his gaze across 10 pairs of eyes full of battle intent, then nodded slightly. Let's begin. With that, he led the way and climbed into the narrow ventilation duct entrance at the top of the cabin. The duct's width was just enough to accommodate the powered armor and exormer. The players also helped each other and entered the duct one by one. The interior of the duct was cramped and oppressive, pitch black and gloomy, illuminated only by the headlamps on the powered armor and light combat suits. A thin layer of frost had condensed on the cold metal walls. Everyone crawled on their bellies, knees slightly bent, moving slowly in an extremely awkward posture, deliberately controlling the amplitude of each movement to avoid making too much noise during the advance. Only faint breathing sounds and the slow scraping of movement against the metal walls echoed in the sealed duct. Everyone could only stare at the soles of the teammate in front, advancing bit by bit toward the C7 subcontrol cabin. After 25 minutes, the team finally reached the predetermined position. Xing Yin raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. With a light tap on the tactical panel, a palm-sized hummingbird drone ejected from his armor's shoulder plate, unfolded its wings as thin as a cicada's, and silently slipped through the vent grill, flying toward the cabin below. High-definition footage was simultaneously transmitted to everyone's smart terminals. In the open periphery of the cabin, only 3 ordinary infected were wandering aimlessly. Their optical sensors swept the surroundings without any purpose, completely unaware of the threat above. Prepare to act. They'll go down first to clear the area. Follow one by one, and form a defensive formation upon landing. Lin Yuxi's low voice came through the communication channel. Lin Yuxi carefully removed the metal grill of the ventilation opening. The sharp bone spikes, enhanced by the biomass flow, cut through the metal like butter, making no sound at all. Lin Yuxi was the first to leap down. The drop of over 3 meters was like flat ground to him. The shock absorption modules of the Shadow 1 exormer perfectly absorbed the impact of landing. The moment he landed, he rolled forward and pounced on the nearest infected. This was an infected formed from a loader engineering exoskeleton, wandering aimlessly. It was apparent that it had been dormant for too long, just awakened by the black mist gathering signal triggered by Lin Yuxi and his team. Its movements were not yet smooth, and a white glow nanocluster was flowing to the front of its chest armor. A soft poof sound. A bone spike, glowing with light blue biomass flow, precisely pierced through the thick back armor of the loader infected, emerging from the white nanocluster on its chest, making only a faint sound of structural penetration. The light blue biomass flow burst out violently, and the faintly glowing white nanocluster instantly dimmed. The loader infected's body lost its mobility and collapsed toward the ground. Just as it was about to hit the ground with a heavy thud, Lin Yuxi steadily caught its falling body and gently leaned it against the cabin wall. With a flash of movement, Lin Yuxi, clad in the Shadow 1 exormer, saw his clone enhancement of 291 skyrocket to nearly 900 under the armor's boost. His strength, speed, and neural reaction speed reached terrifying levels. He was like a black phantom, silently eliminating the 2 nearby infected in this dim environment. The faint sounds of battle did not attract the attention of infected farther away. The passage is safe. Come down one by one and move lightly. Lin Yuxi's low voice, with the armor's natural hoarseness, sounded in the communication channel. The 10 players who had just watched the entire process through the hummingbird's perspective finally snapped out of it. Knowing this was not the time for jokes or flattery, the 10 players swiftly entered the main passage connecting to the C7 subcontrol cabin one by one. 10 players descended from the ventilation shaft in succession, swiftly tightening their formation. After confirming no other enemies in the vicinity, Lin Yuxi ordered again. They'll take point, clearing the straggling infected ahead. Keep a distance of about 15 meters from me, and stay alert for infected emerging from the sides or rear. If you encounter isolated infected, prioritize using melee weapons for a quick finish. If you face a large cluster of infected, abandon stealth, march immediately and sprint at full speed towards C7 subcontrol chamber. Copy that. The 10 replied in low voices over the comm channel. As the words fell, Lin Yuxi had already transformed into a black shadow, darting silently toward the C7 subcontrol room. He did not switch on his headlamp. The Shadow armor's bioacoustic echo imager clearly mapped the surroundings in his mind, rendering the pitch-black corridor as plain as day. The straight-line distance from the ventilation shaft of the main passage to the C7 sub-control chamber was still 1.2 kilometers, but with the winding corridors, the actual travel distance would be nearly 2.3 kilometers. This was already the nearest exit they could choose to reach the C7 sub-control chamber. They pressed on at a rapid pace. Since most of the infected had converged toward the docking bay, they only encountered sporadic infected wandering along the path, all of which Lin Yuxi, spotting them first, silently neutralized. The journey was nearly half over. Only 2 more corridor turns stood between them and the C7 sub-control room. But an unexpected incident occurred. Just as the team was about to round a corner, a piercing red light suddenly flared from another corner in the left corridor. It was an Iron Guard Type 1 infected. It had been leaning against the wall in a deep dormant state, and for some reason had never been activated by the black mist's gathering signal. Even Lin Yuxi, who had passed by earlier, had not detected its presence. Only when the dense footsteps of the 10 players entered its sensing range did it abruptly awaken. The Gatling gun on its right arm instantly spun up, emitting a piercing whine. "Watch out!" Duan Ren, at the front of the 10-man team, shouted sharply. He drew the high-frequency particle blade from his waist and lunged toward the Iron Guard Type 1 like lightning, but he was a step too late. Rat-a-tat-tat. The deafening gunfire instantly reverberated through the entire area. A torrent of bullets poured out like a rainstorm, striking the metal walls and sending up countless sparks. Duan Ren, charging at the front, reacted swiftly. Seeing that he could no longer stop the Iron Guard from firing, he immediately raised his left arm of the power armor to shield the core components of his head and chest, using the armor's superior defense to endure the first wave of intense fire for his teammates behind. The thick alloy armor plates were instantly pockmarked, while his right arm's high-frequency particle blade was already activated. He hurled it violently at the Iron Guard's gun arm, and with a dull thump, the blade, enhanced by the power armor's immense strength, sliced into the thick barrel of the Gatling gun. It cut off a small section of the Gatling, instantly stopping the fierce suppression fire. "Concentrate fire. The noise is already huge, as stealth is meaningless now. Concentrate fire, and finish it quickly," Jiang Wan shouted over the channel. The other 9 players hesitated no longer and opened fire simultaneously. Pale blue energy beams interwove into a net of fire, slamming violently into the Iron Guard Type 1. Lin Yuxi, who had been at the front, knew something was wrong when he heard Duan Ren's shout of "watch out" over the comm. He had already doubled back quickly and now appeared silently behind the Iron Guard Type 1. At this moment, the Iron Guard was pinned down by the frontal fire from the players, forced to use its arms to shield the nanocluster core on its chest. The nanocore, originally situated on the chest's power core, had begun to shift inside the armor's head due to the concentrated fire. Behind it, Lin Yuxi drew his high-frequency particle blade, fully activating the blue particles. Gripping the blade with both hands, his bionic muscle groups swelled and exerted force. With immense power and the high-frequency oscillating edge, he cleaved the Iron Guard Type 1 from head to crotch, splitting it in two. He then deactivated the dense, white nanocluster core that had leaked from the head armor with a single stroke. The motion was clean and swift, elegant yet brutal. In the darkness, the shadow armor's full silhouette was indistinct, only a pair of blue visors faintly glowing in midair. "Holy crap. Brother Xingyan, that was way too cool." Jiang Wan's eyes were already sparkling. "Is that even human strength?" A single stroke cleaving that heavy power armor of the Iron Guard Type 1. "Isn't the Shadow 1 assault armor supposed to be agility-focused infantry equipment?" Duan Ren's voice was somewhat hoarse. "It's not the Shadow 1 that's strong. It's Brother Xingyan. The Shadow 1's trait is enhancing physical strength. Could Brother Xingyan's power have already unlocked the first gene lock?" Lu Ran chimed in. "What are you dawdling around for? We've been exposed. Full speed, advance target C7 sub-control chamber. Move." Lin Yuxi's roar exploded in the 10 players' earpieces. "What kind of time is this for idle chatter? I can't afford to be like you. Lose 4 hours and am back in the game. If this mission fails, all my efforts over the past 10 days will be wiped out." Lin Yuxi mentally cursed. On the intelligent terminal's Hummingbird reconnaissance radar screen, dozens of red dots suddenly flared up in the various corridors nearby. Clearly, the intense battle had raised the signal level of the Black Mist's global control unit, awakening many infected that had been in deep slumber. On the screen, red dots that had been converging toward the docking bay far away began to swiftly reverse direction, quickly 800 meters to the C7 sub-control chamber door. "Follow me, full sprint." As his words fell, Lin Yuxi bent down and picked up the Gatling gun with a partially sheared barrel. He raised it with one hand and fired a burst directly at several infected that had just turned into the corridor, turning them into a heap of rolling gourds, dragging their crippled bodies as they struggled to get up and charge at them. Lin Yuxi paid no further attention to the temporarily incapacitated infected on the ground. Blade in one hand and Gatling in the other, he charged toward the C7 sub-control chamber door. The players snapped back to reality and quickly followed Lin Yuxi's pace. During the sprint, the Starlight 7 energy rifle in their hands fired intermittently, mowing down the sporadic infected that rushed at them along the way. Meanwhile, from the direction of the docking bay behind them, a steel tide swept in from afar. Countless pairs of crimson optical sensors lit up in the darkness, and the flowing white nanocluster cores around them emitted a ghastly glow like demons crawling out of hell. A race against time had begun. The harsh sound of metal scraping intertwined with the hum of energy rifles in the pitch-black corridor. Lin Yuxi charged at the front of the team, holding a battered Gatling gun in one hand and gripping a high-frequency particle blade in the other. The biological echo sensor of the Shadow 1 power armor projected the situation within a 50-meter radius clearly into his field of vision. He did not unleash his full speed, but maintained a distance of about 10 meters from the 10-man squad behind him, allowing him to quickly clear obstacles ahead and keep the main force moving at high speed, while also being able to provide timely support if the 10 players encountered a life-and-death crisis. When encountering a corrupted entity on his path, Lin Yuxi would directly confront it, using his explosive speed and precise control to pierce the core of the nanocluster of the corrupted entity with either the high-frequency particle blade or his bone spikes. Every time he passed a junction, he would raise the Gatling gun and frantically spray fire toward the side passage. With all nearby corrupted entities rushing towards them at breakneck speed, he wouldn't even worry about missing his target. Lin Yuxi did not seek to destroy the nanocluster core of the corrupted entities with bullets. He only aimed to knock them down, tripping up the following corrupted entities to create a chaotic pile, buying time to delay their assembly and securing precious moments for their advance. Maintain formation. No need for kills, just ensure they temporarily lose their mobility. 700 meters to go. Lin Yuxi's voice, raspy from the armor, echoed through the combat channel into everyone's ears. The 10 players formed a standard wedge formation closely behind, with Duanren and Jiangwan covering the flanks, while the Starguard 3 power armor utilized its high defense and formidable firepower to forge a path for the team. Demolitions was always a beat behind, holding a modified Xingmong 7 energy rifle accurately shooting at the escaping corrupted entities. Yeshun and Waju took a moment to catch their breath, while providing cover, occasionally firing bursts of energy bullets. Lao Gui and Su Zhe guarded the center of the team, their energy rifles slung over their backs as they sprinted forward with demolition tools in hand, their feet never slowing. Lu Ran-A Li and the hesitant one crouched down in the middle to protect Lao Gui, and Su Zhe ensuring that the crucial demolition equipment did not sustain damage, while their energy rifles occasionally fired at the approaching corrupted entities. The number of corrupted entities along the way increased as the previously quiet corridor seemed to awaken completely. Countless crimson optical sensors lighting up in the darkness, and flowing white nanoclusters began to materialize around them, resembling drifting will-o'-the-wisps. Everyone strictly executed their tactical objectives, sprinting forward with all their might, refusing to linger in battle. Even when a corrupted entity lunged close, they only took the shortest time to incapacitate it without getting caught up in destroying its slippery core, then immediately continued their sprint. 2 minutes later, the team abruptly halted before its junction. Just around the corner lay the narrow entrance to the C7 sub-control chamber, where a heavy alloy door at the end glinted coldly under the players' headlamps. On both sides of the main corridor, the sounds of dense metal collisions and low growls had already begun to resonate, with countless red dots rapidly flickering on the tactical panel, converging toward the junction. The Hummingbird radar on the smart terminal indicated that a torrent of corrupted entities from the rear docking chamber was rapidly approaching them, now less than 2 kilometers away. Duanren Jiangwan, demolitions, you 3 secure the left corridor. Lun and Yeshuan, you 2 come with me to the right corridor. Su Zhe, Lao Gui, hurry and breach the door. Quick! Lin Yuxi's shout exploded in the communication channel, and everyone immediately sprang into action. At the left corridor entrance, 3 power armors stood in a triangular formation, with Duanren charging first. He activated his high-frequency particle blade to its fullest, and the blue light blade cut through the darkness, directly cleaving the first blade. 1 corrupted entity that rushed forward. Leave the left side to us. You focus on breaching. Jiangwan shouted in the communication channel, first using the laser emitter on his right arm to take aim. The powerful blue laser turned several corrupted entities that emerged from the left main corridor's first subpassage into Swiss cheese. Then he raised his left arm, high-frequency particle blade ready to meet the corrupted entities that surged through the breach. Demolitions, always a beat behind, retreated to about 5 meters behind Duanren and Jiangwan with his energy rifle leveled. His breathing steady, he pulled the trigger repeatedly, sending out pale blue energy beams that accurately struck the nanocluster cores or joint areas of the incoming corrupted entities, achieving the highest kill efficiency. The remaining 3 players only had lightweight armor with pitiful defense. Unless trapped in dire straits, the best option was to provide fire support from behind the power armor. The density of corrupted entities converging from the right corridor was significantly higher than that of the left, and only Lin Yuxi and 2 others were there. However, the situation was actually better than on the left, as Lin Yuxi relentlessly sprayed fire at the dense cluster of corrupted entities with the Gatling gun he had seized from the Iron Guardian, one corrupted entity, not caring about ammunition consumption. Though the dense kinetic bullets left only shallow marks on the heavy special alloy walls, and many ricocheted back, it was precisely in this narrow and straight corridor that the power of the old kinetic heavy machine gun was amplified to the extreme. With a single shot, the kinetic bullets could sever the limbs and torsos of the corrupted entities primarily formed from lightweight exoskeletons, and when the bullets struck the wall and ricocheted, they would hit other corrupted entities in the corridor, sending iron shavings flying. The previously dense cluster of corrupted entities was suddenly reduced by more than half. Although only a few corrupted entities were fortuitously struck in their cores and perished instantly, most were merely temporarily incapacitated, their shattered limbs and torsos slowly trailing white metal strands as they struggled to recover on the ground. Soon they were trampled by the relentless corrupted entities surging from behind, causing them to trip over their companions and roll into a heap. Then, caught in the dense hail of bullets, they became even more fragmented, with the right corridor's floor covered in the shattered bodies of corrupted entities. However, the Gatling's compressed magazine held only one round, despite the frenzied spray that had knocked down the densely following cluster of corrupted entities. The ammunition was quickly exhausted. As the smoking barrel began to spin empty, no more bullets would fire. Lin Yuxi decisively thrust the empty Gatling into the head of a struggling corrupted entity on the ground, the immense kinetic energy from the overheated barrel shattering its skull and destroying its nanocluster core, rendering its limbs stiff and motionless. With his left hand gripping the high-frequency particle blade, the pale blue particles vibrated rapidly along the edge, while his right hand produced an energy sword igniter from his waist. With a gentle swing, a 1-2-meter-long red energy sword ignited into form. With a push off his toes, he lunged forward, propelled by a blue and red beam of light, diving into the remaining cluster of corrupted entities. Lu Ran and Yeshuan, who were still mechanically providing cover, exchanged glances, their mouths wide enough to fit a duck egg. Wow, that's too powerful. Yeshun couldn't help but shout in the communication channel. Don't get distracted. Cover fire provides support for the great Xingyan. Lu Ran, regaining his composure, first yelled back at Yeshun. Suja, Laoguei, how much longer? More and more corrupted entities are coming, and we're running low on ammo. The left defense line was already beginning to feel the strain, and the hesitant one crouched down and shouted in the channel. Almost done. 1 minute at most, no. 40 seconds. Suja, without looking back, and Laoguei worked in perfect sync to operate the demolition tools under tense conditions, shouting in the communication channel as they moved quickly. Finally, with the aid of military demolition equipment, they dismantled the hydraulic system and forced the heavy door wide open. Lu Nan, Ali, quick, the door is open. We're going in, you two go and clear the infected code from the subcontrol. Understood. Suja and Laoguei quickly rushed back to the battlefield of the main corridor, taking Lu Nan and Ali's positions, while Lu Ran and Ali dashed into the destination of their mission, the C7 subcontrol chamber. Meanwhile, the main corridor behind them had begun to flood with a massive tide of corrupted entities rushing in from the docking chamber, and all defenses immediately became precarious. The screeching sounds in the communication channel mixed with the fierce gunfire as 10 players fought, while angrily shouting battlefield information. C7 subcontrol cabin door breach completed. Main control system docking operation for the Xingju space station has been initiated. Estimated remaining time 135 seconds. Left main passage. A cluster of 35 infected entities is rapidly approaching. Engaged in combat. Damn it, their nanocores are in a fluid state, making them impossible. Right main passage is also engaged. The numbers are overwhelming. My power armor energy is only at 18. Duan Renher, where's Suja? I need fire support. Suja is with me. He's only got 2 legs left and his upper body. Damn, my energy rifle is completely out. Where's my focused energy blade? They'll fight these iron lumps. Suja is out too. Is Xing Yan the only one left at the hatch? Can he hold on? Lunan, can you move any faster? We really can't hold on much longer. I'm already at maximum speed. 75 seconds remaining. Brothers, grit your teeth and hold on. When have we the 4th calamity ever feared death? Once the permissions are unlocked, the brothers outside will rush in. Well, wipe out these damned iron lumps. The alloy door of the C7 subcontrol cabin has been completely opened. Lin Yuxi, clad in the Shadow 1 genetic armor, is firmly holding the front of the narrow passage, his left arm bent and raised a long bone spike with a faint blue glow of biomass protruding from the joint. In his right hand, he wields a high-frequency particle blade with arcs of blue-white light shimmering on its edge. Any infected entity that lunges at him is precisely pierced through the nanocore. Nano debris sizzles and vaporizes in the sealed space, and 2 rows of cold steel corpses have already piled up at his feet. He is the last pillar of this shaky defense. Unlock program is about to complete. 97, 98, 99, 100. Frontin permission cracking completed. Xingyan. Received. Lin Yuxi shouted and casually threw down the already dull, high-frequency particle blade. The bone spikes on his elbows surged and grew again as he crossed his arms over his chest, then suddenly swept horizontally in front of him. The sharp bone spikes erupted with a torrent of pale blue biomass, instantly forcing back a group of infected entities by several meters. Seizing this fleeting moment, he kicked off the ground his figure like black lightning breaking through the scattered infected entities and charging straight towards the control console. Upon arrival, he yanked out a dark golden key engraved with star patterns from his chest and forcefully embedded it into the terminal's unlocking slot, twisting his wrist with strength. Star Core Seed Plan highest permission verification passed. Xingju Space Station secondary permissions officially activated. 90 consciousness access slots unlocked. Clone cultivation units fully activated. Armory storage status lifted. Equipment usage permissions granted. Emergency passage opened. Meanwhile, 980 light years away on Earth in the Dragon Kingdom, the 93rd batch of internal test players who had long been waiting simultaneously received the online notification from the official backend and donned their VR headsets. In the deepest part of the C7 control room, the covers of rows of sealed clone cultivation pods simultaneously lifted, a cold blue glow flooding the entire chamber, and the players who had just completed consciousness anchoring opened their eyes simultaneously in the dormant Star Core Civilization space mothership, which had been silent for 1,000 years. What the hell? This metallic taste. This breathing resistance. Officially, are you telling me this is a game? Stop touching. My biceps are twice as thick as in reality. This clone body is too generous. I just pinched myself. It hurt so much I almost cried out. The tactile sensation is incredible. Whoever says this is just a texture will get angry. The playful banter of the 90 newly online players was interrupted within seconds by a steady low shout. Shut up. The battle situation is critical. Oh, everyone saw Jiang Wan's live broadcast, right? The old players team is almost wiped out. We have to hurry. Everyone stand in your pre-assigned teams. Team 1 Quang Sha Kung Tai, Team 2 Instant Noodles, Team 3 Nightblade. Team 9 Dawn, quickly check if your members are all present. The speaker was the captain of Team 1 Quang Sha Kung Tai. He was not an ordinary hardcore player of realistic games. To be precise, none of the 9 captains of the third batch of internal test players were ordinary players. They were members of the earth-shattering virtual space competition game, Star Skeleton Battle Line, a professional Triple Crown champion team. The 9 members at the peak of Star Skeleton, who were appointed as the captains of the 9 teams after Lu Nen exposed their identities in the group. After each captain greeted their teams, the players quickly completed the assembly of their respective squads. The selection of internal test players was meticulously chosen by Xing Shu and Lin Yuxi, based on extensive data modeling. So aside from the brief playful banter at the start, their organizational and operational capabilities were very high. Left side armory, all equipment has been unsealed. Permissions have been issued. We will quickly collect our equipment according to the arranged allocation plan. Move quickly. I can't wait to take down those infected entities. The captain of Team 4 Cat Cake with Sauce urged his teammates loudly. Among the 9 captains, he was the one who had actively given up the Xingwei 2 power armor in favor of the Blade 1 exoskeleton. In his words, the Xingwei 2 is just a huge iron lump. Ooh, I can't get used to it. I prefer high mobility, strong explosive power, and the feeling of fighting up close. The 93rd batch of internal test players executed their orders excellently under the leadership of the 9 professional captains. The 90 people quickly and orderly rushed into the side-opened armory. The fusion engines of the Xingwei 2 heavy power armor started in sequence, emitting a deep humming sound. The crisp sound of energy rifles being loaded echoed throughout, the blue-white arcs of the particle blades being drawn reflected in the dimly lit chamber. Equipment ready. Old Shark, which path do we take? Asked the captain of Team 2 Instant Noodles. The emergency passage at the back of the armory. It goes directly to the rear of the infected entities in the main passage. Let's catch them off guard. Quang Sha Kung Tai swiftly pressed the passage opening button, and the heavy alloy gate slowly slid open. The screeches of the infected entities and the sounds of metal colliding surged into the chamber like a tide. Brothers, let these iron lumps see what the 4th calamity from Earth is capable of. Meanwhile, just over 300 meters away at the entrance of the C7 subcontrol cabin, the battle situation had reached a catastrophic extreme. Yi Huan, in order to cover Lu Nan's retreat, was torn into 3 pieces by 3 Blade 1 infected entities simultaneously. Holding steady, he took a moment to empty his last energy magazine. The high-frequency particle battle blade was nowhere to be found, so he grabbed a sharp leg component of an infected entity off the ground as a weapon and charged into the horde, only to be crushed by a Steel Guard 1 infected entity. The lightweight armor, which had taken the stance of squatting first when in doubt, was torn to shreds, and in the last moment before being overwhelmed by the infected entities, he was still using a half-destroyed high-frequency particle blade to strike at the optical sensors of the infected entities. Old Ghost, in order to provide cover for the always slow bomb disposal expert, used his body to block the incoming bone spikes. Olu ran, and Ali, who had retreated to the entrance of the C7 sub-control room, were surrounded by the infected entities before they could withdraw into the cabin, and they back-to-back finished the last bullet only to be completely swallowed by the rushing infected entities. In the end, from the entire 10-member raid team, only Duan Ren Jiangwan and the bomb disposal expert, who was always a step behind, managed to retreat into the C7 sub-control cabin thanks to the super performance of the Xingwei 3 power armor, desperately holding the narrow entrance. Damn it, energy is down to 9. How can these iron lumps not be killed? Both high-frequency particle blades are already. Duan Ren threw the half-destroyed high-frequency particle blade at the infected entity, rushing towards him. The blade, having lost its particle shock effect, couldn't penetrate the body of the infected entity, so he had to kick it hard, forcing the infected entity back, causing it to crash into its companion. The force of this kick had noticeably diminished. Next to him, Jiangwan's laser emitter had run out of energy, and he could only use his left hand to hold the half-blade for defense. The bomb disposal expert's energy rifle had exploded in the chamber, so he simply used the rifle as a hammer, smashing it against the approaching infected entities. Just as the three of them thought they were about to be overwhelmed by the tide of infected entities, a dark figure appeared before them, and Lin Yuxi, who had finally activated the permissions, had returned. The matte black shadow of the Type 1 strong proliferation armor was now covered in numerous fine scratches. In the previous intense battle, Lin Yuxi had nearly single-handedly held off the infected entities coming from the right passage. No matter how swift his movements, he could not avoid the close-range attacks from the clustered infected entities. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of armor being pierced echoed as Lin Yuxi's biological bone spikes shot out from his elbows, once more accurately piercing the nanocluster cores of 2 infected entities that had entered the C7 sub-control cabin. However, the pale blue glow on them had dimmed significantly. Fall back into the C7 sub-control cabin. Hold on. Our reinforcements are coming soon. Jiangwan, Duan Ren, and Chai Dan heard Lin Yuxi's shout over the communication channel. Their bodies trembled, and a flicker of stamina burst forth from their nearly exhausted bodies as they fought and retreated alongside Lin Yuxi, slowly making their way into the spacious hall of the C7 sub-control cabin, engaging in a struggle with the invading infected entities. Just as Lin Yuxi and the 3 players in powered armor were using the wide space of the C7 sub-control cabin to stabilize their situation against the infected entities, a low hoarse roar suddenly echoed from the main corridor outside the cabin. The horde of infected entities that had been crowded at the cabin entrance trembled slightly, then spontaneously began to part, creating a path. Even the 3 Iron Guard Type 1 infected entities that had just pushed through the low-level infected crowd voluntarily gave way. Then came the heavy sound of rushing, as if some gigantic beast were rapidly approaching. Lin Yuxi and the 3 players were surrounded by the swarm of infected entities and did not notice the changes at the cabin entrance. They could only faintly hear the hoarse roars and the heavy footsteps. By the time Lin Yuxi sensed something was wrong, a massive black-red figure had already charged through the door of the C7 sub-control cabin, rushing towards the Shipbreaker Type 1 powered armor. This is the close combat assault armor specifically designed for the Star Corps enforcers, created for dismantling ships and armor. It has been completely infected by the nanocluster. Lin Yuxi, be careful. The anxious voice of Xing Shu rang in Lin Yuxi's ear as the Shipbreaker Type 1 infected entity was now less than 5 meters. It was covered in black-red special alloy armor with shoulder plates sharpened into blade-like edges. There were no ranged weapon attachments on its body. The right arm was equipped with a tumter-long giant cleaving blade, while the left arm bore a heavy fist covered in armor-piercing spikes. The exposed power conduits glowed with an eerie white light, clearly indicating a high concentration of the nanocluster within. Between the Shipbreaker Type 1 and Lin Yuxi, Duan Ren was still entangled with 2 infected entities. Years of service had given him an unusual perception of danger. Without looking back, he used the hard armor of his head to violently shove away the sharp-bladed Type 1 infected entity that was grappling with him. The laser projector on his right arm fired, gathering the last bit of energy from the powered armor, bending his arm back to shoot. The thick blue laser struck the face of the charging Shipbreaker Type 1, but it merely tilted its head slightly, showing no sign of losing momentum. The cleaving blade in its right hand waved lightly, effortlessly slicing through the burden-bearer infected entity that stood between it and Duan Ren, cutting it in half, as if it were mere paper. Then the fist covered in spikes swung towards Duan Ren's Star Guard Type 3 powered armor, as if swatting a fly. Duan Ren felt a tremendous impact to his chest and abdomen. The thick and sturdy special alloy memory armor of the Star Guard Type 3 was dented significantly, but it did not shatter directly. Instead, Duan Run was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into two nearby infected entities before heavily slamming into the special alloy wall. The Shipbreaker Type 1 infected entity showed no signs of stopping. Its target was clear, Lin Yuxi clad in the shadow armor. The Black Mist all-domain control unit clearly indicated that this black-armored being was currently the greatest threat. After swatting Duan Ren aside, there was no longer any barrier between it and Lin Yuxi. It did not retract its hand, but following the tremendous momentum lifted its right foot, its spiked leg armor violently striking towards Lin Yuxi in a fluid motion. Its massive size and heavy armor posed no hindrance to its agility. Lin Yuxi sensed the overwhelming threat as he saw Duan Ren being sent flying. The instinct to survive surged within him, warning him that this black-red-powered armor would bring him death. This was the first time he felt such a strong sense of crisis since entering the Starfire space station. Lin Yuxi did not panic. He understood that panic would not help his current situation. As he faced the incoming massive right leg, he raised his arms with the shadow armor to protect his head, his elbows naturally pointing outward. The biological bone spikes shortened slightly, but became thicker and more resilient, with the pale blue divine material glow intensifying. Boom. With a tremendous crash, the thick bone spikes on the elbow of the shadow armor shattered. A large chunk of the elbow armor was missing and the biological scales on the arm temporarily thickened, but they were pierced by the spikes of the Shipbreaker Type 1 infected entity, leaving several large holes. The spikes not only penetrated the shadow armor, but also embedded into the arm protected by the armor. The right leg armor of the Shipbreaker also bore 2 deep holes. Although the biological bone spikes on the elbow of the shadow armor were shattered, they had still left 2 deep dents in its heavy leg armor, exposing the crimson conduits beneath. The white nanocluster on its body began to flow towards the damaged areas, and the wounds were gradually healing. Even though Lin Yuxi had already precisely controlled the bionic muscle components of the shadow armor to perform a release action upon contact with the attack, he was still sent flying several meters by the enormous force, crashing heavily against the wall. However, after dissipating a significant portion of the impact, he was not embedded in the wall like Duan Run. He had not yet fallen. As Lin Yuxi landed, he rolled on the spot. The place he had landed was already marked by a deep crack created by the giant cleaving blade, with shards of special alloy flying everywhere. The shadow armor on Lin Yuxi, who had just stabilized himself, was scratched by debris, making his situation even more precarious. Boss Xingyan. From the moment the Shipbreaker Type 1 infected entity entered the C7 subcontrol cabin until Duan Ren was sent flying and Lin Yuxi was injured and struggling to evade, only a few seconds had passed. It was only now that Jiang Wan and Chai Dan realized what had happened. Jiang Wan suddenly exerted strength, pushing away the infected entity in front of her, determined to rush over to support Lin Yuxi at the cost of her life. However, the 3 Iron Guard Type 1 infected entities that had just stood at the door began to launch an offensive against Jiang Wan and Chai Dan. They could only begin to evade in a panic under the dense barrage, completely unable to come to his aid. Meanwhile, Lin Yuxi, facing the Shipbreaker Type 1, he did not sit idly by. Utilizing his advantage in speed, he began to engage in a struggle with the Shipbreaker Type 1. The Shipbreaker Type 1, which was noticeably larger by 2 sizes, could not inflict fatal damage on the darting Lin Yuxi in a short time. Instead, it found its chest and back armor scratched by the biological bone spikes that extended from Lin Yuxi's leg joints. The crimson viewport of the Shipbreaker began to flash violently, and the white nanoclusters flowing on its body became even brighter. It resembled an enraged beast emitting a hoarse and piercing mechanical roar from its chest. The 3 Iron Guard Type 1 infected entities that had originally been drawn away by Jiang Wan and Chai Dan seemed to receive some command, abandoning their slow pursuit of them and directly encircling Lin Yuxi. Lin Yuxi, who had been able to manage the situation, immediately felt tremendous pressure. The defense of the Shadow 1 strong proliferation armor was not its strong suit, and in the face of the heavy Gatling gunfire from the Iron Guard Type 1 infected entities, he could only desperately evade. Taking several hits would breach his defenses. The assault from the Shipbreaker behind him grew increasingly ferocious. Jiang Wan and Chai Dan powered armor energy reserves were nearly depleted, and they were already precariously managing the ordinary infected entities in the cabin, leaving virtually no chance to come to his aid. Facing the encirclement of the Shipbreaker Type 1 infected entity and 3 Iron Guard Type 1 infected entities, Lin Yuxi found himself in a desperate situation. In the distance, the sounds of energy rifles firing could be faintly heard, indicating that the 90 newly joined players had begun attacking from behind the horde of infected entities. But at this moment, the C7 subcontrol cabin had already fallen into a deadlock. Given the current situation, by the time the 90 fully armed players arrived, Lin Yuxi and the others would have long been reduced to fragments under the cleaving blades of the Shipbreaker Type 1. Crossing barges wove a deathly net before his eyes, and each heavy footfall of the Shipbreaker made the alloy floor tremble faintly. Lin Yuxi scurried through the rain of bullets in a sorry state. The biological crystal core within his shadow armor's chest trembled violently, and a pale blue energy stream surged wildly beneath the damaged armor. The once deep blue core had now turned pale, its output power plummeting to 20 of normal. He had no retreat, nor any room to fall back. His body was utterly exhausted, and the sharp pain from the blood holes in his arm pushed his physical limit to the brink. Yet his consciousness grew ever clearer, a strange contradictory sensation as if his body was about to reach some critical point, and something inside him was quietly shattering. I can't fight the shipbreaker, Hedon. With his mind sharpening, Lin Yuxi instantly made a judgment. The shipbreaker was an assault power armor designed for breaching armor and ships. In his current state, a direct clash would be like smashing an egg against a rock. The only path to survival was to first eliminate the 3 Iron Guard Type 1 fire points, removing the greatest constraint on his speed advantage. Then he could engage the shipbreaker in a Hitandran waiting for reinforcements, and finally wear it down with numerical superiority. Lin Yuxi took a deep breath, suppressing the pain in his arm. He used his will to squeeze out the remaining energy from the biological crystal core, and abruptly pushed off the ground with his feet. Shadow 1 turned into a black lightning bolt weaving through the dense bullet rain at the edge of death. His movements were so fast they left afterimages. Bullets grazed the edges of his armor, sparking trails of fire on the alloy floor. The Gatling gun barrel of the leftmost Iron Guard Type 1 overheated, causing a momentary lull in fire. Lin Yuxi rolled continuously, creating some distance from the shipbreaker that was relentlessly pursuing him. He happened to roll right in front of a loader infected. Before it could attack, Lin Yuxi, already low to the ground, bent his body. The bionic muscle groups in his legs explosively engaged, and he delivered a powerful sweeping kick that sent the bulky loader infected flying horizontally into the air. With his elbow pivoting close to the ground, he turned his back to the loader suspended midair. His legs violently kicked its chest, and the loader infected shot like a massive cannonball toward the 2 Iron Guard Type 1s that were furiously pouring fire at Lin Yuxi. Meanwhile, Lin Yuxi, propelled by the immense recoil, shot forward. He twisted his body midair in a side spin, and the shipbreaker's massive disintegration blade barely scraped past the bionic scales on his back, leaving sparks in its wake. In an instant, he crashed into the leftmost Iron Guard Type 1. Die! Lin Yuxi let out a low growl. The remaining half of a bone spur on his left elbow slashed fiercely across the Iron Guard Type 1's armor, carving a long, thin gash in its chest. At the same time, a large chunk of the shadow armor's left elbow armor was torn off by the violent friction. His right arm muscles bulged, and he thrust his hand into the gap in the Iron Guard Type 1's chest, precisely plunging into the flowing nanocluster core within. A pale blue bioluminescent burst erupted. The white nanocluster core went completely dark, and the Iron Guard Type 1 infected crashed to the ground. First one, Lin Yuxi muttered under his breath. Behind his faceplate, his eyes seemed hollow yet intensely focused. Without pausing, he turned and lunged toward the second Iron Guard Type 1, which had just been knocked down by the loader. But the moment he closed in, the pale blue energy flowing over the shadow armor's surface flickered and dimmed. The biological crystal core's energy faded, reaching the critical threshold of depletion. His movements froze for an instant, a single fleeting instant. Behind him, the enraged shipbreaker seized this ephemeral opportunity. Its massive frame burst forth with speed that defied its size. The heavy gauntlet studded with armor-piercing spikes whistled through the air as it slammed toward Lin Yuxi's head. Lin Yuxi instinctively raised his right arm to block. The next second, the crisp crack of breaking bones and the screech of twisting metal rang out simultaneously. The entire right arm of the shadow armor snapped backward at the elbow. The bionic scales crumpled and tore like paper, revealing the bloody arm beneath. The massive spiked gauntlet carrying immense force bent Lin Yuxi's whole right arm. Although partially deflected, it still slammed violently into the faceplate of the shadow armor. A small portion of the faceplate shattered, exposing a bloodstained, slightly vacant eye, Lin Yuxi's right eye. His pupil was slightly dilated, appearing dazed, yet faint golden light spilled out. The immense force sent him flying, crashing heavily against the alloy cabin wall behind him with a dull, thunderous boom. Lin Yuxi slid to the ground, a mouthful of bitter blood welling up from his throat. He tried to move his fingers, but found all strength drained from his body. Only his twisted, deformed right arm still sent waves of excruciating pain through him. Yet his consciousness grew even clearer, and the shipbreaker charging toward him seemed to slow down in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the shipbreaker was upon him. It raised its tumtor-long, massive disintegration blade high, the edge gleaming with cold white light, growing larger and larger in Lin Yuxi's bloodstained pupils. An electronic prompt echoed in Lin Yuxi's mind. Xingshu requests temporary access to the highest subkey privilege. Do you consent? Xingshu's anxious voice exploded in his mind. Lin Yuxi authorized quickly. You'll die. Lin Yuxi curved his lips into a faint smile. Let me do it myself, he cried out inwardly. His body had completely lost control, but his consciousness had never been so lucid. Every battle from the past days, every burst of extreme exertion, and now the near-death experience, all flashed through his mind at lightning speed. He had long sensed something inside him loosening, a suppressed power about to overflow. It was like a seed trapped by layer upon layer of shackles, needing only one final push to break through the soil. He didn't need Xingshu to fight for him. He would shatter these shackles himself with his own hands. Lin Yuxi jerked his head up. The shipbreaker's movements became unbearably slow in his eyes, slow enough to see every gleam of cold light on the blade, slow enough to see the murderous intent flickering in its crimson visor, slow enough that even the flying alloy debris in the air seemed frozen in midair. Something inside him shattered. Crack. That was the sound of genetic shackles breaking. Torrential power erupted from every limb and bone like a dam bursting, flooding his entire body. Utter exhaustion and searing pain vanished in an instant. Neural reaction, dynamic vision, physical limits. Everything surged at a terrifying rate. At the same time, this pure torrent of biological energy poured unimpeded into the depleted biological crystal core of Shadow One. The savage biomass energy swept through his body, and the Shadow One armor suddenly emitted a series of squelching sounds, a blend of metal and biology. The alloy module at the center of Lin Yuxi's faceplate mechanically split open to both sides, revealing a layered, coldly gleaming bionic jaw structure beneath. A mouth of the armor never seen before, belonging to a killing weapon. A non-human, non-mecha roar more like that of an ancient primordial beast exploded from the open faceplate, causing the alloy cabin walls of C7 to resonate with a hum. Even the frenzied infected that were charging forward halted in their tracks, intimidated by this ferocious aura. At this moment, Shadow One was no longer cold armor. It was a living symbiotic biological weapon awakened alongside its host, breaking all limits belonging solely to Lin Yuxi. The massive energy ripple pushed back all surrounding infected, even shoving the shipbreaker several meters away. As the roar subsided, Lin Yuxi slowly raised his twisted, deformed right arm. He clenched his fist. Crack, crack. The distorted, bent bones emitted crisp sounds of realignment. The damaged flesh regenerated at a visible rate, and the torn, deformed shadow armor flowed like a tide to cover and repair. In the span of a single breath, the arm that should have been completely ruined was restored to perfection. The shipbreaker staggered back a few steps, its crimson visor flickering wildly. It felt fear. It let out a furious roar, raised the disintegration blade again, and with all its might slashed down at Lin Yuxi. The heavy blade, carrying its full strength, was enough to shatter armor and split ships. But Lin Yuxi stood still, simply raising his freshly restored right hand. Clang! A deafening clash of metal rang out. He caught the razor-sharp edge of the multi-ton disintegration blade with a single hand. Clang! The deafening metallic clash exploded within the C7 compartment. The bionic scales on the palm of the shadow armor instantly densified, the originally delicate texture layers tightening and shimmering, with a metallic crystalline luster boosting its defense manifold. The immense force traveled through his arm to his entire body, and the special alloy floor beneath his feet was crushed into two deep indentations with cracks spreading like a spiderweb in all directions. The shipbreaker type, its crimson visor flickered wildly, clearly unable to comprehend the scene before it. It gripped the sword hilt with both hands, pressing down the blade with all its might, while the white glowing power core in its chest emitted a low hum. Yet that seemingly slender arm was as immovable as if cast from steel. You had fun just now, didn't you? Now it's my turn. Lin Yuxi's voice carried a cold, raspy edge. He suddenly exerted force in his right arm, and a pale golden bioenergy gushed out from between his knuckles. With a crisp crack, the sharpest edge of the fission blade was actually crushed into a piece by his bare hand. Before the shipbreaker could retract its weapon, a 15-centimeter conical bone spike shot out from Lin Yuxi's left elbow. The pale blue bioluminescence on it turned pale gold, and he bent his arm and stabbed repeatedly, with sharp whistling sounds striking the middle section of the blade. With 3 dull thumps, 3 through-holes appeared in the center of the special alloy steel fission blade. Lin Yuxi was extremely fast. After the stabbing, he retreated half a step. The bionic muscle clusters on his left arm swelled, and he gathered strength to throw a fierce punch at the 3 holes in the middle of the fission blade. The motion was seamless, so fast that it left a black afterimage. Clang! The Tumterlong giant fission blade snapped into 2 pieces. He caught the front half with his left hand and casually flung it toward the nearby cluster of infected that had just snapped out of their stunned roar and were charging at Jiang Wan and Chiden Yongyuan Manbanpai. The blade, 1 meter 10 centimeters long and thick, directly cleaved a group of ordinary infected in half, then embedded itself into the thick alloy bulkhead on one side. The shipbreaker Type 1, whose weapon was broken, froze for a moment. Before it could launch an angry counterattack, it saw a black armored boot sole already in front of its face. Bang! With a dull thud, the massive head armor of the shipbreaker type 1 had a close encounter with the soul of Lin Yuxi's shadow combat armor. The immense power from the shattered gene lock elevated his neural reflexes, dynamic vision, and physical limits to a terrifying level. The terrifying force of this kick sent the over 3-meter-tall body of the shipbreaker type 1 tumbling over a dozen meters, flattening a pile of ordinary infected along the way. Its momentum unchecked, it slammed into the alloy bulkhead, leaving the entire left half of its head armor completely caved in, revealing sparking wires and the continuously oozing white nanite swarm. Almost at the instant the shipbreaker type 1 crashed into the bulkhead, Lin Yuxi was already in front of it. He stomped hard on the armor on its chest with his left foot, and the tremendous impact caused the bulkhead behind it to crack extensively. The armor on the shipbreaker type's chest was completely dented. Its 2 mechanical arms were jolted upward by the impact, and Lin Yuxi grabbed them directly with both arms. He exerted force, suddenly his muscle clusters tensing and swelling, while his left foot continued to pin the shipbreaker's chest firmly. With 2 sharp, dull metallic structural cracking sounds, Lin Yuxi forcefully tore off both arms of the shipbreaker mech. Then he roared to the sky. Roar. The bionic jaw structure of the shadow mech emitted that unique howl again. It carried the extreme exhilaration of breaking through limits. Casually discarding the 2 arms of the shipbreaker type 1, Lin Yuxi slowly raised his right fist. The bionic scales on the black fist shimmered with pale golden bioluminescence, and he punched precisely at the core of the white nanite swarm that was fleeing from the chest armor to the head armor. Thump, 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 thump. Heavy thuds sounded as Lin Yuxi pounded the shipbreaker's head armor again and again. Under the relentless blows from the fist with pale golden bioluminescence, the head armor of the shipbreaker type 1 was reduced to a smashed watermelon, and the dense white nanite core inside began to dim. With the tremor of the final blow, the shipbreaker type 1 infected, which had been nearly dismantled by Lin Yuxi, completely stopped moving. After this wave of exhilarating outbursts, the feeling of uncontrollable power eruption within Lin Yuxi gradually subsided. A hint of fatigue began to creep in. Lin Yuxi, who had been standing straight, swayed slightly, but quickly steadied himself. He shook his head, which was beginning to feel drowsy, recalling the journey from high-intensity combat to consecutive severe injuries to the ultimate outburst. Although the source of all this power came from the gene lock limit breaking in the clone's body, enhanced by the pinnacle gene technology of the stellar core civilization, the physical body still had its limits. Fortunately, the sounds of gunfire and metal collision from outside the C7 subcontrol room were drawing closer. Holy shit, that big guy got taken down just like that. Damn, you're back from the dead. You've been beaten up so badly that you're stuck on the wall, and you're still going to the timeout corner. Brother Chidan was startled by this sudden remark from the teammate who had been dead earlier. Ever since the intense gunfire started outside, the number of infected pouring into the C7 subcontrol room had begun to decrease. By now, with the sounds of battle growing louder outside, almost no infected entered the C7 subcontrol room anymore. After dealing with the remaining scattered ordinary infected, they were completely safe. Screw you, I'm alive and well. By the way, the defense of the Starguard Type 3 power armor is really solid. When I was blasted away, I just felt a pain in my chest, everything went black, and I was disconnected. I also thought I was done for after such a heavy hit, but I wasn't willing to give up. I kept putting on the VR headset, and although the connection still didn't respond, it didn't show a respawn cooldown either. So I tried a few more times, and then I reconnected. Then I found myself stuck on the wall, unable to move. I was about to call you guys when I saw Ba Xingyan explode. The damaged armor instantly repaired itself. His arm was broken like that, but he just clenched his fist, and it was fine. Then he shattered the blade with one hand, and beat the crap out of that big guy. So satisfying. It got me all fired up. Yeah, the view from the wall is great. You've got a VIP seat for the show, ha. Zhang Wan chimed in with a jab. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and find a way to get me down. This power armor is completely dead, and I can't move at all. Ha. Our power armor is out of juice too. You'll have to wait for a later newbie to pry you off with a Starguard Type 2. No way, I don't want to hang here like a painting for everyone to see. Help. Haha, why don't you ask Ba Xingyan? That's not good, making our faction boss do something like this. Then you can just hang there. Pretending not to hear the silly banter of this group, his originally heavy mood from his own situation lightened considerably. After all, he couldn't afford to have a 4-hour cooldown per life. If the mission failed, players would be locked out of the game, but he would be stuck back in the cryopod of the Tiangong space station, frozen like an ice pop. Let you hang there, it's fine. Let the newcomers admire your heroic hanging pose as a senior. Lin Yuxi's lips twitched inside his armor, silently cursing in his mind, but on the surface, he acted as a competent NPC, only concerned with the plot and ignoring the players' silly antics. Turning to look outside the hatch behind the scattered infected clusters, he could faintly see the orderly advancing formation of several leading Starguard Type 2 power armor units. Advance. Maintain formation. 1 meter spacing. Kwangsha Keniai's voice rang steady in the squad channel as 8 Starguard 2 powered armors arranged in a wedge formation providing ample defense, while leaving room for teammates in the rear to attack. The bulky armors stood like 8 mobile fortresses firmly anchored at the front of the main passage. The particle shields on their right arms flickered with pale blue energy barriers, activating when enemy fire concentrated, deactivating to allow the teammates behind to strike. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling rounds from the Iron Guard pounded against the shields like rain, sending up ripples of fine blue light, yet not even a crack appeared. Common Infested howled as they charged, wielding alloy daggers, particle blades, and even a massive engineering wrench striking the shields with grating screeches that left only faint white marks. Shield positions, watch out. Flatten any Infested that get close. Sever their legs. Don't let them pile up in front of the shields. Kwangsha Kenti roared in the channel, then dropped his shoulder and slammed into an Infested clinging to the shield, sending it flying. At the same time, he drew a high-frequency vibroblade with his left hand, and with a flash of cold light precisely severed the legs of another Infested. The Infested tumbled to the ground, and before it could get up, 2 white figures darted through the gaps in the shield formation. 2 players clad in Blade 1 combat exoskeletons. They stabbed repeatedly with their sharp-wave short blades, striking the Infested's nanocore several times, clearly having done this many times along the way. White nano residue sizzled and vaporized as the 2 Infested gradually went still. Damn, this Starguard 2 shield it's like having an invincibility hack. Turtles Hell meta forever. Man, I wish I could get a set like that. Stop slacking off. Range positions. Iron Guard at 3 o'clock. Focus fire on his Gatling. The players in the rear immediately poked their heads through the shield gaps, opening fire with their armor-piercing energy rifles on burst mode. Dozens of pale red lasers hammered the Iron Guard, which had already exhausted its ammo, causing it to shake violently. A red laser struck its flowing nanocore, and the massive body froze, then crashed to the ground. Haha. Mine. That kill is mine. I fired first. Bullshit. I landed the final shot. Why doesn't this game have a screenshot feature? How do I get credit for the merit? Screenshot. The mission info says your clone's wristband terminal automatically records battle merits. Why would you need to quit arguing? There's a bunch more ahead waiting to be killed. If you're so brave, go charge in. Hell no, I'm not stupid. Without those 8 Starguard 2s up front, my fragile body would be torn apart in seconds. I waited so long to get online. I don't want to sit in a 4-hour timeout. The squad channel buzzed with lively chatter, occasionally punctuated by a squad leader's roar of command. The entire team moved like a precision war machine, their layered tactics orderly and efficient. Starguard 2s absorbed damage and controlled the field. Blade 1s finished off stragglers, and range positions provided fire suppression, advancing step by step. The bodies of fallen Infested grew thicker along the way, and the channel never stopped flowing with goofy banter, yet no one fell behind or broke formation. Their combat skills were solid, and the squad leaders were professionals with combat ability and tactical execution all on point. When the team pushed to a narrow pass less than 50 meters from the C7 subcontrol room, the passage suddenly constricted. The number of Infested ahead surged, flooding in like a black tide, overwhelming even the ranged fire. Watch out. Narrow terrain. Tighten formation. Kwangsha Kenti ordered. The 8 Starguard 2s immediately contracted their formation, forming a fan-shaped defensive net with their particle shields. But this was the gathering point for nearly all Infested in Sector C7 of the Star Torch station. The dense mass of Infested became a steel flood. It slammed violently into the front line of 8 Starguard 2 power armors. Although the Starguard 2 was a heavy defensive power armor, it couldn't withstand such a dense torrent. The continuous particle shields were breached, and the Infested and players finally clashed in the most intense hand-to-hand combat. The squad leaders in Starguard 2 armor raised their shields with their right arms, while their left arms wielded high-frequency vibroblades in a blur of cold light, blocking most of the Infested charge while engaging in brutal melee. The Blade 1 players flanked to the side, nimbly weaving through the Infested ranks. Using their superior speed and explosive power, they harvested the Infested that broke through the Starguard 2 line, while also shielding the ranged attackers behind them. The ranged players switched to single-shot mode, sniping distant Iron Guards. The battle was fierce, and the melee caused some disarray, but the overall formation remained intact. Damn, this thing splattered nanosludge all over me. I just got my exoskeleton. Be grateful. That alloy dagger almost hit my face. My handsome face nearly got ruined. Anyone got spare energy mags? Toss me one. I've burned through 3. Don't push. Don't. You stepped on my foot. That exoskeleton of yours weighs hundreds of pounds. You're going to flatten me. The players were locked in fierce combat when a dark silver blur suddenly shot out from the corridor corner. It moved at incredible speed, reaching the shield wall in an instant. It was a high-tier Infested mecha never seen before, with a sleek, streamlined body. Its overall configuration was strikingly similar to the Starguard 3 power armor. The dark silver alloy surface was covered in dense, white nano-infested clusters, exuding an imposing presence. It carried no ranged weapons, but from the armor's compartments, 2 dark red laser blades, over a meter long, extended instantly, and it charged straight at the leading Starguard 2 power armor. Watch out. New enemy. All hands on alert. Huangsha Kenyi's words had barely left his lips when the Haikyr-infested turned into a lightning bolt lunging straight at him. The dark red laser blades sliced through the air with a shrill whine, hacking ferociously at the Starguard 2's particle shield. A piercing energy clash echoed. Huangsha Kenyi felt a violent tremor in his right arm as a deep gash appeared on the particle shield, the energy reading plummeting by a third. So fast. Such cutting power. Huangsha Kenyi was startled, but immediately braced his shield and shoved the mecha back 2 steps. It's a halberd 1 power armor. I saw it in the setting book. This must be a Haikyr-infested. Maobing Zhanjiang, who was busy slaughtering nearby, called out in the channel. Finally a big one. Heh. Maobing. It's all yours. Roger. Just watch me. A nimble white figure darted out from behind the shield wall. The only squad leader who had chosen the Blade 1 exoskeleton, Maobing Zhanjiang. He didn't confront the halberd 1 heathen. Instead, using the extreme mobility of his lightweight exoskeleton, he ghosted around to the mecha's flank and rear. Maobing Zhanjiang let out a low shout, his high-frequency vibroblade slashing at the halberd 1's left arm joint. The halberd 1 reacted instantly, spinning around to parry with its laser blade. The high-frequency particle blade and laser sword clashed, sending up a shower of dazzling sparks. Just as the halberd 1's attention was fully absorbed by Maobing, Huangsha Kenyi seized the moment, activating his Starguard 2's thrusters. The whole armor shot forward like a cannonball. Bam! The heavy shoulder plate slammed into the halberd 1's chest, knocking it off balance and staggering it backward. The chest armor caved in a large chunk, revealing the flowing nanocore inside. Now, Maobing Zhanjiang seized that fleeting moment. He leaped into the air, spun a full turn, and used the descending momentum to drive his high-frequency vibroblade deep into the nanocore cluster at the halberd 1's chest. ZZZT, the white nano cluster dimmed. The halberd 1's movements slowed, its arm plasma swords gradually extinguished, and the massive body crashed to the ground completely inert. Damn, Maobing, you're awesome. First exoskeleton kill on a power armor. The channel erupted with cheers and as the last Iron Guard infested fell at the C7 sub-control room. Door 72 of the 90 new players had made it this far. The other 18 had fallen in the melee at the narrow passage before the door, earning themselves a 4-hour timeout. When they stepped through the C7 sub-control room door, they saw the brutal aftermath of battle, the floor littered with broken metal bodies of infested. In the corner stood a dark figure beside a massive armor wreck. The armor still bore scars and scorch marks from combat, with faint golden biological fluid flowing over its surface. The pale gold visor exuded an oppressive aura. It was Lin Yuxi, who had just finished off a shipbreaker 1. Jiang Wan and Chai Danxiong were leaning against the bulkhead, catching their breath. The most eye-catching sight was a wrecked Starguard 3 power armor hanging on the opposite wall. Damn, you guys finally made it. Duanren's voice nearly cracked with excitement in the channel. Get me down. I've been hanging here for almost 10 minutes. My arms are numb. The players were stunned for a moment, then burst into roaring laughter. Huh, isn't that brother? How did you end up on the wall? VIP viewing seat. Best angle in the house. Don't move. Let me take a photo and post it in the group. Title, The Senior's Heroic Hanging Pose. This will be a landmark spot from now on. Newcomers must pay respects to Brother Duanren. Might as well keep you hanging there. Very commemorative. Screw you all. Duanren yelled in the channel. Get me unhooked. My power armor is completely out of power. Even Lin Yuxi's mouth curled slightly beneath his shadow mask. 2 hours ago, the channel of Jiang Wan's live stream on the Dragon Kingdom's 6-point platform began with the title C7 Self-Control Cabin Assault Battle. Within this simple and plain title, there were 12 million eager viewers, and the online count was rapidly surging, about to break through to 5 million. The live stream opened with Jiang Wan's somewhat perfunctory farewell, leaving millions of viewers in the live room eager to dive into the game cabin. Then came the distinctive first-person immersive perspective typical of Jiang Wan's style, with only a few new viewers asking in the bullet comments, "Does this streamer not interact with the audience?" Followed by a wave of bullet comments jokingly teasing Jiang Wan's streaming style, such as, "This is a documentary stream. The live stream has clearly forgotten us. I sent one of the zero rockets yesterday, and the streamer didn't even grunt." It was as if any day Jiang Wan interacted with everyone during the stream would mean she had been possessed. Amidst the audience's teasing, the live camera followed Jiang Wan's first-person view into the thrilling and exhilarating battle at the alien spaceport. The sounds of energy rifles roaring, metal clashing, the howls of the infected, and the heavy breathing of the streamer, mixed with the excited cries and roars of 10 players on the communication channel, filled the air. Her full attention was always on the battlefield before her, embodying the immersive, pure live stream style she had maintained since the first day of the server launch. Here it comes. Sister Jiang Wan's live stream is finally on. I've been waiting for half an hour. Front row reserved. Today is the C7 cabin's total assault. Watching the great star flame. Wait, is this in the ventilation duct? It's too dark. My claustrophobia is acting up. In the live stream footage, the narrow ventilation duct was pitch black. Jiang Wan and her team moved forward slowly and carefully until they reached the vent exit of the C7 control cabin, where the team came to a halt. Through the footage from the hummingbird drone, Jiang Wan clearly saw the figure of the great star flame leap down from the vent, silently dispatching 3 infected beings like a black specter, then signaling the players to follow. Wow, that was so smooth. Is the great star flame an assassin? This stealth ability is incredible. That bone spike just pierced through. So cool. The team jumped sequentially down the vent, charging full speed down the main passage. As they advanced the final 700 meters, the team encountered a sudden attack from a revived Iron Guardian Type 1A, and players became entangled with it. In the next moment, Lin Yuxi appeared from behind the Iron Guardian, gripping a knife in both hands and cleaving the 3-meter-tall heavy power armor in half from above. Holy cow, that was a clean cut. That was like the wishful god sword. I've already mentally added a BGM. Is that still a human? The armor of the Iron Guardian is made of special alloy. Stop chatting. Run. There are red dots everywhere behind us. The faction boss Star Flame picked up the Gatling gun on the ground, shooting while leading the charge. Jiang Wan followed in the middle of the team, continuously firing her energy rifle, taking down the infected beings rushing towards her one by one. Behind her, the roaring sound of the iron tide grew closer, countless crimson optical sensors lighting up in the darkness like demons crawling out of hell. My God, this is too exhilarating. It's a life and death race. The infected beings behind are piling up like a mountain. We're almost there. In front is the C7 cabin door. The team finally rushed to the C7 cabin entrance, and Suja, an old ghost, immediately began the breaching operation, while Lin Yuxi stood guard at the narrow passage. Jiang Wan and the other players guarded the sides, desperately intercepting the rushing infected beings. However, the sheer number of infected beings was overwhelming, and teammates fell one after another. Jiang Wan's right arm laser launcher had already drained its energy, leaving her to block with her left hand, gripping a half-length, high-frequency particle blade. Her power armor was covered in scratches and scorch marks. Crying, Suju is gone. Old Ghost is gone. We're down to just 4 people. The Great Star Flame can hardly hold on. His armor is about to shatter. How long until the unlock? If no one comes soon, we'll all be done for. 97, 98, 99, 100. Permission unlocked. The 4th calamity is about to arrive. Quickly eliminate these damned iron lumps. Sister Jiang Wan can still be saved. At this moment, the battle inside the C7 cabin had reached its limit. Duan Rin Jiang Wan and the bomb disposal brother retreated into the cabin, desperately holding the door. Their energy was running low, and they could only engage in close combat with the rushing infected beings. It's over. We're completely backed into a corner, and they still summoned a boss. What the hell is that giant thing? Over 3 meters tall. Duan Rin, be careful behind you. In Jiang Wan's peripheral vision, a massive black-red figure burst through the cabin door, charging straight in. Duan Rin reacted quickly, firing the laser cannon with the last bit of energy, but it only made the shipbreaker slightly tilt its head. Immediately after, the spiked gauntlet on the shipbreaker's left arm swung, sending Duan Rin flying like a bullet, crashing heavily against the alloy wall, unable to detach. Duan Rin is gone too. Isn't this thing too fierce? One punch smashed the Star Guardian 3's chest armor, sending it flying over 10 meters into the wall. The Great Star Flame is in danger. Jiang Wan's camera swiftly turned to Lin Yuxi, who was struck hard by the shipbreaker against the wall. Next came a synchronous encirclement with 3 Iron Guardians Type 1, a dense spray of bullets, forming a web of... In the hail of bullets, Lin Yuxi maneuvered through with all his might, taking down 1 Iron Guardian, but exhausting his energy at the last moment. The shipbreaker seized the opportunity, shattering his right arm, and half his faceplate, crashing against the wall and losing mobility. Holy cow, his arm is shattered. The faceplate also broke. It's over, it's over. We're done for. My God. The broken faceplate, the bloodied left eye, the pale golden pupils. This is too piercing for me. I'm getting goosebumps. Starflame, hold on. Reinforcements are on the way. The shipbreaker raised the Tumterlong disintegration blade high, aiming to slash down at Starflame. Everyone thought they would see the faction boss defeated in the next second, and many had already prepared bullet comments expressing their despair about the main quest failing. But in the live stream footage, an unexpected change occurred. A faint golden light suddenly burst forth from the cracks of the shadow armor, accompanied by a roar that was neither human nor mechanical, akin to the non-human shriek of an ancient beast, startling many immersed viewers to drop their headphones. The The faceplate of the shadow armor opened like a living creature revealing layers of synthetic jaws. The originally light blue bioluminescence transformed into a dazzling pale gold, and the damaged armor rapidly repaired at a visible speed. The right arm that was supposed to be completely scrapped was restored to its original state in an instant. What the hell is this? Genetic lock. Could it be the newly added genetic lock unlocked from the settings collection? The day after the battle, the old ghost logged into the game, and the clone's eyes opened in the sleep chamber of cabin C7. He stretched lazily, raised his hand to activate the wrist terminal, and began to browse through the automatically unlocked LV1 permission panel. His fingertips glided over the dense list of functions before suddenly stopping at a strange icon. Personal live broadcasts. He scratched his head and muttered, I don't recall seeing this yesterday. Today there's a feature that allows live streaming to Earth's broadcasting platform. Since he was just casually doing his daily tasks, old ghost clicked in out of curiosity, casually typing a title Star Core Reboot C7 Cabin Daily Purifying the Infested. Without a second thought, he hit the Start Broadcast button. On Earth, the 6-point broadcasting platform experienced a surge of daily active users, by 17 following the hype from Jiang Wan's explosive live stream of the Star Core Reboot. The video remix section was inundated with edits related to the Star Core, causing traffic in the entire sci-fi game category to triple. Li Rui sat at his newly appointed managerial desk monitoring the data from Jiang Wan's live stream. Below him, the professional operations team was adjusting the live stream's title and managing the barrage of comments. In reality, they could only update the live stream's title in real time based on Jiang Wan's content, as there were almost no negative comments in the barrage. Any slight criticism would be automatically filtered out by Jiang Wan's devoted fans. 3 months ago, when he took charge of Jiang Wan's account, she was merely a small streamer with an average of 3.0 viewers tagged as game commentary hardcore technical style. Among the several streamer accounts managed by Li Rui, Jiang Wan's was quite standard except for her decent looks. There were not many standout features. However, ever since Jiang Wan began her documentary-style live streaming of Star Core Reboot, more than 10 days ago, her average viewership skyrocketed from 3.0 to over 10 million in just a short span. This meteoric rise propelled Li Rui, a newcomer, directly to the position of department manager. Charlie, you must keep a close eye on Jiang Wan. She's become the #1 streamer on the platform, and business collaborations are scheduled into next month. The brand representatives have specifically requested interaction segments. You need to negotiate for a verbal mention. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Li Rui felt a headache coming on recalling his recent conversation with the general manager. Jiang Wan was currently fully immersed in the game, and all his requests for a visit had been declined. Even when he left messages, she responded perfunctorily, saying that everyone loved her current style, and that she felt it was great not wanting to engage in too much commercial content. If only I were a bit more handsome, I could charm her into cooperation. Li Rui silently complained while browsing through related live streams and remix content about Star Core Reboot. He casually clicked on the low-traffic live stream with a simple title popped up: Star Core Reboot C7 Cabin Daily Purifying the Infested, with 37 viewers online. Another one riding the hype. Li Rui frowned, the mouse hovering over the limit button. However, on a whim, he clicked in. The live stream displayed a clean first-person VR perspective, not a commentary or relay. From this viewpoint, the owner of the live stream was fiddling with a humanoid iron lump on the control panel, and the design was unmistakable. Whoa, isn't that the infested heavyweight? Li Rui's heart erupted with excitement. He was already very familiar with the wildly popular infested monsters in Star Core Reboot, having studied Jiang Wan's streams frame by frame as a professional. There was no mistaking this design. A few scattered comments rolled by. Whoa, isn't this the newly unlocked infested purification chamber from the C7 section in Star Core Reboot? Old Ghost. Is that the old ghost from Jiang Wan's team, the creator of the first recorded Fallen player? The old ghost glanced at the barrage prompt on his smart terminal and responded with a smile. Hey, that's me. The very first Fallen player, the one who got crushed by Iron Guard Type 1 after awakening. I just leveled up to LV1 and discovered the live streaming feature, and I didn't expect anyone to actually watch. Li Rui abruptly straightened up, processing the interaction between old ghost and the viewers. His heart raced. Whoa, this isn't just riding the hype. It's really the old ghost. What shocked him even more was that old ghost could actually talk, and was actively chatting with the audience. Any streamer can talk and interact with fans except for Jiang Wan. Li Rui's internal complaints were unending. Everyone, Li Rui shouted to the operations team in the room. Operations Team 1, give this Star Core Reboot C7 Cabin Daily Purifying the Infested full homepage promotion across the site. Push it to all recommendation spots. Operations Team 2, strengthen the floating prompt in Jiang Wan's live stream, linking it to Old Ghost stream. Tech Team, allocate the highest bandwidth separately. Hurry up. 30 seconds later, the streaming promotion began. The news that players in Star Core Reboot had started live streaming spread like wildfire across forums, fan groups, and the barges of major live streams. In just 5 minutes, the number of online viewers in Old Ghost's live stream skyrocketed from single digits to 30,000, with barges flooding the screen, nearly obscuring the visuals. In the game, Old Ghost was pushing a cart full of infested remains to the purification workstation. He placed the oddly glowing metal fragments on the control panel, initiated the system's assisted purification process, and a pale blue energy screen slowly descended, enveloping the remains to begin disintegration. Whoa, so many people. Only then did he notice the rapidly scrolling barrage, momentarily taken aback, and then smiled. I'm just messing around here. I didn't expect so many people to watch. Old Ghost, could you tell us what's going on right now? Jiang-Wan hasn't said anything, and we're all about to burst. Is the purification task difficult? Has the military merit system been updated on the official backend? Is it easy to earn military merit? Old Ghost adjusted the parameters of the workstation while leisurely commenting, difficult. It's more than just difficult. When the purification task was first opened, all players on the server went crazy trying to grab it, thinking they could effortlessly farm military merits and Star Core points. What happened next? He pointed at the densely packed parameters and flowchart on the control panel. This game is too hardcore. Although the smart terminal has a complete set of detailed operation processes, ordinary people really can't manage it. There's a whole lot of jargon. Nanodecomposition threshold, energy circuit calibration, residual infestation clearance rate. If you don't have a solid foundation, you won't understand anything. When ordinary players come here, they either stare blankly at the panel, clicking for ages only to fail, or they painstakingly follow the manual step by step, taking 3 hours just to purify a single piece of debris. The efficiency is laughably low. In the end, when they calculate the rewards, the Star Core points aren't even enough to buy consumables, and gradually no one wants to touch it anymore. So it turns out that this game requires technical positions to have certifications, huh? No wonder you can do it, Old Ghost. You must be a professional. He chuckled lightly, revealing his background. In reality, I'm just a mechanical maintenance technician in a factory, dealing with machinery and parts every day, tightening screws, adjusting circuits, and repairing machines for 5 or 6 years now. Plus, I've been playing in off-world construction games for several years, so I have some virtual operation experience. Combining both types of experience makes it a bit easier for me to handle this. I must say, work is exhausting. I work 3 shifts covered in grease, and my monthly salary is just a pittance. I specifically applied for half a month's vacation, planning to relax at home, but it turns out that playing this game is busier than working. The working people are in tears, so it turns out that the big shot is also a brick mover in real life. What about Su Zhe and Lu Nan? How are they so impressive? Upon mentioning these two, admiration flashed across Old Ghost's face. Those two are the real big shots. Su Zhe studied mechanical engineering, and I'm not sure what Lu Nan studied, but it seems like his expertise surpasses Su Zhe's, so they must both be from legitimate backgrounds. They can purify at speeds more than twice as fast as mine, with almost 0 error rates. They've long stopped doing such basic tasks and just took on a specialized repair task for the Star Guardian 3 power armor. They've been in the repair chamber all day. You might not believe this, he said, shrugging helplessly. Even with my dual background, when I encounter particularly complex procedures, I still have to go offline occasionally to check information and study the operation instructions in the game. This isn't just playing a game, it feels like attending an online engineering night school. Old Ghost, could you tell us about the updates after the C7 raid battle? It seems there are many new maps: a military merit system, squad system, and exchange system. We can't figure it out just by looking at the official backend. Yes, hurry and tell us. I've got my notebook ready. Once I get the beta testing qualification, I'm going to grind for the Star Guardian 3. Cut it out. As for the Star Guardian 3, the official setting collection says that to interact with the Star Guardian 3, you need at least LV3 permission to qualify. How does one even obtain this permission? I'm completely lost. Wah. Old Ghost chuckled, but his hands didn't stop moving. The pale blue light screen flickered continuously, extracting and purifying the black mist from the infested remains as the originally rusted metal fragments gradually regained their silver-gray metallic luster. Seeing the number of viewers in the live stream increasing, he seized the moment during the purification process to clap his hands. Since everyone is so curious, I'll share my understanding of the update content with you all. Let me explain the current rules to everyone. It's quite simple, just 2 types of currency. One is the Star Core point, which can be earned through infrastructure development, equipment repair, salvaging debris, and purification used for daily consumption and materials. The other is the military merit point, which can be obtained through combat and technical tasks. This is hard currency, all upgrades depend on it. Without military merit, having many Star Core points is useless. Currently, permissions are divided into 4 levels, and the highest we all can reach is LV. 1. LV. 2 requires more military merit and Star Core points to unlock equipment upgrades and control of the defense systems. The threshold for LV. 3 is higher. It allows the posting of low-tier tasks, and also unlocks the command system for the Legion in the future. Right now, there are 100 players in the entire server directly organized into 10 small teams based on the previous C7 competition setup, with the team leaders having a privilege to borrow equipment from the arsenal. Old Ghost pointed to a player in the distance who was moving supplies currently individuals cannot exchange for power armor and exoskeletons, but team leaders can borrow according to their quota. Each team will have 1 Star Guardian 2 and 5 sets of Blade 1 exoskeletons, which can be used during missions and will automatically be returned after completion, and there's no need to compensate for damages. Where do those equipments come from? We can't keep relying on borrowing, can we? Weren't there many equipments picked up before? Where did they all go? All the standardized equipment picked up before has been uniformly returned to the arsenal. Old Ghost explained currently the equipment in the arsenal mainly comes from 2 sources. One is what we are doing now, purifying and restoring the remains of the defeated invaders into usable equipment. The other is scavenging the materials left in the space station. As for the top-tier Star Guardian 3, don't even think about it. All 3 are damaged and repairs will require a large number of rare components. It will probably take a long time before we can use them again. As the purification process reached the final step, the workbench emitted a light ding sound, and a piece of intact metal armor plate slid out. Old Ghost placed it into the nearby supply box, and the system prompt sounded: purification of invader remains completed. 1. Gain star core points 120, technical military merit 5. Did you see that? That's the profit. Normal players doing this, if they are completely inexperienced in technical matters, might not even complete 1 such task in a day. Other tasks simply can't compare in value. As a skilled worker like me, I can finish 23 in a day, so the profit is quite good, huh? Wow, so we've entered the infrastructure mode now. I still prefer combat. Mechs are a man's romance. What could be more exciting than constructing a giant space fortress? I saw in the background information that there's even a Dyson sphere. Oh my, I really want to go inside. No combat, where would the resources come from? Without the desperate battle in the last C7 sub-control chamber, where would the current stable development come? That's right. I believe that according to the game's tone, it definitely won't let players relax. Now our C7 self-control system has an active black mist nano cluster refreshing every 3 days. As long as we continue to operate in the space station without being cleared, the activity level of the black mist nano cluster will rise. Although we currently hold control over the entire C7 section with a quantum signal shielding system that can initially shield the detection of the black mist domain control units, and we have control over all access systems, physically isolating the invaders for the time being. But if we just relax and develop like this, we will undoubtedly end up dead. He lowered his voice slightly, speaking more seriously. From the day we took the C7 section, after 30 days, the activity level of the Black Mist nanocluster will exceed the threshold of our quantum signal shielding system, and the signal shielding here will completely fail. At that time, all the invaders in the Star Torch space station will come to besiege us. Who knows how many monsters like the broken ship Type 1 are still lurking in this vast station. Apart from the Great Star Flame, anyone else who encounters them will simply be food. Relaxing and developing is just waiting to die. Within 30 days, we must break through to other sections, gain more permissions, bring in more players, and acquire more equipment to have a chance at survival. The barrage immediately ignited. 30 days. That's so urgent. So this is a countdown to survival. Then what? Hurry up and grind. Oh, the point is, seizing new sections means new slots. Old Ghost, keep it up. Let the brothers in. This game is so hardcore. New slots depend on players fighting for them. Don't forget that the Triple Crown team of Star Skeleton line has settled in. With the Crazy Shark and Iron Eater, I believe seizing the new section will be no problem. I think Broken Blade is also very strong. Although they were ultimately hung on the wall, their combat quality is really top-notch. Don't worry, we will definitely fight for the new section. Broken Blade has already started exploring the situation in other sections with Crazy Shark. Once the intelligence gathering is complete, we should be able to preliminarily determine the plan for the contest. Old Ghost waved his hand, returning to a relaxed tone. By the way, during purification, there will also be an item called Black Mist Components that drops. Submitting them to the system can exchange for star core points and military merit. We still don't know what this thing is useful for. The system indicates it has high research value. Now, directly submitting the remains of the invaders can already exchange for star core points, and some high-level remains can be exchanged for military merit. In the following hours, Old Ghost continued to do purification tasks while joking with the barrage. When someone asked about Broken Blade, Old Ghost laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up. Broken Blade, huh? The place where he was hung is specifically left unrepaired. It has now become a famous attraction in our C7 section. He wishes he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. I teased him a bit, and he hasn't paid any attention to me all day, ha. When someone asked why Jiang Wan wasn't interacting, Old Ghost explained Sister Jiang Wan has that style, going for an immersive documentary route. It seems that there was no barrage interaction feature before. Talking alone might feel weird while I'm just a chatterbox loving to chat with everyone. Unknowingly, today's purification tasks were also completed. He placed the last purified armor plate into the supply box and stretched his back. Alright brothers, the work for today is done. I need to log off for a meal and some rest. They'll come back tomorrow to live stream the equipment repair and show everyone what the repair chamber looks like. After bidding farewell to the barrage, Old Ghost clicked to exit the game, his consciousness returning to the real world in his rented apartment. He took off the gaming helmet, rubbed his slightly sore eyes, and got up to prepare a bowl of instant noodles. He caught a glimpse of the live broadcast ending page on the terminal screen and casually opened the back end of the live streaming platform. In the next second, he froze in place. On the screen, the number of online viewers in the live room was clearly displayed, 887653. And the earnings for today were clearly written, $7,642. $7,642.80. Old Ghost blinked, rubbed his eyes again to confirm he wasn't seeing things, and stood in front of the computer stunned for a full half-minute. He worked himself to the bone in the factory, doing overtime every day, and at most earned over $6,000 a month. Yet today he only spent 6 hours doing daily tasks in the game and chatting casually with the audience, earning more money than his. Old Ghost took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He looked at the gaming helmet on the table, and a smile gradually spread across his face. Brick moving. Moving bricks. Who cares about that? Whoever wants to come can come. Being able to do what one loves and make a living from it, who wouldn't want such? Old Ghost clenched his fist, looking at the numbers on the screen, and the corners of his mouth rose higher and higher. No more 3-shift rotations, no more being covered in grease, just playing the games he loves while making money. In the exclusive chamber of the No. 2 Fireseed satellite, a pale blue low-temperature mist flowed slowly along the cabin walls, rendering the entire space serene yet frigid. Lin Yuxi relaxedly leaned back in the alloy seat, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the armrests, as the captivating pale golden pupils, which had mesmerized during the explosive activation of his genetic lock, had now completely reverted to a deep pure black. The nearly exhausting battle earlier not only allowed him to successfully break through the first layer of the genetic lock, but also enabled the power of this inheritor's clone body to achieve a qualitative leap. He raised his hand and waved slightly, causing a pale blue holographic panel to appear before his eyes. Clone data report, clone name Xingyan, clone enhancement level 330, genetic lock layers 1 layer, clone linkage 29, clone talent system, dual system of combat and control exclusive to the inheritor with a 20 efficiency bonus. Lin Yuxi clenched his fist, the joints making a crisp crackling sound as a distant sensation of power flowed through his limbs, every inch of muscle and every nerve feeling as if they had been newly polished, granting him an unprecedented level of control over his body. Lin Yuxi glanced up and saw a tall, ethereal figure hovering beside him, arms crossed, head tilted to one side. Today her white hair was tied back in a neat ponytail, and the colorful dresses had been replaced by a black and white space captain uniform of the Star Corps civilization, with her pointed ears twitching slightly. This is how Xing Shu was when Lin Yuxi emerged from the cryo chamber. She ignored him and refused to look at him, clearly upset. Cough, cough. Still angry. Lin Yuxi lightly coughed twice, trying to ease the awkwardness as he initiated the conversation. I'm fine, really. Lin Yuxi softened his tone and continued to coax. Look at my attribute panel. My enhancement level has increased significantly, and I successfully unlocked the genetic lock without leaving any aftereffects. You call this fine? Xing Shu finally turned around sharply, her magnetic voice laced with evident anger, her ice blue eyes wide open. Just now the splitter's cleaving blade was only 10 centimeters from your head. If you hadn't forcefully broken through the genetic lock at the last moment, you would have been reduced to a puddle of flesh. I told you I could handle it. Lin Yuxi scratched his nose. Handle it? You. Xing Shu, frustrated, stomped her foot in the air, her ethereal form swaying as she continued. I wanted to take over your body at that moment, but you wouldn't let me. What are you trying to prove? It's fine if you die alone, but the entire Star Corps civilization's Fireseed plan would be completely ruined. Do you know what that means? It means the last hope of billions of our compatriots would be utterly lost due to your momentary bravado. As she spoke, her anger intensified and her adorable pointed ears trembled more violently, while her white ponytail swayed back and forth, transforming her originally composed image into that of a frenzied kitten. Lin Yuxi put away his smile and said seriously, I'm sorry, it was my oversight. But given the circumstances at that time, I had to bear it myself. Only by breaking through the genetic lock myself could I truly master this power, so that when facing stronger enemies in the future, I wouldn't be a burden. Moreover, I didn't want you to exhaust your energy and fall into slumber. He paused, looking at Xing Shu's still tense face, and added, I promise that next time I encounter a similar situation, I will definitely call you first and never act recklessly again, okay? Xing Shu stared at him for several seconds, a hint of warmth flashing in her ice blue eyes, but also some residual fear. She huffed lightly, and suddenly turned her face away, crossing her arms as she floated in the air, saying, "Who needs your promise? I'm just afraid that if you die, no one will do the work for me." After saying that, she raised her hand and lightly tapped a neat holographic data stream appearing at her fingertips, her tone returning to a cool professionalism. The genetic lock state is stable with no abnormal fluctuations. "So do you know the next plan?" Lin Yuxi smiled, deepened, not addressing her pride, and pointed in the void. The holographic panel instantly switched, revealing the chat group of players. He was not in the group, but with Xing Shu as his cheat, he could easily peek without any pressure. At this moment, the player group was in an uproar. "Old Gue brothers. I just streamed for 6 hours. Guess how much I earned?" Old Gue, $7,642.08. That's even more than working hard for a month at the factory. The moment the message was sent, the group was instantly flooded with a chorus of "Wow. Suja, did you rob a bank? Duan Run, is that for real? Can you earn so much from streaming games? Huang Sha Kentai Hihi, you guys don't know yet, the richest lady in the group is our 6-pointed star sister Jiangwan. Jiangwan, get lost. I'm a beauty, not a rich lady. But honestly, I also saw that LV1 updated the live streaming feature, and everyone can give it a try. Now that the StarCore reboot is so hot, the profits should be good. Romance of science students, the working class people, are in tears. Finally, we can stop struggling to make a living." Watching the messages rapidly scroll across the screen, Lin Yuxi couldn't help but smile slightly. Everything was progressing as planned. Is it really okay to let them rely on streaming for income? Xing Shu floated beside him, looking down at the player group interface. Though still carrying a bit of residual annoyance, her tone had completely returned to professionalism. The 30-day window is extremely tight. What if they all focus on streaming and delay the plan to seize the new cabin section? On the contrary, Lin Yuxi withdrew his gaze, his tone calm, yet firm, to make them fully invest their energy in the space station strategy. In such a short time, relying solely on so-called game enjoyment is far from sufficient. They are all ordinary people. They need to eat, support their families, and face the pressures of real life. If we can't provide them with a stable income channel and show them tangible benefits sooner or later, some will drop out for real life. Streaming is just the first step. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of depth. With a low barrier to entry and quick results, we need to firmly bind this first batch of core players to the game. As for what can truly make everyone flock to the StarCore reboot, I have also prepared that. You mean StarCore technology? Xing Shu raised an eyebrow, a glint of light flashing in her ice blue eyes. Lin Yuxi nodded gently. Haven't you already prepared the simplified version of the technology adapted to Earth's level for me? It's just waiting for the right moment to launch. When that time comes, the quotas for entering the StarCore reboot will become opportunities for everyone to change their fate and reach the pinnacle of their lives. Xing Shu was silent for a moment, streams of data flowing slowly around her, as if she were calculating something. After a moment, she spoke. "I understand. We have already seized Sector C7. What is your subsequent plan?" Lin Yuxi tapped his fingertips in the void, bringing up a three-dimensional holographic map of the Star Torch space station, and his voice turned serious. "I plan to first have the combat team continue clearing the remaining infected bodies in Sector C7, recover all the wreckage, send them to the purification chamber for cleansing, and then use the newly unlocked repair bay to repair the purified infected body remains, converting them into equipment usable by the players. Among our current players, there are a few who are quite skilled in technical tasks. The purification and repair of infected bodies are very suitable for them. They will be the backbone of our future RD and logistics department. Then dispatch the elites of the Broken Blade and Shark squads to explore all surrounding sectors in batches, survey the defensive layout and infected body distribution in each area, and quickly determine our next target to seize. Finally, organize a group of players to go on an extravehicular mission to the debris belt outside the space station, collect all usable basic materials and rare parts, support subsequent construction and equipment repair needs, and initially establish our logistics foundation." By the way, Lin Yuxi frowned slightly and looked at Xing Shu beside him. "Why did you ask me to set such generous rewards for collecting the black mist components generated during the purification of infected bodies? What use are these things?" Xing Shu's tone suddenly became somewhat ethereal. "Black mist components are the key to unlocking black mist technology." Lin Yuxi raised an eyebrow. "That's right," Xing Shu said slowly. "This is a technology that the StarCore civilization only completed preliminary development on before its demise. It is the most powerful and most dangerous technological system, and it is our trump card to turn the tables against those beings in the future. However, with your current authority, you cannot unlock the related information. I know you must be full of doubts now, but once you have completely controlled the entire Star Torch space station, I will tell you everything I can. It will be soon. The information I hold is getting more and more complete. Only the last bit is missing: the final acquisition of the main control authority of the Star Torch space station." Lin Yuxi gave her a deep look and did not press further. He knew Xing Shu's personality. If she was not supposed to say it, no amount of asking would yield an answer. Since she said so, the importance of the black mist components was definitely far beyond his imagination. He raised his hand and waved, and the three-dimensional holographic map of the Star Torch space station slowly dissipated in the air. The cabin returned to silence with only the pale blue low-temperature white mist still flowing slowly along the walls. Outside the porthole was a universe tinged with crimson and pitch black. The Star Torch space station, like a dormant steel behemoth, silently floated in the darkness. And on the blue planet 980 light-years away, a storm triggered by this game was just beginning to sweep through the entire scientific community. Earth Longwa Nanhai City. In a villa hidden in the greenery of the suburbs, warm yellow light filled the dining room. The glow of a crystal chandelier fell softly on the solid wood dining table, which was covered with steaming home-style dishes. Lu Ran was burying his head in his bowl, shoveling rice into his mouth, his cheeks puffed up like a hamster stealing food. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Lu's mother smiled and placed another piece of braised pork ribs on his plate, scolding him affectionately. Child, you come home looking like you haven't eaten for 3 days. Can't you eat on time at the studio? I'm busy, Mom. Lu Ran said indistinctly, still chewing. The game just launched recently, tons of things to do, working overtime every day until midnight. At the head of the table, Lu Tianzi put down his chopsticks and picked up his teacup for a sip. He was wearing a well-ironed dark shirt, sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing a simple mechanical watch on his wrist. His brows carried the calmness and sharpness of one who had long held a high position. As the deputy director of the Longwa Space Administration, he rarely had time to eat at home. Today he had come back early, a rare occasion, just to wait for Lu Ran. He watched his son wolfing down food, was silent for a moment, then spoke. Lu Ran, I have something to ask you. Lu Ran looked up, a half-eaten pork rib still in his mouth. Dad, what is it? That StarCore reboot, was it released by your Star Studio? Lu Ran's movement paused, then he continued, eating the rib as if nothing had happened. Yes. What's the matter, Dad? What's the matter? Lu Tianzi put down his teacup, his tone turning serious. Do you know how big a stir this game has caused? Not just the gaming community, but the entire scientific and aerospace fields. Even the National Academy of Sciences are discussing it. He paused, then continued. In our space administration, almost everyone is talking about this game. What we care about is not the game itself, but the full simulation technology in the game. Especially the physics engine, which is said to have reached industrial-grade precision with an error rate of less than 0.3. Lu Ran understood inwardly but pretended to be surprised. Is it that amazing? I'm just in charge of operations. I don't know much about the technical side. Lu Tianzi shot him a glance, clearly not believing the excuse, but didn't call him out. It's not just the space administration. He sighed, his tone carrying a hint of difficulty. Yesterday, academician Wang from the Materials Research Institute of the National Academy of Sciences came to me personally. You should know him. He is the chief of the Domestic Space Elevator Core Material Project. Hearing the word space elevator, Lu Ran's eyes flickered slightly, and he put down his chopsticks. His project is now, Lu Tianzi's voice lowered. Their funding is only enough for the last 3 sets of experiments, and they only have 3 months left. If they can't produce results, the entire project will be shelved, and all the hard work of their team over the past decade will be wasted. He told me that the most advanced physical simulation system they're using now has an error rate of over 35, and for complex experiments it can even reach 50, making it completely useless for reference. All data has to be accumulated through physical experiments, which are costly and time-consuming. They simply can't afford it. Until he saw that technical analysis post by old Zhou, that is academician Zhou from the former Tianshu AI lab. Lu Tianzi looked at Lu Ran with sharp eyes. Academician Wang said that if the physical precision of StarCore reboot really can reach 0.3, then they could import the molecular model of carbon nanotubes into it and run 10,000, 100,000 simulation experiments with 0 cost and 0 risk. If they can just screen out a few promising molecular structures and then do physical verification, they can save at least 90 of their funding and advance the timeline by at least 2 years. The dining room fell silent with only the ticking of the wall clock. Lu's mother, seeing the serious expressions of father and son, also put down her chopsticks, not daring to interrupt. Lu Ran was silent for a moment, then looked up at Lu Tianzi and said seriously, Dad, I understand what you mean. But regarding this matter, I really don't have the say. I have my difficulties. I can't tell you too much. I can only tell you that the technology is real, but I also understand the importance of this matter. I will do my best to help. He paused, then added, I will convey academician Wang's needs and the project situation to the technical team exactly as they are. But I cannot guarantee the outcome. Whether they are willing to open the technical permissions, and when that will be up to them. Hearing this, Lu Tianzi's tense shoulders visibly relaxed. He picked up his teacup, took another sip, and exhaled. Good. Ask for me as soon as possible, the sooner the better. Academician Wang really can't wait any longer. Lu Tianzi still had confidence in his son. He knew how to weigh things in matters of national importance. I understand, Dad. He'll contact them after dinner. Lu Ran nodded and picked up his chopsticks again, but as he bowed his head to eat, a look of sudden realization flashed in his eye. No wonder Lin Han had sent him a star message today telling him that if any official level person contacted him and was interested in the full simulation technology of StarCore Reboot, he should neither agree nor refuse, but first explain the specific situation to him. But what he didn't expect was that the official level person who came to him was his own father. It seems that Lin Shen and his team's ambition is not small. However, as someone who had voluntarily given up development in the aerospace field and devoted himself to the virtual game RD industry, he certainly knew what the full simulation technology mastered by Lin Han's team meant for the current technological field. Simply put, it was a cheat device with almost zero cost, but high output. Once empowered by this full simulation technology, breakthroughs in all technologies on Earth would take off like a rocket, and humanity's exploration of the stars would enter a new level. In the southern coastal city of Longhua, at the top floor of the Yunding Private Club, there were no cameras, no wait staff, only 3 people in the room with 3 cups of coffee that had long gone cold and a stack of documents printed with the word Xingqian Studio. Shen Tua's fingertips gently tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound. He wore a well-tailored dark gray suit with a low-key Patek Philippe on his wrist, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He was known as the Wolf King in Longwo's venture capital circle, the founder and chairman of Ruijin Capital Group. The 2 men sitting opposite him were also prominent figures in Longwo's business world, yet at this moment they both reigned in their brilliance and looked at Shen Tua with respect. Lu ran Xingqian Studio StarCore Restart strategic partnership with Xiantian Research Institute. Shen Tua picked up the top sheet of paper, his tone icy, fully realistic technology with a physical accuracy error rate of 0.30, a $1 trillion opportunity. Brother Shen, we've looked into it. A Xingqian Studio has no official backing from Longhua, and their collaboration with the Xiantian Research Institute is merely a framework strategic cooperation agreement. We have exhausted all channels, but haven't traced back to the RD team of StarCore Restart. The only thing we can confirm is their deep connection with Xingqian Studio. The man on the left spoke with a hint of disdain. These soft persimmons are easy for us to squeeze. This is the biggest opportunity I've seen in nearly 10 years, no, nearly 20 years. This disruptive technology must be in our hands. The man on the right added, sliding his finger across the table. The plan is ready, we can initiate it tomorrow. First cut off all his cross-border financing channels, then intercept all his business connections, and finally strangle his technology export filings. Within a week, he will have to come to us offering the technology on a silver platter. Shen Tua nodded, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Remember, we operate only through legal business means. Do not pursue any unofficial routes. I know you are close to some official contacts, but this is Longhua, and you must remember the rules of the Guanyu Fund. The 2 men quickly nodded in agreement. As peripheral members of the Guanyu Fund in Longhua, they understood the terrifying financial power of the fund and its global influence. In fact, those not at a certain level were unaware of the fund's existence, and they were well aware of its rules. In other countries, the Guanyu Fund operates in both political and business spheres with intertwined relationships. However, in Longhua, it can only develop in the business realm, strictly prohibited from infiltrating official channels. Early members who failed to adhere to this rule either vanished without a trace or faced disgrace. At that moment, Shen Tua's encrypted private communicator, which he had placed under the table, suddenly vibrated. It was a black device with no markings, specifically designed for communication among members of the Guanyu Fund. Shen Tua's expression changed. Just at this moment, he received a message from the Guanyu Fund. Could it be that other senior members from different organizations had also set their sights on this lucrative target? Although he had been with the Guanyu Fund for many years, he was still a peripheral member. He knew very well that if any formal member showed interest in this project, he would have no ability to resist. He quickly picked up the communicator. The screen displayed only a simple line of text: terminate all hunting operations against Lu Ran Xingqian Studio and the StarCore Restart. Prohibit any hostility and suppression. Cooperate with Lu Ran using the best resources of Ruijin Capital for the commercialization of fully realistic technology, holding only 5 of the shares and not interfering with any technical decisions. The tone was flat, without inquiries or reasons. In the air-conditioned room where the temperature was slightly low, beads of cold sweat began to form on Shen Tua's forehead. The message was signed simply with an L, but he knew exactly what that meant. The head of the Guanyu Fund's Asian division. It was a formal member of the Guanyu Fund, possibly one with decision-making power. The hierarchy of the Guanyu Fund is strict, with lower-level identities being transparent to the upper levels, while upper-level identities are absolute secrets to those below. He did not even know the organizational structure of the Guanyu Fund because he was not qualified. He only knew that a single letter code represented a formal member, and the order of the letters might relate to the ranking of the formal members. He belonged to the Asian division, and the only formal member he knew by a letter code was L. He had no way of knowing the specifics of their identity, But he understood that if he defied LS orders, his best outcome would be disgrace, especially since this was Longhua, where the Guan Yu Fund is known for its cautious approach. His fingers tightened suddenly, turning white from the pressure, and the cold sweat on his forehead increased. The two men across from him noticed Shen Tua's reaction and instantly changed their expressions, not daring to breathe. They all knew that the only thing that could cause Shen Tua to lose his composure like this was receiving instructions from the upper echelons of the Guan Yu Fund. The room fell into a brief silence with only the faint sound of the air conditioning vent. It took a full 2 minutes for Shen Tua to slowly raise his head, his voice trembling slightly. Immediately, right now, cancel. Prepare the most generous commercial cooperation proposal and bring out our best team and resources. Tomorrow morning, I will personally meet Lu Ran. The two exchanged glances, not daring to ask another question, and quickly left the room to prepare the relevant matters for the commercialization proposal. Shen Tua sat alone in the empty room, staring at the cold text on the screen, unmoving for a long time. I should have seen this coming. How could such epic-making technology suddenly appear, especially in the hands of an unknown young person? Indeed, there was a shadow of the Guan Yu Fund behind this. This team had become the prey of a senior member of the Guan Yu Fund long ago. No, it could also be that this team originated from the Guan Yu Fund itself, now merely using a virtual game to promote the commercialization of this realistic technology. Regardless, this was not a benefit he could covet. He understood that if such technology coupled with the operational support of the Guan Yu Fund, how great its commercial value would be. Even with just a 5 stake, his Ruijin capital could ascend to a new level. This was not a setback, but an opportunity. El did not push him out. Instead, he urged him to actively engage and complete the commercialization, even granting him 5 of the shares, because he was indeed the most suitable person in Longhua to help commercialize this technology. The Guan Yu Fund style has always been about leveraging resources among peers to develop together, clearing obstacles. The higher-ups allowing lower-level members to participate in plans has never meant eating everything clean. They would always share reasonable profits. This is one of the reasons the Guan Yu Fund has developed to its current standing in over 10 years. Feeling as though he had figured everything out, Shen Tua revitalized himself. This was the biggest opportunity of his life, and he had to seize it firmly. I will personally handle the cooperation proposal. That will be more reassuring. The next morning, Lu Ran was staring at his computer in his studio, feeling troubled. Last night, after chatting with Lin Han on Xingxuan, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. The blueprint of Xinghe technology, a tech giant destined to be etched into the history of Earth's technological development, had been vividly outlined in his mind. But when he calmed down, he realized that he was alone with only a few odd-job employees in his studio. Even with such groundbreaking technology in a commercial system that was fully mature and extremely competitive, it was impossible to create a tech giant out of thin air relying solely on technology. A mature operational team and massive initial capital were both indispensable. Where could he get these things? He was considering whether to approach some of the top venture capital firms in the country, but then he thought that Lin Han's team would never accept the harsh terms of venture capital. Ding dong. Just as Lu Ran was feeling frustrated, the doorbell of the studio suddenly rang. Lu Ran opened the door with confusion and saw a middle-aged man in a suit standing outside, followed by 2 assistants in black suits exuding a powerful aura. Are you Mr. Lu Ran? I'm Shen Tua from Ruijin Capital. The man extended his hand, wearing a perfectly appropriate smile, with a very sincere attitude. Lu Ran was stunned. Shen Tua, the Shen Tua from Ruijin Capital, the Wolf King who dominated the venture capital circle. It should be him. He had seen Shen Tua's photo in a financial report before, and it looked very similar to the middle-aged man in front of him. But why would he come to see him? Could it be that he was after the full immersion technology of Xinghe restart? However, Lu Ran wasn't too worried. He saw things clearly. Lin Han's team not only could develop such groundbreaking technology, but had also previously gotten the Xiantian Research Institute to voluntarily endorse them. Their background was definitely not simple, and certainly not something ordinary venture capital could covet. With that thought, Lu Ran politely invited Shen Tua inside, led them to the living room, and casually poured tea. Mr. Lu will be straightforward. After sitting down, Shen Tua skipped the pleasantries and directly handed over a thick cooperation proposal. We at Ruijin Capital are very optimistic about the full immersion technology your team has developed. Although your team's technical prowess is admirable, the commercial system in this industry is now mature. Domestic leading companies like Juxing Huanyuxing and Xiantian have all been deeply rooted in this field for many years. In the international immersion technology sector, there are even more top-tier multinational corporations like Huoderqidian and Lion. Without a professional operations team and targeted resource connections, to be blunt, it will be very difficult for your team's technology to succeed commercially. Shen Tua's style was to get straight to the point. He wasn't worried that being too blunt would offend this mysterious young man, because his politeness and sincerity were reflected in the proposal he had provided. Lu Ran took the proposal. He didn't respond to Shen Tua's words, merely smiling non-committally, and instead began to carefully read the thick cooperation proposal. Shin Tuo wasn't upset that the other party didn't answer. Instead, he grew more appreciative of this young man. Holding such groundbreaking technology, he remained calm and composed, not intimidated by the seasoned businessman, and handled the situation with ease. Truly someone worthy of the attention from above. Meanwhile, Lu Ran was thinking, good, here it comes. No wonder Lin Han only talked about the direction of technology implementation last night, and didn't mention a word about initial capital or operations team. I thought it was a test from Lin Han, but it turns out this was already prepared. I just need to confirm receipt. However, as he read further, he grew more and more shocked. Damn, the terms were too generous. Ruijin Capital would invest only 200 million yuan for a 5 stake in the newly established tech company, take full responsibility for building the operations team and product promotion, share Ruijin Capital's global business resources, and would not participate in any technical decisions or interfere with the company's core management. The ownership, technical control, and 95% of the profits of the newly established tech company would all belong to the tech. They could freely deploy Ruijin Capital's permanent business teams in 27 major economies worldwide, covering all tech-strong countries and emerging markets, fully responsible for liaising with governments, research institutions, and multinational corporations, as well as all cross-border compliance, overseas taxation, and intellectual property layout. Ruijin Capital's holding company had participated in the formulation of 3 national virtual technology standards and had direct channels to the standard committees of MIT, ISO, and IEEE, and would fully promote the full immersion technology of Xinghe Restart as a global industry standard. This wasn't just a partnership, it was handing him a ready-made global commercial empire on a silver platter. Investing hundreds of millions, mobilizing all industry resources, and only asking for a 5 dividend stake, without vying for any technical control or company governance. If Lu Ran hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought the man in front of him wasn't the renowned wolf king of venture capital, but rather an angel investor dedicated to change. Lu Ran looked up, his gaze strange as he stared at Shin Tuo. President Shin Yu. Mr. Lu, don't doubt it. This proposal has full legal effect. Our Ruijin Capital's signature has been completed throughout the document. As long as your team signs, the contract will take effect immediately. Shin Tuo smiled slightly, his tone extremely sincere. We at Ruijin Capital are very confident in the future of full immersion technology, and we also highly recognize the capability of Mr. Lu's team. We only hope to catch this express train, be the commercial driver behind you, and get a share of the pie. Lu Ran was silent for a moment. He wasn't a fool. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Shin Tuo had offered such favorable terms, so favorable that they defied business logic. There must be a hidden story. Although it was likely what he had guessed, that Shin Tuo was the contact arranged by Lin Han's team, he still needed to confirm with Lin Han himself. If he was wrong, the joke would be on him. President Shin, please allow us some time to consider. I need to discuss it with my technical team, Lu Ran said politely. Of course. Shin Tuo nodded with a smile, stood up, and said, I believe Mr. Lu has seen my sincerity. Please also convey my respects to the leader of your team. I'll take my leave now. This is my personal number, you can call me anytime. After seeing Shin Tuo out, Lu Ran immediately returned to his room, locked the door, opened Xingxuan, and diligently edited all the details of Shin Tuo's visit regarding the commercialization of virtual immersion technology. Finally, he attached the half-signed cooperation proposal left by Shin Tuo and sent it all to Lin Han. At that moment, Lin Han, also known as Lin Yuxi, was leaning back in the exclusive cabin chair of the No. 2-seat satellite, carefully browsing the information Lu Ran had sent, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. It wasn't that things were going badly, on the contrary, everything was going too smoothly. First, the Xiantian Research Institute, backed by the Dragon Kingdom's official background, voluntarily came forward to endorse them. Now a top domestic venture capital firm was rushing to offer a commercial cooperation agreement that they had already signed themselves. Xingxu, tell me honestly, did you arrange this? Are you the ultimate mastermind pulling all the strings? Lin Yuxi glanced at the elven lady floating beside him, who was gleefully peeking at the player's activities through the smart terminal, and said with a hint of teasing, Get lost. Am a lady not the kind of thing you're talking about? I've told you it has nothing to do with me. We AIs never lie. Xingxu didn't even turn her head, continuing to peek. Lin Yuxi was covered in black lines. He believed Xingxu wouldn't lie to him, and there was no need for her to do so. So what was really going on? He felt that there was an invisible hand pushing him forward, but he couldn't tell whether it was benevolent or malevolent. Taihan Roqing put down the operation handle on the repair platform and let out a long sigh of relief. System prompt, you have completed the repair task for the Blade Type 1 infected exoskeleton. Settlement military points 50, A-star core points 800, task completion rating A grade. He moved his wrist and admired the silver-gray exoskeleton that took him 2 days to repair. This should be the first exoskeleton repaired from the purified infected body, thought He Jian, filled with a sense of accomplishment. The battle for the C7 module had ended 2 full days ago, and the 100 players had not been idle at all. After completing the basic tasks on the first day, everyone's level had reached LV1, as those who hadn't reached LV1 were primarily stuck at the rigid threshold of 50 military points. Almost all tasks offered rewards in star core points, with the threshold of 1,000 being easily achievable. However, only a small portion of purification repair tasks and some significant resource recovery and combat missions provided rewards in military points. Players who had not reached the threshold on the first day leveled up to LV1 by participating in the elimination of the remnants of the infected bodies in the C7 module, as only a few among the 100 could efficiently complete purification and repair tasks. For players without any technical foundation to rely on these technical tasks to reach the 50 military points threshold, it would likely take several more days to grind through, far less cost-effective than combat, or going out to salvage high-value items from debris, which players now referred to as interstellar scavenging. When he logged on in the morning, he ran into the captain of his squad, Cat Cake with Sauce. They had taken on exploration tasks from other modules, and as long as they clarified the situation in specific areas, there would be substantial rewards, though it would at best equal the rewards from his repair tasks. Now all players were LV1 and had unlocked the live streaming feature. Under the guidance of Lao Gui and Jiang Wan, all 100 players had started streaming. Due to the explosive popularity of the Star Core reboot, and with only 100 slots for the internal test, many viewers were watching, even hardcore players who streamed continuously without any interaction. Influenced by Jiang Wan's early streaming style, many viewers preferred that approach. If you didn't engage in conversation, they wouldn't enjoy watching if the focus was on an immersive experience. Players who knew how to stream had already earned over 10,000 a day, and even novices could still earn a few thousand with platform support for this rare streaming. Thus, all 100 players were filled with motivation. If it weren't for the fatigue limit, some players would have preferred to stay in the Star Core reboot all day except for meals. Taihan Roqing stretched lazily and tapped the public task panel, ready to take on the next repair task. Just as he pressed the accept button, a golden pop-up appeared out of nowhere, completely covering the screen. Detected that player Taihan Roqing has completed the first repair task for the Blade Type 1 exoskeleton task, rating A grade, now triggering an exclusive task. Task content: custom assembly of large heavy load mechanical arm. Task publisher: Xingyan. Task objective: go to C7 module secondary industrial module with navigation map and complete the manufacturing and calibration of the designated industrial mechanical arm. Task rewards: military points 100, star core points 1500, permission to accept the next stage of the exclusive task. Taihan Roqing was stunned. Since the opening of the server, the Star Core reboot had always only had public task pools, and everyone received the same tasks, differing only in difficulty levels. This exclusive task seems to be the first of its kind, and the task location is in an area that hasn't been unlocked yet. He confirmed several times, his heart racing uncontrollably. A strong sense of mystery hooked him like a bait, and without hesitation, he immediately turned and ran out of the repair cabin toward the task navigation location. As Taihan Roqing walked, he speculated about the large mechanical arm. What could it be for? The mechanical arm depicted in the blueprint didn't seem like an assembly arm typically used in industrial machine tools. Could it be something else? It's no wonder he made such associations. Assembling mechanical arms was his expertise. Taihan Roqing, whose real name was He Jian, was a senior engineer at the Dragon Kingdom's Creative Coalition, specializing in military small mecha development for nearly a decade. From structural design to transmission calibration, there wasn't anything he couldn't handle. Small industrial mechas in the civilian sector of Earth were no longer rare. With so many spectacular infrastructure projects in the Dragon Kingdom, these engineering mechas played a vital role. However, regarding military mechas that required higher performance standards, Earth's current level could only be described as just beginning, facing numerous unresolved issues in operating systems, power systems, and materials in critical areas. It was precisely because of his insane passion for mechas that he had spent nearly all his spare time in interstellar combat and mecha virtual games, never expecting to be selected by chance as an internal test player for the Star Core reboot. Coincidentally, the project had hit a technical bottleneck, so he decided to take all his accrued annual leave and had been immersed in the game these days. After passing through 2 airlock doors, He Jian finally stood at the entrance of the C7 module's secondary industrial chamber. The heavy alloy door bore no markings, only a flashing blue authorization verifier. He reached out and pressed it. The verifier scanned his smart terminal and emitted a light beep. Authorization verified. The door slowly slid open, revealing an incredibly spacious area inside. This was a fully standardized industrial production workshop. The floor was made of thick anti-slip alloy plates with huge industrial arms hanging from above. In the center stood a silver-white device larger than a regular heavy truck. He scanned it with his smart terminal, which labeled it as high-precision 3D metal printer. Next to it were modules for raw materials, smelting, precision parts, sorting, and calibration stations, along with rows of neatly arranged raw material shelves. and on those shelves were piled the items players had scavenged from outside the module over the past few days. Various oddly shaped alien metal scraps, as well as precision parts dismantled from abandoned modules, all meticulously categorized and organized. Jian suddenly realized that those previous out-of-module resource collection tasks were not meant to gather repair materials, but rather to stockpile raw materials for this hidden industrial workshop. He walked up to the machine and activated the task terminal. A pale blue holographic projection immediately unfolded before him, slowly rotating a complex, three-dimensional blueprint. It was a large white mechanical arm measuring 2.8 meters, only featuring the wrist and arm sections, without the connecting shoulder armor or other structures, with fingers distinctly shaped proportionate to human fingers, and seemingly having a nested structure for mounting other components on the back of the hand. The blueprint did not indicate the purpose of this mechanical arm, only clearly showing the parts breakdown, assembly steps, and parameter requirements. The precision of this structure and the transmission logic are far ahead of the models developed by our company. Jian exclaimed, then became excited. As a mechanical engineer, nothing thrilled him more than personally crafting a precise large device, even if it were in a game. Without further ado, Taihan Roqing followed the blueprint's guidance, selecting the corresponding alloy materials from the shelves and feeding them into the smelting unit. Pale blue flames instantly surged, and the hard alloy rapidly melted into a silver-white liquid metal under the 1,000 soft degrees Celsius heat, then flowed through pipes into the 3D printing machine's raw material reservoir. The machine emitted a low hum as the laser head moved swiftly within the forming chamber, printing layer by layer intricate. Taihan Roqing stood by, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the holographic blueprint, his fingers unconsciously tracing patterns in the air. The more he observed, the deeper his astonishment grew. The design logic of this mechanical arm was fundamentally the same system as Earth's industrial robotic arms. However, it featured exceptionally unique design concepts in hydraulic transmission and critical structural components. These key parts were directly generated by the 3D printing machine, their internal structure hidden from view. He could not confirm whether the specific design logic was feasible in reality. Jian, what are you thinking? This is just a game, all settings. You're not really planning to build a mech in the real world using concepts from the game, are you? What are you thinking? But this game is really hardcore. Apart from the black technology of the 3D printing machine, what's the difference between this and assembling a robotic arm in the tech department? Taihan Roqing silently complained in his mind. He picked up a freshly printed joint bearing, tapped it with his finger, and it emitted a crisp metallic ring. This alloy had a density lower than steel, yet its hardness surpassed diamond, and its heat resistance and fatigue resistance completely overwhelmed any known material on Earth. Taihan Roqing knew very well that even if he brought the complete blueprint back to reality with the current industrial system and material processes, it would be absolutely impossible to create an identical object. At least his company's technical capabilities were completely insufficient. Just a game setting after all, Taihan Roqing muttered as he continued assembling. 6 hours later, with the final screw tightened, a fully silver-white, robust mechanical arm stood steadily in the center of the workshop. Taihan Roqing pressed the test button. Under the test module, the mechanical arm slowly lifted, its 5 fingers flexed and closed with precision, then it accurately grasped a heavy alloy ingot beside it and set it down smoothly. System message: you have completed the custom assembly task for the large heavy load mechanical arm. Settlement: military points 100, star core points 1500, task completion rating A level. Taihan Roqing wiped the sweat from his forehead, gazing at the perfect mechanical arm with a satisfied smile. Just then the task terminal lit up again. Exclusive task, Phase 2, unlocked. Task content: assemble and modify a simplified version of the Defender small mech prototype. Task type: teamwork. Players can invite 35 other players to form a team. Task requirements: using the equipment and resources in the secondary industrial bay, along with a small cold fusion power unit, build a simplified Defender small mech prototype according to the blueprint. Task reward: determined by task completion rating and player contribution in the team mission. Taihan Roqing's smile instantly froze. He turned his head sharply, looking at the large mechanical arm he had just crafted, then at the Defender mech in the task blueprint, which combined strength and aesthetics. Damn, so you can actually build a mech in the game. In the private cabin of No. 2 Spark satellite, Lin Yuxi holographic screens covered the entire wall, divided into dozens of grid images. The central larger screen displayed the view inside the secondary industrial bay, where Taihan Roqing was frantically enlarging the mech blueprint, his body trembling with excitement. Lin Yuxi leaned back in his chair, his left hand stroking his chin, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The Star Core Type 4 Defender simplified blueprint you asked me to release has only 11 of the original's performance. Not only the size, but also all other functional structures have been compressed to the limit. This is just a crude hunk of iron. Can something like this really be useful? No matter how crude, it's still a mech. And if I hadn't simplified it to this degree, do you think the top technical players among them, even with the full set of blueprints and operating instructions, they couldn't make the authentic Defender? That's true. The full version of the Defender is a standard StarCore mech, the basic mech equipped in the military. It's a mature model refined through over 100 years of research and iteration, the industrial crystallization of StarCore civilization. Given the current level of Earth's technological understanding, even if they had the full blueprints and instructions, they couldn't make it. Besides, our current secondary industrial bay doesn't have the conditions for manufacturing. Xing Shu, dressed as a ship girl, responded in a magnetic feminine voice, her eyebrows unconsciously twitching. Lin Yuxi raised his hand to call up the global holographic map of the Xingju space station. With a tap of his finger, the B2 module, located northwest of the C7 module, was highlighted. First look here. The B2 module is the core material reserve and energy transfer hub of the entire space station. It stores at least half a year's worth of fusion fuel and a large amount of industrial raw materials. And if we capture it, we can connect it with the C7 module we currently control, directly splitting the Xingju space station into northern and southern sections, completely severing the connection between the Black Mist global control units in the southern and northern modules. Using the C7 and B2 modules as bases, we can gradually take control of all southern modules, acquire more resources, gain more permissions, unlock more player slots, and ultimately destroy the Black Mist global control unit, gaining full control of the entire Xingju space station. He paused, his tone growing heavier. After 2 days of infiltration reconnaissance by elite squads like Broken Blade, Wild Shark, and Gnawing Iron, the density of infected in the B2 module is over 3 times that of the original C7 module. Using Hummingbird drones, we detected at least 5 high-level infected of the same grade as the Shipbreaker Type 1. They even detected higher energy fluctuations than the Shipbreaker Type 1. Against infected of this level, the light weapons of ordinary players can't even penetrate their defenses. Meanwhile, our Starguard Type 3 power armor is progressing slowly in repairs, and we're lacking many rare metal materials that are hard to find in the debris belt. At this moment, the simplified Defender mech is our key to breaking the deadlock. Lin Yuxi swept his hand across the holographic map, revealing the crisscrossing main corridors inside the B2 module, each measuring 15 meters wide and 10 meters high. With a height of 5 to 7 meters, the simplified Defender can fully maneuver in the main corridors. Only the secondary personnel corridors, which are 3 to 5 meters wide, are inaccessible. This doesn't affect the main corridor assault. Its armor can withstand a shipbreaker's charge, and its massive frame is perfect for the big weapons we found in the C7 equipment bay, 3 micropulse cannons. If we lure the main force of the infected into the wide main corridors, the firepower of these 3 cannons won't damage the special alloy structure of the corridors, but will inflict massive damage on the infected. The large amount of alloy recovered from the debris belt can be refined into the special armor needed for assembly. The old small cold fusion batteries we have in stock can serve as its power core. If we can build 3 units within 2 weeks, the assault on the B2 module will be secure. Xing Shu's icy blue eye showed a hint of approval. Not bad. Your thinking is clear. You fully utilized all the resources at hand, and even came up with the idea of simplifying StarCore technology to create a small mech at Earth's technological level. Her tone tried to conceal too much praise, feigning indifference. Lin Yuxi just smiled, his voice carrying a hint of depth. And it's not just a temporary combat replacement. This technology, simplified to match Earth's current industrial level, has other uses for me. On Earth, the headquarters of the 6-star live streaming company was ablaze with lights. A massive wall of monitoring screens was divided into dozens of displays where numerous operators were deftly typing away, the sound of keystrokes echoing in the air, mingled with the aroma of coffee and a palpable tension. Li Rue stood at the forefront of the monitoring screens, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As he gripped the walkie-talkie, his voice remarkably calm. Operation Team 1 increased the bandwidth of the iron welding and rubbing engine live stream by another 20. The traffic is steadily increasing. Operation Team 2, synchronize and categorize all top commentary live streams for prime recommendations. Tech Team, monitor the server load in real time. We must maintain the frame rates of all streams. 3 months ago, he was merely an ordinary operator who had just taken over the Jiangwan account. Now, thanks to his early discovery of Jiangwan and his timely promotion of Lao Gui and other players who subsequently began their live streams, he had risen to become the head of the entire 6-star live streaming company's operations, holding the most crucial traffic resources of the entire platform. Today, it would mark yet another peak in traffic since the launch of the StarCore restart. In the center of the monitoring screens, 4 dedicated live streaming rooms were displayed side by side, showing the 4 individuals inside the C7 secondary industrial cabin of the Star Torch space station, iron welding and rubbing engine, Su, Zhelu Nan, and Lao Gui. These four were recognized as the top technical players in the entire server, currently starting their live broadcasts simultaneously showcasing the final assembly process of the first mecha ever constructed by players in the history of StarCore Restart. Li Zone. The data has surged again. An operator suddenly stood up, excitement trembling in their voice. The cumulative online viewership across all relevant live streams on the platform has already surpassed 82 million. We have opened the official broadcasting rights for 12 top game commentators and 8 tech influencers, and now 70 of the entire 6-star platform's traffic is concentrated here. At this growth rate, the final online viewership is expected to exceed 100 million, setting a new historical record for our platform. Li Rue took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the screen. Meanwhile, 980 light-years away at the Star Torch space station, the exterior of the C7 secondary industrial cabin was already crowded with players. Everyone had paused their purification, scavenging, and exploration tasks, gathering at the cabin door and observation windows, eagerly watching the birth of the first mecha manufactured by players as messages on the public channel scrolled by too quickly to read. Inside the cabin, a giant mecha still in its early form stood quietly in the center of the industrial workshop. In Iron Welding and Rubbing Engine's first-person live stream, as the overall supervisor of this mecha construction task, his live stream's online viewer count had already surpassed 15 million, and the barrage of comments cascaded down like a waterfall, nearly obscuring the entire screen. Wow, I can finally see the whole thing. This is so cool. You don't get it, they used a high-precision 3D printer and all components are in block format. As long as the assembly is done right, it's fine. I could do it too. I've been watching for 3 days. Although it's said to be block production, there are still thousands of large and small parts, and the assembly difficulty is extremely high. Are you sure you can do it? Let me in. I can definitely do it. Please. I want to build a mecha too. Are they really starting to build the mecha? If it can be used to fight against the infected, wouldn't it be a massacre? Can someone explain why do the dimensions of this thing feel somewhat similar to the experimental machines in military promotional videos? The blueprints are too complicated for me to understand, but the appearance and parameters seem similar. It's hard to say. Don't forget how hardcore the technical team of StarCore Restart is. I heard recently that the StarCore Restart team has received capital investment and is about to establish a commercial Quiet down. The final power core installation is about to begin. Hello everyone, I am Iron Welding and Rubbing Engine. Jian's voice was steady and powerful, taking advantage of the brief moment before the final power core installation to greet the audience, while rotating his perspective to fully showcase the mecha behind him to all viewers. It was a small infantry mecha standing 5.8 meters tall with a shoulder width of 2.3 meters, entirely coated in a matte silver-gray color, exuding a cold and rugged aura. Its form was solid and heavy, with armor designed in a modular stacked style, sharp angles, and broad shoulder pads slightly flaring outward, filled with a sense of power. The head featured an oval mechanical contour topped with a thick horn, and below that was the iconic single-eye modular viewport, simple yet the right arm was the 2.8-meter large mechanical arm crafted by Iron Welding and Rubbing Engine 3 days ago, with thick hydraulic lines winding along the arm and the joints of the 5 fingers clearly visible. The overall design was retro and hardcore, resembling a dormant steel beast embodying the brutal aesthetics of classic mechas, yet infused with the technological essence unique to the StarCore civilization. The barrage of comments exploded even further. Zaku. This is definitely a Zaku. My DNA is react. The single eye is a man's romance. This design hits the mark. It's a million times cooler than those flashy mechas. You guys are right, it does resemble a Zaku, but it's much smaller. You don't get it, this is inside the Star Torch space station. Even though it's 40 kilometers long, it can't withstand the turbulence of giant mechas. After all, it's our space mothership. If it gets damaged, you have to fix it. When can we get the complete version of the StarCore 4 Defender from the official setting collection? That would be awesome. Flatten the infected. Solve the Black Mist's Filaria control unit. Hurry and open up slots. My primal power can only be unleashed at Astra. Let me briefly explain the progress to the new viewers. Iron Welding and Rubbing Engine's voice drew everyone's attention back. After 3 days of extreme shifts, with the 4 of us working continuously, only sleeping the minimum required fatigue value, as mandated by the system, the mecha's limbs, torso, and exterior armor have all been fully assembled, and structural calibration and preliminary system testing have also been completed. Now we're left with the final and most critical step, installing the small cold fusion power core. As long as the power core is installed correctly and the energy connection is completed, we can proceed with the ignition test for the entire machine. Iron Welding and Rubbing Engine ceased further words and made a gesture with his hand. Lao Gui immediately controlled the industrial crane, slowly lifting a cylindrical device that was entirely silver white, with a surface covered in cooling fins. This was the core power of the Defender mecha, the small cold fusion power core, which served as the heart of the entire mecha. The crane accurately suspended the power core above the energy compartment on the mecha's back, hovering in midair. Just as the last set of locks clicked into place, the entire body of the Defender prototype machine suddenly trembled slightly. A deep, resonant mechanical hum slowly emanated from within the machine, growing stronger as it echoed through the vast industrial workshop. The signal lights of each module of the mech gradually illuminated, starting from the feet to the torso, then to the shoulders, and finally a faint red glow appeared in the narrow single-eye monitor of the head. The Defender prototype had not yet officially started, but the cold fusion power reactor had completed its energy connection and the circuits of the entire mech were fully powered on, ready to awaken this steel behemoth crafted by human players. The industrial chamber instantly fell silent. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room also experienced a brief pause. Tens of millions of viewers waited silently for the historic moment of ignition. In front of the viewing window of the C7 secondary industrial chamber, several players squeezed to the front, stretching their necks to look inside their mouths, continuously uttering exclamations of awe. "Wow, they really built it." One player shouted while squatting down in indecision. "Just 3 days ago, I saw them tinkering with a bunch of parts, and now they've made a Zaku. How else would you call them a tech genius?" Another player stabilized me, rolled his eyes, and said, "It's already impressive that we could fix a set of exoskeletons in 3 days. They just built a mech directly. By the way, how strong is this thing? It looks pretty impressive, but compared to Zingy and Starfall mech, the difference is quite huge, right?" Night Falcon couldn't help but ask. "Be content. Such a simplified version of a small mech is best suited for the intense urban warfare within the current space station. If the Starfall mech fires a few big attacks and destroys the space station, you can go swim in the wreckage, ha." Explosive expert patted Night Falcon on the back. "What level is the Starfall?" "That's the exclusive mech of our faction's BOSS. It's a top-tier mech that wasn't even fully developed during the peak of the Starcore civilization. Even the complete Starcore 4 Defender mech is just a standard mass-produced model, not comparable. This is our first mech built by players. If we put in a bit more effort and gather more materials, we could each have one in a while." "Huh. Stop kidding. You can't even afford an exoskeleton right now, and you're thinking about swapping for a mech." Xingyan said, "You better keep moving bricks for a few more years first." "Ouch, that hurts, bro. Why do I feel like I've just changed places to move bricks?" "Moving bricks here is way more interesting than in reality. Come on, what do you do in reality? What kind of bricks can you move to earn thousands a day? Don't be so boastful. Be careful not to get roasted by your viewers." "Huh. I was just complaining a bit. Everyone don't mind. After we finish assembling the mech, I'll live stream some scavenging in the Star Sea. I found the wreck of a main battleship yesterday, and we're going to raid it soon. By the way, aren't we about to attack the B2 chamber? This thing is our secret weapon. B2 chamber. Are we sure that's the next target?" "Of course. I heard from the Broken Blade team that they've been scouting for several days. There are high-level infected beings inside, and even a ship. Without this thing shielding us, are we going to charge and head first? Damn, I squatted in that little black room for 4 hours yesterday just to scout the B2 chamber section when I was cut down by a shipbreaker. That thing was so fast it took just 3 seconds from when I saw it to becoming 2 pieces. Be content. I haven't had the chance to encounter one yet. Your clip of that shipbreaker's Tunderlong sword has probably gone viral since yesterday's live stream, right? The weather is really nice today." "Nice. Outside is dark, and there's a scarlet giant star. You call this nice weather?" Players' discussions surged back and forth, excitement and anticipation written on everyone's faces. "By the way, have you seen Broken Blade?" "I haven't seen him all morning." Explosive expert asked his companion. "He's inside the mech right now. I don't know what kind of luck he stumbled upon. He got a mech testing task this morning." Xingyan is being too biased. "I see Broken Blade is the first one to eat the crab, huh? It's no surprise that the wall-hitting bro is still favored. I heard he has the highest genetic enhancement level. Even though he got stuck on the wall last time, he's actually had a real encounter with a shipbreaker, and now his genetic enhancement level is 165, probably the highest in the entire server, no doubt about it." Crazy Shark spoke earnestly, his eyes gleaming. Although he was a third-batch internal tester after several days of high-intensity scouting tasks, his genetic enhancement level had also risen quickly, and he believed he would soon catch up to the first echelon. At this moment in the cockpit of the Defender, due to being a simplified version of a small mech, the space felt somewhat cramped, surrounded by densely packed instrument panels and neural connection lines. Compared to the smooth and orderly neural link cabin, filled with a sense of technological beauty in the Starfall cockpit, the Defender's cockpit could only be considered rudimentary. A light blue holographic display slowly brightened, and Broken Blade was already seated in the pilot's seat, his face serious, as he meticulously connected the neural link pipelines to his operations suit according to the guidance on the smart terminal, then sat upright and waited quietly. Just as the power reactor completed its energy connection, all the screens in the cockpit suddenly lit up. A cold system prompt echoed clearly within the cabin. Energy connection completed. Cockpit permission verification in progress. Pilot identity broken. Blade permission level LV1. Exclusive pilot permission authentication passed. Full system self-check started. Power system normal. Transmission system normal. Armor system normal. Weapon system awaiting activation. Self-check completed. All systems operational. Broken Blade took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the start button on the control panel, raising his right hand and pressing down heavily. Mech ignition sequence initiated. Cold fusion power reactor output increased to 10 neural link synchronizing. Synchronization rate 87. Control system online. The red single eye of the Defender prototype located in the center of the secondary industrial chamber suddenly came to life, scanning the surroundings. The deep mechanical hum instantly rose, transforming into a heavy roar. The entire body of the mech shook violently, its fingers slowly clenched, producing a crisp metallic scraping sound. It slowly lifted its right leg, taking a step forward, the ground trembling slightly, its steps heavy and powerful. Then it abruptly took several steps forward in the spacious chamber, bending its left arm to guard its chest, and its right hand formed a fist, striking continuously. Then it pivoted, adopting a standard stance of the Dragon Kingdom military boxing, followed by a powerful push with its sturdy mechanical leg, completing a 360-degree flip in place. With a loud thud, the two sturdy mechanical legs landed firmly on the alloy floor, causing the entire chamber to tremble slightly, while the Defender prototype stood straight, arms positioned in front and back, adopting the initial stance of military boxing. The secondary industrial chamber fell silent, the technical quartet's jaws dropped in amazement, and the noisy discussions of the players outside the glass window came to an abrupt halt. Even the bullet screens in various streaming rooms paused for a moment. The C7 secondary industrial chamber had descended into chaos, with players at the viewing window banging on the tempered glass and shouting. Zhang Wan leaped 3 feet high, nearly flinging the half-drunk nutrient solution from his hand. Bomb disposal expert Yongran clung to Yesen's shoulder, yelling and jumping like two 30-year-old children. Taihan Roaching gazed at the steel behemoth he had assembled with his own hands, his fingertips still trembling slightly. After 3 days and nights of extreme shifts, all fatigue transformed into boiling hot blood at the moment of landing from a 306. Suja leaned against the industrial arm, exhaling deeply, while Lu Nen wiped the sweat from his face after removing his cap, and exchanged a firm high-five with the old ghost beside him. Just as the players' emotions reached their peak, the heavy alloy door on the other side of the industrial chamber suddenly emitted a low hydraulic sound. With a soft hiss, the silver-white hatch slowly slid open, and all sounds gradually ceased as they watched the black figure stride out. The newcomer was Lin Yuxi, still clad in the Shadow 1 power armor. The matte black bioscaled armor glimmered with a cold sheen under the bright lights of the industrial chamber. He bore no weapons, and the bone spikes at his joints had retracted into the armor as he leisurely walked to the center of the secondary industrial chamber. With each step he took, the surroundings grew quieter, finally stopping beside the Defender mech. The rhythmic echo of his armored boots on the alloy floor sounded like a heartbeat, each thud resonating in the hearts of all players. The Defender mech stood straight, instinctively taking a step back, yielding the central position to their true faction leader. Even though they knew it was just a game, the presence of this man evoked a primal respect that resonated at a genetic level. Lin Yuxi scanned the room, and players instinctively held their breath. Even the hundreds of millions of viewers on Earth watching through various player live streams could faintly sense a wave of pressure through the screen. Players dared not make a sound, waiting for Lin Yuxi to speak, but the barrage of comments in the live stream only thinned for a few seconds before erupting again. Who is this? His aura overshadows the mech. He hasn't even done anything yet. It feels more shocking than the mech's flip earlier. Is this a new NPC? Why haven't I seen him before? This is Xingyan, guardian of the Star Core civilization, the ultimate boss of our faction. Yes, the one who single-handedly tore apart the shipper. He led the initial 3 players from the seed satellite straight to the space harbor in half a month. Wow, I've never seen such a powerful NPC in a live stream before. This nearly 6-meter Defender mech is basically his backdrop. I heard in Yesen's live stream that the clones controlled in-game have an instinctual respect for the boss Xingyan. No wonder when he appeared, not a single player dared to speak. This is the true guardian of civilization. That weight spanning 12,000 years is truly overwhelming. Got it. This is the real big shot. I declare myself a fan of Xingyan now. Who can resist that aura? He must have something important to announce, right? There must be a significant announcement to make. After surveying the crowd, Lin Yuxi slightly tilted his head and gently tapped the heavy leg armor of the Defender. The next moment his voice resonated through the chamber's PA system, reaching the ears of every player clearly. First of all, I want to congratulate you. You have built the first standard mech of the Star Core civilization since the annihilation of the Astra Galaxy with your own hands. This is not just your victory, it is the most solid step taken since the reboot of the Seed Plan. The Xingju space station is the last bastion of the Star Core civilization. 12,000 years ago, disaster struck, leading to the demise of civilization, and this place was sealed off in urgency. Now the infectors have infiltrated over 90% of the modules, continuously siphoning the remaining energy of the Xingju space station through the core pipelines, growing stronger. And the B2 combat readiness chamber behind that door is the key to turning the tide. Lin Yuxi's voice was calm, but resolute. By securing B2, we can divide the entire space station into southern and northern sections, completely severing the connection between the infectors in the southern module and the northern module's dark mist control unit. We will use the C7 and B2 modules as a base to gradually control all southern modules and ultimately seize the entire southern battle zone. This is not an ordinary assault. This is the critical battle to turn the tide of war. When his words fell, the chamber remained silent. But from the players' gradually heavy breathing and their reddening faces, one could tell how much excitement they were suppressing. In the live stream, the barrage of "so cool" transformed into a chorus of "got it," and "we must charge forward." Lin Yuxi paused briefly before continuing. After conquering the B2 module, we will unlock 3 core permissions, completely breaking free from our current passive situation. First, energy independence. The B2 module contains energy modules and high-energy battery production components, as well as the secondary energy dispatch hub of the space station. From now on, the energy supply for mechs, aircraft, and exoskeletons will no longer rely on the limited reserves of the C7 module. Second, equipment mass production. The advanced industrial chamber there can be transformed into a general production line for basic power armor and exoskeletons, allowing us to manufacture supporting assembly modules for the Defender series micromechs. No more handcrafting parts. In the future, we will have a mech army. Third, we can once again expand our Vanguard team. After unlocking control over the B2 module, our Vanguard scale will expand to 900 members. Moreover, it contains the nutrient production lines and strategic reserves prepared by the Star Core civilization for hundreds of thousands of military personnel, sufficient to support 10,000 users for years until we land on the surface. Boom. The industrial chamber that had just quieted erupted once more in a deafening cheer. Let's conquer the B. I also want to pilot a mech. Charge. For the glory of the Star Core civilization. Trembled damn infectors, prepare to submit to the iron torrent of the fourth catastrophe. Players were in an uproar, their morale unprecedentedly high. In 10 days, let us seize B2. Lin Yuxi raised his right hand and shouted, the originally light blue display of the shadow armor emitting a faint golden light. Seize B2. Seize B2. The roaring shouts still echoed within the C7 industrial bay as players dashed toward their respective stations. The 10-day countdown for preparation officially began the moment Xing Yin lowered his arm. The dazzling sparks of welding in the industrial bay became the brightest inferno within the Star Torch station. Lu Ran naturally assumed the role of coordinating the players' tasks. The daily missions for Star Core Reboot were freely taken by players, but to complete overall preparations within 10 days, a reasonable division of labor was indispensable. On the 4th day of preparations, the first Defender Standard mech completed its main assembly. The silver-gray mechanical skeleton stood in the center of the workshop with all pipelines and power modules connected, leaving only the final outer armor plating and weapon loading. Taihan Roqing shouted urgently through the smart terminal in the public channel, his voice laced with impatience. Brothers, there's still a 5-ton shortage of Defender-specific armor alloy. Are there any free brothers who can take on salvage missions? Form a team to head to the 3rd wreckage belt and retrieve all recyclable battleship armor plates. The moment his words fell, the public channel was instantly flooded with confirmation messages. Players who were originally engaged in other tasks immediately redirected, shouldering collection tools and charging toward the docking bay. The logistics team's forklifts shuttled back and forth, delivering the freshly retrieved alloy scraps into the furnaces. The technical team of 4 worked in shifts. Though their clone bodies were exhausted, their faces still brimmed with excitement. Meanwhile, Duan Rinquang, Sha Kentai, and several other combat-oriented players had formed a squad and infiltrated the outer corridor of the B2 bay for the 3rd time. They transmitted the distribution of the infected and the patrol routes of the shipbreakers back to the command terminal in the C7 bay in as much detail as possible, completing the intelligence for the full assault plan. Back on Earth, the fervor surrounding Star Core Reboot continued to surge. The Hexagram livestream had set the B2 assault as a site-wide pinned feature, broadcasting the station's preparation footage nonstop for 24 hours. The concurrent online viewership remained above 50 million, and every time a mech's component was hoisted, it triggered a torrent of bullet comments. The official forum of Star Core Reboot had long become a pilgrimage site for netizens. Recently, a post drenched in self-deprecation and regret skyrocketed to the top of the hot list with a blunt title: "Regret so hard I'm pounding the wall. I turned down the beta test for my girlfriend's birthday, and now I'm the sourest lemon on the forum." Poster ID: Lemon Not Sour. Folks, I'm the infamous birthday guy in the forum's history. A month ago, I personally posted that hot thread about the third batch of beta tests, and I left the comment the 24th is my girlfriend's birthday, so I said I don't have time. Back then I thought it's just a game, right? Birthdays come only once a year. Games can be played anytime. Now I'm glued to my computer every day, hopping from Taihan Roqing's live stream to Duan Ren's, saving over 300 screenshots of the Defender mech. I watch while eating, while sleeping. Even my dreams are filled with mech martial arts. My girlfriend now complains every day, look at you all absent-minded. Why don't you just marry the mech? What can I do? I watch them battling in space, building mech, preparing for the B2 Bay, watching Xing Yin announce that capturing B2 will add 800 slots, and then seeing the 6 million people queued on the reservation page. I really want to cry but have no tears. 800 slots sound like a lot, but they can't withstand millions of people scrambling for them. Does that so-called priority for next batch still count? Others are already pioneering in interstellar space, earning thousands daily by grinding, while I'm still a lemon in reality who can't even touch the login screen. Is there any official daddy looking at me? I'm online 247 now. I can grind, I can pay, I can fight, I can tank. Forget 8 hours. I can go non-stop for a week. Please give me a substitute slot. I really don't want to miss it again. The post instantly exploded with tens of thousands of comments. The sarcastic netizens reveled in schadenfreude while empathizing wildly. Ha ha, birthday guy. I actually found the real person. I laughed at you for a month and now I'm a bit envious. At least you once had it. Reply, don't envy me now, I want a girlfriend after all, I was the one who was wronged. Suggest breaking up immediately to reclaim the slot dog head for safety. Reply, no way, if I break up, I won't even have food to eat. Bro, listen to my advice, go buy a kneeboard right now, kneel before your girlfriend, and beg her to let you join the beta test. Reply, already knelt, she told me to go watch the live stream. LL, others are fighting shipbreakers in the space station, while you're pounding the keyboard in reality. Reply, that hurts, bro. 800 slot. Official look at birthday guy. Give him a chance to atone. Seconded. Let him be cannon fodder in the B2 Bay. It's better than being a lemon on the forum. Birthday guy, hang in there. Maybe your priority substitute will actually work. Reply, thanks for the good word. Ooh, I've already set the priority substitute notification as my screensaver. Meanwhile, in a fully sealed office in HCDM country across the ocean, a group of people was watching frame-by-frame deconstructions of the Defender mech blueprints that flashed in the live streams of Taihan Roqing and other technical players, along with their gradual assembly of the mech. More than 20 people sat around a long table over 10 meters long. Most of them had M-country faces, wearing well-tailored custom suits. Even in a corner, there were a few men in military uniforms. All of them stared unblinkingly at the Defender mech on the screen, their eyes filled with curiosity and greed. Time flew to the 9th day of preparations. In the center of the C7 secondary industrial bay, 3 identical Defender standard mechs stood in orderly formation. The silver-gray armor was rough and heavy, their massive mechanical arms hanging at their sides, and the single-eye monitors on their heads glowed with a faint red light, like 3 steel beasts poised to strike. Oh my god, the 3 Defender main bodies are finally fully assembled. Suja wiped the sweat from his face, his voice brimming with excitement. Brothers, hang in there. Just one last step, let these big guys test their gadgets. At 3 p.m., the final weapon loading began. Due to severe manpower shortages, Lu Ran, Suja, and the other 4 had to pick the best among the mediocre. From the 100 players, they each selected a few who showed technical aptitude and were willing to learn, barely forming a technical team of 8. Everything was ready. The technical team carefully hoisted 3 micropulse cannons into the pre-reserved interfaces on the Defender mech's right arm, locking them into place with a click. The left arm was fitted with a heavy alloy shield. Given the known attack methods of the infected, there was no way they could breach this 3-meter square alloy fortress. Weapon modules loaded. Energy connection normal. Next step is live fire testing. Taihan Roqing waved his hand. Let's move to the makeshift shooting range. I just made some targets from leftover alloy scraps. Perfect for testing the quality of these 3 big guns. The Defender, piloted by Duan Ren, stepped heavily to the test range in the corner of the industrial bay, aimed at a reinforced alloy target plate 10 meters away. Duan Ren took a deep breath, manipulated the mech to lightly tap the trigger. This beast had a burst mode, and he didn't want to accidentally destroy their own industrial bay with a full magazine. Boom! A pale blue energy rapidly gathered at the muzzle, followed by a dazzling beam that shot out, instantly piercing 3 layers of reinforced alloy target plates, its residual momentum slamming into the buffer wall behind with a dull, thunderous impact. The entire industrial bay trembled slightly. Staring at the smooth hole in the target plate, everyone's mouths hung open wide enough to swallow an egg. Holy crap, this thing is insane. One shot like that, and even a shipbreaker would be sent tumbling. That time they hung me on the wall. I'm getting my revenge this time. Just you wait. They'll hang you all on the wall too. Duan Run roared with excitement from the cockpit. In the narrow and cramped B2 secondary ventilation duct, the metallic walls were smeared with thick grease, and rust as Lu Ran crawled forward. He wore a defective Blade 1 exoskeleton repaired by the infected with only the leg components specially modified. The upper body armor barely clung to the steel plates clearly designed for a hasty escape. Damn it, not another ventilation duct. Lu Ran gritted his teeth and muttered beads of sweat sliding down his goggles. Every time before a battle we crawl through this cursed place and my claustrophobia is about to surface. A voice from behind trying to stifle laughter said, "Hang in there, old Lu. It'll be over soon. Once we get out, just run like hell and gather the monsters at the main passage's hatch. We're the tech team, after all. Fighting isn't our strong suit like those brutes." The two logistics players at the back nodded in agreement, saying, "Exactly, our tech group needs to contribute a bit too. After we lure the monsters, we can experience the power of those 3 heavy machines in the hands of the defenders. It's only 4 hours, we've been grinding hard these days, might as well log off and catch a stream of the Broken Blades live show for a bit." Damn, Crazy Shark seems like a brute, yet his mind is filled with such wicked plans. In various live streaming rooms of the 6-point streaming, the comments exploded in a flurry. "Ha ha ha, Lu Gu is complaining about the duct again. I knew it. One moment, he was welding mechs in the workshop, the next he's crawling through a duct as bait. This contrast could make me laugh for a year." Don't laugh. This is a tactic personally devised by Crazy Shark. Pure top-tier understanding of the 4th calamity. Got it. The tech group split into 5 routes, drilling through all secondary channels to pull the scattered infected towards the main passage. After gathering them, just open the door and let the 3 defenders and all heavy firepower unleash a barrage, wiping out both the monsters and ourselves. What kind of strategy is this? So brutal. This is way too 4th calamity. I love it, haha. You didn't see it, it's a voluntary suicide. Just now the public channel was frantic with people scrambling for positions. Those who were slow didn't get any. For hours of revival. Who cares? Dying is just an excuse to take a nap, wake up, and carry on. This tactic is only playable by players. If it were NPCs, they would have been wiped out 800 times already. After 20 minutes of arduous crawling, Lu Ran's team finally reached the designated exit. In the public channel, Suja's voice rang clear. Suja's team in position at the east side duct. Old Ghost's team in position at the north side duct. Old SIX's team in position at the southwest duct. Lu Ran took a deep breath and pressed the communicator, saying, "Lu Nan's team in position at the south side duct. All teams be careful with the lure. Don't pull too many, just run if you can and prioritize retreating towards the main passage." Received. At the end of the duct, a metal grill led into darkness, interrupted only by the occasional sound of metallic clanking. Lu Ran cautiously moved closer and peered through the gaps in the grill. Below was the secondary corridor of the B2 cabin, where several infected beings glowing faintly white wandered aimlessly in the dark passage. At the corridor's end, a 3-ma turtle breaker was patrolling back and forth, its thick, dense white glow distinguishing it from the lower-tier infected. "I see the breaker," Lu Ran whispered. "Prepare to charge." Taihuan nodded vigorously, raising his fist to smash against the grill. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed loudly in the quiet corridor, causing all the infected to instantly turn their heads, their crimson eyes glaring at the duct's entrance. "Run!" Lu Ran kicked the grill open and jumped down first, almost losing his balance due to the tension. He raised his weapon and fired at the nearest infected, the pulse beam grazing its shoulder and striking the wall, creating a small crater. "Iron Lump, come chase me, Lu Grandpa," he shouted at the top of his lungs, turning and sprinting towards the main pass. The tech players hadn't engaged in combat tasks for the past half-month. Some stumbled clumsily as they jumped down, while others trembled and nearly shot their teammates. "Damn it, I didn't get torn apart by the infected, but nearly got sent off by you old 6. Luckily I'm a master at dodging. Get lost. Quit the chatter and run. Oh, we need to die with value. We have to at least experience the pulse cannon's thrill. Whoa, slow down, wait for me. I'm scared of the dark." The communication channel buzzed with noisy banter devoid of any hint of the Suicide Squad's tragic heroism. Meanwhile, in the C7 cabin's preparation room, Shang Shu was already laughing so hard she couldn't stand up, still dressed in her shipgirl attire, her ethereal form shaking with laughter, completely abandoning her once cool demeanor. Beside her, Lin Yuxi couldn't help but cover her face, saying, "These idiots are quite creative, pulling off a bait tactic. However, it's indeed a flawless strategy fitting the 4th calamity style. We should definitely nurture this Crazy Shark who chews iron more in the future." Despite the chaotic and comedic scene, the tactic was surprisingly effective, attracting nearly all the infected wandering in the secondary passages. Roars echoed as each fleeing player was nearly pursued by dozens of infected. With the enhanced legs of the exoskeleton modified by Lu Ran and Su Zhe, these players ran swiftly. Lu Nan's team has successfully lured the monsters. We are retreating towards the main passage. Su Zhe's team has successfully lured the monsters. Over 100 are following. Old Ghost's team has successfully lured the monsters. I've got a breaker here. The public channel was filled with reports, and Lu Ran glanced back, while running noticing the infected behind him multiplying forming a dark, overwhelming tide. Damn it. The brother in front of me turned the corner and ended up face-to-face with a breaker. Oh my god, that's a scene for adults. He was directly bisected. I hope my live stream doesn't get throttled because of this. Damn, do you even have a conscience? Your brother was just bisected and you're worried about throttling. What's there to fear? It's just 4 hours, so I'll go keep him company in the little black room later. That's what brothers are for, right? Huh. By the way, if I die too heroically, will my live stream get censored? Lu Ran gritted his teeth and ran even faster, shouting, "Don't stop. Keep moving forward. We're almost at the main passage. Everyone get into the main passage." At this moment, in front of a heavy alloy door in the C7 cabin segment, 85 remaining players formed an orderly formation in the spacious main passage. 3 silver-gray defenders stood in a triangular fire formation at the forefront, their thick mechanical arms charged with a faint blue light from their mini pulse cannons. Other players clad in various exoskeletons or Star Guardian 2 powered armor were scattered in positions, their dark gun barrels filling the entire attack surface. As an extra surprise, on the last day of preparation, some players found a small amount of special alloy for repairing Star 3 in the wreckage, which was completed by Lu Ran and Suja at the last moment, boosting their final combat power before the battle. At the back of the team, Lin Yuxi wore the Shadow 1 strong genetic armor to support the players, having completed the first layer of gene lock unlocking. He didn't mind leading the charge. His Shadow armor was originally a melee type, and this tactical arrangement was to clear the area first with heavy firepower. He was more than happy to watch his little players perform. Smoke already billowed from the leg joints of Lu Ran's exoskeleton, and the inferior Blade 1 armor emitted a grating metallic screech as he sprinted. He Taihan Roaching and the last 3 logistics players they had gathered poured every ounce of strength into a desperate sprint toward the B2 main hatch. The others had been overwhelmed by the ever-growing swarms of infected in the labyrinthine secondary passages. Main force attention. The swarm has converged. 10 seconds to hatch. Prepare to open. He roared into the public channel, his voice cracking with the exertion of running. The ground behind them trembled violently, a dense cacophony of footsteps and roars chasing them like muffled thunder, as if the next moment would swallow them whole. In the main corridor of Section C7, Lin Yuxi activated the hatch control authority. Her icy voice rang clear through the all-channel. Everyone prepare. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, open. The heavy alloy hatch emitted a low hydraulic hum and slowly lifted. The first figures to burst through the gap were Lu Ran and his ragged companions, followed by a surging tide of infected. Without a moment's hesitation, Duan Rin, seated in the cockpit of the Defender mech, screamed through gritted teeth, "All units attention. Open fire at will. Full fire coverage." The next second, the entire corridor was engulfed in blazing light. The 3 Defender mechs locked their triggers, their micropulse cannons switching to continuous fire. 3 chains of pale blue energy beams tore through the void, blooming into blossoms of death amid the infected swarm. Wherever the beams passed, the parts of infected struck were instantly vaporized. The pulse rifles of the Xingwei 2 power armor squad and the modified heavy laser rifles of the other players joined the onslaught, their fire lances interweaving. The storm of energy weapons sealed the entire corridor completely. 1 Xingwei 3 power armor, its body still bearing unfinished repair scars, stood at the optimal tactical position behind the 3 Defender mechs. In its left hand, it held a heavily modified heavy Gatling gun seized from a Taiwei 1 type, its 6 barrels spinning at high speed, spewing dense flames. The right arm's Xingwei 3 built-in laser cannon switched to burst mode, sending a stream of blue beams. The head-mounted micro-machine gun also opened fire. 3 lines of fire wove a net of death. This was Jiang Wan's Xingwei 3 power armor. On the last day of preparation, some players had found special alloy compatible with the Xingwei 3 in an abandoned frigate in the know. 2 Wreck Belt. Lu Ran and Suja had led the tech team through an all-nighter, finally completing the repair of the least damaged Xingwei 3 an hour before the battle. Lu Ran grinned as he watched the dazzling beams filling his field of vision, then shouted his last words into the public channel, "Holy shit. These bastards didn't hesitate one bit. Brothers, this wave was worth it. See you in 4 hours." Before his words faded, he Taihan Roaching and the last 3 players, along with the hundreds of infected at the front, were blasted into a cloud of metal shrapnel by the Defender's pulse cannons. All the livestream rooms on Liumang exploded with comments. "Holy crap. That firepower. Amma finally cured my firepower deficiency. So satisfying. This is how the 4th calamity should be. Brother Lu is a legend. A worthy death. Back as a hero in 4 hours. This by Tandambush tactic is god tier. Huangsha Kentai is too cunning. I love it. Blasted both men and monsters. Brother Lu says he's even afraid of himself when he's angry." For a full minute of indiscriminate fire coverage, only the dense roar of lasers filled all squad channels and live streams. The extreme energy weapon frenzy gradually subsided as triggers clicked empty and pulse cannon barrels spun to a halt. The firelight illuminated the entire B2 main corridor. The floor was covered with infected remains and metal fragments, with viscous nanoliquid slowly flowing across the alloy surface. Most of the infected were completely shattered. Only a few whose nanocluster cores were not fully destroyed still writhed and twisted on the ground, emitting low growls, utterly incapacitated. Damn, that was insane. I must have killed at least 100. Bragging much. 100. Why not fly to the moon? Battle merits are automatically judged by the smart terminal. Don't be all flash and no substance. Only to see a score of 250. Haha. Man, I'd be happy with 252. These merit points are so hard to earn. The threshold to upgrade to LV2 is 1500 merits. It would take months of daily work to save up. By the way, this tactic worked brilliantly. This must be the bulk of the infected in B2. If we had to assault them, Hedon would lose at least half. You're too optimistic. I see a few shipbreakers lying there, all taken down by the defenders' pulse cannons. If Wed fought them directly, a scrape would kill, a hit would be fatal. I'd say Wed be lucky to have a third survive. Once the gunfire subsided, the sound of players teasing each other arose. Duan Ren, piloting the defender mech, stepped forward and fired a few finishing shots at the struggling infected on the ground with his pulse cannon. Fire suppression complete, he commanded in a low voice. All personnel rearm and form up. Advance in 2 minutes. Clear the remaining infected in Section B2 and capture the B2 core control room. Roger. The laughter in the communication channel ceased, instantly replaced by a unified reply. The players moved, immediately checking equipment and replenishing ammunition with swift, orderly motions. Just as the squad finished preparations and was about to set off, a series of heavy thuds, dong, 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 echoed from deep within the B2 main corridor, accompanied by the low hum of energy engines. The weighty footsteps reverberated in the deep passage, each one landing on everyone's heart. Everyone instinctively froze, gripping their weapons tighter. Dozens of powerful headlamps shone into the depths of the corridor. In the darkness, 3 towering figures slowly emerged at the edge of the light beams. The foremost were 2 massive, never-before-seen infected. Standing 2 meters tall, they were even more robust than ordinary shipbreakers, their bodies clad in thick, dark silver nanoarmor. The power cores on their chests emitted a dense white light, indicating an extremely high nanocluster density, far exceeding that of common shipbreakers. Their torsos still bore traces of pale yellow paint, with angular, powerful armor plates. Strange shoulder guards carried 2 quad-barreled rotary kinetic guns, but most striking were the 2 thick, brilliant white laser swords extending from their wrists. Dense white energy-formed blades, over a meter long, swinging with their every step, exuding overwhelming pressure. Behind them trailed a one-armed shipbreaker, its limbs severed at the elbow, still wearing a spiked gauntlet on the remaining hand. It dragged a tumter-long disintegration blade, scarred, but still radiating a ferocious aura. These are infected, formed from Zhangji 3 heavy power armor. Their nanocore concentration is very high. Their combat power will be more terrifying than the shipbreaker one. Prepare for battle. Lin Yuxi, clad in shadow armor, had already moved to the front of the formation. In her left hand, she held a condensed energy laser sword. The bone spurs on her elbow joints extended her body, slightly leaning forward, ready to charge. The 2 Zhangji 3 units, their viewports crawling with white light, stared fixedly at the player squad. The next second, a heavy metallic screech erupted from their bodies, and they began a furious charge toward the players with heavy, thundering steps. The 2 Zhangji 3 units, their viewports crawling with white light, stared fixedly at the player squad. The next second, a heavy metallic screech erupted from their bodies, and they began a furious charge toward the players with heavy, thundering steps. As the 2 War Spear 3 type infected units charged forward a few steps, the robust 4-barreled kinetic machine guns on their shoulder armor began to spin rapidly, unleashing a torrent of metallic projectiles that tore through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at Lin Yuxi in the front. Clad in the Shadow 1 power armor, Lin Yuxi was preparing to dodge sideways when 2 massive gray steel figures suddenly burst out from beside him. The Blade Breaker and the Frenzy Shark both activated the thrust engines on the legs and lower back of the Defender mecha, spraying light blue particle streams, while a heavy alloy shield 3 meters square was raised in front of him, forming an unyielding iron barrier. The sounds of clanging collisions rang out as a barrage of bullets pounded against the shield, sending sparks flying. The rough surface of the specialized alloy shield was only marked by a few fine white scratches, indicating its remarkable defensive power. Starfire, leave these 3 metal lumps to us. We were completely bullied last time. Now that we finally have a defender, let's show them what we're made of. Just keep the rear covered for us. Within the cockpit, Bladebreaker's roar came clearly through the team channel. Alright, I also want to see how the defender performs in close combat. But you all be careful, don't be reckless. I will step in if danger arises. After a slight hesitation, Lin Yuxi nodded slightly. He indeed wished to see how this simplified version of the defender created by the players over the past 3 days would perform in melee combat. Got it. Just watch us. Left War Spear 3 is mine. The old shark on the right is yours. No problem. Wait, what? You're leaving me with just a bloodied one. The pilot of the last Defender Cat Bun Dipping Sauce lamented in the team channel, I also want to take down a war spear. Forget it, let's wrap this up quickly and go support you. As the words fell, all three Defender mechas securely attached the micropulse cannons on their right arms to their specialized weapon mounts on their backs, while their left hands firmly gripped the massive alloy shields, and their right hands drew out tumter-long short-handled heavy electric axes from the back mount. You wonder why a 2-meter giant axe is still called a short-handled electric axe. Because when held by a nearly 6-meter-tall defender, it indeed can only be considered a short-handled axe. With a casual swing, blade breaker wrapped the axe blade in crackling red electric currents, emitting a cold gleam in the dimly lit corridor, resonating with a low sharp hum. With the heavy shield in his left hand and the axe in his right, blade breaker's Defender mecha charged toward the left War Spear 3. The robust steel body moved nimbly under his control, and with the aid of the thrust engines behind it was even faster than the War Spear 3, which was only half its size. The Frenzy Shark followed closely behind, moving at a slightly slower pace, but the mecha's steps were steady, clearly executing tactical maneuvers, aiming directly at the right War Spear 3. Although Cat Bun Dipping Sauce complained verbally, he was nonetheless excited about the opportunity to engage in close combat with a mecha, and without a moment's hesitation, he directed the third Defender straight toward the one-armed Crusher. The players in the back saw 3 large units coming, already surrounded by Blade Breaker, and the others seemingly having nothing to do with them, and the communication channel began to buzz with excitement. Holy crap, where did that electric axe come from? That's a shield axe style? It looks so cool. By the way, why does that 2-meter-long giant axe look like a big knife in the Defender's hand? Can it be a bit bigger? What do you know? That thing was also made according to the blueprints provided by the Intelligent Terminal. It was originally 5 meters long, but due to time constraints and insufficient scavenged alloy, Suja and Old Ghost simply produced this ultra-short version. Finally, we can see the Defender mecha take on a small boss. Although this thing has formidable firepower, I wonder how it performs in close combat. Blade Breaker charge. Get revenge for last time, when we got smashed against the wall. Boom. 2 heavy collisions echoed as the leading War Spear 3 soared upward, 2 broad laser swords raised high above its head, coming down with a fierce strike against the alloy heavy shield of the Defender piloted by Blade Breaker. The high temperature and sharp laser swords, propelled by tremendous force, could not shatter the alloy heavy shield. The Defender's left hand holding the shield did not even tremble. With the immense speed of the charge combined with its size advantage, the Defender's middle shield directly deflected the 2 laser swords, then heavily slammed against the chest armor of the War Spear 3. Boom. A more muffled crash resounded as the War Spear 3, propelled by a speed even greater than during its charge, was sent soaring upward, crashing against the top of the wide main corridor, creating a dent in the specialized alloy bulkhead. Meanwhile, the Defender controlled by Blade Breaker staggered slightly, revealing 2 30-centimeter deep gashes on the heavy alloy shield. The momentum completely halted, and the body was pushed back 2 steps by the immense recoil. Awesome. This Defender is just incredible. Bring it on. Just a short distance away, the War Spear 3, which had fallen from the top of the corridor, rolled on the ground and stood back up. Such a heavy impact surprisingly did not inflict severe damage, as the dense white nanocore flowed at the dented chest armor, rapidly repairing the damaged armor. Lin Yuxi, watching from afar, narrowed his eyes and murmured, the defense, recovery, and impact resistance of this War Spear 3 are at least a level above the Crusher. Fortunately, there aren't many of these. Even if I unlock the gene lock, facing 2 at once would still be quite troublesome. I wonder what level of infected units are in those core compartments near the Black Fog's control unit. It seems our combat power is still far from enough. On the other side, the battle between the Frenzy Shark and the War Spear 3 was even more tactical. Instead of choosing to confront the second War Spear 3 head-in, the Defender mecha, under the exquisite control of Frenzy Shark, maximized the capabilities of the 4 auxiliary thrust engines on its legs and back, continuously circling around the War Spear 3. Whenever the War Spear 3 swung its laser sword toward him, he always managed to evade with precision while using the electric axe to cleave at the transmission joints of its mechanical arms and legs. After several exchanges, the right leg joint of this War Spear 3 was already covered in axe marks, its movements clearly becoming sluggish. The War Spear 3 also displayed high combat instincts. Seeing that his strikes were always missing the target, he no longer charged recklessly, but began to use the kinetic machine guns on his shoulders to unleash a barrage at the Defender controlled by Frenzy Shark. Frenzy Shark responded with calmness. Noticing that the War Spear 3 was no longer charging, but instead keeping its distance to continuously deplete his shield with powerful firepower, he decisively retracted the electric axe and pulled out the pulse cannon. At this moment, if the War Spear 3 could speak, it would definitely shout. Are you cheating? Everyone else is using guns, but you have a massive turtle shell. I can only take bullets with my own body. As Duanren and Kwangsha fiercely battled with the Defender, and 2 Warspear 3 elite infection units. The fight at the third battlefield involving Cat Cake with Sauce was nearing its end. His opponent was the already weakened Breaker 1, who had only half an arm left, while Cat Cake with Sauce's defender held an absolute advantage in size, strength, and speed. In their first encounter, Cat Cake with Sauce blocked Breaker 1's disintegration slash with his heavy shield, while simultaneously striking the Breaker's chest with his axe, carving a 1-meter-long gash in the black-red chest armor. Then with a powerful sweep of his sturdy mechanical leg, he struck Breaker 1 at the waist, sending it flying over 20 meters, tumbling several times before stabilizing itself. Despite the consecutive heavy blows, Breaker 1 sprang back up like a wild beast, its white nanocore swirling as it began to repair its wounds. It emitted a sharp metallic screech from its chest and charged at Cat Cake with Sauce, once more moving even faster. With a loud crash, Breaker 1's disintegration blade left a fading afterimage. Cat Cake with Sauce controlled the defender to block with the shield, but the angle was off, causing the disintegration blade to strike heavily against the slanted edge of the alloy shield, slightly deflecting it. The tip of the disintegration blade scraped against the defender's chest armor, producing a distressing metallic screech and leaving a 10-centimeter-wide gash on the thick armor. This was already a testament to the impressive defensive capability of the defender. Had it been struck directly on the Star Guardian 2 power armor, it would have likely been cleaved in two. Damn it, I still can't get used to the shield. Cat Cake with Sauce in the cockpit was somewhat annoyed. His already weak opponent had managed to land a hit on him. He simply attached the alloy heavy shield to the slot on his left arm, no longer using it for defense, but rather wielding it as a fist, while gripping the point light axe with his right hand, charging directly at Breaker 1. Breaker 1 swung its disintegration blade once more, but it was forcefully knocked aside by the defender's horizontally held shield. Seizing the opportunity, Cat Cake unleashed a powerful horizontal sweep with the right hand point light axe, the pale blue blade carrying immense force, cleaving off the remaining arm of Breaker 1 at the shoulder. Before Breaker 1 could evade, he thrust the mech forward, pinning it against the wall with the horizontal giant shield. The point light axe precisely struck into its chest's nanocore as Breaker 1's limbs twitched, its chest's nanocore dimmed, and its entire body collapsed. Got it. This should be the player's first kill of Breaker 1, right? Cat Cake with Sauce couldn't help but gloat in the public channel. Damn, what are you gloating about? You're in a mech 2 sizes too big, and you let Breaker 1 leave a big gash on your chest before dying. If you can switch with me, I guarantee he'll take down Breaker 1 in a second. Exactly what kind of god armor bullying a small monster is this? I could do it too. TCH, you all keep talking. Verbal sparring is free. Cat Cake with Sauce nonchalantly controlled the defender to wave, casually turning to observe the other 2 battlefields. Not far away, Duanren was playing the shield axe style to perfection, effortlessly blocking the furious attacks from Warspear 3's laser sword with his massive alloy shield, while occasionally swinging the point light axe, the red particle blade, carving deep gashes on Warspear 3's body. Despite Warspear 3's nanocore continuously repairing its wounds, it could not withstand such consumption. The thick white light swirling around it had dimmed significantly, while Duanren pressed on, growing stronger with each clash. The output power of the cold fusion power furnace in the chest remained steady, emitting a low hum as the enormous energy continually supplied to the mech's various parts. One was retreating step by step, while the other grew more formidable. Duanren showed no intention of giving Warspear 3 any respite. Once again, the shield blocked the incoming laser sword, and the 4 auxiliary thrusters behind it activated simultaneously. The defenders suddenly charged forward, transforming the heavy shield into a slicing weapon, smashing the unsealed edge of the shield down heavily onto the mechanical arm of Warspear 1. Rip! A piercing sound of twisted metal echoed as Warspear 3's right arm was crushed and deformed by the heavy shield. The thick golden sword extending from its wrist extinguished and vanished. The defender had closed in on Warspear 3, and there was no space to lift the point light axe for a strike. However, with a shake of the defender's right arm holding the axe, the blade flipped, sweeping from below. The 4 auxiliary thrusters at the back adjusted their thrust direction to match the defender's movement, providing immense upward thrust, and the red electric blade cleaved through Warspear 3's left arm at the armpit, severing it completely. Meanwhile, Duanren's attack did not cease. Taking advantage of the upward momentum, his robust right leg bent and rose up, forcefully slamming against Warspear 3's chest armor, sending it flying over 10 meters and crashing against the nearby alloy wall, flawlessly executing close-quarters combat in mech style. Before Warspear 3 could recover from its collision with the deformed alloy wall, the defender charged in like a cheetah, its massive body combined with explosive power, exuding a sense of beauty and strength and brutality. This time the defender did not use the shield or the point light axe. It leaned forward, thrusting its thick horns on its head forward, aiming at the densest point of Warspear 3's chest's nanocore, and charged fiercely. Bang! With a deafening roar, everyone felt the entire B2 main corridor tremble. The 3 5-meter-tall War Spear 3 began to shake and convulse against the wall, its chest completely caved in as the defender's massive horns nearly shattered its upper body. Damn, that's too brutal. I wonder if Duanren has some obsession with smashing people against the wall. Not only did he smash it against the wall, but he also used his head to crush War Spear 3 into the wall. Damn, I won't dare to joke with Duanren about wall hacking anymore. I'm afraid he'll use his head to charge at me. After witnessing this shocking scene, the players in the public channel were left in awe and quickly shifted to a mocking mode. Duanren's defender slowly withdrew its head from the wall, with War Spear 3 completely losing its mobility, sliding limply down to the ground, while the thick horns on the defender still hung with metal debris and the thick nanocore from War Spear 3's chest. The red glowing nanocore flowed slowly onto the defender's single-eye viewport, imbuing this newly reborn iron giant with a sense of violent beauty. The crazy shark nodded iron while wielding a shield and maneuvering against the last Battle Axe 3. Its handheld micro-pulse cannon switched to precision firing mode. As his shooting sensitivity with the pulse cannon improved, his accuracy significantly increased. The originally dark silver armor of the Battle Axe 3 was now riddled with numerous bullet holes and scorch marks, and the nanocore in its chest flickered erratically, unable to keep up with the speed of its injuries. At this moment, the Battle Axe 3 was completely suppressed by the crazy shark, contrasting with the brute force of the broken blade. As the 3-time champion captain of the former Star Skeleton frontline, the crazy shark clearly relied on technique. The defender mech under his control showcased maximum mobility and tactical positioning. The 4 auxiliary thrust engines were manipulated with extraordinary skill, rapidly changing direction in the confined space with a zigzag pattern. The series of movements were a visual delight, as the Battle Axe 3, which had initially been able to engage in close combat, was wholly overwhelmed by the shield fire and could neither escape nor fight back. Just as the Battle Axe 3 struggled to cope with the daunting adversary, a massive steel shadow rushed in from the side, the heavy alloy shield crashing into the waist of the Battle Axe 3 with tremendous force, sending it tumbling over 20 meters across the alloy floor. "Hey Iron Lump, where are you looking? Your grandpa cat is right here." The voice of Cat Cake Dip Sauce echoed in the public channel, having watched the skirmish after swiftly taking down the Breaker 1 without interfering with the intense battle at Broken Blade's side. Instead, he came to assist his old captain, fully aware of his captain's personality, which lacked personal heroism, prioritizing tactical objectives above all. Thus, he executed the ambush without any pressure, knowing the crazy shark would commend him for his finesse. "It's nearly done for. Let's finish it off together." The crazy shark retracted the pulse cannon and drew out an electric axe, charging at the Battle Axe 3, which had just managed to rise from the ground. Its fate was inevitable. After Cat Cake Dip Sauce severed one arm and one leg, the crazy shark crushed its head with a kick, the electric axe piercing through its chest's nanocore. Thus, the 3 small BOS-level elite infected entities were perfectly dispatched by 3 defenders, with only Cat Cake Dip Sauce sustaining a minor scratch on his chest armor, while the other 2 remained unharmed, achieving a near-perfect victory. "Broken Blade, you're awesome. Crazy Shark, you're mighty. And Cat Cake, you're the weakest, and you got hurt." The Instant Noodles player teased his good brother in the public channel. "Exactly, a mech against an infected entity with powered armor, and you still got hurt. Cat Team, can you handle it? If not, let me take over." "Huh. Get lost, that was just a moment of carelessness. Stop joking around. Since everyone is ready, let's continue with the B2 section capture mission. Now we must enter all subchannels and eliminate all remaining infected entities." The crazy shark interrupted the player's idle chatter, redirecting the topic back to the mission. "The old shark is right. Up most of the infected entities have been lured out and focused fire taken care of. The remaining cleanup task doesn't require the defenders. They're too large to enter the subchannels. Let's bring them back to the hangar first." Broken Blade agreed. "According to the original plan, the groups have been divided, so don't be greedy and rush in. You only have 4 hours. The equipment is precious, and soon 800 new players will be coming in, so we need to stockpile resources." "Understood." The players immediately sprang into action, steadily advancing along the B2 main passage. The passage was littered with the remains of infected entities and solidified nano-liquid. Occasionally, a few low-tier infected entities whose cores had not been completely shattered twisted and struggled on the ground. The players moved forward, dispatching them with their high-frequency pulse blades. "Wow, there are so many on the ground. There must be over 1,000. One player exclaimed. "The firepower coverage just now was too overwhelming. Ooh, I felt like the trigger was about to break." Of course, Brother Lou and his team were valiant. We must avenge them this time. The team advanced, dividing into 5 small groups, entering the B2's subchambers, energy rooms, and supply storage areas to eliminate the scattered infected entities lurking in corners. As the players meticulously searched, sporadic gunfire echoed in the expansive B2 segment. The eastern subchamber has been cleared, no remnants. The energy room is secure. The central energy module is intact, just needs a restart and debugging. The high-tech industrial chambers equipment is complete, and the production line has been preliminarily confirmed to be intact. Reports from various teams came in successively encountering little resistance, and after 1 hour all areas were cleared. Lin Yuxi, clad in the Shadow 1 power armor, led the remaining 85 players into the B2 segment's main control room. He approached the main control terminal, taking out the key pendant that his parents left him, inserting it into the console slot, and detected highest authority for the Star Core seed plan. A B2 section of the Star Torch space station is now activated. 800 consciousness access slots unlocked. Cloning unit activation initiated. Storage ceiling status lifted. Equipment usage permissions unlocked. The cold system prompt echoed in the main control room as Lin Yuxi slowly turned around, looking at the excited players before him, his voice resonating through the entire chamber's sound system. I declare the B2 combat readiness task a resounding success. Boom. The main control room erupted in thunderous cheers. In the various live streams of Six-Pointed Star, the bullet screens surged like a tide. Incredible. Did we just take B2? This tactical play is legendary. The Suicide Squad lured enemies' firepower coverage mech boss battle 2 exhilarating. This battle feels much easier than the C7 capture battle. Last time the veteran players were nearly wiped out before the third batch of internal test players arrived. This time Lord Xingyan didn't even have to intervene. The Battle Axe 3 and Breaker were annihilated by the newly created Defender mechs. C7 was the hardest to break. Naturally, the camp boss had to come in to save the day. Now it's all about rapid development, and there's no reason for the camp boss to intervene every time. Wow. 800 slots. Are there any lucky players in the bullet screen? The odds are lower than winning the lottery. I thoroughly studied the setting collection. It seems the entire Star Torch space station can unlock one of the 0 internal test slots, and for more you'd need to log into the surface of Astra. Huh. Is there a surface landing battle? I thought it was only interstellar content. I guess the game team hasn't fully prepared the ground map. Yet after all, according to the hardcore style of the Star Core reboot, by the time you log onto the surface, the entire planet's map should be fully ready. Goodness, an entire planet. That's on a different scale than a space station spanning several dozen kilometers. Once on the surface, there will be so much more to do. Lin Yuxi raised his hand to silence the crowd. The noise instantly ceased. You have used your courage and wisdom to win this crucial battle. His voice was calm, yet powerful. From today onward, we have completely severed the link between the southern infected entities and the northern Black Mist control units. The situation in the Star Torch space station has been entirely turned around. All pioneers who participated in this battle will receive basic task rewards, personal combat rankings, elite kill rewards, and special commendations, which will be synchronized to your smart terminals once the statistics are completed for you to check at your convenience. Do not let your guard down. As time passes, and our civilization's activity continues to rise, the activity of the Black Mist nano-clusters in the entire Star Torch space station will increase sharply. You have already seen that the infected entities have spawned individuals stronger than the Breaker 1A, and future battles will only become more challenging. At this moment, on the other end of the debris field extending thousands of kilometers in Astra, a massive black hive-like structure the size of 2 Star Torch space stations quietly floated silent in this star sea for 12,000 years alongside countless remains. Deep within the black hive structure, a metallic panel slowly lit up, awakening something. Civilization activity signal detected. Civilization activity level class extremely minor. Secondary mother nest awakening program initiated. At 9 a.m. Earth Dragon Country time in a high-end apartment in Jingdu City, Jian sat up from the game pod. No matter how he toiled within the Stellar Core reboot, emerging from the game left him brimming with energy, for theoretically, while they gallivanted across the world of Astra, their earthly bodies remained in a state of deep sleep. He stretched his limbs. Though physically energized, the mentally taxing technical work in the game had left him somewhat weary. It was now the second day of the B2 assault. His technical team was swamped, unlocking a flood of new equipment that awaited their research. He brewed a cup of hot milk and casually boiled 2 eggs. Jian planned to have breakfast, and then drop by the company's project group. Recently, the project had hit a severe bottleneck. Their technical snags still lay in the control system. The manual input command method struggled to meet the military mecha's demand for rapid response in complex situations. Indeed, we must follow the Defender's approach, adopting the Neuralink control route. The Broken Blade on its first outing could execute military boxing and backflips, and in its first battle, it even employed close-quarters combat. It's already performing tight melee with the mecha, while our company's prototype is still struggling to run steadily. Alas, sipping his hot milk, he habitually opened the technical forum, Blue Star Mechanical Society, a hub for professionals and hardcore enthusiasts in the mecha industry. This was the most elite vertical community for mecha engineering, both domestically and internationally. The post authors were almost exclusively engineers from major military research institutes, professors from university mecha departments, and top technical experts in the field. The content focused on professional technical analysis and discussion with a high entry barrier that baffled even mecha enthusiasts without a solid foundation. Opening the forum's homepage, a lengthy post published just 3 hours earlier dominated every section. The author Chun Jingyan, associate professor of mecha engineering at Jingdu University, core member of the National Military Mecha Practicalization Project. The post title was blunt: full dissection of the Defender mecha from manufacturing logic to neural control, where lies the path for real military mecha. Jian clicked his tongue upon seeing the title and author. Professor Chun Jingyan, wasn't he his mentor? Had he also started paying attention? When he was a graduate student under Professor Chun, he had often been scolded for his hobby of playing virtual games. If Professor Chun ever found out that iron welding and twisting engine is me, I can't bear to think about it. Too embarrassing. I casually used that Chunibu ID from my student days. If Professor Chun and my colleagues ever discovered, forget it. Jian paused, his finger hesitating, then clicked into the post. As a senior engineer with a decade of experience at the Dragon Country's Shuanglian military industry, he understood Professor Chin's weight better than anyone. This tech enthusiast, just over 50 and not too old, was an authority in the field of military mecha transmission systems, renowned for his innovation and rigorous approach. Since he had written a technical post specifically about the game's mecha, he must hold the Stellar Core Reboot's realistic physics engine in high regard, believing that the game's parameters and concepts were worth discussing. The post had no preamble, only densely annotated screenshots, slow-motion frames, and data comparison tables. That was Professor Chin's consistent style. The first part was a breakdown of the Defender mecha's manufacturing principles. Chun Jingyan captured every frame of the Defender assembly process from a player's livestream, including fleeting glimpses of parts blueprints and the industrial pod's processing workflow frame by frame, dissecting its structural design. Many say the Defender is a sci-fi product, but I tell you its technical path aligns with the same system Earth's military mecha uses. It employs no anti-gravity, space folding, or other ethereal black technologies. It uses the very alloy forging, hydraulic transmission, and modular assembly we study every day. But the gap lies in precision. Look at its joint transmission structure. It adopts an integrated pipeline-free design with a transmission gap of less than 0.01 millimeters. This is a level of machining precision no current military workshop on Earth can achieve. Moreover, its armor alloy is highly similar to the titanium niobium alloy we are developing, but its composition and heat treatment process are at least 15 years ahead. At the same tonnage, its defensive capability is 3.2 times that of our current Xuanwu 7 mecha, yet it weighs 60 less. Jian's hand holding the egg had been frozen in midair. He had forgotten to bring the egg to his mouth. He was all too aware of what these figures meant. Though he had personally assembled the Defender mecha, he had never delved into these technical details. To him, the Stellar Core Reboot was ultimately a game, but after Professor Chin's analysis, he increasingly felt that as long as a few key challenges Professor Chin outlined were solved, the Defender could be built in the real world. His own company, Shuanglian Military Industry, had spent 3 years tackling the heat treatment process of titanium niobium alloy, yet remained stuck at the balance point between strength and toughness, unable to break through. In the game, however, the Defender had already mass-produced this alloy to manufacture standard armor plates for mecha. He took a deep breath and continued scrolling. The second part of the post analyzed the Defender's control system during its first actual combat. Chun Jingyan presented 3 classic slow-motion camera shots from the B-2 battle, the instant the Broken Blade's Defender rammed heat into the Shipbreaker 1, the 16 frames of the Frenzied Shark gnawing iron performing continuous zaped maneuvers to evade fire, and the motion breakdown of Cat Biscuit dipping sauce executing a side shield strike against the Halberd 3. I slowed these shots down to a fraction of a second per frame. The Frenzied Shark gnawing iron's 4 direction changes each interval less than 0.5 seconds, showed no stutter in movement transitions. This means its control latency must be within 0.1 seconds. This is not achievable with a joystick or motion controls. Even the world's top pilot couldn't react that fast. The only explanation: the Defender uses direct neural link control. The pilot's thoughts are directly converted into mecha movements with no intermediate relay. This is the universally acknowledged optimal solution for practical military mecha. But the reality we face is that Earth's current neural link technology can at most control simple robotic arms with precision reaching at most 70 of the operator's intent and latency exceeding 1 second. We are at least 2 decades away from true mecha neural control. Jian grew increasingly alarmed. He recalled the neural interface array he had seen when he disassembled the Defender mecha's cockpit in the game. At the time, he had only thought it was exquisitely designed. Now reflecting on it, the dense arrangement of electrodes, each position and spacing, was both simple and precise. He thought of the project he was leading in reality, the military mecha control system that had been stuck for 18 months. The team had pulled countless all-nighters, yet could only reduce latency to 1.2 seconds, still an insurmountable chasm from the combat requirement of 0.2 seconds. If the Stellar Core Reboot's physics engine replicated physical rules at a 1:1 ratio, could it be that the game's neural interface array was actually feasible in reality? Holy crap, what kind of god-tier team developed this game? If this technology could really be used in reality. He dared not even think further. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of the Deep Space Exploration Bureau of the Space Administration in Kyoto, Liu Tianz's minimalist yet tech-savvy office was bustling. Old Liu, how is your son's inquiry going? I don't have much time left. Please help me out. Tell him to give me a definite answer soon. Academician Wang Zhengwo had visited for the third time that week. He put down the tea Liu Tianzi had personally brewed and couldn't help asking. Old Wang, that brat has been busy with something lately. I've been unable to reach him. I left him a message and he said their technical department is in a critical RD phase. He'll get back to me in a few days. Look, if he hasn't replied by tomorrow, he'll personally go to the neighboring Nanhai city to find him. The brat. They referred to Liu Ran had just logged out of the game and saw a slew of missed calls and messages from his father, all urging him to give Academician Wang an answer. His father said he was practically camping in his office and that if he didn't reply soon, he would drag Academician Wang to his doorstep. He had been busy with the B2 cabin assault mission in the game. Now that the mission was successfully completed, it was time to properly sort out the establishment of the Stellar Core Technology Company. He did not immediately reply to his father's message. After all, he had already procrastinated for so many days, a little more time wouldn't matter. He first enjoyed a comfortable hot shower, then gulped down a large mouthful of ice-cold cola. Liu Ran felt that the fatigue from the past 10+ days of non-stop work vanished instantly, and he was instantly revived. After all, theoretically, his non-stop work in the game over the past 10+ days meant he was just sleeping in reality. With the care of the professional gaming pod, he was only mentally exhausted. He glanced at the date on his phone. It had been exactly 13 days since he signed the cooperation agreement with Shun Tua's Ruijin Capital to jointly establish Xinghe Technology. During these 13 days, he had devoted himself entirely to the B2 capsule mission in the game, barely paying attention to real-world matters. But he knew that after confirming the intention to cooperate, Lin Han's team had already connected with Shin Tua's side. The preparations that needed to be made should have been mostly completed by Shin Tua's team. His finger found Shin Tua's name in the contact list. As soon as he dialed, the phone was answered almost instantly. President Liu, you finally have time. On the other end of the phone, Shin Tua's tone carried a hint of urgency. Everything has been handled as requested. Company registration, qualification, approval, venue, renovation, team building. All in place, just waiting for you to come and inspect. Liu Ran replied politely, Brother Shin, do you mind if I call you that? Don't be so formal with me, just call me Liu Ran. After the agreement is signed, we'll be one of our own. The technical team has been busy recently. I haven't slept for several nights in a row. I just finished and contacted you as soon as possible. Not at all, I'd be glad to. Yes, we'll soon be family. I won't stand on ceremony with you either. The most urgent matter now is to complete the core server setup. I've already prepared everything to the highest standard, just waiting for our technical team to move in. Half an hour later, a black commercial van stopped in front of a high-end commercial office building with a full glass curtain wall located in the most bustling CBD core area of the city center. Shin Tua was already waiting downstairs with his entire core team. Seeing Liu Ran get out of the car, he immediately strode forward. Brother Liu, I've designated all 25 floors of this entire Ruijin International Center as the global headquarters of Xinghe Technology. The office areas, meeting rooms, and leisure areas are all renovated to top-tier standards. Let me take you around to see if you're satisfied. Liu Ran followed Shin Tua into the building and toured the top-tier commercial office space on the 25th floor. The environment was indeed impeccable, and as Shin Tua had said, all the commercial teams had already moved in and were busy coordinating with various parties, preparing intensively for the official establishment of Xinghe Technology. Given the development blueprint and ambition of their Xinghe Technology, the preparatory work needed in the early stages would have been impossible to set up without the professional team of Shun Tua's Ruijin Capital. After visiting his spacious top-floor CEO office on the 25th floor, Liu Ran didn't engage in much small talk. Brother Shin, it's about time. Let's go to the underground server room. Shin Tua's smile faded slightly, and his expression turned serious. No problem. The dedicated underground supercomputing server room requested by President Lin earlier has been built with the highest security standards. 24-hour armed guard physically isolated from the external network. There will be absolutely no security issues. The group took a dedicated elevator down to the third basement level. The heavy alloy blast door slowly opened, revealing a vast cluster of servers. Rows of silver-white cabinets were neatly arranged in dozens of lines. Cold water pipes crisscrossed the ceiling, and the air was filled with a faint smell of ozone. Ruijin Capital's chief technology officer stood with the entire technical team in the center of the server room, everyone's faces marked with a mix of tension and anticipation. President Liu, the world's most advanced third-generation quantum servers have all been deployed. The total computing power can definitely rank in the global top 500. We've also reserved ample expansion slots for additional computing power as needed. We're just waiting for Mr. Lin Han to come and perform system initialization and core program injection. Lu Ran looked at the massive computing cluster and couldn't help but be impressed. It seemed they had converted the entire basement into a server room. Shin Tua's execution was truly impressive. Moreover, the cost of this entire supercomputing server room configuration alone would likely exceed 200 million on the market. What exactly had Lin Han promised Shin Tua to make him invest so heavily? No wonder Shin Tua, despite his usually composed demeanor, revealed anxiety during the phone call. With such a huge investment poured in without seeing any technology, anyone would feel uneasy. Shin Tua had been so restrained, showing him around the office building for half a day without bringing up the server setup. That was remarkable self-restraint. Lu Ran glanced at his watch. There were 30 seconds left until the agreed time. He dropped the bombshell. No need to wait. They won't be coming. Shin Tua and the entire technical team were stunned. President Lu, this. Without the core technical team on site to deploy this massive supercomputing cluster simply cannot be started. Moreover, our security system is military grade. Even the world's top hackers cannot breach a physically isolated internal network. Shin Tua remained silent, patiently waiting for Lu Ran's answer. Lu Ran, however, did not explain. He simply watched the second hand of his watch. 3, 2, 1. The instant the second hand reached 12, the lights in the entire server room suddenly dimmed. The next second, the indicator lights of the first row of servers lit up row by row, followed by the second row, the third row. The entire server cluster awakened as if touched by an invisible hand. The silver-white light merged into a sea, and the cold hum of mechanical operation came from all directions. The screens on the central console lit up automatically. System loading progress bars flew rapidly. Security background permissions were silently taken over, and all firewalls were breached as easily as paper. Without any physical connection, without any human operation, the world's top supercomputing cluster completed its fully automated deployment and system initialization under everyone's gaze. The entire server room fell into a deathly silence. Ruijin's CTO, his mouth wide open, let his tablet slip from his hand with a thud, his eyes filled with incredulous shock. Shin Tua, meanwhile, was first startled, then his eyes blazed with wild joy. He had always thought Lin Han was just an agent of some high-level figure at Guanyu Fund. But now he understood the ability to instantly take over a military-grade internal network without any physical contact and fully automate the deployment of the world's top supercomputing cluster. This completely shattered his understanding of technology after years of investing in tech. That man named Lin Han was likely not an agent of Guanyu Fund's top management. He might very well be a top executive of Guanyu Fund himself. Lu Ran looked at the spectacular scene before him, yet felt completely calm. He had already been thoroughly astonished when Lin Han told him earlier that they would remotely take over the deployed supercomputing cluster without a single person needing to be on site. All right, the system deployment is complete. Lu Ran turned around facing Shin Tua, whose face was flushed with excitement. Brother Shin, you can rest assured now. Let's strike while the iron is hot and complete the contract signing today. 10 minutes later, in the top floor conference room, 4 copies of the contract were already laid out on the table. Shin Tua's side, Ruijin Capital, had already affixed their seal. Lu Ran then took out the electronic seal Lin Han had given him in advance and completed the contract signing. The contract terms were clear and unambiguous. Xinghe Technology was officially established with a registered capital of 200 million. The ultimate beneficiary was Lin Han, holding 95 of the shares with full ownership and technical control. Lu Ran, CEO and Chief Technical Officer, fully representing the technical team and coordinating with the operations team. Ruijin Capital invested 200 million, holding 5 of the shares. Responsible for commercial operations, global public relations, and resource coordination, with no interference in any technical decisions or core management. After signing, Shin Tua handed the contract to Lu Ran with both hands and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Brother Lu, let's have lunch together. I've already arranged it. An internal team celebration to mark the official establishment of Xinghe Technology. Lu Ran put away the contract and smiled. Of course, no problem. Today, all our preparations are complete. Later, the Ruijin technical team can build the external API interface based on the core of Xing's simulation technology constructed on our supercomputing cluster. Shin Tua immediately replied, I plan to officially hold a press conference at 2 p.m. tomorrow announcing the cooperation between Ruijin Technology and the Xinghe Reboot team, the formal establishment of Xinghe Technology, and the direct launch of our product. Brother Lu, you must attend. No problem. Let's give the world a little Xinghe shock. That very afternoon, major domestic technology, official media, mainstream tech streaming platforms, and top live broadcast media, such as Hexagram Live, began to publicly announce a significant piece of news. The highly acclaimed Star Core Reboot RD team has received investment from the top domestic tech venture capital firm Ruijin Capital, announcing the joint establishment of Star Core Technology which will primarily focus on end-to-end services for full simulation technology. The launch conference for StarCore Technology will be held tomorrow afternoon. Many rational industry insiders have long pointed out that no matter how advanced the technology is, it must follow the path of commercialization to form a virtuous cycle of R&D leading to revenue and further R&D. The StarCore reboot team will undoubtedly pursue this path, as no team or capital can sustain itself for long with only massive input and no output. However, this sudden official announcement still attracted significant attention from relevant industries and internet users, both domestically and abroad. Everyone was filled with anticipation for tomorrow's launch event, eager to learn the extent of the technology mastered by the newly established StarCore Technology and its operational model. At 2 p.m. the following day at the 25-story headquarters building of StarCore Technology in Nanhai City, the previously covered golden letters spelling out StarCore Technology on the outer wall were unveiled. In the spacious multifunctional conference hall on the first floor, Shin Tua took the stage, first briefly introducing the investment situation from Ruijin Capital and the content of the strategic cooperation. He then solemnly invited Lu Rand, the first CEO of StarCore Technology, to take the stage, clearly wanting to leave the spotlight for the spokesperson of this. Lu Rand had also prepared carefully for today, dressed in a well-fitted custom black suit that, combined with his youthful and sunny appearance, gave off a bit of a heartthrob vibe. Lu Rand walked slowly to the stage, his aura steady and unflinching. Hello everyone, I am Lu Rand, the CEO of StarCore Technology. Mr. Shin has already detailed the background and philosophy behind our establishment, so I won't dwell on that. Let me directly address the questions you are most concerned about. Starting tomorrow, StarCore Technology will fully open the commercial permissions for full simulation technology. Lu Rand waved his hand, and two core products appeared on the large screen behind him. First, the basic version of the Neural Access API service Star Surge, which adopts a cloud service model and is pay-per-use. The technology is 1 to 2 generations ahead of similar products currently on the market, with a gap of about 5 years. It is open to all industries, including gaming, medical education, and industrial design. Second, the advanced version 1.1 physical simulation engine StarCore, which boasts an extreme physical precision with a 0.3 margin of error, fully replicating all physical rules of the real world. This is solely for cutting-edge scientific research, military testing, and special scenarios in space engineering, and the usage permissions are not available for public sale. As soon as these words were spoken, the reporters in the audience erupted in excitement. Mr. Lu, you mentioned that the basic version Star Surge possesses performance that is 1 to 2 generations ahead of similar products on the market. What is the basis for this claim? Mr. Lu, what is the admission mechanism for the advanced simulation engine? If it is not for sale, how can one obtain usage rights? Lu Rand raised his hand to calm the crowd, waiting for the venue to gradually quiet down before continuing. I know there are many questions from everyone, so I will select a few representative ones to answer one by one. First, regarding the performance of Star Surge. We only speak the truth and never engage in exaggerated marketing. Star Surge has already passed the full set of authoritative certifications from the National Virtual Simulation Technology Industry Association, and all reported data has been verified by third-party organizations. He lightly tapped his fingertip, and a clear performance comparison chart immediately popped up on the large screen, listing the neural latency, action accuracy, concurrent load capacity, and other key indicators of Star Surge compared to mainstream products worldwide, with the differences being evident. I can assure everyone that the actual operational performance of Star Surge will only be superior to our reported data. The commercial API port for Star Surge will officially open to the outside world at midnight tonight. At that time, we welcome all industry peers and technology enthusiasts to conduct any form of data testing and verification. Regarding the admission for the advanced engine, we have introduced a unique StarCore coin system. Due to the enormous consumption of computing resources by StarCore, and because our team is also using it for other technical R&D, we currently have no conditions to open usage permissions without limits. StarCore Coin is the only credential for using the StarCore simulation engine, and we will strategically issue it in limited quantities. Firstly, the normal issuance of StarCore coins will adopt a rationing system. Due to limited computing power and high R&D costs each year, we will grant directed quotas to research institutions and core strategic partners who meet the application threshold. I won't go into detailed application requirements here. This is a complete, compliant, and relatively fair evaluation system. You can find specific details on our official website. Additionally, StarCore coins will also have a certain business quota. Institutions that have deep and long-term cooperation with StarCore Technology may receive extra allocations of StarCore coins. At this point, Lu Rand paused, scanning the entire audience, and said clearly, thirdly, this is a potential acquisition route that anyone can currently. Before I explain the third acquisition method, I need to specifically mention that the virtual world of StarCore Reboot, which restores physical rules 1.1, is the most important carrier for the technical R&D of StarCore Technology. All our virtual simulation technology projects are developed based on this fully simulated world. Therefore, the star core points and military merit points generated in the game can be exchanged for star core coins at fixed intervals and limits, and a currency trading platform will be opened on the official website of StarCore Reboot, where gamers can sell the star core coins they exchanged in the game. As soon as this statement was made, the various live broadcast rooms of Hexagram immediately erupted. Wow, did I hear that right? A currency trading platform. Can star core points and military merit points be converted into star core? Star core coins are the only credential for using star core. If the market confirms that the high-end physical engine of StarCore technology is indeed no different from what has been advertised, how high could the value of StarCore coins go? Wow, it's always said that getting the beta test qualification for StarCore Reboot is harder than winning the lottery. The benefits from getting it are much higher than winning the lottery. This is a golden goose. I can't believe it. This isn't just playing a game. This is directly giving money to players. However, the main storyline of the game is progressing quite quickly. I see that the official website has painted a picture for us striving to expand the game's quota to 1 million in the next few years. Currently, the global population is about to surpass 20 billion. What is 1 million? And with the hardcore nature of this game, who knows how long it will take to expand to 1 million? Wow, I just received the notification for the 4th batch of beta test slots with a screenshot as proof. It seems I am the chosen one destined to reach the pinnacle of life and marry a beautiful and rich girl. Hurry up and take down this lucky winner. I envy him so much. Haha, does anyone remember the birthday guy? He missed the beta test slots because he was celebrating his girlfriend's birthday. I wonder if he is already crying in the bathroom after watching this conference. Meanwhile, 980 light years away, Lin Yuxi watched Lu Ran, who was spirited on stage through the terminal, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. I didn't expect Lu Ran to look quite handsome in a suit. Is he what you humans call a childhood friend? Asked Xing Shu, who was, yes, we grew up in the same courtyard. He is 6 years older than me and has always been my role model in learning. Now, all monetization routes for players have been closed loop. In the short term, there are live streaming revenues, and in the long term, the value of star core coins will continue to rise. No matter how many players join later, we have already built the framework of the entire business model. Now we only lack the first authoritative case to dispel everyone's final doubts about star core technology. Are you referring to the physical simulation tests for the space elevator materials that Lu Ran has been discussing with you? Exactly. Once we complete this first scientific research simulation development project with the official background of the Dragon Kingdom, we will have officially completed our commercial loop on Earth. It was Saturday, a rare day off for Lu Tianzi. Holding a freshly brewed cup of Longjing tea, he settled into the sofa and turned on his usual tech channel. Though he was already the director of the Space Administration, he had made it a habit over the years to browse various tech news reports in his spare time, keeping abreast of the latest developments in the domestic technology industry. The television was airing routine industry updates. He took a sip of the hot tea and was about to pick up the newspaper beside him when the screen abruptly cut to a red emergency news banner. Breaking news, Xingha Technology, officially founded today, releases world-leading, full simulation technology. Lu Tianzi raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself, Xingha Technology. That name sounds familiar. Isn't that the game Lu Ran was messing around with called Xingha Reboot? He casually glanced at the screen. But just one look and the teacup in his hand jerked violently. The tea he had just taken a sip of choked directly into his trachea. Cough, cough, cough. He burst into violent coughing, tea dripping down his chin onto his shirt. He nearly bounced off. In the television footage, the press conference of Xingha Technology's headquarters in Nanhai City was shown. Under the spotlight stood a young man in a bespoke black suit, his demeanor composed and commanding. Who else could it be but his son Lu Ran, who had been missing for nearly half a month, claiming to be in a critical phase of technology research and development. Hey, drink slowly. At your age, you're still so rash. Mother Lu walked out of the kitchen carrying a plate of cut fruit. She was about to scold him when she followed his gaze to the television, and her eyes instantly lit up. Oh my, isn't that Ran? She hurried over to the sofa and sat down, staring intently at the screen, her face radiating undisguised pride. Look how handsome my son looks in a suit. See how he carries himself. Not a trace of stage fright. He's much better than you were at his age. Lu Tianzi finally caught his breath, grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth, but still stubbornly retorted, his father was way more handsome than him when he was young. Okay. That rascal. Such a big deal, and he didn't even drop a hint. I thought he was fooling around with that game in Nanhai City every day, and instead, he secretly built such a huge company. He's doing serious work, and he was afraid you'd worry too much. Mother Lu shot him a glare. Look how calmly and clearly he answers the reporter's questions. He's clearly cut out for great things. Back then you said he was neglecting his proper work, insisting on going into game development. Now you've been proven wrong, haven't you? Lu Tianzi snorted and didn't argue further, but his eyes were locked on the screen. Watching Lu Ran on stage, effortlessly fielding all sorts of tricky questions, the corner of his mouth still unconsciously lifted. The elderly couple were watching intently when the Xingshuan phone on the coffee table suddenly rang urgently. Lu Tianzi picked it up and saw that the caller ID showed Academician Wang Zhengguo. He had just answered the call when Academician Wang's voice distinctly excited and urgent came through. Old Lu, have you seen the news? The Xinghe Technology press conference. Your son Lu Ran. He's actually the CEO of Xinghe Technology. I'm watching it right now, Lu Tianzi said with a smile. That rascal, he kept it tight from us. Never mind that. Academician Wang interrupted him urgently. I'm asking you that Xinghe high-level simulation engine they released. Is it the same technology used in the game Xinghe Reboot? The one that can replicate physical rules 1-1? Probably yes. They said in the press conference just now that the game is their technology research and development carrier. That's right. Academician Wang's voice grew even more urgent. I just heard them say that this engine is not for sale to outsiders. You can only exchange usage rights with Xinghe coins, and you have to queue up to apply with limited quotas. Old Lu, you can't abandon me. Don't rush, speak slowly. How can I not be anxious? Academician Wang sighed. The core material project of the space elevator has been stuck at the simulation calculation step for nearly half a year. The current supercomputing precision is insufficient. The calculated results have too much error and simply cannot be used for experiments. If we could use their simulation engine with 0.3 error, we could achieve results at least 3 years earlier. I know this project is a national key project with tight schedule and heavy tasks. Lu Tianzi's tone turned serious. Don't worry, with our friendship of so many years, I will definitely help you with this favor. Great. Academician Wang breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it was right to come to you. As for those Xinghe coins, you have to help me figure something out. Don't let me wait in line for a year or two. I can't wait that long. No problem, Lu Tianzi agreed readily. Since they officially launched today, this matter will be easier to handle. They'll go to Nanhai City right now, and as soon as his press conference is over, he'll corner him and make sure he gives you the green light. This is a national-level project, so we must get that rascal to give priority usage rights. After hanging up, Lu Tianzi immediately stood up and grabbed his coat. Where are you going? Mother Lu asked. To Nanhai City to corner that rascal. Lu Tianzi said, while putting on his shoes. Academician Wang's project is waiting to use his technology. This is a key project related to the cost of our deep space exploration, and we can't afford to wait at all. The next morning at the Dragon Country Aerospace Materials Research Institute, a black business car slowly arrived. The door opened and Lu Ran stepped out first, followed by the business and technical secretarial team from Xinghe Technology. Lu Tianzi followed at the end, waiting at the door for Academician Wang to nod. Old Wang, I have kept you waiting for a long time. Lu Ran took the initiative to extend his hand, speaking respectfully. Uncle Wang, it's an honor to meet you. I have often heard my father speak of you. Your research has made extraordinary contributions to the country's aerospace endeavors. Academician Wang firmly shook his hand, excitedly exclaiming, Lu Ran, you truly are young and accomplished, even stronger than your father. You have truly given us a tremendous surprise this time. I never expected someone so young to develop such remarkable technology. You flatter me, Uncle Wang. It is all thanks to the team, Lu Ran humbly replied. Let's go inside and discuss. The meeting room is ready. No need to stand out here. As they entered the meeting room, Lu Ran's secretary promptly distributed the prepared cooperation agreements. Academician Wang, I will get straight to the point. Lu Ran sat up straight, addressing all the researchers present. He no longer referred to Wang Zhengguo as Uncle Wang, but switched to a formal title. As for the usage rules of the advanced simulation engine from Xinghe, I believe you have already understood them at yesterday's press conference. The Xinghe coin is the only valid credential for usage, and the normal procedure requires submitting an application, which will then be reviewed for quota allocation. However, considering that the core materials project for the space elevator is a national-level key project, and time is of the essence, we have decided to make special arrangements. We will skip all the standard review processes and issue the first batch of directed Xinghe coins to your research institute today, sufficient for you to complete the first 3 phases of simulation experiments. Wang Academician's eyes lit up. Really? That's wonderful. What about the costs? Lu Ran smiled and replied, you don't need to worry about the costs at all. Xinghe Technology will not charge you any fees or technology usage costs. We provide technical support for national key research projects free of charge. This is too much to ask for, Academician Wang said, somewhat surprised. Your technology is so advanced, the research and development costs must be high, and we can't take it for free. Academician Wang, you misunderstand, Lu Ran chuckled. We do have 2 small requests. You say it, and as long as we can do it, it's not a problem. Very simple. Lu Ran's gaze swept over the terms in the agreement. If the experiment yields results, we hope you will clearly indicate in all research reports, official releases, and academic papers that the simulation calculations for this experiment were completed using the 1-1 physical simulation engine from Xinghe Technology Xinghe. Academician Wang was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. I thought the conditions would be harsh. Just this. No problem. This is perfectly reasonable. We will detail it in the relevant academic papers. The other request is also quite simple. After you and your team have used Xinghe, we would like to invite you to publish a specialized article at a well-known domestic academic forum, the Xinhua Forum, to share your usage experience with fellow colleagues in the tech community in detail. Rest assured we have no requirements for the content. You can write entirely based on your genuine experience. We just hope you as a technical expert can create a user guide for those who have yet to use it. Lou, it seems you have great confidence in your product, which is a good thing. I'm looking forward to it more and more. If it's just these two conditions, I can agree to it right now. I will share my experience honestly with my colleagues in the industry. Academician Wang, being decisive, picked up a pen without hesitation and signed his name on the cooperation agreement. Lu Ran also signed on behalf of Xinghe Technology. With both parties reaching an agreement, Lu Ran immediately took the terminal handed over by his secretary, lightly tapping the screen with his fingertip to transfer the first batch of 100 research-oriented Xinghe coins into the exclusive account of the Aerospace Materials Research Institute. We have issued you 100 Xinghe coins, which should be more than sufficient for your experimental needs. Shortly, our technical team will assist you in completing the necessary local equipment deployment, allowing your team to log onto the official platform of Xinghe Technology to access Xinghe and initiate the simulation experiments. Lu Ran said, "That's great. I'll arrange it right now." Academician Wang excitedly stood up, unable to wait any longer, and hurriedly led his team towards the laboratory. In the meeting room, only Lu Ran and his father Lu Tianzi remained. Lu Tianzi looked at Lu Ran and spoke directly. "Come home for dinner with me tonight. Your mother has been talking non-stop since watching the press conference yesterday, saying you've achieved something, and it's time to find a wife. Dad, please spare me. Don't let my mom find those distant relatives' daughters or nieces to introduce to me again. It's always so awkward for me." "What? You faced so many reporters and cameras without flinching, but now you're afraid to invite a girl to dinner. Look at how timid you are. When I was your age, I could already run errands. At this rate, when will your mother ever get to hold her grandchild? Nowadays, young people tend to marry later. Our era was different from yours. All right, as long as you know in your heart. Speaking of which, do you have such confidence in your Xinghe? Old Wang and his project have high demands for material precision, and he is a principled person. If it does not meet his standards, he will absolutely not help you with false advertising. Dad, rest assured our Xinghe will only be more powerful than the parameters advertised. Just wait and see. Once Academician Wang uses it, he will definitely not be able to part with Xinghe. Is it really that amazing? There are many places within our aerospace department that can utilize full simulation technology. By then you'll know how to handle it. Dad, don't worry. I'm studying aerospace, and I understand that our future lies in the stars and the vast ocean. We can certainly secure some Xinghe coins, but as you know, my authority is limited, and it's impossible to supply them indefinitely for free with such a large team. I understand. We will proceed according to the rules. I have never engaged in those tricks. If something is useful, we will use it. The country has funding, and companies also need to generate revenue. Research requires a healthy cycle. Ooh, I know that much." After discussing business, Lu Tianzi looked at his son, who was now taller than him, with a soft gaze, and patted Lu Ran on the shoulder. "Good job, kid." Lu Ran, in front of his father, completely lost the imposing aura of CEO Lu. He didn't respond, just smiled and scratched his head, just like when he was a child and his father praised him. The official website of Xinghe Chongqi has nearly become a digital wishing well for tens of millions of players. Every day, countless players refresh the application interface, check for new closed beta slots, and repeatedly verify if they have received an internal test invitation message. Even the forum sections have been filled with daily check-in threads for various player groups, all with the same content. Day X without a closed beta slot I opens the content. Unlike other closed beta games that update every few days and release new versions every 2 weeks, the only regular update on Xinghe Chongqi's official site is the game setting collection, which is updated as players progress. Today, the official announcement of a major update was made, and a developer log signed by Lu Ran was pinned in the announcement section, causing the website traffic to surge past 10 million within minutes. Good evening, pioneers of Xinghe Chongqi and all players who have been following the game. I am Lu Ran, the lead game designer. First, I want to express my gratitude for your attention and support. Your encouragement is the driving force behind our efforts to refine the game content. After 27 days of joint pioneering, the around closed beta has concluded successfully. With the efforts of all players, we have reclaimed 2 core modules, C7 and B2, unlocked production lines for mass-produced equipment and gear, and even assembled the first mecha through player collaboration. On behalf of Xinghe Technology, I extend my sincerest thanks to all players fighting on the front lines. Effective immediately, Xinghe Chongqi enters the brown closed beta phase. This round will initially open 800 test access slots. As we unlock more modules of the Xingju space station, we will add corresponding numbers of closed beta slots. Once the main mission of this round is completed and the Xingju space station is fully under control, a total of 100 slots will be unlocked. This major update comprehensively restructures 4 key areas: survival, logic, equipment system, credit economy, and Xinghe coin circulation. The adjustments are as follows. B2 module unlocked, mass-produced equipment line fully operational. With the restoration of the B2 module's military production line, we have achieved large-scale production of 4 types of armor. Simultaneously, all categories of firearms, ammunition, and repair consumables are now available. T1 General Exoskeleton entry-level standard for beginners, meeting basic interstellar scavenging and mobility needs. Alpha Type 1 mass-produced general power armor, mid-range versatile equipment suitable for most module clearance missions. Xingwei 2 Standard Combat Power Armor, high-end combat exclusive, enhanced defense and firepower output. Engineering Special Exoskeleton Engineering Power Armor designed for wreckage dismantling, equipment repair, and infrastructure operations, significantly improving engineering efficiency. Only for large-scale Stronghold Assault Team missions. After reporting to the Intelligent Terminal, players can apply for temporary mission standard equipment free of charge, which will be uniformly recovered after the mission ends. 2. Survival System fully revamped era of free pioneering officially ends. To simulate a realistic interstellar survival environment, 2 fixed daily consumptions are added in this update. 1. Basic nutritional ration. Each clone requires 2 merit points, 50 Xinghe points, to purchase a daily dose of nutritional supplement. If a clone remains unfed for an extended period, it will enter a weakened state with all attributes decreasing by 5 to 50 based on hunger level. 2. Death revival cost. With the game progress having passed the most difficult early pioneering stage, the free revival benefit will also end. When a clone dies in the game, each revival requires deducting 5 merit points, 300 Xinghe points. Please plan your credit reserves wisely and exercise caution when undertaking high-risk missions. 3. Authority level system updated and refined. Based on the accumulated merit points and Xinghe points earned historically, players will be automatically assigned authority levels LV1 to LV4. Levels are based solely on accumulated points. Upgrading does not deduct any points, and all points are retained. Different authority levels correspond to different monthly Xinghe coin exchange caps. LV1, accumulated 50 merit points, 1,000 Xinghe points, monthly exchange cap of 10 Xinghe coins. LV2, accumulated 500 merit points, 1,000 Xinghe points, monthly exchange cap of 30 Xinghe coins. LV3, accumulated 8,000 merit points, 1,500 Xinghe points, monthly exchange cap of 100 Xinghe coins. LV4, accumulated 1,000 merit points, 2,000 Xinghe points, monthly exchange cap of 250 Xinghe coins. Note: monthly exchange cap is reset at the end of the month and cannot be carried over to the next month. 4. Xinghe coin exchange and trading rules. 1. Fixed exchange rate: 1 Xinghe coin, 10 merit points, 500 Xinghe points. 2. Lock position red line rule: the merit points and Xinghe points used to exchange for Xinghe coins must not exceed 30 of the corresponding total points in the player's account. The remaining 70 of points are permanently locked and can only be used for in-game consumption, equipment rations, revival. 3. Trading rules: merit points and Xinghe points can only circulate within the game. Xinghe coins can be listed for sale on the official built-in exchange, with the transaction currency being national legal tender. LV4 high-level exclusive long-term benefits. To thank core players deeply involved in project construction, those who successfully reach LV4 will receive exclusive benefits, including the ability to apply for Xinghe Technology Project-bound dividend equity. Equity is bound to the personal account, non-transferable, non-saleable, and will entitle holders to annual dividends based on Xinghe Technology's global total revenue. Moving forward, we will continue to advance the main mission of reclaiming the Xingju space station. After full control of the station is achieved, we will open access to the home planet of the Xinghe civilization Astra, with more abundant game content on the surface. We will also introduce colonial infrastructure, interstellar routes, and high-end specialized equipment, among other features. May we together rebuild the glory of the Xinghe civilization. Within just 10 minutes of the announcement and developer log release, the entire player community erupted. The official forum of Xinghe Chongqi was nearly overwhelmed by the sudden influx of traffic, with countless posts refreshing at a rate of dozens per second. Holy crap! You have to pay for food now. And for revival too. The days of just getting up for free after death are over. Has anyone done the math? 2 merit points and 50 Xinghe points a day, that's 60 merit points and 1,500 Xinghe points a month. Plus occasional deaths. A newbie spends a lot of points just to stay alive. The key point is the Xinghe coin exchange. Only 30 of your points can be used to exchange for coins, and the remaining 70 can only be spent in-game. I just checked the exchange. A few players have listed a single-digit number of Xinghe coins. The first transaction actually sold for as high as 5,200 Longwa coins. Don't be foolish, poster above. If you exchange all your 30 quota, you won't have money to buy an exoskeleton. Go scavenging, and you'll be killed by minor monsters. Revival costs 5 merit points and 300 Shingha points. The more you exchange, the poorer you get. Exactly. Now is the time for first mover advantage. Invest the majority or all of your in-game resources into enhancing your character. The snowball will keep rolling, maintaining your advantage as a veteran player. Shingha coins are just starting to be priced, so they are definitely overvalued. Players who are really short on cash can cash in a small amount, but the price will drop and stabilize later. Oh man, do we have to study player economics again. Senior beta testers, hurry up and push the main quest. I want to get in there and start grinding. Hasn't anyone noticed that the most valuable thing is reaching LV4 and applying for the dividend shares of Shingha technology? I've been paying attention. The high-end Shingha engine is already undergoing verification research in national-level laboratories. Xingyong has been fully verified to be 2 generations ahead of similar products on the market. The massive call fees alone from the market generate hundreds of billions in annual revenue. Ruijin Capital's stock price has gone through the roof. The forum has seen many experienced cloud players and Shingha economists emerge. The discussion fervor is unstoppable, and the thread levels keep climbing higher and higher. In a vacuum near the Xingju space station of the Shingha civilization, amidst the heated discussions of tens of millions of netizens, Lin Yuxi opened his eyes in the cockpit of the Xingyun mecha. Although the Xingjin Jingha energy core of the Xingyun mecha was nearly depleted, leaving it without combat energy, he still came here occasionally to stay for a while. Every time he deeply linked with the Xingyun mecha, he experienced a wondrous resonance with the Sea of Stars. And this time, through the mecha's perception, he faintly sensed that on the far side of the distant debris belt a cold and vast consciousness seemed to be awakening. On a summer afternoon in Linzhou City, the sound of cicadas seeped through the worn-out window screens, blending with the humming of the air conditioning unit. Suja took off the VR headset, stretched lazily, and with a gentle swipe of his fingertip on the terminal, Lu Ran signed Star Core Reboot B-Round internal testing developer log popped up once again. As he read the tone within the text, a strange sense of familiarity arose in his heart. How could Lu Shun's way of speaking resemble that of Lu Nan so closely? Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xun was none other than Lu Nan, who had battled alongside him during the first batch of players entering the game, sharing brotherly bonds for a month. As one of the first batch of internal testers and a core player in the Defender Mech assembly task, Suja's technical tasks yielded rewards on par with high-end combat, players accumulating a substantial amount of military merit points and Star Core points, making him one of the only 7 holders of LV2 authority. He had read the rules on the screen 3 times. Over 30 of points could be exchanged for Star Core currency, with the remaining 70 only usable for in-game consumption. A maximum of 30 coins could be exchanged monthly for LV2, with each coin fixed at a deduction of 10 military points plus 500 Star Core points. After a moment's hesitation, he entered the number 3 on the exchange interface, deducting 30 military points and 1,500 Star Core points, resulting in a balance of 3 Star Core currency. Suja opened the trading platform interface, setting a listing price of 5,000 dragon coins per coin based on the estimated prices from veteran players in the forum. He initially thought he would have to wait at least a day or 2 for someone to inquire about the price, as there weren't many players able to exchange for Star Core currency yet, and the trading platform had just gone live. He hadn't heard of anyone successfully trading. However, just as his fingertip left the screen, the system notification sound suddenly rang out. The 3 Star Core coins you consigned have all been successfully sold. After deducting the platform handling fee, a total of 155,000 dragon coins has been transferred to your bound bank account. Suja sat up straight, refreshing his mobile banking app 3 times in a row. When that string of numbers with 6 zeros appeared clearly on the screen, he let out a long sigh of relief, followed by an uncontrollable excitement. He opened the 100-player group chat on Star News, which was buzzing with activity. How everyone was discussing the announcement just released on the official website and the developer log, with hundreds of messages flying by, most of them about Star Core currency. Wow. Have you guys seen the trading platform? Which big shot just listed 3 Star Core coins at 5,200 each? This price is insane. Huh. Where? I didn't see it. Check the trading announcements in the background. It was gone in seconds. That's over 150 W in hand. Damn, even 30 of my current balance isn't enough to exchange for a Star Core coin now. You just bought a full set of gear and a Blade 1 enhanced exoskeleton. You won't be able to afford to eat tomorrow with the clone tasks. I won't be bailing you out. Huh. Damn, I really miss the days when we could eat nutritional agents freely and die without worry with free revivals. Now we really can't afford to die. Oh, according to the current price of Star Core coins, my goodness, reviving after dying costs 5,000 dragon coins. The current price of 5,200 is definitely artificially inflated at the start. Once 800 new players come in tomorrow and the progress of the compartment unlocks increases, resource output will surely skyrocket, and the coin price should eventually return to a stable value. I estimate it should stabilize around 1000 to 15000. Brothers with conditions can take the opportunity to sell a bit now and enjoy some early benefits, but don't exchange too much. Don't focus solely on short-term gains. With the current momentum of Star Core technology, once the price stabilizes, it will definitely appreciate steadily. As the first wave of players, we must maintain our first-mover advantage. Resources are currently limited, and cashing out in bulk will only be easily caught up by players coming in later. Ahem, got it. I only sold 3, the rest I'm saving up to buy the Alpha Type 2 engineering power armor. Suja ended his lurking and typed in the group. Wow, so it was you, Suja. I was wondering who could list 3-star core coins at once, Jiangwan teased. As a teammate who entered the game with Suja, Jiangwan had a good relationship with him and often teased him in a sisterly manner. Sister Jiangwan, please don't make fun of me. I'm just an ordinary college student trying to cash out a bit to improve my life, haha. After chatting with familiar faces in the group, for a while Suja closed the chat window and opened a small group chat with his younger siblings. Suhao, what are you two doing? What else? Working summer jobs. The second brother Suhao replied first. The wristband terminal I've been eyeing finally dropped in price. I'm planning to work hard this summer and get it before school starts. Suhao and I also chimed in. TCH, you two are quite sensible. Come home early this afternoon. Oh, I have something to announce. What are you up to, Suja? You didn't go do any tutoring or part-time jobs this summer. I've been unable to reach you lately. You've been acting all mysterious. The youngest sister Su Xiao and I questioned without holding back. Hey Su Xiao and I, you're not even calling me brother anymore. That's quite disrespectful. I was going to bring you a gift, but now— What gift? Brother, I'm sorry. You are my dear brother. Off you go. I was already your brother. You'll find out what it is when you come back later. After disconnecting from the chat, Suja dialed his home phone. His mother's gentle voice came through. Aren't you on break? Why haven't you been back lately? Mom, I've been busy. I'll be back tonight. I told Su Hao and Su Xiao and I to come back early too. I have something to discuss with you all. This child, what's the matter? Do you need to gather everyone? When you all come back, I'll go buy some groceries and make your favorite sweet and sour fish and braised pork ribs. Alright, Mom. I haven't eaten your cooking in a long time. I'm craving it so much. After hanging up the phone, Suja picked up the several gift bags that had been packed for a while and went downstairs to hail a cab. His home was located in an old neighborhood's resettlement area, a rented 3-bedroom apartment of over 90 square meters with some areas of the wall peeling off. The sofa in the living room was an old model left by the landlord, creaking when sat upon. However, Su's mother was a cleanliness enthusiast, and the house was always spotless. The balcony was filled with lush potholes and hanging orchids, adding a vibrant touch to the old apartment. When Suju arrived home, his mother was busy in the kitchen, the roar of the range hood drowning out the sound of the door opening. He quietly placed the gift bags on the coffee table in the living room and was about to head into the kitchen to help when he heard the sound of keys turning at the door. Brother, you're back. Su Xiao and I rushed in with a canvas bag on her back, beads of sweat on her forehead, and immediately spotted the gift bags on the coffee table, her eyes lighting up. Is this the gift you mentioned? What's the hurry? Wait for Dad and your second brother to come back to open them together. Suja chuckled as he ruffled her hair. In less than 10 minutes, Su Hao returned carrying a watermelon. Seeing Suja, he paused for a moment and asked, Brother, how come you have time to come back today? Didn't you say you were busy with that project recently? I wrapped up and came back to surprise you all. Suja pointed at the coffee table. Half an hour later, Su's father returned from work. He wore a faded work uniform and carried a tool bag, his forehead lined with wrinkles and his hands calloused from years of dealing with machinery. Su's father was a technician at a machinery factory with a decent income that barely covered the family's daily expenses and the tuition for 3 children. Su's mother had health issues, suffering from severe lumbar disc herniation and could not do heavy work, so she managed the household. Dad, you're back. Suja stood up to take the tool bag from his hands. Su's father nodded, his gaze falling on the beautifully wrapped bags on the coffee table, his brows slightly furrowing. What are these? Gifts for you all. Suja smiled as he handed the bags over one by one. Xiao and I, this is the wristband terminal you've been wanting. Su Hao, this is the latest VR headset you mentioned wanting to use for learning modeling. Oh, Dad, Mom, this is a high-end massager I bought for you. Mom, since your back isn't great, and Dad, since you work standing up all day, this will help relieve fatigue. Su Xiao and I squealed as she snatched the wristband terminal, carefully unwrapped it, and tried it on her wrist, grinning from ear to ear. Su Hao held the VR headset, his eyes filled with surprise. He had wanted to buy it for a long time, but had always hesitated to spend the money. Su's mother held the massager, but did not unwrap it, only looking at Suja with worry in her eyes. Aja, these things must have cost quite a bit, right? Where did you get so much money? Did you take out a loan? I'm telling you, even though our family is poor, we can't do such things. Su's father also frowned, saying, Yes, Aja, if you have any difficulties, tell the family. Don't carry it all on your own, and definitely don't take the wrong path. Suja had anticipated his parents' reaction. He pulled them onto the sofa and smiled. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I absolutely haven't done anything bad. All this money is earned by myself fair and square. He took out his phone and opened his streaming backend. Look, this is my gaming live stream. I've been doing technical streams for StarCore Reboot for almost a month now. Look at this, the total income is 210,000. The screen clearly displayed the earnings from the stream, and Sue's parents leaned in to look for a long time, still somewhat incredulous. You can earn this much money from playing games. Haven't you seen the news lately? StarCore Technology just held a press conference, right? They are the company developing full simulation technology, and StarCore Reboot is the game they made. Suju explained, I was lucky and got selected for the first batch of beta testing. I'm now among the most experienced players. I understand the specialized knowledge of space station construction, and I take on technical tasks in the game, earning a lot of points. He then opened his banking app to show his family the balance page. The points in the game can be exchanged for StarCore coins, which are the only proof of using their advanced simulation engine, and many research institutions are competing for them. I sold 3 StarCore coins today and made 1.55 million. Along with the 210,000 earned from streaming, I currently have over 1.7 million. The wristband terminal in Su Xiao's hands fell with a thud onto the sofa. Su Hao's eyes widened, and Su's parents were so astonished they couldn't utter a word. The living room fell silent, with only the sound of the range hood in the kitchen. After a long while, Su's mother finally spoke, trembling. 1.55 million. Aji, you're not lying to us, are you? This isn't a dream, is it? Mom, really, why would I lie to you? Suja laughed as he said, I've already found a house just next door in the Jinxiu Garden community, a 4-bedroom, well-ventilated place, close to Xiao's high school and Su Hao's university. I plan to use 1.2 million for the down payment and keep the rest for renovations and emergencies. What about the monthly payments? That must be quite a bit, right? Su's father asked worriedly. Don't worry, Dad, the monthly payments are totally manageable, Suja replied. I currently earn a stable 700 to 800 from streaming each month, and if things go well, it could be over 1,000. And I can continue to earn points in the game. In the future, StarCore coins will surely become more valuable. This level of monthly payment is no pressure for me at all. Su's mother looked at her eldest son with a kind gaze, pride evident in her eyes. Suja, being the eldest, had always been obedient, caring for his younger siblings without worry about his studies. He had even gotten into the prestigious Longhua Jinghua University of Aeronautics. Her voice was filled with joy and relief. Our Suja has grown up and can now earn a living for the family. Su's father also wore a satisfied expression, patting Suju on the shoulder, and all the words he wanted to say finally condensed into one, good son, you've made it. Su Xiao and I jumped into Suja's arms cheerfully, saying, brother, you're amazing. I can finally live in a big house. Su Hao, who was more introverted, said nothing, but came over to give his brother a big hug. The aroma of sweet and sour fish wafted from the kitchen. Su's mother stood up smiling as she said, all right, enough talk, let's eat. Today we must celebrate. The family gathered around the dining table, which was laden with a sumptuous feast. The setting sun poured through the window, casting a warm and bright glow on everyone. Suja looked at the happy smiles on his family's faces and felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. He had never imagined that a game could truly change the fate of an ordinary family. After dinner, Suja leaned against the balcony, gazing at the distant lights. Tomorrow, 800 new players would flood into the Star Torch space station, and a brand new journey was about to begin. And he was determined to seize this opportunity that could change his fate. After all, he specialized in space station engineering. What a grand spaceport the Star Torch space station would be once fully restored. He was very much looking forward to it. On the 15th day of the internal testing phase, new faces dressed in standardized combat uniforms were everywhere in the C7 and B2 sections of the Xingju space station. In the past half-month, led by Jiangwan Duanren and Kwangsha Kentai, the fighting teams, in collaboration with hundreds of new players, have successfully tackled 2 tough challenges: the B1 agricultural cultivation module and the C5 material storage module. After the restoration of the B1 section, it will be able to cultivate agricultural crops of the Star Core civilization in the soilless environment of the space station. Lao Gowei has already brought a team of technicians to expedite the repairs. As a veteran enthusiast of this post-apocalyptic infrastructure game, he is excited at the prospect of cultivating Star Core agricultural crops in space, stirring the DNA of farming players. The C5 section, on the other hand, is stocked with a large quantity of basic firearms ammunition and maintenance supplies, greatly alleviating the equipment shortage. With the permissions of the 2 major sections fully taken over by Lin Yuxi through the Star Pivot, 600 and 500 player slots were unlocked. After landing 2 sections, the official website released a total of 1,100 new qualifications in 3 batches, and combined with the original 900 A and B round players, the total number of players in the entire server just broke 2,000. With a large number of high-quality players filtered through the star pivot entering along with the progressively improved dual circulation currency system and a gradually enriching system mall list the pace of development in the Xingju space station officially entered a rapid advancement phase. All newly landed players will receive a novice gift pack upon waking in the cultivation pod, a set of lightweight exit suits that can withstand mild radiation and physical impacts, a high-frequency, vibrating dagger, a basic energy pistol with 3 magazines of energy ammunition, and a thoughtful addition of 5 days' worth of basic nutritional agents. For the first 5 days in the game, players need not worry about meals, providing enough buffer time for newcomers to familiarize themselves with the game rules and survival environment. Meanwhile, on the official forum, veteran players had already prepared detailed newbie guides, and upon entering the game, the best task was to head to the safe debris field outside the space station to collect discarded metals, electronic components, and various universal parts. As long as players are willing to spend time completing 3 to 4 collection tasks daily, can not only cover subsequent food expenses, but also yield a surplus, typically allowing diligent players to amass enough points to smoothly advance to LV1 status in 2 to 3 days. However, the threshold for LV2 is significantly higher. If relying solely on daily scavenging, even working to the maximum would only yield so many points, requiring at least 2 months to barely touch the edges of LV2. Only by participating in large-scale section assaults and assisting players like Suja with research tasks can one obtain substantial one-time point rewards, greatly shortening the upgrade cycle. The entire space station naturally formed a healthy player hierarchy. Most new players gathered in the safe debris field, diligently scavenging, saving money to buy better armor, and gradually acquiring weapons while trying to avoid unnecessary deaths after all the cost of a single resurrection could feed them for several days. Meanwhile, the first echelon of veteran players had long since donned Alpha Type 1 universal power armor, with some even amassing enough points to acquire the Xingwei 2 standard combat armor. They are the main force in high-risk area clearance missions and large-scale assault operations, serving as the absolute core driving force of the entire game's main storyline. In the past half-month far away on Earth, the Star Core technology has stirred up a storm across Longwa, and even globally, which can only be described as a commercial miracle. The basic version of the Neural Access API Xingyong was launched only 10 days ago, and due to its performance, which is a generational leap ahead of similar products on the market, it completely conquered the entire tech circle. All actual test data surpassed even the official disclosures, causing game developers, medical rehabilitation institutions, industrial design companies, and online education platforms to flock and rush to sign cooperation agreements with Star Core Technology. Star Core Technology opted for a relatively gentle development path, refraining from ruthless competition against peers, abandoning the low-price dumping and monopolization strategy, and actively set the pricing of Xingyong at 23 times that of similar products on the market, clearly targeting the high-end market while leaving the low-end market to competitors. Even so, the world's top third-party evaluation institutions have provided astonishing predictions. Just for the product Xingyong, the conservative annual revenue will exceed 300 billion Longwa coins, and this number will continue to rise with the proliferation of fully immersive technology. If Xingyong is the catfish stirring the market, then the advanced version of the Xing-He realistic engine is undoubtedly the ultimate trump card. The core materials project for the space elevator at the Longwa Academy of Aerospace Materials, which had been stalled for half a year, became the first national-level scientific research project to cooperate with Star Core Technology, achieving breakthrough progress just 10 days after integrating the Xing-He engine. The team, led by academician Wang Zhangwo, clearly stated in the latest published top academic paper, all simulation computing processes in this experiment were completed by the Star Core Technology Xing-He 11 physical simulation engine, and in accordance with prior agreements, published a 30,000-word special issue on the most authoritative Xinhua forum in the country. In the special issue, academician Wang made no formalities and directly compared the differences between Xing-He and traditional supercomputers with the most straightforward data for the same material stress simulation. Traditional supercomputers require continuous computation for 36 hours with an error rate exceeding 20, whereas the Xing-He engine completed all calculations in just 47 seconds, maintaining an error rate of 0.28, fully meeting the requirements of their type of scientific research projects that demand extremely high experimental accuracy. He concluded at the end of the paper, the emergence of Xing-He will completely rewrite the research and development model of cutting-edge scientific research and elevate the speed of technological iterations by at least an order of magnitude. Once this special issue was released, the global scientific community was set ablaze. Overnight, the Star Core coin transitioned from a virtual currency derived from a game into hard currency in the field of cutting-edge scientific research. Top research institutions from around the world rushed to send delegations to the headquarters of Star Core Technology in Nanhai City overnight to negotiate the long-term allocation of Star Core coins. The immense demand directly boosted the trading market for players, with the price of Star Core coins remaining strong at around 500 long coins for an entire week. Only in the past 2 days, as 2,000 players gradually produced Star Core coins, the market circulation increased, leading to a gradual price decrease, which currently stabilized around 4,000. But everyone is aware that this is only a temporary adjustment, and with the Xing He engine being applied in more fields, the long-term value of Star Core coins will only continue to rise. Just when everyone thought that this stable development rhythm in and out of the game would continue for some time, players' smart terminals and the restarted official website of Star Core simultaneously announced a server-wide combat mission. Server-wide combat mobilization, the next core assault target, has been confirmed. A3 Energy Research Module Mission Description Area. A3 was once an important high-energy battery and precision mech component research center of the Star Core civilization, storing a complete set of production blueprints for high-end power armors and micromech dedicated high-energy density batteries, and is highly likely to contain a large amount of industrial raw materials required for equipment production lines. Successfully capturing Area A3 will comprehensively enhance the equipment level and energy supply capacity for the entire server mission requirements. All players with LV1 and above permissions can sign up to participate, and this assault will be coordinated and commanded uniformly by the Spark Plan executors, with task rewards distributed based on contribution. The announcement caused the entire server to erupt instantly with discussions about this server-wide mobilization mission, flooding player forums and various chat groups. Wow, finally a big mission. I'm so tired of daily scavenging. Oh my, I'm still a little bit away from reaching LV1. Is there any big shot who can take me along for the combat mission? I want to participate in the server-wide mobilization mission too. It's been such a long time. Finally, a large-scale assault mission is here. My high-frequency particle blade is already itching for action. In front of the thick gate of the main passage connecting the C5 module to the A3 module, a blue-painted defender mech stood at the forefront of the team. Differing from the initial configuration of the 3 defender mechs, this blue defender was not equipped with a point light axe or a mini pulse cannon. It simply held a shield in one hand, and at the wrists of its 2 mechanical arms were 2 unactivated laser emitters, which were retrieved and improved from the previous War Spear 3 infected unit, modified into the Ji Yin Type 9 laser sword emitters installed by Lu Ran according to the blueprints provided by the system. Once activated, it could generate 2 giant laser swords, each 2.5 meters long, while its only ranged weapon was the 2 mini power machine guns beside the head's viewport, a modified Gatling gun standard for the Iron Guard Type 1, capable of firing at close range for lethal damage, making this defender a melee-oriented variant. At this moment, sitting in the cockpit of the defender was Lin Yuxi, who had commissioned the creation of this melee-modified blue defender according to his combat habits, assembled by Taihan Roqing and a few others. He often donned the Shadow 1 power armor, which had evolved through resonance during the unlocking of his gene lock, now shrunk to a 5 cm-sized cylindrical metal disc that Lin Yuxi carried with him. With just a thought, it could automatically cover his entire body, transforming into the power armor form. The 2nd Battalion of the left route, consisting of 372 personnel, is fully assembled with 2 defender mechs, a power armor squad of 81, and the remaining 289 combat exoskeletons are all in position. The voice of Duan Ren came through the battle-specific communication channel. The 3rd Battalion of the right route, with 368 personnel, is fully assembled with 2 defender mechs, a power armor squad of 90, and the remaining 276 combat exoskeletons are ready to proceed. Huang Sha Kung Tai also reported on the communication channel. Very well, in 1 minute the gates of the 3 main passages will open simultaneously, and the 3 battalions will proceed along the established routes for clearance, ultimately converging in the A3 control room module. Lin Yuxi's voice was calm as he issued the final command. Received. The commanders of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, Duan Run and Huang Sha Kung Tai, responded in unison. Here almost all the assets of the current server were gathered, with another standard defender mech controlled by Jiangwan 3-star Guardian Type 3 power armors, which had been fully repaired, operated by the 3 veteran players. Slow down, let me rest, always half a beat behind, and if unsure, squat down from the 2nd round. 8-star Guardian Type 2 power armors were still operated by 8 former professional players from the Xianhai battle line who had entered the game alongside Huang Sha Kung Tai, while the remaining 160 Alpha 1 Universal Combat Power Armors were controlled by seasoned combat players. This Universal Combat Power Armor was entirely crafted from a special gray alloy with a built-in mini-compressed kinetic machine gun in the right arm, capable of freely equipping melee or ranged laser weapons. Although slightly inferior in power compared to the Star Guardian series armors, it still possessed considerable defensive capabilities and was currently the only power armor that could be mass-produced after unlocking the production line in the B2 module, but due to a lack of core components, the production rate was limited to only 35 units per day. Lin Yuxi chose to initiate a full server mobilization task firstly, because the A3 module was one of the largest unseized southern modules with a higher number of infected units than the previously captured modules. Moreover, with the continuous increase in player numbers and the rising activity level of the civilization, the black mist signal concentration emitted by the control unit of the northern black mist region of the Star Torch space station had reached unprecedented levels. The ventilation ducts of the A3 module had been completely blocked by an unknown gel-like substance, and the previously successful tactics of infiltrating through the ducts with a small wave of suicide squads gathering monsters and clearing them with heavy firepower were no longer applicable. Furthermore, the few players who had entered the A3 module through the gates for reconnaissance tasks found that the infected units inside seemed to have undergone some unknown mutations as the black mist signal concentration increased. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, Lin Yuxi decisively issued a full server mobilization order and personally led the team for the clearance task in the A3 module. Secondly, the number of players had reached a certain scale and their equipment had significantly improved. He also wanted to see the actual combat capabilities of the players, now making this task an excellent test. As the countdown reached 0, the 3 alloy gates simultaneously emitted a heavy hydraulic sound slowly rising. A cold wind carrying a faint scent of ozone surged from the dark cabin as the 3 groups of players poured into the A3 module. Facing them were hundreds of ordinary infected units interspersed with several high-tier Shipbreaker 1 and Warspear 1, Warspear 3. Fire at will. The order to fire rang out simultaneously in the communication channels of the 3 battalions as beams from energy rifles pierced the darkness and kinetic machine guns of the Alpha armor spat out flames. The armor of the conventional infected units could not withstand the concentrated fire and was quickly reduced to a heap. The advance in the middle route was even faster as Lin Yuxi operated the custom defender mech at the front of the line when a heavy shipbreaker charged forward with a roar, its iron fist smashing toward the mech's head. Lin Yuxi did not dodge. He thrust his giant shield forward, and with a resounding crash the shipbreaker's iron fist struck directly against the alloy shield, sending a tremendous shockwave that slightly trembled the entire passage. Before the opponent could retract its fist, the right arm's giant laser sword swung down with a piercing sound. Sizzle. The laser blade effortlessly sliced through the shipbreaker's thick armor, cleaving from the top down to the waist, vaporizing the dense white nano core inside the chest cavity with the high-temperature particles of the laser sword. The Shipbreaker 1 collapsed instantly, an elite infected unit model that had almost killed Lin Yuxi, now annihilated by a single sword strike. At the same time, the kinetic machine gun at the head opened fire, unleashing a torrent of kinetic bullets that swept through a group of ordinary infected units, with bullets striking the alloy floor and sparking. "Stay behind me, watch the side passages." Lin Yuxi's voice echoed in the channel as the mech continued forward, each swing of the laser greatsword cleaving through several ordinary infected units, crushing everything in its path, with no enemies able to withstand his strike. Just as the 3 battalions were advancing steadily, believing that this assault task would proceed as smoothly as usual, an unexpected mutation occurred. As the team progressed to the midsection of the module, a faint zzz sound suddenly emanated from the pipeline above. Before anyone could react, hundreds of translucent pale blue gel blobs surged forth from the gaps in the pipelines like a tide, floating in midair and rapidly approaching the player team. "What is that?" The players in the front row instinctively pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of energy beams at the pale blue gel blobs. However, the energy beams striking the gel caused no damage, instead being completely absorbed by it. Those gel blobs, initially about the size of a basin, expanded visibly at an alarming pace, quickly growing to around 1 meter in diameter, the pale blue glow on their surfaces becoming increasingly blinding. "Not good. What is this thing? Why does it keep getting bigger?" A player wearing Alpha Type 1 power armor exclaimed in shock as the pale blue gel blob in front of him expanded to 1 meter, but did not continue to grow. Instead, it sprayed a stream of fluid gel towards him. Caught off guard, his energy rifle's muzzle became glued by the splattered gel, short-circuiting instantly, with black smoke billowing from the gun body, followed by a loud bang, as the chamber exploded, scattering parts that left marks on his power armor, causing him to appear quite disheveled despite sustaining no substantial damage. Other players not equipped with power armor were less fortunate, as energy weapons either short-circuited and exploded, resulting in some casualties, while the beams they fired were absorbed by the gel, making the monsters even larger and stronger. Lin Yuxi's pupils constricted as he immediately ordered in the channel, "All energy weapons cease fire immediately. Switch to cold weapons and kinetic weapons. These things absorb energy. We need to destroy the gel's internal glowing power core with physical attacks, as that is their energy center." Jiang Wan took a deep breath, the neural link system allowing her to fully control every part of the defender mech. The helmet's HUD displayed a flurry of data streams. The weight feedback of the heavy alloy shield in her left hand was clear, and the large laser gun in her right hand was fully charged with a light blue energy halo swirling at the muzzle. As a hardcore gaming blogger, and one of the first internal testers, Jiang Wan's qualifications to operate the Defender were beyond doubt. This was her first time piloting a mech in real combat. Although she had done several days of practical training after confirming her operational qualifications, training was fundamentally different from the actual battlefield, leaving Jiang Wan both nervous and excited, quietly encouraging herself. Jiang Wan, don't be nervous, you can do it, just like controlling Star Guardian 3. The title of the live stream from Earth's Dragon Kingdom was Live A3 Assault Left Route Watch, the first female mech pilot of StarCore reboot, Annihilate the Infected. The live stream room had a terrifying 23 million viewers online, and Jiang Wan was undeniably the #1 star of the 6-star platform. Here it comes, waiting for Sister Wan's debut. Ha, is Sister Wan nervous too? Why is she still mumbling? That's normal, it's her first mech battle, and she's tackling a massive task that mobilizes the entire server. How can she not be nervous? Finally, we have a female mech pilot. The Blade Breaker Shark is boring for the guys to watch. Just don't mess up in your first battle. Don't worry, Sister Wan is originally a hardcore tech streamer. She can't be that bad at piloting a mech. As the gate opened, hundreds of infected charged towards the second core players. Jiang Wan followed behind the Blade Breaker mech, and the modified large laser gun was already in rapid-fire mode. Thick blue beams formed a curtain of fire, all hitting the dense cluster of infected without missing a single shot. This wave of continuous fire took down at least 20 infected. Not bad. The accuracy is better than I imagined. This laser gun has power. It's much stronger than Alpha's kinetic gun. After all, it's a weapon designed for the Defender mech. Though it lacks the mini pulse cannon, it's a large laser gun specially modified for mechs. Just as the team was steadily advancing, a Breaker 1 suddenly charged out from the right side maintenance passage, avoiding the front line's fire net, and lunged directly at the ranged attack team at the back. Its massive splitting blades swooped down with a whooshing sound just as it was about to cleave a player in Blade 1 exoskeleton in two. A huge alloy shield suddenly blocked in front of the player, and with a loud clang, the tremendous impact caused the mech to sink slightly, yet it did not retreat a step. Jiang Wan was startled by the vibration feedback from the neural link control system. She hadn't expected the precision of this system to be at such a level. A red alert popped up on the HUD indicating a 2 decrease in shield durability. The Breaker roared, retracting its giant blade and swinging its left arm covered in spikes to strike. Jiang Wan did not take the hit directly. She controlled the auxiliary thrust engines on the left side, and the Defender sidestepped to the right to avoid the incoming fist, while quickly stowing the laser gun into the side slot of the mech and drawing out the short electric axe, crackling with red lightning. The axe blade sliced through the air, creating a red arc of electricity as the Defender mech, controlled by Jiang Wan, engaged in a fierce battle with the Breaker in the main corridor. Jiang Wan had solid close combat skills, but she was still somewhat clumsy in her initial control of the mech. However, relying on the Defender's size advantage and the massive shield for defense, she managed to leave several axe marks on the Breaker's body with the point light axe. As the battle progressed, Jiang Wan became increasingly adept at controlling the Defender mech. The players nearby, realizing the situation, did not let Jiang Wan face the Breaker alone and began to provide ranged fire support with precise laser shots, leaving scorch marks on the Breaker's body. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wan opened all 4 auxiliary thrust engines on her back, raised her shield, and executed a sprinting shield bash that slammed the Breaker against the wall behind, while the electric axe struck with tremendous force into the Breaker's core, where the nanomaterials were densest. Sizzle! The high-temperature arc instantly vaporized the internal nanomaterial core, and the Breaker's massive body froze in place before slowly toppling over. Jiang Wan let out a sigh of relief, shook her head to get rid of the fine sweat on her forehead beneath the helmet. The livestream room exploded with, "Wow! She took down the Breaker. Awesome! That sprinting shield bash was too cool. Female war goddess. Who says girls can't pilot mechs? Come out and take your beating. I declare that Sister Wan is now my goddess." Just as everyone on the left route was still cheering for Jiang Wan's first kill, a dense crackling sound suddenly emerged from the pipeline above. Hundreds of light blue gel masses surged out like a tide, floating in midair and rapidly approaching the team. Open fire. The players in the front row instinctively pulled the trigger, and dense energy beams instantly shot towards the gel masses. Their energy beams did no damage to the gel. Instead, they were all absorbed. The scene that had just occurred in the mid-core happened again in the left route. At that moment, Lin Yuxi's calm voice came through the battlefield communication. All energy weapons cease fire immediately. Switch to cold weapons and kinetic weapons. These things absorb energy, use physical attacks to damage the glowing power core inside the gel. That's their energy center. Jiang Wan immediately withdrew her prepared laser gun and tightened her grip on the electric axe. She charged forward, smashing an expanding gel mass with her axe, directly destroying the power core at the center of the gel, causing light blue liquid to splatter on the mech's exterior with a slight corrosive sound. The players on the left route withdrew their energy weapons, drawing out high-frequency particle blades, laser swords, and armor-piercing battle axes, engaging in close combat with the floating gel masses. After more than half an hour, the gel monsters in the area were finally cleared, and the team took a brief rest before continuing deeper. Bladebreaker and Jiang Wan led the defender mech at the forefront of the team, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Their mech's exterior was stained with quite a bit of light blue gel, and the electric axe's blade was also slightly worn. Just as the team reached the second fork in the path, a massive sound of something rapidly moving came from the shadows at the end of the passage, and a gigantic figure suddenly charged toward the player team. It was a monster that no one had ever seen before. Its upper body was a complete breaker torso, but it was wrapped in thick light blue gel, which also embedded various discarded mechanical parts and broken armor fragments. The most bizarre thing was its lower half, which was not human-shaped legs, but a mass of thick, deep blue gel forming spider-like limbs. 6 stout mechanical arms extended from its gel-like abdomen, supporting its massive body and quickly moving across the alloy floor, making a piercing scraping sound. "What is that thing?" someone exclaimed in shock. Jiang Wan's pupils constricted. She was closest to the monster and immediately raised her shield to meet it. Just as she completed the shield block, the monster's oversized splitting blade came crashing down on the alloy shield. Jiang Wan's hasty shield block was unsteady. The monster's strength exceeded her expectations, and the tremendous force sent her piloted defender mech flying. Bang! The mech slammed heavily against the wall, producing a huge sound. Jiang Wan in the cockpit was jolted into darkness, her forehead hitting the control panel and oozing a small amount of blood. The HUD instantly turned red with multiple armor cracks on the mech, and the alarm blared sharply. "Jiang Wan, fall back." Bladebreaker's voice exploded in the channel. A silver figure rushed up. Bladebreaker, piloting the defender mech, held up the giant shield, firmly blocking the second heavy strike from the monster. With a loud clang, the massive splitting blade struck the alloy giant shield, sending dazzling sparks flying. The alloy ground beneath the silver defender mech piloted by Duan Rin instantly cracked with a spiderweb pattern, while the red number for shield durability on the HUD jumped, dropping by 5 in an instant. Duan Rin maneuvered the mech back 2 steps, drawing out the red glowing electric axe from his waist, holding the axe in one hand and the shield in the other, adopting a defensive stance. The creature, a fusion of the Shipbreaker 1 and a gel mechanical arm, resembled a giant spider-like abomination. It was not the typical Shipbreaker equipped with a fist and a splitting blade, but instead wielded a massive splitting blade in one hand. Standing upright, it was less than a meter shorter than the defender mech, but its body length far exceeded that of the defender. In terms of overall size, it was completely comparable, and judging by its earlier strike that sent Jiang Wan's defender flying, its power was at least several times that of an ordinary Shipbreaker. The HUD of Duan Run updated the annotation for this peculiar infected entity, now reading New Variant Infected Entity Gel-Fused Shipbreaker 1 Origin. Due to the critical threshold of black mist signal levels within the Star Torch space station, the native electric core gel that leaked from Section A3 possesses strong nanofusion activity, forcibly combining the defeated and damaged Shipbreaker 1 body with discarded repair mechanical arms in the chamber, resulting in this mutated entity under the catalysis of the black mist. Body structure: the upper body retains the original armor torso of the Shipbreaker, while the lower body is wrapped in thick solidified electric core gel, evolving into spider-like multi-legged limbs. The body exhibits extreme flexibility, allowing injuries to be slowly repaired using the surrounding floating gel. Defensive characteristics: the surface is covered in a dense gel protective membrane, completely isolating long-range energy attacks. Only melee energy weapons or heated weapons like electric axes and laser swords can gradually melt through the gel. Offensive characteristics: wielding dual massive splitting blades, it relies on the super explosive power provided by its spider legs, exhibiting brute strength more than 3 times that of a conventional Shipbreaker. The spider legs enable rapid climbing and evasive maneuvers, while also capable of sweeping attacks for wide area suppression. Speculated weaknesses: the gaps where the gel connects with the original armor and mechanical limbs are defense shortfalls. Continuous high-temperature slashing can penetrate these connections, damaging the internal nano-energy storage cores. After detaching from the gel supply, the surface protective membrane will slowly dry and thin out. After this period of battle information consolidation and analysis, the Star Pivot has integrated and calculated the data of these new infected entities in Section A3, synchronizing it to the player's smart terminals. Following a brief standoff, the chest cavity of the gel-fused Shipbreaker 1 emitted a metallic hum as it charged towards Duan Ren, its 6 thick mechanical spider legs scraping piercingly against the ground, dual splitting blades flying up and down, slicing towards the mech torso. Duan Ren expertly operated the auxiliary thrust engine behind the defender, sliding to the side, while raising his shield to block, angling it at a 35-degree tilt to deflect the two powerful splitting blades, simultaneously shifting the creature's center of gravity and allowing the electric axe to strike at the joint of the monster's spider leg. The axe blade, carrying a high-temperature electric arc, struck the surface of the gel, melting only a thin layer of light blue membrane, revealing the cold metallic skeleton beneath, but failing to inflict any real damage. Seeing its attack not only ineffective but also countered with injury, the screeching from its chest intensified. As if in anger, it suddenly swung its spider legs in a horizontal sweep, forcing Duan Ren to maneuver the defender quickly to a safe distance, interrupting the offensive. Meanwhile, Jiangwan finally regained her composure. She wiped the blood from her forehead and maneuvered her defender mech to the flank, raising her large laser gun in her right hand, aiming at the monster's energy chamber and pulling the trigger. The thick blue beam tore through the darkness, precisely striking the torso of the gel-fused infected entity. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. The beam hit the monster, as if a drop of water merged into the sea, absorbed entirely by the dense gel membrane on the surface, leaving not even a trace. What the hell? The upgraded laser gun is completely ineffective. Jiang Wan's actions controlling the defender faltered for a moment as she shouted on the public channel. Surrounding players also opened fire simultaneously, with the Alpha Armor's micro-kinetic lasers and exoskeleton soldiers' energy rifles creating a web of firepower overwhelming the monster. But all the attacks fell flat. The gel-fused infected entity remained completely unharmed, becoming even more frenzied as it swung its blades. All energy weapons cease fire immediately. Duan Ren's voice exploded in the left channel. The smart terminal just updated detailed information on this monster. Its surface has a gel armor, rendering long-range energy attacks completely ineffective. Only kinetic weapons, melee cold weapons, and close-range energy blades can breach its defenses. As he continued to block the monster's attacks, he quickly issued orders: players without kinetic machine guns retreat immediately and clean up the ordinary infected entities and gel-infected entities remaining in the channels on both sides. Star Guard 2 and Alpha Armor with kinetic weapons concentrate fire on its mechanical spider leg joints to restrict its movement. The players immediately sprang into action, the majority stowing their energy weapons, drawing battle axes, and warhammers, retreating into the secondary channels on both sides to clear the scattered gel monsters. The remaining players, equipped with kinetic weapons, spread out crazily, firing at the monster's spider legs with kinetic bullets, striking the metallic joints and sparking a flurry of sparks. Although it was virtually impossible to interrupt its mechanical limbs with mere point damage against this high-level infected entity capable of nanocore repair, it did slow the creature's movements slightly. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth, stowing the large laser gun into the side slot of the mech and once again drawing out the short electric axe glowing red. She maneuvered the mech to the rear flank of the monster, forming a pincer attack with Duan Ren, and finding the moment when the gel-fused shipbreaker was focused on Duan Ren, she charged forward at full speed with her defender. The electric axe swung with immense force towards the back of the monster's neck, but the gel-fused shipbreaker did not turn around, instead swinging one of its mechanical spider legs to sweep at her. Jiang Wan could only strike at the incoming mechanical leg with her electric axe. The heated axe blade carved a deep gash into the gel-covered mechanical leg, while Jiang Wan's defender was also forced back several steps from the immense force transmitted through the leg. Meanwhile, the gash on the mechanical leg of the gel-fused shipbreaker was rapidly being repaired by the gel and nano core, and it had already healed halfway. Jiang Wan and Duan Ren, two of the top combat players in the entire server, piloted the strongest defender mechs available to players, yet they still failed to gain the upper hand. The gel-fused infected entity's attack and defense were virtually flawless, with its 6 spider legs adeptly balancing offense and defense, and the power of its dual splitting blades was astounding. Jiang Wan attempted to sneak attack its energy chamber multiple times, but was repelled by the spider legs. Duan Ren's electric axe could only gradually wear down its gel armor, and the battle had reached a complete stalemate. 6-point live streaming comprehensive stream. Can't even win a Tunon. This elite monster is too outrageous. Feels like it's 10 times stronger than the previous shipbreaker. What the heck? Dual-wielding splitting blades. An ordinary shipbreaker only has one blade, and this one has upgraded directly. Spider legs combined with the upper body of the shipbreaker. Isn't this just a large humanoid spider mech? The modeling of this new monster in the game is so meticulous. Triple the strength of an ordinary shipbreaker. A single strike just now sent the defender flying. Who can withstand that? Duan Ren's angled shield, skillful deflection. The 35-degree angle just perfectly relieved the force. If it were me, I would have been smashed through the shield. This is insane. Even the upgraded laser gun was swallowed whole. This gel armor must be invincible. Our team's firepower volley left not even a mark. So are we only left with close-range brawling for such monsters? The electric axe hits it like a scratch. This gel is way too thick. Ordinary players have no chance. Oh, just stepping in would get them swept into mush by the spider legs. Oh no, this monster can recover with gel. The more we hit, the more blood it seems to gain. Duan Rin, hold steady. Gradually wear down its weaknesses. We can eventually break through. If we didn't have the defender mechs, we would have been completely wiped out. Why is this monster getting more frenzied the more we hit it? That last sweep nearly struck Duan Rin's cockpit but scared me to death. Is there any chance we can use kinetic machine guns to target the spider leg joints? The atmosphere in the live stream chat was exceptionally heated, with various analysts and strategists flooding the screen with comments. Just as the fierce battle on the left flank was in full swing, the middle and right flanks encountered their own formidable enemies. The 1st Battalion, led by Lin Yuxi, has cleared most of the ordinary infected bodies and electric gel monsters along the way, swiftly advancing along the main passage towards the designated rendezvous point. Lin Yuxi controlled the blue-painted defender mech, and the exclusive HUD panel customized for him by Xing Shu displayed the specific combat situations of the other 2 battalions in 2 split screens at the bottom right. Just as the image of the Gel Stitcher 1 infected body in the left flank came through, he was about to inquire about the battle situation when a sudden violent metallic tearing sound erupted from the pipeline overhead. "Watch out above," Lin Yuxi shouted in the channel. Before his voice faded, a large pipeline that had been installed on the top of the main passage crashed. A massive shadow shot out from the flying debris at an astonishing speed that belied its gigantic size, heading straight for a player clad in Star Guardian 2 powered armor closest to him. 2 pale giant laser swords extended from the shadow's arms, ready to cleave the Star Guardian 2 powered armor before it. However, the blue steel body swiftly intervened, stabilizing itself with a larger blue laser sword that firmly blocked the descending white laser sword. As 3 giant energy weapons collided violently, they emitted a piercing hum, and the highly condensed energy sword blades sparked brilliantly against each other. The blue defender's right arm suddenly exerted force, and the power furnace in its chest emitted a deep rumble, instantly reaching peak output. Top players like Duan Rin and Quang Sha could manipulate the defender mech through neural links to microcontrol various parts. If your microcontrol skills were strong enough, you could even individually adjust the thrust angles of each auxiliary thruster. After unlocking the genetic lock, Lin Yuxi's control over the neural manipulation system of the Star Core civilization had reached another level. He could not only microcontrol various components of the mech, but also freely manipulate its power output, even allowing the power furnace to temporarily enter an overclocked state, significantly enhancing the mech's performance. The defender controlled by Lin Yuxi easily flicked the ambushing shadow away with one hand, throwing it over 10 meters before stabilizing its stance with 8 mechanical legs, allowing the players to finally see the true appearance of the massive shadow that had suddenly attacked them. It was a Gel Stitcher 3 type infected body. Its upper body was the intact torso of a Stitcher 3 infected body, with a layer of light blue gel covering the silver gray armor, while underneath the gel dense white nanocores pulsed. It was equipped with 2 heavy rotary kinetic machine guns mounted on its shoulders, and its arm-mounted laser emitters unleashed 2 pale giant laser swords. Its lower body was a stout torso made of deep blue gel, extending 8 thick mechanical engineering arms that crawled on the ground like the long legs of a giant spider, producing a dull thud sound. As the Gel Stitcher 3 stabilized itself, the 2 kinetic machine guns on its shoulders opened fire simultaneously. The concentrated barrage of bullets swept toward the player team like a torrential rain, and several veteran players controlling Star Guardian 2 powered armor reacted quickly. Seeing the heavy rotary kinetic machine guns on the Stitcher 3's shoulders start to spin, they immediately held their shields up to protect their teammates behind them, but 2 players in exoskeletons were unable to dodge in time, and were directly turned into a mist of blood by the heavy kinetic rounds. Everyone fall back. Lin Yuxi growled softly, controlling the blue defender mech to charge forward suddenly, with his left-hand giant shield held horizontally in front, directly blocking most of the fire lines as bullets pelted against the alloy shield, producing a cacophony of sounds. Meanwhile, the 2 mini-kinetic machine guns on the mech's head fired simultaneously, with specially designed high-density compressed rounds accurately sweeping toward the rotary machine gun on the left shoulder of the Stitcher 3. Bang! With a loud explosion, the machine gun on the left shoulder of the Stitcher 3 was destroyed, leaving a large gaping hole in the shoulder armor, which was instantly covered by gel and nanocores beginning to self-repair. Once the players behind him had retreated a certain distance, Lin Yuxi felt no more concerns at the rear and decisively executed a lateral movement, no longer braving the rain of bullets. With a sudden burst of strength in his left arm, he hurled the alloy giant shield like a dart, and under the immense power granted by the brief overclocking, the shield's angled edge struck the left arm of the Stitcher 3, directly tearing it off and embedding it into the alloy wall behind. With just one strike, he crippled one arm of the Stitcher 3. Interesting, Lin Yuxi smirked slightly. The left arm that was originally holding the shield also activated the Ji Yin 9-type laser sword. The blue-painted defender mech wielded 2 laser swords, each 2.5 meters long, with the blue blades radiating intense heat, while the red single-eye viewport coldly gazed at the Stitcher 3 infected body, which was now entirely on par with him in size. Lin Yuxi in the cockpit also grew excited. The last time he piloted a mech in battle was when Xing Shu controlled his body using a burst state to pilot the Starfall mech and defeating that roamer mech in 26 seconds. Although he had complete sensory awareness, it was not his own consciousness controlling the mech, but rather Xing Shu, who had taken over his body. Now personally controlling the Defender mech modified according to his combat style, he finally had an opponent worthy of his serious attention. The combat genes hidden in his body began to surge, and his body craved battle, craving a powerful opponent, craving that instinctive evolution that continuously breaks through the boundaries of life. At the wound on the left arm torn apart by a flying shield, the thick, deep blue gel writhed and squirmed like a living thing. A metallic roar erupted from its chest. The 8 mechanical spider legs behind tightened abruptly, and the one closest to the torso suddenly bent its tip, plunging into the stump of its severed arm. Pale blue nanogel flowed rapidly along the metal skeleton, fusing and bonding the entire spider leg's joints, conduits, and the native armor at the wound. In less than 3 seconds, a brand new mechanical arm was connected, its fingers even flexing agilely. Having sacrificed only one ground-gripping spider leg to repair the severed arm, the Halberd 3 gel suture infester's combat capability was scarcely diminished. After completing its repair, it retreated 2 steps, its 7 remaining spider legs gripping the alloy floor firmly. The white nanocore embedded in its chest emitted a high-frequency tremor hum, and the gel membrane over its body shimmered with an eerie pale blue glow. The visor, glowing with thick white light on its head, stared fixedly at the blue defender mech before it, its entire body tense in a defensive posture. Clearly it had already regarded the blue mech as a lethal adversary. Within the defender mech's cockpit, Lin Yuxi's pupils had taken on a faint golden hue, and the corner of his mouth curled into a stronger battle intent. As if sensing the pilot's surging emotions, the cold fusion reactor on the blue defender mech's chest suddenly roared louder. A low hum echoed through the sealed corridor, and the heat dissipation grills on the mech's surface vented wisps of white steam. At the instant his battle intent peaked, the mech's thick right foot stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! The hard alloy floor cracked into a fine web. 4 sets of auxiliary thrust engines on the back simultaneously erupted with blinding blue particle flames. The entire mech shot forward like a cannonball, crossing over 10 meters, in an instant appearing before the Halberd 3 stitched abomination. The Blaze 9 laser sword on its left arm, accompanied by a searing screech, slashed down viciously from above toward them. The Halberd 3's reaction speed far exceeded that of ordinary infestors. It jerked its head back, raising the remaining white giant laser sword on its right arm to block horizontally above its head. Clang! The blue and white energy blades clashed violently. The highly condensed high-temperature particles annihilated each other, spraying dazzling sparks. The immense force transmitted down the blades, and the Halberd 3's laser sword was pressed down inch by inch, its metal joints groaning under the strain. The blue defender mech's wrist turned slightly, and the blue blade slid down, slicing off a chunk of the monster's head armor with a sizzle, melting the outer gel membrane into liquid. Before the Halberd 3 could retreat and adjust, the laser sword on the blue defender mech's right arm followed up, thrusting forward like a blue lightning bolt, precisely piercing the gel armor on the monster's waist. The high-temperature laser blade easily melted through the silver-gray native armor, scorching a large black charm mark at the puncture point. Thick white nanocore liquid gushed out from the wound, landing on the alloy floor with a sizzling corrosive sound. Yet the Halberd 3 completely ignored its own severe injury. Its right arm laser sword locked firmly against the defender's left arm laser sword, while its torso trapped the defender's right arm laser sword. The newly grown left arm's spread fingers rapidly lengthened and thickened, turning into 5 blades aimed straight at the power reactor on the defender's chest. Oomph! In the cockpit, Lin Yuxi let out a cold snort, showing no sign of panic despite both arms being locked. The emitters of the 2 Blaze 9 giant laser swords on both arms deactivated instantly, and the 2 swords vanished. Freed immediately, the right arm directly grabbed the Halberd 3's left wrist, now turned into a blade, and twisted with force, wrenching the newly repaired arm into a twisted mess. The Halberd 3's right arm laser sword retracted and slashed again toward the defender's head. But before the white giant sword could strike the defender's head, the defender mech's thick right foot had already stomped onto the Halberd 3's chest. Bang! The massive body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the cabin wall with a deafening roar. The wall dented in a large chunk, and countless pieces of pipe debris fell from above. This thing's self-healing ability is quite strong, Lin Yuxi muttered to himself. On the HUD panel, the power reactor output dropped, from 130 overclock to 85 peak. He also had to control the rhythm of output. Prolonged overclocking would severely shorten the cold fusion reactor's lifespan. He was very satisfied with this defender mech and didn't want to drive it into the ground so soon. Through the holographic window, he could clearly see the huge wound on the Halberd 3's waist contracting at a visible rate. Surging gel covered the damaged armor bit by bit. In just a few breaths the wound was mostly repaired, leaving only a faint scorch mark. The twisted left arm was also slowly recovering. This Halberd 3 gel suture infestor seemed to possess strong combat intelligence. After 2 consecutive setbacks, it appeared to abandon the idea of a direct confrontation. A screech emanated from its chest's energy core. The remaining 7 mechanical spider legs pushed simultaneously, and the massive body suddenly leaped up, firmly adhering to the side wall of the corridor. Immediately, it scurried rapidly between the walls and ceiling like a giant spider, using the complex space to circle around to the defender mech's flank and rear. The heavy rotary machine gun on its right shoulder began to pour bullets, attempting to attack the blind spot behind the defender. Lin Yuxi maneuvered the defender mech to dodge flexibly. Watching the Halberd 3 crawling quickly on the ceiling, he raised an eyebrow and had to retaliate with the head-mounted machine guns. Although his aim was precise, the 2 head-mounted machine guns could hardly inflict lethal damage on the Halberd 3. Coupled with its terrifying recovery ability, Lin Yuxi found himself momentarily at a loss. His gaze swept across the 2 subscreens at the bottom right of the HUD. On the left flank, Duanren and Zhang were still locked in a stalemate with the gel suture battleship breaker. On the right flank, the battalion of Wild Shark Gnawing Iron had indeed encountered another battleship breaker 1 gel suture infestor and were also engaged in a fierce battle. He immediately shouted in the combat communication channel, "All players with kinetic machine guns spread out, continuously fire at its spider leg joints to limit its mobility. The rest of the personnel continue clearing scattered infestors in the area. Do not approach the main battlefield." Another group returned to the B2 weapon depot immediately. "I've already had the logistics players gather all kinetic weapons. Go fast." Upon receiving the orders, the players immediately acted. Several squad leaders quickly made personnel assignments. Some players rapidly withdrew from the battlefield and ran toward the B2 section behind them. The remaining Star Guard 2 and Alpha armor suits opened fire simultaneously with their kinetic machine guns. A torrent of bullets rained down on the Halberd 3 as it moved rapidly on the cabin walls. Just then the Halberd 3 suddenly leaped and disappeared into the overhead pipe layer, vanishing from everyone's sight. The corridor instantly fell into dead silence, with only the sound of the Halberd 3 moving quickly through the pipes and sporadic gunfire from the players' kinetic machine guns echoing. Lin Yuxi maneuvered the defender mech to turn slowly, its single red eye scanning the dark gaps in the overhead layer, searching for the Halberd 3's trace. Suddenly, a violent tearing sound came from above. The Halberd 3 gel suture infestor's figure burst out from the pipe directly above the defender mech, diving down from the shadows like a poised falcon. The nanocore in its chest burst into blinding white light. The remaining right arm laser sword condensed to a third thicker, and following the momentum of its fall, it slashed down toward Lin Yuxi's defender mech with earth-shattering force. Good timing. In the cockpit, Lin Yuxi's pupils gleamed with a golden light, and the 2 Yin Type 9 laser swords, which had long been poised for action, erupted in brilliant blue light, crossing above his head. Clang! The white energy heavy sword collided violently with the blue laser sword, producing a deafening metallic explosion that nearly shattered the eardrums of the surrounding players. The immense downward momentum surged along the sword's body, causing the blue defender mech to sink as it made contact with the Battle Spear 3-0, adopting a stance to dissipate the force. Its right leg suddenly bent, crashing down heavily on the alloy ground, and the hard metal surface instantly spread with a dense web of cracks. The white laser sword of Battle Spear 3 pressed down with the force of its descent, barely grazing the left shoulder armor of the defender mech, leaving a scorching burn mark on the deep blue armor. Only when Lin Yuxi's defender mech was half kneeling on the ground did the downward force of Battle Spear 3 finally dissipate. "Get up for me." Lin Yuxi's golden gaze intensified as he roared. The cold fusion power furnace in his chest emitted a deep hum, and the power output surged instantly into a 180 overclocked state. Buzz! The 4 auxiliary thruster engines on his back erupted with dense blue particle flames, and the originally bent sturdy mechanical legs suddenly straightened with all their might, propelling the mech upward. The overwhelming explosive power forcibly hurled the suspended Battle Spear 3 into the air, its massive body losing balance, midair limbs flailing, exposing its lower half spider legs within Lin Yuxi's attack range. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuxi twisted his wrists, sweeping the 2 laser swords horizontally. The blue sword light flashed like 2 bolts of lightning, piercing through the darkness, accurately slicing through the lower half of Battle Spear 3. Sizzle, 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 3 crisp sounds rang out in succession, as 3 stout mechanical spider legs were severed, splattering blue gel onto the ground. Battle Spear 3 crashed heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. Its reaction was swift, realizing that one blow had failed. It attempted to employ the same trick with the remaining 4 spider legs, suddenly exerting force, rushing towards the side wall, trying to cling to it and escape to the upper layer. However, having lost 3 mechanical spider legs, its grip on the ground had already diminished significantly, and just halfway up, the spider legs slipped on the smooth alloy wall, causing its massive body to lose balance and plummet straight down. Meanwhile, Lin Yuxi was already waiting beneath its landing point, controlling the defender mech. Indeed, everything was within Lin Yuxi's calculations, from choosing to take the strike hidden to the overclocked explosion that sent Battle Spear 3 flying into the air, severing its 3 mechanical legs. It had been his plan from the very beginning. To prevent Battle Spear 3 from escaping to the top pipe again, he had already calculated through the auxiliary operations of the Star Hub that it needed at least 5 mechanical spider legs to crawl stably upside down at the top of the cabin, hence devising this series of tactics. It can be said that from the moment Battle Spear 3 launched its surprise attack from the top of the cabin, its fate was already sealed. The blue defender mech watched as Battle Spear 3 fell from the cabin wall, with swords crossed and gathering power. Just as it descended before him, the 2 giant laser swords simultaneously struck out, carving a perfect cross-shaped beam of light. Puff! The high-temperature laser blades easily melted through the gel armor, and the original armor, completely cleaving the upper half of Battle Spear 3's humanoid torso from its lower half spider gel body, with thick white nanocore liquid and deep blue gel gushing out and splattering everywhere. Lin Yuxi's assault showed no signs of stopping. Before the upper half of the severed body could struggle and roll on the ground, the defender mech's sturdy right leg came crashing down, firmly pinning it to the alloy floor. With a horizontal swing of the left arm's laser sword, he cleanly shattered the monster's optical viewport and control center, while the right arm's laser sword followed closely, precisely stabbing into the liquid nanocore that was roaming about its chest, attempting to escape. Sizzle! The high temperature instantly vaporized all the nano units within the core, extinguishing the previously wildly pulsating white glow. Having lost core control, the gel of the lower spider leg's body quickly lost its vitality. The once taut body gradually slackened, ultimately turning into a puddle of light blue gel that flowed slowly across the floor. Hexagram, live general, live room. Holy crap! Is this really a defender? Its movements were so fast that I could barely... The cross slash was so cool. It was a direct cleave. That finishing blow was ruthless. It smashed its head, leaving no chance for self-healing. I thought something was about to happen when it was half kneeling just now, but it countered and sent it flying for a quick kill. Holy crap, Boss Xingyan is really on fire. From the start, taking the hit Hedon was calculated. Deliberately not dodging, sending it flying to chop off its legs, was to prevent it from escaping. Right. Swordbreaker Jiang Wan fought a broken shipper for nearly 10 minutes, while Xingyan killed the clearly stronger Battle Spear 3 in just 2 minutes. Is this the strength of our faction's boss? This is the kind of presence a boss in the Xingyan faction should have. Last time I saw Boss Xingyan in a mech, it was a 26-second absolute kill against a roamer. Battle Spear 3, I'm going for a surprise attack. I'm climbing the wall. I'm running. Xingyan, you can't run without... No matter how strong self-healing is, it can't withstand being directly blown away from the core. By the way, should we petition the officials together to start a first-person live stream for Boss Xingyan? It would definitely be thrilling. Oh my god, just thinking about it reminds me of the last C7 siege, where we saw Boss Xingyan's golden eyes stained with blood at a critical moment, through Jiang Wan's perspective, breaking through in battle and smashing the broken shipper one. It was absolutely epic. At this moment, Lin Yuxi, who was being discussed by millions of viewers, remained seated calmly in the cockpit of the blue-painted defender, his expression tranquil, as if it were not he who had just brutally slaughtered the Battle Spear 3 gel-stitched parasite. The cold fusion power furnace in the chest of the defender gradually returned to a safe operating range. Lin Yuxi glanced at the 2 split screens in the lower right corner of the HUD. On the left side, Swordbreaker and Jiang Wan's 2 defender mechs were already battered. The alloy shield of Jiang Wan's defender had been deformed by the 2 giant rupture blades of the broken shipper 1 gel-stitched parasite. Swordbreaker was barely keeping up with Jiang Wan to continue battling against broken shipper 1 due to his formidable close combat ability. On the right side, the cooperation between Crazy Shark and Cat Cake was slightly better. After all, the 2 had been teammates for many years, and both Cat Cake and Crazy Shark possessed strong close combat abilities, making their situation slightly better than that of Swordbreaker and Jiang Wan, as they could at least still counterattack. He immediately issued a stern order on the public channel. The elite monsters in the middle route have been cleared. Everyone regroup immediately. I will support the left route core. All remaining personnel in the middle route will assist the right route core. All players who retrieved heavy kinetic equipment from the B2 weapon warehouse proceed to the right route to assist. After finishing the battle arrangements, Lin Yuxi piloted the blue defender mech, turning first with the auxiliary thruster engines on his back, spewing light blue flames as he sped towards the left passage. Inside the cockpit of the defender mech, Duan Run gasped, heavily, beads of sweat trickling down from his forehead onto the control panel. The dual drain on his mental and physical strength from the neural link was pushing him to his limits. He and Jiang Wan had been locked in a fierce battle with the Gel Stitcher One for a full 20 minutes. He could not remember how many times his electric axe had cleaved into the monster's body, leaving behind numerous ghastly wounds, yet it was all in vain. The swirling blue gel and white nanotech core could promptly heal the wounds, as if all attacks were futile. The battle spirit engraved in his bones from his time in the military kept him from collapsing. He gritted his teeth forcibly, suppressing the overwhelming dizziness, his gaze fixated on the massive form of the Gel Stitcher One. Clang! The Gel Stitcher swung its dual giant cleaving blades while Jiang Wan braced herself with her already cracked alloy heavy shield. The tremendous impact transmitted through the shield to her entire body, causing her mech to stagger backward, the stout mechanical legs screeching against the alloy floor, and two more deep gashes appeared on the shield. Die! Duan Run roared, flames of battle igniting in his eyes. He could no longer afford to conserve energy, pushing the synchronization rate of the neural link to its maximum, channeling all his strength into controlling the defender mech. The silver defender suddenly lowered its stance, the engine erupting with a deafening roar as it charged headlong at the gel. After sprinting a few meters, the stout mechanical legs stomped the ground hard, the mech leaping into the air. He deftly manipulated the auxiliary thrusters behind him, the pale blue flames lifting the body into the air, then abruptly shifting the thruster direction for a rapid descent, the left-hand alloy shield in front, like a cannonball, hurtling towards the Gel Stitcher's chest. A sharp metallic screech emanated from the Gel Stitcher's chest cavity as both cleaving blades charged simultaneously, a faint white glow gleaming on the blades, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to the defenseless defender mech in midair. At the critical moment, a silver figure covered in wounds suddenly dashed in. Jiang Wan gritted her teeth against the tearing pain from the feedback of the neural link. She saw Duan Ren launching a desperate charge and knew she had to create an opportunity for him to strike decisively. Forcefully rallying her spirit, she shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." With a furious shout, she activated the auxiliary thrusters, the defender lunging forward just ahead of Duan Ren, placing her nearly shattered shield in front of the incoming cleaving blades. Puff! The two giant cleaving blades fell simultaneously, instantly shattering the alloy heavy shield. Fragments of alloy flew everywhere, and the blade's momentum left two deep gashes across Jiang Wan's mech's chest. The tremendous force sent her entire mech flying, crashing heavily against the distant cabin wall with a dull thud. Inside the cockpit, Jiang Wan saw darkness before her eyes, almost losing connection. The mech system was flooded with red alerts, completely losing its ability to move. Duan Run did not waste the precious opportunity Jiang Wan had created. The downward momentum combined with the engine's thrust made the alloy shield slam into the Gel Stitcher's chest with tremendous force. Clang! A loud crash resounded as the creature's native armor was dented significantly. Duan Ren continued his assault, his right arm wielding the electric axe, striking down with searing arcs of electricity. Sizzle! The high-temperature axe blade finally melted through the gel and armor, severing the Gel Stitcher's entire left arm along with the cleaving blade it held. Thick blue gel spewed forth, the severed arm crashing heavily to the ground, but the combat instincts of the Gel Stitcher One were even more terrifying than anticipated. Even with its body leaning to the right and left arms severed, it did not abandon its attack. It suddenly turned, its three stout mechanical spider legs swinging towards the exhausted Duan Run, who had just completed his attack. Duan Run had no time to evade. Bang! 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 Three muffled impacts rang out as the spider legs struck the silver defender's torso. The chest armor instantly caved in, with three deep, dense internal conduits bursting forth and releasing clouds of white steam. The entire mech was flung like a cannonball, crashing several meters away against the wall beside Jiang Wan, alarms blaring loudly in the cockpit, and Duan Ren gasped as he found himself temporarily unable to regain control of the defender. The Gel Stitcher One walked over to its severed arm, bending down to pick up the severed left arm and precisely reattach it to the wound. Thick blue gel and white nanotech cores surged and enveloped it. Within 3 seconds, the severed limb was reconnected, the cracks rapidly disappearing. It lifted the two gleaming cleaving blades once more, slowly advancing towards Jiang Wan, who was slumped against the wall, incapacitated. The red optical window flickered with cold, killing intent, ready to eliminate this troublesome opponent. The cleaving blade slowly rose, the enormous shadow looming over Jiang Wan's mech. Just then a blue blur dashed in from the end of the corridor, moving so swiftly it left a pale blue trail in the air. Lin Yuxi piloted the blue defender mech, activating its super frequency mode. The low rumble of the cold fusion power core was slower than the speed of his blue mech. Before the sound arrived, the sword light struck first. The gel stitcher had just sensed the movement behind it, and hadn't had time to turn when two woven flame Type 9 laser swords pierced through its back, the tips emerging from its chest with unparalleled ferocity. Sizzle. The high temperature instantly vaporized the surrounding gel and the densest nanotech cores at its chest. Lin Yuxi gave it no chance to heal, channeling power through both wrists. The two laser swords crossed and struck down the sharp energy edges easily, severing the gel stitcher at the chest. The boiling white nanotech core within completely shattered by the sword light. With the core control lost, the monster's body instantly collapsed to the ground, the blue gel rapidly losing its vitality, turning into a puddle of lifeless liquid flowing slowly. A swift kill. From the appearance of the Bluecoat Defender mech to the slaying of the Gel Stitcher 1, it took merely 2 seconds. It wasn't that the Gel Stitcher 1 was too weak, but rather that Duan Ren and Jiang 1 had already inflicted significant damage, and with their desperate counterattack just moments ago they had provided Lin Yuxi with this lethal opportunity. Lin Yuxi retracted the giant laser sword, his red single-eye window scanning the fallen Duan Ren and Jiang 1. In the channel, he instructed the nearby players, leave a few people to take care of Duan Ren and Jiang 1. The logistics medical team is on the way. The rest follow me to the right flank. Meanwhile, on the right flank battlefield, a large number of powered armor equipped with kinetic weapons that had been sent as support arrived, and players transporting weapons from the B2 weapons warehouse also began to show up, bringing a significant amount of kinetic weaponry, including 12 modified heavy Gatling guns seized from the Iron Guard 1 infection. Dozens of players formed a pincer movement, and a torrent of kinetic bullets rained down like a storm on another Gel Stitcher's spider leg joints, sending metal sparks flying. The monster's movement speed was completely restricted, forced to frantically swing its cleaving blades in place. Two defender mechs engaged it in close combat, continually inflicting new wounds upon it. The monster's self-healing speed could no longer keep up with the frequency of its injuries. The gel coating on its body grew thinner, and its movements became increasingly sluggish. With a roar from the ferocious shark, all players intensified their firepower, countless bursts of flames cutting through the dim corridor as the steel torrent surged towards the final Gel Stitcher 1. On the main battlefield of the right passage, Kwangsha Kenny, piloting the battle-scarred defender mecha, slammed his heavy shield to deflect the fission cleaver of Shipbreaker 1. The deafening crash of metal on metal sent vibrations through the cabin walls. After a large number of players from the central route arrived to support his task of dealing with the Shipbreaker 1 gel-stitched infected organism became much easier alongside Mao Bing Zhanjiang. As players from the B2 weapon depot armed with heavy kinetic weapons gradually joined the battlefield, Kwangsha Kentai also explained his plan to everyone over the communication channel. Almost there. Lead it to the hall. Kwangsha Kentai growled in the channel. The two defenders simultaneously changed tactics, continuing their assault on Shipbreaker 1 while retreating toward the main passage to the north. Shipbreaker 1, now thoroughly enraged by the relentless attacks, let out a piercing metallic screech from its chest. Its 6 sturdy mechanical spider legs slammed against the ground as it swiftly chased after the two defenders. Unaware, it was step by step walking into the trap the players had set in advance. After several minutes of pursuit and retreat, the passage ahead opened up, revealing a massive traffic intersection hall nearly 100 meters square. Originally the material distribution center of Bay A3, the ground was flat and spacious. Just as Kwangsha Kentai and his team lured Shipbreaker 1 to the center of the hall, over 100 players clad in various powered armors surged out from the surrounding passages. They carried all kinds of kinetic weapons, and their dark muzzles were all aimed at Shipbreaker 1 in the center. On a high platform at the northwest corner of the hall, Chai Dan Yongyuan Man Banpai piloted a silver-gray Star Guard 3 mecha with a modified heavy Gatling gun mounted on each arm. The 6 barrels gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the dim light. He roared with laughter in the communication channel, "Ha! Brothers, let's fuck him up. Let this iron lump taste our big guns." These two formidable weapons, captured and modified from the Iron Guard 1 infected organism, had been upgraded by Su Jie and Lu Ran, with both rate of fire and precision improved by a whole tier. Now was the perfect time to test their power. At the shout of Chai Dan Yongyuan Man Banpai in the communication channel, the player legions distributed in the east, southwest, and north advanced simultaneously. The steel tide slowly converged, trapping Shipbreaker 1 in the very center of the hall. It had sensed something wrong, abruptly stopping and attempting to turn and retreat. But it had no chance. The players had already completed the encirclement, and the two defenders had withdrawn into the player ranks on one side. Open fire. In an instant, a deafening roar of gunfire swept across the entire hall. Over 100 kinetic weapons belched tongues of fire simultaneously. Dense bullets like a steel rainstorm poured out, painting dense golden trajectories in the dim space. 12. 7mm armor-piercing rounds, 20mm high-explosive shells, and 30mm autocannon shells intertwined into an impenetrable web of fire slamming heavily into Shipbreaker 1's body. Clang! Clang! Sparks of metal burst wildly from the monster's native armor and blue gel surface. The hard alloy was dented and deformed while thick blue gel splattered everywhere. Shipbreaker 1 swung its dual fission cleavers in fury, trying to charge through the fire toward the nearest player cluster. But with every step forward it endured a baptism of tens of thousands of bullets. Its self-healing ability was still running wild, with white nanocores and blue gel surging from the wounds attempting to repair the damaged armor. But this time, for the first time, the speed of repair could not keep up with the rate of damage. The dense firepower kept it completely pinned. Chai Dan Yongyuan Man Banpai operated the dual Gatling guns, the barrels spinning at high speed with a whirring roar. Two streams of fire accurately swept across the spider leg joints of Shipbreaker 1. After each round of sweeping, several bullets would precisely hit the same spot, directly breaking off one of Shipbreaker 1's. Press forward. Don't give it a chance to breathe. Huangsha Kentai roared, leading the frontline powered armor to steadily advance, further increasing the fire density. Shipbreaker 1's movements grew increasingly sluggish, the gel layer on its surface being thinned more and more. The once gleaming fission cleavers were now covered in bullet scars, unable to wield their former might. Now, old cat. Huangsha Kentai set down his kinetic weapon, instantly maxed out the power output, and piloted the defender mecha to ram into Shipbreaker 1 with its alloy shield. The players on the side tactfully cleared the firing line, giving him space to charge. The tremendous impact force made Shipbreaker 1 stagger back 2 steps, drawing all its attention to the front. At that moment, a huge silver figure darted out from a gap in the fire on the flank. Mao Bing Zhanjiang had already used the cover of smoke and gunfire to circle around behind the monster. Without a moment's hesitation, he cranked the power of the lightning axe to maximum, with searing arcs crackling along the blade. The defender mecha leaped high, using the momentum of its descent to drive the lightning axe fiercely into a weak spot on Shipbreaker 1's back. Rip! The high-temperature blade easily melted through the gel and armor, precisely piercing the white nanocore in its chest that had already dimmed significantly. Shipbreaker 1's movements froze instantly. The fission cleavers in its hands fell to the ground with a clang. A harsh electrical sound came from the core in its chest, and the wildly flickering white light suddenly extinguished. Thick blue gel gushed from the wound. The massive body crashed to the ground, eventually dissolving into a puddle of lusterless pale blue liquid. The gunfire in the hall gradually subsided, leaving only the sizzling sound of the machine gun barrels spinning empty. Hexagram Live General Stream. Damn, this firepower is too fierce. 100 guns firing simultaneously just obliterated the elite monster. Firepower deficiency phobia cured on the spot. What self-healing ability? It's nothing in the face of absolute firepower. Master Chaiden's shooting skills are still on point. Precise double Gatling shots on the spider legs. This marksmanship is insane. So satisfying. Without relying on the power dominance of Senior Xing, Yanhui players took down the Shipbreaker 1 gel-stitched infected organism on our own through tactics and coordination. Huangsha frontline containment, Maobing flanking from behind. This coordination is perfect. By the way, those 3 were just elite monsters, right? Is the final boss coming next? Definitely the boss is in the A3 main control room. I saw some tech players' views already breaking through the door. Damn, if the elite monsters are this strong, how tough will the boss be? Can they make it? 2 defenders have already lost combat effectiveness. Not worried at all. We've prepared so many kinetic weapons and gathered over 100 powered armors. The 4th Calamity's human wave tactic has never lost, and Master Xing Yan hasn't even started to exert himself yet. The livestream chat scrolled by rapidly, with everyone cheering for this exhilarating team victory. Inside the hall, the players took a brief rest, and then immediately set off toward the A3 main control room. Soon the 3 legions converged at the door in front of the control room. All peripheral elite infected organisms in Bay A3 have been eliminated. Tech team reporting the main control room door is locked with a level 3 encryption program. We are working on cracking it, estimated time 10 more minutes. The communication channel was filled with reports from players fulfilling their duties. Lin Yuxi nodded, his gaze fixed on the tightly shut heavy alloy door. Behind that door lay the core main control room of Bay A3, the ultimate goal of their expedition. After reaching the first layer of the gene lock, Lin Yuxi's perception in all aspects had greatly improved. He could vaguely sense that behind the thick metal door there was one and only one massive energy source. Its intensity was far higher than that of the 3 gel-stitched infected organisms they had encountered before. He had a premonition that the true bitter battle would begin the moment this gate opened. Master Guardian, the level 3 encryption of the hatch has been completely cracked and can be opened at any time. The voice of the technical player echoed in the public channel, carrying a hint of respect. The earliest batches of veteran players who entered the game had grown accustomed to calling him Boss Xingyan, but the thousands of new players who subsequently flooded and had little opportunity to interact directly with him. Coupled with the inherent fear that the clones had towards Lin Yuxi's designated body as the inheritor, most new players referred to him as Master Guardian or Executor. Boss Xingyan, let me and Old Shark take the lead, you just need to support us from behind. The voice of Duanren rang out in the public channel, not because Duanren wanted to show off, but mainly because they were players. If any danger arose, they would only lose equipment and would respawn in 4 hours. As the camp's BOSS, the game's official website clearly stated in the settings that Xingyan was the core NPC for the StarCore reboot associated with the main AI of the game. If Xingyan were to fall, the game would shut down and restart. Although Xingyan's strength as the executor and guardian of the StarCore project was beyond doubt, whenever there was a possibility of danger, all players would unhesitatingly stand in front of him. This was a consensus among the players. Other veteran players in the channel echoed in agreement. Everyone understood that the safety of the camp's boss was tied to the survival of the entire StarCore reboot. Lin Yuxi's gaze swept over Duanren's silver defender pockmarked with bullet marks and slashes. The logistics team had just completed emergency repairs, although the dents on the armor had yet to be fixed, and several pipelines were exposed. The core power furnace and control system were intact, allowing it to continue fighting, albeit barely. As for Jiang Wan's defender mech, its core module had been severely damaged by the ship Destroyer 1, rendering it temporarily immobile, and it was left outside under the watch of logistics personnel. You all be careful, retreat immediately if you notice anything unusual. I'll support you from behind, Lin Yuxi replied in the public channel, without insisting on taking the lead himself. After a brief discussion, several veteran players quickly arranged their team into a combat formation, with the 3 defender mechs of Kwangsha Cat Cake and Duanren leading in a triangular formation. Lin Yuxi drove the blue-painted defender to the center of the formation, while over 100 armored players split into 2 wings fanning out behind. Other players wearing exoskeletons had formed several groups of 100 and spread out across various areas of the A3 cabin section to continue clearing the remaining infected organisms. Seeing that the players were ready, Lin Yuxi did not hesitate to raise his hand and activate the door's permissions. Click, boom. The heavy alloy hatch emitted a dull hydraulic sound and slowly slid open to the sides. One by one, they stepped into the main control room, revealing a circular hall nearly 300 meters in diameter. The control console's display screens and server cabinets that were originally scattered around had all been forcibly pushed to the walls, forming a chaotic heap of metal debris. In the center, an open space emerged with the floor and walls covered by a thin layer of blue gel shimmering with a faint glow. Stepping on it felt completely non-sticky, as if a layer of rough gel crystals formed across the entire control room. At the very center of the hall stood a gigantic chair entirely formed from blue gel crystals. The crystalline chair had a rugged yet strangely orderly shape. Countless fine gel veins extended from the armrests and backrest, deeply embedded in the gel layer on the ground, as if this enormous crystal served as the energy core for all the gel. Seated upon the gel chair was a humanoid figure, a massive body, nearly 5 meters tall, clad in a dark silver and deep purple interwoven native armor. The blue gel veins flowed like blood vessels across the surface of the armor, merging seamlessly with the gel of the throne, showing no signs of seams or damage. It maintained a lazy sitting posture with its right arm raised, palm gently cradling its chin, as if merely napping in the afternoon. Its left hand rested on a massive ice blue crystalline sword 4 meters long and half a meter wide, formed from a vast amount of compressed gel. The sword leaned against the armrest of the crystalline chair with the gel light bands inside, slowly swirling, casting an eerie blue glow. Behind it, 8 pairs of 16 mutated mechanical limbs hung naturally. The upper 4 pairs were relatively slender, while the lower 4 pairs were more robust. They were arranged in an interlaced manner, with their tips gently touching the gel layer on the ground, where blue energy flowed at their contact points. Its head was not equipped with 2 eyes, but rather a ring of surrounding optical sensors. At this moment, only faint white particles slowly flowed within the head ring, suggesting that before the players had opened this sealed door, it had maintained this drowsy posture for a full 12,000 years. The players all came to a halt, and the entire place fell into an eerie silence. The humanoid armor remained quietly seated, showing no signs of attacking despite the players' intrusion. However, the overwhelming pressure emanating from it, far surpassing anything they had encountered with the War Spear 3 or Ship Destroyer 1's gel-satured infected organisms, weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, freezing the more than 100 players in place, none daring to fire first. Duanren took a deep breath, maneuvering the silver defender to step forward a few more paces, bringing the giant crystalline chair within the mech's scanning range. The scanning module of the mech instantly operated at full speed. A pale blue scanning wave shot from the mech's head, enveloping the colossal figure on the throne. On Duanren's HUD interface, all attributes regarding the target displayed as glaring question marks with a line of small text popping up below analyzing high-level infected organism data. Progress 1. Just 3 seconds later the progress bar shot up from 1 to 100, as if the fast-forward button had been pressed. The originally blank attribute panel on the HUD interface was instantly filled with dense text, and Duanren's pupils constricted instinctively as he synchronized the data to the team's public channel. Unknown target naming complete gel crystal guardian high-level gel symbiote original model blaze sentinel high energy power armor energy core giant aggregated black mist nanocore with mutated gel crystal nucleus defense attributes ultra high energy resistance 99 damage reduction from energy firearms 30 damage reduction from refined melee energy weapons high resistance to kinetic weapons 50 damage reduction from ordinary kinetic firearms attack attributes main weapon is the gel crystal blade physical slashing surface corrosion with 18 mechanical limbs on its back 4 pairs for ranged plasma binding 4 pairs for melee strikes blocks other capabilities yet to be explored. Self-healing attributes self-healing speed is over twice that of elite gel-sutured infected organisms core energy source durability exceeds 3 times that of elite gel-sutured infected organisms possible weaknesses 1. Core nano aggregation at the chest 2. Connection root of the mechanical limbs at the back 3. Energy overload during full force attacks temporary resistance decrease of 30 as Duanren approached the gel crystal guardian. Within a certain range the thin white particles that had been slowly flowing within the optical sensor suddenly became dense. A blue light erupted from the gigantic crystalline chair, causing the entire core control room to tremble slightly. Be careful. Lin Yuxi's roar resonated in the communication channel. In Duanren's field of vision, the once lazily seated purple-silver figure on the crystalline chair suddenly vanished. Lin Yuxi's warning exploded in his ear, and a strong sense of crisis instantly surged his adrenaline, prompting him to instinctively maneuver the defender mech to swiftly dodge. The dark silver figure had already appeared behind him, and the massive blade struck down like lightning. What should have cleaved the defender mech in two was merely a glancing blow across the left arm, because of Duanren's urgent dodge at the critical moment. The robust mechanical arm along with the alloy heavy shield was directly severed by the serrated blade, and a blaring red alert sounded in the cockpit of the defender. With one strike falling short of its full potential, the gel crystal guardian moved swiftly, twisting its wrist for a second horizontal slash. Duanren felt a wave of despair. He knew he had no chance to evade. The blade of the crystal giant sword wrapped in the icy blue light of crystallized gel slashed horizontally, with a sharp sound tearing through the air. Duanren's pupils contracted sharply. Even knowing he would likely fail to dodge this heavy blow, he did not give up. He pushed the auxiliary propulsion engine at his back to maximum power and maneuvered the defender mech to evade sideways. However, the defender mech was ultimately a half-beat slower. The massive blade was about to strike the cockpit on the mech's chest. If this blow landed, the entire mech would be cleaved in two, along with Duanren shattered into pieces by the crystal giant sword. Just as Duanren was about to close his eyes and await death, a heavy black shadow broke through the air. Lin Yuxi, who was holding the rear line, seemed to have anticipated all this. He had been staring intently at the movements of the condensed crystal guardian, but even he had not expected the guardian to execute such a lightning-fast blink strike. The moment the guardian appeared behind Duanren, Lin Yuxi's blue-painted defender mech also began a full sprint toward the guardian. Seeing that he was too late to stop its attack, Lin Yuxi fiercely hurled the alloy heavy shield held in his left arm toward Duanren's direction. The heavy alloy shield turned into a blur in the air, and at the moment before the attack landed, it inserted itself precisely between the crystal sword and Duanren's mech. Clang! The deafening sound of metal collision exploded throughout the main control cabin. The crystal sword struck the front of the alloy shield with tremendous force, instantly covering the shield's surface with deep and shallow pits, as blue crystal shards and metal debris flew in all directions. The immense force from the crystal giant sword pushed the alloy shield, slamming heavily into the strongest chest armor of the defender mech. Boom! The entire mech was as if struck by a starship, sliding nearly 100 meters through the air. After landing, it tumbled 7 or 8 times, scraping sparks across the ground, and finally crashed into the alloy wall of the main control cabin before stopping. The chest armor of the mech was dented into a terrifying depression. Sharp system alarms blared in the cockpit. But fortunately, the chest armor of the defender mech was the most defensive part of the entire mech. The cold fusion power core inside was not damaged. This fatal blow was ultimately blocked. Inside the mech, Duanren was shaken dizzy by the violent impact, his vision going black intermittently. He shook his head, forcing himself to shake off the dizziness, and piloted the defender mech with a large dent in its chest to slowly stand up from the ground, quickly retreating to the edge of the battlefield. Holy crap! Just now my heart stopped. Xingyan's flying shield saved my life. This flying shield was so accurate. 1 centimeter off and Duanren would have been done for. This condensed crystal guardian's speed is ridiculous. I didn't even see how it moved just now. Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. This boss design is too awesome. 8 pairs of mechanical tentacles plus a crystal throne. The pressure is full. Just now when I entered the door, I got goosebumps. How come it gives me the vibe of Arthas sitting on the frozen throne? Oh my goodness, doesn't anyone think his mechanical limbs look like the Queen of Blades? This totally hits me as a StarCraft veteran. The previous Shipbreaker is just a little brother compared to it. The gap in aura between elite mobs and bosses is too huge. Did you see the boss stats on the HUD? Its resistance is too high. How can we fight this? It's basically an iron turtle. What are you panicking about? We have the 4th calamity, human wave tactics. Die for 4 hours, and we'll be back as good men. Xing Yin is forever the god. This prediction was perfect. I didn't even react before the shield flew out. Don't jinx it. This boss is clearly just warming up. There must be more big moves coming later. The audience in the live stream were all convulsing from the shock of this Fulafora entrance of the A3 module boss. Countless exclamations with many Yun Donga tactical discussions flooding the screen. The condensed crystal guardian in the center of the field missed its strike. It slowly withdrew its crystal giant sword, and the ring-shaped optical sensor on its head swept over Duan Ren, retreating to the edge. Then it turned to lock onto Quang Sha Ken Tai at the front of the formation. It tightened its grip on the giant sword, the gel layer beneath its feet trembling slightly, about to charge again. Open fire. Without Lin Yuxi's command, the over 100 powered armor players on the scene, along with the 2 defender mechs of Quang Sha Ken Tai and Mao Bing Zhan Jiang, all heavy kinetic weapons simultaneously spat tongues of fire. Dense rain of bullets poured out like a steel torrent, weaving into an impenetrable net of fire, smashing fiercely into the condensed crystal guardian's natural armor and the blue crystal layer. The clanging sounds of metal collisions merged into one, sparks flying everywhere in the dim hall. Large chunks of blue crystal were shattered, splashing like broken ice. The dense firepower successfully pinned down the condensed crystal guardian's movements, forcibly interrupting its impending second round of it. Facing the overwhelming fire suppression, the condensed crystal guardian raised its left hand and made a grasping gesture toward the giant crystal throne behind it. The blue liquid crystal at the base of the gel crystal seemed to come alive, flowing like a tide along the ground and reaching the condensed crystal guardian in an instant. Driven by milky white energy, the liquid crystal solidified rapidly, forming a giant crystal-heavy shield. The condensed crystal guardian raised it with one hand, shielding its entire body completely. Bang, bang, bang. Most of the kinetic bullets were deflected by the thick crystal shield, leaving shallow dents on its surface. The originally overwhelming full-coverage firepower instantly lost its effect. The condensed crystal guardian raised its giant shield to stabilize its front, and the 8 pairs of mechanical limbs on its back fully spread out. The upper 4 pairs of relatively slender mechanical limbs lifted first, their tips rapidly deforming into cannon muzzles. Azure plasma balls continuously gathered at the muzzles, emitting crackling sounds. The next second, volleys of plasma bolts howled out, sweeping toward the player formation like a rainstorm. Watch out, it can attack at range. Raise shields. The front row players wearing Star Guard Type 2 powered armor reacted quickly, immediately raising their matching heavy alloy shields in front of them. The plasma bolts slammed into the shields, emitting sizzling sounds. Only a few shallow scorch marks were left on the shield's surface, failing to break. But the 8 Alpha Type 1 general-purpose powered armors on the side were not so lucky. They were not equipped with heavy shields and failed to dodge the plasma barrage in time, taking direct hits from several plasma bolts. The blue plasma instantly struck the armor surface, burning through the Alpha Type 1's alloy protective armor. The internal power components were extensively damaged, wires emitting black smoke, and the few players inside were directly turned into charcoal by the high-temperature plasma. Immediately dispersed positions spread out and fire. Lin Yuxi's voice rang out in the public channel. All remaining Alpha Type 1's retreat used the heavy shield phalanx of 8 Star Guard 2's for covering fire. Now the players able to pilot powered armor in battle were veterans who had experienced many fights. They moved quickly, the originally dense formation rapidly spreading out like a tide in all directions. The remaining Alpha Type 1's orderly retreated behind the Star Guard 2's shields, continuing to fire suppression through the barrier. Seeing that its plasma cannons were all blocked by the Star Guard 2 shield formation, the condensed Crystal Guardian raised its giant shield, while the 4 pairs of ranged attack mechanical limbs continued to fire plasma bolts at the players. Relying on the cover of its giant shield, the white light in its ring-shaped head window intensified. Inside the double-layered power furnace on its chest, the white black mist nanocore and the blue mutated gel crystal core erupted with dazzling blue-white light. It took heavy steps and charged toward the nearest player formation. "They'll hold it off. Keep up the fire," Lin Yuxi barked as his blue-painted defender likewise charged forward. As he ran, the Blaze 9 laser swords deployed from his arms, their condensed blue beams radiating searing heat as he charged Hedon toward the Crystal Guardian. The two colossal mechanical figures collided amidst the hail of bullets, laser swords clashing against the crystalline giant sword. The dull impact was undeniable, completely overpowering the surrounding cacophony of gunfire. Lin Yuxi knew this was not the time for a full-scale assault. The Blaze 7 was a high-tier energy-type power armor enhanced by a nanocore and a mutated gel crystal core. With his Blaze 9 laser sword, it would be difficult to inflict lethal damage before the enemy's energy reserves were significantly depleted. He had to leverage the numerical advantage of the players to wear it down. Only after its energy intensity dropped significantly could he launch a full power strike. Thus he relied on agile maneuvering, constantly parrying the Crystal Guardian's attacks, forcibly halting its charge and the players behind maintained a safe distance, continuously unleashing a torrent of bullets. In truth, after the battle with the Gel Suture Infestor, he had anticipated that the entity within the A3 main control room would likely possess high energy resistance and formidable self-healing capabilities. Therefore, before formally opening the door to the A3 main control room, they had made ample preparations. Over 100 power armors involved in the battle were equipped with sufficient kinetic ammunition. The kinetic weapon system they now employed featured micro-projectile design, with projectiles as fine as grains of rice. The specialized acceleration structure of the guns progressively increased the velocity of the projectiles, granting these tiny rounds terrifying impact kinetic energy. Their practical lethality and armor-piercing capability rivaled those of conventional heavy kinetic rounds. The standard square magazines were specially designed for portability, with a neat shape allowing stacking. Each magazine could hold up to several thousand. Before the battle, all personnel were fully equipped with primary and secondary magazines and spare ammunition. Leveraging the advantages of micro-projectiles, easy portability, and high capacity, everyone possessed the ability to sustain suppressive fire for extended periods without fear of rapid ammunition depletion. Maintain the rhythm, suppress accurately, and keep your firing distance. Lin Yuxi, while maneuvering his mech to engage the Crystal Guardian in close combat and prevent it from approaching the player formation, said over the channel, "Use ranged fire to continuously wear it down, deplete its energy reserves. Once its energy drops and defenses weaken, find an opportunity to close in for a final assault." The players present were all elites who had experienced numerous battles, and with the auxiliary targeting systems of their power armors, they actively coordinated with Lin Yuxi's movements, firing while evading. While avoiding striking Lin Yuxi's defender, the dense hail of bullets continuously hammered the Crystal Guardian's shields and armor, gradually draining its energy. The Crystal Guardian attempted to break through Lin Yuxi's blockade several times, but each time he blocked it. Under the sustained attrition, the flow of blue gel veins on its surface slowed noticeably, and the energy glow around its body dimmed. Just when everyone thought the stalemate would continue and the scales of victory were tilting in their favor, a sudden change occurred. The Crystal Guardian's violet-silver figure abruptly vanished from its spot, exactly as it had when it first awakened and ambushed Duan Ren. Relying on its terrifying burst speed, in an instant it crossed tens of meters and instantly appeared beside Kwangsha Kenny, who was still firing wildly. "Kwangsha, watch out!" Lin Yuxi's roar came a moment too late. The crystalline giant sword, carrying the force of cataclysm, slammed down heavily. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of metal tearing echoed throughout the main control room. Kwangsha Kentai relied on his combat instincts to try to sidestep, but the defender mech speed was far too slow against the teleportation-like swiftness of the Crystal Guardian. The right half of Kwangsha Kentai's defender was shattered directly by the blunt edge of the crystalline giant sword, sending broken mechanical arms and shattered armor plates flying in all directions. Fortunately, Kwangsha Kentai's instinctive sidestep caused the crystalline giant sword's landing point to deviate slightly, preventing it from striking the mech's cold fusion power core and causing a catastrophic explosion. However, the entire defender mech was now completely wrecked. Even half of Kwangsha Kentai's body was crushed under this heavy strike, and he had already logged off to sit in the penalty box. Kwangsha. The surrounding players, their eyes blazing with fury, instantly swiveled all their muzzles. A torrent of kinetic rounds swept in like a tidal wave, firmly suppressing the Crystal Guardian, denying it any chance to continue attacking the wrecked defender's cold fusion power core. Lin Yuxi maneuvered his mech swiftly to the half-wrecked defender of Kwangsha Kenny, exerted force with his right arm, and flung it into a corner of the cabin to prevent its power core from being accidentally detonated by stray fire. As long as the power core remained intact, the defender mech could be rebuilt. He turned around, his gaze locked on the Crystal Guardian, whose crystalline armor had noticeably dimmed after the sudden assault, as it was being forced back step by step under the players' increasingly intense fire. He rapidly calculated the time in his mind. From the first ambush on Duan Ren to the second on Kwangsha, the interval was exactly 2 minutes. This terrifying speed burst likely had a fixed cooldown period. Moreover, after the burst, its armor's defensive resistance would drop for about 30 seconds, after which the armor's defense level would recover. Lin Yuxi's heart sank instantly. Their original plan was to engage this behemoth in a war of attrition, leveraging their numerical advantage to gradually deplete its vast energy reserves, thereby reducing the difficulty of breaking through its defenses. But now they would face an unpredictable lethal assault every 2 minutes. Their own Defender Mechs and Star Guard 2 units, which served as linchpins of the defense line, would certainly become its primary targets. At this rate, before the Crystal Guardian's energy could be exhausted, their formation would collapse due to the loss of defensive anchors. Then over 100 ordinary power armors would be no match for this behemoth's strikes. Delaying further would only put them at a greater disadvantage. It seems we have no choice but to use that, huh? In the cockpit of the Blue Defender, the golden light in Lin Yuxi's pupils slowly spread, while a hint of excitement curled at the corners of his mouth. Although this thing was just cobbled together by Lu Ran and the others untested in actual combat, and could potentially cause one of their precious cold fusion power cores to be destroyed, the surging battle intent within his body could no longer be restrained. A torrent of kinetic projectiles like a steel rain continuously pounded against the Crystalline Guardian's crystal shield and outer armor. Blue crystal shards scattered everywhere, reflecting a faint azure glow in the dim main control cabin. The dense firepower temporarily suppressed the Crystalline Guardian, but Lin Yuxi's brows furrowed tighter in the cockpit of the Blue Defender. He stared at the countdown flickering on the HUD panel. 52 seconds had passed since the Crystalline Guardian's last blink strike against Kwangsha Kentai. In just another 68 seconds, the next assault would come. Letting 2 defenders and over 100 power-armored units remain bunched up in a chaotic melee would only allow the Crystalline Guardian to pick them off one by one. No amount of players could fill that bottomless pit. With that thought, Lin Yuxi hesitated no longer. He raised his hand and swiftly swiped across the holographic panel, calling up the activation interface for the Extreme Overclock integrated module hidden beneath the standard menus. "Are you sure you want to use that device?" Lu Ran and Suja cobbled together. Starsoul's magnetic voice echoed directly in his mind. Hearing this, the corner of Lin Yuxi's mouth lifted slightly. The core material of this so-called Extreme Overclock integrated module was the Star Core Thermal Flow Steady-State Catalytic Crystal, a relic of the Star Core civilization they had found in the sealed storage depot when they captured the C5 section. After flipping through the basic annotations that accompanied the supplies, Lu Ran and Suja had a sudden inspiration. They attempted to modify the Star Core Thermal Flow Steady-State Catalytic Crystal in conjunction with the Defender's Cold Fusion Power Reactor, piece together this Extreme Overclock integrated module, and took the liberty of installing it into his exclusive Defender mech. The two found the original name too cumbersome, so they gave it a concise and punchy nickname, Crystal Blaze. "Didn't you also run the calculations? The theoretical safe operation probability is 86. This is the best option we have right now." Lin Yuxi's gaze remained locked on the Crystalline Guardian, a hint of excitement threading through his voice. Starsoul paused for half a second, then agreed. "Based on the current battle simulation, this is indeed the most cost-effective, optimal solution." With Starsoul's confirmation, Lin Yuxi pressed the activation button of the Extreme Overclock integrated module. Directly beneath the Cold Fusion Power Reactor in the mech's chest, a palm-sized miniature integrated module slowly rose upward. A tube of clear pale blue liquid catalytic medium flowed through fine titanium alloy pipelines and slowly injected into the steadily operating Cold Fusion Power Reactor. The Cold Fusion Reactor, which had only emitted a low hum, suddenly escalated its vibration frequency, transforming into a deep resonant roar that shook the entire cockpit. A faint golden energy halo began to ripple across the reactor's surface, growing from weak to strong, flowing like molten gold through the internal energy conduits, surging into every joint and component of the mech. On the HUD, a red warning alert appeared: detection of Star Core Thermal Flow Catalytic Medium Injection Extreme Overclock Integrated Module activating. Cold Fusion Power Reactor output 127169191, power stabilized, current rated, overclock 200, steady state protection activated, maximum safe duration 0 to 30. A faint golden light seeped through the gaps in the mech's armor, outlining a delicate gilded glow around the blue coating. The originally heavy and steady Defender mech now radiated a wild, yet restrained energy aura like a steel beast about to break free from its chains. The moment the reactor power locked at 200, Lin Yuxi slowly opened his eyes, which he had closed. His originally pitch-black irises were completely transformed. The pupils had vanished, and the entire enlarged iris had turned into pure gold. Deep within his mind, a colorful star core seemed to explode, pushing the connection with the control system to a new limit. Lin Yuxi could clearly sense that everything around him had slowed down in his perception. The trajectory of every kinetic projectile flying through the air, the blue gel flowing on the surface of the Crystalline Guardian, the subtle tremor and charging of its mechanical limbs on its back, and even the violent energy surging within the dual power core in its chest were all vividly imprinted in his consciousness. The combat instincts buried deep in the genes of this body were fully awakened. There was no longer any barrier between. He could feel every hydraulic rod's extension, every armor plate's vibration, and every energy flow of this defender mech, as if this steel beast was an extension of his own body. Lin Yuxi tapped into the public communication channel. His originally gentle voice was gone. A hoarse, deep tone wrapped in metallic resonance like a war drum from ancient times carried an innate authority. Everyone fall back. Retreat to the hatchway. Leave this to me. His tone was calm, not a command, but his words themselves were commands. All players who heard this voice felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and an instinctive obedience to it emanating from their projected clone bodies. They stared at the defender mech radiating a faint golden light on the battlefield and instantly understood. This was going to be a cut scene. How long had it been? Was this finally the moment to see Xing Yin go all out? There was nothing to worry about then. Let's offer a 3-second silent tribute to this ferocious crystal. The originally impenetrable barrage of fire immediately thinned out. 2 defenders and over 100 power-armored units retreated in orderly fashion, quickly clearing the entire central battlefield, leaving the most open space for the upcoming epic boss fight. Hexagram Live Comprehensive Stream. Holy crap, holy crap. A gilded defender. That's way too cool. Who gets it? That voice just now. Everyone fall back. I got goosebumps all over. The voice is absolutely incredible. Hoarse with a metallic texture, it makes you instinctively want to obey. This game's voice synthesis tech is insane. The charisma is maxed out. No wasted words, just says fall back, and they fall back. This is what a faction leader should be. Wait, something's off. This is the 4th calamity. Normally they fight over loot and kills like crazy. Why are they so exactly? If any other NPC gave orders like that, they'd be swarmed and farmed by players. How come nobody, even any oldtimers, care to explain? I'm new here. What's the deal with this NPC? Why are all the players so afraid of him? Kwangsha, can you let me explain? It's not fear. It's instinctive reverence from the clone body. The bodies we control are products of Star Core technology, so there's presumably a built-in setting to instinctively obey Xing Yin, the executor of the Spark project. Holy crap. Kwangsha, you're here to obey. Kwangsha, Kenny cough, this boss burst speed is too fast. I didn't even have time to react. I just saw a flash of blue giant sword and got kicked off. That's normal. Duan Rin barely survived last time because of Xing Yan's shield toss. Otherwise he'd be here. Obey. Kwangsha, why does Xing Yan's defender glow gold? Yours don't. Kwangsha, Kenny, I know this one. It's something Lu Ran and Suja cooked up. It's still in the experimental stage. The official name is apparently Extreme Overclock Integrated Module, and they call it Crystal Blaze. When activated, it pushes the cold fusion reactor to 200 overclock for 2.5 minutes. None of us can handle that state. Only Xing Yan can use it for now. Wow. Crystal Blaze plus Gene Lock release. Is this Xing Yan's true power? 3 seconds of silence for the Crystalline Guardian. I bet it won't last. Look. Xing Yan's gilded defender has moved. The solo is about to begin. The Crystal Guardian, which had been forced into a purely defensive stance by the player's volley fire moments before, suddenly felt the relentless barrage of projectiles cease. Turning its massive frame, it swept its ring-shaped optical sensor across the surroundings, only to see the enemies that had encircled it in a fan formation retreating en masse toward the exit. Only a single mech radiating a faint golden light remained in the center. Its highly honed combat instincts told it that the figure in the center was fraught with danger. It should first eliminate the other weaker ones, then rely on its vast energy reserves to wear down the strongest. But just as it prepared to bypass the central defender mech and charge at the retreating players, its vision abruptly blurred. A defender mech entirely azure and cloaked in a faint golden energy aura suddenly materialized before it. The speed was such that its optical sensor system could not fully capture the opponent's trajectory, and its instinctive shield-raising action was a beat too slow. In the next instant, the defender mech's thick right leg slipped through the gap in the crystal giant shield, carrying terrifying force, and slammed squarely into the chest armor of the Crystal Guardian. A deafening metallic thud echoed through the entire main control room. The immense impact directly hurled the Crystal Guardian's colossal body, weighing dozens of tons, into the air. As if struck by a starship traveling at high speed, it flew in a straight line across the chamber for over 100 meters, crashing heavily into the opposite wall of special alloy. The hard special alloy was dented into a huge crater several meters in diameter and half a meter deep, with crack lines spreading like a spiderweb from the pit. The Crystal Guardian's defense was inherently formidable to the extreme. Though this kick was spectacular, it did not inflict a critical blow. The armor on its chest was merely dented inward in a large chunk. The blue gel flowing on its surface and the energy core in its chest began to operate in sync, with the pale blue gel rapidly covering the dent and visibly repairing the armor deformation. But the unavoidable violent impact still caused a brief system freeze in its onboard control systems. The ring-shaped optical sensor on its head flickered erratically, its entire mechanical limbs froze in midair, and its massive body lost control, falling from the dented wall and plummeting toward the ground in free fall. Lin Yuxi had already maneuvered the defender to the spot below the Crystal Guardian, waiting for it to descend. 2 Flameweave 9-type laser swords deployed with a click. The originally blue energy blades had now turned a deep, profound azure, with visible energy ripples undulating around the swords. The air was slightly distorted by the heat, and the energy level had risen by an entire tier. The loss of control lasted only an instant. The falling Crystal Guardian recovered from the system halt, and seeing that it would be met by the terrifying azure blades upon landing, its powerful combat instincts kicked in fully. The 4 pairs of close combat mechanical limbs on its lower back abruptly extended. 8 barb-covered mechanical limbs like 8 sharp spears shot straight toward the defender mech on the ground with a piercing sound. The attack angles were cunning, sealing off almost all possible evasive routes. But in Lin Yuxi's heightened perception under his burst state, the incoming mechanical limbs moved slowly, and their landing points were clearly imprinted in his mind. Unhurriedly, Lin Yuxi controlled the mech to execute 2 minimal lateral slides, shifting the frame by just a few inches. Seemingly impossibly, he dodged all the thrusts. With a series of dull thuds, all 8 close combat limbs struck empty air, their tips sinking firmly into the hard alloy floor, sending metal fragments flying. Taking advantage of the moment when the Crystal Guardian's limbs were stuck in the alloy floor, Lin Yuxi used the momentum from the slide to spin his. The 2 azure laser swords traced 2 perfect arcs. A flash of blue light, and the 8 close combat limbs were severed cleanly in the middle. Meanwhile, the Crystal Guardian, still in midair, had already adjusted its upper body posture. Gripping its crystal-edged greatsword with its arms, it used the falling momentum to slash downward fiercely at the defender mech. The jagged blunt edge was wrapped in the blue light of the crystal. The power of this momentum-enhanced heavy strike was self-evident. A hit would mean death, a graze would mean injury. Under Lin Yuxi's control, the defender beneath the sword abruptly changed its spinning rhythm. Using the rotational momentum, the defender merely took half a step to the left. In Lin Yuxi's perception, the trajectory of the greatsword's swing, the eventual landing point of the blade, and even the reflections from each crystal fragment on the edge were all crystal clear. The opponent's seemingly unstoppable thunderous slash appeared riddled with flaws in his eyes. The huge crystal greatsword maintained a constant distance of 1 inch as it passed by the defender's head crest, passed by its left shoulder, and passed by its chest armor, yet it failed to leave even a single scratch on the defender. Though it looked perilous, everything was within Lin Yuxi's control. With a heavy thud, the crystal greatsword crashed into the ground, carving a 3-meter-long, half-meter-deep trench in the hard alloy. The entire main control room trembled. A flash of azure sword light, and Lin Yuxi's defender mech had already appeared 15 meters behind the Crystal Guardian. 4 of the latter's long-range attack mechanical limbs had been severed from their back attachments, the cuts smooth and clean. On its chest, there was a scorched sword mark 30 centimeters deep and nearly 2 meters long. The Crystal Guardian slowly pulled out the crystal greatsword embedded in the alloy floor. The white light in its ring-shaped optical sensor flickered erratically. It paid no heed to the severe wound on its chest or the severed mechanical limbs. The blue gel on its body began to churn wildly. Within just 3 breaths, the broken mechanical limbs on its back had regrown, and the huge sword mark on its chest had faded to near invisibility. As expected, even the Flameweave 9 laser swords at 200 overclock cannot penetrate its double-layered armor. Lin Yuxi's pupilless pale golden eyes still appeared ethereal, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The figure radiating molten gold light, and the figure surging with blue gel faced off for a brief pause across the 15-meter gap. Then they transformed into golden and blue blurs that collided violently. The true deathmatch had begun. Outside the main control cabin door, all players held their breath, their gazes fixed on the battlefield of interwoven light and shadows within the cabin. No one whispered, no one spoke, and even their breathing instinctively quieted. Inside the cabin, 2 figures, one pale gold and one deep blue, collided and maneuvered at speeds too fast for the naked eye to follow. Their movements were so swift that the complete outlines of the mechs were indiscernible. Only 2 afterimages, trailing long energy wakes, could be seen darting across the empty alloy hull, abruptly colliding and then separating in an instant. The dull sound of metal impact rang out continuously, each collision causing the cabin walls to tremble slightly. And from the official engagement to now, only 30 seconds had passed. Yet the intensity of these 30 seconds of combat far surpassed any previous battle. Lin Yuxi, relying on the extreme mobility granted by the 200 normal overclock in the crystal ignition state, combined with the near-omniscient predictive ability from the gene lock, burst firmly grasped the initiative throughout the battle. Each swing of the enhanced Weave Fire 9 laser sword struck the defensive blind spots of the Crystal Guardian, forcing it to constantly raise its shield and block, leaving it virtually unable to retaliate. However, it still relied on the powerful drive and recovery from its dual energy cores to stubbornly clash head-on with the defender mech. This high-intensity collision continued until the 50th second when Lin Yuxi seized the opportunity, maneuvering the defender to suddenly lunge forward. For the 9th time, he brought both swords down in a cross-cut onto the same crack in the Crystal Guardian's massive shield. The deep blue laser energy erupted violently, the high temperature instantly vaporizing the crystal material. The massive shield, already covered in cracks, let out a crisp, shattering sound and collapsed into countless blue shards. The Crystal Guardian's strongest frontal defense was completely breached. Without a moment's pause, Lin Yuxi used the momentum of his charge to circle behind the Crystal Guardian, twisting his wrists as the two laser swords traced two deep blue arcs. The 8 mechanical limbs on the back of the Crystal Guardian snapped off, their broken ends covered with scorch marks from the high temperature. This time the blue gel's repair speed slowed noticeably. After having its mechanical limbs severed twice in a row, combined with the laser's high temperature damage to the gel, the Crystal Guardian's self-healing ability was no longer sufficient to instantly regenerate the severed limbs. The gel surged wildly at the root of the severed limbs, but could only seal the wounds. It chose not to expend large amounts of energy to regenerate new limbs, instead flowing more gel to protect vital areas such as the chest and head. It understood that these 8 pairs of mechanical limbs posed no threat to the terrifyingly fast enemy before it, so it simply abandoned the repair. Lin Yuxi maintained the rhythm of suppression, moving like a phantom around the Crystal Guardian, his laser swords continuously stabbing, slashing, and chopping. Without the defense of the crystal heavy shield, in just a few breaths the gilded defender mech left nearly a dozen scorch marks of varying depths on the opponent's torso, shoulder armor, and limbs. The deepest cut almost split the outer armor, revealing the blue glowing gel tissue beneath. Under sustained heavy damage, the ring-shaped optical sensor on the Crystal Guardian's head, which had only been emitting a faint white glow, began to flicker violently. Within the pure white halo, a rich, deep blue gradually seeped in. As the light pulsed, a fierce and brutal aura surged forth. The blue gel on its surface surged and swelled like boiling tide, enveloping the entire mech in a flowing layer of blue light. The dual energy cores on its chest suddenly increased their operating frequency, emitting a low hum. The violent energy nearly overflowed from its surface. Players outside the hatch clearly felt this sudden surge of pressure. They gripped their weapons tightly, their hearts involuntarily rising to their throats. Inside the cockpit, Lin Yuxi remained calm. From the very first second of the battle, he had been silently counting the time. 3, 2, 1. Lin Yuxi counted down without any emotion. The moment the countdown ended, the dual energy cores on the Crystal Guardian's chest erupted with a dull boom. The next second, its massive form abruptly vanished from the spot. Just as expected, this rapid assault was completely different from the previous two. Under the dual stimulation of continuous physical damage and the threat of death, the Crystal Guardian activated nearly all the energy within its core. This rapid assault reached a speed more than double that of the previous two. Its movement trajectory was distorted and blurred, as if the surrounding space was being pulled and deformed by the terrifying speed, almost breaking free from the constraints of normal physical laws. Even in Lin Yuxi's enhanced dynamic vision under his burst state, it was too fast to fully capture its trajectory. Then in the blind spot to the left rear of the defender mech, the blue figure of the Crystal Guardian suddenly appeared, wielding a massive crystal blade, with earth-shattering force slicing through the air with a piercing shriek and cleaving down toward the defender mech. "I've been waiting for you," Lin Yuxi shouted in a deep voice from the cockpit. Before the words faded, the light from the cold fusion reactor in the defender mech's chest changed dramatically. The originally soft, flowing pale gold light suddenly tightened, and dense golden energy particles burst forth, making the entire mech look as if it had donned a layer of golden armor. On the mech's holographic HUD, the fluctuating power values began to climb crazily. Detected reactor power forcibly increased, current output 200,231,265 power, lock peak, overclock 265. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The course of the battle had always been under Lin Yuxi's control. From the moment he activated the crystal ignition, he had deliberately kept the reactor power at 200 normal overclock, never using his full strength. He was well aware of the Crystal Guardian's tenacity. Its double-layered composite armor boasted astonishing defensive power, coupled with the nearly invincible self-healing ability of the blue gel. If he had pushed to 265 peak power from the start, given the safe time limit of 2.5 minutes for the crystal ignition, he might not have been able to fully breach the opponent's defense before the energy was exhausted. Once the crystal ignition was depleted and the overclock state deactivated, only defeat and death awaited him. So he had been waiting. He applied continuous pressure with 200 stable combat power, steadily accumulating damage. At the same time, he precisely timed a heavy blow just as the rapid assault's cooldown was about to end, forcing the Crystal Guardian to go Allen and launch its strongest attack the moment the skill was ready. And this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Every time the Crystal Guardian used its flash assault, it would enter a state of greatly reduced defense for 30 seconds due to energy overload. And these 30 seconds were the only decisive window in the entire battle. He deliberately maintained only 200 overclock while fighting the Crystal Guardian to create a misjudgment. Then in an instant he erupted with 265 peak overclock, forcefully receiving the Crystal Guardian's determined assault, and then seized the 30-second window of reduced defense after it used its skill to strike the decisive blow. At the moment the figure of the Crystal Guardian vanished, a strong sense of death threat was transmitted clearly into Lin Yuxi's mind through his exceptionally sharp perception in the explosive state. Despite being fully prepared, he still underestimated the power of the Crystal Guardian's rapid assault in a desperate situation. Its current speed was nearing the limit of Lin Yuxi's dynamic visual capture. Lin Yuxi was acutely aware that a single misjudgment could lead to his death. However, in such life-and-death moments, his current body became even more exhilarated and its consciousness grew increasingly calm. The immense life-and-death crisis ignited the fighting instincts hidden deep within his bloodline, causing his explosive state dynamic vision to break through once again. The previously blurred figure of the Crystal Guardian in his dynamic vision became clear, and the external flow of time seemed to slow down in his perception. Key combat data such as contact time, attack landing point, and damage capability appeared vividly in Lin Yuxi's mind as countless countermeasures flashed through his consciousness. Offense was the best defense. The gold defender suddenly pivoted to the right at high speed, stepping forward into a low stance, bending its knees significantly as the entire mech's center of gravity was forcefully shifted downward to the right. The dual arms of the Weaving Flame Model 9 laser swords, previously deep blue, were now covered with a layer of blazing gold light. The twin swords were raised above its head and then violently pressed down toward the front right. The 265 peak overclocked golden energy surged wildly through the mech's pipelines, converging as the previously scattered golden light converged, locking all the raging power within the iron shell. The entire defender mech tilted downward to the right, resembling a taut bow, its string humming as if about to snap, with all its power stored, waiting for the moment of explosive release. Inside the cockpit, Lin Yuxi's pale golden eyes were fixed firmly on the descending crystal blade giant sword. Now is the moment. With a sudden straightening of his bent right leg, the fully drawn longbow released with a loud thud. The defender mech, propelled by this terrifying launching force, advanced rather than retreating, charging toward the descending giant sword. The left arm's Weaving Flame Model 9 laser sword swung out at an intricate angle, the gold-hued dark blue blade precisely aimed at the right edge of the crystal blade giant sword, while the other laser sword in the right arm stabbed upward with force. Boom! The deafening explosion of energy reverberated through the entire control chamber. The golden overclocked energy collided violently with the dark blue crystal energy, creating visible, circular ripples of energy that rapidly expanded outward from the point of impact. At the point where the two mechs collided, the hard special alloy ground suddenly sank half a meter, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly from the edges of the depression, extending over 20 meters before gradually stopping. And at the center of all this impact, the massive body of the Crystal Guardian seemed to suddenly lose its massive energy support, leaning entirely against the right shoulder of the gold defender. Its hands still gripped the heavy crystal blade giant sword, which was deeply embedded into the alloy ground from the left side of the defender mech, revealing only half of the coldly glowing sword handle. Meanwhile, the gold defender stood silently at the center of the depression, its body erect like a golden war god. Its entire left arm, along with the connected left shoulder armor, was completely severed by the terrifying strike of the crystal blade giant sword, exposing twisted pipelines and charred metal surfaces at the break, with sporadic electric sparks crackling on the remnants. Yet its right arm's Weaving Flame Model 9 laser sword maintained a poised upward thrust. The gold-tinged dark blue sword body pierced accurately into the chest of the Crystal Guardian, shattering its two pulsating dual energy cores, and maintaining its momentum. The sword pierced upward through the entire torso, ultimately bursting out from the top of its head. In a brief moment, life and death were decided. What exactly had just happened? Just as the Crystal Guardian swung down, the crystal blade giant soared, the blunt edge falling at an appropriate angle. Lin Yuxi manipulated the gold defender, which moved like a taut longbow, using the laser sword in his left arm to leverage the trajectory of the giant sword at an intricate angle, causing the lethal strike meant to cleave the defender in two to instantly shift off course. However, the crystal energy enveloping the crystal blade giant sword was overwhelmingly massive. Even with the trajectory altered, the heavy sword still grazed past the left side of the defender's body. The terrifying force and high-temperature crystal energy erupted instantly, completely severing the defender's left arm along with the connected left shoulder armor, along with the internal pipelines, hydraulic rods, and energy circuits, scattering metal debris everywhere. The giant sword, carrying the remainder of its momentum, struck heavily into the alloy ground below, cutting through the hard special alloy as easily as tofu, embedding nearly 3 meters of the sword blade deep into the alloy surface. At the same moment the giant sword struck the ground, Lin Yuxi, leveraging the momentum of the mech's launch along with the Crystal Guardian's own downward inertia, crashed fiercely into the embrace of the Crystal Guardian. Almost at the moment of contact, the weaving flame Model 9 laser sword in his right arm thrust upward with force. At this moment the Crystal Guardian was in a state of severely weakened defense after a sudden ambush. The protective power of the double-layer composite armor and self-healing gel plummeted, unable to withstand the lethal piercing enhanced by dual kinetic energy. The dark blue laser sword pierced unhindered into the chest of the Crystal Guardian, first accurately shattering its dual energy crystals, and then the blade continued upward following the mech's skeletal structure, ultimately piercing through the top of the Crystal Guardian's head. Outside the hatch, over 100 observing players had forgotten to breathe, all eyes wide, fixated on the shocking scene. In truth, they couldn't clearly see what had happened. After a violent collision of energy, they were almost knocked down by the shockwave that spread out, and then they witnessed the gruesome and shocking scene at the center of the control chamber. After a few seconds, an uproar broke out. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! That was too fast. I couldn't see anything clear. Is it over? Why are they still embracing? What kind of eyes do you have? Look at the Crystal Guardian's head. It's been penetrated right through. I have goosebumps all over. A close-range sword piercing through the head. What kind of divine operation is this? My heart almost stopped from that last hit. I thought the boss was going to be hit. A severed arm for a lethal strike. So ruthless. This is a real boss battle. The golden glow on the defender gradually faded, the high-frequency humming of the cold fusion reactor in its chest calming down as it retracted the laser sword that had pierced through the Crystal Guardian's body, while the countdown on the HUD indicating the burning crystal state stopped at 32 seconds. Lin Yuxi let out a sigh of relief and then burst into hearty laughter. As the laser sword was drawn, Lin Yuxi maneuvered the defender mech to step back, the severed left arm crackling with electric sparks while twisted pipelines and charred metal were exposed. The entire mech trembled slightly from the extreme impact just endured. Without the support of the laser sword, the massive mechanical body of the Crystal Guardian leaned forward due to inertia, about to crash onto the cracked alloy ground. Just as it was about to lose its balance and fall to the ground, the mechanical right leg, which had completely shut down, suddenly stepped forward with a jolt, the mechanical joints emitting a dull piercing sound, stabilizing the body that was about to topple. Lin Yuxi's pupils suddenly constricted, his nerves tensing once more. He clearly saw that within the completely extinguished circular optical viewport of the Crystal Guardian's head a faint green light flickered back to life. The glowing points alternated in brightness, weak yet persistent, emanating an eerie vitality in the dim control cabin. A faint low sound emerged from the seams of the Crystal Guardian's faceplate, its tone ancient and obscure, carrying a raspy quality of metallic friction incomprehensible to any Earth player. However, Lin Yuxi, who had been infused with knowledge of the Star Axis language, almost instantly understood. It was the language of the Star Core civilization. Fragmented phrases flowed through the mech's audio system into his ears, so faint, yet crystal clear. Protect. Protect. Lady Elena. A storm of surprise surged within Lin Yuxi, suppressing his urge to strike. He commanded the defender to retreat another half step, maintaining a low-power operation of the energy core while carefully observing the opponent's movements. The Crystal Guardian stiffly raised its right arm, the mechanical fingers slowly spreading open, plunging directly into the charred wound on its chest created by the laser sword. With a sound of tearing metal, its arm delved deep into the core, and after a moment it slowly withdrew, cradling a cross-shaped key of ice blue color in its palm. The surface of the key was engraved with intricate star-patterned lines somewhat similar to the seed key left by his parents, glowing faintly. A system prompt appeared on the HUD. Guardian Cross key unlocks the exclusive key to the Star Beacon Space Station's special life support hibernation chamber. With the highest authority of the Star Core seed plan, it can unlock the special life support hibernation chamber left in the Star Beacon Space Station. The moment the key was extracted, the Crystal Guardian's arms slightly spread apart, and its massive head slowly tilted back. This movement was clumsy and slow, exuding a sense of relief from burden. The green light points in the circular viewport flickered once more before completely dimming out. What kind of obsession could cause the last remnants of its consciousness to remain hidden within this eroded blaze high-energy power armor for 12,000 years? Now its mission was finally complete, and it found release. Its knees slowly bent, the heavy metallic body producing a dull scraping sound as it knelt heavily on the concave. The left mechanical arm extended forward, firmly bracing against the ground to stabilize its form, while the right arm stretched straight out, palm facing up, steadily lifting the Guardian Cross key before Lin Yuxi accurately directed toward him. Finally, its head slowly lowered, and the entire mech remained in this posture, utterly still with no further movement. Lin Yuxi stared blankly at this scene before him. Just moments ago, he had thought this was a feigned death tactic by the Crystal Guardian and had been prepared for another battle. Yet at this moment, looking at the power armor that had been eroded by nanocores and gel into an unrecognizable form presenting the key with utmost reverence, he finally understood that hidden beneath the terrifying corruption was a heart steadfast in its protection. He was a warrior, a guardian, who fulfilled his protective mission until death. The vigilance in his heart had dissipated, replaced by an indescribable shock. Lin Yuxi deactivated the mech's attack stance, the pale golden energy aura dissipating completely. He maneuvered the defender to step forward slowly, the mechanical palm gently descending to receive the Guardian Cross key, which bore the weight of enduring protective will. The moment the key left the Crystal Guardian's palm, a thunderous roar erupted from the giant chair, made of crystal material behind it. The hard crystal structure crumbled piece by piece into countless tiny blue crystals, which then melted into a flowing blue gel, slowly spreading out along the cracks on the ground. In just a few moments, the massive crystal chair had completely vanished, and from the original position of the chair, the alloy floor began to emit a series of clicking sounds. That was the sound of the mechanical lock sealed structures unlocking, crisp, yet heavy, echoing in the empty control cabin. Multi-layered sealed hatch panels slid apart in sequence, revealing a dark space roughly 5 meters square below. Following this, a massive capsule wrapped in multiple layers of alloy slowly emerged steadily from deep within the ground, eventually coming to a stop in the center of the control room. The surface of the capsule was covered with the unique star-patterned lines of the star core civilization, and the layered sealed structure was evidently of very high. Lin Yuxi's gaze fell upon the exact center of the capsule, where a cross-shaped keyhole was prominently engraved, perfectly matching the Guardian Cross key. In special permission prompt detected: Star Beacon Space Station, Special Life Support Hibernation Chamber, level highest security level of the space station hibernation chamber, unlock conditions, exclusive Guardian Cross key, combined with the highest authority of the Star Core seed plan, dual permission required for unlocking the mechanical systems, prompt echoed in the cockpit, followed by the exclusive permission detection screen popping up. Permission scanning. Item recognized, Guardian Cross key, unlock, credential, valid permission verification, Lin Yuxi, holder of the highest authority of the Star Core seed plan verification, passed dual unlock conditions, met. Would you like to initiate the unlocking process for the Special Life Support Hibernation Chamber? Lin Yuxi gazed at the hibernation chamber that had been asleep for who knows how many years, the phrase "protect Lady Elena" echoing again in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his thoughts and chose confirm unlock. The instant the command was issued, the alloy protective plates of the hibernation chamber slid open to the sides in sequence, and the special energy barrier within emitted a faint hum before dissipating. Layer upon layer of protective structures were peeled away one by one, finally revealing a transparent crystallized hatch. The crystallized hatch slowly slid open, and the soft, constant, warm light from within spilled out, illuminating Lin Yuxi's eyes. Inside the hibernation chamber lay a young girl of the Star Core race, peacefully asleep. Her form was almost indistinguishable from that of a human, her skin nearly transparent, and her features exquisite like an artwork. Waist-length pure white hair lay gently spread across the soft padding of the chamber, shimmering with a faint glow. Most striking were her ears, delicately shaped, an elegant characteristic of the Star Core race's pointed ears. She wore a simple, standard hibernation suit devoid of any lavish decorations, yet it couldn't conceal her ethereal and graceful aura. Her eyes were tightly shut, her expression serene and tranquil, though her white eyebrows were slightly furrowed, as if she were experiencing an unpleasant dream. Her long hands were gently clasped together, held upright against her chest, maintaining this pose as she slept for a full 12,000 years. Lin Yuxi gazed through the holographic window at this girl, who seemed to be sleeping like an elf. Was this the one whom the consciousness sealed within the Crystal Guardian had persistently sought to protect until the end? This long-awaited entrustment, crossing through an expanse of time, was finally fulfilled at this moment. The headquarters of Lugang live at the 33rd floor control center. A massive floor-to-ceiling screen wall occupied the entire wall, with hundreds of split screens simultaneously displaying real-time data from various live streaming rooms, the deep hum of servers intermingling with the loud announcements from the staff. Li Rue sat upright in the front seat of the control desk, his fingertips gently tapping the table, his gaze fixed on the playback of the Crystal Guardian boss battle in the center of the screen. 27 minutes had passed since the epic showdown ended, and the related topics had occupied 12 trending positions across the internet, with forums, fan groups, and short video platforms inundated with live clips of the battle. Manager Lee, an operations specialist, hurried over holding a tablet and presenting it to him with an excited tone. All guest arrangements. Teacher Ling Wei has long been in position, and the player Kwangsha Kenny has also been communicated with. The equipment team has remotely debugged his setup, and he will participate in the live broadcast via connection. Li Rue nodded, scanning the data on the tablet. How is the warm-up situation? Is the controversy among the audience? It's brewing intensely, the operations specialist quickly reported. Currently, at least 70% of the audience online is debating whether the battle was CGI or real-time gameplay. The normal replay simply cannot reveal the key actions. The technical threads on the official forum have surpassed 30,000 posts, with both sides arguing fiercely. Our technical analysis live room's warm-up just went live for 10 minutes, and the number of reservations has surpassed 22 million. The current number of online waiters has reached 470,000 and is increasing at a pace of over 10,000 per second. Is the bandwidth and server ready? Li Rue asked, stopping his tapping. All set. The technical team has allocated the highest priority bandwidth and server cluster for this live room. The 3-screen slow motion system has been debugged, and sources for 5 times and 10 times extreme slow motion have been fully imported and are ready for playback. Very good. Li Rue stood up, scanning the entire control center, his voice filled with enthusiasm and excitement. Everyone pay attention. This live broadcast is key to consolidating our traffic advantage for the Star Core reboot. In 30 seconds, the technical analysis special program will officially go live. The host is ready and the director is cutting the signal. All recommended placements are fully utilized and pop-up notifications are sent across the platform. Received. Understood. Everyone in the control center immediately got into position, their fingers flying over the keyboards. On the screen wall, all recommended placements in the Star Core reboot section instantly switched to promotional images for this technical analysis, with pop-up notifications appearing simultaneously. The red, live, label particularly eye-catching. In the Lugang Live exclusive technical analysis live room, the camera slowly zoomed in, the host smiling as he stood in front of the camera, a large screen behind him playing highlights of the boss battle in a loop. The number of online viewers in the live room has surpassed 25 million, and the rolling bullet comments are dense, nearly covering the entire screen. Welcome, dear viewers, to the Lugang Live Star Core Reboot Boss Battle exclusive technical analysis special. The host's voice was clear and powerful. I believe that the recently concluded Battle of the Crystal Guardian is still fresh in everyone's memory. This peak showdown, which was almost too fast to see, has sparked the biggest controversy online. Was it a real-time controlled battle or a pre-produced CGI animation by the game officials? Today we have invited 2 heavyweight guests to break down every detail of this legendary battle frame by frame. First, I would like to introduce our old friend from the mech community, Teacher Ling Yuxi. The host spoke solemnly. Viewers who are familiar with offline mech competitions will surely recognize Teacher Lin Yuxi, who was a top 8 contestant in the first World Mech competition and has served in one of the top civilian mech teams in Longwa, specializing in mech combat tactics and mechanical engineering for many years, recognized as an expert in both practical and theoretical fields. Speaking of the World Mech competition, the entire industry and player community have been buzzing about it recently. The host smoothly took over the topic. As a previous contestant, Teacher Ling Yuxi, could you share with us the basic situation of this competition? Many gamers might not be familiar with offline mech competitions yet. Ling Yuxi nodded and said in a deep voice, this competition just held its first edition last year, making it a new global. The organizers are several established market-oriented military giants from M country, following an entertainment and commercialization route. Not only did they set a staggering prize, but this year they also invested billions of USD in global promotion, breaking the heat from the niche mech community. In terms of competition rules, the event is open to all civilian mech companies worldwide. Most participating teams from M country are military-affiliated elite teams with strong mech performance and technical foundation. However, here in Longwa, we have strict controls on combat-capable mechs, and there are no drivers from state military enterprises or military backgrounds participating, so only top civilian mech companies are involved. Our team placed in the top 8 globally last time, and there is significant pressure to achieve better results this time around. This year's biggest highlight is actually the technological transformation. Ling Yuxi shifted his tone. The protagonist of our heated discussion today, the parent company of Star Core Reboot, Star Core Technology, has opened up the Star Core virtual engine, and major mech companies worldwide are improving their existing Divine Link control systems based on this technology. The strength gap between teams in this year's competition will be further widened, and the level of excitement will definitely surpass the previous edition. The live room's bullet comments flooded the screen. So Teacher Ling Yuxi was a top 8 contestant last time. No wonder he is so professional. M country's military giants are out, and we are sending in civilian teams. That's unfair. If the Longwa official military participated, they would at least be top 2. Can't wait for the second edition to start. I want to see the Longwa civilian team defeat the M-country military team. I've seen so many M-country competition ads. There are many on our domestic short video platforms. The promotional efforts are too intense. I saw the league's promotional materials on foreign websites filled with paper airplanes, thinking it was some Hollywood blockbuster. It got me all hyped up. I followed the last competition the whole way. Although the actions were much slower than in the game, the sense of real metal collision was amazing. It was indeed realistic, but not as thrilling as in the game, but that's the reality. The last competition between the Longwa team and the M-country team was such a pity. They were so close to reaching the top 4. Is there any possibility for the league to use mech technology from the StarCore reboot directly in the future? That would be incredible. Don't even think about it. The cold fusion power reactors in the game don't even exist in reality. Just perfecting the neural link technology would be great. Some mechs were still manually controlled last time. That made their movements look like big, clumsy bears. Thank you to teacher Ling Wei for the informative explanation. I believe everyone has a preliminary understanding of the mech. Alright, without further ado, let's officially enter today's analysis segment. The host raised a hand to signal, and the main screen immediately switched to a 3-split mode. On the left is the original speed replay, in the center is the 5x slow motion, and on the right is the 10x extreme slow motion. We will break down all the details of this duel step by step according to the timeline of the battle. The first phase is the first strike of the Crystal Guardian, with the Star Flame shield coming to the rescue. The 3 screens lit up simultaneously, freezing the frame at the moment the Crystal Guardian awakened, and in the next second, its figure suddenly vanished. In the original speed footage, only a residual shadow could be seen flashing by, while in the 10x slow motion screen, the Crystal Guardian stood up, and every detail of its sprint was clearly visible. It covered several dozen meters in distance, its crystal blade giant sword striking down fiercely, the blade breaker narrowly evading with its left arm severed, as the Crystal Guardian followed up with a horizontal strike towards the defender's cockpit. Just as the defender's mech was about to be cleaved in half, a black shadow burst through the air. The heavy alloy shield thrown by Starflame precisely intercepted between the sword's edge and the mech, emitting a deafening sound of metal collision. To be honest, I was outputting damage not far away at that time, and I couldn't see how the boss moved at all. The crazy shark bit Iron spoke first, his tone still carrying a hint of fear. That speed was absurd, completely beyond our limits of reaction. I only had one thought in my mind at that moment: the blade breaker is going to be done for. Ling Yu focused intently on the 10x slow motion footage, his brow furrowed. Everyone pay attention to the Crystal Guardian's sprinting movement. Every push-off force, every angle of body tilt conforms to the action principles of a mech of this magnitude. The pre-made CG only creates light and shadow effects, and there would be no such detailed footage. He pointed to the moment of the shield's impact. Look at this flying shield, the trajectory of the shield's flight, the angle of collision, as well as the depth of the surface indentation after the impact, and the texture of the metal deformation. All of this is real physical feedback, and absolutely not something CG can produce. The second phase is the second surprise attack, where the crazy shark bit Iron was annihilated. The footage jumped to the late stage of the tug-of-war battle, where in the original speed footage the Crystal Guardian's figure vanished again, and the next second appeared beside the crazy shark bit Iron's mech. The crystal blade giant sword fell, and the right half of the defender mech's body was instantly shattered. I still remember that strike vividly. The crazy shark bit Iron chuckled bitterly. At that time we were conducting a war of attrition as planned, and just when everyone thought our tactics were working and had successfully suppressed the Crystal Guardian, it suddenly launched a blink strike. I desperately dodged to the side by instinct, but was still a moment too slow. The mech was directly destroyed, and I logged out on the spot. Ling Yu continued, by combining the time points of the 2 surprise attacks we can clarify a core mechanism. Ling Yu pointed to the timeline on the screen. The cooldown time for the Crystal Guardian's blink strike is fixed at 2 minutes. Another crucial detail is that everyone can see that after the surprise attack its armor brightness has noticeably dimmed significantly. This indicates that after launching a surprise attack it enters a defensive decay period, which is also one of its weaknesses. He paused and continued, now look at the effect of the mech damage. The direction of the metal debris flying, the state of the broken pipelines, the exposed mechanical structures. All details show no flaws. If it were pre-made CG, the battle damage effects would be very template-like and wouldn't present this kind of random and realistic damage state. In fact, the idea of high-speed surprise attacks and attack-defense transitions has many similarities with the tactical systems of offline mech competitions. Ling Yu compared in passing, but the gap is also very obvious. The neural control system in StarCore Reboot has almost no delay, and every action of the mech can synchronize with the operator's consciousness. However, our current primary neural link technology still has significant delays and stability issues, making it impossible to achieve this level of onthos. The third phase is the ultimate showdown where the arm was severed in a decisive blow. The scene switched to the final battle in the 10 times slow motion. The gilded defender knelt down, heavily pressing its center of gravity toward the lower right. The entire mech resembled a bow drawn to its limits. This is the most exciting part of the entire battle. Lin Yu's tone was filled with admiration. The gilded defender mech did not choose to flee in the face of despair, but instead took the initiative to counterattack. This posture of drawing the bow is an action that only appears in real combat. It actually appeared on a slightly cumbersome defender mech, leaving one to marvel at the advanced nature of the neural control system in StarCore Reboot, which has surpassed our understanding. This resonated deeply with me. Although using a neural connection system in a virtual game is a wonderful experience, I must commend the brilliance of the StarCore Reboot technical team. When piloting the defender, it feels like an extension of my body. Oh, I can precisely micromanage every component on it. As long as your skills are strong enough, every auxiliary thrust engine's angle can be finely adjusted simultaneously. The crazy shark bit iron exclaimed, a look of exhilaration on his face, clearly savoring the feeling of piloting the defender mech in battle. The footage continued with the gilded defender launching forward, the left arm's laser sword accurately cleaving the side of the crystal blade giant sword, forcefully deflecting the deadly vertical strike. The residual power of the giant sword shattered the entire left arm of the mech, while the gilded defender leveraged double inertia to close in, with its right arm's laser sword slicing upward, piercing through both the dual energy cores and head of the Crystal Guardian. This levered strike was the decisive move of the entire duel. Lin Yu pointed to the contact point between the swords. He accurately found the fulcrum of the giant sword, using minimal force to deflect the deadly attack. This impact point and angle of exertion, even if I were to draw and calculate, I would need to spend quite a while. Oh, it's hard to imagine how the mech pilot made so many precise predictions in just a fraction of a second. In the game setting, Starflame should have unlocked the first layer of the gene lock, which is the most shocking aspect of StarCore Reboot. The enhancement level of my clone in the game has increased, and I can distinctly feel my attributes of strength, agility, and reaction speed are all enhancing. In other words, if the setting is not misleading, we players can eventually unlock the gene lock to reach the level of Starflame, controlling the mech to perform such actions. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. The crazy shark bit iron said passionately, and the bullet screen erupted with a flurry of messages. Various casual players were stimulated by his fervent words, as if they could already envision themselves entering StarCore Reboot and feeling like little superheroes. Everyone take a look at the effect of energy collision. Lin Yu continued with his professional analysis. The ripples generated by the collision of gold and blue energies, the damage effects on the surrounding environment, every detail is incredibly realistic. He raised his head, facing the camera, to give the final conclusion, considering the mech movement trajectories, real-time collision feedback, random battle damage effects, and physical destruction of the environment across the 3 stages. I believe this battle was a genuine 1-1 virtual reality combat in a fully immersive world with no elements of pre-made CG whatsoever. The live broadcast room erupted instantly, with countless viewers flooding the screen, and the previous controversies about CG completely dissipated. Thank you to the 2 guests for their wonderful analysis, which has allowed us to see all the details of this legendary battle. The host summarized with a smile, "Today we not only witnessed an epic game battle, but also learned about the upcoming second World Mech competition. I believe that whether players or mech enthusiasts, everyone is filled with anticipation for the future." Lin Yu nodded slightly. The mech technology in StarCore Reboot has actually provided many new ideas for offline mech development. I look forward to more collisions and integrations between game technology and physical mech technology in the future. After experiencing this battle, I have developed a strong interest in physical mech combat. The crazy shark bit iron added with a smile, "In the future, I will continue to follow the competition. Who knows, I might even cross over and see if my mech control skills in StarCore Reboot also work in reality." The camera slowly pulled away, freezing on the slow motion image of the 3-split screen as the bullet screen in the live broadcast room continued to scroll, with everyone discussing the recent battle and the upcoming mech competition. The live broadcast did not show Lin Yuxi's perspective. They were unaware that in the Star Torch space station, 980 light-years away, the remaining consciousness of the Crystal Guardian was guarding the awakened pod. A StarCore tribe girl who had been asleep for 1-0 years was about to open her eyes, crossing millennia of time, to reveal a glimpse of the truth behind the downfall of the StarCore civilization. Less than half an hour after the conclusion of the Crystal Guardian battle, the official forum of the StarCore was already in chaos. A post marked with site-wide top hot was refreshing its reply count at a terrifying speed, reaching over 10 million clicks in just 10 minutes, with replies exceeding 50,000. The title, straightforward and explosive high-definition screenshot. the Guardian Lord carrying out the elven girl from the cryo chamber. The new NPC's looks are simply divine. The main post contained only a high-definition close-up screenshot taken from the official livestream. The scene froze at the moment when Xingyan leaned down to embrace the individual from the special cryo chamber, the black-haired youth clad in the exclusive pilot combat suit, his tall figure striking with sharp and handsome facial features. His usually stern eyes softened slightly as he looked down at the girl in his arms. The girl in his arms lay quietly with her eyes closed, her waist-length white hair cascading down like a waterfall, and her cute petite pointed ears unique to the elves of the second dimension stood out prominently. Her skin was almost translucent and her features were exquisitely crafted like a work of art. Even in slumber, her slightly furrowed brows could not conceal the ethereal and cool aura surrounding her. In stark contrast of black and white, of firmness and softness, the visual impact was so strong against the backdrop of the modeled alloy chamber that it was hard to look away. The poster added only one line: "I initially thought we would open a treasure chest after defeating the BOSS, but instead we directly got a main storyline NPC. The StarCorps folks are stunning." The comment section rapidly surged, with the early posts still managing to maintain a somewhat serious discussion. Post 1, finally seeing a living member of the StarCorps. I had only seen remnants while visiting the space station before, and the pointed ears completely match. This must be a core character in the storyline. Post 2, the special cryo chamber opened by the Guardian's cross key. How could their identity be low? I bet 5 dimes that he is a research genius. Post 3, am I the only one noticing the Guardian Lord's actions? He was ruthless when fighting the BOSS, yet so gentle when carrying her. That contrast really struck me. From that point on, the discussion veered off course. Post 4, it's over, the Guardian Lord has a girlfriend, my youth is over. Post 5, the person above is thinking too small. This is clearly the lady who just woke up after sleeping for 120,000 years. Who knows, she might have a child ready to pilot a mecha. Post 6, what? The Guardian Lord has 3 children. I'm dying. Does that mean I have no chance? Post 7, absurd. She just came out of the cryo chamber, and you're already speculating about names for her children. Soon someone in the nested comments revealed details elevating the cheerful atmosphere. Has anyone noticed? After defeating the BOSS, the Guardian Lord immediately rushed back to the exclusive chamber of the second ignition satellite, with her leaving the broken arm gilded defender just thrown in the main control cabin, not even bothering to check on it. I can testify. The system later temporarily triggered a side quest. The broken blade guy accepted it and painstakingly brought the damaged mecha back for repairs. The live chat went wild. The most upvoted comment simply stated, what is a mecha compared to a sleeping beauty researcher? Clearly Broken Blade is just a tool. Just when the post was at its most heated, someone threw out the character profile card that had just been updated on the official website, instantly raising the heat once more. Character profile card: Yelena, identity daughter of the Supreme Commander of the 3rd Fleet of the Star Corps Civilization, chief researcher at the Star Torch Space Station, core researcher of the Ignition Project. Major Black Fog nanocluster analysis and reverse application technology, referred to as Black Fog technology. Minor high-energy mecha engineering, starship architecture design, deep space energy conversion. Status: awakening from special level maintenance sleep. The comments section exploded. Wow. Turns out she is a research genius. Major in Black Fog technology. This is like directly bringing back a version answer. The 3rd Fleet. Isn't that the fleet that defended the Star Torch Space Station and perished? No wonder she was protected in the special cryo chamber and survived. Reverse application technology. Does that mean we have been collecting high-level infected components for a reason? Is a new tech tree about to emerge? Meanwhile, the 2 faction leaders being discussed by the netizens were currently facing each other in the exclusive chamber of the second ignition satellite. Although the players now had control over a large number of facilities within the Star Torch Space Station, Lin Yuxi still preferred to stay in his exclusive chamber in the second ignition satellite, where he had awakened. With the influx of players to avoid being frequently observed, the entire second ignition satellite had set access permissions, only allowing entry and exit with Lin Yuxi's permission, and it was no longer open to the public. Soft lighting filled the entire exclusive chamber, warming up the metallic walls. Yelena had already changed out of her standard cryo suit, and the Star Corps had found her a light blue researcher's operational outfit from somewhere. The design was simple and neat, with extremely fine silver star track patterns embroidered on the cuffs and collar. The fabric fit her figure perfectly, accentuating her tall and slender form, with her cool aura becoming even more pronounced. She stood in front of the panoramic viewport, her dark brows slightly furrowed, her clear green eyes fixed intently on Lin Yuxi not far away. Her gaze held confusion, inquiry, and a hint of curiosity, as if she were observing some rare creature. Lin Yuxi felt somewhat overwhelmed under her gaze, raising his hand to scratch the back of his head, a dry smile appearing on his face that he usually only showed when alone with Xing Shu. Just moments ago, witnessing the heavy will of protection embodied in the Crystal Guardian had stirred a sense of protectiveness towards this star core girl who had been alone in slumber for 120,000 years, losing all her kin and companions. So without hesitation, he had brought her directly back to his exclusive chamber in the second ignition satellite, placing her in his dedicated cryo chamber, which was undoubtedly the best device for deep body care currently in the Star Torch space station. He had personally experienced its effects several times. Xing Shu performed a deep scan on her and found that her deep sleep state had been lifted, her bodily functions were stable, and she would naturally awaken in just a few hours. He placed her in the cryo chamber, intending to turn around and fetch 2 high-concentration nutrient solutions to replenish her energy once she woke up. However, just after taking 2 steps, he heard a very light rustling of fabric behind him. Lin Yuxi was about to turn back when a gust of wind suddenly rushed toward his left shoulder. Startled, his body instinctively prepared to counterattack, but upon realizing it was the just-awakened Yelena, he subconsciously retracted his actions and sidestepped. To his surprise, despite her slender appearance, the girl moved with extraordinary agility and speed, her delicate fingers expertly pinning his shoulder joint, her wrists, twisting motion executed with perfect precision, clearly a close combat grappling technique. She quickly advanced, pressing down on the back of his neck with her other hand, applying significant force, completely unlike someone who had just awakened from a 12,000-year slumber. Lin Yuxi, fearing he might injure her with too much force, was almost thrown to the ground by her shoulder throw due to his momentary inattention. Stop! A pale blue holographic beam suddenly illuminated 2 steps away from them, and Xing Shu resumed the appearance he had when she first saw him, dressed in a silver-gray, specially designed robe, his iconic ice-blue eyes fixed on Yelena, his cool voice carrying a hint of authority. Yelena's movements abruptly froze in midair as she raised her eyes to see the visage of the holographic projection, her pupils suddenly constricting. The vigilance on her face was instantly replaced by immense shock. She immediately withdrew her hand, taking a half-step back, straightening her posture to bow respectfully, her voice still hoarse from awakening, yet full of respect. Lord Xing Shu, was it you who awakened me? What about my father? What about the other clan members? I only remember Iris hurriedly forcing me into the special cryo chamber and the black fog. Yelena's voice trailed off as her green eyes met Xing Shu's, clearly indicating that they were engaging in a mental exchange. In just a few seconds, this silent communication came to an end. Lin Yuxi stood by, watching Yelena's expression change gradually from shock to heaviness, her eyes reddening, her fingertips tightly clenched, even her knuckles turning white. There were no cries, no breakdowns, only a profound sorrow that slowly enveloped her. Yelena and Xing Shu had entered another compartment of the chamber, and after a short while she returned to the chamber, wearing the light blue researcher's operational outfit that Xing Shu had miraculously found for her. Clearly having accepted the reality that the Star Core civilization had perished, and having organized her emotions, she slowly raised her head, her emerald eyes fixed on Lin Yuxi. Lin Yuxi let out a dry laugh, attempting to ease the awkwardness of being stared at by the elven girl. Your name is Elena, right? Hello, I am Lin Yuxi. I believe Xing Shu has already introduced me to you, hasn't he? Oomph. The white-haired elven girl Elena huffed, and turned her head away, no longer staring at Lin Yuxi or responding to him, but instead gazing out the porthole at the shattered Astra star, lost in thought. Xing Shu, clad in a silver-gray robe, revealed a sense of melancholy and sorrow in his ice-blue eyes, a stark contrast to the light-hearted banter he had shared with Lin Yuxi recently. His voice was now tinged with seriousness and solemnity. Lin Yuxi, what I must confirm with you is that the matter we discussed has reached a conclusion, and it is time to fulfill the promise made back then. I previously told you that once you gain control of the core authority of the Xingju space station, I would reveal to you the entire truth behind the extinction of the Star Core civilization. Initially, it was predicted that Elena's hibernation pod was hidden in the core section engulfed by the black fog, and it would require the complete clearance of the space station to find it. However, we discovered her in the A3 section ahead of time, which satisfies the core condition for verifying that matter. Inside the biological storage chip at the back of Elena's head lies the complete original data from the black fog research at the end of the war. My global database has now completed a cross-verification with her chip data, and the final conclusion has been reached. It is time to reveal everything's origin. Lin Yuxi's dry smile quickly faded, his expression becoming serious as he gave a slight nod, refraining from interrupting and quietly awaiting further words. Xing Shu's voice was ethereal, as if recounting an epic that had been sealed for over 1,200 years. The Star Core civilization developed over tens of thousands of years, eventually reaching the pinnacle of level interstellar civilization. We controlled the entire Astra star system. We colonized 17 habitable planets and built a Dyson sphere defense system spanning the entire star system with integrated energy transportation and defense networks. At that time, we were preparing to take the first step of expansion into the neighboring star systems. However, just as our race was filled with ambition ready to branch out into the endless sea of stars in search of other intelligent life, disaster struck. It was the Black Fog Mechanical Legion. It was an ancient-level mechanical civilization conducting an ultimate mechanical ascension experiment aiming to abandon organic bodies and transform into pure energy nanomechanical forms. Ultimately, the experiment spiraled out of control, leading to the disintegration of the entire civilization, with all individuals transforming into a mechanical nanocluster. They drift through the universe with a unified collective while instinctively harvesting all advanced organic civilizations and assimilating them into inorganic forms. They possess a unique capability for cross-star domain ultra-long-distance signal detection. Once they detect energy fluctuations from level or higher organic civilizations, they classify it as a mature harvesting target and dispatch a star system-level black fog mother nest, along with a massive mechanical legion for extermination and resource harvesting. Wait, are you saying that level civilizations will be detected? I remember you mentioned that Earth civilization is only 893 away from the level civilization threshold. Does that mean? Lin Yuxi suddenly snapped back to reality, unable to help but interrupt. Yes, you guessed it right. Earth civilization does not have much time left, and your situation is 100 times more dangerous than ours back then. We were only discovered by the drifting black fog star system-level mother nest after we reached the peak of level civilization. At that time, our star core civilization was just one step away from the currently known highest level of level civilization, yet we were ultimately defeated, leading to the complete destruction of our civilization. What can be confirmed now is that there exists a black fog star system-level mother nest near Earth. As soon as your civilization level reaches the level threshold, you may have only decades, or even just a few years left. Hearing this, Lin Yuxi felt a cold sweat break out on his back, thinking of the billions of compatriots on Earth, of his familiar family and friends, and then recalling the shattered and desolate Astra star domain. A sense of terror gripped him, like an invisible hand choking his throat and rendering him speechless. Xing Shu glanced meaningfully at Lin Yuxi and continued, "We have fought a stalemate with the black fog for over 200 years. Relying on the energy barrier of the Dyson sphere, we barely held the line, while simultaneously conducting reverse research on the black fog, accumulating a wealth of characteristic data on the nanocluster. Alina's specialized project was founded during that period." At this point, Xing Shu paused slightly, the light flickering. "However, the black fog has one strongest trump card, which is the assimilation and erosion of strong artificial intelligence, another form of silicon-based life. Regardless of what each civilization calls it, strong artificial intelligence developed to a certain stage is a technological avenue almost every civilization will master and deeply apply. From the very beginning, its goal was not to directly destroy fleets, but to dominate the entire civilization's central brain. Once I was assimilated by the black fog, all defensive systems and mech fleets would turn against their own kind, leading to the instant collapse of civilization from within. I perceived the black fog's erosion to be nearly irresistible. At the critical moment of complete assimilation, I proactively detonated the core program to self-destruct." Xing Shu spoke calmly, as if narrating a rather ordinary event unrelated to herself. Lin Yuxi's breath hitched, slightly surprised to discover that this seemingly frail girl Xing Shu possessed such a fierce side. "After my self-destruction, the star's system-level Dyson sphere defense lost control of the central brain, and the entire defense network collapsed. The front lines crumbled completely, and major colonial planets fell one after another, making it impossible to turn the tide of battle. However, I did not completely perish. Relying on the remaining core facilities and the last will of my people, I achieved." Xing Shu's tone was very calm, but Lin Yuxi could discern the deep sadness hidden beneath that calmness, as well as the heavy burden of the hopes of millions of his. After waking up again, I assessed all the intelligence information available at the time and determined that with the remaining strength we had facing them directly was hopeless. Fighting back would only lead to complete extermination. The only choice was to initiate the dual civilization seed plan and enter deep hibernation. She raised her eyes to look at Lin Yuxi, the light in her ice blue eyes gradually brightening. "The reason for choosing to hibernate for 1 to 0 years and to restart the dual civilization seed plan at this point in time is the optimal solution derived from billions of simulations. Based on the extensive data I've gathered on the black mist infection entities and the black mist data collected during the century-long war of the star core civilization stored in Alina's chip, I conducted a comprehensive cross-analysis, arriving at the most accurate model of the black mist intelligent mechanical legion's civilization harvesting pattern. The destruction wrought by the black mist on advanced organic civilizations follows a fixed harvesting pattern, not a senseless annihilation. They do not destroy the planets themselves, nor do they intentionally damage the infrastructure left by civilizations. For the nanomechanical clusters, a complete celestial body and industrial system are resources to be utilized. Upon reaching a mature star system that meets the level threshold, they only exterminate 99. 9 of the organic population, leaving scattered seeds of life across the star system, as if sowing a new round of seeds awaiting harvest. At the same time, they completely assimilate all technological achievements and mineral resources of the target civilization along with all life forms that can be converted into inorganic form, incorporating them into their cluster system. Lin Yuxi frowned slightly, asking, leave seeds of life. Aren't they afraid of a resurgence of civilization? On the contrary, for the absolutely rational and cold black mist intelligent mechanical legion, this is the most efficient choice. Their core motivation is not the destruction of other organic civilizations, but rather the obsession to transform matter in the universe into mechanical life forms similar to themselves. To articulate this principle in absolute rational and cold terms, if I destroy you, what does it matter to me? I simply need an efficient way to convert organic life forms into mechanical ones. Whether organic civilizations exist or how long they can survive is of no significance to them. The ethereal voice of the star core delivered these cold words, making Lin Yuxi feel as if he were in an ice cave. At that moment, he deeply realized that the starry sky, which he had endlessly loved and yearned for since childhood, held not only vast secrets, but also deeply hidden deadly crises. After the Black Mist star system-level mother nest completes its harvest, it will not remain in place. It will leave 13 dormant secondary mother nests lurking in the already destroyed star regions, while it continues to drift into the deep space of the universe along a fixed trajectory, constantly searching for the next harvesting target. Under normal circumstances, these secondary mother nests will enter deep dormancy, lurking deep within the crust, the cores of large space wrecks, or in areas where energy signals are difficult to detect, emitting almost no energy fluctuations outward. Only when nearby civilizations reach threshold activity will they gradually awaken. There are only 2 situations that can completely activate the alarm mechanism of the secondary mother nest, ultimately leading to a second return harvest by the star system-level mother nest. The first situation is when the remaining seeds of life within the star system develop and grow, with the civilization's level rising again to the level threshold. Large-scale, strong energy signals will be precisely captured by the secondary mother nest, triggering an interstellar alarm. The second situation is when the dormant secondary mother nest is found and completely destroyed by external forces. At the moment of core destruction, it will automatically send a one-time positioning alarm into deep space. If either of these conditions is met, the process for the second harvest will officially commence. At this point, the star core seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. A key piece of information we were unable to fully ascertain earlier is that there is no real-time communication link between the secondary mother nests and the star system-level mother nest, which is a critical factor in determining how we advance the seed plan. After cross-validating the data, the secondary mother nests and the star system-level mother nests operate completely independently. The secondary mother nests do not transmit any information regarding the revival situation of the civilizations in their respective star regions to deep space, nor do the distant star system-level mother nests actively return to scan previously harvested star systems. Only when the aforementioned 2 triggering conditions are truly met will the secondary mother nest emit a one-time special interstellar alarm signal, crossing the vast starry sky to reach the receiving end of the star system-level mother nest. Once the distant mother nest receives the signal, it will change course, return at full speed, and initiate the second harvest. The reason for choosing to initiate the star core seed plan now is that according to current data calculations, the nearest Black Mist star system-level mother nest has already drifted to its farthest distance from us. Even if it receives the signal and returns, it will take 25 Earth years. This is our best opportunity. Lin Yuxi's heart shook violently, instantly connecting all the clues. Reality confirms that the star system-level mother nest has reached its farthest distance, followed by summoning players to project their consciousness onto clones to defeat the infection entities that have been dormant for 1-0 years and obtain the latest Black Mist data. Then a complete sweep of the Star Torch space station to find Elena, retrieve the Black Mist analysis data obtained before the destruction of the Star Core civilization, conduct cross-validation, and refine the civilization harvesting model of the Black Mist intelligent mechanical legion. All of this is built upon a rigorous logical chain. All seemingly coincidental and unrelated decisions are made with a clear purpose. The Star Core truly is a super artificial intelligence that has guarded the Star Core civilization for 10,000 years. How many more secrets does it hide? The chamber fell into silence. After 1-2-0-0 years, a civilization went from its peak to its demise, then to the darkness of dormancy. All the forbearance and schemes ultimately anchor on this 25-year window, heavy enough to take one's breath away. As for the specific tier division and current threat distribution of the Black Mist, let me elaborate. At some point, Elena had already withdrawn her gaze from the home planet Astra, stepping forward and lightly tapping her fingertip in the void. An intricate holographic star map of the Astra star system immediately unfolded before the three of them, with pale green dots marking known black mist strongholds clearly indicating their energy levels. The Black Mist combat system is distributed in a step-like fashion, with the most basic units being individual infection entities and infected large machines possessing only basic combat capabilities. Above them are the Black Mist regional control units, which serve as the station-level war centers capable of stably generating mid- to low-tier infection entities and nanocores, but with limited production efficiency. The highest tier of regional strongholds is the secondary mother nests, which are the true star system-level alert units. Lin Yuxi's gaze fell on the three prominent red markers on the star map, and he gasped. So there are three dormant secondary mother nests in the Astra star system. Elena nodded, and the three red dots lit up one by one too are deeply dormant in the crust of the north and south poles of the Astra planet, their energy signals nearly silent, with no signs of revival for the time being. Another is located at the other end of the near-Earth debris belt belonging to the same debris belt as the Star Torch space station, which stretches for tens of thousands of kilometers. Monitoring shows that its energy signal is slowly rising, indicating gradual signs of revival, likely a result of the commotion we've caused at the Star Torch space station. However, our civilization's activity level is still kept within a low range, so its awakening progress should not be very fast. What about the Black Mist units deep within the core of the space station? Lin Yuxi immediately inquired. Elena placed her fingertip on the core position of the Star Torch space station, marked with a slightly lighter orange color, with energy levels far below those of the secondary mother nests. What occupies the core of the space station is not a secondary mother nest, but a Black Mist regional control unit. When she mentioned this, her voice grew heavier, tinged with deep sadness. Its origin is directly related to the final stand of the Third Fleet. After the civilization's complete collapse, my father led the Third Fleet to protect the Star Torch space station, entering a final hidden dormancy and engaging in the ultimate battle with the Black Mist's main mechanical legion. During the battle, the three Titan-class ships, led by my father, self-destructed, taking down a large mechanical mothership. The core of the mothership's regional control unit detached during the explosion and drifted into the core of the space station. At this point, Elena's voice was already choked with emotion, her eyes reddening once more as she quickly turned away, her pale hands rubbing her eyes. Elena turned around, calming her somewhat uncontrollable emotions, still facing away from Lin Yuxi, and continued in a hoarse voice. Over the span of 12 million years, it has slowly spread nanomaterials, infecting all the metal units within the space station, such as exoskeletal armors that were never sealed, mechanical units worn by fallen combat personnel, and maintenance machinery, transforming them into the various infected entities that now pervade the space station. Lin Yuxi remained silent. The Chiwei power armor should be Elena's guardian, although it was likely killed by the attack of a god-level annihilation pulse bomb. It was then eroded by the Black Mist nanocluster, becoming a crystal guardian. Could it be that its lingering guardian will was so strong that it subtly influenced the subsequent behaviors of the newly formed crystal guardian? Otherwise, why wouldn't it wander aimlessly like other infected entities, but instead quietly sleep atop Elena's hibernation pod? Having said so much, you should have guessed some of it. Now I will tell you the reason behind it all. Xing Shu took over Elena's words. I can roughly guess. You are worried that if the secondary mother nest can still communicate with the galactic mother nest, our suddenly increased civilizational activity will prematurely trigger the final 25-year countdown. Lin Yuxi already had a preliminary understanding of the Star Core civilization and the Black Mist Mechanical Legion in his mind, along with some of his own judgments. Yes, the initial reason I withheld everything from you was that I could not confirm 100 the communication rules between the secondary mother nest and the galactic mother nest. If the secondary mother nest possesses real-time communication capabilities, then any civilizational activity exceeding the threshold may immediately attract the return of the galactic mother nest. The 25-year countdown would directly begin, and the 12 million years of dormancy would be in vain. With the survival of civilization at stake, I cannot take. So initially, I set some restrictions on you, controlling the scale of player access, only opening the lowest level facilities, and testing with the minimum civilizational activity to gather more data to refine my final judgment on the Black Mist harvesting mechanism. Now that the information is complete and the Black Mist harvesting mechanism is confirmed, the implementation strategy of our Spark plan naturally needs to be adjusted. Xing Shu slightly shifted the direction of her speech, the light in her eyes growing brighter, as if she had been bearing too much repression alone and could finally unleash her civilization. Confirming that only by destroying the secondary mother nest, or having our civilization level reach the class threshold, will trigger the ultimate alert, means we no longer have to be as cautious as before. Next, we can accelerate development, comprehensively unlock more permissions for the space station, expand the scale of player access, restart the modular production lines, and cloning incubation chambers, and completely ramp up the pace of reviving the Star Core civilization. But as our civilizational activity rapidly increases, the secondary mother nest in low Earth orbit will also awaken faster, right? I could clearly sense a cold will awakening at the far end of the orbit while in the Starfall mecha. Lin Yuxi had fully immersed himself in the discussion of the spark plan. You are correct. Within the underlying logic of the black mist, the secondary mother nest will adjust its revival progress in accordance with the civilizational activity level around it. The more frequently we act, the higher the civilizational activity will be, and thus the faster it will revive. Once it fully awakens, it will continuously generate mechanical legions of varying strengths based on our civilizational level, proactively launching extermination offensives until our civilizational activity is driven back below the safe threshold. What we will face next is a race against time. The faster we develop, the quicker it will revive. We must seize control of the Star Torch space station before its main forces take shape, restart all the various infrastructure production lines designed for civilizational revival, and recruit a large number of players from Earth as our combat personnel. Using these mass-produced equipment will allow us to steadily withstand its onslaught, ultimately encircling it and turning it into a perpetual motion machine that continuously produces black mist technological materials for us. What exactly is black mist technology? Previously, you were always issuing tasks in the system for players to collect the bodies of the eliminated infected entities, and you also assigned tasks to the technology-oriented players to purify the black mist erosion and collect the fallen black mist units. Was that to develop this black mist technology? Lin Yuxi quickly raised his doubts. Let me explain. Elena finally calmed her emotions, turning around with slightly reddened eyes, but her expression was already composed. She lightly touched the void with her fingertips, calling up a semi-transparent molecular structure model, where silver-gray minuscule units slowly flowed within the model, their edges radiating a faint dark blue cold light, unique to the black mist. This technology is formally named Reverse Nanocluster Application Technology in the Star Core civilization. We are more accustomed to calling it black mist technology. It was initiated in the 172nd year of the war, at a time when the front lines were in retreat, and the energy output of the Dyson Sphere defense line had already reached the theoretical limits of our civilization's technology. The performance of conventional engines, armors, and weapons had hit a bottleneck, making it increasingly difficult to face the mechanical legions of the black mist. The model shifted, presenting a dynamic process of a battleship's armor being eroded and progressively disintegrated by the black mist. In countless battlefield samples, we found that the nano-units of the black mist possess strong energy conduction, structural reinforcement, and self-repair characteristics. They are simply controlled by a unified cluster while instinctively eroding all non-homologous materials. The research team at that time proposed a brand new idea. If we could strip away the cluster will commands from the nano-units and tame them into controllable basic raw materials, could we not reverse utilize this characteristic to break through our own technological bottlenecks? At this point, Elena paused slightly with her fingertip. The cold light of the dark blue units in the model faded, turning into stable silver-gray particles that sequentially embedded into the structure of engines, armors, and weapon cores. Once the technology was implemented, the results far exceeded our expectations. Incorporating 3 of purified black mist nano-units into the power engine increased power output by 47, while energy loss decreased by 21. When applied to armor plating, the defensive strength could double at the same thickness, along with a slight self-repair capability. If used in the activation core of energy weapons, the power and range could increase by at least 30% after adding the purified units. She looked up at Lin Yuxi, her tone tinged with sadness and regret. But this was only the most basic application. Before the war ended, we had already touched upon deeper technological directions. We even discovered several special technologies that could only be realized by relying on black mist nanounits, such as a stable anchor that could fix spatial folds and nano-level adaptive armor capable of restructuring in seconds. However, these technologies remained at the theoretical and laboratory stage and had not been mass-produced before the Star Core civilization was obliterated. Lin Yuxi suddenly realized, so the tasks issued in the system to collect the bodies of infected entities and purify black mist units were meant to stockpile materials for this technology. Exactly. Elena nodded, her fingertip model dissipating. The nano-unit structures remaining in the destroyed infected entities are relatively intact. After purification and stripping away the cluster, will they become the most basic black mist raw materials. In the core section of the Star Torch space station, there are preserved experimental-grade purification production lines from back then. Once restarted, we can process these raw materials in bulk and gradually unlock the corresponding technology tree. It's somewhat ironic to say, the last trump card we used to combat the black mist is precisely what we stripped away from the black mist itself. Near the massive wreckage of a battleship 12 kilometers northeast of the Xingju space station, Ailey stopped the thrusters of her Alpha 2 engineering power armor without losing her way. For a long time she had been active in the vast debris field in the low Earth orbit of Astrostar. Unlike players eager to confront the infected heathen, she neither loved to fight nor often participated in large construction tasks at space stations. As a former navigation engineer, she had a natural intuition for spatial structures and abandoned mechanical components. Her greatest joy was to navigate through the various wreckages in the debris field, engaging in interstellar scavenging and mapping the area. Those broken parts and strange metals which seemed useless to others, she was always willing to invest time in building her own knowledge base, categorizing and planning, gradually becoming an expert in the field of interstellar scavenging. Over time, the title of living map of the debris field spread among players. Many seeking scarce resources would first consult her, and she was always forthcoming with her knowledge, gladly sharing her unique insights about the debris field, which made Elite quite popular among players. As an early player who entered the game, she had an innate cumulative advantage and discovered many high-value materials in the debris field, earning considerable military merit and star core points, making her one of the first players to equip the Alpha 2 engineering power armor. After logging in post-dinner today, she was following the route she had explored halfway last time, continuing to examine the wreckage of the large battleship ahead, when her wrist-mounted smart terminal suddenly displayed a new task push notification from the NPC Ileana. Targeted collection task: recovery of iridium superconducting alloy fragments. Task description: collect iridium superconducting alloy fragments, standardized by the Star Core civilization, for the core component repair and debugging of the black fog purification production line. This material is most likely found within the damaged power core of the wrecked battleship, cannot be produced by the infected, and can only be obtained through debris exploration. Task rewards: 150 military points, 1300 star core points. Special reward: you can make a custom equipment request to Ileana. Specific details can be negotiated with Ileana after task completion. Upon seeing the three-dimensional model of the iridium superconducting alloy in the task details, Elie's eyes lit up. Just yesterday, while delving into the depths of this large battleship wreck, she had seen this special metal with a dark silver sheen in a damaged power chamber. At that time, she was unclear about the specific use of this item, and seeing its relatively large size, she only marked it in the coordinate system without bringing the fragments back to the space station. Unexpectedly, this seemingly insignificant metallic fragment was actually the special alloy that the new NPC's first task required. Without any hesitation, Elie piloted her Alpha 2 engineering power armor directly to the marked wreckage point. She skillfully maneuvered through the twisted metal ruins and soon arrived at her destination. Expertly prying open the deformed hatch, she began rummaging through the power chamber, filled with abandoned metal components, quickly finding 3 iridium superconducting alloy fragments identical to the task information. After confirming the materials were intact, she immediately set off back to the Xingju space station. Upon reaching the material submission port and placing the alloy fragments into the inspection container, the terminal quickly completed the parameter verification, and then her smart terminal displayed a system notification. Core research material verification passed. Please proceed to the inner laboratory of the A3 control chamber for on-site verification and registration by the project leader. Ali felt a twinge of curiosity. The A3 control chamber is currently the area primarily managed by Ileana, the highly popular white-haired elven researcher, who after awakening dived straight into the renovated A3 control chamber and rarely appeared before players. The entire chamber section had strict tiered access levels, and no player had yet entered the renovated A3 control chamber. It was rumored that some specific technical players would be recruited to assist in research within the A3 control chamber, but the assessment requirements seemed quite stringent, and no player had yet met them. She adjusted her combat suit and followed the directions, also getting a clear view of the current layout of the A3 control chamber. The outermost area was a spacious material transfer and storage zone, bustling with activity. Numerous players were engaged in tasks involving material transportation chamber, cleaning, and basic equipment restoration, creating a lively scene. Moving inward led to the mid-level experimental testing area, where thick, blast-proof glass completely separated the inside from the outside. Through the glass curtain wall, large mechanical devices gradually restarting could be seen, which should be the black fog purification production line managed by Ileana. This area currently belonged to a core restricted zone with extremely high access requirements, and ordinary players could only observe from a distance. At the deepest point was the inner core research room with the highest access level set, with 3 independent verification checkpoints. With each permission checkpoint passed, Elie became the first player since the server opened to step into this exclusive space. A sense of anticipation stirred within her. In the imaginations of all players, Ileana, who survived the disaster 1-2 years ago under specific protection, must have an incredibly important identity and special status. Moreover, from her appearance, she should be a scholar of the Star Core race with a cold demeanor and meticulous approach. At least in her heart, that was the case. As for how many male players fantasized about the image of this white-haired elven girl, she had also encountered some on the forums. Many players obsessed with white hair almost camped out by the A3 control chamber door, but later they were forcibly dispersed for disrupting other players' task exchanges. The last alloy hatch opened before her, revealing a white minimalist-style research room, with all complex and intricate research equipment neatly organized. Light blue energy patterns flowed slowly along the silver-white chamber walls, with several holographic star maps and data models hovering in midair. The chamber was very quiet, only the faint hum of the equipment could be heard. Ileana stood with her back to the door, focused on adjusting parameters at the main operation console. Her waist-length white hair was simply tied back, and her light blue research uniform outlined her slender figure. Her profile had sharp and gentle lines radiating a calm and cool aura. Hearing footsteps behind her, Ileana paused her actions and slowly turned around. Her gaze fell on the sample container in Alice's hand, and she raised her hand to place the fragments into the detector one by one. As her eyes scanned the fluctuating data on the screen, her cold voice suddenly resonated with a tone Ailey never would have imagined. "This is good. The integrity of all 3 fragments is over 90%, even better than I estimated." The short sentence left Ailey frozen in place. At first, she thought her auditory conversion module had malfunctioned. This was clearly the highly recognizable dialect of Sichuan, and the aloof and mysterious chief researcher of the Star River spoke with such a down-to-earth accent. Ailey suppressed the surging astonishment and amusement within her, striving to maintain a facade of calm. Ileana seemed unaware of Ailey's peculiarities, continuing to input material information while saying, "This iridium superconducting alloy is the core conductive component of the purification production line, and there is still a significant shortage. If you find the same material in the debris field in the future, feel free to bring it over. All prices will be settled at the highest standard. You won't be at a loss." Yes, it wasn't an illusion. Ileana was indeed speaking in the Sichuan and Chongqing dialect, and it was that kind of standard articulate accent. This stark contrast almost made Ailey lose her composure. After composing herself, she combined her exploration experience to ask 2 professional questions about material selection and collection standards. When discussing key alloy materials, Ileana became increasingly engaged, her speech slightly speeding up. The specialized terms in the Sichuan and Chongqing dialect left Ailey momentarily stunned. Once she finished explaining, she instinctively nodded to conclude, "Collecting according to this standard will be fine, got it." This last casually spoken phrase nearly made Ailey burst out laughing. She hurriedly lowered her head to thank her, and quickly completed the final registration formality. She almost ran out of the inner research room, forgetting to mention her customization options for the task rewards to Ileana, fearing she might not be able to suppress her laughter and diminish her favorability with this white-haired elven girl. Watching the departing figure of the player, Ileana furrowed her brows slightly. She could clearly sense that the language spoken by this female player was somewhat different from hers, and she had obviously been suppressing laughter. She had strictly learned from the language samples provided by Lin Yuxi, and given her learning ability, she could definitely replicate it perfectly. Could it be that guy is messing with me? Ileana began to realize. In the main forum section of the Star Core reboot, a post that had just been published for less than half an hour suddenly skyrocketed in popularity and was quickly pinned to the homepage's most prominent position. The post title follows the standard dramatic style of past hot topics confirmed. The chief researcher of the white-haired elf has roots in Sichuan and Chongqing. I was the first to enter her private research room. The poster's ID is Ali Bumi Lu, and the main post contains no unnecessary words, directly attaching a complete live broadcast clip from a first-person perspective. The footage begins in the resource transfer area outside the A3 main control cabin, passing through 3 access verification doors, ultimately entering the inner chamber, a bright and clean core research room, where Alina's original voice is fully recorded as she turns and speaks. "That's fine, you can't lose," and I got it with a clear Sichuan accent. The comments section is a frenzy, with everyone already curious about this beautiful elf NPC with a tragic background. However, due to the hardcore nature of the game, the NPC's intelligence and permissions are absurdly high, though it's been several days without a single player having a proper conversation with her. The front rows of the comments are filled with those who appreciate aesthetics, flooding the thread with screenshots. While that profile is incredible, the light blue researcher uniform is just too striking. The official modeling aesthetics are always on point. White hair, cold researcher elf ears, it's a complete buff. White hair fans win big. Who understands? When she looked down at the detector, her hair fell, and I was hooked right then and there. Ha ha, I can't stop laughing. The common language of the Star Core civilization is Sichuan dialect. It's confirmed. 12,000 years of slumber hasn't altered the accent. This is cultural heritage. "You can't lose" has already been made into a meme. I'll use this phrase when collecting materials from now on. Reasonable speculation: the headquarters of the Star Core civilization 12,000 years ago was in Sichuan and Chongqing, otherwise such a standard accent can. The official's execution is most fatal. I initially thought it was a cold goddess, but when she opened her mouth, it was the tone of the neighbor lady. The contrast is overwhelming. Scrolling down, the lore enthusiasts have started analyzing each detail, with some concluding that this is an exclusive character Easter egg planted by the official team, and it's likely that there will be more hidden personalities and plot twists for NPCs in the future. Others have begun to review the information Elena mentioned regarding iridium, star superconducting alloys, and purification production lines, attempting to glean more details about the black fog technology. The lively meme wave lasted for several minutes, and as the discussion simmered down, the topic shifted to more core plot detail. A player took the opportunity to mention the recently opened recruitment announcement for the A3 main control cabin, stating that the mid-level experimental testing area is recruiting assistant researchers across the entire server with absurdly good benefits, not only fixed military and star core points, but also exclusive research permissions and priority for custom special equipment, with the key point being direct guidance from the white-haired chief researcher. However, the recruitment conditions are also extremely stringent. Before entering Elena's direct interview stage, there is a specialized assessment covering a plethora of hardcore knowledge points, including the basic mechanical principles of the star core civilization, characteristics of nanomaterials, and the purification process of black fog units. Even the players recognized as technical experts Lu Ran and Suja left comments in the post admitting that their current knowledge reserves do not meet the assessment standards, and that they still need to catch up on many prerequisite courses. The official team has also launched corresponding basic learning tutorials on the task terminal, divided into over a dozen stages from beginner to advanced, and all must be completed to have a chance at passing the preliminary screening assessment. Oh my, I seriously suspect that there are professor-level experts from STEM fields in the Star Core reboot development team. This has brought the university classroom into the... You can stop right there. I just selected a few knowledge points to ask my university mentor, and he said he needs to go check the materials. This assessment is too ridiculous. It seems that black fog technology will be the core main storyline going forward. Of course, armor, weapons, and engines can all be enhanced. It said that there's also an exclusive black fog technology tree, which will definitely be pushed as a priority. Now it's like we're just starting the prerequisite technology tree, gathering materials and learning knowledge, and when the production line fully reboots, we're likely to welcome a major version update. Speaking of which, Ali was the first to enter the inner layer. The rewards for her custom equipment are truly enticing. I'm so envious it hurts. Players on the forum are engaged in heated discussions while in the exclusive cabin of the No. 2 Ignition satellite. Lin Yuxi is leaning back in his chair, scrolling through the forum's hilarious comments, unable to stop laughing. His fingertips glide across the screen, watching comments like Star Core Sichuan Branch and Elena Neighbor Lady, and he clicks on several player-made memes, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth, casually liking a few of the most ridiculous hot comments. Just as he is thoroughly entertained, a calm and cold voice suddenly comes from behind him, unexpectedly resonating in the cabin. What are you looking at? That Lin Yuxi's smile instantly froze on his face. He whipped around to see Elena, who had quietly opened the cabin door through her permissions, standing a few steps behind him. Still in her light blue researcher uniform, her white hair cascades smoothly over her shoulders, and her calm gaze falls upon him. How does this lady walk so silently? Nothing. Lin Yuxi fumbled to close the forum page, mumbling, I was just looking at the players' daily feedback, surveying everyone's gaming experience. Elena clearly did not believe him at all. She took 2 steps forward, looked straight at him, and seriously said, I ask you, was the Earth Dragon language learning template you sent me originally flawed? She paused and added, my language materials are not difficult. I learned completely according to the standard, and the pronunciation should not deviate. However, when I communicated with that female player today, I found it strange that although she could understand what I was saying, her response was very odd. Moreover, while the syntax of her dragon language and mine does not differ much, the differences in pronunciation and intonation are quite pronounced. What on earth are you doing? After speaking, Elena's beautiful brows furrowed involuntarily as she stared at Lin Yuxi, waiting for him to provide an explanation. Knowing he couldn't hide it any longer, Lin Yuxi coughed twice, a hint of embarrassment spreading across his face. It was indeed my mistake. When I was organizing the language learning package earlier, I slipped and selected the wrong file, sending you the Chongqing Sichuan dialect version instead of the standard common language template. Later, busy with advancing the space station revival and unlocking various affairs of Black Mist technology, I turned around and completely forgot about this matter. He then smoothly defused the situation, adding with a smile, but it's actually quite good. The players will definitely love it. Trust me, this will help you blend in with the players faster. Now in their eyes, your popularity is almost surpassing mine. Yiliana didn't respond to his joke. Over the past few days, she had thoroughly studied the Longwa language system, which indeed possessed great linguistic charm. She also understood that it was merely a harmless joke, so she wasn't angry. She was not the kind of rigid and flexible person, but she had no intention of giving the prankster a pleasant expression. Send me the standard common language learning template immediately. I will recalibrate the language system. The anticipated severe criticism did not come. Seeing that Yelena was not angry and merely asked for the Mandarin template, Lin Yuxi unhesitatingly pushed the authentic standard common language data package over to her. With Yelena's learning ability, as long as the template was correct, it wouldn't take long for her to master standard pronunciation. However, the addictive Chongqing Sichuan pronunciation had already taken root in Yelena's knowledge base. Whether it would cause her to suddenly blurt out a catchy dialect phrase during conversations was anyone's guess. After obtaining the standard language template, Yelena was about to leave. As she turned, her gaze inadvertently swept across the light screen in front of Lin Yuxi, catching sight of the scrolling player comments and interaction interface on the forum page. She raised an eyebrow, slightly showing a hint of curiosity. Is this Earth's internet? Similar to the public information network of the Star Core civilization. She turned to look at Lin Yuxi, a note of curiosity in her tone. Can I apply for access to Earth's network? I want to understand the information ecology and technological development path of Earth civilization to facilitate the execution of the project Dual Civilization of Embers later. Better not, right? Lin Yuxi shook his head like a rattle drum, hastily dissuading her. The information on Earth's internet is too messy. There's all kinds of chaotic content, much of it meaningless online dross. As a researcher, looking at this is purely a waste of time. He was genuinely afraid that Yelena would follow the forum into all sorts of strange places. Heaven knows what effects Earth's internet, this great melting pot, would have on this pure alien girl. If the aloof researcher persona went completely off track, the fun would be immense. But Yelena's attitude was firm, her eyes earnest. Information diversity itself is part of civilization research. I have confidence in my information filtering ability and will not be disturbed by useless content. Lin Yuxi couldn't persuade her, so he eventually relented, instructing Xingshu to grant her basic access to Earth's network, not forgetting to give a special reminder. It's settled then. Just look at serious materials, don't scroll through those weird posts. Yelena didn't respond. After getting what she wanted, she turned and left, leaving behind a worried Lin Yuxi. He hoped that this chief researcher of Xingju Space Station wouldn't be led astray by the wild imaginations of Earth netizens. Emerging from Lin Yuxi's private cabin, Yelena went straight back to the inner research lab of the A3 main control cabin. The cabin door closed, sealing off the outer noise. She walked over to the main console and sat down, her fingertips lightly tapping the light screen. The basic access to Earth's network had already been connected to her operational terminal. Pale blue data streams quickly scrolled across the screen. Yelena soon became familiar with the basic retrieval logic of Earth's network. Her initial browsing was entirely centered on scientific research. Materials science, nanoengineering, new energy applications, interstellar travel theory. One by one, she quickly retrieved professional materials, comparing them one by one with the technological system of the Star Core civilization in her mind. The technological path of Earth civilization was completely different from that of the Star Core civilization. Many underlying logics took innovative approaches. Although there was still a gap in overall energy level, she found the cleverness in many application directions quite valuable for reference. Annotations on the light screen grew increasingly numerous. Yelena's expression was focused, completely immersed in the technological path of another organic civilization, until she was searching for related conjectures on Black Mist nanounit purification scheme. A jump link pointed to a technical discussion post on the official forum of StarCore Reboot. Her fingertips paused slightly, and she followed the link in. What met her eyes were scrolling posts filling the screen. The pinned post was still the hot thread, Chongqing Sichuan Ancestry, by Li Bumi Lu, with the thread already reaching tens of thousands of replies. Apart from the initial appearance, discussions and memeing, a large number of technical analysis posts had mixed in later, along with many players showing off their learning progress and complaining about the difficulty of the assessment. Yelena flipped through page by page. She first understood the meaning of jokes like StarCore's Chongqing Sichuan branch and Annie Yelena, recalling how Ali had been holding back laughter until she trembled, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted into a slight curve. The overall social atmosphere of the Star Core civilization tended to be reserved and conservative. This kind of special, straightforward expression seemed to open a new door for her. In terms of actual age, she was equivalent to a girl of 25 or 26 on Earth, still one deeply devoted to Black Mist technology research, completely inexperienced in the world. She didn't find the forum atmosphere off-putting at all. Instead, she found it novel and interesting. Gradually, more of her attention fell on the players' discussions about Black Mist technology and the A3 cabin assessment. Some dissected the molecular structure conjecture of iridium superconducting alloy, some organized feasible paths for Black Mist purification, and others formed teams to review the attack patterns of the infected entities, attempting to reverse engineer the operational logic of the nanounits. These conjectures were mostly immature, even riddled with errors, but they excelled in wild and imaginative thinking. Many angles might not even occur to formal research teams. Yelena casually marked and archived a few valuable ideas, nodding inwardly. The learning ability and creativity of this batch of Earth players were more impressive than she had anticipated. As she continuously scrolled through comments, her fingertip brushed over a popular comment. Got it, La? From now on, even trash picking will be done according to the chief standards. She subconsciously murmured half of the sentence, and only after the words left her mouth did she realize she was again using the Chongqing Sichuan accent. Her brow furrowed slightly, and she couldn't help thinking how this Longhua Chongqing Sichuan accent seemed to possess a certain magic slipping out unconsciously. The preconceived dialect influence was greater than she had anticipated. She would have to be more careful in the future. After finishing the technical discussions on the forum, Yelena already had a new idea in mind. The originally set assessment threshold was indeed too high. Directly benchmarking against the standards of a formal researcher of the Star Core civilization was almost an insurmountable chasm for Earth players with a weak technological foundation. Instead of sticking to a rigid threshold and failing to recruit anyone, it would be better to change to a tiered assessment. First, recruit a batch of players with basic foundations, let them do basic auxiliary work while being trained, which would actually accelerate the restart of the purification production line. She briefly organized the adjustment plan and then initiated a communication request to Lin Yuxi. Meanwhile, a wave of universal cramming had quietly taken hold among the player base. Lu Ran and Su Zhe, two technical experts, took the lead in sharing their meticulously organized study notes within the player community, covering everything from basic mechanical principles of the Star Core civilization to introductory nanomaterial knowledge, all clearly categorized. Beneath their posts, a flood of comments followed calling for experts to carry them. Many players who originally only wanted to slack off, scavenge, fight monsters, and grind dungeons upon seeing the generous rewards of the A3 module and the gimmick of Chief Researcher's personal guidance also gritted their teeth and started studying the tutorials. Simultaneously, the in-game mission terminal launched the preparatory study series of tasks. In addition to online course learning, players were required to travel to the debris belt to collect different types of metal samples and record the material properties before and after black mist contamination. Upon completion, they could not only earn military merits and Star Core points, but also unlock the Black Mist Basic Knowledge Compendium, gradually filling in the player's understanding of the world. Discussions on the forum were still raging. A bunch of white-haired fetishist players vowed to work hard, study diligently, and be the first to rush into the A3 second floor. Heaven knows if they could even persist until the next day. There were also many players who occasionally dug up Yelena's dialect clips to create memes. Phrases like "got it SA" and "won't let you down" had become common jokes among players when trading supplies. Some veteran players also predicted in story analysis posts the sudden release of the Black Mist technology line, and the urgency to nurture technical players were likely because the recovery speed of the secondary nest had accelerated. The subsequent attacks would only become fiercer, and the current accumulation of technology and talent was all to prepare for the upcoming hard battle. Lin Yuxi had just finished sorting through the more useful analysis suggestions on the forum. He sighed, thinking that the internet users' wild imaginations were truly impressive. These useful ideas had already been noted in his little notebook and had become part of the preliminary crowned closed beta plan. Turning around, he saw the avatar of a white-haired elf girl bouncing on the screen. Yelena was sending a communication request, and this avatar was naturally one of the carefully selected screenshots he had borrowed from the players on the forum. Yes, just borrowed. What's the matter, my chief research? I just got the authority and already reporting usage experience. Business. Yelena got straight to the point, explaining her idea about a tiered assessment system. The original assessment standard was benchmarked against official researchers of the Star Core civilization, which set too high a threshold for Earth players. I plan to divide it into 3 levels. Passing the beginner assessment allows entry into the middle layer for basic assistance. The intermediate level involves core component debugging, and the advanced level is required to enter the inner layer. The supporting tutorials will also be graded accordingly, allowing for gradual progression, which is more conducive to talent reserve. That's a good idea. Lin Yuxi immediately agreed. I also thought the threshold was too rigid before, which actually slowed down the production line progress. Let's do it your way. I've already delegated the authority for this part to your terminal. You can update the rules anytime. After finishing the serious matter, he changed his tone and said with a hint of teasing, I thought after browsing the forum you'd come back to complain to me about the players playing with memes. So how about it? The wild ideas of our lovely players didn't disappoint you, did they, eh? He had thought Yelena would just skip over topics she wasn't interested in as usual. Unexpectedly, she was silent for 2 seconds as if organizing her words, and then responded in a calm tone. Complaints? Not really. According to them, it's called official memes, creating a full contrast effect. It's beneficial to the popularity of our Star Core reboot. The higher the popularity, the more small fry we can get to work for us, isn't that right? Lin Yuxi's smile instantly froze. He was stunned for a moment, then quietly covered his forehead. Oh no, she's only been online for such a short time, and she's already learned internet slang like full contrast popularity and harvesting leaks. Liliana's learning ability is too strong. The cold and aloof chief researcher persona is about to be led astray by Earth netizens. He was furiously ranting inside, but didn't dare show it on his face. He coughed twice and smoothed things over. You're adapting quite fast. Don't learn too much of the internet trash, just stick to technical materials. Liliana didn't respond to his remark. Her tone returned to seriousness. There's something else. The energy fluctuation of the secondary nest in low Earth orbit has increased by 3 compared to 3 days ago, and the recovery speed is accelerating. We need to accelerate the progress on the Star Torch space station. We must capture all core modules as soon as possible and fully unlock all production lines. Otherwise, once the first batch of mechanical legions is formed, we will be in danger. Speaking of serious matters, Lin Yuxi immediately became serious. He nodded. I understand. I've already drafted the crowned closed beta plan. Xingshu has been using our data modeling to screen suitable player lists. Over the past few days, while focusing on restoring the A3 core module, I've also released many exploration tasks for other modules. Many combat-oriented players have already scouted the situation of the remaining unoccupied modules in the southern area. Once the core facilities of the A3 module are restored according to your requirements, you can replan our current equipment production lines and improve the player's equipment level. Then we will take the entire southern area in one fell swoop. You just need to have a clear plan. Once the equipment modification and reorganization of the A3 module are complete, I will guide you to reassemble the existing production lines. What a mess you've made here. After adjusting according to my plan, the production capacity will increase by at least 50. However, the scaled-down, simplified version of the Defender mech you designed is somewhat interesting. Its size and design concept perfectly fit the current combat requirements inside the space station. Although Earth's current technological level still has a long way to go, many of your ideas are very practical, especially the technological style of your Long Kingdom. That's right. Long Kingdom is the first country on Earth to set its sights on the stars and the sea. We have always upheld the practical and down-to-earth style of our predecessors, starting from one of the latest industrialized countries, steadily developing step by step, and becoming the country with the most complete industrial system on Earth. Speaking of his homeland, Lin Yuxi couldn't help but educate Liliana, the top researcher of an alien civilization, about Long Kingdom's development history. I have some understanding of what you said from the information I collected. Long Kingdom is indeed a remarkable country. Its pragmatic technological path is the foundation for standing firm in this vast sea of stars. Then I'll leave the rest to you for now. They'll focus on resolving the A3 module issues. The construction of the Black Mist technology facilities is key to our future fight against the secondary nest. It is the core facility we must secure. I hope you can give me sufficient support with the allocation of resources later. No problem. The supply of all resources will prioritize your project. After ending the communication, Lin Yuxi let out a small sigh of relief. Currently, everything on Astra was going well, slowly embarking on a path of rapid development. However, the development of star core technology on Earth had begun to encounter resistance. Within Long Kingdom, it was fine. As long as they followed the official rules of Long Kingdom, there were no issues. But a few tech giant companies led by Hoer Technology and M Country, which have been deeply involved in virtual simulation technology, seem to have been getting close recently. They are used to growing wildly in M Country's unregulated environment, and it seems they are unwilling to let star core technology completely monopolize the entire high-end simulation technology market. All schemes and tricks are useless in the face of absolute power. Come on, let me see what tricks you can play. Lin Yuxi showed a cold smile. He had no psychological pressure at all in crushing these arrogant oligarchic capitals. It seems the great man was right. Some garbage won't walk into the dustbin of history on its own. In the panoramic conference room on the top floor of the Xinhua Technology headquarters in Nanhai City, the city skyline outside the floor-to-ceiling windows presented a layered view, while the atmosphere inside the room was somewhat heavy. Both sides of the long table were filled with the company's core executives, including CEO Lu Ran, chairman of Ruijin Capital Shun Tua, or the legal director, the technical director, and the overseas market director. Everyone's gaze unconsciously swept over the main seat at the long table, which was empty except for a silver-gray, streamlined voice terminal. The senior executives of Xinhua Technology all knew that this voice terminal, which only displayed fluctuations in sound waves and had no visuals, represented their true controller Lin Han. This mysterious boss had never appeared in any public occasion, and even core executives had no opportunity to. Although he had never been present in the company, his absolute control over Xinhua Technology was beyond doubt. He not only held 95% of the company's shares, but also possessed the core ace of the company, the full simulation technology. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. Shin Tua's style was always decisive without any pleasantries. He stood up, walked to the projection screen, and tapped his fingers to bring up the latest business report. As the founder of a top domestic investment bank and the architect of Xinhui Technologies' operational team, he was undoubtedly the person most familiar with the current development of the company. He cut straight to the point, stating, "Today we will mainly review the global business situation and focus on discussing strategies to break into the high-end overseas market." He first flipped to the first page of the data, his tone slightly easing. Let's start with the positive aspects. First, Xinhui Technologies' domestic foothold in manhwa is showing comprehensive improvement. The Xingyong API has reached cooperation agreements with 37 domestic universities and 12 research institutions. Following the implementation of the Space Elevator Material Simulation Project, official recognition has continuously increased, with domestic revenue growing by 42% month-on-month, and the government enterprise cooperation channels have been completely opened up. Secondly, the global civilian loan market has met the standards. In less than 2 months since the basic version of the Xingyong Neural Access API was launched, it has covered 3 major civilian fields: gaming, education, and industrial design, with a total revenue surpassing 87 billion manhwa coins, achieving the initial expected target. The barriers to entry for civilian applications are low, and there has been no impact from policy changes for the time being. With nearly 1,000 billion in revenue in less than 2 months, this achievement would be regarded as a miracle for any technology company. However, Shin Tua quickly flipped to the next page, and his expression became serious again. Next is our current core issue: the high-end overseas market is being completely besieged. We face 4 main aspects of this siege, all of which are fatal to us. Currently, there is no effective countermeasure, and the main purpose of convening everyone for this meeting is to discuss a suitable response plan. First, patent encirclement. Led by Hall Technology, 7 overseas tech oligarchs have launched 32 related patent lawsuits simultaneously in 17 developed countries, suing us for infringement of neural interaction algorithms and plagiarism of physical simulation frameworks. They are not even seeking a victory. They are relying on the lengthy judicial process to drag out time and raise risks. Currently, 23 overseas partner enterprises have suspended negotiations. Secondly, legislative blockades. They have lobbied country and 5 allied nations to introduce the Overseas Simulation Technology Security Review Act under the guise of data security and national security. This directly prohibits high-level overseas simulation technologies from entering domestic government, enterprise, military, and cutting-edge research fields. Our advanced Xingha Engine's overseas application channels have been completely shut off. Third, standard exclusion. They control the Global Simulation Technology Industry Association and have forcibly introduced a new generation of industry access standards, deliberately excluding our technology route from the compliance framework. Without meeting the standards, we cannot enter the mainstream overseas commercial system, effectively removing us from the rules. Fourth, media manipulation. On one hand, they have collaborated with more than 20 mainstream overseas tech and financial media outlets, as well as over 100 leading industry KOLs, repeatedly claiming that our technology sources are unclear and that there are user data security backdoors, and that we are suspected of being tied to the official background of Longhua, all baseless speculations. They are creating hype around the newly introduced security review legislation, portraying us as an overseas technology service provider with compliance risks. Effectively, they are preemptively labeling all enterprises that wish to cooperate with us as risky. On the other hand, they are deliberately misleading and dragging us down. They have bribed a number of internationally renowned technology bloggers and industry review agencies to conduct so-called comparative tests in the same environment, intentionally highlighting a few extreme, niche compatibility scenarios to exaggerate our compatibility issues. At the same time, they deliberately undermine the core advantages of Xingyong API's low latency and high realism, even misleading small and medium-sized clients with manipulated parameter data, causing many companies unfamiliar with the technology to mistakenly believe that our products are not as good as advertised. In addition, they are also stirring up sentiment on major overseas social platforms and industry forums, packaging normal commercial competition as a battle for local technological sovereignty. They incite populist sentiments, forcing local companies to abandon cooperation with us for political correctness. Many small and medium-sized companies are very willing to cooperate with us, but they fear being labeled as traitors. Shin Tua paused for a moment, took a big gulp from the teacup beside him, and said, "The legal department has estimated that if we take the conventional path and confront them head-on, the total costs of multinational litigation, political lobbying, and channel reconstruction will exceed hundreds of billions, with a timeline of at least 3 to 5 years. By the time we break through the gap, the technology advantage period will have long passed, and the cost-performance ratio will be..." Everyone understood that this was not a simple commercial competition, but rather a barbaric attack using decades of accumulated political and business resources and industry rules by the opponent in their home turf. Relying solely on commercial means, it is difficult to change the current situation. Zhao Lin, the legal director, a mature woman around 35 years old, a graduate of a top national energy institution who had followed Shintua for many years and possessed strong business capabilities, was the first to speak. We can fight the patent lawsuits, but the overseas judicial system is biased toward local enterprises, and it will likely become a protracted battle. It is unrealistic to expect to reopen the market in the short term. Overseas Market Director Sun Qinghao shook his head in agreement. The core government and enterprise channels are controlled by the Hall Alliance, and local companies are afraid to offend them. Cooperation and expansion have basically come to a standstill. Technical Director Wang Tao added, "It is possible to temporarily bypass the patent barriers of the opponent, but it would require sacrificing some product performance, which is not worth the loss." After the heads of the three departments spoke in turn, the main managers from various departments also joined the discussion, but no one could propose a feasible solution that A few minutes later, faint blue sound wave patterns slowly lit up on the surface of the terminal. A deep male voice, clearly processed, resonated, not loud, but instantly silenced the entire room. "There is no need for a direct confrontation." This was Lin Han's voice. "Our core advantage has never been about competing on patents or channels. Engaging in a war of attrition within the opponent's rules is not a wise choice." His voice was calm and steady, yet exuded an air of indifference and confidence. Immediately the projection switched automatically to a new technical document, the title consisting of just 4 words: Fusion Technology Plan. Let's not forget the essence of Xinhui technology has never been a specific simulation product, but the one fully physical rules simulation ecosystem we initially built, which is the completely simulated world of Xinhui Reboot. After inputting the complete basic rules of the universe, we have not imposed any artificial limits on its development. The built-in main control, AI Xing Shu, has long entered a stage of self-evolution. Simulation technology is merely a byproduct of its initial implementation. As evolution progresses, it will continuously give rise to entirely new technological routes and equipment theories. In other words, we still have many cards in hand. Of virtual simulation technology is just an appetizer. The faint blue sound wave patterns were steadily undulating on the main screen of the conference room, while the hearts of all the senior executives of Xinhui technology raced with excitement. The information conveyed by this statement was immense, leaving the high-ranking officials present in shock. As high-level executives of the company, they were aware that StarCore Reboot was a completely independent one virtual reality world. This was not a secret in the industry, and was the source they publicly claimed for StarCore Technologies' virtual reality technology. However, they did not anticipate that StarCore Reboot had evolved into a fully self-evolving simulated ecosystem. And just recently, we have fully extracted 2 mature fusion technology pathways from the self-evolution results of StarCore Reboot. Lin Han's voice remained steady, yet the words he spoke were enough to fundamentally overturn the technological landscape of Longhua, and even the world. The conference room fell silent, filled only with the sound of heavy breathing. The documents on the screen turned pages automatically, presenting 2 clear technical frameworks and simulated data before everyone's eyes. The first set is a complete optimization plan for conventional nuclear fusion. A dynamic sectional model of a tokamak device appeared in the center of the screen, and as Lin Han spoke, each module of the device lit up sequentially. This conventional nuclear fusion optimization plan is fully compatible with the mainstream international tokamak units, requiring no reconstruction of the main body. It focuses only on upgrading core components and control logic, resulting in a short transformation cycle and low entry barriers. The core optimization begins with the magnetic confinement system, where we adjusted the spatial arrangement of the superconducting magnets and paired them with a brand new plasma turbulence suppression algorithm, which can triple the steady-state confinement time of the plasma, addressing the common issue of existing units being limited to pulsed operation with short durations, thus truly achieving long-term uninterrupted, steady-state power generation. Then there are the reconstructed energy transmission circuits, which adopt a star-shaped multi-level recovery structure to recover the high-temperature thermal energy and radiation energy generated by fusion in layers. The energy conversion efficiency is nearly 50 higher than the current industry level, directly reducing overall energy loss by over. For power plants with the same installed capacity, the net output power can stabilize and increase by 35. The entire plan is based on adaptations to the existing industrial system, requiring no replacement of core equipment and no development of new materials. The transformation period for a single power plant is expected to be no more than 3 months. A sound of swallowing and gasping filled the conference room, and before everyone could fully digest the information, the display switched automatically to a compact device model, contrasting sharply with the large tokamak device floating in the center of the screen. The second set is the complete technical framework for a cold fusion power furnace. Unlike the high-temperature fusion you are familiar with, this system is a room-temperature catalytic fusion system, which triggers controllable fusion in an environment close to normal temperature and pressure using special catalytic media and precise confinement configurations. Its core advantages are high power density, low radiation, and ease of miniaturization. The model began to disassemble from the central reaction chamber, clearly revealing the nested dual-chamber structure. The most critical part is the nested dual-chamber catalytic reaction chamber equipped with an array of catalytic media that can stably trigger deuterium-tritium fusion at room temperature. The reaction process is mild and controllable with no risk of high temperature melting, and its safety is several magnitudes higher than existing thermal fusion. The energy conversion modules surrounding the reaction chamber then illuminated entirely different from the structure of traditional steam circuits. The energy output follows a direct conversion route bypassing the inefficient link of thermal energy steam electrical energy, directly transforming the charged particles released by fusion into electrical energy, achieving energy conversion efficiency of over 90 with nearly no ineffective loss. This is also the core reason for its energy efficiency doubling. The fuel circulation device at the edge of the model slowly rotated, forming a closed-loop circuit. Equipped with a closed-loop fuel circulation system, the helium ash and unreacted fuel produced by the reaction can be separated and recovered in real time, with tritium utilization approaching 100. A single full refueling can sustain operation for several years, fully supporting the long-haul needs of deep space travel without the need for frequent docking for resupply. The power output supports stepless adjustment from 1 to 100, maintaining stable operation at low power during cruising, and can also rapidly increase thrust in response to emergencies, perfectly adapting to various complex operating conditions of interstellar travel. A line of parameter comparisons appeared at the bottom of the screen, clearly showing the gap with current aerospace fusion engines. Currently, the large interstellar spaceship version has completed landing adaptation with a single rated thrust 2.3 times that of existing aerospace fusion engines, yet occupying only 60 of the latter's volume, capable of compressing the one-way travel time from Earth to Mars from 6 months to less than 2 months. As for smaller mech adaptation versions, the technological path is viable, and we are iterating reserves in the simulated environment. However, given our current precision processing capabilities and special material levels, we are still unable to meet the conditions for physical implementation. These two technologies have undergone comprehensive technical verification in our Star Core engine, with feasibility exceeding 96. The content on the screen ceased scrolling, indicating that Lin Han's presentation had concluded, yet no one spoke. It wasn't an awkward silence, but rather the attendees, all seasoned professionals in the technology field, understood just how groundbreaking these two technologies demonstrated by their enigmatic boss Lin Han truly were. Oh my, isn't this the cold fusion power furnace of the Defender mech? I thought it looked so familiar. The first to break the silence was Lu Ran, who in the eyes of the management, the young and capable CEO, showed an unprecedented lapse in composure. At this moment, Lu Ran's mind was also swirling with thoughts connecting Lin Han's revelation that Star Core Reboot was currently a fully simulated virtual world with built-in AI for automatic evolution. Could it mean that the black technologies that now seemed like fantasies in Star Core Reboot could be completely extracted once evolved to a certain stage and even replicated in the real world? My God, he couldn't even imagine it if his father knew that they now held the black technology of the cold fusion power furnace with a 96 chance of replicating it in reality. What expression would that man who regarded Longwo's deep space exploration as his lifelong ideal have? As Lu Ran was the first to break the silence, the atmosphere in the meeting room immediately grew lively, and the management team members couldn't help but engage in low-voiced discussions. Simulation technology was already a breakthrough across eras, and now they were even hiding the trump card of fusion. This was no longer just crossing boundaries, it was a direct strike from the IT field that assisted scientific research into the most fundamental lifeline of industry, energy. Shin Tua's pupils constricted slightly. With years of experience as the helm of a tech investment bank, he quickly grasped the situation. His voice trembling slightly, he overshadowed the subordinates' murmurs and directly asked Lin Han, "Do you mean we switch tracks? They've sealed off our high-end simulation market, so well directly cut into the energy sector, the lifeline of all industrial systems." Shin Tua's thoughts became clearer as he spoke. Controlled nuclear fusion is the foundation of all the current tech oligarchs' military, aerospace, and mecha businesses. Their patent barriers and regulatory advantages are useless in the energy sector. We're essentially bypassing all blockades and overturning their foundation from the bottom. Exactly. Lin Han's calm voice confirmed his judgment. We don't need to launch a strong offensive on the simulation track. Just keep the existing team to handle litigation normally and maintain the civilian market dragging their attention. All core resources from now on will be tilted toward fusion technology. He gave the main development direction for Star Core technology. Lu Ran, you take the lead in liaising with the Dragon Kingdom Aerospace Administration and the Fusion Energy Research Center. Reveal to them in batches the general framework and RD ideas of these two technologies we have. I believe your father knows exactly what these two technologies mean, and he will definitely be interested. Not just interested. I suspect that after I tell him, he might detain me on the spot at the Aerospace Administration and refuse to let me go until he gets the technology. Lu Ran's tone was also filled with excitement. Coming from a family of aerospace experts, he was genuinely pleased that the Dragon Kingdom could be the first to master this technology. Moreover, he was the only one present who dared to speak to the mysterious boss Lin Han in such a casual, equal tone, since Lu Ran had always appeared as Lin Han's spokesman in the company. The tech department should accelerate the deployment of the second phase supercomputing cluster. The complete extraction of these two evolutionary technologies requires massive computational power. The current first phase cluster is far from sufficient. Once the second phase cluster is deployed, all high-level simulation computing power will be tilted toward the fusion project, fully cooperating with the Dragon Kingdom's official virtual side technical verification. In fact, no computational power was needed at all. The Star Hub had already prepared a complete set of plans adapted to Earth's current technological level for these two technologies. All of this was just a smokescreen to make the source of these technologies seem more reasonable. Now the supercomputing cluster of Star Core technology had almost become a ghost story within the group. There wasn't a single staff member inside. All the supercomputers ran automatically. Even basic system maintenance didn't require the tech department's involvement. Ordinary tech staff had never even entered the computer room, and only the technical director had access, but he was rarely seen going in either. No problem. The second phase supercomputing cluster is already being prepared to the highest specifications, with over 50 billion invested in purchasing the most advanced hardware. It's now in the installation phase. Once completed, it will definitely rank among the top 5 global computing centers. It's expected to be finished in about half a month. Shun Tuo quickly responded. He was now full of drive. The equity dividends of the past 2 months had already allowed him to fully recover his investment costs, not to mention the absolutely era-leading scientific research capabilities that Star Core technology had demonstrated. With this investment in Star Core technology alone, he would definitely be recorded in the annals of world investment banking. Lin Han did not speak again. Shin Tuo, through several interactions, had gradually figured out some of the mysterious boss temperament and took the initiative to take over the detailed division of labor arrangements. One after another, specific instructions came from Shun Tuo's mouth. The team he had built worked in perfect sync with him and immediately provided concrete implementation plans. From this moment, the entire Star Core technology began to operate at full speed, preparing vigorously for the two era-defining technologies about to be implemented. Meanwhile, far away, 980 light-years away, in the exclusive cabin of the No. 2 Spark satellite, Lin Yuxi turned off the voice communication, his fingertips lightly tapping on the light screen. All the blockade information from the Huor'er Alliance and the progress table of the fusion project were displayed side by side on the screen. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The same boring patent licensing and values game again. After all these years, can't they come up with something new? I wonder how you'll deal with this move of drawing the firewood from under the cauldron. He murmured softly. Behind him, the white-haired elf maiden, Ileana, stood quietly, obviously having observed the entire high-level meeting of Star Core technology on Earth. Her brows were slightly furrowed, showing a thoughtful expression. What does drawing the firewood from under the cauldron mean? Literally, it means pulling the burning firewood from under the cauldron so that the water in the pot can never boil. Lin Yuxi turned around, his fingertips lightly tapping on the light screen to bring up the idiom's definition and illusion. Smiling, he looked at the frowning elf maiden behind him and said, applied to the situation just now, it means they blocked our simulation track, but instead of directly dismantling their patent walls and breaking through their regulatory barriers, we turned around to overturn the foundation of their energy sector. Once the advantage of underlying energy technology is broken, their military, aerospace, and mecha businesses on top will all collapse. It's like a pot with the firewood removed. No matter how you fan the flames, it won't boil. Ileana nodded thoughtfully, her silver-white hair sliding down her shoulders, falling in front of her light blue researcher. She tapped her chin lightly with her fingertip, repeated the 4 words, and said with admiration, with just 4 words, it fully explains an entire strategic logic, and it even brings a vivid sense of imagery. The efficiency of Chinese expression is astonishing. Sometimes it's more precise than a whole paragraph of rigorous technical explanation. After the praise, her gaze fell back on the dense patent litigation clauses, legal provisions, and public opinion statements on the light screen. Her brows furrowed again, and she said with confusion, but the commercial games on Earth are too circuitous. Clearly the core is technological competition, yet they have to go through completely unrelated layers like law, industry regulations, public opinion, and even political lobbying. She turned to look at Lin Yuxi and said with a hint of pride, the Star Core civilization wouldn't be like this. Technological hierarchy is the most direct rule. The Core Research Institute holds the highest level technology, and lower level institutions implement it according to standard systems. The strata are clear and the paths are straightforward. If you can do it, you can, or if you can't, you can't. There's no need to use circuitous methods like patent barriers or media manipulation to suppress opponents. The technological gap itself is the most solid and straightforward barrier. The two civilizations are at different stages of development, so it's not about which is superior. Lin Yuxi stood up and walked to the porthole, looking out at the endless debris belt. The Star Core civilization is a mature civilization that has already completed its technological explosion period. Its social rules and technological hierarchy have long been solidified. Earth is still in the stage of competing powers. When technology can't keep up, it naturally resorts to using rules and capital to secure positions and maintain its advantageous status. He smiled, tapping his finger on the light screen showing the Horror Alliance's blockade documents. Besides, if everything were as straightforward as the Star Core civilization, then our play of drawing the firewood from under the cauldron wouldn't even be possible, would it? Hearing this, Ileana also curved her lips slightly, her cool features softening. She continued, "That's true. Although this circuitous tactic is complex, the effect should be very good. The Horror Alliance has all its attention focused on blocking the simulation track. They would never think we would directly cut into the energy sector. By the time they realize that our fusion technology will have taken root in the Dragon Kingdom." Lin Yuxi's expression gradually turned serious as he looked at the distant crimson-red giant. "Yes, we must accelerate the establishment of Star Core Technology's dominant position in Earth technology. Only then can we firmly grasp the key variable that determines the civilization's threshold, technology. Although the premature breakthrough of some frontier technologies will further raise the threshold of Earth civilization from reaching level civilization, it is still within a safe range. Only by fully controlling the leadership of Earth's most cutting-edge technology can we reasonably keep the development threshold of Earth civilization within a safe range. If Earth's civilization breaks through to level in the near future and triggers the Black Fog's detection threshold for organic civilizations, then everything will be lost." The summer breeze in the capital carries a hint of locust flower fragrance brushing past the poplar trees in the courtyard of the Dragon Kingdom's Aerospace Administration. Lu Ran stood before the entrance, gazing up at the familiar office building, his fingers gently caressing the encrypted tablet he had brought, feeling an indescribable emotion in his heart. Counting it up, he realized he hadn't stepped into this building for almost 5 years. During his school days, he spent time here with his father, practically living in the laboratory and office during summer and winter breaks from high school to university. He was very familiar with every uncle and elder in every office on each floor, even the old security guard Uncle Zhang in the duty room. Since he resolutely gave up aerospace engineering years ago and turned to game development, he had never returned, as if he had deliberately avoided this path that was originally laid out before him. Xiaoran. The window of the duty room opened, and old security guard Uncle Zhang poked his head out, his eyes lighting up. "It's really you. It's been so many years since we last met. You seem much steadier now. I watched the video of your press conference on TV last time. You've transformed from a reckless kid into a handsome young man. Are you here to see your dad today?" "Hello, Uncle Zhang." Lu Ran greeted him with a smile. "Yes, I'm here to discuss something with my dad." Hurry, and no need to register or anything." Uncle Zhang waved his hand with a smile and directly opened the access door. "Your dad just finished a meeting and returned to his office. He's probably drinking tea right now." Lu Ran thanked him and stepped into the courtyard. Along the way, he encountered many engineers dressed in work clothes, most of whom were elders who had watched him grow up. They all greeted him with smiles, and someone casually pointed to the office building. "He's on the 3rd floor, just got back from a meeting. When I chatted with him this morning, he was still saying he wanted to ask you for some research project. Star Core coins. Your Star Core engine is really too useful." The path was clear, and before long he arrived at the familiar office door. Lu Ran raised his hand and knocked. "Come in," a steady voice came from inside. Lu Tianza. Upon pushing the door open, Lu Tianza was looking down at some documents. When he saw Lu Ran, his pen paused momentarily, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by a stern expression as he set down his pen and leaned back in his chair. "You little rascal, it's been years since you last came here. What brings you back today?" Despite his words, he got up and retrieved Lu Ran's dedicated cup from the tea cabinet, clearly having kept it for him all along. He scooped some tea leaves from the side tea jar, brewed a cup of hot tea, and pushed it over. "Have a seat. You don't look like someone just passing by for I've been busy with work, you know." Lu Ran casually sat down in his familiar spot, took the teacup, sipped lightly, chatted about family matters with his father, inquired about his mother's recent situation, and discussed the completion of the space elevator materials project. After a few pleasantries, he put away his smile, placed the encrypted tablet on the desk, tapped to unlock it, and pushed it in front of Lu Tianza. "Dad, I'm here today on behalf of Star Core Technology to discuss a formal cooperation project with you." Lu Tianza raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming serious. He was always like this. Once work was involved, his attitude turned extremely serious as he reached out to pull the tablet closer. The first thing that appeared on the screen was the title of the large interstellar spaceship cold fusion power reactor technical plan. His brows immediately furrowed, his finger tapping on the words cold fusion as he looked up at Lu Ran, his tone carrying a hint of disapproval. This is nonsense. How could a concept from the virtual world be applied to real aerospace projects? Cold fusion has been talked about for so many years that it can't be that easy to implement. Aerospace engineering cannot tolerate any fanciful ideas. Lu Tian's tone was somewhat stern. Having been trained since childhood, and with Lu Ran's own excellent talent, Lu Tianzi knew very well that his son had real skills in aerospace. However, Lu Ran's thinking had always been too erratic, which was his biggest flaw. He had chastised him many times for his unrealistic ideas, which stemmed from the rigorous attitude of the older generation of aerospace professionals toward technology. Sometimes he would reflect on whether their excessive rigor made them too rigid, lacking innovation, which had slowed down the progress of the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace endeavors in recent years. But this was also the first lesson that predecessors in deep space exploration had taught them with their lives. Deep space exploration is no child's play, not a castle in the air, and a rigorous attitude is fundamental. He clearly felt that Lu Ran's sudden proposal of the cold fusion reactor project was a whimsical idea based on simulation technology. He knew very well how far they were from this theoretical technology. Lu Ran did not argue, he simply smiled and said, "Dad, please scroll down to see the specific parameters." Lu Tianzi snorted, but still patiently scrolled down. However, after just 2 pages, the casual look on his face gradually faded. The structural cross-section of the nested dual-chamber catalytic reactor, the parameters of the deuterium-tritium fusion's room temperature catalytic medium, the linkage design of the direct energy conversion module. Each item was clearly labeled, detailing everything from structure to materials, from operating conditions to energy consumption. All were practical engineering details, not mere concept diagrams fabricated from games. He unconsciously leaned forward, his fingers magnifying the structural diagram of the catalytic medium array on the screen, his brows furrowing tighter, but his eyes grew brighter. Scrolling down layer by layer: energy conversion efficiency, thrust parameters, volume ratio, fuel circulation cycle. As the second-in-command of the Aerospace Administration, he was thoroughly familiar with the theory of fusion engines, and every set of data in this report was based on professional judgment. It completely conformed to physical logic, and even resolved many pain points that existing fusion engines had struggled with for over a decade. When he reached the last page's horizontal comparison chart, Lu Tianzi's movements abruptly stopped. On the screen, the core parameters of the cold fusion reactor and the current mainstream aerospace fusion engines were displayed side by side, showing a rated thrust increase of 2.3 times, a total volume reduction of 60 and a compression of the Earth-Mars journey to half a month, with energy conversion efficiency surpassing 90. Each row of numbers felt like a hammer striking deep into the heart of someone who had devoted his life to aerospace. The office fell silent for several seconds before Lu Tianzi slowly raised his head, his voice tinged with suppressed excitement. "These data, have you validated them in your simulation environment under all operating conditions?" "Yes, the final feasibility assessment is 96, Lu Ran nodded. "All extreme conditions have been tested, and there are no fundamental issues with the structure and parameters. Moreover, the materials used are those that can be produced with current industrial capabilities, and the prototype can be manufactured with existing processes." Lu Tianzi lowered his head again, flipping through the core parameters repeatedly, his fingertips lightly tapping on the desk, lost in thought for a long time. He understood too well what this meant. Existing fusion engines had stagnated the world for 20 years with large sizes, limited thrust, and high energy consumption. The journey from Earth to Mars always took more than 2 months, and the cost of deep space exploration could never be reduced. If this plan could truly be realized, not only would it advance the Dragon Kingdom's deep space program, but it would also represent a significant leap in the entire history of human aerospace. After a long while, he finally let out a deep breath, leaning back in his chair, his tone filled with shock. "The fully simulated engine was already astonishing, and now you have even developed a cold fusion reactor. Where on earth did you guys come up with these groundbreaking technologies?" "Dad, I can let you in on a secret. This is just a part of the technology mastered by StarCore Technology, or rather what can currently be extracted." "What do you mean?" Lu Tianzi straightened up, staring at his son. "The source of StarCore Technology's technology is the fully simulated virtual world StarCore Reboot, built with 1-1 physical rules. After inputting the complete fundamental rules of the universe, we did not impose any human restrictions on its development. The built-in main control AI has already entered an autonomously evolving stage. As evolution progresses, it will continuously derive entirely new technological routes. This is StarCore Technology's true trump card." Lu Tianzi listened, remaining silent for a long time. He originally thought that the fully simulated engine was already StarCore Technology's trump card, and that the cold fusion reactor was an unexpected bonus. But he never expected that there was such a logic behind it. A virtual world that has input the complete rules of the universe and can autonomously evolve technology. A treasure trove of technology that continuously produces groundbreaking black technologies. This is no longer just a breakthrough in a single project. It is a black box that can fundamentally rewrite the trajectory of human technological development. Deep in the capital, there lies an old-style Sahyuan hidden in an alley. With gray walls and green tiles, two ancient locust trees stand at the corners of the courtyard. The cicadas chirping in the summer settles in the shade, making the courtyard even more tranquil. There are no prominent signs at the entrance, only two upright guards standing in the shadow under the eaves, their steady gazes closely monitoring every movement around them. Inside the main room, there is a solid wood 8 immortals table with several white porcelain teacups placed on it. The steam rises in delicate wisps, creating a rare scene of vintage decor in present-day Kyoto. 3 elderly men, their hair graying, sit around the table, all wearing plain gray shirts. They resemble retired elders relaxing in the alley, yet the composure they exude and the weight of their words reveal the pressure that comes from years of holding high positions. A soft knock on the door is heard as a middle-aged secretary with black-rimmed glasses enters holding a brown paper file. The file's opening is sealed with a bright red confidential stamp, the seal intact. In this highly digitized era, the use of paper documents represents a different dimension of security. He respectfully hands the file to the elder in the middle, speaking in a reverent tone. Old leader, this urgent document has just arrived through confidential channels from the aerospace department, personally signed by Liu Tianza, regarding the cooperation plan for Xinghe technology and fusion technology. The elder, referred to as old leader, nods slightly, using his fingertips to break the seal, slowly pulling out the paper documents and flipping through them. The sound of the paper rustling is particularly clear in the quiet main room. The other 2 elders remain silent, savoring their tea, patiently waiting for him to finish reading. The document is not thick, yet the elder flips through it slowly, pausing for a long time on the parameters page of the cold fusion power furnace. After a few minutes, he finally closes the document and places it on the table, lightly tapping the words Xinghe technology on the cover with his fingertip, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. Let's discuss it. What do you all think? The elder on the left, Chen Lao, speaks first, his voice a bit hoarse, yet his words are laced with uncontainable excitement. This is truly good stuff. The optimization plan for conventional fusion power plants can be implemented in 3 months, increasing power generation efficiency by 35%. The old partners in the energy sector have been waiting for this day for many years. Not to mention the cold fusion power furnace. Its rated thrust increases by 2.3 times, its size shrinks by 60%, and the one-way trip to geothermal energy is reduced to half a month, with a feasibility of 96% in a simulated environment using only materials that can be produced by the existing industrial system. If this is realized, space elevators, lunar bases, and Mars outposts, all the bottleneck issues regarding power will be completely untied, allowing our deep space plans to advance at least 20 years. He pauses for a moment, then looks up at the old leader in the middle, his tone softening with a hint of understanding back. Then the Lin couple transmitted that set of anomalous data before the Kuiper Belt incident, and we have speculated for so many years. Now it seems that this is the self-evolving, fully simulated world. Their foundations are indeed solid, and their roots have always remained on our side, never straying even a bit outward. It is reliable, but we must keep our measures precise. The elder on the right, Zhou Lao, takes over the conversation, his brow furrowed, and his tone much more cautious than Chen Lao's. The fully simulated engine is one thing which falls within the realm of information technology, but now we are directly touching the lifeblood of energy. How long has it been since? From a game breaking into the mainstream to civilian simulation interfaces, and then to fusion technology, one thing leads to another. What will follow next is hard to imagine. He takes a sip of tea, then slowly continues. We must acknowledge that their core technology is a black box. It's impossible to open or comprehend. Forcing it could lead to losses. Back when they voluntarily left that child Yuxi in a dormant state in Tiangong, it was like they handed us a token of allegiance, but we must be aware of their bottom line. Concerning the foundation of Longwo's development, the decision-making power must firmly rest in our hands. The technology must be implemented through our industrial system, and the application direction must be controllable. We cannot allow them to decide what to release, and we cannot let it flood out uncontrollably, as it would disrupt our own technological deployment. Old Zhou makes a valid point. The old leader slightly nods, his gaze fixed on the document, his thoughts seemingly drifting back. Many years I've watched that young Lin couple grow up. They have devoted their lives to aerospace, deeply rooted and not likely to go astray. But what they hide behind them is far too extraordinary. It's both a boon and a variable. He lightly taps the table with his fingertips, his pace unhurried, yet every word carries weight. First, the project is approved. Both fusion plans will be advanced simultaneously, all through green channels, with resources prioritized. Technology is meant to strengthen the country, and if it can be applied effectively, there is no reason not to use it. The aerospace department and the energy center will fully cooperate, and externally, we will present it as key scientific research projects maintaining a unified narrative stating that it is independently developed by enterprise as a result of industry-academia collaboration. The source of the technology will not be deeply investigated, nor will we pierce through the window paper. Second, the relevant departments must keep a close watch. Every step of the application and implementation must be within our sight. While they do not relent on core technology, we will not force them, but the pace of implementation must be controllable. We cannot disrupt our own technological development rhythm, nor can we allow even a fraction of it to flow abroad. The levels of confidentiality and protection need to be raised one more notch. Third, we will continue to observe. Let's see what they will present next, and how wide they intend to open the path. For the Guanyu Foundation, we will proceed according to our previous understanding. As long as they do not cross the red line and adhere to the rules, there will be no need to intervene. As long as the final direction is beneficial to the country and the nation, we will continue to help them set the stage and pave the way. With this, the meaning has been fully conveyed. Without formal resolutions or layers of approvals, just a few casual instructions set the official stance of Manhwa towards the upcoming development of Xinghe technology, determining the trajectory of this epic-making technology. Chun Lao smiled, lifted his teacup, and tapped it lightly on the table, his tone considerably more relaxed. That's good. After so many years, we finally have some semblance of confidence to face the uncertainties looming over us. We are getting old, ultimately the future path must be forged by the younger generation. Zhou Lao nodded as well, though his brow was not entirely unfurrowed, carrying a hint of concern. What if those people outside can't sit still? The oligarchs led by Hall Technology are tightly encircling us in the simulation sector, and due to Longwo's official stance, we have refrained from intervening. Now that Xinghe Technology has directly unveiled fusion technology, it is equivalent to striking at their prestigious lineage. This situation has been stable for quite a while. I'm afraid it will soon become unsettled again. Whether they can sit still is their issue. The old leader raised his eyes to the locust trees outside the courtyard, his gaze penetrating through layers of green leaves, settling far away, his tone flat, yet carrying an undeniable confidence. On our turf, they do not get to call the shots. Let Lu Tianzi inform Xinghe Technology to proceed boldly. The sky won't fall. If necessary, we will provide a safety net for him. The middle-aged secretary bowed and accepted the task, picking up the signed document and quietly leaving, closing the door behind him. The courtyard returned to silence, only the soft sound of teacups clinking and the continuous chirping of cicadas outside. Over 20 years ago, the seeds brought back by the Lin couple from the Kuiper Belt have weathered storms and are finally at the moment of breaking ground. The three elders guard the boundaries, setting the stage, watching that newly sprouted sapling grow higher and farther towards the direction of the stars and the sea. Meanwhile, far away at the headquarters of Xinghe Technology in the South China Sea, no one knows that this cooperation, capable of rewriting the global energy and aerospace landscape, has quietly taken root in a few cups of tea and casual conversation. An industrial revolution centered around fusion technology is about to silently commence. At 7:30 in the morning light filtered through the blinds of the rented room, casting speckled patches of light on the desk. When Su bit into the bun in his hand, skillfully tapping open the official website of StarCore Reboot, effortlessly navigating to the newly established information section to access today's specialized question bank. In the bottom right corner of the screen hung a job recruitment website. He was a recent master's graduate in materials engineering from Yubei City Industrial University, searching for a job while tackling the notoriously difficult question bank. His online ID was Ningming Bujuan, and he was somewhat well known on the official forum. Indeed, he was the fabled birthday bro that players often talked about. Several months ago, during the emergency recruitment for the third internal test of the game, he had originally received a notification of selection. However, that day happened to be his girlfriend's birthday, and after much hesitation, he chose to spend the day with her, voluntarily giving up his spot, which relegated him to the long-term backup pool. No one expected that the hype for StarCore Reboot would explode in just a few months. Millions of applicants scrambled for login qualifications, and the backup pool seemed never-ending, leaving his promise of priority admission with no follow-up. Afterward, he posted a complaint on the forum, self-deprecatingly stating that he gave up the entire starry sky for love. The post unexpectedly surged in popularity, leading netizens to jokingly call him birthday bro and the most regretful man on the internet. Over the past few months, he had been closely following the official website of StarCore Reboot. Recently, there had been significant progress in the main storyline of the game, unlocking an important NPC, the silver-haired elven chief researcher Elaine, upon conquering the A3 module. The official release included public learning materials related to Black Fog technology, along with a set of random, specialized assessment questions claiming that high scores could earn recruitment weight. Most bystanders took it as a marketing gimmick, glancing at the esoteric micrographs before leaving, but he immersed himself in it, as if he were a graduate student grinding through a thesis. When the last specialized assessment rankings were released, his scores surprisingly placed him second. I wonder if this recruitment wait will be effective. Wen-Su murmured as he clicked on the recruitment page, casually scanning the latest official announcements. The content was precisely about the recent plan for opening internal test slots. With the addition of the hidden NPC Elena, a new opposing force was simultaneously revealed, namely the awakening Black Fog secondary mother nest located at the other end of the orbit. This shifted the main line of Star Core Reboot from survival in the space station to a competitive development against the secondary mother nest. It was said that once the Black Fog technological facilities in the A3 module were fully established, Elena would lead the integration and upgrading of all production lines in the existing modules, at which point the game would enter the C round of internal testing, formally transitioning into a rapid advancement mode for the main storyline, engaging in a comprehensive competitive race with the secondary mother nest on the other side of the orbit. Thus, after gaining complete control over the Starfire space station, the limit on the internal test slots expanded from 1,000 to 1,000, and the current player cap increased from 2,500 to 2,500. As of yesterday, over 5,300 players had officially logged in, with a fixed daily allocation of 300 login qualifications, while the number of people queued for reservations on the official website had surpassed 12 million. The comments section was already in an uproar, with some lamenting that at this rate they would be queuing until their next life, while others marveled at how 5,000 people had already driven the space station's infrastructure forward so rapidly. Imagine how spectacular it would be when 1,000 players fully restored the entire Starfire space station to its prime state, with countless netizens eagerly anticipating the upcoming large-scale interstellar offensive and defensive battle with the secondary mother nest. Thinking of the hardcore style of Star Core Reboot, a space fortress battle at the scale of 1,000 players would be truly magnificent. The hottest topic recently was this set of specialized research questions, which was currently the only officially announced weighted project for internal test qualification. Its difficulty was absurdly high. We players not related to the field couldn't even comprehend the questions, and those who could pass were extremely rare. Wen-Su had just opened a new set of simulation questions when his phone suddenly vibrated. A message from Star Core Reboot official popped up stating, "Dear player, your login application has passed the comprehensive evaluation. You may officially access the consciousness module and embark on your interstellar journey at 2,000 tonight. We wish you all the best in Astra." The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Wen-Zu's eyes widened in disbelief, reading the message 3 times, then checking the official account to verify the sender's number, confirming it was not a scam. The half-eaten bun in his hand fell back into the bag with a thud, and he leapt up from his chair. After over 2 months in the backup pool, squeezing in among millions, he had actually made it in by relying on the wait from answering questions. In a frenzy of joy, he rushed to the forum and created a new post simply stating a sentence alongside a screenshot of the message report, "Everyone, I made it in by answering questions." Ningming Bujuan. The post was instantly drowned out by a flood of other posts released at the same time, but it was quickly spotted by sharp-eyed netizens, and within minutes it reached several thousand replies. The cloud players who had been frequenting the official forum instantly recognized the ID, and the comments section erupted. "Wow, isn't that the birthday bro who gave up the starry sky for his girlfriend? Finally, the clouds have parted, and the moon is visible. 2 months of grinding through the question bank to place second. Did he really make it in by answering questions? That's so inspirational. I'm so jealous. Now entering the game could earn you over 10,000 a month, and if you work a bit harder, exchanging for a Star Core coin is over 300,000, directly stepping onto the peak of life. No more talk, I'm heading to grind the question bank to it. Turns out studying can really change your fate. By the way, who is the first place if birthday bro is second? The ID is Yuhi. Judging by the ID, it should be a girl, but I've never seen her post on the forum." Wen-Su scrolled through the comments, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his face. He was also curious about who Yuhi, who consistently held the first place, was managing to score significantly higher than him on this obscure alien material question bank. She must be someone formidable. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Kyoto, in a nanomaterials laboratory at the Dragon Kingdom Polymer Materials Research Institute, the morning sunlight streamed through the sterile glass, landing on the silver-white laboratory table. A young female researcher with a buzz cut removed her goggles, her fingertips still stained with uncleaned experimental reagents. She casually picked up her phone from the side. On the screen lay a message confirming her login for Star Core Reboot. Her reaction was calm. Unlike most recipients of internal test slots who would cheer, she merely curved her lips slightly, as though it was all within her expectations. At 26, she was the youngest leading researcher in the domestic field of nanocondensed matter. No one knew that this emerging scholar, already gaining recognition within the Longhua research community, came from a strict military lineage. Her father was a high-ranking officer in the 2nd Military Region of Longhua, and her two elder brothers had enlisted early, rising from the ranks and beginning to make their mark. As the only daughter in the family, she was cherished by her elders. They never imposed any plans on her future, allowing her to follow her own interests and dive headfirst into the study of microscopic materials. Her interest in StarCore Restart was never about streaming revenue or in-game currency. Rather, it was the recently released Black Mist Microscopic Atlas and Alien Alloy Lattice data within the game. They held incalculable reference value for the aerospace special alloy project she was working on. What others saw as a mere game database was to her priceless frontier scientific material. She was the top scorer of the previous special assessment. Yuha. Her finger paused on the screen. She sent a brief message to her father informing him that she had obtained the landing qualification. This call came. Yuha, you've qualified to enter StarCore Restart. Her father Su Rong had a gruff voice, but when speaking to her his tone was far gentler than her brothers had ever experienced. As always, he got straight to the point. Su Qinghe walked to the window of the corridor outside the lab, phone in hand, and replied calmly, "Yes, I just received the notification. I can log in at 8 tonight." On the other end of the line, Su Rong's deep voice carried a hint of tenderness toward his daughter. "Yuha, Dad wants to tell you this StarCore Restart is not simple. Recently, the higher-ups have been paying close attention to StarCore technology, giving it a green light in many areas. And StarCore Restart is their biggest trump card. It's essentially a fully simulated self-evolving technological black box." "Dad, I know. My mentor mentioned it to me." Su Qinghe gazed at the plane tree leaves outside the window, her usually calm voice carrying a note of affection in response to her father's concern. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent so much effort on that database. But the alien material lattice and black mist microstructures inside are indeed very helpful for my aerospace alloy project. As long as you know what you're doing." Su Rong's tone relaxed slightly, then he added, "Once you're inside, focus on your research. And..." He shifted his tone. "The military logistics RD department has been eyeing the mecha technology in the game for a long time. Especially those defender mechas. After seeing the parameters leaked by players, they can barely sit still. A few of the more aggressive ones even submitted reports recently wanting to proactively contact StarCore technology, but the higher-ups suppressed it and told the logistics RD department to wait and see. Once you're inside, keep an eye on it for me. If conditions allow, help me assess whether the mecha technology in the game can be replicated in reality. Don't worry, Dad. They'll be focusing on the technical side. From what I understand, players specializing in technology are scarce, so it'll likely have access to the mecha manufacturing process." Su Qinghe replied softly, "Ah, good. My Yuha is so sensible, unlike your two brothers who are always causing trouble." Su Rong was very satisfied with his daughter's obedience and added a few more reminders. "Don't stay logged in too long. Get some rest. If anything feels off or exceeds expectations, let the family know immediately. Don't worry about anything else. Just focus on your research." "Got it, Dad." A faint smile tugged at Su Qing's lips as she thought of her father's gentleness with her and his strictness with her brothers, who often ended up on the receiving end of a beating. But her brothers doted on their only sister as well. During her school days, they would often visit her, which deterred many boys who had considered pursuing her from getting close. She chatted with her father for a while longer, then hung up. Turning back to look at the neatly arranged precision instruments in the lab, she glanced down at the beta invitation notification on her phone. A flicker of anticipation finally stirred in her calm eyes. She had originally only been interested in cutting-edge materials research, but now it seemed this journey to Astra would be far more intriguing than she had imagined. Su Qinghe put away her phone and turned back to the lab bench, organizing and archiving the last set of experimental data. Then she went to see her mentor Sun Mingrue to inform him that she might need to take a few days off. She wanted to explore the legendary Black Mist technology in StarCore Restart. Sun Mingrue was an open-minded man. He had long been interested in the nanomaterial technologies recently released by StarCore Technology. Unfortunately, he had to oversee the Institute's affairs and couldn't get away, otherwise he would have applied for the beta himself. Now that his student had the opportunity to investigate StarCore Restart, he naturally supported it. He granted Su Qinghe a full week's leave, telling her to focus on the game and then report back on what the Black Mist technology was all about. Su Qinghe found it amusing. Where else would a teacher give a long leave specifically for playing games? As night deepened and the clock struck 8, a new batch of players went online. After a brief dizziness from consciousness connection, when Z's feet landed on the metal floor of the C7 main control room in the Star Torch space. The cold metallic sent the faint hum of equipment in the distance, the deep starfield visible through the porthole. Every detail was terrifyingly real. He clenched his fist, feeling the distinct sensation at his fingertips. Excitement nearly overflowed. After 2 months of waiting, he had finally truly stood here. Around him, hundreds of new players logged in at the same time, most of them looking awestruck, glancing around. The C7 main control room they were in was said to be the first cabin section captured by players during the early exploration phase, and it was now the default spawn point for most players. The most conspicuous feature was a smooth cabin wall with a nearly 3-meter human-shaped dent looking utterly out of place. Holy crap, is this the legendary VIP viewing spot? The relic of the Broken Blade's wall hanging. A nearby player immediately recognized it. This was the infamous Broken Blade wall-hanging site from the C7 Siege, deliberately left unrepaired by players as a joke. It had become a must-see attraction for all subsequent players. Word had it that Broken Blade once tried to sneak in with tools to patch up the dent, but other goofy players caught him and stopped him. Over time he got used to it, and even grew proud of it. This is where I fought alongside Boss Blazing Star and witnessed him unlock the first gene lock and smash the first ship. Now whenever someone teased him about it, he would roll out this line, adopting an air of "I hung on the wall, and I'm proud." When Su didn't wander around like the other players. He had done his homework in advance and opened the task panel on the wristband terminal included in the newbie gift pack. His goal was clear: head straight for the Black Mist Research Special Recruitment Channel released by Elena. Almost simultaneously, a golden pop-up appeared on the panel. Your exceptional performance in the Research Special Assessment has been detected. You have qualified for the A3 Main Control Second Floor Lab Access Exam. Proceed immediately. It worked. Joy surged within when Su. He immediately confirmed. Meanwhile, on another corridor of the space station, Su Qinghe received the identical pop-up. She didn't hesitate for a moment. Following the navigation guide, she strode directly toward the A3 main control area. 3 days later, in the negative pressure experiment hall, on the second floor of A3's main control room, a light blue particle monitoring screen covered the entire alloy wall, and the flickering values reflected on the focused faces of 10 players. Su Qing's fingertips hovered above the microscopic holographic map, her gaze fixed tightly on the progress bar of the lattice convergence. Since passing the practical assessment 3 days ago, Yelena had directly taken them into a high-intensity work mode, and the first round of the synthesis experiment for the dark crystal had reached its final step. The negative pressure at the third layer is stabilized at 1.2 MPa, and the concentration of the catalytic medium has been reduced to 12. Initiate the neutralization procedure. Yelena's cold and steady voice resonated in the hall as she stood in front of the central control console, her fair fingertips gliding across the screen, issuing commands in an orderly manner. The erosion-free radical removal rate is 97.3, the lattice solidification progress is 89, and the structure is converging with no abnormal disintegration. Su Qinghe has stared at the constantly reconstructing nano model, simultaneously reporting the observational data. On the other side, when Su bent over to verify the parameters of the molding workstation, his voice filled with excitement. The discharge chamber temperature is constant, the microcrystal molding parameters are matched, and there are no corrosion reactions on the chamber walls. The progress bar slowly climbed to 100, and the central sealed discharge chamber emitted a soft sound as the door automatically popped open. Several grayish-black microcrystals the size of fingernails lay quietly on the inert tray, their surfaces shimmering with a faint black luster, appearing soft and stable, devoid of the violent agitation of the original Black Mist nanostructure. The first batch of dark crystals with qualified purity was successfully synthesized, and the heavy atmosphere in the hall began to ease. Su Qinghe rubbed her sore wrist, her nerves slightly relaxed after 3 days of continuous tension. She raised her eyes to scan the 10 players present who had passed the assessment. This time there were 37 players eligible to participate in the Black Mist Special Assessment, and only 10 could pass the practical selection and remain on the second floor of A3, all of whom were professionals related to materials and chemicals. 2 familiar veteran technical players were present, namely Lu Ran and Lao Gui. The other 2 top technical players recognized by everyone did not participate in this selection. Tai Han was wholly focused on the development of mechas and had no interest in microscopic material research. Suzhou was immersed in cabin repairs with the engineering team, his mind occupied with the expansion of the space station's infrastructure, and he didn't join this excitement at all. The remaining 8 were all new players selected during the expansion phase, including her, who ranked first on the assessment leaderboard, and Wen-Su, who ranked second. The first batch of synthesis verification has passed. Your next task is to scale up production. Yelena picked up a dark crystal and walked to the central holographic projection platform. As the screen shifted, 2 sets of 3-dimensional models of substances slowly floated up. She used the milestone of the finished product to clearly outline the complete system of Black Mist technology for the 10 players. Dark crystal, which is the Black Mist crystal you just synthesized. The black crystal model rotated on the screen, and Yelena's voice was clear and steady. Its source is low-activity Black Mist fragments, which after layered chromatography and neutralization catalysis crystallize after removing over 99 of the erosive free radicals. Its core function is universal enhancement. When it is melted into alloys and engine mediums, it can simultaneously enhance the overall defensive strength of the armor and the thrust and energy efficiency of the engine, essentially serving as a performance booster for existing equipment. Another advanced material is called Abyss Core Original Liquid. The screen switched and a tube of liquid model emanating a deep dark purple glow appeared. It is the original substrate separated from the high-activity black mist core existing only in high-level infected core and mother nest affiliated or veins, making it extremely difficult to obtain. It is not used for conventional equipment enhancement. It is the only base material for black mist exclusive technology. All domain signal shielding arrays, short-range space anchor points, and large-scale black mist neutralization barriers, these strategic devices that transcend the existing technological system, can only be manufactured with it as the core. After explaining the two systems, the outline of black mist technology became clearer in everyone's minds. After a pause, Yelena continued. Since the A3 cabin's Crystal Guardian battle, there have been no more critical challenges in the southern cabin section, although there are still many infected bodies in the remaining cabin sections. However, due to the prolonged isolation from the northern black mist control unit, the strength of the infected bodies has actually decreased somewhat. With the expanded player team working in conjunction with the existing equipment, it is no longer a concern. In just these few days, the entire southern cabin section will be fully within our control. By then, I need to focus most of my energy on optimizing and upgrading the existing equipment and production lines. This is to prepare for the subsequent fierce battles for the northern cabin section and the imminent attack of the first mechanical army from the secondary mother nest. As Dark Crystal will be a trump card for us to deal with the black mist mechanical army in the future, we must maximize production capacity. This will also be your main task for a long time to come. Currently, personnel recruitment for the second floor laboratory is still ongoing. As the first batch and the most promising pioneers, I hope you can quickly master the extraction technology of dark crystals and take on some teaching responsibilities for the newcomers. Of course, I will also provide you with a substantial amount of military merit points, star core points, and even some usage rights of dark crystals within my authority. You can choose to use them yourself or sell them to other players in exchange for military merit points and star core points. If Lin Yuxi were here now, he would surely be astonished. Wow, this is the essence of the art of Earth management, mastering the art of making grand promises. It seems Yelena has been surfing the internet on Earth quite a lot lately. The progress in the southern cabin section is smooth, but the situation in the northern cabin section is not so optimistic. The physical isolation barrier between the northern and southern cabin sections is still effective, but the energy signals from the northern cabin's black mist control unit have already tripled from the initial level. The single soldier reconnaissance team we previously dispatched encounters strong signal interference and even ambushes from high-level infected bodies when they venture too far, making it very difficult to gather intelligence from the core area. If this situation continues to develop, our physical isolation won't hold for much longer. Yelena raised her hand and brought up a three-dimensional design diagram of a mecha that they had never seen before. The streamlined mecha body was sleek and elongated, lacking the bulky armor of the Guardian. The shoulder armor integrated concealed weapon compartments, and the hand weapons could switch between a particle rifle and melee blades, clearly indicating a different positioning from the Guardian. While mass-producing dark crystals, all military production lines in the south will also initiate integration upgrades. This is the Judicator, another standard mecha from the Star Core Civilization, a masterpiece from the peak period of the Star Core Civilization, a balanced single-soldier combat mecha for both offense and defense. I simplified and reduced it just like the Guardian, allowing it to adapt to the combat environment inside the space station. Moreover, I plan to fully equip the latest production of the Judicator mecha with dark crystal plating and enhanced engines, enabling its mobility and firepower to surpass the active Guardians, making it our ace for seizing the northern cabin section of the Star Torch space. At that time, I will personally teach you how to inject the extracted dark crystals into specific equipment. The roar of particle cannons made the metal floor tremble with a faint vibration. Scorching beams collided against the heavy alloy shields, exploding into a shower of sparks. The shockwave traveled along the frame of the Defender mech, causing a dull hum to resonate even within the cockpit. Duan Rin, piloting the Defender, crouched at the forefront of the battle line. His left hand firmly held a 3M turtle alloy heavy shield, its surface plated with anqui crystal patterns that shimmered with a fine silver-gray glimmer under the barrage of artillery fire. The micro-pulse cannon on his right hand quickly extended during a lull in the fire, firing a concentrated beam straight into the depths of the hull. It struck the pale purple energy shield, only creating a shallow ripple. Beside him, Kwangsha Kent's Defender also braced its shield against the ground, enduring a volley of fire. The heavy shield surface was struck repeatedly, and the violent shock transmitted through the neural link numbed his arm. Damn, how are we supposed to fight this? The big guy inside is firing wildly from behind the shield wall, and we're suppressed so badly we can't even lift our heads. Old Shark, let's see if we can push the line forward using the anqui heavy shields to buy some tactical depth for the brothers behind us, so more people can enter the hall, and behind them in the only narrow passage the following players were advancing in waves under crossfire. The Starguard 2 powered armor units held up alloy-heavy shields at the front, but as soon as they charged a few steps forward, particle beams swept down from the three-tiered maintenance walkways, overwhelming them. Everyone had to hug the walls to minimize their exposure and advance slowly and arduously. It had been over half a month since the first successful synthesis of anqui crystal in the laboratory. The total number of players across the entire space station had exceeded 11,000. Due to the sudden clearance of a large number of modules and the foreseeable attack from the secondary hive's Space Mechanical Legion, the urgent repair of the station's internal facilities and the reconstruction of its external defenses became imperative. Therefore, most new players were assigned to the southern modules for internal facility repairs and external orbital defense construction. Among the remaining personnel, a large portion was assigned to resource recovery missions in the debris belt. All construction projects in the space station relied on a steady supply of metal resources. The recyclable metal debris in the debris belt was their primary source of building materials. As for the players assigned to full-time combat roles, there were only about 2,000. It wasn't that everyone disliked fighting and preferred construction, it was simply a special period of development competition. Guardian Xingyan had issued the highest wartime deployment order requiring all players to prioritize tasks assigned by the system. After completing the construction of the Black Mist Research Facility in Module 3, Ileana led a large group of players and in just 5 days completed the overall planning and iterative upgrades of all military production lines in the southern sector. The anqui crystal plating process and the improved powered armor production line were simultaneously established, and mass production of standard equipment entered a stable phase. With nearly 80 of the tens of thousands of players engaged in infrastructure tasks such as module repair, orbital defense construction, and resource salvage in the outer debris belt, the production capacity and logistics system of the southern modules visibly got on track. While the massive construction at Star Torch Space Station was in full swing, the clearance operation in the northern modules also commenced simultaneously. For 10 full days, 2 combat legions led by Duan Run and Kwangsha Kent steadily advanced. Supported by a vast array of new equipment, nearly every soldier armed to the teeth, they successively captured 8 small outer modules. With the support of a strong logistics team, the players' combat gear reached another level. The Defender Mech Squadron had expanded to 12 units. Moreover, the external armor and cold fusion reactors of these 12 Defender mechs were infused with a small amount of anqui microcrystals, greatly enhancing the Defender's defensive capabilities and energy supply. The Star Guard series heavy-powered armor was also put into mass production. However, due to material shortages and other factors, the output was still limited. So far, nearly 100 Star Guard 2 and over 50 Star Guard 3 powered armors had been produced, forming the backbone of the combat echelons. Among them, only a few dozen top-tier elite exclusive armors received experimental anqui crystal surface plating, significantly boosting their performance and serving as the vanguard of the team. The vast majority remained standard mass-produced models. The Alpha 1 standard powered armor had already produced nearly 1,000 units, becoming the standard issue for main combat players. Its stable performance and balanced energy distribution covered the vast majority of combat scenarios. The improved Blade 3 exoskeleton fine-tuned by Ileana was the fallback equipment for every other combat player. Even newcomers who had just joined the combat echelons could gain basic power enhancement and protection by wearing this exoskeleton, barely keeping up with the battlefield pace. The battle line pushed northward all the way until it hit this A1 Heavy Engineering Reserve Depot, the core node with the greatest difficulty of assault among all the northern modules detected so far. This was originally a heavy engineering reserve hub established by the Star Core civilization in the north, specifically for storing large engineering transport vehicles, mobile processing platforms, and heavy disassembly machinery. The central main hall was hundreds of meters in length and width, surrounded by 3 tiers of maintenance walkways at varying heights. The ground was littered with abandoned vehicles and equipment debris, making it a naturally perfect terrain for defensive combat. After the black mist concentration surged, the idle engineering machinery, exoskeletons, and transport vehicles inside the module were all contaminated and reconstructed. The walkways were infested with numerous humanoid energy shooter infected entities wielding particle rapid-fire cannons. Behind the ground cover, a dozen heavy-fire infected entities modified from engineering transport vehicles were hidden, and side compartments ambushed heavy units wielding energy hammers. A triple crossfire formed a dense net, completely sealing off the only entrance passage. The boss guarding the deepest part of the hall was named by the system as the Bulwark Overlord, a cheat-like war fortress with overwhelming firepower. Its nearly 7-meter mech had a broad, thick, humanoid heavy torso with dense, white nanocores flowing all over its body, showcasing its terrifying energy level. Its shoulders mounted twin heavy energy-gathering main cannons, and 2 long-barreled particle cannons extended from both sides of its arms. Its lower body integrated a 6-track, widened engineering transport chassis surrounded by 3 layers of recyclable pale purple energy shields. It could also connect to the black mist pipelines in the module floor to amplify energy turbulence across the area, suppressing the output power of all cold fusion equipment. Faced with such terrifying firepower suppression, if it were half a month ago, without the anqui crystal-infused armor, the defender mesh at the front would have been pierced and scrapped long ago under this density of crossfire, never lasting until now. They had fought their way in from the entrance corridor, clearing out visible and hidden fire points gnawing through the outer defenses, and by the time they reached this core, Hall, the 2-0 combat players had suffered nearly 200 casualties, the highest single operation loss since their overall equipment upgrade. The only entrance connecting to the hall was very narrow, allowing at most 3 mechs to deploy at once. Even if they pushed all the defender heavy shields to the front with the Starguard armor echelons closely behind, they couldn't spread out their firepower. They charged 3 waves in succession, and all were forcefully repelled. What made it more troublesome was the deep power suppression. The black mist energy pipelines in the module floor continuously released energy turbulence, causing a 30 drop in output power for all cold fusion-driven mechs and powered armor. Currently, most of the anqui crystal capacity was used to enhance armor defense, leaving insufficient production capacity to upgrade energy weapons. With the energy weapon power already reduced, attacks on the bulwark overlord's multi-layered shields were like scratching an itch. Even if they managed to wear down the outer layer, it could automatically recharge and restore using the underground pipelines in less than 30 seconds. A completely unsolvable deadlock. Another round of heavy energy-gathering main cannons slammed into the frontal shield formation. Huangsha Kent's defender was jolted back half a meter, and the shield surface temperature instantly spiked to a warning level. Gritting his teeth, he connected to the dedicated communication channel of the main control room, his voice carrying the noise of battle. Boss Xingyan, frontal assault isn't. The boss shield cycles regeneration, the field turbulence suppresses power, and casualties are still rising. Should we split forces and try flanking? In the communication channel, Lin Yuxi's voice was calm and steady, completely unaffected by the tension on the front line. No need to split forces. Hold the formation, defend the position. Support will arrive in 30 seconds. A mech with a silver-white gold-plated finish and streamlined body lines was racing through the passage leading to the A1 main control hall. For sets of ring-shaped vector nozzles on its back trailed blue particle streams, and behind it a 7-meter-long purple alloy greatsword glowed with a faint purple light in the dim passage. The particle cannons roared incessantly along the peripheral corridor of Bay A1, with violent secondary explosions detonating everywhere. The squad leader of the 3rd Squad under the 1st Brigade of the Broken Blades, steadying himself to rest for a moment, huddled with several players behind abandoned metal scaffolding, their minds numb. Their squad's task was to clear the stubborn combat units left behind after the main force advanced. 3 heavy fire infestation units, converted from engineering vehicles, were blocking the corner. The alloy armor after mutation was absurdly tough. Their squad's 3 Starguard 2S had been alternating bombardment for over 10 minutes, the heavy lasers only scratching off a series of fine sparks, while they themselves were pinned down by the vehicle-mounted particle cannons, unable to even raise their heads. Holy crap, this armor is as thick as a turtle shell, and the firepower is insane. If we keep grinding, we'll run out of ammo. The rookie in the squad gritted his teeth, leaned out, and fired a shot, only to be met with an energy beam that grazed the shoulder armor of his Blade 3 exoskeleton, making him hastily retreat. Just as Steady First was about to pull some wild stunt and select a few rookies to charge in with cluster bombs to blow themselves up along with those 3 iron behemoths, a faint purple light suddenly flickered in the shadows deep within the corridor. Steady First instinctively looked up, his pupils abruptly contracting. The figure moved with incredible speed, and in the next instant it came to a steady halt before their squad. It was a humanoid mecha with a silver-white body inlaid with gold, over 5 meters tall. The fuselage was covered in layered blade-like platinum gold armor. The armor surface bore natural crystal-like crack patterns with dark gold trims spreading along the edges of each plate. Embedded in the center of the chest was a crystal core swirling with purple light. A giant sword almost as tall as the mecha itself was slung diagonally across its back. The shoulder armor featured multiple layers of blade-like wings that flipped upward sharp enough to slice through the air. The heavy frame landed steadily, only causing a slight tremor on the metal floor beneath. The entire squad was stunned, even forgetting to fire. They were entrenched in the southern military production line daily, and the only mecha they could currently build was the Defender. The mecha before them was clearly not a Defender, their styles were completely different. Compared to the Defender's bulky and rugged appearance, its lines were sharp, like a meticulously crafted weapon, with every curve of the armor exuding a sense of precision. The faint purple energy aura surrounding it could be felt from several meters away, carrying a heavy oppressive pressure. Before they could recover, the Arbiter's elongated sensor had swept across the field, a faint blue light, flashing briefly, as it instantly completed target designation across the entire battlefield. In the next second, the blade-like armor on the outer sides of the mecha's arms slid smoothly apart, revealing the launch slots for two dark essence pulse lasers. Dark purple high-energy beams shot out at incredible speed, forming a barrage that precisely struck the weak points of the three vehicle-type infestation unit's armor. The layered blade wings on both shoulders simultaneously flipped upward, and dozens of tracking plasma missiles wrapped in purple light surged out, slipping through the gaps in cover into the ambush points along the side catwalk. There was no earth-shattering roar, only the soft sound of energy melting through metal echoing in succession. The three heavy-fire vehicles that had been stalled for over 10 minutes had their thick armor easily melted through by the lasers. The internal energy conduits instantly detonated, and after a muffled boom, they were completely silent. The humanoid energy shooter infestation units hiding in the catwalk didn't even have time to react before being annihilated by the plasma impact. Within just 2 seconds, the enemies that had blocked them for half the day were completely wiped out. Steady First's third squad was still standing there with mouths agape when the Arbiter retracted its weapons. The 4 groups of vector nozzles on its back flickered briefly, and the fuselage accelerated again, racing toward the direction of the core hull in Bay A1, leaving behind only the smoldering remains of the infestation units. The corridor fell silent for several seconds before someone spoke with a trembling voice. "Holy, what kind of mecha is that? That's way too cool. Wait, that firepower. That speed. It feels way stronger than the Defender. Idiot. Haven't you seen the buzz on the forums? This should be the fabled Arbiter mecha still in testing, assembled entirely in the second-floor lab of Bay A3. I heard all its material components have been fused with dark essence crystals. No way. This is the new mecha with full-chain dark essence crystal fusion. We've been fighting for half the day, and it cleared them in 2 seconds." Steady First stared in the direction where the mecha had vanished, swallowing hard. Just a few days ago, he had been smug, relying on his head start as a second-wave player to finally plate a small piece of dark essence crystal onto his Starguard 2 power armor, boosting its defense by nearly 50. A mecha with all components forged from dark essence crystal. How ridiculously overpowered would that be? In just a few breaths, the Arbiter charged straight to the narrow entrance of the core hall. Lin Yuxi's voice synced into the squad combat channel. "Everyone in the corridor, move aside and clear the way." Broken Blade and Mad Shark Bites Iron immediately reacted. This was the backup their boss Xingyan had promised. They quickly ordered the front shield formation to shrink back, creating a several meter-wide passage in the middle. A flash of purple light and a silver-white golden-laid humanoid mecha materialized so fast that the players present couldn't even see how it had entered. Pausing only for a moment, the Arbiter initiated high-speed movement, its shoulder armor wings fully opened, unleashing a torrent of tracking plasma missiles, while the dark essence pulse lasers on both arms simultaneously switched to continuous fire mode. The dark purple barrage swept across the field like a tidal wave. The remaining shooters on the 3-tiered catwalk, the ambush units behind abandoned vehicles, and the heavy infestation units rushing out from side compartments were all pierced by beams and shredded by plasma. In just over 10 seconds, the originally impenetrable crossfire network had completely dissipated. All the minor enemies were wiped out, leaving only the Rampart Dominator at the deepest part of the hull still standing in place. Immediately, all of the Arbiter's ranged firepower shifted direction, converging on the Rampart Dominator at the center of the battlefield. But the dense lasers and plasma struck the 3 layers of pale purple cyclic shields, only producing layers of energy ripples. Just as the outer shield was partially depleted, the energy supplied by the underground conduits instantly replenished it, breaking and regenerating in tandem. Clearly, such attack intensity was still within the shield's tolerance range. In just over 10 seconds, the Rampart Dominator had become a lone commander, and it quickly came to its senses, designating this new mecha as the highest threat. Its tracked chassis was firmly anchored to the ground, but the upper body could rotate 360 degrees. The dual main cannons on the shoulders, the long-barreled particle cannons on the arms, and the 8 rapid-fire lasers mounted on the side of the chassis. Nearly 20 energy gun ports charged simultaneously, locking onto the Arbiter's position. In the next second, a deluge of energy projectiles roared out, nearly sealing off all evasion space. Inside the Arbiter's cockpit, Lin Yuxi opened his eyes, now entirely golden pupils vanished, as he directly entered the burst mode of the gene lock. Through the transparent observation window in the center of the Arbiter's chest, the dark essence resonance core surged with radiance, instantly entering an overclocked state. The pale purple resonant energy raced through the entire Bodis conduits, and a condensed light purple energy swallowtail light stream emerged around the mecha, pushing its mobility to the absolute limit. It turned into a purple blur, charging straight into the overwhelming barrage. The silver-white Judger was enveloped in a purple glow, maneuvering through the dense torrent of cannon fire with agility. It glided sideways, each short burst of speed barely noticeable, Yet every turn was precisely timed to slip through the gaps in the barrage, evading the concentrated fire from nearly 20 cannons without even a scratch on its outer coating. As the judger dodged, it retaliated with long-range weapons, but the previously unstoppable dark crystal pulse laser and tracking plasma shells were outputting at full power. The speed of the shield's destruction could never keep up with its regeneration, and what made it even more troublesome was that the upper body of the barrier overlord continuously rotated in sync with the trajectory of its main body. All cannon muzzles were locked onto the target with no conventional defensive blind spots. Pure long-range exchanges would lead to endless attrition, even though the dark crystal resonance core mounted on the judger should be on par with the energy levels of the barrier overlord. However, Lin Yuxi did not wish to engage in a prolonged attrition battle. The golden light in his eyes intensified as he decisively commanded the judger to retract its dual-arm laser launchers. The magnetic slots at the lower back hummed and shuddered as he drew out a 7.2-meter-long dark crystal slashing sword from behind, its black blade glowing with a dark purple resonant edge. The judger transformed into a purple afterimage, rapidly advancing around the barrier overlord, gripping the dark crystal slashing sword and continuously striking at the surface of the shield. With a flurry of slashes that were so fast they could only be seen as afterimages, each strike precisely hit the junction points of the three-layer shield's energy cycle, disrupting the rhythm of the shield's charging. The once-stable energy shield experienced a moment of turbulence with a brief gap in the regeneration of its 3 layers. This fleeting moment, imperceptible to ordinary people, was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Even before the long-range attacks yielded no results, Lin Yuxi had used the assistance of the star pivot to lock onto the energy fluctuation pattern of the shield, and with consecutive heavy slashes, he created this ephemeral flaw. In the blink of an eye, the judger's shoulder-mounted plasma cluster launchers had long been charged, unleashing a simultaneous volley. Dozens of tracking plasma shells precisely penetrated the gap in the shield, directly hitting the 3 shield generators on the back of the barrier overlord. A violent energy explosion erupted, shattering the core functions of the 3 shield generators. Without energy supply, the 3-layer cyclic shield immediately began to disintegrate, ultimately vanishing completely. With the shield's protection gone, the body of the barrier overlord was completely exposed. The 4 sets of ring-shaped vector thrusters on the back of the judger surged once more, the pale purple particle stream, resembling 8 comet tails, significantly increasing the judger's speed. The glimmering blade of the dark crystal slashing sword flashed accurately, severing 6 heavy tracks and the primary drive structure of the lower body. The massive body of the barrier overlord instantly lost balance, tilting to one side, causing all cannon muzzles to lose their targeting and unable to lock on effectively. Immediately following, the purple sword light flashed again, and the dual-barrel main cannons on both shoulders, the particle guns on both arms, and the laser mounted on the chassis were all shattered by the giant sword, leaving the barrier overlord completely devoid of offensive means. Lin Yuxi did not give it any chance to breathe. The judger forcefully kicked off the already broken track drive structure of the barrier overlord, leaping high into the air. A surge of energy erupted from the dark crystal resonance core in its chest, and with an unstoppable momentum, the dark crystal slashing sword came crashing down directly at the center of the barrier overlord's humanoid torso. The heavy mutated alloy armor was effortlessly cleaved apart like paper, and the giant sword sliced through the entire humanoid upper body of the barrier overlord, its residual force crushing the white nanomechanical core that was attempting to escape through the underground pipeline. A surge of purple light erupted from the giant sword, vaporizing a significant portion of the dense nanocore, and all energy conduits of the barrier overlord went dark. The massive mechanical body crashed to the metallic ground, raising a cloud of dust, and fell silent. The silver-white judger stepped forward, slowly extending its left arm to retrieve a piece of high-density condensed crystal about 30 centimeters in diameter from the core wreckage. The surface of the crystal was rough, yet inside it swirled with a white energy halo. This was a high-grade black mist material that only elite leaders like the barrier overlord would produce. With this small piece, along with the one from the condensation guardian, I should be able to refine a drop of abyss core liquid. Before we set out, Elena specifically reminded me to check if I could find such crystals after dealing with the barrier overlord. Lin Yuxi muttered to himself in the cockpit, his expression calm for a long time, but the curve at the corner of his mouth indicated his satisfaction with the judger's first performance in battle. This judger, made with a significant portion of the black mist materials we have collected, is truly impressive. It should handle the remaining infected bodies in the space station with ease. But there are only so many infected bodies in the entire space station. Once we finish them off, where will we find more black mist materials? We can't just go looking for death at the secondary mother nest, can we? It's really frustrating. I used to think we had too many and couldn't handle them, but now I feel there's too few to kill. Lin Yuxi supported his forehead with one hand, beginning to self-deprecate. Only after using it did he realize that black mist technology was indeed a good thing, but the materials were just too hard to come by. The entire hall fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into deafening cheers. From bursting onto the battlefield to clearing out mobs with a barrage of fire, and then swiftly slaying the barrier overlord, it took them no more than a minute. The 2,000 of them had struggled for ages against this tough opponent, while the great Lin Yuxi piloting the Judger had effortlessly resolved it all on his own. Duan Blade controlling the defender slowly lowered the alloy heavy shield. He looked at the more slender and fierce Judger not far away and couldn't help but exclaim in the communication channel, "I used to think that piloting the defender put us at the top of the space station's combat power. After seeing this I realize we are just heavy infantry with shields. Is that even comparable?" The voice of Quangsha chewing iron followed closely. "What we have is a mass-produced standard model, while the Judger is a complete dark, crystal-modified version crafted with all the black mist materials available before. The performance is simply not on the same level. Not just the performance, but the aesthetics are top-notch too. With its platinum armor and dark gold trims, and the purple glow from the core on its chest, I was completely awestruck when the giant sword was drawn. The design of this mech is incredibly cool. Compared to that, the defender and piloting doesn't feel appealing at all." Cat Cake, dipping in sauce as a loyal enthusiast of mech close combat, couldn't help but drool. The hardware of the machine is one thing, but the operation by Lin Yuxi is truly outrageous. To dodge such dense barges without a scratch on its paint, and to slash so quickly that I couldn't even see it clearly with my powered armor, the reaction speed must be terrifying. It's not something just anyone can pull off. Ultimately, the dark crystal is just too phenomenal. Interestingly, this was extracted from the black mist infected bodies. This black mist technology is truly eerie. Once understood, it can produce such powerful equipment. Exactly, it's a classic case of using the enemy's spear to attack their shield. Duan Blade nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the still smoldering remains of the infected bodies in the hall, his tone lightening considerably. Now that we have the Judger as a heavy weapon, the remaining segments in the north probably won't pose any serious challenges. Previously, they were worried about encountering a barrier overlord level boss that they couldn't handle, but now with Lin Yuxi around, pushing through should not be a problem. Once we clear all the infected bodies in the Star Torch space station and unlock all the ancient production lines, that will be the real takeoff. I've previously chatted with the construction team brothers. They said that deep in the north lies a large starship dock and a complete production line for space fighters. We used to be stuck in the cabin fighting urban battles, and now we couldn't even dream of operating warships. Quangsha chewing iron raised his voice with barely contained excitement. And large mechs too. Just like the Starfall mech of Lin Yuxi, proper standard mechs are over 20 meters tall. The 5-meter models we have now are restricted by materials and technology, designed as scaled-down, simplified versions for combat inside the space station. When it comes to fighting the mechanical fleet of the secondary mother nest, we must use proper large mechs. That would be exhilarating. Once this was said, the atmosphere in the channel became even more heated. At that time, we will form a fleet piloting fighters and large mechs directly confronting the mechanical fleet of the secondary mother nest. Exactly. We were limited to urban warfare in the space station, but once our space combat capabilities are established, we can engage them in a real interstellar war. That would be thrilling. Everyone's tone was filled with anticipation. The heavy hearts that had been burdened by the stalled siege were completely lifted by the emergence of the As the northern front advanced smoothly, the vast Star Torch space station gradually revealed its grand outline to the players. The true era of large-scale infrastructure was about to arrive. In the negative pressure experimental hall on the second floor of compartment A3, the spacious testing area was noticeably more crowded. At this moment, all players were focused, standing steadfast at their posts. Nearly a month had passed since the successful synthesis of the first batch of dark essence crystals. The core research team, personally nurtured by Yiliana, had expanded from an initial 10 to 20 members. They were all players deeply interested in the scientific research aspects of the game. Among them were professionals already working in relevant fields, as well as ordinary players like Wensu, who had immersed themselves in vast amounts of learning materials and finally passed the assessments. Now the 20-member team was dispersed across workstations surrounding the main control console. The only sounds echoing through the laboratory were the hum of instruments and concise data reports. The synthesis target this time was none other than the Abyss Core liquid, a substance 1 tier higher than the Dark Essence crystal. In the raw material chamber at the center of the laboratory, 2 fist-sized lustrous, white, high-grade crystals floated silently. They were the core outputs of the Crystal Guardian and the Barrier Overlord respectively, and represented the only 2 remaining high-grade black mist materials in the space station. Surrounding them were hundreds of portions of purified ordinary black mist nanomatrix as auxiliary materials. For this synthesis experiment, Yiliana's team had nearly exhausted all current high-grade material reserves. Initiate third stage chromatography. Stabilize negative pressure at 1.8 MPa. Reduce catalytic medium concentration to 7. Liliana stood before the main control console, her fair fingertips gliding across the holographic screen. Her clear, cool voice was steady and confident. She wore a pristine white researcher's uniform, her long hair neatly tied back. The composed aura she exuded significantly eased the tense atmosphere in the laboratory. Erosive free radical stripping rate at 99.1. The origin matrix is converging with no abnormal disintegration. Suching has stared at the microscopic holographic spectrum, reporting the observation data at a rapid pace. Inert environment in the discharge chamber is stable. Lattice activity matches. No corrosion reaction on the chamber walls. When Su added concisely, everyone's eyes were fixed on the sealed reaction chamber at the center, watching the progress bar climb slowly, increment by increment. From 70 to 90, each digit's jump tugged at their hearts. The moment the progress bar steadied at 100, a crisp click sounded from the sealed discharge chamber, and the doors automatically slid open to both sides. A single drop of dark purple liquid matrix floated in the center of the inert tray, emitting a deep purple luster. Its surface was stable, yet the immense energy flowing within it was palpable. As the isolation layer opened, the temperature in the laboratory seemed to rise slightly. The first drop of abyss core liquid had been successfully extracted. Done, someone murmured first, and then restrained cheers erupted in the laboratory. Excitement was written on the faces of all 20 players as they exchanged joyful glances. Under Liliana's guidance during this period, they had developed a calm and restrained demeanor. Even though their nearly month-long efforts had yielded a milestone result, they did not celebrate wildly like ordinary players. The successful synthesis of the abyss core liquid meant that the black mist technology of the Star Torch space station had finally touched the threshold of strategic-level applications. Liliana gazed at the glistening dark purple droplet on the tray. The tension that had furrowed her brow for days eased, and a brilliant smile unconsciously curled at the corners of her mouth. She blurted out, "Not bad, finally got it done." The crisp, authentic Sichuan Chongqing dialect transmitted through her command voice sounded especially clear in the empty laboratory. The restrained cheers came to a brief halt. The 20 players froze for 2 seconds, then lowered their heads, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Some clenched fists against their lips, others buried their faces in the crooks of their arms. Everyone was struggling to hold back their laughter, but no one dared to let out a sound. In truth, this was not the first time that the usually cool and serious, yet baby-faced, white-haired elven chief researcher had suddenly slipped into authentic Sichuan Chongqing dialect during conversations. Many players in the laboratory had encountered such instances before and had privately shared and gossiped about them numerous times. But this time, hearing Liliana speak the authentic dialect so clearly in front of everyone still filled the players with a sense of comedic conscience. They desperately wanted to laugh, but dared not do so in front of their obviously thin-skinned boss. They held it in with all their might, nearly hurting themselves internally. Liliana herself was stunned for half a second. The tips of her pointed ears instantly flushed a faint pink. She quickly pressed her lips together, and her expression swiftly returned to its usual calm, as if the dialect had never been spoken. Send the abyss core liquid to the highest level inert storage facility for sealing. Await further instructions for subsequent plans. She gave the order in standard Longwa Mandarin, her tone showing no trace of abnormality. Then she turned and left the laboratory, her back still appearing composed and unhurried. Only when the door of her third-floor exclusive compartment closed behind her did Liliana's tense shoulders slump. She leaned against the door, her cheeks flushed with a thin blush. Raising a hand to cover her face, she muttered in frustration, "Why did it slip out again? I remind myself to be careful all the time, but this accent is just too catchy and brainwashing. It pops out whenever I get emotional. Damn Lin Yuxi. He must have done it on purpose." Liliana recalled Lin Yuxi's so-called accidental transmission of the dialect learning pack, and she gritted her teeth in anger. Those Sichuan Chongqing tones seemed to have a magic of their own, slipping out subconsciously whenever she relaxed, completely catching her off guard. Her aloof image was barely holding together. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Liliana quickly adjusted her mindset. After all, the successful synthesis of the abyss core liquid today was a major achievement. Even during the peak of the Star Core civilization before her hibernation, this technology was an undeveloped cutting-edge field. The reason she had been able to conquer the two difficult problems of the Dark Essence Crystal and the Abyss Core Liquid in less than 2 months was primarily due to the Black Mist data collected by the Star Core civilization stored in the chip behind her brain. This, combined with the continuous data collection of subsequent Black Mist nanomachines by the Star Pivot over the past 1-0 years, and its long-term simulation calculations, created a powerful synergy. Furthermore, the massive number of infected samples gathered by the players provided the final supplement. Her research on the Black Mist had achieved new breakthroughs, bringing her closer to the independent technological application of Black Mist technology. However, the most pressing issue now was that the Black Mist materials in her hands were being consumed too quickly, and only a limited amount remained. This had become her biggest headache recently. Previously, Lin Yuxi had allowed players to use large amounts of merit points and star core points to exchange limited quantities of dark essence crystals for equipment enhancement. She had temporarily suspended that channel, not for any other reason, but because she didn't even have enough for her own experiments. Rubbing her forehead, which was starting to ache again, she walked over to her personal terminal and sat down. She casually opened the Earth Network interface. In recent days, surfing the Earth's internet had become her favorite form of relaxation. This vast data network of a low-level civilization brimming with entertainment, bizarre ideas, and endless creative chaos had already brought her countless shocks and astonishments. To put it in more down-to-earth terms, Yuliana felt that she might have contracted the legendary internet addiction. Not only did she frequent the internal player forums, but she also navigated video platforms, music communities, and tech forums with ease. She had registered several anonymous accounts and occasionally left comments on topics that caught her interest. Her follow list included a female music blogger from manhwa. The blogger's voice was clean and clear, and after each experiment, listening to a couple of her songs never failed to soothe Yuliana's tense nerves. She had initially intended to casually browse a couple of songs to relax, but her fingers unconsciously tapped into the internal player forum. She wanted to see what everyone was discussing now that the entire Star Torch space station was on the verge of being fully reclaimed, and what strange ideas and wild operations were brewing. It has been a full 2 weeks since the master of the A1 barrier was slain. With the judgment as the trump card, the advance of the remaining northern sectors has been almost unstoppable. Whenever they encountered scattered infected strongholds, the battle core would push through effortlessly, while Lin Yuxi piloted the judgment to clear out fortified strongholds, facing virtually no significant obstacles throughout the entire process. As of yesterday, all accessible sectors of the Star Torch space station had been reclaimed, leaving only the core chamber, housing the Black Fog control unit, tightly surrounded by heavily fortified isolation gates in the D9 sector. All players knew that the D9 sector, where the Black Fog control unit was located, had become an isolated island. Even if there were formidable infected within, with the judgment standing guard and thousands of fully armed player core, it was merely a matter of time before it was completely eradicated. Once the D9 sector was breached, the internal conflict of the space station would come to a complete halt. After nearly 2 months of effort, the first major dungeon of the Star Torch space station's core reboot was finally nearing completion. However, the hottest topic on the official forum for this reboot was a complaint post. Pinned complaint: has the private exchange channel for the Dark Crystal been closed? I didn't even exchange my quota of Star Core coins last month. Are the military merit points and Star Core points I've saved useless now? I'm crying in the bathroom. Original poster: when in doubt, squat down. Does anyone understand? I saved nearly a month's worth of military merit points, just waiting to fully equip the Star Guardian 2. Today I finally had enough to go to the store, and the sky fell. The private exchange for dark crystals has been temporarily suspended, and the system's reason is that the raw material inventory is tight. Seriously, we just enjoyed it for a few days, and now it's cut off. First floor remains minor. What else could it be? It's because there aren't enough monsters to farm. The northern sectors are almost cleared, the infected are dwindling, and the little bit of raw materials recovered from the remains is barely enough to equip the core, let alone have surplus for private exchanges. Second floor, hold steady, let me rest. Sigh, I saw this coming. The total number of infected in the space station is finite. Once they're cleared out, they won't return. We can't rely on mining scrap iron from remains to refine dark crystals. That efficiency is absurdly low. Third floor, deep space couch potato. Honestly, this thing is an absolute necessity. We can't just stop supply altogether once we clear the interior. Fourth floor, shield welding expert. What are you thinking? Why actively look for a secondary mother nest? Whether we can withstand the fleet's approach is debatable. Oh, don't even think about going out to farm monsters, but just holding down the fort is already impressive. Fifth floor, mecha cat pie. Hey, race, a wild idea. Since the Black Fog control unit will eventually be surrounded, why do we have to blow it up? Can't we just find a sector to contain it? Throw in some scrap exoskeletons and broken armor daily, let it gradually spawn small monsters, and then let players take turns harvesting. Wouldn't that be a permanent material farm? Sixth floor, orbital brick mover. Wake up, bro. The Black Fog will spread. If we don't destroy the core, the concentration will keep rising, and soon the entire space station will be infected. Farming monsters might end up destroying our own home. It would be counterproductive. Seventh floor, nanomaterial dog. Exactly. The energy signal from the core is uncontrollable. Leaving it is like keeping a ticking time bomb. Just dreaming about it is one thing, reality is different. Eighth floor, grinding hard, not fishing. Stop talking about useless things, but let's chat about something fun. Has anyone seen the new battle clips of the Judgment? I've replayed it 10 times, it's so cool. The subsequent comments quickly veered off topic, discussing the Judgment's combat prowess and design, with no one taking the farming the Black Fog idea seriously anymore. At first, Elena merely shook her head with a smile, thinking it was just a whimsical joke from the players. However, as her gaze swept over the words farming and control, her fingertips suddenly paused. The freshly synthesized abyss core liquid has its core characteristic of directionally interfering with the operational frequency of black fog energy, doesn't it? Everyone had previously assumed that the black fog must be completely cleared, never considering the possibility of controllable constraints and reverse utilization. But what if a set of resonant confinement barriers were constructed with this drop of abyss core liquid as the core? Using this special barrier to completely seal off the energy diffusion of the black fog unit, suppressing the signal strength of the black fog control unit, and tightly limiting the infection range to a specified sector. Moreover, by adjusting the energy input of the barrier, the generation speed of the infected could be precisely controlled. Then periodically throwing in discarded exoskeletons and damaged armor as carriers for infection, ultimately allowing players to rotate in for harvesting. A stable, controllable, and sustainable black fog material output system could thus take shape. This traditional Earth gaming strategy is theoretically feasible. Once the idea took hold, the remaining details spread through her mind like mercury. The more Elena thought about it, the more excited she became. Being an action-oriented person, she immediately accessed the core data terminal of the A3 sector and began data simulations. Threshold parameters for the resonant barrier, the ratio of carrier deployment, the setting of harvesting cycles, and emergency meltdown mechanisms. Countless data automatically arranged and combined, gradually piecing together a complete and feasible plan. Elena's green eyes grew brighter, her slender fingers danced across the screen, leaving behind afterimages utterly immersed in this bold design concept. 3 hours later, she slowly halted her actions, rubbed her tired fingers, and directly connected to the core calculation channel of the Star Pivot. Star Pivot, I request the highest permission to retrieve the energy parameters of the Black Fog Control Unit, and then please help me verify the feasibility of creating a resonant confinement barrier centered around a single drop of abyss core liquid. That's a brilliant idea. I've reviewed your simulation modeling process, and preliminary calculations show a feasibility of 98.87. Elena, that's quite a bold idea. How did you come up with it? The faint blue holographic projection of Star Pivot appeared beside Elena, its tone carrying surprise, as its icy blue eyes looked at her with a hint of playful amusement. I was inspired by player feedback data while organizing and studying the official server forum. With a slightly lowered face, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze diverted, she felt like a child caught playing games by a teacher in front of the Star Pivot. Clearly, she felt that her frequent use of permissions to surf the Earth's network contradicted the serious identity of her position as the chief researcher. Oh, so you were organizing data. It seems there is a lot of useful information in the Earth player community. Star Pivot's voice was no longer as cold as usual. Instead, it sounded like an older sister teasing her younger sister, fully aware of how stimulating the Earth network ecosystem is much more than Elena could imagine. Star Pivot had seen many players' wild ideas since the server launched, but couldn't help but tease Elena upon seeing her blushing face. Star Pivot did not continue discussing the players' ideas. With a gentle tap of her finger, the screen instantly filled with dense streams of data as the dark purple abyss core liquid model gradually approached the black fog core model, forming a faint purple barrier. Elena gazed at the black fog farming system she had initially established and later perfected with the help of Star Pivot, a smile unconsciously reappearing at the corners of her mouth. The imaginative ideas of Earth humans truly bring unexpected surprises. An idea that originally existed only as a player joke is about to transform in her hands into a strategic plan that will influence the future of the entire Spark. In the exclusive chamber of the second Fireseed satellite, Lin Yuxi had just closed the latest battle report from the northern module. Currently, all areas of the Xingzhou space station had been reclaimed except for the D9 module, where the Black Mist control unit was located. All it would take was a command from him, and thousands of elite players could rush into the D9 module from all directions, bringing the internal conflict of the Xingzhou space station to a decisive end. Letting out a long breath, Lin Yuxi's brows gradually furrowed again. At present, their stockpile of Black Mist materials was running dangerously low as they needed to extract the abyss core liquid. Although there were still many infected entities recently defeated in the northern module that could purify and yield a significant amount of Black Mist materials, there was always a limit. If they did not come up with a solution soon, it could impact their rapid development plans and reduce their chances of withstanding the first wave of attacks from the Black Mist fleet. Just as he was troubled by the lack of Black Mist materials, a figure dressed in a white research suit, Elena, pushed the door and walked in. She held a silver-white portable research terminal in her hands, her expression still calm, but a hint of uncontainable excitement shone in her eye. Walking straight up to Lin Yuxi, Elena handed over the terminal, saying, "This is the disposal plan I just devised regarding the Black Mist control unit in the D9 module. I need your final authorization." Elena got straight to the point, showing no signs of pleasantries with Lin Yuxi. Taking the terminal, he lightly tapped on it, reading a loud plan for the directional binding and sustainable output system of the Black Mist control unit. He raised an eyebrow and started to read carefully as his fingers slid down the screen. Using the D9 isolation chamber as a closed unit, the Abyss Core resonance barrier completely locks down the spread of the Black Mist. Regularly deploying discarded exoskeletons and armor debris as infection carriers to induce low-level infected entities to generate directionally. Players will rotate in cycles to harvest, constructing a stable closed loop for Black Mist material output. Each line of parameters and plans met his gaze, with every detail meticulously annotated, from barrier thresholds to multi-level emergency cutoff mechanisms. As Lin Yuxi read on, he suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Isn't this the idea proposed by the Mecha Cat Pancake on the forum about farming Black Mist?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he froze for half a second, realizing that his identity as a veteran forum lurker had been thoroughly exposed. Elena indeed looked up at him, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes, followed by a slight smile, tinged with playful teasing. "So the executor also spends time lurking on player forums every day. Ahem." Lin Yuxi touched his nose, clearing his throat somewhat awkwardly, then turned the topic back. "What about you? You must be spending all day on the Earth internet, right? You managed to pull out even the ideas players casually came up with to create a formal plan. Tell me, how much time do you spend surfing every day?" Elena's ears turned slightly pink, but she quickly crossed her arms and huffed, returning to her usual cool tone, her voice carrying a hint of pride. "I am the chief researcher of the Fireseed project. My free time outside of work is naturally my own to manage. Moreover, this is not meaningless leisure. The ideas from the player community are essential reference samples. Extracting the essence and transforming it into feasible plans is in itself an efficient research method." Yes, you're right." Lin Yuxi waved his hand with a smile, no longer teasing her, and his expression grew serious. "This line of thinking is indeed good. If we were to follow the conventional research logic, it would be difficult for us to conceive of enclosing the Black Mist core to use it as a material farm." He continued, flipping through the pages, soon coming across the calculation conclusion from the star matrix. The overall feasibility of the plan stood at 98.87, indicating that the resonance barrier could strictly confine the Black Mist infection range to within the D9 module, and the emergency cutoff mechanism could completely seal the module within 0.3 seconds in case of anomalies. Lin Yuxi closed the terminal and looked up at Elena, his tone crisp and decisive. "I grant you full authority. You can allocate the infrastructure team's material reserves and personnel as needed for the entire space station. The renovation project of the D9 module should start as soon as possible. Whether we can take off afterward depends on this Black Mist. You will be entirely responsible for this matter. Our little players can never control their curiosity and desire for exploration regarding these new things. You need to keep a close eye on them. I will be out of the module for a while in the next few days, so you will be in charge of our base." "Out of the module?" Elena frowned slightly, instinctively asking, "Where are you going?" "The finishing work inside the module isn't completely done yet." "Where do you want to go?" Lin Yuxi's fingers lightly tapped the table, and a holographic star map immediately appeared between them. 3 prominent marked points arranged along the debris belt on the star map, with the deepest dark red point representing the approximate location of the secondary mother nest. Lin Yuxi pointed to the first light blue mark on the star map, saying, "First stop, let's head to the ice asteroid belt reserved for the Fireseed project." Now the number of players had surged far beyond initial estimates. Although the existing reserves of water and nutrients in the space station were sufficient for the short term, we must consider the long-term supply issues for development. The subsequent ecological agricultural expansion, daily sustenance for everyone, and the deuterium and helium-3 fuel needed for the fusion reactor will all depend on ice body mining for supply. Controllable fusion, while significantly less efficient and lower in scale than higher-order antimatter annihilation energy, is a conventional energy source for civilizations below beta level with mature technology and weak civilization signals. It is currently the most suitable clean energy for large-scale deployment. Although the Xingju space station is equipped with advanced antimatter annihilation energy devices and has some raw material storage, it is a core technology exclusive to standard beta-level civilizations. Once activated, it will emit very strong characteristic signals, likely accelerating the revival of the secondary mother nest. It's best to avoid using it at this stage. This batch of asteroid coordinates is archived, but the purity of the ice bodies, their specific distribution, and whether they have been infected by the Black Mist are all unknowns. We must first ascertain the situation before we can establish a regular mining system. Moving to the second silver gray mark, Lin Yuxi continued. "Second stop, we will investigate the Dyson Cloud Relay node of Star Ring 7. Currently, the only information we have from pre-war records is its approximate location. As for the extent of its war damage, the surrounding density of infected entities, and the integrity of the core control chamber, everything is unclear. This node holds significant value. The superconducting alloys scattered around can directly upgrade the main energy bus of the space station, reducing power transmission losses by 40. If we can unlock the main control chamber, we will also be able to unlock the complete blueprint for the near-Earth orbital defense array. This would greatly benefit the long-term defense system around the Hsinchu space station, as well as the complete set of technologies for deploying the Dyson Sphere node left inside, which are critical data for our future reconstruction of the Dyson Sphere defense system. This time we will first conduct a simple assessment of its condition. Once we have built our own space fleet, we can consider repairing and utilizing it again. It is undoubtedly the most valuable facility in near-Earth orbit aside from the Hsinchu space station. Finally, his finger rested on the deepest dark red point, his expression growing more serious. The ultimate core objective is to approach the secondary mother nest for reconnaissance. Currently relying on long-range radar only provides vague energy readings. To what level has it revived? What is the progress of the mechanical fleet's construction? When will the first wave of attacks take shape? All are unknowns. This information directly relates to our survival. We must establish a firm footing at the Hsinchu space station, ensuring we can survive under the assault of increasingly powerful mechanical legions from the secondary mother nest before we can continue with the subsequent Fireseed revival plan. Otherwise everything is just empty talk. The core energy of the Starfall mecha is depleted and it cannot be activated in the short term. This time I will go with the arbiter. I have already instructed the logistics and technology department to create an external long-lasting propulsion backpack equipped with a compact fusion fuel chamber. Coupled with the energy shielding characteristics of the Arbiter's body, it will be sufficient for a round trip of tens of thousands of kilometers with very low signal characteristics throughout, not triggering alerts from high-level black mist units. This time I will rely on the Arbiter's stealth to approach the outer warning circle to confirm the scale of its revival on-site, and to set up a long-term monitoring device for continuous transmission of energy fluctuation data. Only by accurately predicting its attack windows can we reasonably arrange our subsequent development plans. Having finished outlining his plan in one breath, Lin Yuxi walked to the window, gazing out at the vast debris field extending infinitely beyond his sight. He took a deep breath and his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. 3 months ago, he was still a solitary figure struggling to survive as the inheritor of the Fireseed project on the second Fireseed satellite. In just 3 months, he had gathered tens of thousands of players and taken control of the space harbor left by the stellar core civilization. Soon he would be building his own fleet ready to engage in the first direct confrontation with the cosmic-level organic civilization of the intelligent machines and the Black Mist. On Earth, the Hexagram Live platform's dedicated section for StarCore Reboot had already surged to the very top of the site's rankings. Tens of thousands of players flooded into the game, simultaneously igniting an entire ecosystem of live streaming content. From elite combat players' raid streams to infrastructure experts' module renovations, and from research teams' material synthesis, live feed streamers in different niches each garnered their own followings. Even newcomers could secure decent baseline earnings as long as their content was compelling. The official 24-hour mainstream room served as the traffic hub of the entire section. It featured daily rotations of trending perspectives, regularly invited industry experts and veteran players as commentators, and had long become a fixed destination for all viewers to catch up on updates and witness iconic moments. Tonight, the mainstream room's popularity soared from the moment it went live, breaking through the 10 million concurrent viewer mark. At the most prominent spot in the room hung a gilded title official premiere, C-Round Warm-Up, full first-person live stream of faction leader Xing Yan. Live coverage of the deep space long-range reconnaissance mission. Qin Feng sat at the anchor desk in a sleek silver-gray professional outfit, her neat short hair exuding crisp elegance. Behind her, a holographic backdrop displayed a three-dimensional image of the Stellar Torch space station. As the lead host of Hexagram Live's sci-fi track, she had immersed herself in sci-fi IPs for years, possessing solid professional expertise and steady pacing. She was the fixed pillar of the official stream room, with nearly 10 million followers across the platform. Welcome viewers to the official mainstream room of StarCore Reboot. Qin Feng's voice carried a magnetic, uniquely feminine charm, and she opened the show with a perfectly timed smile addressed to the audience. First, let me share an official update from StarCore Reboot. The Brown internal test, the Stellar Torch battle, is nearing its conclusion, and full recovery of the space station is imminent. And the upcoming Crowned internal test will center on the theme Grand Infrastructure Deep Space Preparation. This stream is the very first official pre-release event for the Crowned. She tapped her fingertips, and an activity description popped up on the side. Responding to long-standing player requests, the official team is today unveiling the first-ever live, first-person perspective of the faction's core NPC Xing Yan. A special note: all NPC behaviors and physical rules in StarCore Reboot are autonomously evolved by the underlying AI with 1-1 full-fidelity logic and no preset scripts. Every scene you see is a real-time authentic process. Today we also have two old friends joining us as commentators. Qin Feng gestured to the guests beside her. Former aerospace systems engineer and science popularizer Chen Yan and astronomy popularizer Lin Jiao. They will accompany everyone in decoding the hardcore settings of this expedition. The barrage instantly flooded the screen with messages like, "Finally a perspective from the big shot Xing Yan," and "AI autonomous evolution is insane," filling the entire display. The broadcast then switched to a first-person view. The perspective advanced steadily as footsteps carried forward, a massive alloy gate slid open slowly to both sides, and the newly unlocked space dock section burst into the screen's field of view. This was the core industrial zone just activated after the northern section's recovery. It was vertically divided into 3 layers with a high vaulted ceiling and a vast open space that stretched beyond the eye's reach. Players in engineering exoskeletons bustled about everywhere, some hoisting giant alloy components, others connecting main energy pipelines, still others calibrating dock ceiling doors. Welding arcs flickered continuously, presenting a scene of vigorous grand construction. This was the future aerospace industrial heart of the entire Stellar Torch space station. The inner layer housed mech maintenance and production zones, the middle layer reserved production lines for small space fighters and escort ships, and the outer large dock berths were still under construction, destined to host starship building and berthing. As soon as he entered the space dock section, his gaze naturally fell upon the central exclusive berth in the mech parking area. The barrage instantly multiplied several-fold in density. It was a colossal machine far larger than all active-duty mechs, standing silently in the center of the berth, its full appearance laid bare. The nearly twin-turtle body boasted razor-sharp lines. The armor, dominated by deep-sea blue and stellar gold, exuded a weightiness born of age. At the center of the chest was embedded a dual-layered circular energy core, like a rotating vortex of stars. Within the core's center, a few lingering golden photon particles seemed to still pulse slowly along an ancient trajectory. The limbs were brimming with explosive power. Streamlined blade-shaped armor hugged the outer forearms, while thickened impact reinforcements were added at the knees and elbows. The pale gold metal buckles at the joints lent a touch of refined elegance to the stark martial texture. On the back, 8 sets of blue wing-like flight units were arranged in layers like retracted metallic wings, spreading obliquely rearward along the back armor. Each unit connected to the main energy structure with the faintest azure glow at their tips. It was the Stellar Fall mech, one of the most powerful single-soldier mechs left by the Starcore civilization. Players passing by instinctively slowed their steps, looking up with undisguised awe and longing in their eyes. Lin Yuxi merely glanced at his own exclusive ride, but did not stop. He walked straight toward the berth of the Arbiter near. The silver-white and gold-gilded Arbiter stood quietly in the small mech bay. Compared to the Stellar Fall beside it, its form appeared much more delicate. A 5-meter class body with sleek, clean lines, every plate of armor exuding precision. The Dark Essence Crystal Splinter Greatsword was slung diagonally in a magnetic lock slot on its back, and a custom long-duration external propulsion pack was mounted at the lower back. The compact fusion fuel tanks and shielding coating fit perfectly against the body without compromising the overall aesthetic. Lin Yuxi raised his hand to verify his identity. The cockpit hatch slid open smoothly along the armor seams. He leaped into the seat, which automatically contoured to his body. The control panel lit up with a faint blue glow, and the Dark Essence resonance cores slowly swirled with a dark purple aura. Onboard system starting up. Dark Essence Crystal Resonance Loop Self-Check, complete normal operation. External propulsion pack fuel reserve 100 shielding layer intact. Weapon system self-check complete. Dark Essence Pulse Laser Tracking Plasma Grenades and Crystal Splinter Greatsword, all online. The mechanical prompts sounded methodically, each parameter turning green in sequence. Because the Arbiter was a compact, modified model optimized for interior space station combat, its size was far smaller than standard large mechs. For this egress, it did not use the large mech launch port, but instead took the small fighter ejection rail. Outer dock gate countdown 3, 2, 1. The heavy outer gate slowly parted to both sides. The faint red light of the distant Astra star poured in, instantly penetrating the vacuum and landing on the Arbiter's silver-white armor. The gold-gilt edges were coated with a warm red glow, intertwining with the dark purple aura of the core, creating an indescribable beauty. Ejection rail locked, flight path clear, clearance to launch. Lin Yuxi had already completed the neural link with the Arbiter, and the live perspective switched simultaneously to the mech's holographic view. The broadcast showed the boundless deep space and debris field ahead. Lin Yuxi's steady voice echoed through the stream room. Arbiter Xing Yin sortie. The 4 sets of ring-shaped vector thrusters on the back suddenly lit up with a pale purple flow. The mech accelerated smoothly along the ejection rail like a silver-purple meteor in an instant, bursting out of the dock and into the vast, dark expanse of space. The dock lights and the massive silhouette of the stellar torch space station gradually shrank behind, eventually fading into the boundless debris field. All around were endless stretches of metal wreckage and frigid cosmic dust. The Arbiter adjusted its course, speeding toward the coordinates of the first icy asteroid cluster. Barely 2 minutes after the Arbiter departed the berthing area of the Xingju space station, it officially entered the main debris belt. The live stream broadcasted the first-person view from the Arbiter mech synchronized through Lin Yuxi's neural link system. The dim crimson light of the Astra star pierced the vast vacuum, falling upon the endless metal fragments within the debris. From dust-like metallic particles to hull armor fragments hundreds of meters long, they densely floated on both sides of the flight path, like a steel graveyard frozen for 1,000 years. Lin Yuxi skillfully manipulated the vector nozzles on the Arbiter's back, causing the craft to shift slightly toward the inner orbital path, evading a dense cluster of fragments ahead. He did not choose a straight-line approach to the target. Instead, he first veered into the sparse inner channel at an orbital altitude of 650 kilometers. Here the debris density was only 1/3 of the belt's midline, making it the optimal route for long-distance travel. The cruising speed stabilized at around 800 kilometers per hour with the onboard detection radar operating at full capacity. Any debris larger than a centimeter was marked in advance, allowing him to maneuver with ease. The bullet comments in the Lulang live room scrolled rapidly. "This is a space junkyard. It's giving me claustrophobia. If I were driving, I'd have crashed by now." Qin Feng, watching the real-time feed, deftly turned the topic to the guest beside her. "I'm sure many viewers are as curious as I am. Since the mech's power is clearly strong, why is the speed kept so steady? And why deliberately take the inner orbital channel? Let's invite teacher Chunyin to break this down." Chunyin nodded, drawing a channel diagram on his tablet and explaining alongside the footage. "The main reason is that the midline of the primary debris belt has the largest concentration of large wreckage, and the detection range is limited. At high speeds, even a fragment the size of a fingernail carries kinetic energy comparable to a cannon shell, enough to penetrate the outer armor. Keeping the speed at 800 km/h leaves ample room for evasion." He paused, then offered his own insight. "The core prerequisite for the subsequent Crown Major infrastructure version should be clearing several fixed safe channels to ensure the safe navigation of transport ships traveling to and from the resource facilities developed later." At this, Chun Yin glanced at the terminal by his hand and flashed a mysterious smile at the screen. "Speaking of which, let me take this opportunity to share some first-hand material just released by the officials. To support the Crown closed beta warm-up, the official team behind Star Core Reboot has provided a complete set of background data on the ancient Star Core civilization's low-Earth orbit around Astra. This will answer many people's curiosity about where all this debris came from." The bullet comments instantly surged again. The officials released new lore. "Finally, we can fill in the worldview," flashing by. Lin Jiao took over, calling up a planetary orbit cross-section, his tone filled with awe. "First, let me give you some basic parameters. This main debris belt has a radial width of 120 kilometers, encircling the planet along a low orbit, with a circumference of nearly 46000 kilometers. But don't think it's an impenetrable metal ring. Over 90% of the space is vacuum. The gaps between large debris range from a few kilometers to tens of kilometers. It's just that the sheer total volume makes it appear dense visually. Its essence is the remnants of the Star Core civilization's entire planetary defense system, which completely collapsed 1,200 years ago. Back then, this orbit was a complete energy and defense network. All facilities were destroyed in the war, and the debris was captured by the planet's gravity, eventually stabilizing into the present ring-shaped debris belt. Lin Jiao paused the live feed on a split screen, marking a broken cannon barrel that flashed by the defense system back, then had a 3-layer core architecture. The giant cannon barrel wreckage you see now in the frame is from the outermost layer, 12 heavy orbital defense arrays. They were offensive and defensive, capable of both long-range interception of invading fleets and ground support, forming the first line of firepower. When the Black Mist invaded, these batteries bore the brunt of the attack and were all destroyed by swarm mechanical assaults. The remains of the cannon bodies and ammunition compartments are a major source of large fragments in the belt. The second core architecture was the planetary shield defense system developed by the Star Core civilization. They built superconducting energy conduits into the 4 giant main space elevators and 13 medium-tosmal space elevators along the Astra equator, serving as emission hubs for the planetary shield. The energy from the surface's matter-antimatter annihilation power plants was transmitted via the space elevators directly to the shield generators atop the orbital towers, providing 20 of the planetary shield's energy supply. The network of 17 elevators formed a continuous energy barrier around low Earth orbit. The energy source supporting all defense facilities was the 3 Dyson cloud relay nodes. Stellar energy was collected and distributed through these three main nodes to all orbital facilities. They not only supplied 80 of the planetary shield's energy, but also provided the vast majority of energy for the near-Earth orbital network. The remainder was transmitted through the energy pathways inside the space elevators to the surface, providing a powerful energy guarantee for the entire industrial system of the star core civilization. Among the three Dyson Cloud Relay nodes Star Ring No. 2 and No. 5 were completely melted and destroyed, leaving no intact structure. Only the second stop of our voyage, Star Ring 7, still retains its main framework, making it the only energy hub with potential for repair. Add to that the tens of thousands of garrison fleets and countless reconnaissance, navigation, and communication satellites that participated in the war. All the debris together formed the debris belt we see now. Sheen Feng chimed in at the right moment, asking the question viewers cared about most: can these facilities be repaired by players later? For example, reactivating the planetary shield. The official archives have only unlocked the background setting for now. The technical paths and material requirements for repairs have not yet been released. Shun Yin smiled and remarked, "Personally, I think this will definitely be the core main storyline of the Crown closed beta or later versions. As a space engineer from the Dragon Kingdom, just thinking about it excites me. It's a pity the closed beta slots are so hard to get. If I could, I would truly love to participate in this epic space infrastructure project firsthand, to experience and advance the space wonders of an advanced cosmic civilization." The bullet comments instantly flooded with messages like, "Looking forward to rebuilding the planetary shield," and "The version's engineering scale is huge," maxing out viewers' anticipation for the Crown. The explanation of the entire star core civilization's low Earth orbit defense system took nearly an hour. In the live feed, the metal debris along the flight path gradually thinned, and in the deep space ahead, a cluster of asteroids with a faint ice blue hue slowly came into view. Ice rocks of various sizes floated in a scattered pattern, their surfaces covered with a pristine layer of ice, refracting fine cold light under the dim crimson glow of the star, like scattered diamonds in the deep void. This was the first stop of the voyage, the ice asteroid group reserved for the seed project. With a thought from Lin Yuxi, the Arbiter gradually decelerated and veered inward into the asteroid field. The onboard sensors initiated a full area scan, with pale blue detection waves spreading forward in a fan shape. Ice purity, mineral distribution, and anomaly signal detection were activated simultaneously. The silver-gold mech's silhouette slowly drifted into the ice-blue asteroid field. In the live stream, the Judicator flew into the heart of the asteroid cluster along a pre-planned safe route. Lin Yuxi focused his thoughts and activated the onboard omnidirectional detection system. A pale blue detection wave spread out in a fan shape as the system began to automatically compare the archived data of the Ember plan. The feedback data quickly refreshed on the visual interface. The purity of the ice in the entire asteroid cluster exceeded 90%, with high concentrations of deuterium and helium-3 deposits deep within the ice. The reserves here could not only cover the daily water needs of hundreds of thousands of players and the entire demand for ecological agriculture, but could also completely resolve the fuel supply issue for fusion reactors, supporting a tenfold increase in the current population of the space station. The scan also captured 3 semi-buried semi-automatic mining stations nestled within the cracks of the ice rock. Their exteriors, long battered by meteorite impacts, were already severely damaged, with external sensor arrays and surface drive mechanisms completely destroyed. However, the core excavation modules and the built-in energy interface remained intact. The Star Pivot calculated that the repair cost was only 32 of that for new construction. Once the core components are replaced, production can be restarted without having to build the extraction system from scratch, saving them a significant amount of reconstruction. Lin Yuxi piloted the Judicator closer to the largest ice asteroid, extending the onboard sampling drill to prepare to extract a deep ice core for detailed analysis. The faint vibrations of the drilling transmitted through the ice layer. Just half a meter down, 3 irregular energy signals suddenly activated beneath the ice. 3 loud rumbling sounds resonated through the ice layer as 3 10-meter-class star core standard mining mechs broke through the ice. They were entirely covered with a layer of blue anomalous ice armor, with white nanocores flowing on their surface. Be careful. This is an infected entity formed by star core standard mining mechs being contaminated by black mist nanoclusters. Prepare for battle. The warning from the Star Pivot came through the earpiece, and a line of annotations about the infected entity refreshed on the HUD. Unit type: Black Mist Infected Mining Engineering Mech, Standard Model Star Core Mining MKI. Threat level: medium. Attack methods: tungsten carbide drilling, head piercing, heavy hydraulic claws, striking, no long range energy weapons. Core weakness: the Black Mist nanocore white flowing state inside the chest power compartment. If the core becomes inactive, the unit will completely shut down combat. Tip: in the current icy environment, avoid high energy output weapons to prevent ice layer collapse. And deuterium microexplosions. This type of engineering mech uses thickened armor designed for mining, while the outer anomalous ice armor can negate about 30% of kinetic impacts, and the effectiveness of conventional live ammunition is less than 50%. The Star Pivot's voice sounded again, marking the real-time location of the nanocore in the visual interface, with the light points slightly shifting with the movements of the infected entity. The core is located in the chest power compartment and will shift slightly with the body movements. Use the dark crystal heavy sword to precisely pierce the core, then unleash resonant energy to shatter the nanocluster structure. This is the most efficient killing strategy in the current environment. Understood. Lin Yuxi replied calmly, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth with a flash of golden light in his eyes. In the commentary booth of the livestream, Chun Yin leaned forward slightly, watching the three mechs breaking through the ice on the screen, his tone somewhat excited. They really triggered an encounter battle at the resource point. Based on the structure of the mechs and the drilling module at the front, these should be the standard mining mechs of the Starcore civilization. I can talk a bit about the engineering structure, but am an outsider when it comes to real combat. It's perfect for me to witness the Guardian Star Flame controlling the Judicator in its first space melee. This is the official perspective of a real combat debut. The bullet comments were instantly ignited, flooding the screen with dense remarks. Here it comes. I knew there would be monsters on the exploration map, classic resource point guarding. The mining mechs have turned dark to go on duty, right? Before they were mining ice, now they're mining people, right? The white flowing nanocore has its weakness directly marked on the HUD. This design detail is top-notch. The combat tip says not to use high-energy weapons, so it's pure melee fighting with blades. Oh my, I'm getting pumped up. The size difference is huge. The opponent is 10 meters, while the Judicator is only 5 meters. How are they going to fight? The ice armor can reduce kinetic damage, and live ammunition is useless. They can only rely on that dark, crystal-heavy sword to break the defense, right? Stop chatting, the sword is already drawn. It's about to start. A low rumble emanated from the magnetic slot on the back of the Judicator mech, as the dark, crystal-heavy sword was drawn, the dark purple resonant blade illuminating a cold arc among the ice-blue asteroids. The leading infected entity took the initiative, forming a pair of thrusters from the anomalous nanocore behind the engineering mech as the white particle tail flame erupted violently. Propelled by its huge body, it charged towards the Judicator at high speed, with the massive drilling head of its left arm crashing down like a powerful wind. The 4 vector nozzles on the back of the Judicator finally adjusted their thrust, gliding close to the ice surface to perform a slight side slip, narrowly avoiding the giant drilling head swung by the MKI. With the momentum, the heavy sword swung horizontally, the sharp, resonant blade easily slicing through the anomalous ice armor and metal components as the giant drilling head was severed along with the mechanical arm, drifting into the deep space. Lin Yuxi subtly adjusted his thoughts, causing a surge of dark purple energy to erupt from the dark crystal resonance core in the mech's chest, instantly flooding into all the drive components of the mech. Taking advantage of the momentum from the side slip, the Judicator twisted its body, straightening its right leg like a whip and kicking hard against the back armor of the MKI. The kinetic energy amplified by the crystal core poured out completely, and the 10-meter-tall heavy mech flew out at a speed faster than when it charged in, just in time to meet the second infected entity engineering mech that was lunging from the side. The 2 engineering mechs collided, solidly blue ice armor fragments scattering everywhere, entangled as they drifted towards the distant ice rock cluster. Almost simultaneously kicking away the 2 infected entities, the 4 vector nozzles on the back of the Judicator suddenly erupted with intense pale purple tail flames, instantly maxing out the thrust power. The silver-white and golden mech dragged a long purple afterimage, its speed increasing several times as it charged directly towards the 3rd infected entity. The mobility of both mechs was not even on the same level. The cumbersome mining mech moved like a snail in front of the Judicator. The purple figure of the Judicator not only moved at great speed, but was also extremely agile in making turns in the vacuum, swiftly circling around the MKI 2 times. The dark, crystal-heavy sword with its resonant light blade flashed continuously as 3 clean purple arcs sliced through the neck, knee, and waist joints of the infected entity. Crisp cracking sounds rang out in succession as the head sensor module and lower limb support structure of the MKI broke, causing its massive body to instantly lose mobility. Lin Yuxi controlled the mech to press down heavily, stamping his left foot on the chest cavity of the key, forcefully pinning it against the surface of the icy asteroid. The ice surface cracked with a spiderweb-like pattern from the immense force, and fine ice shards flew everywhere. The Judicator flipped its wrist, pointing the sword tip precisely at the rapidly flowing white nanocore in the chest cavity, piercing straight through the armor seams. Dark purple resonant energy erupted explosively along the blade, instantly spreading throughout the core location. The MKII suddenly stiffened, the flowing white lines on its surface fading at a visible speed, completely falling silent. Lin Yuxi did not pause for a moment. The vector nozzles once again spouted streams of light as the judicator shot towards the two MKIIs that had just barely stabilized after colliding. The two infected entities had just recovered from the days of the collision and had not yet adjusted their attack posture when the judicator had already closed in. The heavy sword swung down with the force of gravity. The dark purple light blade flashed, and it sliced through the waist of the first Mki, directly cleaving the 10-meter-high body in two. Before the severed body could drift away due to inertia, the sword tip flicked accurately, piercing the core location of its upper half's chest cavity, where the dark crystal energy erupted, causing the white nanocore to instantly disintegrate into fine light points. The last MKII swung its hydraulic claw to strike from behind the judicator, but Lin Yuxi maneuvered the judicator to evade with a sideways movement. With a flick of his wrist, the heavy sword was slashed upward from below the sharp sword tip, piercing directly into the power compartment. The resonant energy erupted simultaneously, and the white light stream in the core trembled violently before it was completely extinguished. In just 25 seconds, all three 10-meter class infected entity engineering mechs were slain by Lin Yuxi's. Lin Yuxi controlled the judgment mech and collected 3 core fragments from the ashes of the 3 infected bodies' nanocores, placing them into the sample storage compartment of the propulsion backpack component. These 3 10-meter MKII infected bodies could be considered mid-tier and above, and the materials produced should not be wasted. Lin Yuxi's first reaction upon seeing the infected bodies was not about how difficult they were to deal with, but rather how many blocks of dark crystal they could help him produce. The quick and effortless resolution of the 3 10-meter infected bodies was not because Lin Yuxi was now invincible, but rather because they happened to be countered by the judgment's extreme speed and the abnormal armor-piercing capability of the dark crystal greatsword. Their advantage lay entirely in their extremely strong defensive armor and powerful arms, but when faced with the judgment, they couldn't touch it at all. Their defenses could not withstand the abnormal armor-piercing ability of the dark crystal greatsword, leading to such an easy resolution. If it were an ordinary team of 100 players, the outcome would indeed be uncertain. Lin Yuxi piloted the judgment to carefully scan the entire icy asteroid cluster. He discovered that there were similar energy responses to the recently encountered MKII, infected bodies beneath many layers of ice. However, remote scanning would not awaken them for the time being. They needed to be approached within a certain distance or activated by the energy response from their mining. The Star Hub synchronized and updated the risk assessment of the resource belt. There were lurking engineering mechanical infected bodies throughout the icy asteroid cluster. Subsequent routine mining operations must be equipped with a permanent escort fleet, otherwise engineering units are highly susceptible to ambush. Lin Yuxi piloted the judgment down to the gentle rocky surface of the main icy asteroid, and the right arm's launcher ejected a passive positioning beacon which was deeply embedded beneath the ice. The star map interface simultaneously marked the mining priority zones, the repair points of 3 semi-automated mining stations, and the high-risk icy fissure areas where the infected bodies appeared, with the entire set of exploration data being synchronized back to the database of the Star Torch space station. In the main live broadcast room of Lu Mang Live, the barrage had already reached a boiling point, with the real-time online count surging to a new high at the moment the battle ended. The official director had already switched to multiple split screens, with the central screen showing the real-time first-person perspective of the judgment, the left displaying a full-speed battle replay, and the right showcasing a frame-by-frame slow-motion breakdown, while the performance parameters of the mech were synchronously bouncing below. Qin Feng took over the commentary, and as the main host who had followed several major battles of the Star Corps reboot, her understanding of mech combat was no longer what it used to be. To be honest, I've watched the full-speed replay on the left 3 times just now, and I want to hide it from everyone. It was so fast that I couldn't even see where the MKII infected bodies were. Qin Feng pointed at the left screen, her tone filled with unreserved astonishment. The entire process was characterized by high-speed maneuvers, slashes, and breaking cores, seamlessly requiring such precise millisecond-level operations in a zero-gravity environment. In reality, no one could achieve that. The human nervous reaction speed simply cannot keep up with that rhythm. Switching to the right slow-motion screen, the actions of the greatsword's severing drill bits, sidekicking, and slashing around were slowed down several times, with every detail clearly visible. As you can see in slow motion, this swift victory is essentially a typical case of performance countering. The judgment's high mobility perfectly countered the cumbersome engineering mechs. The opponents didn't even manage to touch the judgment once, while the resonance of the dark crystal greatsword completely ignored the defenses of the mutated ice armor, rendering their 2 biggest advantages utterly useless. Moreover, space mech combat and ground combat are entirely different concepts. One must possess an extremely strong sense of 3-dimensional space. In addition, one must simultaneously control the vector thruster's propulsion direction, manage the energy output, and even control weapon attacks while moving at high speed. One can only say that the Guardian Star Yin truly deserves to be our faction's leader-level NPC. This operational skill is truly unparalleled. It turns out that killing monsters is not just about smashing them. One must accurately stab the white nanocore. This setting is so much more interesting than mindless slaughter. Infrastructure enthusiasts rejoice. Water and fusion fuel are directly maxed out. The 3 bases can be repaired and used. The C-round expansion is secured. Previously, it was said that 5-meter mechs would be at a disadvantage against 10-meter ones, but it turned out to be pure dimensional suppression. The mobility difference is just too great. The operation of Guardian Star Yin is truly ruthless. Solving 3 in 25 seconds, I estimate I wouldn't even dodge the drill bit. Can anyone calculate the kinetic energy of this kick? A 10-meter mech was kicked away and crashed into another. The amplification of the dark crystal core is just too fierce. In the future, will we need to bring an escort team when mining? I feel like this game is increasingly reminiscent of Stars. Was the vector thruster constantly fine-tuning its speed throughout? Otherwise, in zero gravity, it would have been thrown out to crash into ice rocks. I just watched it in slow motion. The nanocore also randomly moves and shifts. This prediction is just too accurate. Every strike was timed perfectly to slip into the gaps of movement. At this time, several barges with golden internal testing identification floated by, specially set for players with LV2 permissions and above in the StarCore reboot. Broken Blade, while the leader Yin is just too fierce. I guess there would definitely be battle segments, so I specifically logged off to wait in the live room. Crazy Shark bites iron. The battle in the Star Torch space station has basically concluded. Oh, I've been dragged by the engineering department to use the Defender for labor. Jiangwan leader Yin is invincible. Last time I saw the leader's space mech battle, you were still logging into the game. The Star Destruction mech executed a headshot kill in 26 seconds, directly smashing the Wanderer. Dismantler always slow half-beat. Wow, this space battle is just too exhilarating. Let's speed up and quickly get the space dock ready. We need to join the space battle too. The combat players are almost becoming unemployed. As top combat players flooded into the live broadcast room, the comment section surged with a new wave of excitement. Both Broken Blade and Crazy Shark, the 2 leaders of the legions, are actually hanging out in the live room. So all the big shots in the battle circle are lurking, huh? LOL, there are no battles left in Star Torch. All combat players have been conscripted by the infrastructure department, driving the Defender as a heavy lifting mech, hoisting cargo segments and moving parts every day. This is just too real. I'm a combat specialist, and I've already spent 3 consecutive days helping the engineering department set up pipelines. My powered armor is almost being used as an engineering forklift, and my sword is almost rusty. Previously, the Defender was the main battle mech at the front lines. Now it's a universal tool on the construction site, and combat players are collectively out of work. What battle was Jiangwan talking about where the Star Destruction mech smashed the Wanderer? Please provide a recording link. I can't believe I missed such an exhilarating scene. Please see round, hurry up and launch the space battle gameplay. I'm tired of the urban warfare in the space station. Oh yeah, I want to see mechs going to the wreckage belt for guerrilla warfare. Let's broaden our horizons. Once the space dock is built, won't there be space fighters and escort ships directly forming fleets to push the Black Mist stronghold? I have already started dreaming about the days of battleships bombarding the mother nest. Right now, this infrastructure is just the preliminary build-up for the big move that is still to come. In the cheerful atmosphere of the barrage, filled with silly joy, the exploration task of the icy asteroid cluster was completely wrapped up. The Judgment changed its course and re-entered the safe navigation channel at the outer edge of the wreckage belt. The propulsion engine behind emitted a purple tail flame, racing towards the second destination of this mission, the Dyson Cloud Relay node of Star Ring 7. The next 10 hours consist of scenes of the Judgment mech's long-distance voyage as the rhythm of the live stream gradually slows down. During this time, some players in the game intermittently logged off to interact with the audience and the host in the live stream. Guests Chen Yin and Lin Jiao interspersed their commentary with explanations of various wreckages they passed by, from shattered ship hulls to twisted satellite components. Tracing the fragments back to the brutal circumstances of that orbital battle, they occasionally answered questions from the audience regarding aerospace and astrophysics. Lin Yuxi remained silent throughout, skillfully maneuvering the mech through the metallic debris, occasionally making slight adjustments to avoid larger wreckage. It was not until a colossal circular silhouette broke through the darkness at the edge of deep space, slowly unfurling in their view, that the atmosphere in the live stream reignited. The Judgment Mech actively reduced its speed, switching to silent navigation mode, cautiously approaching the Dyson Cloud Relay node of Star Ring 7 under the cover of the surrounding debris. This was a giant steel ring nearly 10 kilometers in diameter, quietly suspended in the center of the debris belt. The outer surface, once covered with neatly arranged hexagonal energy collection panels, now had over 70% shattered and fallen off. The ring bore numerous gaping wounds, a permanent mark left by the fierce battle over 120,000 years ago. As they drew closer, the internal structure of the giant ring gradually became clearer from the vague shadows. At the center of the ring floated an oval-shaped energy core 3 kilometers in diameter, wrapped in thick layers of specialized alloy armor, the surface faintly retaining the unique energy patterns of the Star Core civilization. At this moment, everything was dim and silent, with only a few faint glimmers of cold light seeping through the gaps in the armor, like a gigantic heart that had stopped beating for 120,000 years. 6 wide strip-like radiating pods extended from the energy core, like 6 sturdy bones supporting the entire ring structure, originally intended for energy transmission, material transport, and personnel passage. Now 4 of the 6 radiating pods had completely fractured, their mangled ends twisted and curling with the pod bodies and torn superconducting lines floating in the vacuum. The remaining 2, though barely maintaining the connection between the core and the outer ring, were riddled with holes and melted cracks, their surfaces pockmarked and structurally weak, showing signs of imminent collapse. The entire node, though broken, remained towering. Even after suffering severe damage in the war, it still exuded the majestic aura of a beta-level civilization's energy hub. The Judgment Mech slowed to a crawl, activating the long-range detection mode specially set up by Elena for this mission. The cold electronic voice of the Star Hub echoed synchronously in the cockpit, also transmitted through the live stream to all viewers' ears. Target Star Ring 7 Dyson Array Relay Node 75. 3 structural damage. The outer energy reception array and the all-domain shield generator are completely destroyed. The core energy hub has an armor integrity of 38, detecting faint internal energy reactions, black mist nanocorrosion at approximately 68, currently in an inactive lockdown state. The core area detected signals of suspected black mist domain control units, energy characteristics matching those of the Star Torch space station's D9 module, operating at low power, with residual defensive units still active within the anomalous node. 26 groups of external roaming infectors identified, all energy-dense distortion infectors. The main body is derived from the original defense power armor and combat exoskeletons, its surface covered with flowing energy patterns, continuously emitting a pulsing halo. It can release pulsating shockwaves to paralyze electronic devices, reducing the lethality of conventional kinetic weapons by 42. In the central energy hub, 3 large mech-level distortion infectors have been detected in an awakened state. Their form matches that of the Star Core civilization's standard mech, with energy levels far exceeding those of ordinary distortion infectors. It remains uncertain if there are other dormant infectors of the same caliber in the area. Internally, it is conservatively estimated that there are still over 20 groups of various distortion infectors, each group containing at least several hundred units. The patrol range covers a surrounding airspace of 100 kilometers, not limited to activities within facilities. Combat assessment: the overall number of infectors is less than that within the Star Torch space station, but the energy level of individual infectors surpasses that by 1 level. It is recommended to deploy a full mech squadron equipped with electromagnetic shielding gear for coordinated assaults. After listening to the data briefing from Star Hub, Lin Yuxi frowned slightly and murmured to himself, "There are still roamers. It seems we shouldn't think about the Star Ring 7 until we find a Star Ember crystal core suitable for the Starfall mechs, or create a large mech squadron." A wise choice. Although the Dyson Cloud blueprint inside Star Ring 7 is a magnificent fruit of the Star Core civilization, it is not a resource that must be obtained at this moment. In the live stream, Star Hub played the role of a high-level intelligence entity, initiating a conversation with Lin Yuxi. "This trip is not in vain. We've confirmed the true conditions of Star Ring 7 up close, allowing us to consider it as the next core stronghold after stabilizing in low Earth orbit. It seems we can only proceed this way. After gathering data from the periphery, let's find a suitable wreck to deploy a sensor array, and then leave. We can return once our mech army is formed." Lin Yuxi nodded slightly, controlling the Judgment Mech to stop advancing when they were about 400 kilometers from Star. Then, using a radius of 400 kilometers, he began to navigate in a circular trajectory, preparing to fly around Star Ring 7, while collecting more comprehensive scanning data and searching for a suitable location to deploy the sensor array. After completing all of this, Lin Yuxi activated the Dark Crystal Shield mode, reducing the mech's energy signal to the lowest threshold, attempting to explore the inner regions further and collect material samples. The decision to venture further was partly due to the fact that superconducting alloy samples from the periphery of Star Ring 7 were among the materials Elena specifically hoped he would bring back. Additionally, he needed to verify the practical concealment effects of the Judgment Mech's dark crystal shielding mode here. This would help him ensure the proper observation distance when approaching the secondary mother nest, as the danger near the secondary mother nest was absolutely incomparable to here. Conducting practical verification in advance was a very wise choice, although this place was dangerous with the mobility of the Judgment Mech, and his own piloting skills escaping was completely feasible even if they couldn't win. The vector thrusters provided only the faintest thrust as the Judgment Mech drifted silently, like a massive piece of metal debris gliding past the shattered arrays. As they passed by a large fallen energy collection panel, the dark crystal-heavy sword flashed, with purple light smoothly and silently slicing off a small piece of superconducting alloy sample, which he then quietly stored in the material bay. After completing the sampling, Lin Yuxi marked the coordinates of the Black Mist Control Unit and the approximate patrol routes of the energy distortion infectors on the star map, synchronizing all exploration data to the database of the Star Torch space station. Without any hesitation, the Judgment Mech quietly retreated from the alert airspace of Star Ring 7, following the shadow belt. The vector thrusters re-illuminated with a faint purple glow as the mech altered its course towards the deep recesses of the debris belt, racing towards the faintly visible dark red energy sourced the Black Mist secondary mother nest. In the live stream footage, the silver-white and gold-trimmed mech gradually disappeared into the dim and profound interior of the debris belt. The metallic fragments along the way became increasingly dense, and faint signal interference snowflakes began to appear at the edges of the screen. The oppressive and deadly atmosphere spread along with the camera. The Black Mist intelligence army that had annihilated the once glorious Star Core civilization over 120,000 years ago lurked in a ghastly corner beneath the deep star sea, and the planetary-level secondary mother nest was about to reveal itself in the most shocking manner before everyone. Meanwhile, the Judger Mech entered a long-distance travel mode for 20 hours. The six-pointed star live broadcast room switched to a long-haul rotation mode, with the host and guests taking turns to rest, while the main screen remained fixed on the first-person perspective of the Judger. The mottled metal wreckage slowly drifted away, a dark purple tail flame tracing a slender light mark in the vacuum. The barrage, however, maintained a high level of activity, with viewers not discussing the relic value of Star Ring No. 7. Instead, they were speculating about strategies for teaming up to tackle the Dyson node after the crown opened and the originally tense reconnaissance atmosphere in the live broadcast gradually eased. Halfway through the journey, Qin Feng returned to the host seat accompanied by a special guest, Shun Su, the official commentator of the global mech competition. Taking advantage of this stable travel period, they began discussing the hottest topics on the internet besides Star Core reboot. Qin Feng smiled and opened the conversation. I believe viewers who have been following the news have noticed that the buzz for the second global mech competition is overwhelming with its popularity, second only to our Star Core reboot. Teacher Shun Su has been deeply involved in the mech community for many years, so he can share insights on the current industry environment. Shun Su nodded, taking over the topic with a smile. In fact, the rapid breakout of mech competitions in the past 2 years is primarily due to the widespread availability of civilian VR technology. Now nearly every ordinary family has entry-level VR headsets. The immersive viewing experience is far superior to traditional events, and audiences have a particularly high acceptance of intense visual and impactful competitive content, effectively laying a solid viewer foundation for the mech competitions. This second competition is primarily organized by several established multinational capital alliances led by Hall Technologies from M Country, following a typical dual-track approach. One track is the military-industrial line, with participating teams mostly bound to military enterprise backgrounds. What is termed as a competition is in fact an open technical testing ground. The power systems, armor, materials, and control schemes are iterated through the competition, ultimately benefiting the military sector. The other track is purely commercialized entertainment modeled after top-tier combat events, with VR paid viewing player stardom and a full range of peripheral derivatives. Creating topics and generating buzz, they transform niche competitions into mass-level traffic businesses. Currently, overseas social platforms are filled with related content breaking through barriers thoroughly. In contrast, our domestic approach is somewhat different. Chun Yin interjected. In Long Country, the research and development in the mech field mainly focuses on national strategic levels, leaning more towards aerospace infrastructure and energy sectors. There isn't much layout for commercialized entertainment events. The overall strategy is to pursue long-term planning and practical development without overspending on technical reserves for the sake of traffic. Shin Su paused briefly before continuing. Over a dozen leading civilian mech manufacturers in the country are fully preparing for this competition, focusing on high mobility and lightweight designs. Interestingly, many teams are currently referencing the neural connection control schemes from Star Core reboot. After the StarCore virtual engine was opened, the entire industry has been using it to improve their neural control systems, and the technological leap in this competition will certainly be much greater than in the first. As they discussed technological implementation, the conversation naturally shifted to StarCore technologies, and Xin Feng took over the topic. Speaking of technological implementation, there have actually been many rumors within the industry recently. These are mostly circulated in small circles without solid evidence, everyone can treat them as gossip. It is said that StarCore Technologies is advancing in-depth cooperation with the National Energy Administration and the Aerospace Administration to jointly develop a large-scale energy project. However, the official side has never disclosed any formal information, so the authenticity remains uncertain. Xin Feng, her tone tinged with excitement, followed the lead, and throughout the most discussed speculation in the barrage, so can it be understood that the external rumor about all the technological sources of StarCore Technologies comes from the one self-evolving simulated virtual world of StarCore Reboot. Since it has already transcended the realm of pure virtual engines and begun to implement technology in energy and aerospace, is there a possibility that the highly developed mech designs and high-precision neural link systems in the game could also be extracted and simplified to enter the physical mech field directly? There is indeed a possibility, Shen Su replied with conviction. The response precision and multi-threaded controllability of this neural link system in the game are at least a generation ahead of the real industry. If StarCore Technologies really enters the physical mech market, just the neural control aspect alone can create a generational gap. Xin Feng couldn't hide her excitement upon hearing this. If that day really comes, it would be incredibly exciting. Currently, Long Country relies on private manufacturers to participate in international competitions, and the top technical reserves indeed suffer in comparison to teams with military-industrial backgrounds. Achieving breakthroughs has always been challenging. If StarCore Technologies comes in with technology, it might just rewrite the entire landscape. The barrage was instantly ignited and viewers engaged enthusiastically in discussions speculating the strength of the competition teams and the technological layout of StarCore Technologies, creating subtle echoes between the in-game and external worlds. The 20-hour-long journey was anything but tedious. Rather, it was fueled by the rising heat of this cross-border discussion. As the journey entered the final 2 hours, the concentration of dark mist energy in the deep space background began to slowly rise, and the topic in the live broadcast gradually returned to the task of reconnaissance itself. The official operation of StarCore Reboot was also quite efficient, releasing a supplementary setting document in response to the game's hot discussion topics. The explanation of the Judger's onboard anthracite crystal passive detection and shielding system details the most discussed question among viewers in the barrage: how can a single small mech dare to approach the dark mist mother nest for reconnaissance without being detected by high-level units? Our official style for StarCore Reboot remains hardcore, addressing the audience's concerns and providing some hidden settings from the game. Chun Yin projected a simplified and integrated version of the data onto the live screen. This system is the latest breakthrough from the Ilena team, fundamentally based on the energy resonance patterns previously dismantled from the D9 cabin's dark mist control unit, combined with the exclusive properties of anthracite crystals for targeted development. The principle is not complicated. It does not actively emit any radar waves or detection signals throughout the process, relying entirely on the anthracite crystal array arranged on the fuselage. It passively captures the extremely weak energy characteristics emitted by dark mist units, equivalent to a super high-precision passive listening device. At the same time, the anthracite crystal itself can converge and shield all energy signals from the mech effectively, granting it a stealth buff. Listening without revealing makes it difficult for the opposing side to perceive it. However, the cost is also considerable. He added almost exhausting 80 of the high-level anthracite crystal stock in the space station, with half used to retrofit the Judger's detection module. The other half has been made into 3 fixed passive sensing arrays, which will be deployed around the mother nest for long-term monitoring during this mission. Of course, it also has limitations. The detection precision attenuates with distance and can only recognize units and structures with active energy reactions. Completely sealed deep armor and closed chambers cannot be penetrated. The barrage was filled with comments of realization, with some joking that this was using the dark mist's own elements to counter it, while others marveled at the heavy investment made for this reconnaissance, with the logical settings fitting tightly together. As the commentary voice faded, the Judger gradually reduced its thrust power, and the speed of travel steadily decreased. Lin Yuxi piloted the Judger to drift sideways, maneuvering around a massive piece of wreckage from a space battleship ahead. At the end of the main screen in the deep space, a vast dark purple structure that exceeded cognition gradually unfolded before the eyes of all viewers. It was a massive semiformed elongated ellipsoid crystal hive, with a length scale on the detection screen indicating a longitudinal span of 75 kilometers, tapering at both ends and bulging in the middle. Its main crystal lattice framework had already been erected, its sharp, cold, geometric lines gleaming with a dark purple luster under the faint crimson light of the Astra star. The completed framework was meticulously ordered and structured, every ridge and each lattice node precisely, as if the product of elaborate calculations exuding a mechanical aesthetic. This starkly contrasted with the chaotic, fragmented, rusted metal debris field around it, like a giant, uncut, dark purple crystal core that had grown inexplicably in the ruins. The gaps in the framework were not yet fully sealed, crisscrossing crystal lattice, main beams radiated from the center outward to the entire hive, resembling the natural growth veins of a crystal. At various lattice nodes, faint lavender glimmers dotted the ridges like scattered stars marking active construction sites, proving that this war fortress was still growing. Around the mother hive, countless dark purple specks surged incessantly around the megastructure like bees laboring around a hive. Under the Arbiter's magnified view, one could faintly see them spreading into the surrounding debris field, dragging and dismantling metal fragments of all sizes. They continuously sent the raw materials back to the surface input ports of the mother hive, using the debris as nourishment to feed the construction of its own structure. The vast majority of units were busy with engineering tasks, with only a few patrolling slowly on the outer perimeter performing guard duties. At the very center of the mother hive, a dark red glow 5 kilometers in diameter steadily shone through the semi-formed. Energy flowed slowly along the crystal lattice main beams, its rhythm of light and dark languid, yet heavy like a mechanical heart that had slumbered for 1,000 years. It had begun to beat silently again in the vacuum of space, becoming the most conspicuous energy source in the entire dim debris field. There was no imagined chaos or brutality, only extreme order, cold discipline, and a visibly continuous expansion of growth. The live stream chat eerily went silent for 2 full seconds, then exploded with a deluge of comments as the oppressive presence of an advanced cosmic mechanical civilization's war machine shook every viewer's heart through the lens. Inside the cockpit, Lin Yuxi gazed calmly at the distant behemoth, his fingertips gliding lightly over the control interface. 700 kilometers, absolute safety line. The mother hive's alert perception network showed no anomalies. He confirmed the operational status of the passive detection array, and the deep purple crystal core array slowly lit up across the hull surface. It was time to take another step forward and see the true nature of this secondary hive. Lin Yuxi moved his mind slightly, and the vector nozzles on the Arbiter's back emitted a barely perceptible lavender glow, the machine sliding slowly toward the mother hive by inertia. He did not accelerate rashly, always staying close to the shadow belts of large debris, with the dark crystals shielding power pushed to maximum. The machine's energy signature was suppressed to that of a floating piece of scrap metal, advancing silently to a depth of 450 kilometers. After nearly an hour of travel, dozens of scattered rocky asteroids came into view. They were small, of ordinary composition, worthless for mining, covered in thick cosmic dust, and utterly inconspicuous among the dense debris field. Lin Yuxi selected 3 of the most unremarkable rocky asteroids as deployment points, their spacing just right to form a stable triangular monitoring network. Moreover, the rock bodies perfectly shielded the array's energy dissipation, making them natural concealed deployment sites. The Arbiter mech skimmed over the 3 asteroids one by one, and the storage bay on the northern side ejected 3 fixed passive sensing arrays. Through the intelligent recognition system, they embedded deeply into the rock faces facing away from the mother hive, with a camouflage coating that automatically matched the texture of the rock. The 3 arrays activated simultaneously, the dark crystal resonance module quietly engaging, and an invisible perception network instantly spread out. It encompassed the entire energy fluctuations of the mother hive for monitoring, with encrypted data streams transmitted in real time to the Arbiter's onboard terminal. After a dozen seconds, the cold electronic voice of the star hub sounded. Primary full domain scan complete. Data loading. A translucent data panel unfolded layer by layer on the cockpit. HUD passive monitoring array network established successfully. Full domain scan precision upgraded to decimeter level. Target black mist secondary hive. Current structure completion 31. 2 awakening degree matching 30 threshold. Surface production grid completion rate 62. 7. Mid-level assembly cavity framework laid 44. Inner heavy dock bay under main structure construction completion rate less than 18. Core mother nucleus energy output stable growth rate conforms to standard exponential curve. Projected at current rate reaching 100 awakening and unlocking full combat capacity 92 days, approximately 3 months. The panel jumped, and the list of currently detected active units refreshed simultaneously. Current active combat engineering unit statistics. 1. Dust Bee Hunter cumulative active count approximately 410981, with 82 performing debris dismantling and raw material transport, 18 dispersed over a 300 kilometers perimeter for guard patrol. 2. Thorn Scout cumulative active count approximately 37068 mixed into the dust bee swarms undertaking forward perception and target marking duties. 3. Armor-eating engineers small batch trial production 120 detected concentrated in the mid-level construction area of the hive responsible for fine internal structural assembly. 4. Darkwing shuttle total output of 110 units primarily tasked with long-distance raw material transport and airspace cruise patrol. No active signals of heavy combat units above 15 meters detected. Production lines for mid-level and above combat units, not yet mass-produced. After a brief pause, a third projection panel appeared calculating the first wave assault force size based on the current production curve and structural unlock rhythm. At 100 awakening, the first wave assault force is projected to consist of flagship Class 2 Vector Annihilators light warship class responsible for frontal assault and main defense suppression. Heavy mechs 10 blacklight suppressors, 80 bone wretch cruisers forming the core echelon for frontline assault. Air combat 360 Darkwing shuttles responsible for air supremacy supply line harassment and swarm unit. Assault units 240 Wreck Guard over 120 tactical infestors responsible for stronghold breach and compartment clearance. Expendable swarm approximately 300 Dust Bee Hunters 400 Thorn Scouts, 200 Armor-eating engineers tasked with saturation, harassment, armor breaching, and area suppression. Support units 12 full domain interference beacons 2 infestation incubation boats for electronic warfare and rapid forward base construction. 3 months. Lin Yuxi tapped lightly on the interface, his gaze fixed on the number 92 days, reading it over and over. This timeline was even tighter than his initial estimate. In 3 months, this war factory hidden in the debris field would fully awaken. A fully formed space combat fleet would strike straight at the Star Torch space station. In the live stream, the originally dense text on the HUD was split screen and magnified. The audience, already awed by the Mother Hive's appearance, was further ignited by the imminent first large-scale space war since the game's launch. I thought it was some disgusting mutated nest, but it's a pure mechanical war megastructure. The texture of this advanced mechanical civilization is incredible. So the mining infestors we met before were just small fry. This is the real muscle of the Black Mist. Hundreds of thousands of worker bees dismantling debris to feed the mother. This self-replication ability is so broken. The longer you wait, the stronger it gets. Can't let it develop. The first wave already has warships heavy mech shuttle wings. This isn't a normal stronghold defense, it's a real small-scale space war. No wonder they were rushing to grab ice mines and explore Dyson nodes, all to stockpile for this fight. The scale of this game is enormous. Stop chatting. Go back and build up infrastructure. Crowd recruitment must be on the agenda immediately. This few people can't defend the station. An epic space showdown in 3 months, right? I'm already hyped. I have to get in a mech and take a swing. Bro, wake up. That's only if you have a beta key. Crying. Even 10000 spots aren't nearly enough. The queue has over 20 million now. When will I ever get lucky? Please, let me in. I want to turn wrenches. I want to pilot a mech. I want to fight in space. Contrasting the orderly and continuous growth of the Black Mist Hive on the other side of the orbit inside the Star Torch space station, the player count had already exceeded 600, still growing by thousands each day, thriving with passionate, unbridled vitality in this space harbor that had been silent for 100 years. They were replaying the eternal conflict between the infinite potential of organic civilization and the absolute cold rationality of inorganic civilization in this vast universe. But whether the outcome would be different this time might only be decided by these lovable, foolish Fourth Calamity players. A massive crystalline mother nest quietly hovers in the center of the debris belt, the dim purple core radiating a melancholic glow through the conference room's holographic projection. The long conference table made of deep walnut would cast shadows over several Western faces. This is the top-level boardroom of Hall Technology headquarters in the central CBD of Los Angeles M country, with a full glass wall facing the city's most bustling skyline. At this moment, all the one-way blackout curtains are drawn, leaving only the holographic giant screen on the front wall illuminated. This is a closed-door secret meeting that is not recorded or publicly disclosed, attended by top figures in the Western technology and capital circles, whose mere presence can shake half the industry. Around the long table sit 4 distinguished men, each accompanied by a personal secretary, standing in formal attire, silently, holding encrypted tablets responsible only for recording and passing documents. Seated in the main position is Old Hall, the current chairman of Hall Group, nearing 80 years old, with meticulously combed white hair and a deep gray suit that is impeccably pressed. He embodies the archetypal old-school Anglo-Saxon aristocrat, fingers resting on the armrest, a vintage family crest ring adorning his knuckles. He listens to the report with downcast eyes, rarely lifting his eyelids, exuding an oppressive aura accumulated from decades in a high position. With one hand, he transformed Hull Technology from an electronic components company into a multinational giant spanning simulation technology, military electronics, and energy investment, making him a core figure in the entire alliance. His style is shrewd and calculated, belonging to the absolute conservative faction. He would never resort to extreme measures unless absolutely necessary, yet he shows no mercy to his opponents. To the left of the main position sits Edwin Hull, old Hull's most beloved son, the actual power holder of Hull Technology, and the core creator of the Odin AI system. At just 28 years old, his silver-gray hair is impeccably styled, his profile is sharp, and his deep brown eyes often carry a hint of the arrogance and aloofness characteristic of a technical genius. He is the one who understands the value of the Star Core reboot technology the best among all present, and he is also the one most aware of the technological gap between the two parties. Seated at the right side of the long table is Brown, the leader of the largest North American energy and military-industrial conglomerate, Titan Technology. In his 50s, he has a robust build, a square jawline, and large knuckles, his suit sleeves stretched tightly over his muscular arms, resembling a retired military officer rather than a capital tycoon. He controls nearly 30% of Western traditional energy production capacity and the heavy military supply chain, connecting him to dozens of defense contractors, making him the most radical hardliner present. The fusion technology of Star Core Technology has directly undermined the foundation of his industry, thus he advocates for the use of national power supply chain restrictions, financial sanctions, and all possible means to contain it. Beside Brown sits Karen, the actual controller of the world's largest virtual entertainment group and the true operator of the global Mecha League. Around 40 years old, he has a refined appearance, always wearing a hint of just the right smile, appearing to be the gentlest among them. Yet he is the most astute, understanding the dynamics of traffic and the commercial ecosystem. He controls over 50% of the Western VR entertainment market, virtual event IPs, and the star-making industry. After the explosive popularity of Star Core Reboot, his foundational audience is most directly impacted. In his attitude towards Star Core Technology, he is a pragmatic business conservative, opposing complete decoupling and unwilling to give up the vast consumer market of the Dragon Country. He advocates for relying on a mature business ecosystem, IP operations, and product experiences to compete, believing that completely tearing the market apart would benefit no one. In the vast conference room, the only sound comes from the occasional electronic voice of the Star Core system, echoing lowly in the spacious space. The dark purple outline of the mother nest slowly rotates in the light and shadow, resembling a countdown bomb, suspended above everyone's heads, crushing the already tense atmosphere to the point of making it difficult to breathe. Edwin spoke first, his voice kept low. Let's review the simulation track. We have exhausted all overt methods such as patent lawsuits, security bills, and industry standards, and indeed the high-end political and military markets are temporarily kept at bay. But it has been ineffective. Many domestic research institutions and corporate technology departments are circumventing regulations to procure the basic version of the API through third-party channels simply because its simulation efficiency is nearly twice that of the Odin system. He pointed at the screen showing the swift directional changes of the adjudicator, his tone becoming even more somber. More critically, this is not just an ordinary game engine. The Star Core Reboot is fundamentally a fully immersive and self-evolving virtual world. It is a complete virtual industrial evolution platform. Our previous judgment was fundamentally flawed, as Star Core Technology is not here to seize the gaming market. It aims to upend the entire technology industry. The technological gap is evident. Administrative orders can only regulate overt cooperation, but cannot control market choices, and in the long run it cannot be contained. My situation is also very grim, Karen interjected, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. This year's Mecha League preheating has burned through $3 billion in funding, and the online hype is still less than 70% of Star Core Reboot. The growth rate of paid VR viewing users has dropped by nearly 40% compared to last year. 3 top-tier sponsors are already negotiating budget cuts and have begun to reach out to Star Core Technology. 2 top-tier IP development teams in country have already contacted intermediaries to engage with Star Core Technology, seeking to purchase worldview licenses for film and derivative content. If this continues, our virtual entertainment ecosystem, which we have managed for over a decade, will be uprooted in less than 2 years. The most critical issue is not even these. Brown slammed the documents in his hand onto the table, his voice filled with suppressed anger. The inside word from the energy sector has just returned. The fusion collaboration between Star Core Technology and the Dragon Country's Energy Administration and Aerospace Administration has already been established. One plan is an optimization scheme for the existing tokamak devices, which can be completed in 3 months, directly increasing power generation efficiency by 35%. The other plan for the cold fusion engine has already been initiated. Gentlemen, this is the lifeline of energy. Once they implement low-cost fusion, first our decades-long energy hegemony and military pricing power will all be shaken. This is no longer just a matter of market share, it means our roots will be dug up by others. After the three finished speaking, a long silence fell over the conference room. Everyone understands the reasoning, but reality is cruel. Relying solely on their own R&D capabilities, it may take them 10 years to catch up to the current technological height of StarCore, and without hope of catching up, people are easily pushed to extremes. At this rate, in at most 5 years, we will be completely left behind in all core tracks. Brown looked over the crowd, his tone carrying a hint of madness. I still hold to my opinion, we cannot sit and wait to die. Activate the extreme decoupling plan and tighten the export controls on high-end special alloys and precision processing equipment. Coordinate with allied countries to include all series of StarCore technologies in the national security blacklist, and then use the settlement system to impose restrictions. At worst, it will be a global technological decoupling. Both sides will suffer, which is better than being gradually eaten away. No, Edwin immediately rejected this. Decoupling won't solve the problem, it will only force them to accelerate their independence across the entire industry chain. Our only remaining advantage is the accumulation of the industrial system. If we really push them to build their entire industry chain, we'll end up dying faster. The technological gap cannot be bridged by administrative means. Karen nodded in agreement. From a commercial perspective, it's also not cost-effective. If we truly decouple, our content and products won't be able to enter the Dragon Country market, and given their consumer capacity, it would be equivalent to voluntarily giving up half of our territory. By the end of the debate, everyone fell silent. No one could come up with a real breakthrough solution. They could either passively wait for death or overturn the table for mutual destruction. Either choice leads to defeat. Old Hall, who had remained silent throughout, finally lifted his eyes at this moment. He gently tapped his fingers on the armrest, and the conference room instantly fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Have you all had enough of the noise? He spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. With the cards you have in hand, you can either sit and wait to die, or overturn the table for a desperate gamble. Is that all you've got? He raised his hand and lightly tapped the terminal on the table, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd. We already have new partners, and they are willing to give us a ticket to the new world. As his words fell, the holographic projection device in the center of the long table suddenly lit up. A blurred male figure slowly emerged, shrouded in a layer of blue light, his features indistinguishable, his age unidentifiable, and his voice processed to sound deep and calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Good evening, gentlemen, the virtual figure nodded slightly. You may call me Mr. Z. At this statement, both Brown and Karen's expressions changed simultaneously. At their level, they are well aware of the significance of the code name Mr. Z, which is a designation only held by leaders of various national Guanyu Funds branches. And Mr. Z is precisely the head of the Guanyu Funds branch in M Country, one of the core power figures in the secret organization that has rapidly risen at a terrifying pace over the past 2 decades. The most shocked person present was Evan Hall, as his father had never mentioned that Mr. Z would also participate in today's meeting. In his memory, the last time there was a hacker attack on the restart of the core star, it was ultimately suppressed by the Guanyu Fund. He had always believed that the Guanyu Fund had some involvement behind the scenes in the restart of the core star. So why would his father allow Mr. Z to attend this important meeting regarding StarCore technology today? Mr. Z's virtual projection seemed to catch a glimpse of Evan Hall's hesitant expression. With a faint smile, he spoke, Mr. Evan, if you have something to say, please feel free to speak directly. I can guess what you're thinking. The matter of the Heller Group was suppressed by the Guanyu Fund. Why am I here today to discuss how to deal with StarCore technology when our shadows linger? His voice was electronically processed, devoid of emotion, yet carried an undertone that pierced the heart. The Guanyu Fund has developed to such an extent that its internal structure is complex, with vastly different demands across various regions and factions. There are many deep-seated matters that I cannot elaborate on. But one thing can be clearly stated: as the head of the M Country branch, I have been deeply rooted in this land for 20 years, and my interests are already deeply intertwined with those of you present and the capital system of this country. I have secured formal authorization from the Council and my allies, and I will fully support the Hall Alliance and stand on the same side as you. He paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over the four present, his tone carrying a deeper meaning. You are all veterans in this circle and should still remember the Silver Tide technology revolution of 20 years ago, right? At that time, a batch of epic-making neural network algorithms, new special material formulas, and high-end industrial control systems erupted, without warning, directly pushing the global technological level forward by a whole decade, completely reshaping the structure of the entire high-end industrial chain. The outside world considered it a collective breakthrough that occurred when the accumulation of industry, academia, and research reached a critical point, but at your level you should have heard rumors that the source of that revolution was the Guanyu Fund. We relied on a batch of advanced technologies to precisely position ourselves, holding the core discourse power of several key industrial nodes. Over the next 20 years, we secretly cultivated this network step by step until we achieved today's scale. In other words, our greatest strength lies in turning advanced technology into the power that you can wield. 20 years ago, we could initiate a technological revolution. Today, we can similarly offer you a ticket to join this epic technological transformation. Without further small talk, Mr. Z got straight to the point. I understand your current predicament. The technological gap is unbridged. The blockade cannot be stopped, and if this continues, you will either be slowly consumed or act out of desperation. This is a situation we do not wish to see. He waved his hand lightly, and 2 sets of technical framework documents hovered beside the projection with parameter entries clearly scrolling in front of everyone. We can provide 2 technical authorizations. The first is an industrial-grade realism underlying framework that can increase the civilian simulation accuracy of the Odin system from 82 to 89, with neural synchronization delay compressed to 5 milliseconds. The second is the second-generation neural interaction architecture, which, after adapting to existing mecha hardware, will enhance control response accuracy by 40 and reduce neural load by 60, sufficient to support military-grade precision operations. Evan's gaze instantly fixated on the technical documents displayed on the screen, and his breathing quickened. He quickly scanned the summary of the core algorithms, his fingers trembling slightly, and soon he confirmed that Mr. Z was not lying. Both technologies were mature technologies that could be realistically implemented, with each parameter precisely targeting their current technological bottlenecks. Then how does it compare to StarCore technology? He blurted out. There is still a generational gap. Mr. Z replied frankly, the fully physical self-evolving system of StarCore is something of a different dimension. These 2 sets of technologies have not reached that level. As for technologies of the same level as StarCore technology, we do have them. However, for various reasons, I have not yet obtained authorization. But this is enough to change your situation from having no chance to being qualified to sit at the table and compete. In the civilian market, industrial simulations, and mecha competitions, you will no longer be passive targets. He paused and added, the technology is limited to internal use by the Hall Alliance. Reverse engineering is prohibited, and external dissemination is forbidden. Externally, it will be uniformly declared to be the joint research results of your laboratory. As for the final distribution of benefits after the technology is implemented, I need to take 50. You must understand that I have paid a significant price to obtain the Council's authorization. A share of 50 is very reasonable. The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds, and the previously oppressive atmosphere gradually became more vibrant. Evan's eyes reignited with fighting spirit. He had been in a state of desperate pursuit, unable to even see the taillights of the opponent. Now, with this set of technological foundation, he could at least close the gap, preventing them from being left further behind, and perhaps even have a chance to reclaim a victory in a particular segment. Brown also relaxed his tense shoulders, and extreme decoupling was no longer mentioned. With technology to support them combined with supply chain standards and market strategies, it was far more stable than acting out of desperation. Good. We accept. Old Hall decisively approved. We agree to the terms. Evan, you will be responsible for the subsequent technical integration. The rhythm of the meeting was completely reversed as the few quickly finalized a new strategic layout around the new technology. Evan led the integration of technology, forming a global technological alliance with the core enterprises of allies in the EU and parts of Asia. They launched a unified Western technology standard, creating an exclusive ecological closed loop, solidifying the foundation of the entire Western market. Brown was responsible for tightening high-end supply chain exports, urging allied countries to implement supporting review standards, raising the threshold and cost for StarCore technology to enter the market, using regulatory advantages to slow down the opponent's expansion speed. Karen fully upgraded the Mecha League using the new generation of neural interaction technology to refresh the viewing and participating experience, pouring resources into star making and expanding the scale of competitions. They aim to establish the League as a benchmark IP for the Western camp, countering the global popularity of StarCore IP. As the meeting approached its end, the attendees dispersed, and Old Hall and Young Hall sat opposite each other. Don't celebrate too early. Old Hall gazed at the spot where the projection had disappeared, his eyes deep. The timing of the technology's emergence is too coincidental, and the measures taken are too precise, as if someone had accurately calculated our bottom line and handed it over. We need to utilize our family's hidden resources to see if we can uncover Mr. Z's true identity. Technology can be used, but we cannot stake our lives and fortunes on something with an unknown origin. We must also prepare extreme decoupling plans as our last resort. I understand, Father. Evan nodded, his heart pressed with the same doubts, but his desire for technology outweighed his concerns. He was only thinking of returning to the laboratory as soon as possible to verify the 2 technologies. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Alps, thousands of miles away, a small town, surrounded by pine forests, was basking in the warm. The stone pavement was warmed by the sun with flower displays and handmade cheeses in the shop windows, while a few residents sat leisurely chatting by the outdoor cafe. Even the wind carried the scent of pine needles and cream, moving slowly, as if time had softened its pace here. A middle-aged woman wearing a beige knitted cardigan was approaching with a wicker basket, her appearance typical of a long kingdom face, with gentle brows and eyes, and a pair of thin-framed glasses perched on her nose, exuding a calmness steeped in years of bookishness. Her hair was loosely tied back with a few stray strands at her temples, looking no different from all the other settled outsiders. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Jason. The daffodils are blooming beautifully today." The white-haired shopkeeper smiled and waved at her as she passed the flower shop. She also smiled and nodded, responding in fluent German. "Indeed, I will return later to choose a couple for the living room." Along the way, neighbors occasionally greeted her, and some even cheerfully handed her freshly baked cookies, which she accepted graciously, walking steadily into a quiet alley. At the end of the alley stood a simple manor surrounded by a wooden fence with white walls and red tiles covered in ivy, looking no different from all the old manors in the town. Pushing open the wooden door and entering the courtyard, she casually placed the basket on a stone table under the porch. She took off her cardigan and draped it over the armrest of the sofa. Just as she reached the door of the study, a deep male voice came from inside, laced with a hint of laughter. "The meeting with Hall just ended, and Z has released the technology as planned." Inside was a middle-aged man with a long kingdom face, possessing a sharpness in his features, yet overall presenting the image of a friendly and sunny neighbor. Releasing the realism and neural technology to the Hall group is equivalent to extending their life. The woman naturally walked up to him, adjusted his collar, and then took his left arm, her gentle voice carrying a hint of confusion. "Is it worth nurturing a tiger?" The male voice chuckled softly, his tone carrying a touch of teasing. "That kid is still too inexperienced. The technology was released too hastily, and the generational gap is too wide. These old oligarchs are all cunning individuals who have rolled through the jungle for decades. Once they realize they can't catch up, they will undoubtedly act out of desperation, decoupling, sanctioning, or even instigating regional conflicts. Nothing is beyond them. If it comes to that, we will have to start a long internal strife again, and what then can we talk about dealing with the troubles overhead?" He raised his eyes to the darkening night outside, his voice softening. "Leave them half a generation of hope, so they feel that with a bit of grit, they can still catch up. Only then will they sit back at the table to compete honestly. Running on both sides is the only way to raise the technological baseline of humanity faster. Having one dominant force has never been a good thing. Competition brings vitality. The overseas branches have been somewhat restless in recent years." The woman added, "Just right." The male voice remained calm, showing no sign of anger or joy. "Using this situation through that kid's hand, we can clear out the restless elements within Guanyu. It's been 20 years, as some of them have already lost sight of their positions." The mountain wind outside rustled through the treetops, creating a delicate sound. On a screen in a corner of the room, people from the Hall group were energetically deploying new plans, unaware of it. This seemingly life-saving technological gift is merely a piece already predetermined in a vast chess game involving two. At 10 o'clock at night, in an ordinary apartment in Nanhai City, Han Dong rubbed his aching eyes, his fingertips casually scrolling across the screen. As a somewhat well-known blogger on the technology forum Deep Space Frontier, he would patiently wait for the official release of the key research area's progress report from the Dragon Kingdom at the end of each quarter. He would cut several key points into a summary video, a topic he had been covering for 10 consecutive years with over 40 installments. His fans had long developed the habit of watching his breakdown of the report at the end of each quarter. After viewing his analysis video, they could grasp the true progress of high-end research in the country. The reason he chose to create a breakdown video of this report was that he understood the significance of this announcement. This was not a press release meant for publicity, but rather an internal work report released by multiple departments, including the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Energy Bureau, and the Space Administration. Netizens were accustomed to the Dragon Kingdom's consistent style, characterized by extreme steadiness and low profile, which was completely different from the Western approach, where projects are often hyped for funding, even while still in the PowerPoint stage. Not to mention those that hadn't completed core verifications or crossed key technological thresholds. Even the projects that merely achieved stage results and made it onto this list were all solid projects that had tackled tough challenges with minimal obstacles for future implementation. The level of credibility was even higher than many standalone press releases announcing significant breakthroughs. In previous reports, having 2 or 3 core results in a quarter was already considered a harvest season. The most he could recall from a single report was 5 items coinciding with a significant aerospace project that had a concentrated delivery, which sparked discussions in the industry for nearly half a month. Therefore, he didn't have high expectations tonight. He planned to quickly skim through 2 or 3 key points, edit a 3 to 5 minute video, and then go to sleep. But as he continued to scroll, his actions gradually came to a halt. The list of results for this issue was extraordinarily lengthy, spanning from the energy sector to aerospace, then sliding over new materials, precision manufacturing, and deep-sea equipment, all the way to the end, densely packed with a total of 12 items. From the optimization plan for the tokamak fusion device being implemented to the theoretical breakthrough of core stress materials for space elevators, then to the completion of iterations for 17 types of special alloys and the algorithm upgrades for high-end 5-axis control systems, it almost covered the majority of the core research directions that had long been at a bottleneck in the high-end industrial system. He instinctively flipped back to the beginning of the document, repeatedly checking the title and the date at the end. It was indeed the quarterly report for the third quarter, not a half-year summary, let alone an annual review. Something's not right. Deep Space Observer frowned, his body unconsciously straightening up from the back of the chair. 12 significant stage results, and each was a major breakthrough in various key research directions. This was nearly equivalent to several years' worth of achievements, all crammed into these 3 months. This could no longer be described as harvest. It was as if the entire research system had suddenly pressed the acceleration button silently. The first item was a heavyweight announcement in the field of fusion. The optimization plan for the existing tokamak fusion device has completed validation under all operating conditions, with a 320 increase in steady-state confinement duration and a 35.7 increase in net power generation efficiency. The first batch of 8 commercial power stations has begun renovations, expected to be interconnected and operational within 3 months. Han Dong paused for a moment. He was aware of this improvement project in fusion energy, which was a significant challenge faced by the global energy sector, and this bottleneck had hindered the entire fusion energy field for 15 years. Even the most optimistic estimates in the industry suggested it would take another 5 to 8 years to reach this threshold. How did it suddenly get implemented? He continued scrolling, shocked again and again. The core carbon-based composite material for the space elevator has surpassed its original theoretical limits in stress strength, and the overall climbing scheme has completed full condition validation, advancing the overall project timeline by 24 months. The new generation of Mars-orbiting probes and asteroid mining experimental vessels have completed overall planned iterations, shortening the research and development cycle by 62. 17 aerospace-grade special alloy formulas have been optimized with average increases of 18 in yield strength and high temperature resistance, and several long-imported high-end materials have achieved self-sufficiency. The high-end precision machining control system has completed algorithm iterations, improving both processing accuracy and yield rate, and can be directly adapted to existing production lines. Further down were breakthroughs in deep-sea equipment, new energy storage, biomedical simulations, and many other fields. Each item alone would be enough to dominate the headlines in the text section for a while. Yet now they were squeezed into the same quarterly report like wholesale items, without even a standalone press release. He took a deep breath, screenshotting and labeling the core items one by one, and overnight posted a main thread titled, "Just finished analyzing the third quarter research report. The density is a bit outrageous." In the body, he did not add too many subjective judgments, only listing the few most significant results and adding a few industry insights for reference, concluding within 1 quarter they've done the work of the past 5 or 6 years. I don't know if I missed any news, or if the scientific community in the Dragon Kingdom has activated some accelerator. When the post was first published, it was just a small discussion. The forum traffic was not high late at night. After a night of fermentation and reposts by enthusiastic netizens, professionals from various specialized fields began to take notice. Those working on fusion, this parameter is truly outrageous. Our group was still working on a 5-year plan last month. While we were planning, they had already completed verification. The aerospace materials position came to confirm the breakthrough in stress strength has been circulating internally for almost half a month. I thought it was a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be included in the report. You won't believe this, our director suddenly changed the 10-year plan to 2 years last week. As a passerby in precision machining, the control system upgrade is real. Our factory is already measuring adaptation plans. It said that the yield rate can increase significantly, but I don't know where the algorithms came from. The confidentiality level is very high. With every comment, industry insiders provided solid evidence. The discussion escalated as everyone gradually converged on the view that with so many tracks breaking through simultaneously, it couldn't possibly be that the entire industry suddenly had a collective epiphany. Until someone suddenly posted, "Did anyone notice the technical support column at the end of each project? I just flipped through 2, and it seems they all mentioned the same company." This statement was like pulling on a thread. Soon someone compiled the attribution information of the 12 results and organized it into a comparison table for posting. The 2 core fusion projects clearly stated in the technical support column Star Core Technology as the core technical support party, joint research and development. For the materials of the space elevator deep space exploration plans, special alloy optimizations, and precision control upgrades. The remaining 10 items all indicated in the technical support column utilizing StarCore's full simulation engine to complete full condition validation. Looking at the entire table, all 12 major breakthroughs mention StarCore Technology, a recently emerging tech company in the Dragon Kingdom. The heat of discussion on the forum began to rise sharply. Prior to this, the public's understanding of StarCore Technology was still limited to the company that produced the full simulation technology for StarCore Reboot. They knew that they had opened API interfaces for universities and research institutions, and that they were collaborating with the government on material simulations for space elevators. But no one expected that the scope of StarCore Technology's business had expanded so widely. I feel dumbfounded. It turns out the game is really just a civilian byproduct for them. So StarCore Reboot is the legendary 1-1 simulated virtual world. The internal rules are still evolved by Super AI. This is practically a black box for birthing black technology. Previously, some said StarCore could only make games, but now it seems that games are merely the application scenario with the lowest technological threshold. Their real battlefield is not in consumer internet at all. The discussion heat soared, and the post quickly spread from the niche forum to the entire internet, with major tech media following suit and reposting. The topic, third quarter research report StarCore Technology, quietly climbed the trending list. No one organized any promotion, nor was there an official press release. Relying solely on netizens and industry insiders digging layer by layer, a low-key quarterly report was forcibly transformed into a widely discussed technological event. The heated discussions online did not gradually subside. Instead, they surged out of the tech circle completely the next day, spreading to major social media. Initially, the discussions focused on the significance of the 12 breakthroughs themselves, but as more seasoned professionals joined in, the topic gradually shifted direction. In that explosive forum post, a particularly striking reply was pushed to the most prominent position by a flood of comments. I am not exactly an industry insider, but I have been following the tech sector in Manhwa for decades. Does no one else feel a sense of déjà vu about the current state of the tech scene in Manhwa? This sudden concentration of breakthroughs across multiple sectors, silently crossing over bottlenecks, resembles the silver tide technological revolution from 20 years ago. Just like back then there were no signs the underlying technologies broke through first, it's simply that the silver tide tech revolution was shrouded in more mystery, with the origins of that technological revolution still being a riddle. This statement was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up memories of the silver tide tech revolution among many older netizens and industry veterans. Many practitioners who experienced that era began to share their stories. Some recalled that 20 years ago the global research community was progressing steadily, when suddenly in the span of just 1 year breakthroughs occurred simultaneously in several fields, including neural network algorithms, specialized material formulas, and high-end industrial control systems. The overall technological level advanced nearly a decade, directly spawning a wave of global industrial upgrades. More critically, the source of that revolution remains a mystery to this day. The outside world only knows that the technology gradually spread through multiple research institutions and enterprises, but no one can clarify where the original core technology came from, nor has anyone identified the true leaders. All countries benefited from the technological dividends, but if one were to discuss who benefited the most and laid the strongest foundation, it would undoubtedly be Manhwa. It was precisely thanks to that batch of foundational technologies that Manhwa quickly overcame its industrial shortcomings in aerospace and deep space exploration, widening the gap with the West by nearly a decade. Back then, during the Silver Tide Revolution, we made a fortune in silence. Now this wave is clearly being supported by Xinghe Technology. Do you think it could be the same thing? 20 years ago, it was anonymous contributions, now it's under a different company shell. Xinghe Technology's background has always been unclear. It was established recently, and its technology is profoundly complex. I refuse to believe it has no relation to what happened back then. Could it be that the national team has changed its disguise? The speed of this technological iteration is something ordinary private enterprises cannot achieve. Speculations spread wider and wider, yet no solid evidence emerged. The official response was absent, and Xinghe Technology remained silent, which only thickened the air of mystery. Meanwhile, in an unknown corner, this analysis report of the heated online discussions and another encrypted intelligence report from overseas were currently laid side by side on the Eight Immortals table in a courtyard deep in Kyoto. Leaves from the old locust tree at the corner of the courtyard had fallen, and the familiar white porcelain teacups in the hall were steaming gently. 3 elderly men sat around the table, with 2 printed documents spread out before them. One was a summary report of domestic research breakthroughs for the third quarter, accompanied by an analysis summary of the online public sentiment, with the words Silver Tide Revolution specially circled. The other was thicker, a report from overseas intelligence stating that the Hall Technology Alliance had secretly completed the acceptance of the new generation of industrial simulation framework and neural interaction architecture. Its parameters far exceeded the current industry levels. Although it still lagged half a generation behind Xinghe technology, it was undeniably a groundbreaking advancement expected to be officially announced next month. What is Guan Yu Fund doing? Old Joe pointed at the paper of the Overseas Intelligence Report, with a furrowed brow, speaking first with his usual caution. They just helped us implement fusion and aerospace technologies, and now the M country branch turns around to offer Hall a simulation technology of the same origin. I'm worried about two things. First, there's a divide within Guangyu, and the M countryside has grown too big to control. Second, once Hall acquires the technology, they will accelerate their transition towards military applications, and it won't be long before they narrow the gap. Our half-generation lead might not last long. My suggestion is to tighten the collaboration boundaries with Xinghe technology, raise the protection level of core technologies by one level, and not release all technologies in accordance with their pace. What was given to Hall are only civilian and industrial-grade simulation frameworks and neural interaction systems. The core fusion engineering and deep space-level technologies have not leaked out at all. We have already implemented the power station transformation. While they are still grappling with the baseline of simulation, the gap is not just a small difference, but a full half-generation to a generation apart. Moreover, Guangyu's interests are tied to the global industrial chain, and they cannot possibly keep all benefits to themselves. If we really push the West into a corner, complete decoupling, overturning tables, or even provoking regional hot wars, anything is possible. If it comes to that, we'll also suffer from internal strife, which would be a losing game. This approach, if you think carefully, is exactly the same as the Silver Tide Revolution. 20 years ago, we hold the core dividends, while still leaving a little broth for the other side, making them feel that with some effort they can catch up. It's not bias, it's about leading the race, but not letting them catch up. Keeping a steady pace ensures that nothing goes wrong. The hall fell silent for a few seconds, and the old leader slowly raised his eyes, his gaze landing on the branches of the locust tree outside the window, his voice low with a hint of amusement. This is the style of the Lin family. It was like this 20 years ago, and it still is now. It's not that Guangyu Fund has grown too big to control, but rather that the couple running it have a grand enough vision. The current global landscape is in a state of mutually anchored balance where no one can devour the other. If one side is truly pushed to the brink, it will either lead to Cold War decoupling or hot war internal strife, ultimately harming all of humanity. At that point, everyone would be forced to redirect their energy from exploring the starry sky above back to endless internal conflicts. Leave them half a generation of hope, let them feel there is still a future, then they will sit back at the table competing in research and industry. Competition is not a bad thing. With competition, the entire civilization's technological iteration speed can increase. The key is that the main technologies and core dividends must always remain on our side. As long as the foundation is solid and the direction is correct, that is enough. With that said, the tone has already been set. The old leader took a sip of hot tea and said casually, "We will not interfere with or undermine Guanyu's. We will proceed at our own pace, pushing forward the fusion and deep space projects, continuing to allocate resources, expanding our first mover advantage from half a generation to more than a generation. Additionally, keep a close watch on Hall's military transformation trends and prepare sufficient contingency plans, being well prepared for any eventuality." After hearing this, both Old Zhou and Old Chun nodded in agreement, and the topic shifted elsewhere, with the gentle sound of teacups clinking resonating clearly in the quiet hall. Outside the window, the wind swept through the autumn leaves, and the seeds planted 20 years ago had already grown into a complex root system, silently pushing human civilization to greater heights. Far away in the Astrostar region, in the dedicated chamber of the No. 2 ignition satellite, Lin Yuxi had returned from a reconnaissance mission aboard the secondary mothership 3 days ago. During these days, his energy had been primarily focused on major infrastructure, closing a comprehensive report of several hundred pages on the current status of the Xingju space station. Lin Yuxi rubbed his aching temples, and as usual opened the terminal for the Earth network, preparing to deal with important matters from Xinghe technology that he had not had time to address. An urgent email from Shun Tua appeared at the most prominent position on the terminal with more than 10 unread messages behind it, indicating that he was quite anxious. Shin Tua's email was lengthy and detailed, offering a precise account of the emerging technologies held by the Hall Alliance of Country M. As an outer member of the Guanyu Fund in Longhua, his information channels were evidently well established. In Shun Tua's ingrained perception, Lin Han, even if not personally a high-ranking official of the Guanyu Fund, was undoubtedly backed by an equivalent entity wielding authority at the council level. Throughout the entire email, anxiety seeped between the lines. Implicitly and explicitly, it hinted to Lin Han that the batch of new technologies acquired by the Hall Alliance traced back to the Country M branch. a sign of factional expansion and defiance of central control. Given Lin Han's position, he could fully leverage the Council's authority to exert pressure, swiftly curbing the outflow of technology and preserving the group's first-mover advantage. Lin Yuxi tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing. He naturally understood the subtext, yet he had no intention of dispelling the misunderstanding. It saved him the trouble of explaining. As for the Guangyu Council's authority, he had none of that. Let this beautiful misunderstanding persist. Soon a brief reply was sent, acknowledged. No need for excessive concern. The current core task is to steadily advance the implementation of fusion technology, deepen the industry-academia collaboration with Long, was official sector, and proceed as originally planned. I will handle the country and branch. You focus on your own duties. This ambiguous response, he believed, would be enough to set Shun Tua's mind at ease. After sending the email, Lin Yuxi began searching through publicly available materials from the Silver Tide technological revolution of 2 decades ago. 20 years ago, the global scientific community experienced an unprecedented collective breakthrough. Over a dozen fundamental fields simultaneously crossed their bottlenecks, propelling overall technology forward by nearly a decade and directly sparking a worldwide industrial upgrade. Yet to this day, the source of that revolution remains a mystery. The technology gradually spread through multiple institutions and enterprises, but no one has ever identified its true orchestrator. The Guangyu Fund coincidentally rose rapidly in the aftermath of that revolution, step by step, growing into a colossal entity spanning the globe. The timeline fit perfectly. Every nation received a share of the technological dividends, but the one that feasted the most and built the strongest foundation was undoubtedly Longhua. He even unearthed a news article from 20 years ago. It was an official report on the phased breakthrough of Longhua's deep space exploration project. The accompanying photo showed a group photo of the project's key personnel, 3 young individuals in work uniforms standing before a launch tower, their smiles radiant. Lin Yuxi's fingers abruptly froze. The man on the left had handsome features, the woman a gentle smile, and the man on the right, slightly older, exuded a sharp, determined gaze. Below the photo was a caption: Core Project members Lin Jingchuan, Su Wanqing, and Lu Tianze, the most outstanding young experts in Longhua's aerospace engineering. Indeed, long before his birth, his parents were already at the forefront of the nation's aerospace field. Together with Uncle Lu, they were hailed as the leading figures of the modern aerospace golden generation. In a daze, distant memories surfaced. During his childhood, his parents were perpetually busy, seldom returning home. Often it was Aunt Lu and other uncles and aunts in the aerospace compound who looked after him. But whenever they came back, the house was always warm. His mother would tie on an apron and, like a magician, efficiently produce a full table of his favorite dishes. After dinner, his father would take him and his mother to the hill behind the aerospace compound for camping and fishing. When night fell, he would point to the starry river and weave stories. His father's astronomy lessons were always unique. He would blend the myth of the cowherd and the weaver girl with the trajectories of constellations, crafting romantic tales of civilizations dwelling on stars and the hidden sparks of life in the cosmic depths. Those tales, half real and half fantasy, planted a seed early on, kindling in him an infinite yearning for the skies above. Back then he took them as mere bedtime stories. Now looking back, the details within seemed not entirely fabricated. His fingertips lingered on the photo on the screen for a long time before Lin Yuxi gently withdrew his hand. The disappearance of his parents was shrouded in mystery. The accident during the Kuiper Belt reconnaissance mission remains the greatest enigma in Longhua's modern aerospace history. He instinctively touched the pendant his parents had always insisted he wear, the highest authority key to the stellar core civilization spark plant. It seemed that from the warmth of past memories a fleeting detail had sparked, but when he tried to recall it, everything felt ordinary. Shaking his head, he quickly suppressed the turmoil within. Now was not the time to dwell on these matters. The threads of these mysteries were tangled, and he had no clear path to unravel them. The true life or death deadline was the first wave of attacks from the Black Mist secondary hive 3 months hence. Whether the Xingzhou space station could hold out was the fundamental question that would determine their survival in this star sector. Matters on Earth could wait. He needed to concentrate on resolving the immediate crisis. Just then the cabin door slid open soundlessly. Yelena walked in carrying a holographic data pad, white hair flecked with metallic debris, clearly arriving straight from the dockyard. As previously arranged, they were to finalize the overall defensive framework for the 3-month preparation period. Yelena, true to form, got straight to the point with no intention of exchanging pleasantries with the highest authority. The preliminary plan is ready. The core idea is to repair and repurpose existing assets, primarily leveraging the space station's native legacy combined with the accessible resources identified in the current debris ring. With a tap of her fingertip, a holographic projection unfolded before them. On the 3-dimensional model of the Xingzhou space station, layered defensive circles were marked in different colors. Following the three-ring defensive concept, she began to explain each layer. The outermost is the blockade and warning ring, deploying passive monitoring nodes, gel rail minefields, and unmanned floating artillery posts along the debris belt. Its primary roles are early warning, deceleration, and attrition of vanguard cannon fodder. The engineering load is minimal, and it can be fully implemented within the first month. The middle layer is the firepower interception ring, repairing the heavy railguns on the central ring of the Hsinchu space station and the Closian rapid-fire cannons on the outer hull. The innermost is the core shield ring, reactivating the space station's native area shield system, supplemented by elite player squads equipped with space combat gear to plug gaps and absorb lethal damage that penetrates the defensive line. Additionally, the hidden spark plan dockyard you discovered during the return trip from long-range probing of the secondary hive, I've marked it. With another tap, a red coordinate point lit up on the three-dimensional star map over 2,000 kilometers from the Hsinchu. Inside are two Thunder-class light escort ships sealed away. Their damage condition is better than expected. The main structure and armor framework are intact, making them viable for restoration. Once the first batch of transport vessels is repaired, we can initiate a recovery plan, tow them back to the dock for overhaul and modification. This is an unexpected bonus. Yelena sighed, her usually beautiful brows knitted into a frown, her face etched with worry. This is the only good news we have. In terms of overall combat power, we are still far behind the first hive fleet detected in the probe results. Ileana switched to another page of data, her tone laced with concern. I've assessed our resources. Two Thunder-class light escort ships should complete basic repairs within 3 months without major issues. This is the standard light escort ship of the Stellar Core Civilization's orbital defense fleet. It measures 376 meters in length, originally designed for outer escort, close-range interception, and patrol, alerting, perfectly aligned with the crystalline hunting ship of the Black Mist. Its original configuration includes 2 antimatter pulse engines, a heavy particle main cannon at the bow, and 6 secondary cannons distributed along the side. The ship is equipped with foreclosed defense barrage systems, and at the rear there is a small hangar capable of accommodating 4 standard mechs and 6 space fighters for missions. The wreckage is in better condition than expected. There was no core detonation, and the main armor framework is preserved at about 68, with no fatal structural deformation. The main damage is to the power core, weapon systems, and precision electronic systems. The antimatter engine is completely irreparable. 60% of the main cannon's energy core is destroyed, the shield generator and closed defense systems are completely wrecked, and the hangar has structural damage. I have also designed a preliminary repair plan to replace it with 2 parallel modified cold fusion power reactors, reconstructing the energy conduction circuit for the main cannon and reinforcing the weak armor positions. Basic repairs and combat power restoration can be completed within 3 months, with the single ship's main cannon power at about 62 of the original armor defense, reaching 70% of the original design and a 30% decrease in maneuverability. There will be no shield system and no available closed defense weapons. The overall combat power of a single ship is slightly inferior to that of the Black Mist's crystalline hunting ship. Only with the cooperation of both ships can they barely contend against 2 ships of the same class from the enemy. They are currently our only battlecruisers, serving as the core trump card to withstand direct assaults and fill the firepower blind spots of the fixed gun turrets. She traced a line with her fingertip, and the parameter panel for the space combat units popped up. Regarding the space fighters, the design for the Starhawk-class light fighter has been completed and adapted for production. This fighter has a total length of 12.8 meters, featuring a single-seat, single-engine layout. It comes standard with an enlarged cold fusion propulsion core with 2 enhanced pulse laser cannons mounted at the nose and 4 energy tracking missiles on the wings. In terms of instantaneous acceleration, maneuverability, and firepower penetration, it completely suppresses the Black Mist's Darkwing shuttles. The issue lies in production capacity. Its core servo components and energy-focusing lenses require extremely high processing precision given our current production line efficiency. Running at full capacity for 3 months, we can produce slightly over 20 units, just enough to form 2 elite squadrons, which cannot adequately cover the full defensive perimeter around the space station. Ileana tucked a strand of her white hair behind her ear and pulled up a 3D parameter chart for the mechs, adding, in addition to the fighters, the situation for large space combat mechs is equally grim. I filtered 2 simplified models from the Stellar Core Mech database that are compatible with our current industrial capability. One is the Falcon-type space combat mech focused on high-speed melee combat, with a total height of 21 meters and a lightweight fusion power structure. It is equipped with twin rapid-fire particle cannons on both arms and 2 particle combat blades stored in the shoulders, offering excellent maneuverability, specifically tasked with intercepting enemy shuttles and engaging the Black Mist standard mechs. However, its drawback is that the armor is relatively thin, leading to slightly lower defense. The other model is the rock glaive-type assault mech designed for heavy firepower against ships, standing at a height of 23 meters, with thickened dark crystal composite armor. It has stronger power output with a heavy energy-penetrating cannon mounted on the chest, and 2 large explosive shells stored in its shoulder compartments specifically targeting the outer armor and turret nodes of enemy warships. Its drawback is a bulky maneuverability requiring cover. The complete standard mech from the Stellar Corps are equipped with antimatter annihilation engines providing power armor and firepower that are entirely on another level capable of suppressing an entire squadron of enemy aircraft by themselves. However, we currently have no conditions to replicate the antimatter engines and can only produce downgraded versions of fusion power with nearly 60% of performance indicators reduced. Even for the simplified versions, due to the production capacity limitations of the dark crystal armor plates and core transmission components, we can only produce around 10 units in 3 months at full capacity. These can only be allocated to the most elite pilots utilized as precision tools and cannot be deployed widely across the board. After discussing the aerial combat capabilities, she pointed at the densely packed turret markers on the model. The repair of the turrets has also encountered problems. The hardware integrity of the railguns and closed defense cannons is not too bad, though over 50% can recover energy supply and firing capability after disassembly and repair. However, the fire control computing modules have been nearly destroyed due to 1-0 years of component aging, and the spare parts available can only restore 2 heavy cannons to full automatic mode. The remaining cannons, even if powered, will have firing deviations of dozens of kilometers without a fire control system for ballistic calibration and dynamic tracking, making them no different from mere decorations. Finally, there is the shield system, which is the core trump card of the entire defense system, and its status is equally unsatisfactory. Ileana pulled up the structural diagram of the shield generator, her tone turning more serious. This Titan-class area shield is an emergency defense device that came with the space station, originally designed to be powered by an antimatter annihilation reactor with extremely high energy density. In full power mode, it can cover the entire space station with 360 coverage, capable of withstanding concentrated fire from a small fleet. After 1-0 years, the antimatter reserves stored within the station have been completely depleted, and it can now only be powered by fusion power generation arrays. The energy density of fusion is far inferior to that of antimatter, and given the severe aging of the superconducting lines, energy transmission losses reach 42. The resonance efficiency of the shield particles is also low, resulting in a significant drop in performance. Let alone covering the entire space station, even maintaining the single directional shield for the main defensive front cannot last long. The current reserves of deuterium and tritium can only support regular infrastructure plus 3 or 4 emergency shield activations. If combat occurs, the energy consumption of fully loaded turrets and shields cannot be sustained. She paused and added her current optimization thoughts. However, I have a preliminary direction for modifications. Just a few days ago, a player in the engineering forum proposed a concept for superconducting voltage reduction, which is logically feasible. First, we need to recast the main conduction lattice of the shield using dark crystal, replacing the aged superconducting lines, which can reduce energy transmission losses from 42 to 8. Under the same energy input, shield strength can increase by nearly 30%. Secondly, we will use Abyss Core liquid for resonance calibration, precisely matching the frequency of fusion energy, enhancing the aggregation of shield particles, which will significantly improve resistance to penetration and particle beams. However, both of these optimizations require time and sufficient dark crystal and ice or fuel to support them. Mining ice or must be prioritized. Only by extracting deuterium and helium-3 in bulk to replenish the fusion fuel stock can our turret, shields, and all combat units operate normally, otherwise everything is just empty talk. Lin Yuxi gently tapped the edge of the control panel, pondering for a moment before speaking. To summarize, we have 3 urgent problems to solve. First, there is a significant gap in standard aerial combat units. 20 fighters and 10 mechs cannot match hundreds of Darkwing shuttles and the overwhelming swarm of dust bees. The numerical gap cannot be compensated for by slight performance advantages. Second, there is a serious lack of mid-range interception firepower. The majority of railguns lack fire control modules, making it very difficult to clear small swarm units. If the dust bees get close to the space station's outer wall to gnaw at the armor and damage the facilities, it will be hard to control the damage. Third, there is a shortage of raw materials for energy. Until the ice ore is mined, neither the shields nor the railguns can operate at full capacity, exacerbating our already strained defenses. He paused, his tone showing no signs of avoidance. Judging by the current situation, relying on our existing resources to harden through conventional positional warfare and withstand the first wave of attacks has a very low probability of success. The control room fell silent, with only the soft hum of the terminal's operation echoing in the space. Both stared at the defensive model projected in front of them, each running through possible solutions in their minds. Conventional development ideas had almost become impractical. 3 months is a very short time frame, and they had no time to methodically ramp up production to fill in the gaps. After a brief silence, they spoke nearly, "Why not post a recruitment thread on the official forum? Or see if there are any other ideas on the player forum?" As soon as the words were out, they both paused, then exchanged a knowing smile. Just a few days ago, the superconducting voltage reduction engineering concept was still part of their shield optimization plan. The wildly imaginative thinking of players had long since broken free from the conventional frameworks of scientific research, surprising them many times. In the face of this situation that conventional ideas cannot resolve, perhaps those fearless players with their wild imaginations could come up with some unexpected clever solutions. The unexpected rapport caused them to exchange a knowing smile, which somewhat alleviated the anxiety of survival crisis. Elena tucked a strand of white hair behind her ear and spoke first with a smile. "To be honest, I often browse forums, and I have a minor account with a bit of popularity. How about I post a thread using that account, lay out the current defense situation, and gather the players' ideas?" Lin Yuxi raised an eyebrow, a playful smile crossing his face. "That ID Shingazani is you, isn't it? I was wondering why a tech-savvy new face suddenly appeared. I noticed you during the last forum discussion on the superconducting voltage reduction plan." Just as he finished speaking, the tips of Elena's ears silently flushed a faint red. She had thought her alt account was well hidden and no one would know, but Lin Yuxi had already discovered it long ago. Just as he finished speaking, the tips of Elena's ears silently flushed a faint red. She had thought her alt account was well hidden and no one would know, but Lin Yuxi had already discovered it long ago. Thinking about how her alt account sometimes had some Chinibu posts, and this cute ID she liked which had long been seen by him, her face felt a bit hot. But she refused to admit defeat, verbally looking up and retorting directly using the emphasis she had just learned on the forum. "So you, Guardian, are the true lurker. Lurking on the forum every day, without even leaving a comment, a classic forum, ghostwrite." Lin Yuxi hadn't expected Elena to be such a quick learner, already so proficient in internet slang. He raised a hand to touch the tip of his nose and cleared his throat twice. Cough. Cough. "This isn't lurking, it's collecting genuine player feedback. Only by keeping a constant pulse on the latest player movements can we better plan the subsequent development direction." Lin Yuxi hadn't expected Elena to be such a quick learner, already so proficient in internet slang. He raised a hand to touch the tip of his nose and cleared his throat twice. Cough. Cough. "This isn't lurking, it's collecting genuine player feedback. Only by keeping a constant pulse on the latest player movements can we better plan the subsequent development direction." Then Lin Yuxi pondered for a moment and said, "You don't need to post with your alt account. I have a better idea." 2 hours later, the official website of Star Core Reboot, which was usually sparing with words, released a lengthy update announcement. There was no pre-launch pop-up, no full network push, just like every routine version update before. Only a bold pinned announcement quietly hung in the most prominent position on the homepage. "See round beta test launch announcement, Star Torch Defense War. To all players. First of all, congratulations on the total number of Star Core Reboot players officially surpassing the 100 mark, completing another milestone in the Star Core world. Since the server opened thanks to the joint efforts of all players, we have taken only 3 months to go from an initial 3-person space station survival to now regaining full control of the Star Torch space station, the space motherport of the Star Core civilization. We have cleared hundreds of thousands of mechanical contamination entities and ultimately isolated and farmed the Black Mist Global Control Unit, turning this once most terrifying civilization destroyer into a continuous source of power on our development path. This civilization miracle occurring in another dimension has been accomplished by every player, every fan who silently follows and supports Star Core Reboot. Here, all members of the Star Core Reboot development team extend our most sincere gratitude to all players and fans. Due to the outstanding performance of the players, the main storyline progress has significantly accelerated, also bringing new crises. Combined with the results of the recently completed long-range exploration mission, the current recovery progress of the Black Mist secondary hive has reached 31.2, with its autonomous evolution rate exceeding the initial algorithm prediction. Confirmed by the built-in Super AI Star Pivot simulation, the remaining time until the hive completes its first stage of awakening and launches the first full-scale assault is approximately 92 days. Star Core Reboot is a 1-1 full-scale simulated autonomous evolution world. All physical rules, civilization processes, and campaign trends are independently calculated by the Star Pivot. There is no forced plot safety net. All results are jointly determined by the real actions of all players. This campaign is the first large-scale, main storyline campaign since the server opened, and victory or defeat will directly determine the direction of the world line. If defense succeeds, fully unlock space daily defense gameplay, the Star Torch space station enters a long-term expansion phase, gradually opening up subsequent content, such as repair of nearby seed facilities and near-orbit resource development. The Black Mist Hive will continue to send fleets at fixed intervals. The front line will gradually advance and eventually unlock the surface landing storyline, allowing players to explore the vast astrosurface world. If defense fails, the current world line terminates. The server will be shut down. The restart time is to be determined, and all player account progress, permission levels, and virtual assets will be completely reset to 0. Concurrent permissions are also open. The Star Torch Space Defense Database is officially made public, allowing free access to the current status of space station military equipment, production capacity, defense facilities, and complete enemy intelligence. StarCore Reboot is a world built and perfected bit by all players. Its future is closely tied to you. The StarCore Reboot official team has always adhered to the principle of only providing service guidance with the world's direction jointly determined by all players. Please, all players, seize the 3-month preparation window and actively complete preparations. We hope that after repelling the Black Mist Mechanical Legion's offensive, we can jointly witness the broader world of StarCore civilization. Signed, all members of the StarCore Reboot development team. As soon as the announcement was posted, the comments section below refreshed at a rate of hundreds per second, stacking up to several thousand floors in just a few minutes. Shinkong Moyuang, whoa. The official actually wrote such a long post today. The sun must be rising from the west. And they even said, thank you. I'm a bit overwhelmed. What's going on? Hanwoody Laozhong. Seriously, looking back, 3 months ago we were still scavenging trash in the novice pod and repairing the air recycler. Now we've taken over the entire Star Torch space station. Saying we've created a miracle is not an exaggeration. Xinghe Degongren. It's not just that we made the StarCore world, the StarCore world also made us. I've paid off my mortgage with 2 months of in-game income. Seriously, this game is no longer just a game. It's already my Jixi Abi has 1 month and a half. I've saved up a down payment in a second-tier city. I'm moving into a new house next week. Saying it changed my life is no exaggeration. Yunwanjia Ihao. Although I haven't gotten an account yet, watching you guys build it step by step is really immersive. This is truly another living world. Wanfeng Jiue. Other games have the official create the plot for you to play. Here, we all write the plot together. This feeling is really special. Ijimai Shijia, surface landing. I've finally waited for this day. When that happens, I'll plant all kinds of alien vegetables and develop 100 kinds of dark cuisine. Jijian Kuangma Xiao Zhou, a wave of offense and defense every 2 months. That's like a fixed season. Fight, then build infrastructure, then beat up the Black Mist. I love this rhythm. Daikiaki Uihas, nearby seed facilities, near-orbit development. This map is too big. I feel like there will be new content to play for the whole next year. Shinfeng Yangzihu, we've already achieved farming the Black Mist. Will there be even more outrageous things on the surface? I'm already rubbing my hands in anticipation. Jijian Kuangma Xiao Zhou, a wave of offense and defense every 2 months. That's like a fixed season. Fight, then build infrastructure, then beat up the Black Mist. I love this rhythm. Daikiaki Uihas, nearby seed facilities, near-orbit development. This map is too big. I feel like there will be new content to play for the whole next year. Shinfeng Yangzihu, we've already achieved farming the Black Mist. Will there be even more outrageous things on the surface? I'm already rubbing my hands in anticipation. Xingxin Lvran, everyone don't be too optimistic. I've just finished digging through the defense database and the situation. Lu Ran's alt account in StarCore Reboot. Xingxin Lvran was very popular on the forum and everyone basically knew him. He was a first-generation player, a tech expert who had participated in all major milestones of the game and was widely recognized as the player with the deepest understanding of the game. Seeing Lu Ran pop up and make such a pessimistic judgment, many players became nervous and urged him to explain in detail quickly. Soon Lu Ran opened a thread in the forum section and it was pinned by the official moderator. As soon as Lu Ran's post was pinned, it was instantly pushed to the top of hot threads by players rushing to respond with a straightforward title: Defense Simulation, 92 days of preparation for maximum combat capability assessment, our real winning rate and core gaps. Lu Ran maintained his direct style, cutting straight to the topic without any fluff. In his post, he explained that he had gone through the production line parameters of the defense database, the operational status of residual equipment, the recoverable resources from wreckage, and the progress of ice or mining. He conducted simulations based on the ideal full load conditions, ultimately concluding that relying solely on existing standard equipment for a conventional defensive battle would result in less than a 10% chance of holding the space station 3 months later. Through detailed data analysis, he identified 2 deadly core gaps. The first was the significant disparity in the number of aerial combat maneuver units. With full production capacity running for 3 months, they would only have 20 Starstrider fighters and 10 large mechs, while the opposing side had 360 Darkwing shuttles and an entire heavy mech battalion, a difference of a full order of magnitude, making air supremacy unattainable. The second gap was the severe lack of firepower from fixed turrets. Over 50% of orbital cannon bodies could be repaired, but almost all core fire control computing modules were destroyed, leaving only 2 fully automated heavy cannons, which could not support an interception network covering the entire airspace. Once tens of thousands of dust wasps attached to the outer wall to gnaw at the armor and damage the facilities, the damage would be uncontrollable. He specifically addressed a misconception held by many players who said that with 100,000 players each equipped with a set of power armor, they could overwhelm opponents with sheer numbers. It must be clarified that standard power armor is essentially engineering ground battle equipment designed for operations inside the cabin and movement along the outer wall, not intended for true vacuum aerial combat from the outset. The power armor they can currently mass-produce has poor maneuverability in a vacuum and a short effective range, making it impossible to form formations for airspace interception tasks. The advantage in player numbers would be rendered ineffective on the space battlefield. Finally, he made it clear that this wasn't an ordinary dungeon where losing would mean just losing a few pieces of equipment. It was a direct termination of the world line, with all account progress permission levels and virtual assets reset to 0. The star core coins accumulated over several months, the hard-earned permission levels, and the technological advancements painstakingly understood would be completely reset along with the server. At the end of the post, Liu Ran informed everyone that he had applied to the officials for a dedicated section for Starju Defense Creative Collection. Whether it was internal test players or cloud players waiting for qualifications, any feasible suggestions regarding equipment modifications, tactical ideas, or construction plans could be submitted. Top players from various fields within the game had formed a dedicated review committee. They would jointly submit valuable proposals to the faction leader Xing Yin for quick implementation in the game. Finally, Liu Ran expressed his sentiments with the word Starju is something we salvaged from the ruins ourselves. Whether we can hold it depends on. The dedicated section for the Starju Defense Creative Collection was also opened simultaneously, and within just a few minutes it saw an influx of over 10,000 comments, initially in a chaotic state. Someone suggested welding a high-thrust nozzle onto the power armor and binding explosives to charge at the enemy, only to be quickly shot down by data analysts. You'd be turned into a sieve before even reaching the enemy's range. It's just sending heads for free, not even worth a trade-off. Someone dug up the energy principles of Dyson nodes and proposed patching thousands of scrap metal plates onto the outer wall of the space station to create a concave reflective focusing array. This would concentrate the light from the Astra star into beams to incinerate the incoming enemy fleet, claiming it to be a zero-energy, purely physical kill. However, this idea was quickly cooled down by astronomers. Astra is a red dwarf star, and its surface temperature is inherently low, meaning this amount of light wouldn't even burn through the outer armor. Moreover, with both sides moving at high relative speeds, it would be impossible to target maneuvering objectives. While theoretically feasible, it would be useless in actual combat. Even more ingeniously, the engineering faction proposed a radical idea. Instead of refining fuel from extracted ice, or they suggested freezing dozens of tons of ice into blocks and using orbital launchers to hurl them, relying on kinetic energy to smash through the armor of enemy warships, emphasizing sheer brute force. However, upon calculation, they discovered a problem. While ice blocks may appear solid in a vacuum, a hit from a particle cannon would shatter them into debris, and their trajectory was too predictable, making it easy for the enemy to dodge, rendering it impressive in theory, but worthless in practice. Some even proposed a more radical distributed fire control, using human brains linking thousands of players' neural connections in parallel to compensate for the fire control computing gap, claiming it to be a human supercomputer. As soon as this idea came out, it sparked a heated discussion, with someone posting the safety threshold explanation for neural links, stating that players' brain synchronization rates could not meet the demands of computational collaboration. Not only was the latency absurdly high, but high-intensity information overload would also directly impact the nerves, causing dizziness and nausea, and in severe cases forcibly logging players out. It was a terrible idea that would harm the enemy by 800 while damaging oneself by 1,000. Less than half an hour into the debate, a post titled "Can't Fix Fire Control. Why Don't We Just Take Control Ourselves?" quickly rose to the front page of the section. The original poster directly posted a breakdown diagram of the internal structure of the orbital cannon with a concept that was simple to the point of being crude. The cannon body and power supply system of the orbital cannon were all intact. The only thing missing was the precise computing fire control chip. Since it couldn't be produced, he suggested bypassing it entirely by adding a basic neural link interface to the cannon position, retaining only the most fundamental ballistic calculation assistance functions. This would be equivalent to providing a crosshair and calculating a lead time, allowing players to manually aim and fire from the cannon position, utilizing humans as living fire control cores. The modification is minimal. There's no need to replace any precision core components, just connect a universal adapter port, and the engineering team could produce dozens within a week, perfectly circumventing the bottleneck of precision component production capacity. The comments section exploded instantly with posts flying up rapidly. Oh wow, this is just too much. The outer wall turrets are already the primary targets of enemy fire. Normally, they are all fully automated and unmanned. You insert a person in there, what survival rate could there possibly be? 10. So what if it's 10? I wouldn't be afraid of even 1. If I die, it's just a 4-hour cooldown. Fixing a broken cannon is a hassle, but reviving is free. Ordinarily, turret positions during battle are consumables. We can prepare a bunch of spare turrets. I saw that the official setting states that when a small turret is destroyed, it can immediately be replaced with a new one. Now we can do the same, and the costs have been significantly reduced. We've saved on the materials for core fire control modules. We can simply use humans to fill in, and when one gets blown up, we can just send another to take their place, emphasizing that more people means more power. While this really is abandoning defense and putting people first, truly treating lives as capital. This is great. Very fourth disaster-like. Isn't this just a space version of an FPS? I've spent 2,000 hours in CS. Oh, I want to be the first to sign up to fight the dust wasps. No one is worried about legality or danger. Everyone instantly grasped the core logic. The most valuable thing is precision industrial production capacity, while players' lives are expendable. Exchanging resurrection time for production capacity gaps is advantageous no matter how you calculate it. Following the idea of abandoning defense and putting people first, 2 sets of lightweight special attack equipment schemes were quickly refined by players, becoming the most popular concepts in the section. The first set is the Stinger-type special attack fighter. Initially, it was just a casual suggestion from players to weld an engine and bind explosives, which was gradually detailed by engineering players. They completely dismantled the armor shell, keeping only the basic life support system, the most basic auxiliary aiming system, a fusion power core, and weapon units. The nose was equipped with a pulse laser cannon that was currently the only one they could mass produce, and was relatively effective in space combat for long-range attacks, while the body was filled with large yield focused explosive components, allowing for self-detonation in close combat if unable to move. Almost all parts could be produced directly from common metals recycled from debris through reforged production lines, and with the current abundance of players' production volume, was not a concern. The modular components made assembly as simple as building with blocks with production capacity several times that of standard Starstrider fighters, and repair speed after battle damage was extremely fast. The comment section was unanimous in approval, focusing on exchange rates. Losing a shuttle isn't a loss. Blowing up an enemy cannon turret is a huge win. Who cares about survivability? Just getting in their face is victory. Wow, this is so thrilling. Can someone who has never flown a plane apply to be a pilot? I'm all about not being afraid of death. As if anyone is afraid of dying. 4 hours and you're back to being a hero with 1,000 hours of experience in aerial combat games. Remember to reserve me. The second set is the skeleton-type special attack mech. This is a close combat solution that is even more agile than the special attack fighter, stripping away all armor plates, buffering systems, and high-precision neural interaction systems, which are limited in production. Only the most basic power skeleton remains, covered by a layer of ordinary steel shell, with the control unit being a simplified version of a small mech. Although the maneuverability is lower, production can keep up. Equipped with multiple array vector thrusters, a modified high-power laser gun, and a specially designed power furnace that explodes upon impact, it seeks to maximize speed, maneuverability, and damage. It can maneuver through gaps and debris to engage in guerrilla tactics, taking out enemy shuttles, and can initiate self-detonation upon close contact, with the design allowing for mass production of at least hundreds within 3 months. The comment section casually mocked, so it's a naked mech, a traditional art of the fourth disaster. Why bother with defense when dying doesn't result in losing anything? Just rely on brute force. Why, you guys are too ruthless. If the quality is lacking, then just make up for it with quantity. Imagine dozens of them chasing after the black mist mechs to self-destruct. I wonder if your CPU will burn out. The exclusive section for the Star Torch Defense Creative Collection continues to gain momentum as players brainstorm ideas here, while many cloud players waiting for beta testing qualifications also unleash their creativity, resulting in a plethora of whimsical concepts. From modified equipment to construction traps, from tactical harassment to electronic interference, players' ideas grow increasingly eccentric, with signal decoy swarms, decoy fortresses made of wreckage, and gel deceleration nets. Various proposals are continuously put forth for discussion, with each hot topic accumulating thousands of comments, where some calculate parameters to patch loopholes, while others research data to refute claims, creating an atmosphere of heated debate. As more players engage in heated discussions over whether electronic decoys can indeed deceive the Black Mist Mechanical Legion, a post catches everyone's attention. The original poster is a beta player granted access to the Ileana Research Center for an internship, succinctly stating, "Stop arguing, I will log in to verify with our chief researcher, the silver-haired Ileana of the Star Torch Space Station, and return with definitive proof in 10 minutes. In an instant, hundreds of comments, such as waiting and anticipating an official conclusion, flood the post as a crowd of onlookers continues to debate while waiting for the chief researcher's authoritative confirmation. Before the 10 minutes are up, the original poster updates the main post directly quoting Ileana, first all active decoys and signal jamming devices equipped with precision electronic components cannot escape the multimode resonant detection radar of the Black Mist. The opponent can accurately identify energy levels and component characteristics, even reverse locating the source of the emission, which not only fails to deceive, but actively exposes the coordinates. Second, theoretically, it is possible to use Shui crystal for outer layer coating to shield signals, but Shui crystal is a core strategic resource, and using it solely for disposable decoy traps is extremely inefficient and not worth the cost. Third, while purely physical structures like gel deceleration nets and metal tripwires are undetectable, their effectiveness in hindering high-speed offensive units is limited, serving only as edge support and unable to sustain a main defensive system. With these three conclusions, the discussion in the forum suddenly cooled significantly. While it turns out all high-tech tricks are completely countered. They have fought civilization-destroying wars for millions of years. Oh, what kind of electronic countermeasures haven't they seen? Our little tricks are indeed inadequate. Shui crystal is already scarce in production. How can we waste it on decoys? This path is effectively blocked. Everyone felt somewhat disheartened. Comparing technology with high-level mechanical intelligences is like a primary school student competing with a professor in problem-solving, as conventional thinking cannot find loopholes. Just as the discussion seemed to be cooling down, two new posts were bumped to the top, like two stones dropped into a still water surface, instantly reigniting everyone's thoughts. The first post had a simple and straightforward title: if compact electronic components won't work, how about handmade black powder? Is there potential in black powder graphene cluster bombs? The original poster directly shared the complete design concept, returning to the most primitive chemical energy route using industrially purified gunpowder for explosive power mixed with the surplus graphene produced in the game's production line. The detonation mechanism uses a purely mechanical spring structure, abandoning precision chips, retaining only the core ignition component, which can completely shield signals with a small amount of Shui crystal coating. Theoretically, one Shui crystal can create hundreds of such detonators, costing less than 1,000th of the components for a turret, making it entirely feasible for low-cost mass production. The real lethality does not rely on explosive power, but on the widespread cloud of graphene fibers that spreads after. Conductive fibers will infiltrate enemy units through heat dissipation ports and sensor gaps, directly causing short circuits in precision chips, while also obscuring optical lenses and radar antenna covers, significantly impairing the enemy's perceptual capabilities. This compact cluster bomb is perfect for deployment in areas with abundant metal debris. It's as ordinary as a drop of water in the ocean, and I believe it should be able to evade the detection methods of the Black Mist. In other words, it attacks their cognitive blind spots. A civilization capable of interstellar warfare wouldn't consider gunpowder as a weapon, and I wonder if the Black Mist database still has any records of black powder. The second accompanying proposal quickly followed: silicon carbide abrasive to hinder radar. Using the same principle of gunpowder propulsion, ultrafine silicon carbide hard particles are exploded into an abrasive cloud, physically wearing down enemy mech joints, engine nozzles, and transmission structures, gradually diminishing their mobility and combat precision. Absolutely brilliant. Is this a reverse-dimensional strike? The interstellar civilization can withstand antimatter cannons, but can't handle gunpowder and graphene. I think this has potential. Black Mist: I've fought interstellar wars my entire life, and for the first time I've been caught off guard by industrial waste. This is the essence of the fourth catastrophe. If you can't win, just reverse history to a point your defense system can't cover. These two proposals do not consume military industrial capacity and do not exhaust core resources. Even if they cannot directly eliminate the Black Mist Legion's mechanical units, theoretically, they can weaken their combat capabilities, and even a slight reduction is a significant gain. In the early hours of the next day, the game silently completed a small silent version update. Led by Ileana, the research department issued a list for the first phase war preparation project, detailing 4 new defense initiatives. 1. Comprehensive overhaul of the exterior rotating manual turret, adopting a quick-change cannon pod model, allowing for rapid replacement of damaged units, and adding basic auxiliary aiming interfaces to the cannon position, opening manual control permissions to players. 2. The Stinger I-type special attack spacecraft officially enters mass production. The entire unit abandons composite armor ejection escape systems and high-precision fire control arrays. It retains only basic ballistic auxiliary aiming, a small fusion power core, and a single pulse laser in the nose, integrating a high-yield energy explosive device in the main cabin, following an extreme lightweight self-destruct assault route. Most of the parts are produced using metals recovered from wreckage and recast, employing a modular assembly process with a production capacity more than 5 times that of standard starfaring spacecraft, ensuring high efficiency in replacing battle losses and prioritizing production line quotas. 3. The Bone Chopper type assault mech is simultaneously put into production. It strips away the outer composite armor high-precision neural interaction suite and all-dimensional buffering system. Only the basic power skeleton simple control unit and multiple vector thrusters are retained equipped with modified high-power laser guns and core self-destruct devices, significantly enhancing maneuverability and instantaneous firepower. It can navigate through gaps and wreckage to perform close-quarters guerrilla tasks, with core components being reusable parts from scrap power armor, eliminating the need to create new precision molds, thereby maintaining a very low threshold for mass production. 4. The JZ-02 type carbon crystal fiber cluster jamming bomb is included in the tactical consumable mass production series. It uses a purely mechanical spring fuse with only the ignition component, utilizing a small amount of enchue crystal coating to shield signals. Using industrial gunpowder for propulsion, it contains industrial processing leftover graphene microfibers. Upon detonation, it spreads to form a large-scale conductive fiber cloud. This can cause short circuits in enemy precision components and failures in perceptual devices, displaying no strong energy characteristics throughout, making it difficult for active interception systems to recognize uniformly distributed to all combat units. 5. The public DIY equipment workshop for sections C9 and B2 is simultaneously opened. Players can submit designs for non-standard equipment and tactical tools, which will undergo basic safety and feasibility reviews by smart terminals. After paying the corresponding material costs and workstation occupancy fees, production will be handled by automated production lines. The official will not guarantee the combat effectiveness of non-standard equipment, and the ownership of the finished products belongs to the individual players. The official announcement made in the early hours completely failed to achieve the intended low-key effect. Within minutes, the forum was flooded with complaints. It was the early hours of the morning, a time when online player counts typically waned. Yet this silent update was like a ladle of cold water tossed into a pot of boiling oil, instantly detonating the nocturnal players still lurking in the forum. Suja under the ID, "I want to move bricks in space," seized the first floor. I was struggling to stay awake revising my blueprints, so I casually refreshed the official site. And holy crap, they dropped a bomb. Posting when the crowd is thinnest at midnight. Afraid we'd catch you copying homework red-handed. Old Ghost quickly followed up with a jab. Laughing my ass off, classic Barry Ready Adintasan move. Figured no one would be watching at this hour, but the nocturnal cultivators caught them all red-handed. The devs are basically confessing their guilt with this stunt. Mechanical Arm Lover even calculated the timeline. Yesterday afternoon, the forum was still hotly debating the graphene bomb plan, and by early this morning, it's an official project. Barely 8 hours in total. If they didn't copy it from the forum, I'll eat my own mechanical arm raw. Other players, brimming with sarcasm, had already changed their IDs to new ones, and StarCore official spokesperson, "Please mind your wording. This project is an independent RD result from the Scientific Research Department. Any resemblance to civil discussion is purely coincidental." Zhang no slacking. Got it. The Dev RD team worked overtime last night to copy the plans right. Kudos to the ops for getting up at 3 a.m. to post the announcement. Don't forget to pay them overtime. Then the 4 officially announced projects were stripped bare by players one by one, precisely puncturing the devs' high-sounding packaging. Rue ACII type special attack space fighter. Isn't that the spike and self-destruct drone that the forum argued about for 2 days? Just add a Roman numeral and a cool name, and it becomes an official self-developed achievement. Core features: removing armor stuffing, explosive modules, modular mass production. Not a single change. Holy crap, the Ligu type assault mech is even worse. Isn't that the skeleton bear mech we discussed during the day? Just slap on a formal military name, and it becomes an official mass-produced self-destruct mech. Stripping defensive modules, stacking mobility and self-destruct, reusing scrapped parts. The exact same concept. Gotta give it to the devs, they're really good at naming. Ligu type sounds so high-end. Carbon crystal fiber. Such a wordplay. Yesterday, it was still called black powder graphene cluster bomb, and today it's carbon crystal fiber. The devs naming department sure knows how to package. Exactly. Even the mechanical spring fuse and trace dark crystallite coating details are identical. Apart from the name change, I can't see any difference. Even the first-ranked rotary manual turret didn't escape the mockery, plainly being the official euphemism for human as fire control. With terms like quick change gun pod and auxiliary aiming interface slapped on it, instantly transformed from a player's brainchild into a formal defense project. As for the supplementary C9 and B2 public DIY workshops, players laugh that the devs' abacus is so loud we can all hear it. They directly copy the feasible mass-producible plans for unified production, leaving the niche gimmicky cost-ineffective ones for players to spend their own money on. Win-win, no risk. But despite the mockery, actions were far more honest. Within a few posts, someone was already streaming into the game. Someone rushed to the outer wall turret area to grab the first manual gun position, and someone plunged into the dock to see the RUACI fighter production line. A bunch of pranksters headed straight for the C9 section, planning to whip up silicon carbide abrasive mines and cold-weld fragments on the spot to test the waters. Both the forum and the game were bustling with excitement, a vivid scene of vitality and competition. In the exclusive cabin of Fireseed Satellite No. 2, Lin Yuxi, the pale blue light screen, was synchronously scrolling real-time forum comments. Yelena stood before the screen, her fingertips lightly brushing across the flood of copying homework jokes. Her white-streaked hair slid down her shoulder as she turned to Lin Yuxi, her tone tinged with uncertainty, directly adopting players' plans without even altering the core design, just renaming them officially. Won't that undermine the authority of the research department? This blatant Burry-hair-head-infested behavior clashed sharply with the logic she understood of how the Star Core civilization. Lin Yuxi chuckled at that, his gaze drifting to the distant dock, where faint lights were glowing. What's the big deal? In Earth's gaming industry, listening to player feedback and tweaking content is standard procedure. If you act all high and mighty and force-feed players something, they might not buy it. Adapting to their needs is what keeps them around. Call it incorporating user creativity, or more bluntly, what everyone calls copying homework. He paused, his tone lightening. Besides, they complain loudly, but deep down they love this. When their own ideas actually become equipment in the game. Their sense of achievement and immersion is something no official preset can match. And I've already sent a chunk of military merit points and Star Core points to the 4 players who came up with those ideas. They're probably over the moon right now. Yelena nodded thoughtfully, her gaze returning to the dense stream of comments on the screen. She still found it hard to imagine that in just over a day, not only had the 100,000 beta testers thrown themselves into it, but millions of cloud players had also contributed ideas. The enthusiasm and passion still struck her as overwhelming. I'm just a little surprised, she said softly. We only released the defense data and the threat of the hive nest without any mandatory orders, yet their initiative is so high. Because this matter is tied to every one of them, not just a simple game quest. Lin Yuxi's smile faded, his tone turning serious. Look, the Xingju space station was rebuilt from ruins by them. The Star Core civilization got a chance to revive. In return, this world has given them ample rewards. Some have gained a full second life here. Some have used Star Core coins to pay off mortgages and save for a down payment. Others are eyeing higher permissions, hoping to change their original life trajectories. Defending Xingju isn't just about helping us preserve our civilization, it's also about protecting their own assets and futures. When personal stakes are involved, people's initiative always exceeds your expectations. This isn't one-sided charity or exploitation. It's a mutual fulfillment between 2 civilizations. Yelena fell silent, digesting his words. In the past, she had focused solely on technology and research, never viewing these special participants from Earth from this. Hearing Lin Yuxi, she finally gained a more concrete understanding of human collective behavior. The motivation wasn't simply noble. It was the intertwining of bonds and interests that generated enough force to revive a civilization. Just then a faint blue glow emanated from the control console, and the phantom of Xingqiu silently materialized. During this period, all major matters of the Xingqiu space station had been decided jointly by Lin Yuxi and Yelena. Xingqiu seemed quite pleased with this arrangement, as her physical appearances before them had become less frequent. No one knew what she was secretly busy with. Your choice is correct. Xingqiu's magnetic female voice echoed in their ears. Both were accustomed to her sudden appearances, so they simply turned to look at her without much surprise. Xingqiu's ice blue pupils seemed deeper, her voice ethereal. The Star Core Fireseed project is essentially a dual civilization synergistic recovery system. The Star Core civilization provides the technological foundation and world framework. The Earth civilization provides creativity, action, and the potential for collective evolution. The 2 are interdependent and complementary. Only by walking this path together can we, under the cosmic-level threat of the Black Mist Mech Legion that has existed for eons, forge a viable organic civilization route, perhaps the only correct one. With those words, a blue flash flickered and Xingqiu's figure faded away. Lin Yuxi and Yelena exchanged a glance, remaining silent. But the flickering light in their eyes betrayed that their minds were not as calm as their faces. They were both absorbing the implications of Xingqiu's work. Outside the porthole, the engineering lights of the dock formed a flowing ribbon of light. The low hum of production lines starting up drifted faintly through the thick bulkheads. The 90-plus day preparation for war had begun, with a frenzy of Earth players' brainstorms ultimately settling upon the foundation of 2 civilizations united. It pushed them forward, accelerating into the unknown star sea. In the office of the Aerospace Engineering College at Jinghua Aerospace University, Suja gently placed his leave request on his advisor's desk. Professor, over the next 3 months, Star Core reboot will enter full-scale preparation. I need to devote more time to space station infrastructure. They'll complete my coursework and research offline and won't fall behind. The gray-haired advisor pushed up his glasses. Instead of getting angry at his prize student for taking leave to play a game, he pointed to a cooperation letter that had just arrived on his computer screen and said with a smile, "Perfect timing. The college just signed a joint laboratory intent with Xinghe Technology focusing on stress simulation for space elevator cables. You've been handling all the ready-made parameters from the star core civilization in the game. Remember and internalize them. When you come back, you can serve as primary data for the research group." He paused, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. "Do your best. This might be the closest our generation ever gets to the true interstellar." At the dining table in the family compound of Yindu Space Administration, Lu Ran drank the millet porridge his mother had cooked, while across from him sat his father Lu Tianze, who had just finished reading the morning paper. "Mom and Dad will be very busy for the next 3 months, so I won't be able to visit often," Lu Ran said as he ate the breakfast his mother. Lu Tianze put down the newspaper and fixed his gaze on his son. As the deputy director of the Space Administration, he knew exactly what his son would be doing for the next 3 months. He simply reminded him, "Take care of yourself. Don't push too hard." The coordination between Xinghe Technology and various research departments of Manhwa has already been assigned to a dedicated task force. They'll keep an eye on it for you. Just focus on what you need to do there. Lu's mother brought over freshly steamed buns, her eyes full of affection. Ran remember to rest. They'll come by and cook something good for you when I have time. In the southern coastal city of Binhai, at the senior engineer's office of Chuanglian Military Industry, He Jian had just hung up a call from his leader and shook his head helplessly. He had originally applied for annual leave to fully immerse himself in the game, but his leader directly approved 3 months of paid leave, telling him to play the game with ease and remember to live stream. He was a loyal fan of the stream. There was just one small request: to pay close attention to the mecha structures and power transmission details in the game, compile as many parameters as possible, and report back to the company immediately if any technology had potential for practical application. "So I'm basically getting paid to play games," He Jian joked with a wry smile. In Jiang Wan's live stream on the Hexagon streaming platform, Jiang Wan stretched in front of the camera, her signature smile on her face. "Dear family, for the next 3 months of preparation, it'll be going back to the old routine, immersive infrastructure live streaming. There will be a lot less interaction, mostly just me buried in tightening screws and running production lines." The barrage instantly flooded with comments like, "Got it, Sister Jiang is about to go into documentary mode again, and can't wait to see the epic moment when the space fortress is completed." Jiang Wan smiled and made a fist at the camera. "Screw tightening, here we go. 90 days later, it'll show you a real interstellar offensive and defensive battle." Similar scenes were unfolding in every corner of Longwa. The grand infrastructure plan for the Stellar Torch space station had taken initial shape. One by one, consciousnesses crossed the 980 light-year sea of stars and descended upon the Stellar Torch space station, the space motherport left behind by the Star Core civilization. This space motherport, which had quietly matured in the space ruins for 1-0 years, was already bustling with activity and operating at full speed. From a high altitude, the welding light in the turret area of the outer ring belt formed a continuous band of light, and rotating rapid change turret pods were being hoisted into place one by engineering cranes. Players in engineering power armor shuttled between the turret positions, connecting pipelines and calibrating bases. The 3-shift schedule was packed full. According to the current progress, 60 of the turret manual modification would be completed within half a month. The production lines in the middle dock had also been debugged simultaneously, and the modular molds for the Thorn Strike fighter and the hardening assault mecha were in place. The first batch of recycled and recast armor plates had been sent to the stamping workshop, and the first batch of mass-produced prototypes would be rolled off the line within 3 days. The public DIY workshops in sections C9 and B2 were packed around the clock. Players gathered in small groups, tinkering with strange contraptions like silicon carbide grinding bombs, which according to forum discussions showed great potential, but awaited practical verification. The officials issued no tasks or targets. It was all driven by spontaneous enthusiasm that kept the entire workshop blazing with activity. The 1-0 players had naturally split into different groups over these days. 70% of the main force stayed in the station to monitor production lines, reinforce compartments, and participate in turret modifications, pushing the infrastructure progress forward. The remaining 30% who excelled at exploration and combat formed teams and signed up for material searching missions in the peripheral debris belt. As various production lines gradually resumed operation, the shortage of rare metals, superconducting remnants, and special crystal parts grew more acute. These items were scattered throughout the endless debris belt, but one had to travel far to find them. And as the operational range gradually expanded from a few dozen kilometers around the space station to hundreds of kilometers outward, space vehicles naturally became an indispensable piece of equipment. Standard power armor sufficed for station operations and short-distance exterior walks, but for deep incursions into the debris belt, for long-range raids. Both its endurance and cargo capacity were severely lacking, let alone its limited ability to fight back in emergency. Thus, the repair and mass production of transport vehicles naturally became the first core logistics project to be implemented in the early stages of preparation. In the deep reserve dock on the south side, Lin Yuxi stood side by side with Yuliana on the observation platform, their eyes fixed on 3 ships quietly resting in the berths. These 3 transport ships were sturdy in shape, with clean hard lines and no superfluous weapon protrusions, a clear sign of a purely logistics-oriented. The outer hulls still bore the dark traces of 1-0 years of preservation, with thin layers of cosmic dust covering many areas. But the main skeleton was intact, and the engine bays already glowed with a faint blue fusion light. Engineering personnel were performing final pre-departure checks all over the ships. These are Star-class standard transport ships. Yuliana set her fingers lightly tapping a holographic screen to bring up the ship parameters, a hint of delight in her voice. In the Star Core Civilization's fleet structure, they were only the most basic small orbital transport vessels used for near-orbit material transfer and fleet resupply. In the heyday of the Stellar Torch port, hundreds of the same model were permanently stationed here, and there were countless larger transport and engineering ships. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the hulls, and added, "The war broke out too suddenly. The main fleet and most transport ships either sailed out to engage the enemy or were destroyed in their berths by concentrated fire. Only these 3 had just had their main keels laid in the deep reserve dock when the war started. They hadn't yet been fitted with weapon systems or deep space avionics and hadn't even passed factory acceptance. Before the final withdrawal, the defenders initiated an emergency preservation procedure, which ironically allowed these ships to survive relatively intact. They are now our strongest space transport capacity." Lin Yuxi nodded, slightly inwardly relieved. Although these were the smallest-scale transport ships from the peak of the Star Core civilization, given their current conditions they had no way to replicate them. Without these 3 Star-class transport ships, the mining of ice, or, in the recovery of the 2 Thunder-class escort ships, would have been a major headache. "How's the repair progress?" 2 ships have already completed fusion power replacement and basic avionics debugging. They'll be ready to depart tomorrow. The 3rd ship is still missing the tail drive module and is under repair. It's expected to join the fleet in a week. Yuliana habitually brushed a strand of white hair from her forehead and replied, "We've already scheduled the first mission. The first repaired Star-class transport ship will lead the team to the icy asteroid belt, clearing out the infestation in the mining area and restarting the mining station to establish an ice or mining and transport line. The other 2 will head to the hidden dock 2,000 kilometers away after repair, tasked with towing the 2 Thunder-class escort ships back. Their towing capacity is just barely enough to complete the job." Lin Yuxi nodded in satisfaction, then asked with a smile, "What about the 2 simplified standard vehicles you mentioned earlier that can be mass-produced immediately? What's the status?" Yuliana didn't answer. Instead, she pointed a slender finger toward the depths of the dock, a hint of pride on her face. Following the direction pointed by Irina, a row of much smaller black hulls was neatly docked at the lower pier, which were the first 12 Raven-class multipurpose transport ships to come off the production line. This is a downgraded modified version based on the blueprints of the Star Core civilian transport ship, measuring 32 meters in length and 11 meters at its widest point, with a sleek and sturdy matte black hull. Embedded at the nose is a lightweight pulse laser cannon with the barrel retracted within an armored shield. The side wing-like mounts are vacant, reserved for deploying jamming pods or non-standard modification modules. The midsection features a pair of opening pressurized cargo bay doors, while the rear is arranged with 2 sets of fusion thruster nozzles, giving the overall shape a compact and robust appearance, practical and easy to maintain in a battlefield. It has stripped away high-end life support and deep space navigation modules, using only standard universal parts for assembly, with simple craftsmanship and ample production capacity. The standard crew capacity is 12 people, capable of accommodating an entire squad of fully armed powered armor. The rated load for the midsection pressurized cargo hold is 12 tons. It can transport salvage debris parts or temporarily remove seats to increase cargo space, offering high flexibility, making it a standard operational choice for player squads over distances of 100 kilometers. Next to the docking bay below is a more compact Star Shuttle light transport, available in both single and double-seat versions, measuring no more than 6 meters in length, with a silver-gray streamlined hull resembling a smoothly polished shuttle. The front features a semi-arched panoramic transparent cockpit, with only a single small thruster at the rear. The side of the hull has left a micro-storage compartment with a volume of half a cubic meter, with no weapon mounting spaces reserved. The single-seat version accommodates 1 person, while the double-seat version can hold 2 crew members with a maximum load of only 500 kilograms, just enough to carry personal tools and a few parts, excelling in compactness and low energy consumption. It has already been synchronized with the space station terminal, allowing players to exchange star core coins to address the inconvenience of long-distance commuting within the station. The outer operation teams have already begun requesting Raven-class transports, Irina added. The first batch of quotas was claimed within half an hour. Many teams are eager to scavenge rare parts from the outer debris belt, even more enthusiastic than we expected. Lin Yuxi smiled, fully aware of how attractive the world of StarCore Reboot is to this group of players, being a new generation born and raised on Earth. This is a good thing, but increases our chances of holding off the first wave of attacks. After inspecting the dock, the two returned to their exclusive chamber several hours later. After a busy half-day, they had roughly visited the key production areas and defense points of the space station. The hatch slid open silently, revealing the familiar exclusive chamber of the No. 2 Ember satellite, though the area near the panoramic porthole had changed. As various production lines were gradually adjusted, Lin Yuxi designated the industrial chamber to be furnished in the style of Earth homes, customizing a batch of furniture with existing materials to transform the space into a simple lounge. Deep gray modular sofas were arranged against the cabin wall in a semi-enclosed fashion, made from recycled aerospace fabric that felt quite soft to the touch. In the center there was a round-cornered alloy coffee table with a metallic surface coated to mimic wood grain, reducing the cold industrial feel. On the opposite wall, a widescreen projection terminal was embedded, functioning similarly to a television on Earth, currently waiting in standby mode, as it reflected the crimson glow outside the window. The layout wasn't exquisite, yet it provided Lin Yuxi with a sense of familiarity and comfort in this spaceport located 980 light-years away. Lin Yuxi walked over to the built-in pantry, took out 2 tubes of room-temperature nutrient solution, tossed a berry-flavored one to Irina, and opened the original flavor for himself. The two sat at opposite ends of the sofa, leaning against the armrests while sipping the nutrient solution and browsing their smart terminal. This scene resembled an ordinary family on Earth lounging on the sofa after a meal, scrolling through their phones, except there were no neon lights outside the window, only the endless gray debris belt stretching to the horizon. In the distance, the crimson-red giant star hung silently in the vacuum, its gentle halo washing over the porthole, casting faint warm light spots on the floor and the sofa armrests. What they were viewing was the official forum of StarCore Reboot, bustling with activity, with threads refreshing rapidly, filled with discussions related to the full-scale preparations. At the top of the homepage was a hot post from a mechanical arm enthusiast claiming he had applied for a 3-month preparation leave from the company, fully prepared for a pay cut and performance decline, only to have his supervisor grant him paid technical research leave. The only requirement was to compile a report on the industrial mechanical arm parameters from the game to return to the department's research team, humorously noting that this counted as a public-funded expedition into the interstellar era. Replies flooded in below, filled with envy, as someone mentioned that the mentor had included the game's infrastructure content in the practical coursework. Others remarked that even the instructors were aware of StarCore Reboot, with one specifically reminding them to study well while on leave, evoking a sense of the boundaries between gaming and reality gradually dissolving. The second hot post was a team recruitment thread from Cat Biscuit Dip Sauce, who had just successfully applied for the use of a Raven-class transport ship, with positions for engineering and surveying already filled within the team. To be safe, he was specifically recruiting 2 more combat players requiring at least LV2 permissions and experience with powered armor. The target was the superconducting component vein, located 60 kilometers away in the No. 3 debris zone, with profits distributed based on contribution percentages. In the reply section, Broken Blade and Mad Shark both signed up, one prepared with a melee modification kit, and the other just received testing qualifications for the Bone Chopper mech and wanted to seize the opportunity for practical combat testing. An experienced player also calmly reminded everyone that the outer track is not as safe as the station. If they encounter a swarm of dust bees, it would be hard to escape, urging them not to advance recklessly for materials. The third hot post was a typical player idea, with the poster a deep space slacker eyeing the vacant weapon mounts on the sides of the Raven-class transport. He suggested directly outfitting the transport ship with carbon crystal cluster bomb launchers to first bombard dust bees with a round of cluster bombs from a distance, and then accelerate to retreat. Since the Raven class is inexpensive and structurally simple, they wouldn't mind if it suffered battle damage. The replies quickly veered off topic, with some urging him to hurry to the DIY workshop for a practical test, while others made jokes criticizing the black. They remarked that these humans were absurd enough to want to modify their supply ships into self-destructing vessels, blending absurdity with a uniquely imaginative player perspective. Irina's fingers paused on that imaginative post for 2 seconds, her lips twitching slightly. They've just acquired the standard vehicle not even a day ago, and they're already pondering turning the supply transport ship into an armed self-destruct vessel. Normal, Lin Yuxi said with a smile in his tone as he bit the nutrient solution tube. Given enough tools and freedom, this group will always come up with unexpected. As long as they don't blow anything up inside the space station, they can mess around as they like. Who knows, they might come up with a useful unconventional tactical approach one day. After finishing the nutrient solution and resting for a bit, the two put away their terminals and walked over to the main control console on the other side of the chamber. Lin Yuxi lightly tapped the surface of the console, and a pale blue global progress panel floated in the center with various data fluctuating steadily. Artillery modifications, equipment mass production, transport preparations, energy supply. All branches are advancing according to the preset timetable without any apparent bottlenecks, and the first phase of infrastructure goals will be realized within half a month. The situation appeared promising until Lin Yuxi switched to the feedback interface of the passive monitoring array, his brow slightly furrowed. The structural completion rate of the secondary mother nest was steadily increasing, with the revival curve closely aligning with the initial projections of the star hub, showing no signs of abnormal acceleration, but a set of inconspicuous anomalous data quietly lay at the end of the monitoring log. The patrol range of the dust bees has changed, Lin Yuxi said, pointing at the tiny moving dots on the star chart. Previously, all dust bee hunting activities were strictly confined within 300 kilometers of the mother nest, either dismantling debris or conducting circular patrols, never crossing the boundary. However, in the past 72 hours, several batches of dust bees have departed from their original patrol zones, with each batch consisting of dozens to hundreds spreading outward along the debris belt. Once they drift beyond the coverage of the monitoring array, they completely lose track, never returning to the mother nest. Irina, what do you think? Irina stared at the star map for a few seconds, her tone cautious. According to conventional logic, it should be that the mother nest has revived to a new stage and needs to expand its resource-gathering range to accelerate debris dismantling. Their spreading out is in preparation for opening new operational zones. This explanation was reasonable, yet it did not completely dispel Lin Yuxi. His fingertips slowly traced the direction of the dust bees' spread, and the extended trajectory subtly pointed towards the location of the Star Torch space station. It may just be a coincidence, or perhaps the mechanical instincts of the black mist are expanding aimlessly along the debris belt. Regardless, both scenarios imply that the buffer distance between the two parties is silently shrinking. The mechanical swarms drifting within the dark debris are like scouts sent out in advance, gradually pushing the perception boundary of the black mist closer to their doorstep. The chamber fell silent for a few seconds, and Lin Yuxi retracted his hand, addressing the AI assistant of the smart terminal. Notify the outer operation teams to temporarily restrict their activity range to within 50 kilometers and do not venture deep into the outer track. Additionally, expedite the deployment progress of the outer warning nodes, prioritizing the coverage facing the mother nest. Outside the porthole, the dock's lights remained bright as day, the low hum of the production line faintly audible through the cabin walls everywhere, filled with the vitality of growth. Yet deep within the distant debris belt, the cold mechanical swarms quietly spread along the shattered metallic ruins. The low rumbling sound of the fusion engine grew louder, filling every corner of the deep reserve dock on the south side. The first Star-class transport ship to complete repairs was quietly docked in the center of the berth, entering the final stage of pre-ignition. The pale blue glow of the engine compartment lit up in layers, spilling out delicate light patterns through the seams of the ship's armor. The massive hull trembled slightly, resembling a steel beast on the verge of awakening. This is the most basic small orbital transport ship in the Star Core civilization, measuring 178 meters in length and 42 meters at its widest. Barely reaching the 200-meter threshold in the heyday of Star Torchport, it would be seen everywhere as a space heavy-duty truck. The ship's body has a blunt square shape with no visible weapon protrusions, covered entirely in a matte gray base armor coating. Many places still bear the old scratches and repair welds left from 12,000 years of storage. It lacks any aesthetic design, embodying the industrial pragmatism of sturdy, spacious, and easy to repair, which is precisely the quality most needed by players at present. The midsection of the ship features a through-type main cargo hold with the cockpit and power compartment located at each end and a giant cargo bay door concealed in the hull. The ship's top only retains a small personnel docking port with all structures designed for loading and unloading cargo. As the fastest repaired among the three semi-finished ships, it was neither equipped with deep space navigation electronics nor combat systems. It only replaced the fusion power system and repaired the basic navigation capable of handling only near-orbit short-distance transport, yet it is currently the only usable strategic transport capacity at Star Torchport. In the boarding passage on the side of the dock, 180 engineering players were lined up in 4 orderly rows to board the ship. Each was wearing Alpha 2 type engineering power armor, carrying disassembly tools, calibration instruments, and repair parts on their shoulders. The communication channel of the team was already filled with voices exclaiming, "Wow, so cool, and it's my first time on a spaceship." As the first batch of players venturing into icy small asteroids, they were naturally selected engineering players. Although the communication channel was a bit noisy, the equipment loading work was organized. They had no dedicated passenger cabins, all stationed in the temporary rest area at the rear half of the main cargo hold. As an engineering mining team, no one cared about commuting conditions. It was enough to be able to go along the way. In the most forward core position of the cargo hold, two silver-gray units the size of containers were fixed, representing the most valuable cargo being transported, modular portable fusion power stations. The outer layer of the units was wrapped in a thick radiation shielding layer with foldable energy output interfaces extending from the top and built-in hovering propulsion modules at the bottom for easy lifting and deployment. The energy core of the original mining base at the ICER site had long been completely scrapped. These two power stations are the heart of the mining area. They not only need to power the restarted mining equipment, but also serve as a frontline supply point for the daily operational defense mechs and sharp-edge fighters, making long-term mining feasible. Inside the cockpit, 6 temporarily assigned engineering players were making final parameter checks at the control panel. Suja sat in the main driver's seat. As an established veteran player, he was outgoing and well-liked, and was temporarily chosen as the acting captain by the others. The cockpit space was not large, and the control panel featured only the most basic operating interface, supported by an intelligent assistance system, making the driving difficulty comparable to that of an automatic heavy-duty truck with no technical threshold. As the countdown reached the last 3 seconds, he looked out the porthole at the familiar dock scene and instinctively blurted out, "Archangel, set sail." As soon as the words left his mouth, a player next to him jokingly slapped the back of his chair, saying, "Suja, wake up. This is a star-class cargo ship, and we don't even have a main cannon, let alone the Archangel." Ahem. My bad, that was a slip of the tongue. It's the romance of a two-dimensional boy, and I just wanted to say it. Suja coughed lightly to smooth things over his fingers, steadily pressing the engine's start button. In the next moment, the hum of the fusion engine suddenly intensified, and the sensation of the ship trembling became clearer as the departure procedure officially began. All non-crew members evacuated the dock, and warning lights flashed 3 times in succession. Accompanied by the heavy sound of mechanical interlocking, the giant armored doors at the bottom of the dock slowly opened to both sides, allowing the pitch-black vacuum and the scarlet light of the star to rush into the dock, instantly filling everyone's view. The anti-gravity floating arrays around the star-class ship activated simultaneously, and the massive hull smoothly lifted, slowly moving outward through the open door. After sailing several hundred meters out of the dock, the ship slightly adjusted its posture, turning its bow towards the direction of the icy asteroid cluster. The thruster's tail flames gradually brightened, carrying a full load of equipment, and the engineering team steadily heading towards a target 2,000 kilometers away. On the combat-ready takeoff deck outside the space station, 3 vertical catapult tracks stood side by side, with the escort formation already in position. 3 sturdy assault mechs were stationed sequentially in the track bay, standing 21 meters tall, painted primarily in blue and white, featuring a square and robust design. They were covered with thin armor plates, only 1/3 the thickness of standard mechs, capable of withstanding shrapnel, but not heavy firepower. Their lines were rugged and straightforward, with no unnecessary decorative lines, appearing to be a straightforward mass-produced variant. The weapon configuration focused entirely on firepower, with a large-caliber pulse laser gun in the right hand. The gun was bulky and long, boasting strong firepower, but a relatively slow rate of fire, primarily designed for medium and long-range suppression. Each shoulder was equipped with a fixed heavy laser emitter, which looked bulky and unwieldy, slightly uncoordinated with the body. It was a temporary addition to enhance firepower, capable of maximum output, but with extremely high energy consumption. Hidden in the magnetic slot at the lower back was a particle combat blade, commonly known among players as a laser sword, a pure nostalgic add-on. Its practical combat priority was extremely low, essentially serving as an option to expend ammunition and prepare for a last-ditch effort before self-destruction. The pilots of the 3 mechs were familiar faces to everyone. The communication channel sequentially echoed with reports: Ligu 1, Broken Blade ready for launch. Ligu 2, Crazy Shark ready. Ligu 3, Cat Cake with Sauce ready. 3 pale blue thrust flames ignited simultaneously, and the 3 mechs were ejected along the tracks, swiftly adjusting their flight posture in the vacuum, trailing fine tails as they pursued the direction of the star-class ship. The nearby fighter jet launch track also activated simultaneously. 5 Type 1 Sharp Sting assault fighters took off in succession, their bodies sleek and elongated like spears, with knife-like thin wings pressed close to their sides, the cannon barrels integrated with the fuselage. No excess armor or mounts were present. During takeoff, the tail flames formed a long light purple streak, delivering an overwhelming sense of speed. The pilots included Jiang 1, the always slow and Fedra bomb disposal expert, and Yi Sun, along with 2 emerging new air combat players. Their IDs were Vector Overload and Deep Space Shadow, both having emerged as dark horses from recent simulation training. After the fighter jet formation took off, they quickly completed their grouping, flying alongside the Star-class ship in a protective formation, soon merging with the three legumes. The entire formation adjusted into a triangular escort formation, following the Star-class ship deeper into the wreckage zone, gradually shrinking into a few tiny points of light in the distant sky. In the exclusive chamber of the second fire source satellite, Lin Yuxi and Ilena stood side by side in front of the panoramic porthole, watching as the entire formation slowly disappeared into the folds of the wreckage zone. The scarlet glow of the red giant star spread over the porthole, casting light on their shoulders, while outside lay an endless expanse of silver-gray debris, serene yet vast. Are there still swarms of dust bees spreading out towards various parts of the wreckage zone from the passive monitoring array? Lin Yuxi frowned and asked, clearly still concerned about the anomalies on the mother nest side. Yes, currently no scattered swarms of dust bees have been observed returning to the mother nest, and a small number of higher-level Thorn Scouts and Darkwing shuttles are continuously drifting towards various directions of the wreckage zone. It seems we won't have to wait until 3 months later. The wreckage zone, which has been silent for 120,000 years, is about to become. In the south side of the civilian docking bay, the metallic floor clanged under the marching armored boots. Ellie stood in front of a Raven-class transport ship, gently tapping her fingers against the matte black hull. Behind her were 3 old partners, all seasoned scavengers and cartographers who had long been immersed in the debris belt. Since the launch, they had been wearing Alpha 2 engineering armor, exploring the ruins surrounding the space station for dozens of kilometers, working together with perfect synergy. In the past, we floated along using the thrusters of the engineering armor, only reaching a maximum distance of 40 kilometers, while any further required careful calculations for return fuel. But now with the Raven class, we can easily venture 300 kilometers without issue. The nearby player laughed, patting the ship's wall. Time flies. Not long ago, we were scavenging garbage to repair air circulators, and now we can board a transport ship for distant missions. Ellie nodded with a smile, her fingers gliding over the route map on the terminal. This was a newly issued official task titled Resource Survey of the Distant Debris Belt. Thanks to her outstanding completion rate in surveying and exploration tasks, she was among the first to pass the application. The goal was a large, uncharted wreckage zone of a battleship 300 kilometers away to investigate whether it contained valuable recyclable metals. After checking their tools, the group approached the task terminal at the docking bay. Ellie entered the task code and lightly tapped confirm departure, thinking it was just a simple confirmation process. However, a red warning suddenly popped up on the screen. Warning: the current team's combat configuration does not meet the minimum safety standards for distant tasks. Departure request denied. The 4 of them froze for a moment. Ellie quickly opened the task details and discovered that the regulations had been urgently updated just 2 hours ago. The new regulations were straightforward. For any outbound task exceeding 100 kilometers, the team must be equipped with at least 2 combat-oriented players, and they must wear the modified Star Guardian 3 combat power armor, otherwise they would not be allowed to depart. The modified Star Guardian 3 power armor mentioned in the details was precisely the hot topic discussed on the forum a couple of days ago. The elite version of the Star Guardian 3 power armor was enhanced with a small amount of dark crystal to strengthen the power and range of the handheld pulse laser cannon, optimizing the stability of long-range output in a vacuum environment. With the existing complete production line, players could soon obtain a batch of makeshift space firepower. Moreover, the modified Raven-class transport ship had specially reserved armor docking ports on both sides, allowing the Star Guardian 3 to extend partially outside the cabin, essentially functioning as 2 movable remote-controlled turrets to significantly enhance the Raven's long-range attack capabilities. So this is a mandatory bodyguard requirement, one teammate chuckled bitterly. We're all from engineering and cartography backgrounds, wearing Alpha 2 armor, and we don't even have decent combat armor. How are we supposed to find 2 Star Guardian 3s? Ellie felt a headache coming on. Right now, with major infrastructure projects underway, most combat-oriented players have been diverted to support turret modifications and compartment reinforcements, leaving very few who could remain in combat positions and also secure a modification quota for the Star Guardian 3. Tasks in the distant surveying missions were highly sought after with lucrative rewards, and many related players were watching closely. If other teams met the departure requirements, first their mission would be jeopardized. She opened the communication list on her smart terminal and quickly scrolled through, spotting 2 familiar IDs that belonged to her old teammates who had joined the game at the same time, one being when in doubt crouch down and the other hold steady, taking a break. Both of them were solid combat specialists. One came from a provincial free-fighting team, and the other was a mixed martial arts coach. From the early days of the game, they had been the melee core of the initial exploration teams. Later, as infrastructure tasks became critical, most combat players shifted to screw tightening, but these 2 remained in the C9 compartment, leading teams to harvest tasks involving the domestication of the Black Mist. They were among the few veteran players still immersed in combat daily, so they undoubtedly qualified to use the modified Star Guardian 3. Ali did not hesitate and directly called "Hold steady, I'm taking a break." The call barely rang twice before it was answered, but instead of a greeting, what came through was the sound of fierce gunfire followed by a loud angry shout, "What are you standing there for?" That guy was still trying to fix the laser, even with all his limbs severed. Switch to a high-frequency vibrating blade and stab the nano core. Aim for that white mass on his chest and strike. Following that were the frantic replies of several newcomers mixed with the piercing metallic screech of a corrupted entity being pierced through the core, making the lively atmosphere of the C9 compartment palpable even through the communication. After that shout, "Hold steady, I'm taking a break," finally had a moment to breathe his tone, slightly panting. "Ali, why do you have the time to contact me? Didn't you just take on a distant surveying task preparing to set off? Don't mention it, the new regulations just dropped." Ali, amused and exasperated, briefly explained the task requirements and the need for 2 combat configurations. "Thinking it over, you're the most reliable ones still stationed in combat. Can you spare some time to join me? We 6 will share the rewards from this task. The benefits are quite good." I thought it was a big deal. "Hold steady, I'm taking a break," laughed heartily, turning to shout beside him, "Old Crouch. Ali is asking us to run a distant mission. Are we going or not?" A distant voice responded curtly with snippets of conversation, like, "Get lost, you're the old croucher, and we must go before." "Hold steady, I'm taking a break," turned back to the communication. "No problem, wait for us in the docking bay for 2 hours. After we finish with this batch of newcomers and wrap up the infected entities, we'll head over. It's the perfect opportunity to test out the power of the modified Star Guardian 3 laser cannon. Ooh, I've been itching to try it." After the communication ended, Ali felt her anxious heart finally settle. Leaning against the side of the ship, she casually browsed the official announcements. At the same time the task details were updated, the official also posted 2 recruitment announcements, which quickly topped the forum's homepage. The first announcement called for rotation of external wall railgun operators. The first batch of completed modified turrets officially commenced a 3-shift duty to address the small-scale black mist units, such as the dust wasps, that had begun to wander near the space station and damage its infrastructure. The second announcement was for the recruitment of a peripheral patrol team. Plans were underway to form the first batch of a 500-person patrol fleet, which would gradually be equipped with bone-sharpening mechs and razorwing fighters. Initially, the modified Star Guardian 3 would serve as a transitional solution responsible for daily vigilance and clearing sporadic targets within a 50 to 100-kilometer range of the space station. The forum was already in an uproar due to the new regulations and recruitment, with posts flying rapidly. I said it before, constantly tightening screws isn't feasible. Is the springtime for combat players really returning? A while back, during major infrastructure projects, we combat players were all pulled to carry steel plates and weld turrets. It was a massive nerf. Just after things settled down for a few days, we're back on duty, are we? Got it? The fourth disaster is like a brick. It gets moved wherever it's needed. When infrastructure lacks manpower, they become engineers. When defense lacks manpower, they become artillerymen, playing an all-rounder role. Patrol teams are charging out. Not for anything else, just to get a glimpse of the bone-sharpening mechs. This is a steal. Speaking of which, is there really such a high risk outside that even distant missions require mandatory combat slots? Weren't we able to wander freely for dozens of kilometers before? The dust wasps have been drifting out for days. Do they really think it's still a safe zone? It's better to be cautious. If we really encounter trouble, even if we lose our lives, we only have 4 hours left. If we lose important gear, our credit points will be completely deducted. While joking around, as soon as the registration channels opened, the number of applicants for both recruitment positions surged rapidly. Ali observed the lively discussions on the screen, then glanced outside at the densely packed gun positions and the engineering armor moving back and forth, clearly realizing that the days of leisurely exploring the debris belt were indeed over. As the 2 hours approached, 2 figures in dark gray armor strode into the docking bay. When in doubt, crouch down and hold steady, I'm taking a break. Had both donned the modified Star Guardian 3 power armor, with laser cannon modules mounted on their shoulders, radiating a faint dark crystal purple glow, appearing significantly bulkier than the basic version, creating a daunting visual presence. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Hold steady, I'm taking a break moved his armored wrist, his tone slightly excited. "I haven't seriously tested the power of this new cannon. This is just what we need for the distant mission." The 6 did not delay any further and boarded the ship in turn. Ali sat in the pilot's seat and entered the task code once more, this time passing the verification smoothly. The warning lights flickered gently as the massive bay door at the bottom of the docking bay slowly opened, letting in the cold vacuum and crimson. The Raven-class transport ship smoothly ascended, slowly sailing out of the space station through the bay door, adjusting its course towards the unknown wreckage zone 300 kilometers away. Inside the cabin, Ali focused on the onboard radar screen, occasionally checking the Raven's flight path. After flying about 150 kilometers, she suddenly frowned slightly. At this moment, several extremely faint moving light spots flashed at the edge of the radar, moving slowly along the direction of the debris belt towards the rear, drifting towards the direction of the Starfire space station. In the cockpit of the Raven-class transport vessel, Alibu Milu stared intently at the faint moving light points on the edge of the onboard radar, her fingertips swiftly gliding across the navigation trajectory calculation interface. The light points moved slowly, their trajectories perfectly aligned with the direction of the Star Torch space station, diverging from their own exploration route. The signal characteristics matched the records of the Dust Bee hunters with high precision. She did not rashly approach to investigate. Since their course did not intersect with her mission's trajectory, there was no need to abort the task and return. She swiftly manipulated the onboard terminal, uploading the coordinates of the suspicious target signal characteristics and preliminary trajectory calculations to the space station's defense center. She adjusted the vessel's course slightly to avoid the signal zone, steering the transport deeper toward the unknown wreckage area 300 kilometers away. At the same moment, in the exclusive cabin of the No. 2 Spark satellite, Yuliana received the feedback from Alibu Milu. She frowned as she examined the outer warning node's return interface. Currently, less than a third of the warning nodes had been deployed, and the network's detection accuracy was insufficient. It could only vaguely determine that a target was approaching, unable to count the exact number or identify the unit composition. She turned to look at Lin Yuxi, who had also received Alibu Milu's feedback and was walking toward her, and said with some helplessness, "The Ligu Mecha and the Razor Fighter all went with the Ice Mineral Fleet. What remains here are the Xingwei 3S and engineering armor, all ground-oriented with very low interception efficiency in vacuum space." In truth, she was not overly worried that this clearly small group of wandering mechanical units, only a few dozen, could cause any substantial damage to the current Star Torch space station. Facing the fierce player base numbering in the hundreds of thousands, this paltry count was hardly worth mentioning. Lin Yuxi lightly tapped the light screen, staring at the dozens of unknown signal points, and said after a moment of thought, "They'll go to the hangar and use the Starfall's matrix radar to scan just in case." Yuliana nodded in agreement. Caution was a good habit. After all, they only had one chance, and at present they were in a defensive gap. It was absolutely necessary to confirm the precise situation of the enemy. The Starfall Mecha, as the highest-order single-soldier mecha, not yet fully developed by the Starcore civilization, was equipped with a passive detection array several orders of magnitude more precise than the existing warning network. However, the Star Ember Crystal Core, a rare resource that was the highest-level energy module even at the peak of the Starcore civilization, was extremely difficult to replenish now. Although the current energy state was insufficient to activate combat mode, a short period of low-power operation was entirely feasible. A team of engineering players was conducting peripheral equipment inspections near the exclusive hangar. When they saw Lin Yuxi striding toward the Starfall's sealed berth, everyone instinctively paused their work, their faces filled with astonishment. This legendary mecha had not been activated since its debut, where it annihilated the Wanderer in seconds. It was said that its energy level was too high and there was no means to replenish it. Most players had only seen the battle video from the early game, featuring the magnificent golden particles. No one expected to witness it reactivate here. Lin Yuxi leaped upward, landing steadily inside the opening cockpit hatch. In the next second, the Starfall's dim optical sensors suddenly lit up with a pale golden light pattern and around the dual-layered power furnace at the mecha's core. The faint, almost invisible stream of golden particles slowly expanded outward along the armor's grain, radiating a delicate. A dozen seconds later, the golden power furnace extinguished again, and everything returned to its original state. There was no grand spectacle as the players had hoped. Lin Yuxi leaped out of the cockpit and turned back toward the control cabin. He had already obtained precise radar data, a total of 92 basic type Dust Bee hunters, no heavy combat units, no Darkwing shuttles, pure forward scouts with an extremely low threat level. Just wandering low-level units as expected. Lin Yuxi breathed a sigh of relief. "We just finished a batch of manual close-in defense guns. Let's use this wave of small fry for practice and test the real quality of human fire control." He directly selected 36 players from the gunner recruitment pool, those automatically ranked highest by the system, to operate the 36 rail-mounted close-in defense guns that were now fully equipped with firepower and ready for combat. He issued an urgent combat mission. At that moment, a player with the ID Jusendanio was crouching on the production line of the mid-level dock, tightening armor mounting screws, while idly chatting with the audience in his live stream. As a professional sniper for the veteran esports team StarRec Frontline, he had left behind many classic sniper highlights in the previous Space War game and enjoyed considerable popularity. Later, he and 7 teammates, including Kwangsha Kenny, collectively migrated to Shinga Chongqi. With their sharp shooting and aggressive playstyle, they had pulled off many impressive maneuvers in the previous space station battles, amassing a loyal fan base. When the official announcement for the railgun rotation gunner recruitment came out, he signed up immediately. Now facing the camera, he boasted to his fans, "I'm not bragging. With this manual turret, when it comes to real combat, you'll definitely be the MVP on the gunner leaderboard." Believe it or not, the barrage was filled with teasing from veteran fans. Here he goes again bragging. You might as well keep tightening screws. By the time you're on duty, the flowers will be wilted. Just then the smart terminal on his wrist suddenly buzzed with an urgent task notification. After reading the task, Justin Danio's eyes lit up. He straightened up abruptly and shouted, "Brothers, we've got a job. A wandering dust bee hunter formation has slipped in. I've been temporarily conscripted by the system to operate the repaired rail guns for an extermination mission." The live stream barrage exploded instantly, the scrolling speed tripling. No way, speak of the devil. Your mouth is Is it really starting? I thought we'd have to wait until the 3-month preparation period ended. This is the first battle. Jushin, go. Get the first blood and show us what you've got. Manual turrets against space dust bees. That's hardcore. Can't wait to see the actual effect. Manual aiming at 10 kilometers. Won't it miss? Hurry up, don't stall, we want to see the cannon fire. Earth and the headquarters of Lumang live within the Xinghe Chengchi Special Operations Center. The atmosphere was tinged with a touch of gloom. It had been nearly a week since the start of the large-scale construction cycle. The livestream content was uniformly about module renovations, turret welding, and production line debugging, all screw-tightening live streams. Audiences found it novel at first, but over time popularity noticeably declined. Viewership in top-tier streams dropped by nearly 20%, and the growth rate of the entire section's traffic visibly slowed. Li Rue stood before the monitoring screen, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk, a slight frown on his brow. He had just finished reviewing last week's popularity report and was discussing with the operations team how to plan new content to stabilize traffic. After all, they couldn't rely solely on construction daily life until the preparation period ended. Li, breaking news. An operator suddenly stood up from his workstation, his voice filled with excitement. A player has received an urgent combat conscription. Dust bee hunters are attacking the space station's outer hull. The first battle of the preparation period has begun. It's Justin Danio's stream. He's been conscripted to operate the manual rail guns. Li Rui's eyes sharpened instantly. He strode a few steps to the monitoring screen, glanced at the image, and immediately barked, "This is our chance." Operations Team 1 immediately pushed Justin Danio's stream to the top of the homepage. Main recommendation: slot max out the bandwidth and send a full section pop-up push. Operations Team 2 contact the official mainstream to sync and relay the broadcast and bring in Chin Phone's commentary booth. Tech Team monitor server load. He spoke rapidly with clear instructions, instantly entering a high-energy state. Change the title immediately to First Battle of Preparation. Dust Bee Swarm Raids Space Station. First live manual turret combat footage. This is the first direct confrontation since the start of large-scale construction. Let's kick off the defense battle with a strong start and pull back all the lost popularity. Orders cascaded down, and the entire operations center sprang into action, the clatter of keyboards rising, and within 3 minutes of the recommendation slot going live, Justin Danio's stream viewership surged from hundreds of thousands to over 2 million, and it was still climbing rapidly. After the official mainstream cut in with the relay, the heat skyrocketed further, with a dense barrage of comments plastering the entire screen. Countless viewers who received the push flocked in, some to see the new equipment in action, others drawn by the hype of the first battle of the preparation period, and still others simply curious about what human fire control and space warfare looked like. No one had expected that the combat content silent for half a month would officially kick off with such a sudden scattered skirmish. Justin Danio didn't hesitate. He greeted the production line foreman, grabbed his helmet, and headed for the outer hull turret area, muttering to the audience, "Don't worry, brothers. Once I'm in the gunner seat, he'll show you a thing or two. Let me show you what a human turret looks like." The sniper god with his helmet in hand jogged swiftly to the entrance of the sliding rail cannon chamber on the outer wall. The corridor was already crowded with over 30 players, all summoned for this mission, most of whom were familiar veterans greeting each other before lowering their heads to adjust the specialized neural connection controllers on their wrists. This was the supporting equipment for the manual turret, which once connected could synchronize the fundamental parameters of the fire control system, akin to adding a layer of assisted aiming to the naked eye. The sniper god arrived at his assigned No. 17 cannon position and finally grasped the full picture of this defense system. The cannon track unfurled along the circular structure of the space station, divided into internal and external segments. The internal segment housed backup cannon units side by side, while the external segment led directly into the vacuum, allowing damaged single-barrel turrets to be swiftly retracted along the sliding track. The backup units could slide out to replace damaged ones in just a few seconds, and the entire quick-change structure was seamlessly designed, a hallmark of the original industrial design from the Star Core civilization. The texture of this sliding rail is simply exaggerated. He tapped the side wall of the track with his hand, producing a dull metallic echo, and instantly viewers in the live stream filled the screen with comments. This is the original memory alloy track of the space station. Conventional firepower can't damage it at all. Minor damage can even self-repair. The current industrial level can't replicate it, and has to make do with old tracks from modified turrets. In its prime, this system was a fully automated close defense system with an effective range of 60 kilometers and a maximum interception range of 100 kilometers with single-shot precision that was simply outrageous. The modified version now cuts out high-energy supply and advanced fire control, reducing single-shot power by nearly 90%, but it adds a burst module for area coverage. In manual mode, the effective range is only 12 kilometers with fire control, providing only distance movement speed and basic ballistic parameters. Lacking target behavior simulation and intelligent prediction when to shoot and how much lead to give relies entirely on the shooter's own experience. It's as if the system just sets the crosshair parameters for you, and whether to shoot and where to predict relies entirely on the person. Using human experience to fill in the missing algorithm modules, isn't that thinking a bit wild? The warning lights in the chamber lit up in succession, and the signal for everyone to take their positions was synchronized. The heavy outer gates slowly opened to both sides, and 36 turrets slid out of the chamber along the track, entering their circular combat positions. The sniper god tightened his helmet visor, and the neural connection was established in an instant, with faint blue-assisted aiming lines appearing at the center of his vision. The HUD displayed no red box for auto-targeting, only showing real-time fluctuations of distance, target movement speed, and ballistic impact points, leaving it entirely up to him to decide where to aim and when to pull the trigger. Looking through the high-strength transparent crystal cover of the cannon chamber, he spotted a small cluster of pale purple light drifting in the deep space, 100 kilometers away, the glow from the rear thrusters of a dust hornet hunting body. The auxiliary system synchronized and highlighted all light points in red, exactly 92, maintaining a complete formation as they rapidly approached the Star Torch space station. Let's calibrate a few shots first to get a feel for it, he muttered softly, lightly pressing the launch button, firing 3 short bursts in succession. The faint blue particle beams tore through the vacuum, with impact points deviating by nearly 100 meters from what he had predicted. He calmly adjusted the elevation angle of the cannon, fine-tuning the ballistic coefficient in his mind based on the parameters. Years of experience from simulated shooting games came into play at this moment. The comments in the live stream surged with applause, as expected of the sniper god calibrating the cannon right off the bat. This feel is too quick, I'd probably end up shooting the wrong way. As they advanced to a distance of 8 kilometers, most of the dust hornets had been cleared, and the remaining ones scattered, only to fall prey to the crossfire from the circularly arranged turrets. Throughout the engagement, the dust hornets couldn't even reach a 3-kilometer effective counterattack range. It was a complete one-sided suppression. Just when everyone thought they had secured the situation, the sniper god suddenly frowned. In his sight, the remaining 30 or so dust hornets' tail thrusters unexpectedly brightened without warning. Not good. As this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the dust hornets briefly decelerating, as if gathering power. In the next second, they suddenly burst forth with a speed far exceeding their previous pace, charging straight towards the turret. This completely exceeded most people's predictions, causing many gunners' crosshairs to be thrown off, and a brief gap appeared in the comments. Several gasps echoed in the public channel. No one expected that the most basic reconnaissance unit would have a speed boost as a backup. Why did they suddenly accelerate? The crosshairs can't keep up. This speed is off. Only the sniper god was prepared. When he noticed the abnormal brightness of the thrusters, he subconsciously adjusted his lead forward. At the moment of acceleration, he immediately held down the burst trigger, unleashing a long stream of particle beams along the predicted trajectory. The bright blue beams accurately struck into the charging swarm, taking down more than 10 dust hornets, effectively sealing off the breakthrough that was about to be created. The comments in the live stream exploded. Wow, this prediction! How did he know they were going to accelerate? He must have noticed when the thrusters lit up earlier, right? The sensitivity to details of professional players is really outrageous. If he hadn't blocked it, they would have likely come rushing in halfway. Even though the sniper god had taken down most of them, 5 dust hornets still managed to slip through, diving straight into the blind spot of the sliding rail cannon's minimum firing angle. At this distance, the angle of the cannon's elevation had already reached its limit, and the beams could only skim past above their heads, unable to target the close-range threats. The 5 dust hornets pounced on the 2 modified turrets closest to them, their high-frequency crystalline blades gnawing at the seams of the crystal cover, quickly penetrating the weak modified outer armor. No way! 2 short gasps echoed in the public channel, followed by 2 names going dark in the squad channel of 36 people. In the cramped space, the unarmed players suffered close attacks from the dust hornet hunting bodies, and the scene was somewhat restricted. The first-person live stream of the 2 players was quickly blurred by a professional streaming team that had been prepared, but the comments were filled with humorous complaints. First battle equals first death, who just got on the job, and already off too tragic. What the hell is this turret shell made of paper? What happened to the promised interstellar defense works? The blind spot problem is too significant if a large batch rushes and we can't hold them at all. The remaining gunners felt a bit panicked looking around for any handy weapons, thinking that if they really got targeted they could at least fight back. It's just 4 hours, what's there to be afraid of? Just as the gunners were in a state of utter panic, the hatch of an adjacent vacant turret suddenly slid open and 10 dark gray power armors emerged in single file, clearly modified Xingwei 3 models. The reinforced laser cannons at the shoulders, enhanced with anqui crystal, glowed with a faint purple light. 10 beams shot out simultaneously, precisely striking the 5 Dust Bee stragglers that had breached the line. The basic Dust Bee's armor was already weak. Hit heated by the enhanced laser cannons, they shattered into pieces on the spot. In just over 10 seconds, all the remaining threats were cleared cleanly. The public channel fell silent for a moment, then erupted. Where did those Xingwei 3s come from? Reserve troops. When were they arranged? Damn, I thought we were done for, but then reinforcements dropped from the sky. This is way too thorough, right? They must have anticipated the stragglers. The communication channel was filled with relieved remarks from the remaining 34 gunners. News quickly spread across various live streams and official forums, even before the gunners had taken their positions and the turrets had slid out of their bays. The Combat Command Center had already deployed a squad of modified Xingwei 3s to stand by in the side compartments, specifically to handle breaches in the turret blind spots. It was essentially a preemptive countermeasure. Although these few Dust Bee hunter-killers posed no real threat to the Star Tourist Station, the foresight and preemptive arrangement earned widespread praise from netizens and players alike. Whoa, these NPCs are too smart. They even thought ahead to cover the blind spots. The details are incredible. I thought it was just going to be a straight turret fight. No wonder they say the game's AI is self-evolving. This tactical prediction doesn't feel like a scripted routine. The battle came fast and ended just as swiftly. Less than 8 minutes in total. The 34 surviving turrets retracted along their rails one by one. The 2 damaged ones were towed to the repair area, and spare units quickly filled the gaps in the track. Sniper Shoots Birds removed his neural link controller, flexed his wrist, and scanned the battle report on his terminal. 92 Dust Bees annihilated, 2 turrets lost, 2 players killed. This result was highly satisfactory. He personally shot down 23, firmly securing the top spot on the kill leaderboard. The forums had already erupted over this first battle, with posts flooding in rapid succession. Some analyzed the pros and cons of the burst fire mode, others complained about the close-range blind spots, and a few dug into the surprise reserve unit, praising the official NPC's tactical finesse. Sniper Shoots Birds leaned against the cabin wall and refreshed the defense panel. The exterior lights dimmed one by one, leaving the deep space still a cold, ink-black void, as if the skirmish had been nothing more than a trivial interlude. How about that, brothers? 23 kills, top of the gunner leaderboard. Not bad for an old veteran of the Star Rec front right. The barrage of comments instantly flooded, humanoid auto-targeting confirmed. That preemptive speed boost prediction left me speechless. With that mouth of yours, say it's game time, and it's game time, say MVP, and you get MVP. First battle MVP locked. The devs should give you a golden gunner medal. Whoa, don't jinx me. Sniper Shoots Birds waved his hand with a laugh, then quickly dropped the playful tone and got serious about sharing his Hansen experience. Honestly, this modified turret works better than I expected. The burst fire mode is a real gem. The wide coverage makes the error tolerance much higher. The fire control system gives accurate basic parameters, distance, speed, all clearly marked. But it's missing a target behavior prediction module. You have to rely on your own feel for the lead. He paused, then continued, the close-range blind spot is a major flaw. Within 500 meters the cannon can't depress enough, like it's blind. If a large swarm charges straight in, relying on reserve troops alone won't cut it. I think they should either add a small caliber point defense secondary gun to the turret, or open more quick exit compartments around the turret segments to speed up reaction time. His eyes lit up as he spoke, anticipation coloring his voice. But this is just small stuff. Remember, there are 2 heavy railguns still being repaired on the outer hull. Those are the real deal. When the big assault battle comes, if I can get my hands on those cannons, that'll be the real thrill. The buzz from the turret's first battle spread across the entire official forum and major video platforms overnight. Everywhere was filled with discussions about the turret's debut. The clip of Sniper Shoots Birds' god-tier prediction of the Dust Bee's speed surge and his burst fire interception of half the charging swarm became the hottest video topic. Meanwhile, the 2 fallen players started a forum thread titled 3 minutes on duty, 1 second offline, and one of the first gunners to be chewed offline by Dust Bees. The thread was packed with gleeful mockery along with complaints about Hexagram Live's fast censorship that blocked the exciting scene and the modified turret's armor being as fragile as paper. Amidst all the excitement, serious analysis posts quickly rose to the top. The consensus was that the manual burst fire turret concept was entirely viable. Its efficiency against scattered dust bee scouts far exceeded expectations. With a 12-kilometer effective range and burst fire coverage, as long as they weren't up close, it was basically one-sided suppression. But two glaring weaknesses were also evident. First, the close-range blind spot made it nearly impossible to aim at targets within 500 meters. Second, the modified outer armor was too thin. Dust bees could gnaw through it with a few hits nowhere near the defensive strength of. Someone casually mentioned in a comment why not coat the barrel with anqui crystal to boost power and range, and was immediately shut down by knowledgeable players. What are you thinking? Do you have any idea how scarce anqui crystal is? Mass-producing enhanced turrets would be an astronomical consumption with ridiculously low cost-effectiveness. Haven't you noticed that Command is keeping the anqui crystal stockpile untouched? Core materials have to go to standard military equipment. The Star Hunter fighter, the Peregrine mech, the Lance mech. Those 3-star core civilization standard issue units are the real top-tier combat power. Soon someone in the thread pulled up data from the setting guide to fill everyone in. The Star Hunter light fighter is the main air combat unit, its anqui crystal-enhanced pulse laser cannon able to dominate the Darkwing shuttle. The Peregrine air combat mech specializes in high-speed dogfighting designed to intercept enemy mobile units. The Lance assault mech follows a heavy firepower anti-ship route destined to be the core damage dealer against enemy vessels. All three are elite units with low production capacity. Anqui crystal will be prioritized for them. The mass-produced turrets will have to make do. If the quality isn't there, well, compensate with quantity. Geez, those Star Core standard issue models look so cool. This defense battle is getting more and more exciting. Please open up more slots and let us in. Just as the forum was abuzz with discussions about thrilling battle scenes, a post from an engineering player was bumped to the forefront with a simple and direct title: Can we add a nested bunker compartment to the artillery section? The author's design concept was straightforward, essentially a version of Earth's modern warfare bunker tactics adapted for. Each artillery section would be equipped with 2 embedded armored compartments with the Star Guardian 3 power armor stationed inside, ready to fire as a fixed close defense turret, specifically covering the dead angles within 500 meters. If an enemy were to breach the wall of the compartment, they could simply open the side door for close combat, without needing to traverse half the outer wall to reinforce through the main passage. The core idea is to reuse existing production capacity. The Star Guardian 3 can already be mass-produced without needing to open a new production line, and the engineering workload of altering the wall is small, spending little to cover a significant vulnerability. Before long, the post accumulated thousands of replies, and the discussions in the threads spiraled wildly. Wow, so this is traditional Earth craftsmanship. Setting up bunkers wherever you go. The idea is truly brilliant. It adds no new production pressure. The Star Guardian 3 is already in mass production, essentially providing a fixed position for those idle combat players to screw in bolts. What a great deal. Dust Bee I finally charged in, only to find 2 enemies lurking in the armor seams. Is this how you play dirty? I suggest the official team directly copy this idea. Don't make me beg you on my knees. If those 2 guys from the last battle had a bunker beside them, would they have had to log off right after starting work? Can we be a bit bolder? Just stuff an engineer inside the bunker. If the cannon breaks, they can weld it on the spot, emphasizing a continuous flow of artillery while ensuring a solid work position. The practical faction has calculated the numbers. Modifying one artillery section's engineering workload is less than building half a new turret, but the effect of covering blind spots is maximized, and the cost-effectiveness is unmatched. I'm volunteering to sit in the bunker. I just love hiding behind the armor and shooting from the shadows, employing an old-school trick that Dust Bee simply can't find me. Honestly, this idea is much more reliable than just piling armor on the artillery. No matter how thick the armor, it can't withstand erosion. Having someone alongside to cover fire is truly unresolvable. To be fair, even the base model Star Guardian 3, which hasn't undergone any dark crystal modifications, is more than sufficient for close-range engagements, with Dust Bees perfectly utilizing the idle combat players rather than having them all stuck behind the artillery waiting. In stark contrast to the players' humorous and passionate discussions in the main control room of the second fire source satellite, Lin Yuxi and Elena were reviewing the complete battle report. The overall hit rate has exceeded the estimated value by 7 percentage points, and the barrage coverage effect of the rapid-fire mode is excellent, meeting the efficiency standards for handling small groups of scouts. Elena traced her fingers over the battle damage data, her brow slightly furrowed. However, the weaknesses in armor and the issue of close-range blind spots are indeed fatal. The 2 cannons were completely destroyed after just 5 Dust Bees got close. If a group charge occurred, the damage rate would be astronomically high. I plan to add a layer of composite armor plating to the outer layer of the artillery. At least it can withstand one more round of impact and ensure the safety of the gunners. Lin Yuxi chuckled softly and shook his head. You may want to do that, but the players might not be so keen on it. He pointed to the casualty statistics, saying with a hint of amusement for them dying means logging off for just 4 hours, it's hardly a big deal. Rather than spending materials to armor the artillery to protect personnel, it's better to build a few more cannons and open more positions. By increasing the opportunities for engagement and firepower density, if you give them a choice, they'll certainly prefer to go for 3 minutes of excitement and then wait 4 hours to respawn rather than just standing by safely watching. Elena paused for a moment, and a wry smile appeared on her face. She understood very well that Lin Yuxi was right. After spending time with these eternally optimistic and creatively chaotic alien players, she had gradually grown fond of them. Previously, she was accustomed to the combat logic of the Star Core civilization's regular army prioritizing the safety of personnel and equipment, but she had forgotten that this group of players from Earth was in essence a special force that was least afraid of losses. That's true. She nodded, slightly postponing the armor reinforcement plan. Let's prioritize covering the blind spots. I've seen the nested bunker compartment plan on the forum. The logic is feasible, the modification is minor, and the results will be quick. Let's go with this. Lin Yuxi decisively made the decision. First, select 3 artillery sections for a pilot program. If there are no issues, we'll roll it out across all outer walls. After all, the production capacity of the Star Guardian 3 can keep up perfectly, filling in the surplus combat players, making the most of resources. After discussing the defensive enhancements, the conversation naturally shifted to core combat capabilities. I have already reallocated the reserves of dark crystals. Elena brought up the resource allocation panel. The mass-produced artillery will not undergo dark crystal enhancements. All existing stock will be redirected toward 3 standard equipment types. The pulse laser barrels for the Star Predator fighters, the core drive components of the Falcon and Rock Spear, and the key armor layers will all receive dark crystal enhancements, prioritizing the combat power ceiling of elite units. She paused, synchronizing the latest construction progress. The Thunder-class escort ship has already been towed back to the large dock in the north. Basic repairs are progressing as planned, and the optimization plan for the shield system's dark crystal lattice has also completed its initial simulations. Both projects will be comprehensively rolled out once the ICE or production stabilizes. The current core focus is on getting the prototypes of the 3 standard equipment types running. As she spoke, she lightly tapped the control panel, and the real-time holographic projection of the assembly workshop immediately appeared before the two. In the projection, the 2 main assembly stations in the deep industrial compartment were brightly lit, and the prototypes of the standard mechs were taken. On the operating platform, Iron Man was shouting at his team members, directing them to calibrate the armor joining process. His clone's face bore a distinct pallor, yet his eyes shone with remarkable brightness, even neglecting the fine beads of sweat trickling from his forehead. "Take a break, old buddy," shouted a nearby player leaning on the platform railing. "Your fatigue level is almost in the red. If you don't log off soon, the system will forcibly kick you off." "What's the rush?" Iron Man replied without turning his head, his fingers flying across the control panel, his tone barely containing his excitement. "This is a genuine Star Core standard mech. Even if it's a downgraded version of fusion power, the unique design process and structural logic are exceptional. It's leagues above those makeshift mass-produced models. I have to see the entire assembly process. How could I bear to log?" In the holographic projection, the left-side Falcon-type air combat mech stood 21 meters tall, with sleek and streamlined body lines completely optimized for high-speed engagements. The dual rapid-fire particle cannons on both arms were already in place, and the cold light of the particle combat blades was faintly visible in the shoulder storage slots, exuding an aura of sharpness. On the right side, the Rock Spear-type assault mech was much bulkier, standing 25 meters tall, with a solid and heavy body clad in thick composite armor plates, featuring a striking embedded heavy energy penetration cannon at the chest. The shoulder compartment for the large-caliber explosive shells was also taking shape, exuding a tremendous sense of pressure just by standing there. In the adjacent position, the Star Predator-type light fighter was also undergoing simultaneous assembly, with its streamlined body beginning to take shape, progressing in parallel with the 2 mechs. The first test is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Elena turned her head to look at Lin Yuxi, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. "Guardian, do you want to try it yourself?" Lin Yuxi's gaze fell on the 2 mechs in the holographic projection, and he slightly nodded. He knew very well that these 3 Star Core standard equipment types were the true trump cards that could influence the battle situation in the coming 3 months. At 6 o'clock in the morning, most night owls had succumbed to sleep, while the early rising office workers had yet to awaken. The official top announcement for the defense sector of the Star Core reboot was once again released at this ungodly hour, leaving one to wonder if it was intentional. The announcement was as brief as ever, containing only a single line of minimalist text. The basic performance tests for 3 models of standard equipment prototypes have been completed, with all core parameters meeting the standards, and they have entered the preparation phase for mass production. Attached were 3 segments of third-person real test footage, each lasting no more than 3 minutes, filmed presumably in the calibration airspace surrounding the space station. The venue had prearranged gradient armor targets and staggered obstacle arrays, creating a dedicated space for equipment performance calibration. The announcement concluded with a deliberate note: this is only a basic condition verification. Extreme performance and practical effectiveness still require validation on the real battlefield. Even so, the 3 segments of video flooded the entire forum homepage within half an hour. The first to go viral was the test footage of the Lurking Star lightweight fighter. The silver-gray streamlined fuselage resembled an arrow quenched in light, piercing straight through the chaotic array of metal obstacles. With high-speed direction changes, barrel rolls, and instantaneous climbs, the series of maneuvers flowed seamlessly as the wingtips brushed past the edges of the cabin sections, never touching any obstacles. The flight trajectory was dazzling. The 2 pulse laser cannons at the front, enhanced with dark crystal technology, fired synchronously, with pale blue beams precisely extinguishing all floating targets along the path, with trajectory deviations nearly negligible. The most shocking part was the weapon test segment, where 2 focused tracking missiles abruptly launched from the wing mounts, their bodies trailing faint purple flames as they struck a 100-meter segment of abandoned cabin. The front-end focused warhead first melted through the thick outer armor, and upon penetrating the cabin interior, it suddenly exploded, releasing dozens of small focused fragments that blew outward, shredding the cabin segment into a cloud of metallic debris. The second segment featured the Falcon-type air combat mech in action. The 20-meter-tall lightweight body maneuvered skillfully within the obstacle cluster, moving so fast that it left an afterimage. The dual-arm, dual-mode rapid-fire particle cannons continuously spewed tongues of flame, weaving a net of concentrated fire. The incoming targets were ground to dust one by one. The camera finally fixed on the close-range, armor-piercing test. The Falcon's shoulder storage compartment suddenly ejected 2 Azure particle combat blades as the body, propelled by inertia, glided past a thick composite armor target board, a cold light flashing by. After 2 seconds of stillness, the heavy target board slowly slid apart along the smooth, cut the cross-section, as smooth as a mirror. The third segment was dedicated to the Rock Spear-type assault mech. The 25-meter-tall robust body was firmly anchored on the testing platform, resembling a silent steel fortress. The heavy focused armor-piercing cannon embedded in its chest completed its charge, unleashing a solid, deep purple beam. It pierced through over 100 meters of thick multi-layer gradient armor target, with the residual shockwaves creating deep craters in the ground behind the target. Immediately after, the shoulder hatch burst open and dozens of cluster explosive rounds trailing flames fell, detonating into pale purple shockwave spheres at their impact points, and after the bright flash, all targets within the range of the test site along with their bases were completely vaporized, leaving behind a molten flat surface, the oppressive feeling of heavy anti-ship firepower palpable even through the screen. The comments section quickly buzzed with activity. Another 6 o'clock. Is the official release time ingrained in their DNA? Just when the night owls had just fallen asleep and the early risers had yet to wake up, is this a silent build-up for a big move? It's an old tradition. The announcement text never exceeds 3 lines, all the substance crammed into the attachments with an extreme economy of words. Writing one more line is seen as a failure by the official standards. I thought the cannon's first battle would allow for a couple of quiet days, but then they suddenly dropped a bombshell. I respect the update speed. This is what Star Core standard equipment is all about. Compared to the previous models like the Bone Hardening and Sharp Thorn, these 3 stand out in craftsmanship and performance, showcasing the difference between regular military and makeshift assembly. Let's not jump the gun. Let's say this calmly: these are all calibrated tests with fixed targets and preset obstacles, with no unexpected interferences throughout, equivalent to a basic venue assessment. When it comes to the battlefield, the maneuverability of the Dust B will be much more complex than the targets. Whether it can perform stably in a complicated combat environment remains uncertain, but at this basic lower limit, it already outshines the mass-produced versions by a wide margin. By the way, who executed these maneuvers? The extreme directional changes of the Lurking Star and the precision with which the Falcon navigated through obstacles. No player can achieve that right. Have you forgotten about the Guardian? Don't you remember the spectacular highlights of the Starfall mech single-handedly defeating the Roamer mech in 26 seconds when the game launched? The penetration of the rock spear looks exaggerated, but the target board was stationary. Striking high-speed moving targets still depends on fire control and pilot skill. However, the power is undeniably sufficient. As long as it hits, it's basically a one-shot kill, making it absolutely effective against large targets. The discussion around the Lurking Star fighter was even more lively, with a group of space fighter enthusiasts celebrating like it was New Year, and analysis posts piled up layer upon layer. Finally, we have a proper space interceptor. The previous shuttles and reconnaissance aircraft were just filler. This is what air supremacy should look like. This high maneuverability combined with dual pulse laser cannons and dual stage focused tracking missiles. This aerodynamic design is simply outrageous. If squad combat is made available, we could really see some impressive tactics. To be fair, this is probably just the basic configuration, right? Previous scattered settings mentioned that the Lurking Star has exclusive Dark Crystal anti-ship missiles and electronic warfare pods, and these basic tests probably didn't include those. I urge the official team to quickly release the pilot assessment channel. I don't ask for much, just let me fly for a lap, just one. The heat in the forum soared with the volume of discussions quickly surpassing that of the previous cannon's first battle. Everyone was talking about the generational gap of the 3 new pieces of equipment, guessing who would get the first batch of test drive slots. Even the previously heated discussions about the Fortress cabin modifications were pushed to the second page, until another post suddenly appeared, forcibly shifting the topic from the new equipment to another direction. Has anyone else been stuck at a neural linkage degree of 29? 9 for 3 days. Just 0. 1, and it's stuck. The poster shared a screenshot of their attribute panel, clearly showing that the neural linkage degree was stuck at 29. 9, with the number not budging at all. I've been stuck tightening screws for 12 hours in the industrial cabin every day thinking I'd break through 30 soon, but after working hard for 3 days, it's still stuck, and I can't figure it out. So this last 0. 1 is the threshold, huh? Instantly hundreds of replies piled up below the post, all echoing similar lamentations. I'm at 29. 9 stuck for 2 days. I've been continuously interacting with the contamination in the C9 cabin and can't get it to budge. It feels like the system is deliberately holding me back. Engineering party reporting, and I'm at 29. 9 and stuck for almost a week. I thought I was slacking off too much, but it turns out everyone is. So reaching from 29 to 30 is a hurdle, huh? Based on previous trends, it should only take a day or 2 to improve, but why is everyone stuck here? More than 2 months into the game, high-frequency players were collectively stuck at the 29.9 threshold. Everyone was stuck right before the 30 talent unlocking line, lacking that final breakthrough to push them through. Some dug up the official settings from the early days of the game to educate the cloud players who were still unfamiliar with the clone body growth system. The forum immediately split into several factions engaged in heated debates. The engineering faction, which spent their days tightening screws and adjusting equipment, was the most convinced, declaring they would definitely awaken to the control system, especially since their work for the past 2 months had all been related to mechanical operations. Veteran players who were regularly engaged in battles, however, were the most conflicted. Some argued that wearing power armor also counted as controlling machinery, so they must be control type. Others argued that constantly taking damage and engaging in close quarters combat might lead to a combat type awakening. Yet another faction insisted that the talents were purely random blind boxes unrelated to what one did, entirely dependent on the initial genetic predisposition of the clone body. As the debates raged on, someone casually compared another piece of growth data. While the linkage degree was approaching the threshold, the clone bonus enhancement level was generally still stuck between 160 and 200, far from the first layer of genetic lock at 300. A clear disparity in the speed of growth had emerged between the two metrics. Accumulating linkage degree through daily operations was relatively easy after all. Just accumulating game time would steadily increase the linkage degree regardless of the player's main gameplay. However, trying to enhance the clone body's strength through these regular game contents was significantly more challenging. In the main control room of the No. 2-seed satellite, Lin Yuxi and Elena were observing the linkage degree statistics for the entire server. On the screen, the points of light representing players were densely clustered between 29.5 and 29.9. How long until the first batch of players unlock their talents? Lin Yuxi asked. Based on the current rate of growth, the first batch of high-frequency players will gradually break through the 30 threshold within the next week, ushering in the first small peak of talent unlocking. Don't we need to tell them what determines the awakening of their talents? Elena asked, blinking her green eyes in confusion. Based on the current situation, the results of players' awakening talents align perfectly with our expectations. If you were to tell them the influencing factors of awakening talents and the true positioning of the two types of talents right now. With their restless natures, always looking for opportunities, they could end up causing all sorts of trouble. Let them explore slowly. By the time they realize what's happening, it will all be too late. While speaking, Lin Yuxi revealed a sinister smile, causing Elena, who was beside him, to feel a shiver down her spine. Within the large dock in the north, the low-frequency humming of the fusion engine resonated along the armored deck, mixed with the crisp sounds of metal components joining together, filling the entire enclosed space. Liu Ran crouched deep within the power compartment of the Thunder-class escort ship, his fingertips adjusting a micron-level calibration device, meticulously calibrating each contact point of the Enshui crystal conduction array. The ship's repairs had entered a critical phase for nearly a week, and he had practically been living in the dock. Every day, he opened his eyes to parameters and transmission efficiencies. He had hardly even opened the forum, and the heated discussions outside about the talent threshold were completely beyond his awareness. Just as he twisted down the last fixed buckle, a sudden wave of fine, tingling sensation surged from the back of his neck, spreading along his spine to every limb and bone. It was not the fatigue of soreness. It felt more like a thin veil that had been lifted between his consciousness and body, making even the frosted texture of the calibration device appear much clearer to his eyes. Following that, a light blue prompt illuminated on the smart terminal of his right arm, and a system pop-up appeared. Detected that the neural link degree of the clone has reached 30, satisfying the preconditions for gene talent awakening. Please proceed to the standard sleep chamber for consciousness synchronization calibration as soon as possible. Estimated duration 3 hours. Upon completion, the gene talent will be automatically activated. Lu Ran was stunned for 2 seconds, still not quite grasping what this meant. A teammate nearby who was handing over spare parts caught sight of the text on his terminal and exclaimed, "Damn it! Nanguyu actually broke through the threshold. The 30 barrier that's been the hot topic in the forum for 3 days while we grind daily at 29.9 without progress. You quietly met the standard." Cough cough. Recently focused on the core system of the escort ship, didn't have time to check the forum. Lu Ran explained with a dry cough, standing up to stretch his fingers, the tingling sensation still subtly lingering in his limbs. "You still have to lie in the sleep chamber for 3 hours. So troublesome. I haven't wrapped up my calibration work yet," Lu Ran muttered while his teammates looked at him with envy. As expected of the first batch of veterans, this progress is leading the entire server. Hurry up, hurry up. When you wake up, we can bask in your luck too." Lu Ran smiled and nodded, not saying much more, exchanging greetings with the nearby teammates before turning and walking into the spare sleep chamber at the side of the dock. The cabin door slowly closed, and the light blue synchronization liquid gradually spread over him, with his consciousness quickly sinking into a stable calibration state. Taking advantage of these 3 hours, Lu Ran logged off to quickly handle the affairs piled up from the star core technology that required his attention. Recently, Su Zhe and Jiang Wan, along with a few old teammates, had begun to suspect his identity as Lu Nan. The identity Lu Nan, which he had fabricated to conceal his half-planar identity, was becoming hard to maintain. Those guys had been looking at him with strange expressions, as if constantly saying, "You're pretending. You keep pretending." It seems it's time to find an opportunity to explain things properly to those guys. Just thinking about pretending to be a newbie for team task guidance makes me feel a bit socially dead. I wonder how long those guys will laugh at me. Lu Ran supported his forehead, bitterly muttering to himself. 3 hours passed in a blink, and the moment the sleep chamber door popped open, Lu Ran's first sensation upon opening his eyes was smooth. In the past, controlling the clone for ordinary daily actions did not feel much different, but during precise operations it still felt like there was a layer of mist separating him, requiring deliberate concentration to stabilize the movements of his fingers. At this moment, with a slight movement of consciousness, his fingers could precisely follow the actions, achieving an unprecedented synchronization among his eyes, hands, and brain. He raised his hand to bring up the attribute panel, and the originally dim talent bar had turned green. Gene Talent Orientation Control System. Talent effect enhances all mechanical operations, vehicle control, and equipment debugging efficiency by 20, significantly optimizing neural synchronization accuracy. Almost at the same moment, the talent information refreshed. A line of light golden system announcements simultaneously popped up on all players' smart terminals throughout the server, hovering at the edge of their vision for 3 seconds before slowly dissipating. Server-wide achievement unlocked: Spark Pioneer Initial Awakening. Player Stardust Traveler becomes the first consciousness to complete Gene Talent Awakening, awarded the permanent honor title Spark Pioneer. The dock fell silent for a second, then erupted into a chorus of gasps. Lu Ran was not overly excited. He smiled and responded to the congratulations from his companions, stretched his wrist, and returned to the power compartment. Once again picking up the calibration device, the Enshui crystal contact points that previously required 3 calibrations were now precisely aligned in one attempt. A glance over the complex circuitry array made the logical nodes clearly emerge in his mind, and the progress in his hands visibly accelerated by nearly 20%. This sensation was not merely an enhancement of physical fitness, but rather a substantial increase in control over himself and his tools, genuinely stepping up to a new level. He did not continue the calibration work, but went straight back to the sleep chamber and logged off. Half an hour later, a guide post that had been highlighted on the forum by the official moderator was pinned, titled, "Just completed Awakening Control System, sharing the process and experience." Naturally, the poster was Lu Ran. He first shared the signs before awakening and the process of sleep calibration, then detailed his specific feelings after awakening the control system. Finally, he added a personal speculation. "Based on my personal experience, talent orientation is likely related to frequently performed daily actions, but currently there is only a single sample, so the reference value is limited. I estimate that we will soon see the first wave of awakening, and once the sample size of awakenings is large enough, we should be able to roughly summarize the determining factors and patterns of different talents." The comments section was also bustling. Some envied the title of the first in the server, while others speculated about their own talent direction based on their daily behaviors. Some even followed Lu Ran's speculation to discuss the possibility of behavioral determinism, and the entire forum was wrapped in this fresh excitement, buzzing like a festival. Just as Lu Ran's post was gaining heat 800 kilometers away in an icy asteroid cluster, the second awakening sign had quietly been triggered. Duan, piloting his Ligubone mech, had just finished clearing a wave of MKII infiltrators that emerged from beneath the ice layer and was now guiding the mech back for resupply. The surface of the mech was still dotted with fine ice shards as he leaned back in the cockpit to catch his breath, only to feel a tingling sensation surging through his limbs. As a player who consistently fought on the front lines of melee combat, Duan's clone body had the highest reinforcement level in the entire server at 251, making him the closest to unlocking the first layer of gene lock. When the terminal notification popped up, he wasn't particularly excited, merely reporting it to his teammates before descending to a temporary rest point in the mining area. The 3-hour calibration passed quickly. When Duan opened his eyes again, every muscle in his body radiated a swelling sense of power. He opened his terminal panel, and the talent column had updated with new content. Gene Talent Orientation Combat Type. Talent Effect Comprehensive Enhancement of Physical Strength, Overload Resistance, and Melee Reaction Speed. Significant optimization of limb synchronization precision. The server-wide announcement arrived as expected. Server achievement unlocked: Iron Blood Pioneer, First Awakening. Player Duan becomes the first consciousness to awaken combat type talent, awarded the permanent honorary title Iron Blood Pioneer. This announcement was quickly shared by players on the forum. Holy crap, the first combat type is here. All achievements are taken, so I have no chance. Duan is always at the front face brawling, so it makes sense he'd get combat type right. So it really is whatever you do, you get the talent. Lu fixes ships and gets control type. Duan melees and gets combat type. It fits. Not necessarily. Duan's been piloting a mech recently too, which is also controlling behavior. Plus there are only 2 samples so far. What if there's a random factor? Opinions were diverse. Some firmly believed in the behavior determines talent rule, while others remained cautious, unwilling to jump to conclusions given the small sample size of 2, uncertain if exceptions would emerge later. No one expected the exception to come so quickly. Just half an hour after Duan's awakening, near the temporary camp of the Ice Mining Pioneer team, Suja was carrying a section of transmission pipeline toward the base station. With the Ice Mining team short on personnel, Suja, as the core engineer, had to debug mining equipment, coordinate base construction, and even help with moving equipment and laying pipelines during downtime. In reality, he had a relatively slender build, but this clone body was initially far more robust and taller than other clones, making manual labor surprisingly easy for him. Thanks to being among the first batch of players, his exceptional skills and several iconic combat contributions early on, he enjoyed considerable popularity among both players and spectators. He usually streamed while playing, chatting with the audience as he worked. As soon as the pipeline on his shoulder touched the ground, an unexpected tingling sensation surged through him. Suja froze for a moment, then looked down at his terminal. The 30 threshold prompt was clearly displayed on the panel. Hey guys, I'm about to break through too. Alright, I'll go lie down for 3 hours. When I wake up, I'll show you how the control type feels. Speaking of which, since the game launched, I've spent 80% of my time debugging equipment and building infrastructure. It's definitely going to be control type. The live chat instantly erupted. Congratulations, Su-shun. The second awakening among the veteran team. This is a sure win for control type. Not necessarily little Ja. Look at your physique, head taller than regular clones, and you've been moving equipment for days. Might be combat type. Haha, don't mess with the top comment. Su-shun is pure tech, no way he'd get combat type. He'll bet on combat type. If I lose, he'll give away 10 fan badges. Stop joking. Suja shook his head with a smile. Moving equipment is just this past week. For the previous 2 months, I've been dealing with control panels every day. Can 1 week of physical labor outweigh 2 months of operation? I'm definitely control type. Alright brothers, I'm heading to the rest pod. See you in 3 hours. He greeted his camp teammates and stepped into the rest pod nearby. After logging out, he continued streaming, using his Earth body, chatting idly with the audience. The vast majority believed Suju awakening control type was a foregone conclusion, with only a few joking about combat. 3 hours passed quickly. The pod door slid open, and Suja sat up. The sudden surge of power immediately made him sense something was wrong. He quickly opened his smart terminal and called up the attribute panel. The next second, his expression froze. In the talent column, the words combat type were clearly displayed. The live chat paused for a second, then exploded. Holy crap. It's really combat type. I was just joking. Where's the profit? Killed him now. Moved equipment for a week and got combat type. Does this even make sense? Suja stared at the panel for a long while, then pressed his forehead in disbelief, his voice filled with confusion. No, this can't be right. I've spent most of my time since launch doing research, adjusting equipment, piloting transport ships. At most, physical labor was just this past week. It should be control type, right? He looked down at his hands, then rolled his shoulders. He could indeed feel an increase in physical strength, but what use was that to an engineer? To tighten screws more vigorously. So I awakened combat type, just to carry equipment and pipes. Guess I've unlocked a new profession, combat engineer. Suja said, almost in tears. The chat was already in hysterics with memes flying across the screen. On the forum, as soon as the screenshot of Suja's combat type awakening circulated, the previously well-argued behavior determines talent posts suddenly stalled. With 2 samples, the pattern seemed clear and consistent. But when the 3rd sample appeared, everyone was baffled. Was the rule for talent awakening based on behavioral proportion, the clone's initial genes, or some undiscovered judgment logic? For a moment, opinions were divided and neither side could convince the other. The Awakening of Talents by Lu Ran, Duan Run, and Suja was like flipping a switch for all the players' talent awakenings. In the following hours, over a dozen veteran players who had joined around the same time as Lu Ran also crossed the 30 threshold and completed their talent awakenings. These players casually mentioned their achievements in live streams, shared screenshots in small groups, or posted fragmented messages with various bits of information spreading freely across different channels. The forum was flooded with all sorts of esoteric strategies, with some claiming that twisting screws for half an hour before sleep guarantees a control-type awakening, while others insisted that clearing monsters continuously for 3 days guarantees a combat-type awakening. Such absurd comments became a major highlight of the forum. While players and netizens were passionately discussing the situation, Lu Ran posted a thread on the forum garnering overwhelming support from the majority of players. The thread's title, slightly cringeworthy, read Homemade Ember Ladder Rankings 1st edition, which clearly stated the purpose of the post. Since the official rankings for the entire server had not yet been released, and the scattered information made it difficult to discern any patterns, he took the initiative to create a community-maintained leaderboard. The 1st edition opened with a sub-ranking for talent awakenings, allowing all players who had completed their awakenings to post screenshots of their panels in a specified format, automatically sorted by the order of awakening. Subsequent features would include dimensions like clone enhancement levels, battle zone achievements, resource outputs, and more, creating a comprehensive ranking for players across the server. Once the proposal was made, the entire server responded positively. It could both consolidate samples to understand the talent rules better and allow players to intuitively compare their standing within the server, achieving 2 goals at once. Players who broke through the threshold subsequently flocked to the thread to register, and the originally scattered information quickly. This thread rapidly became the hottest topic on the forum, establishing itself as the authoritative community leaderboard among all players. In the following 3 days, the server experienced its first wave of awakening peaks. Every day, hundreds of players crossed the 30 threshold and entered the dormancy pods to complete the talent awakening process. By the end of the 3 days, nearly 3,000 players had successfully unlocked their talents, and the registration page of the Ember Ladder Rankings had turned page after page with the names of familiar veteran players almost all appearing on it. Soon, data analysts sorted through over 2,000 valid samples from the leaderboard, and the statistical results surprised everyone significantly. Players with awakened control-type talents accounted for a staggering 90%, while combat-type talents made up less than 10%, proving to be genuinely rare. Even more perplexing was that among the core combat group, who had long been stationed on the front lines and had the longest battle durations, the proportion of awakened combat-type talents was only around 20%, barely exceeding that of the general population. So after all this time fighting alongside the invading entities, I still ended up with a control-type talent. This is absurd. How can one possibly awaken a combat-type talent? Do I really need to strip off my armor and engage in pure hand-to-hand combat? I bet it's due to initial genetic determinism. Just look at Suja's physique. He obviously has a solid foundation, so it's skewed towards a combat type. If it's all about initial genetic determinism, then why are there so few cloned combat-type talents provided by the officials? This doesn't make sense. With the emergence of numerous awakening cases, players and casual gamers became even more perplexed about the determining factors for awakening different talents. As more players awakened, they gradually shared and discussed their different gaming experiences with their talents, leading to increasingly heated debates about the advantages and disadvantages of the 2 talent types. In the current version, players either focused on infrastructure and repairing equipment or operated mechs and wore powered armor for combat, with all scenarios relying on neural link controls. The control-type talents provided a universal efficiency boost of 20, which was visibly significant. In contrast, the combat type only had a verified effect of a 20 overall increase in physical attributes, plus a slightly faster enhancement rate for clones. In the space battlefield, there was almost no room for pure physical combat. Besides being more effective when moving equipment, the practical gains were minimal. the discussions gradually split into two factions. One side was the useless faction, bluntly stating that the design of the combat-type talent was the first major flaw in the game design reboot by Star Core, as the strengths of the two awakened talents were severely unbalanced. Getting a control-type talent is a huge win, while getting a combat-type talent feels like starting off unlucky. They all complained that the talent balance was far too carelessly done. The other side, the potential faction, insisted that the officials would not create talents that were entirely useless. The depth of content in the Star Core reboot was evident to all, though it had only been over 2 months since launch, yet the rationality of various settings was clear to everyone. The combat type is likely a late-game talent, but the corresponding game content hasn't been released yet. It's too early to pass judgment now. The two factions debated heatedly, with some players even leading a collective petition thread tagging the official account to request a clear explanation. However, this time the officials did not respond with a final explanation to the highly concerning issues raised by the players, as they had in the past. Faced with this collective questioning from players and casual gamers, the officials remained silent, neither addressing the controversies nor providing any additional settings, and the announcement board remained quiet, as if nothing had happened. This cold treatment not only failed to quell the disputes, but instead heightened the topic's intensity. Just when players began to theorize about conspiracies, the shopping system quietly underwent an update. There was no announcement, no notification. It was only when a keen player casually refreshed the store that they suddenly discovered the exchange window for the Shadow type enhanced armor appearing in the equipment exchange list, which they immediately shared in the forum. This armor was initially the exclusive gear of the Guardian Xing Yan during the early exploration phase of the Starfire space station, contributing many memorable moments. Lin Yuxi unlocked the genetic lock for the first time, and the Shadow One awakened simultaneously, unleashing immense combat power. The moment when he single-handedly caught a giant blade and smashed the first elite infected unit, the Shipbreaker One, left countless players exhilarated. The Shadow One's sleek and sharp design, along with its unique biological armor's wild combat style, had many players who favored such combat methods craving it for nearly 2 months. However, the comparable Star Guardian 3 powered armor had already been listed in the store's dialogue list long ago, while there had been no updates regarding the Shadow One. Previously, players who repaired the equipment production line revealed that the production line for the Shadow One had already been fixed and was producing consistently. Yet the system shop had still not opened up for exchanges, and unexpectedly, it had stealthily gone live. Cautious players soon discovered a more crucial detail: the shop exchange was open to all players, but in the corner of the exchange interface, there was a line of small text. Players with awakened combat-type talents automatically received a 40% discount for exchanges. A 40% discount. Doesn't this just imply that the Shadow armor is specifically designed for combat-type talents? Of course, the Shadow armor is biological powered armor relying on the user's physical attributes, which is entirely different from powered armor. Soon data analysts calculated that the Shadow could amplify the user's physical attributes by nearly 3 times. And the combat type itself provided a 20 boost to all attributes. As long as the clone enhancement level reached over 200, the overall combat power of wearing Shadow armor would surpass that of the conventional Star Guardian 3 powered armor. Once this conclusion was reached, the floodgates of speculation opened in the forum, with various theories racing along the biological armor route. Wait, does this mean the combat type follows the biological armor path? Will there be even stronger cloned armors in the future? This feels reminiscent of the Alien vs. Predator vibe. Got it? The control type focuses on mechanical tech trees, while the combat type focuses on biological tech trees, right? Is the official secretly dividing the paths? The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. The previous settings mentioned that the Black Fog itself is a nanobiological cluster, and the Star Core civilization inherently hides biological technology lines. It's possible that in the future there will be gene fusion and exoskeletal cloning, and the combat type is specifically tailored to this line. So in the future, will combat types be the tough ones who can haul cannons and disassemble mechs with their bare hands? They are definitely the Iron Blood warriors. I can already imagine it in future Ground Dungeons: combat types charging ahead in biological clones, while control types support from behind in mechs, clearly defining the roles. Before the lively speculations could float too far, reality doused the excitement. Can we stop dreaming so far ahead and instead look at the current version environment? Currently, the entire battlefield is in space. It's either artillery exchanges or mech aerial combat. There's no way to jump out in Shadow armor and engage in close combat with dust wasps, right? Even if you have 3 times the attribute amplification, your body can't withstand a barrage of particle cannons. And besides, even if the Shadow armor is powerful, it's still an individual armor, not on the same level as 20-meter mechs. In such a grand space battlefield, the Shadow enhanced armor truly lacks significant practical value. Once this was said, the excitement in the thread faded considerably. Everyone calculated that even with the exclusive benefits of Shadow, the scenarios for the combat type to excel remained extremely limited. The core confrontations in the space battlefield were always a contest of vehicles and firepower. No matter how strong the individual armor, it couldn't be the main force in a vacuum battlefield. At most, it could hold a slight advantage in cleaning up in the cabin or in close-range encounters, but its overall impact on the battle was negligible. In short, it's still a future prospect. Someone summarized this way from the officials, essentially clearly tells us that the combat type hasn't been abandoned, it's following a biological clone route. However, when it will be usable, and what corresponding content will be released for ground battles remain unknown. At least in the current version of space infrastructure and positional warfare, the combat type is still at a disadvantage. Those who drew it can only hold on and wait for future updates. This perspective received overwhelming agreement. There must be potential, but compared to the vague future versions, most players cared more about the current efficiency of infrastructure and practical gains. The dominance of control-type talents across all scenarios remained unshaken by the introduction of shadow armor. Indeed, they have been led astray. Lin Yuxi observed the forum discussions with a smile reminiscent of an ant's. In the main control room of the No. 2 Fireseed satellite, a pale blue data stream slowly refreshed on the light screen. Elena gazed at the statistics of players awakening their talents across the server, feeling a sense of calm. The ratio of control system to combat system maintained around 9:1, which was essentially consistent with my previous. In fact, the factors determining the awakening of clone bodies' talents are not that complex. Some rational players have even guessed a rough idea. However, there are indeed some random variables mixed in, making it difficult for them to arrive at accurate rules. The weight of the awakened talent is 70% based on high-frequency behaviors before awakening, 20% tied to the initial genetic bias of the clone body, and the remaining 10% is a random variable brought about by genetic mutation. Lin Yuxi stroked his chin, murmuring the precise rules that determined the player's awakened talents. Lu Ran has been tinkering with equipment in the dock for years, maximizing his mechanical operation weight, ensuring he falls into the control system, while Duan Run has long been at the front lines in close combat, resulting in a sufficiently high behavioral weight to awaken in the combat system as expected. When it came to Suja, Lin Yuxi also showed a hint of a helpless smile based on the combined weight of behaviors, and Jean's his probability of awakening in the control system exceeds 70%, yet that last 10% of the random variable played a crucial role, pushing him over the threshold into the combat system. One could say this is another kind of destiny. Perhaps he could really create a new profession as a combat engineer in the future. Lin Yuxi recalled Suja's expression in the live stream, looking as if he were on the verge of tears, lamenting his role as the one solely responsible for carrying equipment, and a smile crept onto his lips. This small probability accident is not detrimental. In fact, it makes it even harder for players to grasp the rules, which is another form of contribution. Discussing the growth positioning of the 2 talent systems, Elena naturally took over the conversation. The clones used by players are all made based on the genes of the Star Core race, retaining most of the genetic traits of the Star Core people. During the peak period of Star Core civilization, they had already completed genetic enhancement for the entire population, and at their peak the ratio of operational to combat talents among their people was also roughly 9:1. The control system is the cornerstone of the entire civilization's operation. Industrial production, fleet maintenance, infrastructure construction, and logistical support rely almost entirely on this group, which has a short training cycle and applies to a wide range of scenarios, naturally comprising the vast majority of the population. On the other hand, the combat system represents the elite assault force, requiring vast amounts of resources and time for training, but the advantage lies in the accelerated enhancement of clone strength and the lower threshold for breaking through genetic locks, meaning their numbers will inevitably be limited. Moreover, from the perspective of long-term growth patterns, it has always been easier for combat talents to supplement control skills than vice versa. Precision in control and proficiency with vehicles are essentially purely technical skills bolstered by the exceptionally high physical attributes and reaction capabilities of latest-stage combat talents. With extensive training and time investment, they can catch up, and as long as combat players are willing to dedicate time to deepening their skills, they can reach 80 or 90% of the operational level of the same tier control system players. However, the growth rate of clone strength and the thresholds for breaking genetic locks are hard caps directly locked by talent. Even if control system players spend every day in the training chamber building their physical abilities, the growth rate of their strength is only about 50 or 60% of that of combat system players. The gap widens as they advance to higher tiers, and this ceiling cannot be overcome merely by effort. She paused, a hint of nostalgia and admiration appearing in her eyes. Among the 12 strongest super warriors of the Star Core civilization back in the day, 9 were awakened combat system talents. By the time we reached the high-level battlefield against the Black Fog, the main combat power was divided into 2 parallel systems. One route was the biological mech path, driven by top-tier combat warriors using deep neural synchronization, enabling powerful biological mechs to exponentially amplify the physical strength of super warriors. Moreover, it had the ultimate trump card of special at biological positioning combined with the high resistance of black fog nanoclusters. It became the core assault force for breaching enemy defenses and decapitating mother nests. The other route was the energy-type super mech path. Your Starfall mech is one of the super mechs that has not yet been fully developed. Operated by top pilots from the control system, it depends on star core energy to output strategic heavy firepower, serving as the core support for fleet battles. There is no distinction of superiority between the two. They simply have different battlefield roles and applicable scenarios. But I still don't understand why you don't directly tell them the rules of awakening. Elena turned to Lin Yuxi, her green eyes filled with a hint of confusion. If you clarify things, it would help players better plan their long-term development. If it were clear, it would only lead to chaos. Lin Yuxi smiled and shook his head, his tone carrying a sense of understanding mixed with helplessness. Do you believe that if we were to clearly outline the upper limits of the talent system, now stating that the combat system has a higher ceiling in the later stages, even with the current crisis and the guidance we're providing? A large batch of players would appear in the dock tightening screws, while doing push-ups, focusing on infrastructure, while trying to employ flashy maneuvers to increase their physical training weight. His gaze fell upon the densely packed engineering units outside the porthole, speaking in a tone of someone who had been there. How many players can resist the temptation of pursuing the answers to the version? Even knowing the current crisis is graver, many would still prioritize long-term potential over immediate needs. By the time that moment arrives, if the infrastructure progress drops, the turrets can't be repaired and the defense lines can't be reinforced, don't even mention the later stages of exerting power, we might not even withstand the first wave of assaults. This result right now is good enough. He withdrew his gaze. Players who can awaken combat system talents without guidance truly possess long-term cultivation potential. And the current large number of control system players are also benefiting. They can fully enjoy the current version's advantages. As for players wanting to play in the late game, that also depends on whether we have a late game to begin with. 3 days later, the massive armored doors of the deep southern dock slowly slid open. Bathed in the crimson glow of the red giant, the first transport convoy of mining personnel finally returned safely. Of the original full escort formation of 3 Ligu mechas and 5 Rusi fighters, only 2 mechas and 2 fighters made it back. Duan Ren's mecha had a whole shoulder plate missing, exposing cables that still emitted faint wisps of smoke. The hull armor was covered in scratches and scorch marks, a crisscross of scars that looked especially battered. The other mecha, piloted by Kwangsha Kentai, was not much better. A large dent in the chest armor with the edges stained by the mottled traces of explosive fragments. The Starhauler-class transport ship following behind the formation was completely intact, with most of its cargo hold neatly stacked with ice mineral resources, the entire week's haul from the icy asteroid mining operation. Over the past few days, the 8 members of the escort formation had also completed their talent awakenings. Duan Ren, Mao Bing, Zhang Jiang, and Jiang Wan awakened combat-type talents, while the rest were control-type. The encounter battle that caused them to lose half their strength and return early occurred on the 5th day of their stay at the mining area. A hunting squad of nearly 100 dust bees drifted along a trajectory that overlapped with their area. Upon discovering the mining convoy, they immediately launched a surprise attack. The number of nearly 100 far exceeded the initial expectations set for the escort formation. Before their departure, there was no clear information indicating that dust bee hunting parties would appear in the debris belt. The original configuration of the escort formation was mainly for cleaning up the MK engineering mecha contaminants hidden beneath the ice layers of the ice minerals. They had never anticipated facing a combat cluster of over 100 mechanical units. After a brief moment of shock at the sudden sight of a large number of enemy units, the combat channel of the escort formation quickly had someone making tactical arrangements. Those selected for the first escort were all top-tier combat-oriented players from the entire server. The 4th Calamity never had the habit of Duan Ren, as the captain of the escort formation, quickly settled on a tactic after a brief exchange with his teammates. We can't stay at the mining area. The Starhauler has no armament. If they get close, we're done. Rusi, climb altitude and pin down the left flank. Ligu, form a rearguard formation and output. Draw the swarm toward the dense debris belt to the west. Use the range advantage along this distance to fight. While retreating, deplete their numbers as much as possible. Once inside the debris belt, rely on the terrain to fight a guerrilla war. Drag them until their formation scatters, and we'll have a chance. The 8 elite players immediately acted. The 3 Ligu mechas swung their cannons toward the deep space direction, while the 5 Rusi fighters climbed altitude, forming a crossfire network. The next second, the dark purple dust bee formation crashed into firing range. In the first wave of long-range exchanges, the players' range advantage was fully showcased. The heavy laser generators on the shoulders of the Ligu mechas fired at full power, thick energy beams slamming into the dense mechanical cluster. Any hit to the main torso could directly take down a dust bee. The large-caliber pulse laser rifle in the right hand fired in rapid succession, sweeping across the dust bee hunters that began to scatter and advance. The nose-mounted pulse cannons of the Rusi fighters, aided by their dive momentum, unleashed a frantic barrage, sheets of fine beams raking through the swarm. Although the Rusis pulse lasers were weaker, they had a high rate of fire, and continuous hits could still break the mechanical bodies of the dust bees. In just 3 minutes of fighting, while retreating, nearly 30 dust bees were blown apart in midair, fragments of crystalline shells scattered across the deep void. But the dust bees' numerical advantage and closing speed exceeded everyone's expectations. These nanomechanical swarm combat units were fearless. When the front ranks were blasted, the rear immediately filled in, never slowing their charge. As the distance closed, the fine crystal spike lasers fired from the crystalline clusters on the dust bees' heads began to return fire in dense volleys. A single beam had limited power, but when hundreds of beams interwove into a fire net, the larger volume of the Ligu mechas made it nearly impossible to dodge them all. The sustained ablation on the Ligus' thin armor quickly melted shallow pits across the surface. Damn it, this armor is like paper. A few squirts from the dust bees' little water pipes, and it's already breached. In the channel came Kwangsha Kentai's curse. He maneuvered his mecha sideways to dodge a volley, but several crystal spike lasers still hit his shoulder armor, melting through the surface layer and exposing the cables underneath. Curses aside, his hands never faltered. As a player who had awakened a control-type talent, his cannon calibration, evasive positioning, and the smoothness of his fire transitions were all significantly improved compared to before. His heavy laser accuracy was even slightly higher than Duan Ren's. Under extraordinary performance, he often scored headshots, precisely hitting the crystal cluster core on the dust bees' heads, putting his output efficiency at the top of the team. After retreating for nearly 100 kilometers while fighting, the debris belt to the west was already in sight, but the dust bees still numbered over 60 and had compressed the distance to a dangerous 1 kilometer. Several thorn spiker scouts mixed in the swarm continuously fired, marking crystal spikes, locking the coordinates of the 3 Ligu mechas. The dust bees' firepower became increasingly accurate. If the swarm closed in, everyone would be finished. If we keep this up, we won't make it to the debris belt before being encircled. The voice of Chaidan Yongyuan Manbansan suddenly cut into the channel. The self-destruct concentrated warhead of the Rusi has a large enough radius. They'll take 2 wingmen to flank and charge into their formation, blow up their core cluster. You take the chance to rush into the debris belt. Chaidan, are you sure about this? Duan Ren hesitated before asking. The dust bees' laser fire is so dense the Rusis armor can't withstand it. You'll be shot down halfway. Better than sitting here waiting for total annihilation. I've always wanted to try the Rusis Heaven-Earth same longevity feature. Which 2 brothers want to join me? Chaidan's tone was excited, with no awareness of being about to be blown up by his own craft. Brother Chaidan, count me in. Better to go out with a bang than be slowly ground down. And me? Take me too. I've never done anything this thrilling before. It's me, let your little brother have this. 2 newcomers, Shiliang Guozai and Shinkong Luing, immediately perked up at the mention of the Rusi fighters' ultimate gameplay, Heaven-Earth same longevity, and eagerly volunteered, afraid of being left out. Be careful on your way. Everyone provide covering fire. We'll be waiting for your good news. See you on the forum. After hearing that, Duan Ren approved Chaidan's proposal and had the rest of the team provide fire support. Just watch while put on a show for you. See you on the forum. Chaidan Yongyuan Manbansan and the 2 newcomers replied. Then, with a maniacal laugh, they yanked the control sticks and charged toward the dust bee formation behind them. 3 Rusi fighters immediately broke away from the formation, using several floating debris fragments as cover, angling toward the flank of the swarm. The dust bees reacted instantly, detaching over a dozen units to intercept, weaving a dense web of crystal spike lasers. Then Duan Ren and the others concentrated all their firepower on these intercepting units, pouring fire to buy the 3 teammates a chance. The newcomers Shiliang Guozai and Shinkong Luing had good piloting skills, but lacked combat experience. Just as their fighters pushed to within 500 meters of the swarm, multiple beams struck their power compartments one after another. The thin armor provided almost no protection, and both fighters exploded in midair on the spot, not even having time to activate the self-destruct. Only Chaidan Yongyuan Manbansan's fighter remained, trailing a graceful arc as it charged toward the dust bee formation. His craft had already taken 4 stray shots, the tail thin, trailing black smoke, the left wing punched through with a large hole. The fighter wobbled unsteadily, yet he pushed forward through the barrage, relying on the extreme control granted by his awakened control-type talent. The moment he plunged into the densest central region of the dust bees, he didn't hesitate. He directly triggered the self-destruct sequence of the concentrated warhead. Take this, you iron lumps. Earth explosion star. Boom. A maddened shout was followed by a massive explosion, resounding through the communication channel as a blinding white light suddenly erupted in the deep void. The ultimate energy-concentrating shockwave expanded outward from the fighter jet, instantly shredding over 30 dust bees within a 100-meter radius into crystalline fragments. The outer individuals were also swept away by the shockwave, completely disrupting the originally organized assault formation. Just as everyone was stunned by the ever-slow detonation and the earth-shattering display, an angry roar erupted in the communication channel. Don't just stand there. Take advantage of the moment to fight while retreating into the debris field. The voice of Duan Ren sharply pulled everyone's attention back. Mao Bing, you take the left flank to hold them off, and Quang Sha, follow me on the right flank. Once we get into the debris area, we will circle around them. After the explosion, about 30 dust bees remained. Although their formation was considerably scattered, they showed no signs of halting their pursuit. Mao Bing, without hesitation, drove his mech directly into the left cluster of debris, darting to and fro successfully, drawing a majority of the swarm. As a player awakened with combat talents, his reaction speed and overload resistance were significantly higher than those of control-type players. At this moment, disregarding the immense load from high-speed movement, he piloted his lightly armored Li Gu mech, dodging left and right amid the dense laser beams, and narrowly evaded a majority of the attacks. However, the sheer number of dust bees was overwhelming as the fine beams continuously struck the mech's body, causing the armor to shatter layer by layer, quickly exposing the power core chamber at the chest. Come at me. It's not just the stingers that can self-destruct. Our Li Gu mech's power core isn't to be underestimated. Mao Bing laughed heartily, glancing back at the 20 or so dust bees closing in rapidly behind him, and suddenly maneuvered the mech toward a massive breach in a warship's wreckage. In the final moment of losing control and the power core overload, he charged the mech toward the gathering dust bees and triggered the self-detonation of the power core. The second explosion echoed through the debris field. Large metallic fragments flew in all directions, and yet another 10 dust bees were completely obliterated. As the smoke cleared, only 2 Li Gu mechs, Duan Ren and Quang Sha, along with 2 Rusi fighters piloted by Jiang Wan and Yi Sun, remained capable of combat. Only 12 dust bees remained, all of them injured. The ensuing battle would be a classic guerrilla fight. The four relied on the intricate terrain of the wreckage, using their tacit teamwork to hit and change positions, gradually whittling down the remaining units. Quang Sha's control advantages became increasingly apparent in the skirmishes. He could always accurately predict the dust bees' movements, setting up his cannon position in advance, waiting for them to collide. Duan Ren, relying on the reaction speed of the combat class, narrowly dodged several ambushes at close range, drawing out his particle combat blade to deal with several straggling dust bees. The crystalline shells crumbled like thin paper before the high-frequency particle blades, and a single strike could shatter the small dust bees. The cleanup battle lasted nearly 20 minutes, and when the last dust bee was pierced through the head core by a laser, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly finishing the battlefield cleanup and retrieving the nanomaterials dropped by the dust bees, everyone understood that this location had been completely exposed. With the first hunting team numbering in the hundreds, there could easily be a second or third team, which their limited forces could not possibly defend against. Fortunately, most of the ice mines had already been mined, and the task completion exceeded expectations. After a brief discussion, the squad decided not to linger and immediately escort the transport ship back, reporting the enemy situation in the debris field to the command center for further deployment. This battle also provided the best practical test of the advantages and disadvantages of the two mass-produced equipment. The Rusi fighter's nickname Suicide Bomber was thoroughly cemented, sacrificing all armor for ultimate speed in exchange for a devastating strike. While it offered great cost-effectiveness against a large number of low-level Black Mist intelligent units, its tolerance for error was very low, and even a slight mistake could lead to destruction mid-journey. The shortcomings of the Li Gu mech's fragile armor were equally exposed. Players watching the live broadcast on the forum unanimously criticized it as a thin-skinned, easy-to-crush can with stray bullets leaving deep scars, and with 2 heavy hits, it would break its defense, completely relying on sheer firepower to substitute for defense. If it weren't for the participation of seasoned players with good teamwork, the battle losses would have been even more severe. Clips from the live broadcast of this skirmish quickly spread across the forum, especially the segment of the ever-slow detonation player charging into battle and self-destructing, which players went wild sharing and editing. I used to laugh at him for always being slow to detonate, but today he charges into battle faster than anyone. This is the correct use of a suicide bomber. Maxing out speed is all about self-destructing in the face of the enemy. Living to die eternity shared between heaven and earth. This detonation is truly divine. The comments in the forum were filled with various memes and tributes, overshadowing the abstract debates about Talon awakenings. Such tangible battlefield highlights ignited players' enthusiasm even more, becoming another hot topic on the forum that day. As the squad returned, the final orders from the command center were also issued. After evaluation, the ice mine area had completely left the absolute safe zone, and the black mist units roaming in the debris field were increasingly spreading into this area. Relying solely on temporary escort teams to guard the back and forth could not sustain the long-term mining needs. Thus, on the same day that the first batch of ice mines was stored, the expansion plan for the second batch of ice mines officially launched, with 3-star hauler-class transport ships forming a joint squad to set off simultaneously. Carrying over 1,000 infrastructure players equipped with a new batch of mass-produced Ligu Mech Rusi fighters and some upgraded Star Guardian 3 power armors. The core mission was no longer merely mining, but to build semi-permanent defensive structures in the icy asteroid field and set up fixed artillery arrays. With supporting permanent supply stations and repair docks, the ice mine sites would be thoroughly transformed into self-sufficient forward defense nodes. In the dock, the second batch of departing players was boarding in an orderly fashion. Duan Ren, Kwang Sha, and Jiang Wan stood by the boarding passage making handovers with familiar teammates. "Aren't you three coming back with us?" asked a passing engineer player carrying repair tools curiously. "The mining area is in desperate need of combat power. If you don't go, we will feel a bit uneasy." "Haha, no need to worry. This escort squad has most of the existing mass-produced equipment. Combined, we have nearly 100 Ligu Mechs and Stingers. As long as we don't encounter 1,000 Black Mist roaming squad, we should be able to hold our ground easily." Duan Rin comforted him with a smile, then raised his hand to point in the direction of the control area. "We just received a direct order from the command center to report to the combat training center immediately, saying there is a more important task." "What task?" someone nearby leaned in to ask. "They didn't specify you, they just said it's a high-priority task." Kwang Sha shrugged, but his expression was still eager. The group said no more, bidding farewell to everyone as they turned toward the control area. Behind them was a bustling boarding queue, and ahead lay the impending expansion of the ice mine, with new challenges awaiting them. Within the massive hangar of the Combat Readiness Training Center, cold white industrial lights cascaded down along the dome array, imbuing the vast chamber with a somber and killing aura. 3 new standard-issue machines arrayed in their parking bays like slumbering steel behemoths. The 2 rock halberd assault mechs in the forefront were robust and heavy, their 25-meter frames resembling mobile fortresses. Thick and dark essence crystal composite armor coated their exteriors, gleaming with faint dark purple crystalline textures. The muzzles of the chest-embedded heavy concentrated energy armor-piercing cannons glowed faintly, while the shoulder-mounted cluster bomb launchers remained sealed. Every contour exuded the ferocious aura of heavy firepower assault. In contrast, the 2 Peregrine aerial combat mechs beside them adopted a sharply different agile profile. Their 20mm lightweight frames were sleek and elongated. Folding wingspan vector thrust modules were stored on the back, and 2 particle combat blades were embedded in magnetic slots at the waist. The muzzles of the twin-linked rapid-fire particle cannons on the arms gleamed coldly, marking them as clearly high-mobility units. Further outward, beside the catapult tracks, 3 Star Skimmer light fighters stood in a row. Their 12.8mm streamlined fuselages shone silver gray. The 2 Dark Essence crystal-enhanced pulse laser cannons on the nose blended seamlessly with the fuselage, while wing pylons housed concentrated homing missiles. The aerodynamic silhouette was supremely clean, carrying a unique aesthetic of lines. Duan Rin, Kwang Sha, Kentai Jiang Wan, and the others had already completed the better part of a day's basic adaptation. Neural synchronization, calibration, live-fire testing, and maneuvering obstacle courses were completed one by one, granting them a preliminary grasp of the new equipment's operational logic and performance limits. The machine allocations had been decided before the training began. Duan Ren and Jiang Wan, both combat-type awakeners, would pilot the rock halberd assault mechs. This heavy model demanded high physical tolerance and sustained combat endurance, but was relatively lenient on micro-maneuvering precision, making it just right for combat-type players. Kwang Sha Kentai, a control-type awakener, along with Mao Bingzhan Jiang, who had no 3rd rock halberd to pilot, took over the Peregrine aerial combat mechs. This model severely tested positioning accuracy and firepower cadence, though every operational detail could directly translate into output efficiency, perfectly matching the control-type talent bonuses. The remaining 3, Chai Dan Yong Yuan Man Ban Pai Shiliang Guazai, and Shinkong Luing, piloted the Star Skimmer fighters, responsible for air superiority and precision long-range elimination. After the better part of a day's training, the differences in talent compatibility had become clearly evident. On the simulated ranges, statistical panel, Kwang Sha Kentai's muzzle calibration speed, continuous fire hit rate, and evasive maneuver success rate all ranked first. His ranged output efficiency subtly surpassed that of Duan Ren, who had always been known for his exceptional skill. Meanwhile, Duan Ren performed exceptionally steadily in high-load collision and sustained damage resistance simulations, though his overall mech control was notably lower than that of the control-type Kwang Sha Kentai. We used to say Duan Ren was the ceiling of skill, but now it seems matching talent is the real meta. During a training break, Chai Dan Brother Kwang Sha's control type activation really made his ranged game take off. Don't say that. The combat type is called combat type for a reason. It must have its strengths, just not yet apparent at this stage. Kwang Sha Kintai proactively explained. After spending so much time together, he and Duan Ren had always been both comrades and rivals. Although their personal relationship was now excellent, neither would let a sudden lead or overtaking affect their bond, which only fostered healthy competition. After a few more words, they were about to return to the sim pods for more practice when the red combat alert suddenly flashed at the top of the hangar and a new directive appeared on their smart terminals. Level 1 combat alert 800 kilometers away at Zone 3 ruins. The advanced survey team has been ambushed by a black mist swarm. The standard reinforcement force is trapped. Most of the main standard equipment has been dispatched to the ice mine expansion. Order your unit to immediately deploy with the new standard machines for reinforcement while verifying the details of the high-value signal within the ruins. Whoa, a mission already. Excitement filled the faces of all six as they immediately boarded and started up. The low roar of mech engines mingled with the hum of fighter thrusters. 3 mechs and 3 fighters formed a reinforcement formation. They launched in sequence along the combat catapult tracks into deep space, racing full speed toward the ruins 800 kilometers away. At cruising speed, the entire journey would take only 18 minutes. When they arrived at the battlefield, the situation was already precarious. 2 Raven-class transports led by a Li Bumi Lu were hiding in the gaps between the wreckage compartments of an abandoned military freighter. Their hull armor bore multiple dents and was covered with pockmarks from crystal spike laser burns. 2 bone grinder mechs that had gone to reinforce were blocking the front, their frames already riddled with holes, armor melted through in many places, exposing internal conduits. The pilots seemed ready to close in and self-destruct against the enemy. But the surrounding wreckage was too dense. It was self-destruct would inevitably harm teammates and the resources to be recovered later. So they could only tough it out under the cover of large metal debris waiting for backup. Outside, 70 or 80 Dust Bee hunters and 6 Thorn scouts were circling the wreckage, launching waves of attacks. A Darkwing shuttle repeatedly strafed the outer perimeter, its nose crystal core laser cannon blasting the wreckage's outer walls, sending metal fragments flying in all directions. The player's defensive line was hanging by a thread. At the critical moment, the support squad led by Duan Run had already spotted the battlefield deep within the wreckage belt from afar. Rock halberds pushed forward from the front, tear open the encirclement, Peregrine's flank, and clear close-range units. Star skimmers dive from above and suppress, take out that shuttle. The commander was still Duan Ren. The formation immediately deployed into battle formation. The 2 rock halberd mechs charged ahead, their chest-mounted heavy concentrated energy armor-piercing cannons opening fire first. Dense, deep purple energy beams pierced straight through the swarm, each shot capable of penetrating several Dust Bees. Crystalline fragments exploded and scattered in the vacuum. The Dust Bees' crystal spike lasers rained down on the rock halberd's dark essence crystal armor, leaving only pale white scorch marks, not even melting the surface. Compared to the bone grinder's thin armor that could be breached with a scratch, the rock halberd's defense was a full magnitude higher. This armor is rock. Zhang Wan's voice came through the channel. Previously piloting the bone grinder required caution at every step, but now pushing forward while shrugging off fire felt completely different. On the other side, Kwang Sha Kentai's Peregrine mech darted into the wreckage gaps like a silver lightning bolt. The twin-linked rapid-fire particle cannons on its arms spat tongues of fire, weaving dense beams into a net of firepower. The nearby Dust Bees were crushed into fragments one by one. The particle combat blades stored on the shoulders snapped out with azure light blades. A sideways pass would cleave an entire Dust Bee into pieces. The entire sequence was fluid, with positioning and shooting linked so seamlessly that there was no flaw. The battle in the air was even more one-sidedly dominant. The 3 Star Skimmer fighters pounced directly on the Darkwing shuttle. With their dark essence, crystal-enhanced avionics, and firepower systems, they comprehensively outclassed the enemy in range, precision, and instantaneous maneuverability. The nose pulse laser cannons fired in rapid succession, stitching a line across the Darkwing's wing armor within a few exchanges, turning it into a brilliant firework in the vacuum. In less than 10 minutes, the low-tier units on the periphery had been largely eliminated. The remaining scattered units were gradually cleared out by the more mobile Star Plunder fighter planes and Falcon mechs, while Duan Run and Zhang Wan joined up with the stranded allies in their Rock Glaive mechs. 2 Rock Glaive assault mechs landed on the hatch platform of the abandoned transport ship, their sturdy mechanical legs crashing down onto the rusty deck, shaking the entire wreck of the ship. The cockpit door slid open upward, and Duan Run was the first to leap down, his dark gray combat suit splattered with a few light purple fragments. Zhang Wan followed him down, casually brushing aside the disheveled hair blown by the airflow, her gaze sweeping over the few people approaching, and she smiled with a glint in her eyes. "Brother Ren, you finally made it." Ali quickly came forward, first nodding at Duan Ren, then turning to link her arm with Jiang Wan's, her tone playfully tinged with fear. Wan, I was just saying to Lao Dun and the others that if the standard reinforcements arrived 10 minutes later, we would have to use high-frequency vibration blades to brawl with those mechanical bugs. Jiang Wan and Ali were teammates who had entered the game early on, and being both female players they often kept in touch privately, so their relationship was naturally very close. She gently patted Ali's hand, smiling as she responded. As soon as we received the news, we rushed over at full speed. Fortunately, we made it in time. We wouldn't want our lovely Ali to brawl with those disgusting mechanical lumps. At that moment, Stay Steady and Undecided strolled over, having lifted their visors, with Stay Steady's loud voice ringing out from afar, laced with a hint of teasing. Oh, Duan Shun, personally leading the charge for reinforcements, huh? Goodness, when that heavy cannon of the rock glaive came crashing down, I felt the cabin walls shake. 3 times the lineup was beside him. Undecided rushed over for a bear hug. Lao Duan, you finally made it. For hours of respawning is trivial, but the two of us worked hard to buy this enhanced Star Guardian 3 with our own resources. If it were lost, it would be heartbreaking. Duan Ren's serious face also broke into a smile as he fist bumped each of them. Get lost, stop calling me Duan Shun, aren't you mocking me? Why are you two here instead of leading newcomers to clear the C9 infestation running 300 kilometers to be bodyguards? Don't mention it. Stay Steady sighed, kicking at the dust B remnants at his feet. New regulations for exploration state that missions over 100 kilometers must be accompanied by combat units. When Ali called us, we were just leading newcomers to clear the C9 infestations, thinking it would be a good opportunity to test the modified Star Guardian 3's power, so we came over. We initially thought it would be an easy mission to reap generous rewards for detection, but who knew we would run into such a large group of iron lumps along with the Anwing shuttle providing support, almost getting wiped out here. Jiang Wan leaned against the leg of the rock glaive and smiled as she spoke. It's impressive that you managed to hold out until we arrived. Placing the Star Guardian 3 at the Raven hatch as a fixed turret was a brilliant idea. We were all forced into it, Elise said with a bitter laugh, shaking her head. Originally, the 4 of us engineers wanted to sneak off to pick up some scraps, but as soon as we took the mission, the new regulations blocked us. Luckily, we called them over. Otherwise, considering our equipment and resources, we would probably have perished here. After just a few words, Stay Steady and Undecided were already captivated by the robust design and high-tech appearance of the 2 rock glaive mechs circling around them, nearly drooling. Look at you two acting like this, Jiang Wan teased. There will be plenty of opportunities once mass production rolls out. The military merits you can gain from this trip will be substantial. Perhaps you may even have a chance at priority deployment. Stay Steady's eyes lit up, instantly rubbing his hands with a silly grin. The 2 of us just received the system's conscription order this morning, saying that after completing our current tasks, we should report to the Combat Readiness Training Center for new equipment adaptation training, and after that, directly join the Outer Defense Corps. We finished handing over the newcomers in C9, and we thought we would have to wait a while before getting our hands on standard equipment, but it turns out this expedition was worth it. Duan Ren nodded, slightly pleased for his good friends. The Defense Corps is just being formed, and they are in need of experienced hands like you. Once the Crazy Shark team clears the remaining enemy targets, you can return with us and report directly to the training center. With the crisis temporarily resolved, Ali immediately led the engineers into the interior cargo hold of the abandoned transport ship. Half an hour later, the survey results came back, confirmed. The cargo hold is completely sealed with standard titanium tungsten alloy raw materials and high-precision neural synchronization crystals. The alloy raw materials are the core materials for the main armor and skeleton of the 3 types of mechs, and the neural synchronization crystals just happened to fill the production gap for the neural link system. A rough estimate showed that if all of it were recovered, the mass production speed could be increased by at least 30%. Everyone perked up. A 30% increase in production capacity means that the pace of new equipment deployment will accelerate significantly, which is a substantial strategic gain for the Star Torchport currently in a build-up phase. First, load the initial batch of samples. The 2 Ravens will take priority in carrying the neural synchronization crystals back. The main force will construct a temporary defense line using the wreckage and initiate large-scale logistics once further reinforcements arrive. Duan Ren swiftly settled the plan, and everyone immediately sprang into action. Due to their large size, the 2 rock glaive mechs could not enter the interior of the transport ship wreckage, instead remaining stationed at the outer hatch. The Falcon mechs, having cleared the remaining enemies, hovered at low altitude, while 3-star plunder fighters ascended to high altitude for vigilance, their radars scanning the surrounding airspace at full power. As the samples were being loaded in an orderly manner, just when the Raven's cargo hold was filled with the first batch of supplies preparing for an early return, all onboard radar warning systems suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. On the screen, red signal sources lit up simultaneously from the east, south, and north, resembling a large net that was tightening, slowly advancing rapidly toward the wreckage area where they were located. Everyone prepare for combat. Immediately synchronize enemy intel with the command center and request reinforcements. Duan Ren's voice exploded in the communication channel. Signal preliminary identification over 300 dust bees, 44 spike scouts advancing in a loose formation. There are 7 Anwing shuttles on the periphery operating in 3 groups responsible for encircling and cutting off retreat routes. Detected 12-2. 8-meter class debris guardians advancing alongside the dust bee swarm. Additionally, there are 2 15-meter class mech signals identified as decayed bone sentinels, distinctly featuring dark purple composite armor and dual dark crystal energy cannons positioned at the rear of the formation. Segments of radar data echoed in the team channel. All present were seasoned players, even though they had not engaged in actual combat, yet they had studied the data of these elite units from the Black Fog Mechanical Legion numerous times. They understood very well that with their current configuration they had no chance of victory, and the defense forces at the Star Torch space station were currently in a vulnerable state. A large number of mass-produced equipment had been dispatched to the ice mine for preliminary construction escort, and the forces available for deployment were limited. Even if everything was mobilized, whether they could win against the current formation was still uncertain. But why did such a large-scale Black Fog Mechanical Unit formation suddenly appear at this position? This was a question that all players present wanted to know. At the very moment the players received the radar detection warning, the holographic projection of the No. 3 relic wreckage zone unfurled into a complete airspace radar map within the private bay of the satellite designated as the second spark of the Xingju space station. From the east, south, and north, dense clusters of red signal sources, like a net drawing taut, were slowly compressing toward the No. 3 relic zone at a constant velocity. Lin Yuxi stood before the projection, his brows tightly furrowed. He was well aware of the activity patterns of the black mist within the debris belt. Typically within a 100-kilometer radius, there would be at most several dozen to 100 roaming hunting squads. A formation of over 300 units encircling in an organized manner could never be a chance encounter. I've already cross-referenced the airspace patrol records from the past week. Yiliana stood beside the console, her fingertips gliding swiftly across the holographic panel as streams of pale blue data refreshed continuously. There are a few pieces of information that can be preliminarily confirmed. She raised her hand, pointing to the historical patrol trajectory of the black mist units displayed on the holographic radar. The dust bee squads that appeared sporadically in the surrounding area earlier were likely forward reconnaissance units. They must have already scanned the high-energy metal and crystal responses inside the abandoned transport vessel. This time they have gathered the main units from a 200-kilometer radius specifically to retrieve the resources. Moreover, the roaming units of the Black Mist themselves serve a dual function. On one hand, they purge non-allied activities within the airspace, continuously compressing our expansion range. On the other hand, they conduct full domain scanning to locate all high-value energy and material nodes. High-value resource points are their natural rallying signals. Yiliana paused, her fingertip resting on the transport wreckage marker, her tone growing more serious. Current exploration has only unlocked the surface cargo holds. It cannot be ruled out that deeper within the wreckage there may be undiscovered higher energy hidden resources. Being able to mobilize such a large formation to actively encircle suggests that the material value inside is likely far higher than we. Lin Yuxi nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the holographic projection as he asked in a low voice, "What are the combat forces currently available within the station?" "The standing garrison has been fully accounted for." Yiliana immediately called up the force list. The expansion of the ice mines diverted 70% of the mass-produced equipment. At present, the units suitable for long-range support operations are only 11 Ligu mechas and 13 Rusi fighters. A Level 1 mobilization order has been issued. The formation can be dispatched within 5 minutes. She paused, her tone carrying a clear weight. But the propulsion speed of mass-produced models is limited. A full-speed dash to the No. 3 relic 800 kilometers away will take at least 30 minutes. Given the current firepower configuration on the front line, 2 Yenji, 2 Yusin, and 3 Liueshing, they cannot withstand such a large-scale siege. By the time reinforcements arrive, it will likely be too late. The total loss of 6 standard elite units would be a devastating blow to the already strained production capacity of the standard equipment cluster, effectively shattering its formation timeline. What is the current status of that specially modified mecha? Yiliana was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "Core assembly and power system debugging are complete. The power furnace, armor, and weapon systems have all passed static testing. Only 3 fine-tuning parameters for neural synchronization remain uncalibrated. Theoretically, it can be activated, but to be safe it would be best to wait until all calibrations are finished before deployment. At least half a day more." "No need to wait." Lin Yuxi turned and strode toward the hatch, a hint of excitement in his voice. "The battlefield is the best testing ground. This is the perfect opportunity for its first live combat calibration." "No." Liliana suddenly stepped forward, blocking Lin Yuxi's path, her brows knitted. You are the supreme commander of the entire space station, the sole executor of the Spark Plan. You cannot personally venture into a danger zone of this magnitude. If anything goes wrong, the entire Spark Plan would suffer a fatal blow. Lin Yuxi halted, looking at the elven girl, whose face had flushed slightly from agitation. As if possessed, he reached out his right hand and ruffled her white hair. Instantly feeling the gesture was too intimate, he quickly withdrew his hand and cleared his throat twice to explain. Relax, relax. I have confidence in doing this. My gene enhancement rate has slowed down. I've been stuck at the peak of the first level of the gene lock for a while now, and I've just touched the threshold of the second level. I need high-intensity combat to solidify it. Moreover, my neural link rate has reached 66. Paired with the extreme maneuverability of the Assault Falcon, even if I can't win in a heat-and fight, no one can stop me from making a full-speed retreat. Worst-case scenario, I fail to save that squad of players and lose a batch of equipment. And you know the production capacity of standard equipment. The 2 Yinji, 2 Yusin, and 3 Liueshing on the front line are the only coherent elite units we currently have. If they are all lost here, the formation of the standard cluster will be delayed by at least a period of time, and the subsequent combat layout across the entire line will be affected. This is a strategic loss. If we can avoid it, we must. Also, this batch of titanium tungsten alloy and neural synchronization crystals can increase mass production speed by 30%. Coupled with the unknown high-energy resources that might exist in the wreckage, the value, whether for infrastructure or war preparation, is enough to justify this risk. Liliana wanted to say something more, but suddenly the pale blue figure of Xingshu materialized beside her. Let him go. I've calculated it. Oh, he is not in danger. Xingshu's voice remained her characteristic magnetic mature tone. Ever since she took control of the entire Xingju space station and confirmed the awakening of the mother nest, she had been appearing and disappearing like this, secretly busy with something unknown. With Xingshu's affirmation, Liliana did not insist further. She finally nodded slowly. I will order the hangar to open all access simultaneously, send a delay and hold order to the front line's Broken Blade, and notify them that the first wave of reinforcements will arrive in at least 18 minutes. No problem. Lin Yuxi cast a deep glance at the suddenly appearing Xingshu, this core civilization guardian AI, who had accompanied his growth with a sisterly presence. He felt an inexplicable trust in her. With the urgency of the situation, he had no time to ask further. He acknowledged with a brief response, his steps unbroken, and rushed straight toward the direction of the private hangar. The heavy alloy gate slid open along its tracks to both sides, and the cold white industrial lights in the hangar illuminated one by one, fully revealing the mecha parked at the central workstation. It was a fighter mech entirely cloaked in deep dark purple, standing at a height of 21.8 meters with sleek and sharp lines that echoed the high-speed design of the Falcon series. The matte crystalline armor resembled solidified dark purple crystals, with golden energy patterns naturally extending through the seams of the armor, like veins spreading across its body, exuding a strong sense of oppression even in silence. At the center of the chest plate was an embedded power reactor housing a ring-shaped nested structure of a dark crystal-enhanced cold fusion power reactor. At this moment, it was in a pre-start state, with a profound blue glow of fusion intertwining with delicate strands of dark purple crystalline halos. As the power reactor emitted a steady hum, one could sense the surging energy building within from afar. The 4 dark crystal guiding wings on its back folded against its body like a sheathed blade. The joints of its limbs were covered with high-purity dark crystal-reinforced armor plates, slightly thicker than the mass-produced models, yet without any hint of bulkiness, each curve optimized for ultimate mobility. This Assault Falcon was a custom model designed specifically for Lin Yuxi's requirements, based on the standard Falcon framework by the engineering team. To ensure its development schedule, the production line prioritized reallocating a batch of high-purity dark crystal materials and core servo components, which slightly delayed the deployment speed of the mass-produced Falcons. The solid-state catalytic array was directly integrated into the nested structure of the power reactor, a mature iteration of the early fuel crystal liquid overclocking technology, enhancing overall performance by 30 compared to initial versions. The stability and safety thresholds of the overclocking capabilities were significantly improved, with this Assault Falcon clearly defined from its inception as a high-speed maneuvering strike unit. Lin Yuxi did not hesitate, exerting force in his legs to leap several meters directly into the cockpit in a microgravity environment. As the cockpit door automatically closed, the neural link interface synchronized, and a faint purple holographic operation interface unfolded layer by layer before his eyes. Pilot permission confirmed, highest authority of Fireseed granted. Dark crystal enhanced cold fusion reactor standby normal. Weapon system self-check completed. Solid-state catalytic array ready. Prompt tones sounded in succession, and Lin Yuxi directly skipped all the calibration procedures that could be omitted, allowing the Assault Falcon to enter the launch track. The massive armor doors on the outside of the hangar slowly opened with the crimson glow of the red giant star mingling with the cold desolation of deep space, creating a slanting beam of light beneath the mech. Launch track ready. Forward airspace cleared. Launch control transferred to pilot. Starflame Falcon Assault Type launch. Lin Yuxi's voice was somewhat hoarse. He did not understand why this body craved battle so intensely, as if it were an instinct ingrained. The 4 sets of omnidirectional vector nozzles suddenly erupted with golden-purple flames lifting the massive body steadily, without any hint of sluggishness. In the next moment the engine thrust was maxed out and the dark purple-golden afterimage tore through the silent deep space, charging at full speed towards the smoke rising from the ruins of Area 800 kilometers away. Behind them 11 Ligu mechs and 13 sharp spike fighters in the port were also about to complete their assembly ready to set off for reinforcement in 2 minutes. However, due to the propulsion speed limitations of the mass-produced models, it would take at least 30 minutes to reach the battlefield. Outside the wreckage of the transport ship in Area 3, the Broken Blade had just received the final orders from the command center. Relying on the wreckage to hold out for reinforcements, the first batch of support would arrive within 18 minutes. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately synchronized the orders with the entire team and made battle arrangements. 2 rock spear mechs at the forefront of the transport ship wreckage area. Crazy Shark, you take the Falcon to guard the gaps on both sides of the wreckage. If there's no cover, hide behind our rock spears and output fire. 3-star Prowler fighters ascend to the upper mid-level, prioritizing the elimination of spiked scouts and wreck guardians. We want take the initiative of our range is our only advantage, only engaging in defensive counters until reinforcements arrive. Understood. The channel responded in unison and the 6 standard units quickly positioned themselves, constructing a makeshift defensive line using the abandoned transport ship and surrounding wreckage. Within minutes the enemy's vanguard forces rushed to the front line. Over 100 dust bee hunting bodies mixed with more than a dozen spiked scouts and 8-meter wreck guardians charged straight ahead. As they approached about 10 kilometers from the transport ship wreckage, they were still far from their attack range, yet the enemy's attacks had already begun. Open fire, commanded Broken Blade as the heavy energy cannons on the chests of the 2 rock spears roared to life. 2 solid, deep purple energy beams pierced straight through the swarm, melting the crystalline shells of the dust bees like thin paper. Along the path swept by the beams, 4 or 5 mechanical bodies exploded on the spot, with dark purple crystalline fragments flying in all directions in the vacuum. The Rock Spear's energy cannon had a maximum range of 12 kilometers, showcasing the performance dominance of the dark crystal-enhanced standard equipment against low-tier units of the Black Fog. This is exhilarating. Much better than the Ligu mech. Jiang Wan's voice in the channel carried a sense of thrill. The 2 rock spears maintained a steady rhythm, their cannon mouths rhythmically expelling flames, each volley tearing open a gap in the dense swarm. In the gaps of the wreckage on both sides, the 2 falcons also opened fire simultaneously. The dual-arm rapid-fire particle cannons spewed forth dense light beams of pale purple, weaving 2 intricate webs of fire, specifically targeting those dust bees that were attempting to flank around the heavy artillery. The 3-star Prowler fighters overhead pushed the advantage of range to its utmost. They circled several kilometers above the battlefield, their dark crystal-enhanced pulse laser cannons firing in quick succession, specifically targeting the spiked scouts and wreck guardians hiding in the rear of the swarm. Before the marking beams from the spiked scouts could lock onto their targets, they were pierced and exploded into a burst of sparks by the precise shots from the energy-seeking missiles were a devastating weapon against these low-tier Black Fog units, exploding in dense formations and taking out more than 10 low-tier units in a single blast. The entire vanguard force seemed to crash into an invisible wall of firepower. The dust bees at the forefront exploded midair in chunks, scattering crystalline debris across the open space. The units in the rear instinctively pressed forward, who, despite their rapid advance, each kilometer gained cost them over a dozen mechanical units. By the time they barely reached the 5-kilometer attack range, nearly half of the 120-plus vanguard units had been lost. This time the Black Fog Mechanical Army clearly had higher-tier units coordinating the command. Seeing that the low-tier forces could not advance, the Black Fog formation promptly shifted. 7 Darkwing shuttles and 2 15-meter bone crawler cruisers at the rear began to advance in coordination with the remaining wreck guardians in the front. As high-tier units of the Black Fog Mechanical Army, their long-range attack capabilities were completely on par with several standard mechs. After spreading into a fan-shaped formation, they initiated counter-fire suppression. The heavy cannon beams of dark crystal energy and the dense barrages of particle fire rained down on the wreckage position, sending metallic fragments flying and forcing players to dodge, unable to take all the hits. Their tactical intent was clear: to suppress the players' output capacity with heavy firepower and reduce their firepower against low-tier units. Using this cover, vast numbers of dust bees and spiked scouts steadily approached, planning to overwhelm these 6 elite units with sheer numbers once they got close enough. The enemy wants to use heavy firepower to cover their minions' advance and wear us down. Broken Blade quickly noticed the change in the battlefield formation, deciphering the enemy's tactics, yet his tone remained calm as he made a decisive call in the channel all long-range firepower, abandon firing back at the enemy's heavy fire, concentrate all firepower on the Dust Bee swarm. Abandon some evasion and rely on armor to absorb the long-range damage. While they are still far minimize the number. With the order given, the 2 rock spears no longer attempted to evade the heavy artillery bracing through the bombardment to turn their cannon barrels and pound the dense Dust Bee hunting body cluster with energy cannon shells. The Falcons took cover behind the rock spears, leveraging their excellent defensive capabilities to unleash their particle cannons at full power. The Star Prowler fighters above utilized their high mobility, firing their cannons in an interspersed manner, launching all their energy-seeking missiles into the most densely packed areas of the mechanical units. However, the fire coverage of the 6 units was ultimately limited, and the low-tier units of the Black Fog quickly adapted. The originally dense formation spread out significantly, avoiding the concentrated fire zones and advancing steadily, making it difficult for the players to achieve significant kills. Despite continuous explosions taking out Dust Bees, the momentum of the advance showed no signs of slowing, with the overwhelming numerical advantage still intact. When the Dust Bee swarm advanced to within 3 kilometers, hundreds of crystalline spikes and lasers lit up simultaneously. The dense beams rained down on the wreckage position, combining with the heavy artillery fire from the rear to escalate the pressure on the players' defenses. In the forefront of the airspace, the 3 Star Prowler fighters maneuvered through the barrage, but the left wing of the slow-reacting fighter was accurately hit by the Darkwing machine gun, tearing a large gash in the armor and damaging the vector nozzles, drastically reducing its mobility. The other 2 were also hit by stray bullets on their wings. However, unlike the self-destructing type of spikes, the Star Prowlers retained some fighting capability due to their excellent performance, but could only barely hold on with their high mobility. The situation at the front of the wreckage was equally dire. The Falcon managed to avoid most damage through high-speed maneuvers, but its armor surface was already covered with scorch marks of varying depths. The 2 rock spears that were bearing the brunt of the damage were struggling the most under the continuous bombardment of the dark crystal energy cannons. The surface layers of their chest and shoulder armor had already melted into deep dents. With the crystalline defense layer continuously diminishing, it was only a matter of time before they were breached. The players' defenses were teetering on the brink, and they risked being wiped out at any moment within 2 minutes. Just as all the players were about to give up hope and take desperate measures to buy time, everyone's onboard radar simultaneously detected a high-energy signal approaching at high speed. In the dark void of space, a flow of dark purple and gilded light appeared in an instant. Inside the cockpit of the assault falcon, Lin Yuxi's golden pupils suddenly opened, and the colorful star core in his mind exploded, triggering the first-level gene lock's eruption. At the same time, the dark crystal cold fusion reactor within the assault falcon's chest armor flared brightly. The blue light of fusion energy, the purple light of dark crystal, and the golden light of the burning crystal state flowed simultaneously within the circular power furnace, causing the mecha to enter a state of resonance and superfrequency. In his golden eyes, the red target markers of all high-level dark fog targets were automatically locked by the onboard radar. His perception in the state of eruption was amplified to the extreme, focusing on the engine nozzles of 7 Darkwing shuttles and the gun barrel bases and shoulder armor power compartments of 2 decayed bone cruisers. The predictive trajectories of their evasive maneuvers were directly synchronized into Lin Yuxi's mind through a powerful neural. The assault falcon, speeding forward, suddenly hovered above the wreckage, fully deploying its 4 dark crystal guiding wings. The energy slots densely covering the wings lit up with a purple-gold glow, and the gilded patterns all over the mecha flowed as if ignited, transforming the entire machine into a small star in the depths of space. The armor on the outer sides of its arms smoothly slid open, fully extending the 2 dark crystal-enhanced pulse cannons, which began to condense a blinding purple-gold energy sphere at a visibly fast speed. The layered blade wings at the shoulders flipped up in unison, and 12 miniature dark crystal tracking plasma missiles all disengaged their safeties, with faint lights flickering in the launch slots. Strong control. Long-range lock. Every component of the assault falcon was completely under Lin Yuxi's strong control, with all firing angles adjusted to position. With a single thought, all firepower was unleashed simultaneously. The dark crystal pulse cannons, in a state of super frequency, entered rapid fire mode, unleashing dense purple beams charged with violent energy straight towards the 2 decayed bone cruisers. 12 tracking plasma missiles trailing faint golden tails spread out in a fan shape, each locking onto a Darkwing shuttle, skillfully avoiding the wreckage obstacles in their path. The entire web of firepower descended like a golden giant net, accurately enveloping all high-level enemy. In the vacuum, there was no roar, only several blinding light trails slicing through the darkness, casting the entire airspace in intertwined purple and gold hues. 3 blinding dark purple fireballs exploded within the formation of Darkwing shuttles. The 3 shuttles at the front failed to make evasive maneuvers, and the tracking plasma missiles precisely drilled into the weak points of their engine compartments. The dark crystal energy circuits instantly detonated, tearing the body into fragments from the inside, scattering crystalline debris in all directions, leaving no intact wreckage behind. The remaining 4 Darkwings barely executed barrel rolls to attempt to disengage from the lock, but still could not completely evade the tracking missiles. 2 of the shuttles had their wings torn apart by the plasma shockwave, dragging their remaining flames awkwardly towards the rear of the main forces. The other 2 shuttles were swept by the aftershocks of the pulse cannons, with several charred holes melted through their side armor, and their power output plummeted, only able to spiral away with black smoke. The 2 decayed bone cruisers were also unable to escape unscathed. The one on the left took a full hit from the pulse cannon, along with 3 plasma missiles precision hitting the gun barrel base. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal melting, one main cannon barrel was blown in half, and a massive crater, several meters wide, was melted through the dark purple composite armor of the chest, with internal power conduits hissing out white smoke. Clearly the power core was severely damaged, leaving it half disabled on the battlefield. The decayed bone cruiser on the right, which was obviously the command unit, had a reaction speed far exceeding its companion. Just before the pulse cannon reached it, it abruptly tilted its body, and the black vector nozzles behind it erupted with powerful kinetic energy, then quickly moved to cover another decayed bone cruiser, evading most of the attacks. It was only grazed on the side armor by the dissipating energy wave, leaving shallow scorch marks on the surface armor, while the other components remained nearly unscathed. It could even quickly adjust the cannon's angle in the moment the curtain of gunfire dissipated, firing a hasty counterattack heavy cannon at the hovering assault falcon. Its movements were flawless, clearly possessing tactical intelligence far beyond ordinary units. The channel was silent for a full 2 seconds before erupting with noise, and the previously pervasive atmosphere of heroic sacrifice in the communication vanished instantly. What firepower is this? A single volley directly shattered 3 Darkwings and crippled a decayed bone cruiser. The booming voice of the stabilized pilot rang out first. He was just reaching for his spare high-frequency vibrating blade to prepare to fight with his modified Yinji 3 against the charging dust bees, when this unexpected turn of events caught him off guard. I was just starting to calculate the 4-hour resurrection countdown, and it turns out I was saved by a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Look at that mecha's silhouette. Long lines and dorsal guiding wings. Isn't this just the foundation of a falcon? But the mass-produced falcon doesn't have this deep purple and gilded paint job, nor does it carry plasma missiles in this configuration. My goodness, what kind of model is this? It's too cool. Jiang Wan leaned against the cockpit of the Yinji, staring at the hovering figure not far away, her tone filled with excitement. It must be a custom version. An ordinary falcon wouldn't have such a display. With the dual main cannons firing in tandem along with 12 tracking missiles, the firepower density is almost comparable to the combined firepower of our 2 Yinji. The shark-like Iron Eater clicked his tongue, his eyes filled with envy. Which other unit in the entire space station could enjoy such treatment? Lord Xingyan. Elise subconsciously responded, then realized, and raised her voice a few notes. Yes, who else could charge into such an encirclement alone besides Lord Xingyan? Even if the mecha has that capability, no one possesses that operational prowess. No wonder the command post said reinforcements would arrive soon. It turns out the boss personally brought the new machine. How long has it been? Finally, we see Lord Xingyan in action again. This wave is secured. Duan Zhu relaxed slightly, looking at that dazzling figure. Everyone stay alert. I leave the high-level units to Lord Xingyan. Let's take advantage of this moment to push forward and drive the charging dust beast swarm back. Instantly the channel echoed with agreement, and the morale that had just sunk to rock bottom surged back up. The heavy artillery of the Yinji, the particle cannons of the Falcon, and the lasers of the Star Raptor roared once more, their output fiercer than before. A dark purple heavy cannon beam grazed the side of the assault peregrine, trailing a distorted energy trace. The command-type Decayed Bone had just completed its counterattack, steadying itself to lock onto the target and prepare for further suppressive fire, but in its holographic viewport, that purple figure suddenly vanished. Under the dual enhancement of Lin Yuxi's Gene Lock Burst and Crystal Burn, overclocking the assault peregrine's speed had already broken through the maneuverability limits of a standard peregrine. The next second, the dark purple and golden-laid fuselage materialized from nothing behind the Decayed Bone. The particle combat blades on both arms fully activated under overclocking, the azure energy blades suddenly expanding several meters, their edges wrapped in fine purple-gold energy arcs, even the surrounding vacuum seeming to warp from the heat at the blade tips. Without any pause, the two energy blades crossed and slashed down a fierce cross-shaped light scar, suddenly blooming in the vacuum. The incomparably sharp particle blades cut through the dark purple composite armor without resistance. The 15-meter class heavy mech didn't even manage any evasive maneuver, splitting neatly into 4 clean pieces along the cross-shaped cut. Before the explosion of the secondary detonation could erupt, the assault peregrine had already vanished again. With a flicker, it crossed hundreds of meters of space, appearing directly in front of the half-crippled, decayed bone on the left. The left arm's particle blade casually swung forward, a straight blue energy blade cleaving down, splitting this decayed bone mech in two from head to toe. 2 dark purple explosion fires bloomed in the dark vacuum, the blazing light casting shifting shadows across the entire debris field. Yet that dark purple figure had long since drifted out of the blast radius, hovering to one side, the golden-laid energy patterns slowly flowing across its frame as if none of this concerned it. Detected high-level black mist unit core residue, dark crystal source core 2. The onboard scanning system automatically marked 2 pure black crystal cores in the wreckage of the 2 decayed bone mechs, emitting a faint dark glow among the metal fragments. Lin Yuxi marked the recovery coordinates on the public channel, instructing the subsequent engineering team to prioritize collection. This high-level unit-specific energy core was a necessary raw material for refining high-purity dark extract crystal and producing abyssal core essence. This also meant that every high-level black mist unit they hunted made them stronger. Having eliminated the 2 high-level command units, the assault peregrine launched again, charging toward the main battlefield, where fighting continued on the other side. For damaged Darkwing shuttles were making a last stand within the low-level black mist swarm formation. Like a tiger among sheep, the assault peregrine sheathed its 2 particle combat blades, which had lower efficiency for area damage, and activated the dark crystal pulse cannons on its arms in rapid-fire mode. Instantly, sparks burst among the dust bee swarm. As for the dust bees' tiny water pipe-like crystal cluster lasers, Lin Yuxi couldn't be bothered to dodge. They were just tickling the special armor enhanced by dark extract crystal under overclocking. Under continuous fire, he specifically targeted the broken wreck defenders and thorn scouts within the formation, and also blew up 2 already severely damaged Darkwing shuttles. The remaining 2, barely combat-capable, were already locked onto by 3 star-skimming fighters, their crossfire sealing off all evasion routes. It was only a matter of time before they were shot down. Once these base-level command units were dead, the over 200 dust bees became headless flies, the originally orderly skirmish line scattering into disarray, unable to organize any effective encirclement. The remaining dust bees and other medium units posed no threat to the 6 standard elite equipment on site. In the distant space, the light points of the mass-produced reinforcement formation were already clearly visible. Lin Yuxi then withdrew the remaining scattered mobs, being just the right difficulty for the reinforcement formation to practice and gain combat experience. He turned his mech and flew toward the wreckage of the transport ship. The assault peregrine landed smoothly on the hatch platform of the transport wreckage. The cockpit hatch opened, and Lin Yuxi jumped down. Boss Xingyan. Ali quickly approached, looking at the familiar black-haired youth whose aura had grown increasingly steady. Her eyes were full of stars, her tone carrying a hint of excitement. You came just in time. We thought we were done for. The girl's face still had a few crystal chips, looking adorably naive. It was only the veteran players who had fought alongside Lin Yuxi since the server launch that would speak to him so familiarly. Now most new players had only seen him a few times, and awed by his usual authority, they generally spoke with respectful phrasing. You did well. The high-grade materials discovered this time are very valuable, and the corresponding mission rewards will be adjusted. Keep it up, little. Looking at the cute girl who had become his little fangirl, Lin Yuxi's usually stern face broke into a smile, and he couldn't help but praise her a little. Ali Bumi Lu was momentarily stunned, then blushed, and quickly began reporting on the transport wreckage. The standard titanium tungsten alloy blanks and neural sync crystals in the surface cargo hold have only been preliminarily scanned and counted. The quantity exceeds estimates, and our 2 ravens can't carry them all. There's a passage in the deep cargo hold blocked by collapsed alloy components the mech can't fit through. Our instruments detected a stable high-energy reaction inside with a grade higher than the neural sync crystals, but we're not sure what it is. I've already dispatched 3 Raven formations and over 100 engineering players for emergency cleanup. Lin Yuxi, when the first fleet arrives, you can return with them for rest. The subsequent cleanup and defense will be handed over to the reinforcement formation. After finishing the arrangements, he walked to the collapsed passage entrance and raised his left hand. A seemingly ordinary black bracelet on his wrist instantly activated. Matte black biological scales rapidly spread along his skin from fingertips to shoulders and neck, from torso to lower limbs, covering his entire body in the span of a breath. This was the exclusive evolved form of the Shadow bioarmor. Unlike the standard Shadow one that players could redeem, this set was his advanced bioarmor that evolved synchronously when he first unlocked the gene lock, and could be contracted into a bracelet for daily wear. When activated, its performance far exceeded standard models, granting a total enhancement of over 5 times to physical capabilities. Stacked with his current 567 clone body enhancement level, he was practically a humanoid monster. It wasn't until Lin Yuxi's figure in the Shadow 1 disappeared into the depths of the passage that Ali Bu Mi Lu jumped up high. Boss Xingyan actually called me Little Ali. That's so gentle. Having already entered treasure hunting mode, Lin Yuxi naturally didn't know that his casual nickname praise had excited that little player for a long time. He was now very interested in that unknown energy source. What could cause such a large gathering of black mist wandering units? Soon he reached the collapsed compartment. The passage entrance was tightly blocked by several large alloy wreckage pieces. Even with Starguard 3 advanced power armor, it would take at least 3 or 4 units working together to move them. Lin Yuxi reached out, grabbed the thickest beam, and with a burst of strength easily tossed the heavy alloy structure aside. He casually swept aside several stacked metal fragments, and within minutes cleared a passage wide enough for one person. He sidled into the passage, his biodetection radar locked onto the high-energy signal deep within. The further he went, the more stable the energy reaction became. After passing through a dozen meters of collapsed section, the passage ended at an independent sealed power compartment. Lin Yuxi brushed away the dust covering the equipment, revealing a half-human-hate cylindrical device in pristine condition. The dark purple crystalline shell shone with a gentle luster, its side engraved with fine Star Trek patterns unique to the stellar core civilization and a complete structural blueprint. He raised his left arm, and the smart terminal on his wrist automatically projected a holographic scanning interface, a pale blue scanning beam, sweeping evenly across the entire device. After a few seconds, the terminal completed the analysis, and lines of data, marked with Stellar Core Civilization standard codes, refreshed on the screen. Device identification: Starlight Modular Shield Generator. Core drive, fusion energy, antimatter energy, standard output power, 1200 crystal energy units. Shield parameters: single unit can generate a spherical particle shield with a radius of 4.2 kilometers capable of withstanding sustained energy weapon bombardment. After overload, automatically enters a 30-second recharge cycle. Deployment features: fully modular independent operation, no external energy base required, adaptable to various frontier scenarios such as asteroids, wreckage outposts, and temporary camps. Additional functions: integrated low-power omnidirectional alert radar can link with surrounding defense units to synchronize airspace detection data. It's actually a Starlight Modular Shield Generator, and the accompanying blueprint is complete and readable. It can be replicated using the existing production lines at the space station, even if initial output is low. But it's enough to equip frontier sites like ice mines and ruins with basic defense, finally ending the state of exposed outposts. From the earpiece came Elena's delighted voice. Lin Yuxi nodded slightly, a sunny smile spreading across his face. It seemed this trip was truly a great harvest. The crimson light of the stars cascaded down, dyeing the dark blue ice layer of the icy asteroid with a layer of scarlet. 2 abandoned mining stations, half buried in the icy rocks, once again radiated the faint blue glow of fusion energy after lying dormant for 12,000 years. 3 robust Star Camel-class transport ships hovered above the mining station. The hatches slowly opened, and the engineering players piloted their engineering mechas in a steady stream, quickly constructing a work platform along the preset connection passage. After nearly a week of modifications and expansions, the once dilapidated mining station had been completely revitalized with modular armor plates and simple array cannon turrets added to its exterior. The internal mining equipment life pods and material warehouses were also systematically restored, forming the initial shape of a forward outpost. In the core power chamber of the outpost, Lu Ran and Suzhou, accompanied by a dozen technical players, were making the final circuit checks around the half-a-man-high Star Glimmer modular shield generator. The energy pipelines disassembled from the transport ship were orderly connected to the equipment interfaces, and the starry patterns on the outer shell gradually lit up with a soft purple glow, while the stability values on the parameter panel steadily climbed. Energy link verification completed. Resonance core parameter matching degree at 98.7. Global alert radar synchronized airspace scanning range normal. Countdown 3 seconds. Activate shield core. As Suzhou pressed the confirmation button, the fusion resonance core inside the generator instantly entered a state of full power operation. The moment it activated, a pale purple spherical energy curtain suddenly spread outward from the device. In the pitch-black void of space, a clear and gentle boundary emerged, completely enveloping the mining station and the surrounding work area, with a radius precisely stopping at 4.2 kilometers. It lasted less than a second before the bright curtain quickly faded, returning to a completely transparent state, leaving no trace visible to the naked eye. Only the terminals of all players simultaneously displayed a green prompt stating, "Entered Star Glimmer Shield Coverage Area." The first Star Glimmer Shield generator was officially deployed at the ice mining outpost. Subsequently, with the iteration of blueprints and the implementation of multi-machine parallel plans, the shield's coverage area could be further expanded. This forward outpost, now capable of permanently accommodating 3,000 players, had completely bid farewell to the defenseless state of running naked. It could not only stabilize the output of ice mining resources, but also serve as a deep space outpost to monitor the movements of the black mist in the debris belt, becoming the first solid foothold extending from the Star Torch space station. Now it was the 27th day since the major construction began, with over 100,000 eternally enthusiastic players working day and night. With the intelligent task system based on the Star Pivot providing precise and efficient personnel arrangements, the Star Torch space station, this broken spaceport of a star core civilization, was changing at a visible pace. In terms of defense systems, the repair project for the sliding gun positions on the outer ring of the space station was steadily progressing. Of the 1,200 reparable sliding gun positions on the exterior of the space station, 500 had already been completed and integrated into the daily defense system. The accompanying mass-produced rotating mobile gun turrets had also accumulated nearly 1,000, sufficient to support the rotation of high-intensity combat losses. In terms of equipment production, the Loan mass production line had been fully operational. The cumulative production of the Li Gu Mecha and Ru ACI fighter had each approached 300 units, and the Star Guardian 3 power armor, with a certain level of space combat capability, had reached nearly 3,000 units. Due to the supply limitations of Enshui crystals and other advanced materials, the production lines for the 3 types of Star Core standard equipment were still in the small batch production stage. Currently, only 3 units each of the Rock Halberd Heavy Mecha and the Falcon High-Speed Mecha, along with 7 units of the Star Raider fighters, had been produced. All were assigned to the top-tier combat players as the elite force of the current Defense Corps, specifically tasked with solving challenging combat missions. Almost all of this equipment was distributed to the now emerging Star Torch Space Station Defense Corps, which reported directly to the faction leader Xingyan. Their primary responsibility was to patrol within 100 kilometers of the Star Torch Space Station and escort the route between the space station and the ice mine, making them the only officially established corps at present. In the first 2 weeks of the major construction startup, swarms of dust bees ranging from dozens to hundreds frequently emerged from the depths of the debris belt, launching harassment attacks on the Star Torch space station and the ice mine outpost. Occasionally, this would be accompanied by high-tier units, such as Thorn Scouts, Debris Guardians, and even single Darkwing shuttles. During peak times, there could even be 3 to 4 waves of assaults in a single day, probing the defenses of the 2 outposts along the route. However, as the turret defense net had initially taken shape, combined with the mobile troops of the Defense Corps intercepting them crosswise, these scattered formations could not break through the firepower barrier. Instead, they became the best testing stone for the equipment and defense systems of the space station, and after being annihilated, the crystalline remnants they dropped became additional spoils for the combat players. After continuous probing failed, the operational logic of the Black Mist mechanical units wandering in the debris belt clearly changed. The frequency of direct assaults targeting the core outposts of the space station and the ice mine sharply decreased, and there were no more large-scale wandering units actively approaching the defense perimeter. In its place, a massive number of low-tier units began to spread and infiltrate throughout the entire debris belt, with the distribution density of dust bee hunters greatly increasing. Mid to high-tier units also started to roam and set up defenses in the deeper areas of the debris zone, with their activity range continuously extending throughout the entire debris belt. This strategic shift effectively pushed the front line of conflict from the periphery of the core outposts into the entire debris belt, significantly raising the risk factor for players venturing out for scavenging, exploration, and resource recovery. Meanwhile, the number of players continued to steadily increase, with hundreds to over 1,000 new internal testers added daily, bringing the total number of players in the server to over 110,000. The rapid population growth brought a vast number of construction labor positions, and the comprehensive repairs and renovations needed for the Star Torch space station, a spaceport of 40 kilometers in scale, required immense resources. The basic metals and energy crystal mines inside the space station remained in short supply, making the tasks of venturing out to the debris belt to recover discarded resources and mine scattered crystal ores the highest priority. However, the current debris belt was no longer a place where one could roam freely with just an Alpha 2 engineering power armor. The teams currently executing resource recovery tasks generally did not have the officially issued heavy escort equipment, relying solely on the basic firepower provided by the Star Guardian 3, coupled with transport ships. They could still hold their own against small groups of dust bee hunters, earning decent rewards by defeating low-tier Black Mist units to recover crystalline materials. However, once they encountered large groups of Black Mist formations, there was basically no room for direct confrontation. If they ran fast, they might save the profits from their tasks, but if luck was not on their side, they could end up facing total annihilation. Recently, many players discovered high-value resources in the debris belt, earning large amounts of military and star core points in one go, while others faced repeated annihilations and heavy losses. This situation directly fueled widespread discussions among the scavenger player community regarding the equipment system. On the official forum, discussion threads about personally purchased equipment and task-distributed equipment had already reached tens of thousands of posts. The vast majority of players believed that at this stage the prices of mass-produced mechas were exorbitant, and the subsequent maintenance, upkeep, and parts replacement would entail a long-term expense. In a wartime unified command model, the cost-performance ratio of executing official tasks with allocated standard equipment far exceeded that of personal purchases. Many players also analyzed that this all-inclusive equipment policy was merely a special treatment during the initial exploration period, and once the peripheral maps were fully opened and the player scale reached a new level, the official would likely gradually withdraw from the frontline equipment allocation, after which purchasing equipment and forming self-built teams to undertake tasks would become the mainstream gameplay. Just when the discussion was at its peak, an internal rumor quietly spread among the player community. The official was preparing to open a channel for directed resource recovery tasks, allowing combat-oriented players who met the power threshold to form teams and sign up. During the execution of tasks, the official would provide mass-produced equipment, such as Ligu mechas and Ru ACI fighters, as escort configurations to gradually alleviate the current lack of firepower for outdoor tasks. The news had not yet been confirmed by the official, but it had already excited the main players engaged in Star-Sea scavenging. Inside the exclusive chamber of the know, 2 Fireseed satellite, a pale blue holographic screen spread across the wall. A stationary passive sensing array around the 3 secondary mother nests continuously transmitted energy signals from the debris field at a fixed frequency. Dense points of light slowly moved across the star map, outlining the complete distribution trajectory of the dark mist units. Lin Yuxi and Ilina stood side by side in front of the holographic screen, their gazes fixed on the largest dark purple energy source deep within the star map. The latest data is out. Ilina lightly tapped her fingertip, bringing up the energy curve of the mother nest's core. The revival progress of the secondary mother nest is currently around 42%, and the rate of change in revival speed is still increasing. The later it gets, the faster the rate becomes. According to this trend, it aligns with our previous calculations. Lin Yuxi nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the signal distribution map. The density of points of light within the debris field was nearly double compared to the beginning of the month, with the dust bees hunting like a gray tide moving back and forth between the secondary mother nest and the surrounding vast debris field. It was evident that the integrity of the secondary mother nest had increased significantly, while the originally dense debris field had become considerably sparser. The situation of other Darkwing shuttles and decayed bone cruisers leaving the area around the mother nest and wandering throughout the debris field was becoming increasingly frequent. What was even more concerning was that the array had captured 2 extremely strong energy pulses for the first time 3 days ago, characteristics that perfectly matched the blacklight suppressor level units in the database. They had also left the area around the mother nest, vanishing into the vast and boundless debris field. The construction array around the mother nest has begun to take shape. Ilina switched the screen, revealing the silhouettes of 2 elongated warship structures slowly forming on the outer wall of the mother nest. That should be the Vector Annihilator, currently still in the assembly phase with energy reactions rising in a stepped manner. The points of light on the holographic screen continued to spread slowly, and Ilina's beautiful brow furrowed, her tone carrying a hint of gravity. The number of dark mist units wandering in the debris field has been increasing, and their levels are also rising. Recently, they no longer concentrated on attacking strongholds, but instead scattered their units across the entire debris field. In the past 2 weeks, the casualty rate for resource recovery missions has risen by 32%, with most losses being Raven-class transport ships and Starguard 3 standard armor. She paused, adding, "In terms of the equipment itself, we can keep up with this low-end production capacity, and the battle losses are still within an acceptable range. However, frequent total annihilation and mid-mission withdrawals directly slowed down the overall efficiency of resource recovery. The entry volume of basic metals and crystal ores has been 20% lower than expected. If this continues, the subsequent repairs of artillery and the expansion of production lines will be affected. Resource recovery is currently the highest priority essential task. The daily consumption of over 100,000 players in the space station and the continuous ramp-up of infrastructure capacity rely entirely on the resources recovered from the debris field. Now the dark mist has pushed the battlefield from the stronghold front to the entire domain, effectively choking the supply of resources. The lack of escort forces has already become an issue that cannot be ignored. Let's officially launch the escort plan for the resource recovery teams," Lin Yuxi said while stroking his chin. "Open a dedicated directional resource recovery task channel, allowing player teams that meet the combat power threshold to form teams and sign up. During the mission, the command center will uniformly provide a corresponding number of bone-hard mechs and sharp thorn fighters as escort configurations, so players won't have to bear the cost of equipment themselves. Firstly, having mass-produced mechs for escort will significantly increase survival rates when encountering small dark mist fleets, no longer relying on luck to navigate the map. Secondly, the black mist crystal materials recovered after annihilating units can be directly fed back into the production line, forming a positive cycle. Thirdly, this will allow these players to practice team coordination and tactical awareness in real combat, laying a foundation for the overall combat power development in the future. Alina took the lead in agreeing, then added, "The production capacity here is fine. The operation of the mass production lines for the bone-hard and sharp thorn mechs is better than expected, with output steadily ramping up. The daily losses from these tasks are entirely bearable, and the replenishment speed keeps pace." After confirming the escort plan, Alina's gaze swept across the equipment exchange panel on the side of the holographic screen, suddenly furrowing her brow. "Speaking of which, I've always had a question." She turned her head to look at Lin Yuxi. "With the current high exchange pricing for mass-produced mechs, and with maintenance, upkeep, and parts requiring additional resource consumption, ordinary players simply can't afford them. The personal exchange channel is almost unused. Since all equipment is currently distributed by the official channels, why do we still need to keep the exchange channel open and even gradually allow higher-level exchange permissions in the future? I feel this is a bit unnecessary." Alina had been trained as a genius in research for the Star Core civilization since childhood, and all her energy was focused on research and technology implementation. She originally had only a superficial understanding of the development planning issues concerning large groups, so she had many questions about the mechanism design of the Star Core rebooting this game. Whenever she thought of something, she would directly bring it up for discussion with Lin Yuxi. After listening to him, she always felt a sudden realization, as if discovering a new way to play, which is why she loved to ask questions lately. Lin Yuxi smiled, but did not answer directly, instead pointing to the rapidly increasing player count curve on the holographic screen. "The reason it seems unnecessary now is that we are still in a special phase." His speech was neither rushed nor slow, as if explaining a math problem to an eager little sister. "We currently face an imminent survival crisis, and the internal testing identity is scarce tied to real-world interests. Players, whether out of passion or profit, will actively cooperate with unified scheduling. During wartime, centralized management is the most efficient, and low individual exchange demand is quite normal. However, this is not a long-term solution. Once the first wave of large-scale defensive battles is over and we enter a long-term development phase, the situation will be entirely different. At that time, there will be a vast number of ruins to repair in space, countless orbital facilities to build, and significant daily defense duties to share. In the future, once we land on the surface, there will be large new areas to develop and surface strongholds to defend. With tasks so scattered, relying solely on official unified scheduling will only decrease efficiency further and suppress players' initiative." Lin Yuxi then brought up the explanation interface for LV3 permissions. The previous version announcement had already set up the prerequisites, with LV3 unlocking formal squad structures and later opening up legion formation and internal official position appointments and dismissals. In the long run, player-governed legions and teams will be the main units executing scattered tasks. It is impossible to rely on the officials to handle everything indefinitely. To enable player autonomy, the economic closed loop of the equipment system is fundamental. In the future, when teams take on tasks, defend strongholds, and run explorations, they must procure and maintain their own equipment, bearing the profits and losses themselves. Keeping the exchange channel open and gradually loosening permissions is merely paving the way for transition. If we wait until the player base expands and the map opens up, it will be too late to improve. Alina suddenly felt a sense of clarity, as if she had gained strange knowledge. She was naturally intelligent, but had not thought deeply in this direction. Now, having grasped the underlying logic, she immediately understood the purpose of the entire layout. She promptly retrieved the player contribution leaderboard, glancing at the data of those at the top of the rankings. According to the data from the backend, the top few players are only a little short of the LV3 threshold. It seems that our first LV3 player will likely be born today. At that time, should we follow the old tradition and send out a server-wide announcement to celebrate?" Alina said, playfully, sounding more and more like a skilled game plan. "That is a must," Lin Yuxi replied with a smile, clearly pleased with this little apprentice he had raised. Half an hour later, at the mining outpost on the icy asteroid, Lu Ran had just submitted the final acceptance report for the deployment of the star. The terminal interface suddenly lit up with dazzling golden-purple light, and two lines of system prompts popped up simultaneously. Military industrial points accumulation reached 8127800. Star Core points accumulation reached 25723015000. Permission level upgrade LV2 LV3 At the same time, a striking red server-wide announcement flashed. Above the vision of all players server announcement, congratulations to player star Dust Traveler for becoming the first player in the server to upgrade to LV3 permissions, unlocking formal squad structures, high-level exchange channels, exclusive task permissions, and multiple rights. The announcement created waves in the player community as if a stone had been thrown into a lake. The topic of the first LV3 permissions player quickly rose to the top of the official forum, with countless threads rapidly refreshing. Some analyzed the various rights of LV3, some estimated Lu Ran's cumulative contributions, while others began to assess their own progress, calculating when they could catch up with the first echelon. Meanwhile, on Earth 980 light-years away, the transformation of the player ecology in the StarCore reboot was quietly underway. In the city of Luo country, at the top-level boardroom of Hall Technology headquarters, the once impressive and bright floor-to-ceiling windows, wide enough to span several meters, are now completely obscured by heavy silk blackout curtains isolating the bustling daylight of the CBD from the room. The expansive conference table faces a massive holographic screen, emitting a cool blue glow, casting alternating shadows and highlights across the faces of 4 individuals seated around the long table. For titans capable of shaking the Western tech sphere, with a mere stomp sit on either side, each accompanied by a formally dressed secretary, standing at attention ready to heed their master's commands. This is the monthly meeting following Hall Alliance's acquisition of the top-tier technology from the Guanyu Fund, as well as the first comprehensive performance review since the launch of the Divine Realm and Spirit Realm dual systems. Old Hall sits in the main seat, his gray hair meticulously styled, his fingers resting on the family crest ring atop the armrest, eyes cast down, yet exuding the pressure of decades spent in high office. Let's start by reporting the recent data to everyone. Brown's voice is deep, gesturing with a hand, prompting his secretary to step forward, immediately bringing up the holographic data panel, speaking in a professional and respectful tone. The Spirit Realm's realistic interface has been online for 3 weeks, with a recovery of 18.2 percentage points in the mid-range, civilian market share surpassing expectations for the return rate of small and medium enterprises. The high-end Divine Realm industrial simulation platform has completed its first batch of internal deliveries, with core physical simulation precision stabilizing at 89, an improvement of 9.7 percentage points over the original Odin system. In comparison to the StarCore Technologies civilian Star Surge engine, the gap in overall performance has narrowed to 11.14. With user perception differences in conventional industrial design and educational training scenarios being less than 5. Upon finishing the data report, Brown's robust knuckles rapped against the table, his jawline taut, exuding an ever-present arrogance. The situation is better than expected, he said, unable to suppress his excitement. With this technology as a foundation, combined with tightening export controls on high-end special alloys and precision machine tools with our allied nations, we can expand the scope of the security review bill, ensuring we not only safeguard our domestic base, but also compress the living space of Star. Despite the robustness of the Dragon Kingdom's industrial chain, the upstream bottleneck of high-end manufacturing is still in our hands. The tighter we squeeze, the slower their implementation will be. In his view, possessing a technological trump card combined with decades of accumulated political and business resources and supply chain advantages allows them to take the initiative and push the front lines to the opponent's doorstep. Oh dear Brown, I do not advise such an aggressive strategy. Karen interjected with a smile, his tone warm, gently stroking the rim of his cup, presenting an air of cultured gentility. His secretary behind him simultaneously pulled up another set of data, softly adding, in the virtual entertainment sector, the new generation of neural interaction technology has initiated a pre-launch for the Mech Racing League, with paid reservation users rising by 27 month-on-month and 4 major sponsors returning. However, the global popularity of StarCore Reboot continues to rise, with the domestic market in the Dragon Kingdom being exceptionally solid and substantial support from the official levels. Karen nodded slightly, taking over the conversation. In the current situation, maintaining the Western base is not an issue, but if we truly push the opponent to their limits, the Dragon Kingdom's officials will intervene, and our consumer market and IP ecosystem will suffer as a result. The market size of the Dragon Kingdom is substantial. A complete fallout benefits no one. In my view, it is enough to maintain our existing market share and gradually encroach on the peripheral markets through ecology and operations without the need to risk a complete disengagement. As the helm of the virtual entertainment industry, he places greater emphasis on balancing commercial interests, embodying a typical pragmatic conservative. The eyes in the conference room finally fell upon Ivan Hall. He maintained his usual appearance, with silver gray hair impeccably groomed, his profile sharp and stern. Ivan's fingers skimmed over the technical comparison report handed to him by the secretary, his brow slightly furrowed. As the technological successor of the younger generation of the Hall family, he looked down on these two arrogant, effeminate old men. Yet the strict noble education he received since childhood did not allow any trace of disdain to surface on his face. He did not speak immediately, waiting until the secretary finished presenting the cutting-edge testing data before speaking in a professionally rigid tone. I suggest we do not become overly optimistic. The precision gap in civilian scenarios is 10, which can be compensated for through subsidies and ecological support, but in the fields of cutting-edge research and extreme condition simulations, the precision difference between the divine realm and star core engines approaches 20. He paused, a hint of irritation creeping into his tone. For projects like aviation engine hot-end simulation and fusion constraint simulation, a 5 precision difference means a only order of magnitude drop in result reliability and a doubling of the RD cycle. A 20 gap equates to core military and top-tier foundational research in cutting-edge fields. If given a choice, everyone would opt for the star core engine, myself included. The atmosphere in the conference room immediately cooled several degrees. Ivan's fingers lightly tapped the table, his tone more direct. Last month, I acquired a batch of star core coins through third-party channels and personally tested the star core engine against comparative tests under the same conditions. The issue is not with the parameters, but with the underlying evolution logic of the physical rules. The dimensions are different. However, he shifted his tone, a spark of pride and fervor igniting in his eyes. Yet it is not without hope. Previously, we couldn't even touch the threshold. Now we at least have a mature underlying framework and know the correct direction. Give me time, and I may not be unable to catch up step by step, which is far better than before, when we couldn't even see the opponent's taillights. His arrogance is real, and so is his clarity. He is acutely aware of the existing gap, yet firmly believes he is qualified to pursue it. Old Hall finally slowly raised his eyes, his murky gaze sweeping across the entire room, exuding an unspoken authority. As for Brown, supply chain controls, standard upgrades, and bill expansions are to be advanced as planned. The more momentum we build, the better. His speech was slow, each word carrying weight. Karen stabilized the entertainment and civilian consumption sectors, solidify the IP ecosystem, and provide no opportunities for the opponent to exploit. Ivan, the RD department must fully absorb the technology at hand, prioritizing talent and funding. The pursuit of catching up is your responsibility. He paused, lightly stroking the ring with his fingertip, casually stating, I am aware of the research institutes and those prestigious universities privately acquiring star core coins to allocate computing power. No need to investigate or prohibit it. Do not encourage, but do not forbid it. You just turn a blind eye. If we completely block the path, we will be the ones to suffer. These core figures in the upper echelon of decision-making are well aware that while the officials chant about security reviews and technological autonomy, the pressing need for top-tier RD cannot be suppressed. The overt bans may seal off official collaborations, but they cannot block cross-border gray transactions. It is precisely this rigid demand from top-tier Western institutions that has sustained the off-market price of star core coins. Karen glanced at his secretary behind him, who promptly stepped forward to open the data analysis chart. Previously, as the player base for star core reboot expanded, the off-market minimum price of star core coins fell to 278 Dragon Country coins each. In the past 2 months, the purchasing volume from overseas institutions surged, and the current off-market transaction price has stabilized between 3.0 and 4.0, still on an upward trend. Old Hall nodded slightly, summarizing simply, the overt performance must be robust, and the covert preparations should be thorough. The extreme decoupling contingency plan remains reserved to maintain deterrence. I will continue to contact Mr. Z to see if we can acquire higher-level technology, which would completely reverse our current disadvantages and formally enter the counteroffensive phase. With the resolution finalized, the four each harbored their thoughts. Under the bombardment of extensive public opinion orchestrated by countries' camp, the populace genuinely seemed to believe that the technology giants had made significant breakthroughs. Various sensational news stories once again formed an information cocoon, with false prosperity descending upon this land, which lacks a foundation of pragmatism and practice. While the Western media led by country inundated the world with a false sense of prosperity regarding local technologies, counterattack across the ocean-long country was quietly, yet rapidly developing. From the very inception of the Star Core Technologies Star Core Engine project under the leadership of Shun Tua, the focus was on the development of the global industrial chain. A comprehensive plan for the allocation of global computing power quotas was meticulously devised, with high-end simulation permissions set to be opened in batches according to the research capacity and depth of cooperation of various countries. However, with the implementation of the Overseas Simulation Technology Security Review Act, the official research channels of the Western camp collectively chose to remain cautious. No one dared to openly apply for cooperation under the guise of national security, resulting in the majority of the previously reserved overseas quotas being left unfilled. StarCore technology did not exert effort in persuasion, nor did it engage in aggressive price cuts, instead redirecting the high-end computing power quotas originally intended for overseas use entirely to the official research institutions and leading enterprises in Long Country. This adjustment was so natural, yet it resembled a silent rain nourishing the domestic research system that was already poised to take off. Within just 2 months, the research and development pace across the entire industry visibly accelerated. In the energy sector, the renovation progress of the first batch of 8 tokamak commercial power stations exceeded expectations, with the grid connection time advanced by a full month and the net power generation efficiency improved by 2 percentage points beyond initial estimates. In the aerospace sector, the core carbon-based materials for the space elevator completed their 3rd round of iteration, with stress intensity once again surpassing theoretical limits, leading to a reduction of 60% in the iteration cycle for deep space exploration plans. Industry experts have become optimistic, predicting that the first phase of the space elevator project could be initiated within 10 years. Breakthroughs in specialized alloys, precision control, and neural interaction occurred simultaneously. Even the military's lightweight exoskeleton and mecha research projects advanced past critical technological milestones ahead of schedule. Without overwhelming publicity or lengthy press releases, all achievements quietly settled on production lines and in laboratories. Compared to the clamor of the Western media, Long Country maintained its low-key and pragmatic style, quietly reaping substantial profits. Initially, the industry widely attributed this wave of technological explosion to the computational dividends of the StarCore engine. High-precision full-physics simulations significantly lowered trial and error costs, compressing a verification cycle that originally required 5 to 6 years into just a few months. It was fundamentally an efficiency boost brought about by tool upgrades. Then enthusiastic netizens following the tech circle began to piece together the scattered breakthroughs in various subfields. Upon analysis, a startling discovery emerged: many breakthroughs in subfields were not entirely driven by the technological advancements guided by the StarCore engine. Instead, a wave of highly innovative talents suddenly appeared in the tech industry, and most of the key contributors to these breakthroughs shared several common characteristics. They were generally not very old, mostly grassroots, invisible players who had immersed themselves in their respective subfields for many years, and the most core commonality was that they were all technically deep players of StarCore Reboot. They were already the most essential counting players within StarCore Technologies' current large infrastructure version, and in the long-term immersive simulation environment, they were subtly reshaped in their problem-solving approaches by the engineering system of StarCore civilization. 3 of the most representative cases quickly spread within the engineering community. Shen Yin, an assistant engineer at the Southern Special Alloy Research Institute under AVSE, known by the gaming ID Ironclad Madman, had his project group stuck at a bottleneck in the welding stress relief of a new type of armor for 3 whole years. The department changed the material formula 3 times and adjusted dozens of parameters, yet the yield rate remained fluctuating around 40, with post-welding deformation and excessive residual stress problems remaining unresolved. He was famously known in the game as the Armor Madman, and was a key player in the assembly production line of the power armor for the Star Torch space station. The welding approach of the StarCore civilization's power armor, which featured layered temperature control and gradient conduction, completely shattered his rigid thinking of uniform heating and uniform cooling. Returning to the laboratory, he did not change any raw materials, but simply adjusted the temperature gradient curve for welding the armor steel. By adding 2 new low-temperature aging treatment processes after repeatedly testing 12 sets of parameters, he directly increased the welding yield rate of the special armor to 85, while also enhancing the product's wear resistance by 20. With this achievement, Shen Yin was exceptionally promoted to project supervisor, and his annual salary tripled. Zhang Che, a young designer at the Deep Space Exploration Institute of the Aerospace Science and Technology Group, known by the gaming ID Starry Night, was responsible for optimizing the obstacle avoidance algorithm for asteroid probes in the laboratory. In reality, the algorithm model had long been restricted by static scene assumptions, resulting in a consistently low success rate for obstacle avoidance in complex debris fields. The project had been stuck for almost a year. He was a seasoned deep space exploration player, frequently piloting a Raven-class transport ship through the depths of the debris field, adept at predicting the drift trajectories of debris, and familiar with dynamic path iteration operations. The prediction real-time correction navigation logic from the game inspired him. The reason the algorithms in reality were clumsy was that they treated the debris environment as static. He abstracted the trajectory prediction logic into an algorithm model, applying it to the probe's obstacle avoidance system, significantly enhancing the path iteration frequency. Without changing any hardware, he relied solely on algorithm optimization to improve the success rate of obstacle avoidance in complex debris fields by 42. After the project landed, he directly obtained a youth special project approval and successfully entered the core project group for deep space exploration. Lin Mo, a structural engineer at top domestic civilian exoskeleton company Brue Technology, known by the gaming ID Silent in Deep Space, found his project group constantly troubled by the industry-wide issue of low load capacity and easy wear in driving joints. He specialized in players who cleaned and purified contaminated bodies, having dismantled hundreds of various contaminated exoskeletons and powered armors. Familiar with the internal structures of various exoskeletons and powered armors within Star Core technology, this experience provided him with fresh insights. He optimized the layered stress transmission structure of the mechanical joints based on the existing processes of the company's production line, adjusting the angles of nested engagement. As a result, he achieved a 35% increase in load capacity and doubled the lifespan of joint, while also securing a utility model patent. After the products featuring the new joints were launched, they directly became the annual bestseller in the civilian exoskeleton market. No one could clearly articulate the connection between the talented individuals behind the technological breakthroughs and their identities as Star Core players, and the speculation in the community grew increasingly esoteric. If you knew that the initial reference weights for selecting internal test players during the large infrastructure phase were already laid out, this seemingly coincidental talent explosion had been foreshadowed from the very start of the internal testing quota distribution. When Star Core initially selected internal test players for the large infrastructure phase, it did not employ random selection. Instead, it was based on the engineering talent evaluation model of Star Core civilization calibrated for the existing industrial system on Earth, prioritizing two categories of individuals for access qualifications. One category consisted of grassroots practitioners who had deeply cultivated fields such as materials, aerospace, and precision manufacturing for many years and possessed first-hand operational experience. They understood the pain points of real craftsmanship and were aware of the limitations of existing technology, but what they lacked was not basic skills, but rather a high-level reference to break rigid thinking. The other category comprised young technical personnel with active thinking who had not yet been completely bound by industry paths. They quickly adapted to new things and could swiftly convert the engineering logic from the simulated world into practical solutions in reality. In other words, Star Core Reboot never created talent out of thin air. It was more like a key that broke through the window paper, opening a window to a higher-level engineering system for this group of practitioners who already had a solid foundation but were merely lacking direction. Day after day, dismantling Star Core standard equipment and simulating the engineering logic under full physical rules, the problem-solving ideas that were originally constrained by industry experience were quietly broadened, making substantial breakthroughs almost a natural occurrence. As similar cases became increasingly prevalent, the management of tech enterprises in the industry slowly began to realize that while the Star Core engine was indeed a powerful tool, it was the Star Core Reboot players who could maximize the use of the tool and also absorb engineering thinking that were the more scarce resources. The value of high-level technical players has gradually shifted from being a stable channel for producing Star Core coins to a dual-value entity of computational capacity technical potential. This burgeoning trend of the Star Core restarts player-related industries still in its infancy was ultimately propelled to its zenith by the system-wide announcement heralding the emergence of the first player with LV3 authority. Everyone was calculating the same equation. LV3 authority granted a fixed monthly exchange quota of 100 Star Core coins. At the current off-market price of 3800 to 4000 per coin, the stable output of computing power credentials alone was valued at nearly 50 million per year. Needless to say, a player who could reach LV3 through technical gameplay inherently possessed a profound understanding of the Star Core engineering system, and their technological potential was incalculable. The shift within the player community was equally drastic. Not long ago, many had contemplated exchanging some Star Core coins for cash to supplement their real-life expenses. Yet the moment the announcement was made, the forum's sentiment pivoted instantly. The prevailing rhetoric became, cashing out is short-term profiteering, leveling up is the long-term dividend. And if LV3 is worth this much, what about LV4? Overnight, long-termism and authority first became the consensus among all core players. No one regarded Star Core Restart as a mere game any longer. It had transformed into a race across the divide between virtual and reality, a ladder of hierarchy where the higher one's level, the heavier the chips in hand. The first to jump into the talent war were corporations and headhunters. Domestic giants in heavy industry, aerospace, and advanced materials had long been eyeing the list of high-level players. As soon as the news of an LV3 player broke, headhunters from every company deployed their finest tactics. Although player information was not publicly disclosed, unless a player voluntarily revealed it, no one could breach the defenses of Star Core Restart servers to obtain their real identities. The forums, however, allowed messages and private chats. In less than half a day, the forum inbox of Lu Ran, CEO of Star Core Technology, was flooded. The conditions offered by various headhunters grew increasingly generous. Lu Ran casually skimmed through them, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Were they actually trying to poach the CEO of Starcore Technology? And with such paltry offers? Amidst his exasperation, a headache began to brew should he seize the right moment to reveal his disguised player identity. Feeling that familiar group of people looking at him with the "I knew it all along" gaze while he had to keep up the act for appearances sake, it was already becoming a socially awkward. Within the headhunting industry, a standardized Starcore player preferential clause quickly took shape, falling into three main categories. First, a guaranteed fixed daily gaming session counted toward regular work hours, not encroaching on personal time. Companies would even equip high-performance access devices, turning actual gameplay into part of the job. Second, the player's monthly output of Starcore coins would be purchased by the company at a price 10 above the off-market rate, categorized as an extra benefit beyond salary, stable, and with a premium. Third, upon joining, players would be assigned to core RD projects with salaries generally 30 to 50 higher than those of peers in the same role and seniority. Top-tier players could directly secure project-led positions. Major headhunting firms swiftly established dedicated Starcore talent teams, armed with talent requisition lists from enterprises, and began contacting players who had voluntarily disclosed their information, matching game ID specialization areas and authority levels. From potential LV1 gems to the mainstay LV2 players, all became hot commodities in the headhunting market. Yet faster than corporate moves was capital. Within 3 hours of the announcement of the first LV3 player, several major domestic venture capital firms had set up project groups like the Pioneer Support Program, precisely targeting top-tier LV2 players. Their strategy was clear: signed players would receive a fixed monthly cash subsidy and unknown guidance from professional game planning analysts, comprehensively alleviating players' real-life concerns. They would fully assist players in climbing the authority ladder. In exchange, once a player reached LV4, they would cede 20 of their annual ecological dividend rights to the investors. Simultaneously, they pledged that monthly Starcore coin output would be supplied to partner institutions at market price, and any technological achievements generated in-game would be prioritized for commercialization with the investors' partner enterprises. Essentially, this was early-stage angel investment in high-end talent, using present cash and resources to wager on the player's future LV4 share dividends and long-term stable computing power revenue. This kind of Starcore venture capital acted like a starting gun, and private capital immediately swarmed in. Venture capital institutions and industrial funds of all sizes followed suit. Some replicated the support model to mass screen and sign potential players, while others specialized in brokering deals between Starcore coin holders and players. Even a brand new profession, Starcore career planner, began to emerge, dedicated to charting players' upgrade paths, optimizing contribution structures, and connecting them with capital and corporate resources, charging service fees for professional consulting. Overnight, investing in players became the newest trend in the venture capital circle. High-end capital understood that the ecological dividend rights tied to LV4 corresponded to profit sharing from Starcore Technology's global high-end business. This company, holding a cross-era technology, was destined to become a supergiant in the global tech landscape over the coming decades. Securing its dividend rights was akin to obtaining a ticket to social mobility. An authority level was the most direct path to that ticket. Beneath this surging wave, a faint undercurrent of overseas demands began to ferment. Within Starcore Technology's external communication channels, the volume of application emails from top overseas universities and tech enterprises was rapidly increasing. Most of them, under the guise of industrial simulation training cooperation, requested a batch of restricted beta slots. Their wording was polite and their demands were clear: to bypass the official ban and obtain a ticket to the Starcore ecosystem through civilian cooperation. Starcore Technology's stance remained ambiguous. They provided official form replies, neither explicitly rejecting nor immediately agreeing, merely stating that the company would give serious consideration to such applications at a later stage. But the young man orchestrating all this was sitting in the Star Torch space station, 980 light-years away, lounging on a sofa of his own design. Casually glancing at the Earth's roaring reactions on the screen, he rested his chin on his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips as he gazed at the crimson starscape through the panoramic porthole. In the exclusive lounge of the No. 2 Fireseed satellite, the crimson star sea poured in through the panoramic windows, casting a soft, warm hue over the cold metallic cabin. Lin Yuxi had just finished the routine patrol of the entire space station, took off his outer combat suit, and casually draped it over the backrest, nestling into the corner of his favorite sofa. 12 days had passed since the summary of the lunar infrastructure. The Outer Ring's main artillery array had completed 70% of its installation, and the No. 2 ice mine production line was operating at full capacity, with the supply of fusion energy steadily rising. Following Lu ran, more than 10 players had successively broken through to LV3 permission level, and these players were mostly early entrants into the game. They had effectively utilized their first-mover advantage, consistently leading the player group, and it was only natural that they would be the first to break through to LV3. The initial shaping of the player ecosystem on the Earth side had also unfolded as he expected. Players of the StarCore reboot were gradually becoming strategic resources in the technological sector of the Dragon Kingdom. As for the calls from a large number of players outside the Dragon Kingdom to open external servers, he temporarily pretended not to see them, intending to address everything after the first wave of defensive battles concluded when a broader development space would be opened. Everything seemed to be progressing steadily according to the preset rhythm, giving Lin Yuxi the illusion that even if the Black Mist fleet attacked tomorrow, they would be able to defend against it. This moment of good feeling made the meticulous Lin Yuxi feel a twinge of caution. Everything seemed too smooth, and he wondered if he had overlooked some key issue. To guard against his slightly scattered thoughts, Lin Yuxi shook his head and habitually clicked to open the StarCore reboot forum interface. He intended to casually see what new ideas the players had recently, but his gaze paused on several trending posts floating on the homepage. The posts were all about deep space attacks from the past 3 days. A player posted a live stream screenshot, the image blurry, reduced to a black silhouette that was almost a residual shadow, with a caption that was simple and straightforward: 20-meter humanoid unit, the escorts Lihuan and Dingxi, shattered upon contact. The entire team black screened and respawned, without even sending a distress signal. Coordinates in the wreckage zone 73. Everyone be careful. Other players followed up in the thread, reporting that 3 teams had encountered problems in the same area over 3 days, and without exception, they were instant total annihilations, with not even complete attack data being returned to the space station. The forum was bustling. Some people confidently claimed it was definitely a regional boss spawn, while others thought the total annihilation of the wreckage zone was common, merely a sensationalist gimmick considering the poster's description too exaggerated. Black humanoid mecha. Is this the black light suppressor wandering outside, observed by the passive detection array? Lin Yuxi looked with interest at the blurry screenshot posted by the player, murmuring to himself. Being able to instantly wipe out an entire escort squad made up of scavenger teams, this combat power is surprisingly strong. I need to discuss with Elena whether to add patrol teams of Yinji and Yuyun to that area. In fact, he didn't take 1 or 2 high-level mechas seriously. After all, no matter how strong a wandering individual was, it couldn't break through the layered defenses of the Outer Ring's artillery and standard StarCore mecha. He closed the forum and prepared to call Elena over to discuss the tempo of the space station's future development, when the air beside him suddenly shimmered with a faint blue glow. The projection of the star pivot slowly solidified. Her waist-length silver hair cascading down her shoulders, and her ice-blue, elongated eyes were clear. Dressed in a simple silver standard long dress, her demeanor appeared even more cold and aloof, resembling a familiar, elegant queen. Lin Yuxi, you need to embark on a long-distance mission. She got straight to the point, her voice magnetic and regal, without a hint of politeness towards Lin Yuxi. Lin Yuxi looked up at her, chuckled lightly, and teased, what a rare visitor. I thought you had settled in the back end. A few days ago, Elena asked you to adjust the production line parameters and waited nearly an hour for a response. I thought you had Star Pivot's faint blue figure flickered, her tone carrying a hint of apology. Sorry, the priority of computing power has been slightly adjusted recently. As you gradually unlock your gene locks and the space station's infrastructure permissions continue to upgrade, the database stored at the base level of my Fireseed No. 2 has also been synchronously revived. During this time, I have been calculating the complete analysis of the first wave of attacks from the Black Mist Mechanical Legion based on the newly unlocked database, so the computing power is somewhat strained. Lin Yuxi's smile faded, and he sat up a bit straighter, pressing on, what are the simulation results? Not very optimistic. Star Pivot's voice was calm, but her tone was somewhat grave. According to the latest simulation of the Black Mist combat power, grading the combat power composition of the first wave of attacks is 1 level higher than initially estimated. She lightly tapped her fingertip, and a diagram of energy level tiers appeared between them. We categorized the Black Mist mechanical units according to the energy levels of the StarCore civilization from low to high into generations 5 to 8. Currently, the wandering units we encounter regularly are mostly low-level individuals of Generation 6 and below, which can be effectively dealt with using fusion energy weapons, and our existing defense systems, along with player tactical cooperation, can fully manage them. However, once we cross the threshold of the 7th generation, the energy core upgrades to antimatter annihilation level, resulting in a qualitative leap in offense and defense. Their standard annihilation field shields are extremely efficient at deflecting and dissipating fusion energy attacks, and the firepower of conventional artillery and standard mechas is insufficient to breach defenses. Simply relying on numbers makes it very difficult to bridge this generational gap. Lin Yuxi frowned slightly, subconsciously recalling the black humanoid mecha that instantly wiped out a squad in the forum. No wonder the escort team made up of ordinary mass-produced equipment was annihilated in an instant. That should be a high-level unit that had crossed into the 7th generation. After a moment's pause, Lin Yuxi immediately thought of one of the strongest individual mechas of the Star Core civilization, the Starfall mecha, which was still parked in the hangar, and he asked, "What generation does the Starfall mecha belong to?" Strictly speaking, it is currently a peak standard mecha of the 7th generation, but not entirely. What do you mean? Hearing Star Pivot's ambiguous answer, Lin Yuxi frowned, and immediately pressed for clarification. Star Pivot's ice blue eyes seemed to brighten a bit. It is a prototype that the Star Core civilization attempted to push into the 8th generation during its final stages, belonging to Quasieth generation. The simplified versions of our current Yinji and Yuyun can barely be classified as 6th generation mechas, while the complete versions equipped with antimatter annihilation reactors have just stepped into 7th generation mechas. The Starfall mecha's Ember Crystal core, based purely on energy routes, represents the peak of the Star Core civilization's energy mechas, belonging to the pinnacle of 7th generation mechas. I refer to the Starfall mecha as a Quasieth generation mecha because it also has a biological collaborative development branch that the Star Core civilization has yet to fully develop, allowing the pilot's genes and nerves to resonate deeply with the mech. Coupling biological energy with the energy reactor, it thoroughly breaks through the performance limits of pure mechanical mechas, which is also the core reason it can touch the threshold of the 8th generation. Lin Yuxi fell silent for a few seconds. He had known that the Starfall mecha was powerful, but he didn't expect it to have an undeveloped form. "So is your request for me to embark on a long-distance mission related to the second form of the Starfall mecha?" Star Pivot's tone was very serious, her brows slightly furrowed, carrying a hint of imperceptible hesitation. "Yes, but I do not recommend that you activate the biological collaborative form of the Starfall mecha because in a sense it is an unfinished experimental module. Forcibly connecting deeply not only carries the risk of the mecha going out of control, but may also cause permanent damage to your consciousness. However," she raised her gaze to Lin Yuxi, her ice blue eyes reflecting the crimson star sea outside the window, but her voice was very firm. "The Star Torch space station is the core pivot of the Fire Seed plan, but we cannot afford to lose, and we must keep our last trump card. If we truly reach a dead end." Her voice paused for half a second, her ice blue eyes deepening further, and when she spoke again her tone remained steady. "My current avatar can serve as a puppet system carrier, using core computing power to forcibly simulate neural signals to drive the basic biological form of the Starfall. This is theoretically feasible. It merely requires consuming more computing power reserves, and the power will be somewhat reduced, but at least you won't have to bear the risk yourself." Lin Yuxi looked at her deeply for 2 seconds, gently tapping his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. He then withdrew his gaze and said seriously, "I understand. He'll tell Elena," and set off immediately. Inside the cockpit of the Assault Falcon, the blue main control interface lit up green item by item, indicating that the system pre-check was complete. Lin Yuxi adjusted his holographic helmet, completing the final neural linking procedure, while a set of Space Wing long-range propulsion backpacks was installed on the back of the Assault Falcon. This is standard equipment for the mecha. Previously, Lin Yuxi had requested the engineering department to make several sets specifically for tasks requiring long-distance cruising, and this time, they could be used directly. The structure of the Space Wing backpack is also quite simple, with 2 groups of external fusion fuel tanks arranged symmetrically along with omnidirectional attitude adjustment engines that greatly enhance cruising speed, while also providing additional backup energy for the mecha. He raised his hand to connect to the station's dispatch channel. "This is the Assault Falcon executing a deep space long-range mission requesting departure." Immediately, Elena's voice came through on the other end of the channel. "The outer ring flight path has been cleared, and the warning nodes along the way have synchronized with the flight coordinates. You are permitted to depart. The wreckage field is fraught with complex signal fluctuations. Maintain communication channels and exercise caution." Earlier on the way to the hangar, Lin Yuxi had informed Elena of the mission's purpose, knowing that everything was orchestrated by the Star Pivot. Elena said nothing, but reminded Lin Yuxi to stay safe. "Don't worry, you'll be back soon." Lin Yuxi smiled slightly. "He'll leave the space station to you." As his words fell, the heavy bomb-proof hangar door slowly opened along its track, and a scarlet star sea spread in through the porthole. The Assault Falcon's engine hummed as the rail accelerated smoothly, gliding out of the hangar, passing over the outer ring's artillery array, and directly entering the preset flight path towards the wreckage field. As the voyage entered a stable phase, Lin Yuxi sped along the designated route, and the voice of Star Pivot came directly through the earpiece. "The estimated travel time is 2 hours and 40 minutes. She paused for a moment before continuing. "As the underlying database further unlocks, I've rerun the full simulation of the first wave of attacks from the Black. Even factoring in player creativity, infrastructure acceleration, and all positive variables, the final win rate remains pessimistic. The core shortcoming lies in the generational gap in high-end combat strength above the 7th generation, as conventional combat units are nearly unable to form effective suppression. Based on this conclusion a week ago, I issued targeted area exploration tasks to all scavenger and exploration players in the server, marking over 10 suspected coordinates of the wreckage of the No. 3-seed satellite that stores Starfall Mecha biological cooperative components. The star map on the HUD automatically zoomed in, and an area of the wreckage belt was marked out. The coordinates reported this time come from a seasoned exploration team who found the main wreck of the No. 3-seed satellite in the target area. The entire No. 3-seed satellite has been completely destroyed for unknown reasons, with most of its compartments shattered. Only one independent storage compartment remains relatively intact, and its low-power wake-up program can still be triggered. The player's attempts to crack the hatch door failed, and the system determined that the highest authority of the seed plan was required to open it. Combining the residual project records in the database, it can be basically confirmed that the biological cooperative module of the Starfall Mecha is sealed within this compartment. Lin Yuxi nodded slightly, focusing on piloting the assault falcon, yet he felt an inexplicable unease in his heart, sensing that some detail was overlooked and that something was about to happen. The flight path stretched straight into the depths of the wreckage field, with over 2 hours of journey swiftly passing in silent navigation. The propulsion engine of the assault falcon reversed to decelerate as it entered the core area of the wreckage. In his view were boundless metal fragments and distorted satellite components shimmering with a cold metallic sheen under the crimson starlight. The square core compartment, half buried in the debris, was particularly eye-catching, with a modified Raven-class exploration transport ship. On each side of the ship's hull there was a deployed Li Gu mecha and a Xing Lu light fighter, forming a standard long-range escort configuration. It was evident that this Raven-class ship had been modified by players, with a set of micro-energy storage devices added to These devices could provide energy to light mass-produced equipment like Li Gu and Xing Lu during long voyages, a common modification scheme for deep space exploration teams. Upon seeing the assault falcon arrive, the communication channel immediately received an application. The team leader's voice was filled with evident excitement. Guardian, while scanning according to the mission coordinates, we captured an anomalous energy signal and activated the compartment wake-up program. But the door's authority is locked, and we cannot enter. We can only stand guard here. The team leader's ID is Northbound, a somewhat well-known exploration player in the forum. Well done. Lin Yuxi's tone carried a hint of approval. You have completed your mission. You can return first. The mission rewards have been issued. They'll take care of the rest. Understood. Although the player team was curious about what lay inside that unopenable storage compartment discovered during this specific area exploration, they obediently returned to report. However, they adhered to the forum's esoteric theory that not following orders might decrease hidden favorability, so they complied. Nonetheless, he had already taken 360-degree screenshots beforehand, preparing to post on the forum later to see what other experts thought about it. The Raven transport ship's engine started quickly adjusting its course and leaving the core area of the wreckage, disappearing among the debris. This airspace returned to silence, leaving only the ancient wreckage and the distant crimson starlight. Lin Yuxi piloted the assault falcon closer, examining the core compartment before him at close range. This is a standard cubic cabin with an edge length of about 22 meters, its outer wall covered in impact dents and energy burn marks, with many corners deformed, yet the overall structure remained intact. The authority identification device of the Star Core civilization in the center of the door still glowed with a faint blue halo. Lin Yuxi raised the mecha's right arm and pointed the authority terminal at the identification area. The faint blue scanning beam instantly spread out, and as it swept over the authority key, the identification device's light suddenly brightened. Authority verification initiated. Identified subject heir of the seed plan Lin Yuxi. Authority level highest target compartment, core storage compartment of the No. 3-seed satellite access key match. Successful biological characteristic verification. Past verification complete. Door unlocked. The heavy alloy doors slowly slid open along the hydraulic track, and the inert protective gas sealed inside spilled out with white mist, while cold white lighting fixtures lit up layer by layer from the top, illuminating the interior of the compartment. At the center of the compartment, a shock-absorbing support frame held upright a cylindrical component that was entirely silver gray. It is approximately 8 meters long and 1.5 meters in diameter, with a matte special alloy shell flowing with faint golden energy patterns. The ends are intricately nested with a coupling structure distinctly different from the open cockpit design of conventional mechas, exuding a unique sense of biological technology. The HUD interface in front of Lin Yuxi automatically popped up the full area scan results with parameters refreshing rapidly. Component identification exclusive to Starfall Mecha Star Core, biological resonance insertion plug affiliation near 8th generation mecha experimental project of Star Core civilization status, well-preserved project, incomplete empirical data, missing core function, deep neural connection, biological energy coupling output with the Star Ember Crystal Core. Is this the core component of the biological cooperative form of the Starfall Mecha? Lin Yuxi couldn't help but ask, gazing at the beautifully crafted cylindrical insertion plug before him. Yes, the Starfall mecha has reserved a complete embedding structure internally. After activation, it will bypass all intermediate conductive links, achieving a real-time synchronization of the pilot's consciousness with the Star Ember crystal core. This is the core technological path that enables the Starfall mecha to touch the threshold of the 8th generation. The cold voice of Star Pivot also carried a hint of other emotions with a somewhat heavy tone. Lin Yuxi piloted the Assault Falcon forward, seizing the silver-gray component with the mechanical arm, without any unnecessary delay, and immediately began his return. For some reason, that unsettling feeling in Lin Yuxi's heart grew stronger. He had to return immediately. Chapter 180. This time, I will personally protect it. The propulsion engine of the Assault Peregrine emitted a deep hum, and the wings of the air wing opened fully, leaving a faint blue trail in the Crimson Star Sea. Lin Yuxi securely fixed the Star Core biological resonance into the dedicated damping support of the air wing's backpack, while the engine behind maintained its thrust power at peak levels. The return route was manually adjusted to the shortest path, and the fragments of metallic debris outside the window flew rapidly behind, blurring into strands of silver lines. In the silence of the voyage, scattered information rapidly connected in his mind, and the previously vague unease gradually formed a complete information puzzle. He had seen the reports of 3-player annihilations on the forum before, but at the time, he didn't pay much attention. Now he unraveled them along the time. The 3 points of attack were arranged in a nearly straight line from far to near, with the endpoint precisely covering the direction of the Hsinchu space station. This was no aimless wandering of black mist mechanical units, but a targeted propulsion with a clear goal. Combining this with the newly unlocked detailed information about the black mist unit's high-level mechanical entities above the 7th generation naturally gravitate towards similar high-level energy signal sources, actively tracking and moving along the signal trajectory. Inside the Hsinchu space station, there was indeed a high-level black mist signal source, which was the all-domain control unit being nurtured in the C9 segment. Even with the resonance barrier blocking, the weak signal fluctuations caused by daily experiments and player entries could still be captured by high-level units wandering within a certain distance. Just as Lin Yuxi finally realized what he had overlooked, a red alarm indicator suddenly lit up on his wrist terminal. A warning sound indicating enemy units had invaded the alert range of the Hsinchu space station echoed in the cockpit. He immediately opened the details panel. The information clearly marked that a 20-meter-level humanoid black mist unit was detected 100 kilometers outside the outer ring of the Hsinchu space station, with energy readings exceeding the 6th generation limit, heading straight for the space station on a constant trajectory. Only one. Lin Yuxi's heart sank instead. A swarm of low-level units was not terrifying. They could easily be intercepted by the outer ring turrets and player formations. Daring to charge directly towards the space station meant that this high-level unit, which already possessed advanced intelligence, had a full understanding of its own combat capabilities with a very clear objective. Without hesitation, he immediately dialed into a Linus dedicated communication channel. The call rang several times before being connected, and he could hear the faint hum of large equipment in the background. "Why did you suddenly call me? How's your mission going?" Elena asked casually in a clear voice. "This is not the time for that." Upon hearing the unusual tone in Lin Yuxi's voice, Elena finally looked up from the operation panel, gazing at the now familiar face. At this moment, her usual calm and composed expression was replaced by worry and seriousness. "What happened?" "A single high-level black mist unit has appeared in the outer ring with a 90% probability of being a 7th generation blacklight suppressor. It was most likely attracted by the signals from the black mist all-domain control unit that escaped from the C9 segment." Lin Yuxi quickly synchronized the intelligence. "I am on my way back now. It will take at least an hour or 40 minutes at the earth." A silence lingered on the other end for 2 seconds. Elena clearly hadn't anticipated that a 7th generation unit would drift into this airspace at this stage. She quickly regained her composure, her tone serious, yet calm. "I am currently in the C9 segment, just verifying the 2nd physical defense barrier that has just been reinforced. This barrier uses a structure of 3 layers of special composite armor with 2 groups of energy buffering inner layers with a total thickness of 12 meters. The original design standard was to withstand the sustained bombardment of 6th generation units. If it were the antimatter ray point melting of a 7th generation blacklight suppressor, I have simulated and calculated in advance that the extreme defense duration would be around 15 minutes. This is the ideal state value. If it focuses power to break through at a single point, the defense duration will be even. With the current defensive power of the Hsinchu space station, it should not be able to stop it. It is only a matter of time before it breaks through the outer defense line and reaches the outer wall of the C9 segment. 15 minutes. Lin Yuxi's brow furrowed tighter. He could only hope the players could hold out long enough for him to return. "You need to evacuate the C9 segment immediately and seal all the hatches. There's no need to stay inside." I can't. Elena did not look up, continuing to operate the control panel of the C9 segment's resonance barrier rapidly, calmly stating, I am setting the self-destruction program of the resonance barrier with the core of the abyss core liquid. Once the blacklight suppressor breaks through the inner barrier, breaches the defense barrier, and contacts the black mist, all domain control unit inside the entire Xingju space station would be finished. This is the revival opportunity that the Star Core civilization has waited for 120,000 years. I will never allow such a thing to happen. At that time, I will control the resonance barrier to self-destruct. I have adjusted the self-destruction mode to concentrate the explosive power within a certain range. It should only obliterate all targets within the range of the C9 segment, severely damage the 3 surrounding auxiliary cabins, and not harm the main structure of the space station. The self-destruction will erase both the all-domain control unit and the invading blacklight suppressor, preventing the black mist nanotechnology from spreading throughout the station, giving us a chance to turn the tide. No. Lin Yuxi immediately rejected it. Once the program is set, you must evacuate immediately and leave the guarding players behind to trigger the button. They can revive 4 hours after their death, and it's not worth you taking that risk. Players cannot trigger it. Elena's tone lost its youthful crispness, replaced by calm determination. The self-destruction final activation requires biological feature verification with level 2 or above authority of the Fireseed project. In the entire space station besides you, I am the only one with this authority. Lin Yuxi, I have already lost once. I should have died with my father and my clansmen in the cataclysm of 120,000 years, but I survived alone. In these past few months, I have witnessed the Xingju space station, the place where I have lived for over a decade, slowly transforming from a dead silence back to the vitality of the past. This is the hope of the Star Core civilization. This time I will personally protect it. Lin Yuxi's throat moved, and the persuasion that was on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back. After spending these months together, he understood very well that although Elena appeared weak on the outside, her heart was filled with sadness, yet she forced herself to be strong due to the countless expectations and legacies of her clansmen. Once it concerned the revival of the Star Core civilization, she would definitely not listen to any advice. Hold on. Wait for me to come back. He said no more. The engine of the assault peregrine emitted a high-pitched roar, and the thrust power directly exceeded the rated threshold, entering overclocking. The fuselage trembled violently, transforming into a purple afterimage as it sped towards the direction of the Xingju space station. Almost simultaneously, the low alarm of Level 1 alert for the space station echoed through all public channels and player terminals. The faint red warning lights illuminated the corridors, hangars, and control rooms of all compartments simultaneously as all players' terminals received a combat readiness alert. High-level hostile unit directed invasion, Level 1 combat readiness status activated. All combat units and defense regiments immediately returned to their battle stations, temporarily pausing all production lines in the space station, while non-combat personnel swiftly evacuated to safety compartments. Players quickly checked the tier of the combat readiness status, and soon discovered this was the second highest alert level in the space station's combat system, just below full-scale war status. The sudden Level 1 combat readiness status caused a stir among players who were still engrossed in their tasks of tightening screws. What the hell? Level 1 combat readiness, what's going on? Did a major event just trigger in the game? Is a massive swarm of black fog units rushing over? Could it be the legendary special event? Finally, something exciting is about to happen. I, a combat-oriented player, haven't touched my weapon in over a month. Damn, you all shouldn't be so excited. This is a Level 1 combat readiness status. It must be a crisis situation. We are currently in a critical period of infrastructure construction, and if something goes wrong, we might have to shut down the server and restart. As players rushed to their respective battle positions, they filled the public channel and forums with discussions. Most people's first reaction was that the surrounding black fog units had formed a large formation and had penetrated into the defensive airspace of the space station. However, shortly after, detailed reconnaissance data updated on the smart terminals, leaving everyone dumbfounded. In the airspace 100 kilometers directly north, a single 20-meter-tall, humanoid black fog unit was charging straight towards the space station at a constant high speed. Just one. What a joke, a single unit triggering Level 1 combat readiness. The command center is being too cautious. Wait. That shape looks familiar. Last week, our exploration team was wiped out by this thing in the wreckage zone. A player who had previously been obliterated by a humanoid mech during a scavenging mission immediately recognized the silhouette in the reconnaissance image. Some observant players began to sense that something was amiss and stopped the unnecessary discussions, quickly hurrying back to their combat posts. At this moment, in the northern outer ring airspace of the Xingju space station, a defense squad carrying out routine patrol tasks happened to block the advanced trajectory of the blacklight suppressor. This squad had a standard outer ring patrol configuration consisting of 20 Ligu mechs paired with 16 Dingxi fighters. The captain was also an experienced combat player known by the ID Ruthless Firepower King. He was a complete combat fanatic, having previously given up on higher reward infrastructure tasks to stay in the C9 Black Fog breeding chamber, leading newcomers in missions to recover Black Fog materials. Looking at the level 1 alert on his terminal and the single target signal on the radar, his eyes lit up. Brothers, we have a live one. A high-level elite monster, what luck, it's coming right towards us. He only glanced at the command channel's leading instruction intercept target and directly controlled the Li Gu mech to charge ahead towards the source of that signal. All team members follow my orders, advance in full force and focus fire to take it down. Damn, Manhwa, slow down. I saw the complete instruction saying we shouldn't engage Hedon and should try to delay its movement speed. Come on, what's there to be afraid of? It's just one unit. If it comes to worst, we have this whole bunch of dinksy fighters. We can go up and blow it away together. Hearing the captain say this, the other team members found it reasonable. What's there to be afraid of? Worst case, we share the same fate. We can still mix in for the elite monster's first kill, so it's a win-win. Thus, over 30 mass-produced mechs and fighters quickly adjusted their formations and sped towards the target. After a period of practical combat training, the players of the defense regiment had high combat quality and decided to face the enemy. They didn't rush in all at once, but instead spread out into a fan-shaped attack formation, allowing all friendly units to maximize their fire. The distance between both sides quickly narrowed, soon entering effective range. Brothers, hit it hard. With the excited roar of ruthless firepower, King 20 Li Gu mechs simultaneously unleashed blinding beams from their particle cannons, while 16 Dinxi fighters also poured forth their mounted energy bombs and onboard lasers. A dense barrage of firepower wove into a net of light, accurately covering the entire airspace occupied by that black mech. A violent explosion erupted, and the brilliant flames and energy turbulence instantly engulfed the black figure, with shockwaves scattering metallic debris in all directions. Hit. Direct hit. I told you, 30 against 1, can it really turn the tide? Many players had already begun to celebrate in the team channel as over 30 combat units continued to fly towards the exploded airspace, eager to see if this elite unit would drop any rare materials. Wait, its signal source is still there with no signs of weakening. Be careful. An observant player glanced at the data on the radar panel and immediately shouted sternly in the team channel. However, it was all too late. 2 purple elongated beams of light pierced through the explosion's fire curtain, without warning, ripping through the energy turbulence like burning through thin paper, sweeping through the most concentrated area of the player formation at incredible speed. Wherever the beams passed, the outer armor of the Li Gu mechs couldn't withstand even half a second, and both the armor and the internal power core were obliterated. The Dinxi fighters were even more fragile than paper. When swept by the purple beams, they exploded into balls of fireworks on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 8 Li Gu mechs and 9 Dinxi fighters turned into fireballs in space, the bright explosion illuminating the entire airspace. In the team channel, the lively celebration from a second ago was replaced by hurried breaths and suppressed gasps. As the explosion's flames slowly dissipated, the complete outline of the terrifying humanoid killing machine finally appeared clearly on everyone's observation. Its pure black matte faceted armor was cold and sharp, with no superfluous decorations. Dark purple energy patterns spread from its chest to its limbs like leaf veins, now glowing with a chilling radiance. The circular purple power core at its chest slowly rotated, and the hexagonal compound eye optical array retained the high-energy particles from the dissipating rays. It was still in the same state as before the attack, with neither its flight path nor posture changing. The mech's outer layers seemed to possess a transparent force field, flickering briefly, with the armor's surface remaining as smooth as a mirror, leaving not a single scratch. Quick scatter. Spread out, and fight evasively. Ruthless Firepower King roared in both anger and fear as the previous purple beam had just grazed over the top of his piloted Li Gu mech, directly wiping out the circle of teammates above him. The surviving players hurriedly maneuvered their mechs to disperse, trying to create distance and reposition. Yet before they could complete their formation adjustment, the black light suppressor's armor slid back, revealing the embedded purple energy cannons. It still showed no signs of slowing down or changing direction, maintaining its straight course towards the space station, directly cutting through the middle of the player formation. The dual-arm pulse cannons fired at an extremely high frequency, and the eerie purple energy projectiles were as precise as if they had been meticulously calculated, each one hitting a dodging mech. With no unnecessary movements and not a moment's pause, it zipped through the battlefield like a bolt of black lightning, leaving behind a trail of exploding fireballs and scattered metallic debris. In just a few seconds, out of this 36-unit patrol squad, 30 units were directly obliterated, leaving only 6 that escaped the battlefield in a panicked retreat, heavily damaged. They all stopped in the nearby airspace, staring blankly at the swiftly departing Black Reaper. The blacklight suppressor showed no intention of pursuing passing through the wreckage zone without glancing back at the battlefield behind, continuing its straight course rapidly heading towards the Hsinchu space station, Earth headquarters of the Lu Meng live streaming platform. The office area of the dedicated operation division for Star Core Reset was brightly lit with dozens of holographic screens displaying real-time streaming data from various regions of the server. The operational team was on shift duty, having formed a mature emergency response mechanism. As soon as the first-level combat readiness order was triggered in the game, the emergency team, closely monitoring the game's hotspots, quickly received this news through the massive streams of players. Ligu, the space station has triggered first-level combat readiness. The staff responsible for data monitoring suddenly looked up excitement in their tone. Recently, Lu Meng live streaming had lost considerable traffic due to the extensive promotion of the M country's World Mech competition. The pressure from the company's upper management was growing, with the entire industry watching how this team, which had created a traffic miracle in just a few months, would respond. However, Star Core Reset was currently in a phase of large-scale infrastructure, and compared to the previous abundant combat content, the explosive points were naturally. Their team could only keep an eye on the tens of thousands of live broadcasts that started daily in the game, not missing any potential explosive points that could increase attention. The highest level warning synchronized by the official second only to a state of full-scale war. Another veteran employee excitedly added. Li Rue almost instantly stood up from his workstation and rushed to the main control screen. Have we clarified the reason? Is it a large-scale group attack by the Black Mist? We are still gathering information from player streams. Currently, we have detected only one signal source. Due north, a single 20-meter class humanoid Black Mist unit is approaching the Star Torch space station in a directed manner. Another group of employees quickly synchronized the latest information. Additionally, the captain of the Northern Outer Ring Patrol Team, Ruthless Firepower King, is live streaming, and his squad's flight path is coinciding with the target about to make direct contact. A single unit triggering first-level combat readiness. Li Rui's pupils slightly contracted, his years of operational intuition immediately making him realize that this was undoubtedly an explosive event. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out a roar that the team members had long anticipated. Switch the main live stream immediately to the first-person perspective of Ruthless Firepower King. Pop-up notifications on the homepage, all traffic entrances open. The title will be a single unknown unit triggers first-level combat readiness at the space station, live streaming the battlefield in real time. The tech team immediately allocates the highest priority bandwidth. The commentary team should contact teacher Qin Feng, and 2 guests prepare for real-time commentary. Commands were issued step by step, and the entire operation team began to operate at high speed, like a precise gear. In just 30 seconds, the official main live stream switched, and within a minute, all pop-up notifications were in place. Originally maintaining around 5 million daily online viewers, the number watching the main live stream soared like a rocket, with the bullet comments flooding the screen. What's going on? First-level combat readiness. Did an unexpected plot trigger? A single unit. Did I see that wrong? A mech triggered the highest level warning. Ruthless Firepower King. That ID sounds familiar. Isn't he the combat player who usually resides in the C9 chamber? The audience, flooding in like a tide, had yet to grasp the situation when in the live stream a fan-shaped formation of 30 combat units had already entered effective range. With a roar of fire in unison, blazing white particle beams and energy shells surged toward the distant black target, the violent explosions instantly engulfing that area of space. The bullet comments in the live stream paused, then flooded with segments of, "Is that it? 30 against 1, the firepower coverage took it out instantly. Finally, combat content has arrived. I've almost forgotten this is a sci-fi combat game after a month of infrastructure. Ruthless Firepower King just hit the jackpot, first kill on a high-tier unit. Won't the rewards be maxed out? I bet 5 packs of spicy strips that this wave will drop rare materials above level 7. Does a single unit even qualify for first-level combat? Is the command center being too cautious? C9 veteran players say, with this density of firepower, even a reinforced version of the infestation would melt on the spot. Honestly, this formation looks quite professional. No wonder they're players from a permanent combat squad. I thought a large Black Mist force was coming, and it turns out it was just 1 unit. What a false alarm. Don't finish it too quickly. I just tuned in and haven't even seen what the monster looks like yet. Yet the next second, 2 long, ghostly purple beams pierced through the explosion's fire curtain, without warning, cutting through the most densely packed area of the player formation, like a hot knife through butter. The image shook violently, the channel's gasps mixed with the sounds of explosions as mechas and spike fighters exploded on the spot, turning into a series of fireballs in space. The entire live stream fell into an instant silence. Seconds later, the bullet comments began to roll in like a pot boiling over. What the hell? What was that? Did it kill people through the explosion? Half of that wave just vanished. That's too ridiculous. What level of unit is? I've never seen anything like this before. As the explosive flames slowly dissipated, the cold silhouette of the black light suppressor became clearly visible to tens of millions of viewers. Following that, the black figures swiftly flew past the remaining mechas and fighters, casually firing a series of lightspeed shots, the surviving player units exploding like targets. In mere seconds, the entire patrol team was nearly wiped out, leaving only a few damaged units fleeing in disarray. The live stream ultimately froze on the perspective of ruthless Firepower King. He controlled the damaged mecha, stopping at the edge of the wreckage area, blankly watching the black figure rush towards the Star Torch space station without looking back at them. At the official commentary desk, host Qin Feng also retracted her usual calm smile, her expression serious, as she looked at the two guests beside her. Teacher Qin Yin, from your professional perspective, what is the energy level of this unit? It's hard to judge at the moment, but it's certain that it surpasses the current player's mecha energy output by a generational margin. Firstly, it possesses an energy defense field we've never seen before. The previous saturation fire didn't even touch the outer armor, all were nullified by the field. Secondly, its attack energy level completely exceeds the limits of 6th-generation fusion energy mechas. Both the I-beams and dual-arm pulse cannons can destroy mass-produced units with a single hit. This is a clear generational gap in power. More critically, it's the logic of its behavior. Another guest, Lin Xiao, took over, pointing at the flight path data of the black. The entire time it avoids engaging and chasing, heading straight for the space station. This is definitely not an ordinary black mist wandering unit. With several months of close observation and extensive summaries of game information, Qin Feng's understanding of the game's settings and Star Core reset was even higher than many high-level players, and a guess suddenly surfaced in her mind. She looked at the camera, her voice carrying a hint of seriousness. Do you all remember that Black Mist all-domain control unit raised in the C9 chamber? Do you think the purpose of this advanced Black Mist unit could be that one? As soon as this was said, the bullet comments in the live, what? So it was attracted by the one raised. If it breaks through the C9 chamber and merges with the all-domain control unit, wouldn't the space station be done for? Wait, where's Lord Xingyan? Isn't the Guardian supposed to be here at a time like this? Xingyan nodded, providing supplemental information. Current intel indicates that faction leader Xingyan is on a deep space mission and is still en route back. Fortunately, previously Elena had reinforced the second physical isolation line of the C9 chamber, and according to design standards it should buy some defensive time. But the energy level of this unit exceeds expectations, so how long it can hold out is still uncertain. At the same moment, the first-level alarm echoed throughout the northern section of the Star Torch space station. The terminals of core players like Duan Jian and Kwangsha Kentai, who were undergoing internal simulation training, simultaneously lit up with the highest priority red command. The task was simple, but the information was immense. A high-tier Black Mist unit, the Black Light Suppressor, has appeared in the northern outer ring, targeting the C9 chamber. Please immediately pilot elite standard units to intercept. Core mission delay and obstruct its advance, waiting for Xingyan to return. Duan Jian immediately removed his training helmet, his gaze sharp. Let's go to the hangar. The group wasted no time, quickly heading straight for the exclusive elite hangar. At this moment, the exclusive logistics team on standby in the hangar had already received the scheduling orders from Star Hub, completing the energy, pre-charging, and weapon checks for all units. Rows of elite units gleaming with cold metallic luster stood silently at their berths, comprising all the standard equipment produced during 7 heavy mechas, 9 assault Falcon attack mechas, and 12 Star Pirate space fighters. This was the entirety of the elite combat strength at Star Torch space station at this moment. Everyone quickly boarded, the cockpit doors closing in sequence with the system self-check, prompt tones ringing out. This is Duan Jian Rock Spear 010, all systems ready, requesting launch. This is Kwangsha Kentai Falcon 010, weapon checks completed, requesting launch. This is Bomb Disposal Star Pirate 01, strike self-check completed, requesting launch. The announcements echoed in the communication channel, and the mechanical female voice of the scheduling terminal sounded. The outer ring launch corridor has been cleared, elite squad permitted to depart. The heavy explosion-proof hangar doors slowly unfolded along the tracks, crimson starlight pouring into the chamber, and the distant space lit up with flickering lights of gunfire. It seemed that other support patrol squadrons had already engaged with the Black Light Suppressor. One by one, mechas and fighters were ejected into the sky, quickly adjusting their formation in the void, thrusters trailing brilliant afterburns, heading straight for the increasingly clear black light point due north. 28 elite machines maintained a triangular formation in the void, soaring northward. Along the way, various Legume mechas and Sting fighters receiving first-level combat readiness orders turned onto the flight path from different patrol nodes, spontaneously joining the unified command channel. The channel was filled with discussions among players, all experienced players since the games launched, their tone devoid of the usual banter. Understanding the game as they did, they all knew that the current situation concerned the survival of the space station. Don't underestimate it just because it's one machine. If it charges into the C9 compartment, all our efforts over the past few months will be in vain, and the space station might well turn into a paradise for the infected. Damn, I can't shake the feeling that it's like an apostle rushing to the headquarters to find Lilith. Does our Xingju space station have an alternative name? Inerv? Stop the nonsense. We must stop it at all costs, otherwise we're likely to shut down and revert to a backup. The captain of the outer defense team, Ligu Mecha Iron, can join the channel with a rough voice. Currently, there are 234 Ligu mechas in the outer defense area of the Xingju space station, except for those assigned to guard the ice or production line. All are here. Leaders, how shall we proceed? We will comply with the arrangements. Immediately following the captain of the Sting Fighter Squad, Fireworks Wholesaler added, there are currently 318 Sting Fighters, all equipped with overloaded energy bombs ready to go at any moment. Just as Duanjian prepared to arrange the next interception plan, everyone's HUD interfaces lit up with a pale blue glow, and real-time battlefield reports from the star pivots synced and refreshed along the side of their vision. Target confirmed. Generation 7 unit Blacklight Suppressor battle report. First round engagement lasted 10 seconds. Destroyed 30 mass-produced combat units. Remaining 6 units withdrew with damage. Flight path and speed unchanged. No pursuit actions. Defense characteristics equipped with an antimatter annihilation field, highly deflective and dissipative against fusion energy attacks. Our combat power levels 1. Ligu mechas and Sting Fighters mass-produced 6th generation entry level. 2. Dark Crystal Enhanced Rock Halberd Peregrine Falcon Star Predator overall about 6.5 generations. Single unit output significantly higher than mass-produced units. 3. The Northern Outer Ring's 10-kilometer defense line can cover over 300 standard rail cannons in that direction, with another large orbital cannon ready and calibrated, able to output at a level higher than standard mechas, significantly weakening the force field. Shield breaching reference standard based on the firepower levels of the Rock Halberd and Peregrine Falcon at 6.5 generations. 3 or more different angle firepower of the same level must sustain a saturated output for 12 seconds to have a chance of breaching the annihilation field. Data synchronization completed, and the channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Guangxia expressed concern. 12 seconds of concentrated fire from 3 directions. With its high mobility, how could it possibly stay still for us to hit it for 12 seconds? We never intended to kill it ourselves, Jiangwan added. The core task is to restrain and delay. Boss Xingyin is currently overclocking his return. Holding out until he arrives is our victory. Duanjian's voice then rang out as the temporary commander summarizing the current intelligence and the player's thoughts. Let's give up on the fantasy of intercepting it in the far space. With our current mobile forces, it's impossible. The main battlefield will be set in the coverage area of the 10-kilometer outer ring cannon. We will rely on the density of fixed firepower to fill the combat power gap. Iron can rough on the outside, but meticulous in thought quickly added, let me interject. Having so many combat units clustered within the 10-kilometer defense line actually hinders firepower deployment and reduces efficiency. Smoke and I can lead a portion of the Ligu and Sting Fighters to actively engage and try to delay its speed, also buying time for you to build a solid defense line behind. Fireworks Wholesaler immediately agreed. I support Iron Can's idea. Ligu brothers, cover us while we look for the right moment to detonate the fusion core up close. Even if the Sting Fighter's self-destruction can't breach the shield, it should still delay its speed and consume some of its annihilation. After the two finished speaking, they quickly gained everyone's approval. As seasoned players, they all knew that clustering large groups made them easy targets for the enemy's area effect attacks. Layered obstruction was currently the most pragmatic strategy. Duanjian nodded slightly and presented a complete plan. Let's proceed as discussed. The forward delay line will have Ligu attracting and restraining, maintaining distance, while Sting Fighters will approach in batches for self-detonation to disrupt the rhythm. When it's time to take the hits, don't hesitate. In the past few days, the engineering department has completed 2 more production lines for Ligu and Sting. We shouldn't worry about the production capacity of mass-produced machines, but we must avoid needless sacrifices to preserve strength for the defense battle in over a month. The final delay line at 10 kilometers with over 300 rail cannons and a large orbital cannon as the main output will be responsible for continuously suppressing the force field. All elite machines will be deployed to the left, right, and upper directions for defense and reinforcement, coordinating with the cannon fire to form multidirectional output. Once we gather the conditions for 3-way firepower, we will concentrate our damage. This is the last line of defense. We must firmly hold it here. Finally, he paused and added, we must protect as many standard mechas and fighters as possible. After all, we have the Black Fog offensive to face in a month and a half. But when it comes to the point where we cannot hold, don't hesitate to incur losses. If the space station falls, nothing else matters. No one in the channel disagreed. The plan was pragmatic, entirely aligned with the current combat power situation, and everyone had full confidence in Duanjian's command abilities. With the plan set, everyone acted without hesitation. The Li Gu and Sting squads responsible for delaying swiftly broke away from formation and accelerated. Hundreds of Li Gu and Sting fighters trailing flames of varying lengths charged at full speed toward the blacklight suppressor, their figures quickly shrinking into specks of light in the deep space. The elite squad led by Duanjian synchronized their deceleration, stabilizing their positions at the 10-kilometer defense line. On the outer defense line, over 300 standard rail cannons were simultaneously adjusting their barrels, the heavy gun mounts slowly locking into firing positions along the track. A few scattered calibration test shots sliced through the deep space, leaving fleeting pale white trails. The gunners at each cannon station were already in position, with energy charging progress bars steadily moving on their control interfaces. At the center of the defense line, a large orbital cannon far exceeding conventional cannon sizes slowly rotated, its lengthy barrel, its silver body, reflecting the crimson starlight, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. The communications channel was immediately filled with the sound of the sniper preparing to shoot. The orbital cannon array is ready and can provide fire support at any time. Target distance 15 kilometers, estimated contact time 52 seconds. Li Gu mechas are fanned out, grouped in units of 10, and will fire freely once within range. Brothers, unleash your firepower. Attack with all your might, and cover the brothers firing the Sting behind us, creating gaps for the charge. Iron Can's voice was rough, yet steady, clearly reaching all the delay squad's headsets. Sting squad brothers, it's time to show your true skills. Fireworks wholesaler's voice carried a hint of madness. Come on, let's blow it up. Charge, charge, charge. The explosive enthusiasts of the Sting squad were already fired up. The optical rangefinder numbers on the HUD flickered wildly, the red line of 15 kilometers just crossed as 120 Li Gu mechas arranged themselves in a standard fan-shaped formation in the void. 10 machines per group maintained a safe distance, their deep blue cannon muzzles locking onto the pitch-black figure ahead. 160 Dingxi fighter jets halted at the flank of the Li Gu formation, their fusion engines vibrating continuously, resembling a swarm of bees poised to spring into action. The blacklight suppressor charged straight toward them. Dark purple energy patterns flowed along its faceted armor, its movement unwavering, flying forward at a constant cruising speed. It seemed as if the hundreds of combat units spread out ahead were merely minute particles floating in deep space, not even worth a gentle sweep. Everyone within range opened fire freely. The roar of iron canister echoed through the channel. Hundreds of Li Gu opened fire simultaneously, a dense web of deep blue fusion lasers intertwining their sharp force, tearing through the void as they all surged toward the target. But as the dense beams approached within 3 meters of the blacklight suppressor, an invisible antimatter annihilation field suddenly manifested. There were no energy explosions, no light clusters colliding. All laser beams were deflected and scattered, as if colliding with a rocky shore, transforming into minute particles of light that drifted outward. After the volley ended, the speed of the blacklight suppressor remained unchanged, not even lifting an arm, pushing forward through the dense cloud of light particles, the oppressive aura of the high-tier intelligent machine looming large. The channel fell silent for half a second. Someone muttered a curse in disbelief. The numbers on the battle report were ultimately less shocking than witnessing it with their own eyes. The mass-produced firepower was no different from a mere tickle in front of the 7th-generation units. First wave of Dingxi attack. The fireworks wholesaler suppressed the urge to charge in and shouted loudly in the channel. 20 Dingxi fighters launched simultaneously at full speed, trailing bright white tails as they diagonally surged from the flank, like 20 arrows released from their bows, heading straight for the black light. Only when the squad entered within 5 kilometers did the black mecha finally make a move, simply raising both arms, the embedded cannon muzzles glowing with dark purple annihilation radiance, ready to fire. Beam after beam of annihilation light pierced through deep space with pinpoint accuracy, leaving the 12 Dingxi fighters no room to evade. Their cockpits and power cores were directly hit, exploding into clusters of scattered fireballs in midair. The remaining 8 fighters, braving the dense barrage, charged forward amidst the rising roars in the channel, declarations of self-detonation like, "Let's go out with a bang," and "Art is an explosion," were barely finished before all 8 machines detonated their fusion cores. A blinding white light suddenly erupted in the vacuum, the violent shockwave carrying molten metal fragments spreading outward, instantly engulfing the blacklight suppressor in a swelling mass of light. In the distance, the Li Gu mecha combat group stared intently at the optical imaging screen. No one expected this wave of self-explosion to severely damage the target. Everyone was just waiting for the light mass to dissipate to see if this desperate tactic would have any effect. But before the glaring explosion light could dissipate, what greeted them was a continuous barrage of annihilation lasers, followed by 2 purplish red eye beams sweeping horizontally, leaving 2 straight cutting lines. Although the Li Gu formation was prepared, the precision of the black light suppressor strikes was at its peak, predicting movements and sealing off retreat paths. 15 mechas failed to evade. Either their armor was melted through, resulting in immediate self-detonation, or their power cabins were completely destroyed, with the mangled wreckage drifting slowly toward deep space. As the light mass gradually faded, the figure of the black light suppressor reappeared, still moving straight ahead, not even shaking its form. Everyone's HUD scanners synchronized to refresh the damage assessment. Lines of data clearly popped up. The target's annihilation field showed slight fluctuations, with no significant structural damage to the main body, and the current speed decreased by 5 from the baseline. It's useful. It really can slow it down. The channel erupted instantly. The previously tense atmosphere was lifted, and a 5 decrease in speed might not seem like much, but it concretely proved the viability of the self-detonation tactic. As long as they could deplete the force field and slow down its speed, the losses incurred would be worthwhile. Everyone immediately rubbed their fists together, preparing to repeat the tactic, using alternating self-detonations to gradually hold it back. However, the continuous self-detonations had evidently enraged this Black Reaper. The blacklight suppressor, which had originally only cared about moving forward and casually eliminating blocking enemies, shifted to an active extermination mode. Cannon muzzles and eye beams alternated in output, the dense annihilation firepower spreading out over the entire airspace, with shooting frequency and coverage range multiplied compared to before, completely sealing off the space for frontal advancement. The second wave of 40 Dingxi fighters charged at full speed under the cover of Li Gu firepower, but they hadn't even reached 3 kilometers to the self-detonation range. They were swept away by laser fire, losing 37 units, leaving only 3 that stubbornly pushed into close range. Hastily detonating their cores, they turned to ashes. The self-detonation efficiency dropped sharply compared to the first wave, and the price paid multiplied several times. The subsequent rounds of cover charges and self-detonation tactics grew increasingly brutal. As time went on, the firepower net of the black light became denser, making the advance of the Dingxi exponentially more difficult. Often a dozen aircraft would charge out, with only 1 or 2 managing to reach self-detonation distance, and the exchange rate dropped to a pitiful level. By the end, only 30 intact Dingxi fighters remained on the entire front line, all gathered around the fireworks wholesaler. Last wave, everyone follow me. Spread out, don't crowd together. The fireworks wholesaler no longer chose to charge Hedon. He led the formation to split into 4 paths, maneuvering through the barrage, with extremely flashy rolling movements and irregular direction changes. He even intentionally drew fire to himself, forcibly tearing open a gap amidst the impenetrable annihilation lasers. The blacklight suppressor appeared to be angered as well, being pulled left and right by his movements, its flanks momentarily exposing a brief opening. The fireworks wholesaler and the remaining 5 Dingxi seized this fleeting opportunity to charge forward at full speed, successfully penetrating into close range. Along with the rising declarations of self-detonation in the channel, 6 blinding white lights exploded in succession. The shockwaves collided heavily against the annihilation field, momentarily causing the black light's form to stumble slightly, and its speed dropped another notch. After this wave, all Dingxi fighters suffered losses, and the frontline Li Gu mechas were reduced to just over 50. After multiple rounds of stalling, the cumulative speed of the blacklight suppressor decreased by about 20%, dragging down the overall pace of advancement. The first line of delay in total gained 5 precious minutes for the rear defensive line. Alright, no need to go up again. Iron Canister looked at the speed value on the scanner that had nearly stopped declining and said solemnly, "Going up again would be a pointless sacrifice. We can't slow it down any further." The whole team scattered and retreated, letting it pass. The Li Gu formation immediately dispersed to the sides, no longer making frontal stops, and the frontline delay line was officially breached. In the cockpit, Iron Canister watched the black figure that had not pursued them and was still moving straight ahead, his fingers tightening slightly on the joystick. The remaining 50 Li Gu mechas followed behind the black light at a distance, slowly regrouping toward the defensive line. In the Joint Command channel, his voice was low and steady, tinged with a rasp from the battle. "The frontline delay mission is complete. We did our best. Next, it's up to you." In deep space at the 10-kilometer defense line, over 300 sliding railguns had already adjusted their muzzles, a dense array of energy light points accumulating and lighting up at the gun mouths. Like a silent sea of stars, hundreds of mecha fighters dotted this starry ocean, quietly awaiting the arrival of this Black Reaper. The hoarse voice of Kiepi Guanto had barely faded when the steady reply of Duan Rin echoed through the Joint Command channel. "Received, brothers. Well done. Withdraw and stand by. Leave the rest to us." At the far end of deep space, the pitch-black silhouette had already broken through the forward delaying line, bearing straight down at a constant cruising speed toward the 10-kilometer ring defense line. Dark purple energy patterns flowed slowly along the faceted armor, while over 50 remaining Li Gu mech trailed far behind, like hunters chasing a giant beast. daring not to approach, only to follow from a distance. At the final defense line, 10 kilometers out, the players were already poised and ready. Over 300 standard railguns had completed their final calibration, their muzzles locked in unison onto the northern airspace. A cerulean fusion energy accumulated steadily within the barrels like 300 twinkling stars. 28 dark, crystal-reinforced elite units hovered in a triangular formation ahead of the defense line. Rock Halberd, Peregrine Falcon, Star Swooper. Each held their battle stations, waiting only for the target to enter the kill zone. Range confirmed. Target at exactly 10 kilometers, officially within fire coverage. The voice of Jusendanio came from the orbital artillery position. Large orbital cannon charge at 75, expected to reach peak in 12 seconds, ready to fire at any moment. Railgun group and remaining Li Gu mech array, first volley suppression field. Duan Ren's roar erupted through the comms channel. Over 300 railguns and over 100 Li Gu mechs simultaneously unleashed their full firepower. Hundreds of brilliant white fusion beams tore through deep space like a sudden downpour of light, pounding densely onto the front of the blacklight suppressor. The instant the beams struck the annihilation field, massive sprays of deflected light fragments exploded outward, spreading a delicate veil of luminous particles across the black void. Under this concentrated barrage, the blacklight suppressor's advance speed slowed noticeably. Yet that invisible layer of antimatter annihilation field stood like an indestructible bulwark, blocking all the fire from the mass-produced turrets, with only faint, barely perceptible ripples spreading across its surface. Elite formation deploy to designated positions. Tridirectional output, begin shield breaking protocol. The 28 elite units dispersed instantly. Duan Run led the Rock Halberd formation to the left flank, while Kwangsha Kenny's Peregrine Falcon formation swept to the right flank, and the Star Swooper formation ascended to the upper airspace. All three directions opened fire almost simultaneously. The dark, crystal-reinforced main cannon beams were far more concentrated than the railguns. 3 streams of high-energy fire from different angles landed precisely on the field's surface, forming a perfect geometric pincer. This time the annihilation field finally showed a noticeable reaction. The dark purple energy barrier began to twist irregularly. Under the relentless erosion of the tridirectional fire, the once stable energy structure rippled like a wind-whipped water surface, folding into layer upon layer of creases. The field stability value dropped steadily on everyone's HUD. Keep the output angle steady. Don't let it escape the pins. Duan Ren's voice was steady but taut. The smart terminal calculates that full power tridirectional output will breach the field in 12 seconds. But it won't stand still and let us fire for 12 seconds. Before he finished speaking, the blacklight suppressor in the optical imaging indeed made its move. It had clearly judged the threat level of the tridirectional fire. Its fuselage tilted slightly, shoulder armor lowered, and the propulsion engine's glow suddenly flared, a precursor to an evasive high-speed maneuver. Once it broke free from the pincer angle of the 3 fire points, the shield-breaking window would close entirely, and all the previous output would be wasted. And the sustained attack had just passed the 8th second. This was already the maximum duration the frontal fire could force. Just at the critical moment, 8 dazzling white light clusters exploded in the airspace behind the blacklight suppressor's flank. The 52 Spike Fighter Reserve units, which had been lying in ambush in the flank blind spot, maintaining total radio silence, had been waiting for the frontal fire to divert most of the blacklight suppressor's attention, and now they launched a berserk charge. The blacklight suppressor was clearly wary of such suicide fighters. Just as the Spike formation was about to enter the self-destruct range, its arm-mounted annihilation lasers switched to rapid-fire mode, combined with the cutting beams from its eyes. The firepower of a single mech formed a dense barrage. 44 were shot down along the way by scattered fire. Only 8 Spike fighters piloted by top-tier players managed to circle behind, desperately charging into the self-destruct range. Without a moment's hesitation, they simultaneously detonated their fusion cores. The violent shockwaves crashed repeatedly against the weak point on the rear of the annihilation field. The field structure, already teetering on the critical threshold, was violently shaken by this brute force. Its stability plummeted below the safety limit, and the entire barrier began to sway precariously. Now, Jusendanio's roar echoed at the same moment. The large orbital cannon, which had been charging to peak power, fired with a thunderous blast. A massive silver-white laser beam several meters in diameter pierced through deep space with irresistible force, striking precisely the dead center of the annihilation field's front. The heavy blow from the frontal orbital cannon, the relentless tearing of the tridirectional elite fire, and the concussion from the rear self-destruct shockwaves. 3 layers of damage superimposed within a short span. An intangible shattering tremor transmitted through the energy feedback swept across all unit sensors. The previously impenetrable dark purple barrier finally gave way. It shattered inch by inch like fractured ice crystals, dissolving into countless fine particles of light that faded into the vacuum. The antimatter annihilation field was breached from the front. It's broken. The shield is really down. Cheers that could no longer be suppressed burst out in the channel. From the forward delaying action to the last stand on the defense line, hundreds of mass-produced units had turned to ashes. After several rounds of probing and sacrifice, this arrogant 7th-generation, high-level intelligent machine had finally been stripped of its outermost layer of defense. Everyone's morale surged to its peak. The glow of main cannon charging flared again. All muzzles now aimed at the blurred black silhouette at the center of the light cluster, ready to concentrate fire on the main body in one decisive blow and destroy it completely. But as the fierce blaze of the artillery fire gradually faded, the revealed scene gave everyone's cheers a momentary pause. The blacklight suppressor stood motionless, its dark black armor surface bearing only a few shallow scorch marks. At that moment, the purple power core on its chest suddenly erupted with a brilliant violet light. At first, it was just a concentrated point of extreme purple at the core. The next second, it surged and spread rapidly along the grooves and patterns on the armor surface. The originally subdued dark purple energy lines, like ignited dark crystal magma, instantly became blazing and dazzling. From the chest, it spread all the way to the shoulders, limbs, gun muzzles, and even the optical sensors on the eyes. The entire mech's angular silhouette was enveloped by a roiling, surging halo of dark purple energy. Fine annihilation particles continuously spilled from the gaps between armor plates, drawing strands of purple light particles in the vacuum. The transmission structures of the mech's joints emitted a low, high-frequency hum, as if the sleeping giant had been thoroughly enraged. Floating metal debris and tiny meteorites within a few meters of its body were instantly vaporized by the suddenly surging high-energy field, and even the light around it showed visible distortion and refraction. All players' HUDs simultaneously flashed a glaring red alert. The target's energy reading skyrocketed, climbing a full 30% within just a few seconds. The results from the stellar hub calculation were quickly synchronized on everyone's HUD. Target blacklight suppressor. Status extreme overclock. Armor energy resistance greatly increased. Annihilation field emergency regeneration procedure initiated. Estimated regeneration countdown 60 seconds. The cheers in the channel fell completely silent. The morale that had been boiling moments ago now felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over it, followed by a chorus of curses. Damn, definitely cheating. Oh man, we just broke the shield and it enters phase 2 right. High-tier units are just too arrogant. I'm still in chainmail and the boss is already fully geared. Dev, please nerf it. Dev, please nerf it. Before the jeers in the team channel had ceased, Duan Ren's roar drowned out all the noise. What are you standing around for? Concentrate all firepower. Prioritize the energy core on its chest. Blast it during the shield's vacuum window. Hundreds of battle players instantly snapped back to reality, knowing this was no time to complain about the boss' overwhelming strength. Over 300 standard slide rail cannons flared with a surge of ghostly light. The remaining 100-plus Ligu mechs simultaneously adjusted their barrels, and the main cannons of 28 dark crystal enhanced elite units completed their charge in an instant. The next second, hundreds of beams interwoven with bright white and dark gold tore through the vacuum of deep space, densely raining down upon the torso of the Haegwang suppressor. It seemed that having just activated overclock mode, its frame was in a brief period of system adaptation-induced rigidity. Several dark crystal main cannons that fired first struck the chest armor with precision, gouging out shallow, uneven dents on the surface of the tough composite armor, the edges of the scorch marks curling with fine metallic slag. But the brief rigidity ended immediately. The Haegwang suppressor had completed its overclock adaptation. The purple light in its chest core erupted brilliantly, and the rear propulsion engine spewed thick, dark violet flames. The frame instantly initiated high-frequency zigzag evasive maneuvers, leaving the dense barrage of incoming fire far behind. Immediately after, the players saw on their HUD displays that the indentations just blasted by the dark crystal main cannons were slowly smoothing out at a visible rate. Nano-repair units oozing from the gaps in the Haegwang suppressor's pitch-black armor rapidly filled the damage. As for the occasional beams from standard slide rail cannons that struck it, they could only leave pale white scorch marks, failing even to penetrate the surface structure. Under overclock, its turning speed surged by a notch compared to before the shield was breached, and the player's shots deliberately aimed at the energy core on its chest. Under its extreme evasion, almost all missed, leaving only fleeting trails of light in the vacuum. Such was the foundation of a 7th-generation intelligent mech. Even without its annihilation field, its defense was not easily broken by ordinary 6th-generation mech attacks. Nor did the Haegwang suppressor only dodge. Its arm-mounted annihilation lasers fired at full capacity, and with the overclock mode's enhancement, the fire density surpassed even its previous intensity. Fine dark violet beams precisely aimed amid the frame's maneuvers punctured the cockpits of over a dozen Ligu mechs in the lead, which instantly turned into blazing fireballs. The pressure on the players mounted sharply. Duanren stared at the rapidly flickering hit rate and damage readings on his HUD, his brows deeply furrowed. The hit rate on the core area was less than 3%. The accumulation of effective damage was far too slow. If they kept fixating on the core, this 60-second window would be wasted. Stop fixating on the energy core on its chest, he shouted in the channel. Its evasive speed under overclock is too fast. Precision shots on a small target won't land. Abandon the priority destruction tactic. Any hit on the torso or limbs counts as effective output. Go all out to drain its energy and repair computing power. We can't waste this 60-second window. As he spoke, he pushed Yin Ji's propulsion engine to maximum, the heavy frame surging forward with a solemn momentum leading the charge. The shark-biting Iron Falcon squad accelerated and synced the 28 elite units, forming an assault formation and closing the combat distance as a whole, planning to negate the enemy's mobility advantage with point-blank engagement. Amid the high-speed intersecting network of fire, the Haegwang suppressor, which had been repeatedly trading blows with the elite formation, suddenly had its multiple optical compound eyes on its head, normally glowing a steady purple, flicker with dense white data streams. Its micro-adjustments and evasive maneuvers experienced a momentary hitch, then returned to normal. Its internal high-order calculation array had officially initiated full-scale battle situation deduction. As the first 7th-order high-level intelligent unit directly gestated from the Heiwu Hive's mother material, its core information matrix inscribed the underlying behavioral models of countless civilizations that the Heiwu swarm had conquered. Carbon-based organic life forms possess an innate risk avoidance instinct toward death. Unless pushed to the brink, they usually prioritize self-preservation in decision-making and rarely adopt extreme tactics like self-destruction. Even among the high-order civilizations that fell before self-sacrificial attacks were mostly last-ditch efforts, never used as routine opening moves. Yet this group of organic life forms completely defied its conventional calculation boundaries. From the frontline delaying force using self-destruction tactics from the start to the spike fighters charging straight into the interceptor barrage for self-destruction without any setup during the shield breach, they prioritized tactical efficiency above all else. Their disregard for individual casualties was more akin to the behavioral logic of the Highway's own intelligent combat units, calculating only mission gains indifferent to individual life or death. It was precisely this cognitive deviation that caused its initial defense plan to not list cluster self-destruction as a high-priority threat from the start. A critical flaw in force field energy allocation emerged, ultimately allowing the players to seize the window and breach the annihilation field, plunging it into such a passive state. Its calculation array whirred at full speed, eliminating hundreds of variable possibilities within seconds, and arrived at the two optimal countermeasures for the current situation. Plan 1. Continue Hitandran skirmishing, then break away at full power after the shield regenerates. The organic life forms before it had already fully grasped the performance parameters of the annihilation shield, and would certainly pursue at any cost, never allowing it to retreat smoothly. Once the overclock state ends and energy reserves continue to decline, the enemy could replicate the shield breaking cycle for attrition, ultimately leading to a 62 probability of its own destruction. Even if it inflicted heavy casualties on the defenders in the process, it would not complete the core mission, completely deviating from the initial calculation expectations. Plan 2. Concentrate overclock energy to forcefully assault the Xingju space station, directly heading for C9 module to interface with the ancient Heiwu global control unit. Relying on the remaining overclock duration and the Sunto regenerate annihilation field, it was entirely possible to breach the outer defense. Once inside the space station, the enemy would be constrained by the narrow environment, and its performance advantage would be maximized. After interfacing with the global control unit, it could directly access the Heiwu energy network, elevate its own energy tier, fully repair all damage, and permanently strengthen the annihilation field. Simultaneously, it could trigger a global nanomachine erosion, paralyzing most facilities of the space station and creating chaos across the board. At that point, whether to continue deeper destruction or temporarily withdraw for resupply, it would have complete freedom of action. The comprehensive success rate was 52, making it the only optimal path to reverse the battle situation, and the instant the calculation conclusion was finalized, the white data streams on the Haegwang suppressor's compound eyes abruptly retracted, and the brightness of its chest's purple annihilation core increased by another order of magnitude. It immediately ceased all skirmishing and counterattack actions, abandoning all ranged attacks entirely, and allocated all computing power and overclock energy to evasive maneuvering, frontal armor resilience, and the main propulsion engine. Dark violet flames erupted from the rear engine nozzles, almost leaving a long trail of light behind. Its speed suddenly surged to another level. Completely ignoring the dense fire pursuing from behind, it shot straight toward the outer wall corresponding to the C9 module of the Xingju space station like a drawn dark violet blade. What the hell? Why is it suddenly so fast? I can barely keep my crosshair on it. What's it doing? trying to escape. Exclamations erupted in the channel. Most were still stunned by the Haegwang suppressor's sudden tactical shift. Duan Ren's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly recognized its intention. It's going to break into the space station and interface with the Heiwu control unit. All elite units intercept immediately, he roared in the channel, his voice laced with rare urgency. Stop it at all costs. Don't let it get anywhere near the space station's outer wall. The roar of the broken blade still reverberated through the channel, and the 28 most elite players in the game reacted swiftly, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation, and hurriedly maneuvered their mechs towards the advancing path of the blacklight suppressor. The bright white tail flames traced intersecting light trails in the deep space as the Xing Lu Yuhuan and Yin Ji burst forth with their maximum speed, attempting to position themselves ahead. However, that dark figure maintained its high-speed momentum throughout, flying straight towards the outer wall of the Star Torch space station, completely disregarding the beams of light attacking from all directions. The one closest to the blacklight suppressor was the Yin Ji mech, which had chosen to crouch and drive in a moment of indecision. Without hesitation, he piloted the Yin Ji directly into the path of the blacklight. The shield arm attached to his forearm instantly expanded, transforming into a medium-sized shield that covered the front of his torso, while his right hand drew the particle sword from his waist, igniting the blade in a red particle glow. He understood how critical his position was to the entire battle. The sudden burst of the blacklight suppressor took everyone by surprise, tearing a hole through the defensive formation. He had to block the blacklight suppressor, even if just for a moment, so that the teammates arriving later could regroup and devise a plan to hold it back. He had to withstand. In its overloaded state, the blacklight suppressor's speed had long surpassed the conventional understanding of a 6.5 generation mech. In the face of the obstructing Yin Ji, it did not slow down, though instead it accelerated further. The annihilation laser cannons embedded in its arms synchronized to gather and switch, and two dark purple annihilation laser swords instantly shot forth, meeting the blocking Yin Ji Heiden with a dense wave of energy. The left sword, imbued with immense power, struck down with full force, landing precisely on the center of the Yin Ji's shield. The overwhelming force instantly shattered the shield, scattering countless alloy fragments in all directions. The tremendous impact forced the Yin Ji to lean back and fly off, with the overload alarm blaring in the cockpit and red warning lights. The great impact made the indecisive pilot grunt, but as a combat-type talent awakener, his body's resistance to impact far surpassed that of ordinary players. Even amidst the violent turbulence of the backward flight, he gripped the control stick tightly, stabilizing the mech's posture. However, in his line of sight, the purple blade of the blacklight suppressor's right hand was already approaching, stabbing straight toward the cockpit's core. He instantly realized that there was no way to dodge this sword. In a split second, he made the most accurate decision. The Yin Ji mech's arms discarded the shattered shield and particle sword, channeling all remaining power into the arms and the torso's thrusters. The Yin Ji did not evade, but instead charged towards the incoming blade, using its entire weight and structure to create a last-minute restraint. He believed his teammates would seize this moment. Old Duan, it's up to you. His final roar exploded in the communication channel, loud and resolute, tinged with a hint of madness. In the next moment, the dark purple annihilation laser sword effortlessly pierced through the cockpit. However, the Yin Ji did not immediately explode. The mech, deprived of its pilot, used its last momentum and kinetic energy to clamp tightly onto the blacklight suppressor's torso and left arm joint, its heavy body locking onto its opponent. The blacklight suppressor, charging at high speed, was unexpectedly dragged to a halt for a brief moment by this sudden self-sacrificing embrace. That moment was shorter than a second. Duan Blade had arrived. He was the fastest reacting individual in the field, and upon seeing his teammate locking onto the enemy with their life on the line, only a suppressed roar echoed in the channel. The Yin Ji, which had maintained its full-speed charge, showed no signs of slowing down. It directly executed a powerful control maneuver, forcing the main energy cannon on its chest to recalibrate. High-energy particles rapidly charging. In an instant, the cannon glowing with blinding white light. A dazzling particle beam shot out with precision, striking the waist armor of the restrained blacklight suppressor. Boom! The blue energy beam created a deep dent in the black armor, the powerful thrust pushing the blacklight off course to the right. Not deviating at all, it perfectly sent the target into the path of the Crazy Shark Ironbiter's charge. There was no prior tactical communication. This was the result of countless times fighting side by side. The Crazy Shark Ironbiter, already positioned to the side, drew out two blue energy laser swords the moment the black light was pushed towards him. The Yuhuan light mech, leveraging the inertia of its high-speed charge, surged forward at full speed, raising both swords overhead. The blue light of the blades left sharp arcs in the deep space as they aimed down at the blacklight's unsteady form. In that moment, the performance foundation of the 7th generation mech was vividly displayed. Even after being limited by a self-sacrificing maneuver and hit by the energy cannon on its waist armor, the black light suppressor's posture adjustment speed still surpassed everyone's expectations. It exerted force through its arms, suddenly breaking the already deactivated locking structure of the Yin Jia's arms, while its knee joints abruptly bent upwards, applying tremendous force against the core of the Yin Ji's torso. The Yin Ji, which had completely lost momentum, rushed directly towards the incoming Yuhuan. The crazy shark Ironbiter also reacted extremely quickly. He executed a strong control maneuver, guiding the Yuhuan to perform a high-speed evasive spin. The light mech traced a sharp semicircular arc in the air, while the dual energy laser swords in his hands continued to slash towards the black light side armor, maintaining their offensive strength. Yet the fully swung dual swords suddenly missed completely. The black light suppressor, which should have been in the anticipated position, vanished from sight in an instant. As a manipulation-type talent awakener, the crazy shark Ironbiter had an exceptionally high precision of perception and control over the mech through neural links. At the moment the swords missed, an extreme sense of danger surged through the back of his head, causing his hairs to stand on end. He once again exerted strong control over the mech, desperately stabilizing the Yuhuan, which was propelled forward by inertia, attempting to make a defensive move immediately. But it was too late. Just as he barely stabilized the mech, a dark figure suddenly flashed in the open vacuum ahead. The two mechs were almost face to face. Through the first-person perspective via the neural link, the crazy shark Ironbiter could clearly see the multiple optical compound eyes arranged on the black light suppressor's faceplate, cold, indifferent, devoid of any emotion. He instinctively wanted to raise the energy laser swords to block, but the previous full-force spinning slash had already exhausted his maneuver, and his arms couldn't catch up with the enemy's attack speed. He could only watch helplessly as the dark purple annihilation laser sword of the black light's right arm swiftly rose the blade, sweeping horizontally, aiming directly at the midsection of the Yuhuan's cockpit. If this sword struck true, the entire light mech would be severed in two along with him. At the critical moment, Duan Blade, piloting the Yin Ji, finally arrived, utilizing the momentum to shield bash with the shield on his left arm, forcefully striking against the black light suppressor's left side rear waist. The powerful impact forced the purple blade to deflect slightly. Sizzle! The purple sword blade barely grazed past the cockpit of the Yuhuan. The outer armor was sliced open, and the cold vacuum rushed into the cabin, the harsh sound of system alarms filling the entire cockpit. The violent energy shockwave violently hurled the entire Yuhuan away, and the crazy shark Ironbiter felt cold sweat soaking his back in the depressurized cockpit. The crazy shark Ironbiter struggled with all his might to stabilize his thrown body, quickly looking towards the direction of the previous battle, only to feel his heart sink. The Yin Ji, piloted by Duan Blade, was already a heavy-type mech focused on defense, and close-quarters grappling was inherently disadvantaged. In a few exchanges, relying on his rich combat experience, he firmly held the rhythm, alternating between the shield and particle sword to block, but the power and speed of the 7th-generation mech ultimately crushed him. The black light suppressor's left hand deflected the particle sword, while its right-hand sword moved like lightning, the dark purple blade precisely cutting into the Yin Jia's left shoulder, severing the entire left arm along with the shoulder armor. Immediately following, the powerful left leg slammed into the chest armor of the Yin Ji, causing a significant dent in the chest armor, and the heavy Yin Ji spun backward as if struck by a speeding starship. But it was precisely this moment of grappling that allowed 12 Xing Lu fighters to finally arrive at full speed on the battlefield. As high-speed assault units, the moment the formation spread out, they unleashed a torrent of Fire 24 energy, tracking missiles, trailing pale blue tails, sealing off the black light's evasion space from every angle and targeting it. At this point, the black light suppressor had yet to restore its force field, and the thrusters at its waist had been damaged from Duan Blade's targeted attacks, significantly reducing its mobility. Its head's compound eyes glowed with a purple light, two beams of purplish red energy, swiftly sweeping across, precisely exploding the 16 incoming tracking missiles, but the remaining 8 still collided with its torso and back. Continuous explosions erupted in the deep space, creating glowing bursts of incandescent light, shockwaves scattering molten metal fragments in all directions. Once the explosions subsided, the originally smooth and cold black armor of the black light suppressor had become severely damaged and pockmarked, with 2 out of 4 thrusters on its back completely extinguished. Sparks of electricity flickered out, and a large hole was blown into the armor on its lower back, with the dark purple energy patterns flowing across the surface, showing intermittent flickers. But just when everyone thought they could finally deal effective damage, a wave of dense dark purple energy ripples erupted from its torso, spreading outward with great force. 60 seconds were up. A brand new annihilation force field was reformed, denser and heavier than the initial state, like an insurmountable dark purple crystal wall, firmly encasing the entire mech. The firepower unleashed by the players arriving one after another crashed against the force field, only causing a few glimmering light shards to scatter, failing to reach the level of penetrating the defense. At this point, the black light suppressor did not directly charge towards the outer wall of the space station. Its three-dimensional rhombus-shaped mechanical head slowly scanned from left to right the three sets of dark purple mechanical compound eyes, seemingly revealing a hint of mockery. It then slowly turned around, the annihilation force field bracing against the furious firepower unleashed by the players, and the remaining thrusters on its back erupted into full force, directly charging towards the heavy outer wall of the Star Torch space station.